Chapter 1. The whistling wind in his ears, along with a cacophony of shouts, accompanied Su Xian's weak struggle before he finally succumbed to darkness. This sleep was excessively long, and it wasn't until the familiar sound of an alarm clock rang in his ears again that his consciousness slowly returned. Su Xian gradually opened his eyes, only to see the pristine white ceiling above him. He slowly turned his neck and looked toward the bedside. Beside the crystal statue, the exquisite alarm clock was still ticking away. After quite some time, Su Xian pulled back the covers and got up to check his body. There wasn't a single trace of injury. His pupils suddenly contracted violently as he quickly pushed open the bedroom door and ran out. The furnishings and decorations outside were incredibly familiar, neatly arranged books and collectibles were displayed. The electronic clock hanging high showed the time. July 7, 2019. Without thinking, Su Xian reached out to touch his neck. The sheep-fat jade warmed by his body temperature was still around his neck. Had he been reborn? With no time to think about it further, Su Xian hurriedly returned to the bedroom and removed the white jade from his neck. This was the jade pendant he had worn since childhood, intricately engraved with complex and mysterious inscriptions. He had always thought it was merely an extremely valuable piece of jade, but never imagined. Su Xian immediately fetched a medical needle and, without hesitation, pricked his finger. A flash of white light appeared before his eyes, causing Su Xian to instinctively close them. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing amidst picturesque pastoral scenery. The jade pendant space. It actually existed. This was Su Xian's first time entering this space. Previously, he would have never guessed that because of this jade, his life had become unbearable. A lump of white light in his hand had transformed into a silver phoenix totem now attached to his chest. Su Xian could clearly sense the existence of the space. Looking around, the entire space seemed like a secluded utopia, with rolling hills, fertile fields, clear springs, streams, bamboo towers, and small cottages. Su Xian could feel that the space was sealed. As an ordinary person, he couldn't possibly unseal or fully comprehend everything within it. The little two-story bamboo tower inside looked rather empty. Su Xian carefully checked every room, and all he found in the living hall was a book titled 9 Palace Secrets. He casually flipped through it, noticing that the text looked very ancient. There weren't many characters he recognized, and being written in classical Chinese made it even more ambiguous. A single word could mean multiple things. Moreover, the content involved acupoints and related topics, leaving him utterly confused. Putting the book down, Su Xian thoroughly examined the basement. From the outside, it didn't seem large, but once inside, its volume appeared immeasurable. Recalling the fantasy novels he'd read previously, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Since there was nothing but a book in the space, not even a stretch of the mountain range held anything special, Su Xian exited the space. Now that the jade wasn't visibly hanging on his chest anymore, one burden had been lifted off his mind. He quickly shifted focus to another important matter and promptly began sorting through all his savings at home. Though this was just a temporary apartment where he stayed occasionally, because it was near his company, most of his essential belongings were already there. Bank cards, property certificates, gold bars, antiques. Taking stock, he couldn't help but think sarcastically, so, he was still rich. Finding his phone, he called Su Jin. Not long after, a knock came at the door. Su Xian stood up and opened it. At the doorway, Su Jin immediately noticed his thin pajamas that exposed patches of pale white skin. Su Jin felt his throat tighten and spoke hoarsely, "Why aren't you changing clothes? You might catch a cold." Su Xian stared at him for a moment, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable complexity. Only when Su Jin started looking oddly at him did Su Xian wave his hand dismissively, "Come in and talk first." In the end, it was Su Jin who helplessly found an overcoat for him to temporarily drape over his shoulders. Su Xian sat on one side of the long table, flipping through papers in his hands. "Did you bring the things I asked you to?" Su Jin nodded, "I've brought them all." He handed over a file bag. Su Xian opened it and carefully inspected its contents. "Handle these properties first, don't touch the villa in the metropolis yet, change the rest into cash immediately, don't deposit it in the bank." Su Jin paused, then nodded. "I also have a lot of antiques and jewelry. Handle the ones that aren't crucial. Also, take inventory of the company's stocks." Su Jin frowned, "Are we liquidating all of these?" Su Xian nodded, remembering something else and looked up, "Do it discreetly. If my brothers ask, tell them I need money urgently." Su Jin continued to nod, "Understood." Having served under Su Xian for so many years, Su Jin knew well that whatever Su Xian willed was final, his orders were absolute. Before leaving, Su Jin gave several parting instructions to Su Xian. Although he followed Su Xian closely, he still had a logistics business to run. On top of that, due to his parents, Su Xian became increasingly aloof, unwilling to keep even Su Jin by his side. Surprisingly, this time Su Xian responded amiably. After Su Jin left, Su Xian continued to write in his notebook. His time away had not been long. Coupled with a strong memory and specialized financial expertise, he still retained clear impressions of that year's stock market growth rates. He needed large amounts of capital now, but the funds available were like adding fuel to a fire that would hardly be quenched. Besides stocks, he vaguely remembered a few winning lottery numbers, one of which was worth over 100 million yuan. But since he couldn't recall the exact dates, he'd have no choice but to buy tickets non-stop during the relevant periods. This task could only be entrusted to Su Jin as well because there weren't many people around him he could fully trust. Although it was still more than a year away, there were many things he needed to prepare. He had to come up with detailed plans. Su Xian wrote down what he needed in the notebook, filling over 10 pages, though this was just an approximation. After searching online for some information and reflecting on his own experiences, he added even more content. Only when his stomach started growling did Su Xian realize he hadn't eaten breakfast. Living alone, he either ate out or ordered takeout, there wasn't much he knew how to cook himself. Distracted by thoughts weighing on his mind, he simply ate a bread slice and drank a carton of milk before washing up and changing clothes. Neatly dressed, Su Xian brought out a large backpack, something he used when mountain climbing. It could hold quite a bit. Su Xian packed his credit cards inside the bag, while storing everything else into the jade pendant space. Although he had this space now, he still wasn't entirely comfortable using it. Leaving home, Su Xian went straight to the flower and bird market. Despite thinking that nothing would go wrong, he still needed to experiment to confirm. Su Xian didn't drive, though he'd obtained his driver's license years ago. It never came in handy as Su Jin usually handled driving for him. Without practical experience behind the wheel, driving posed a mental hurdle for him. Not far from the market, Su Xian walked into a seed shop. "What can I get you, sir?" Su Xian looked around and pointed at the sealed jars displayed in the cabinet. "Are all the seeds packaged like this?" The female clerk was attentive. "We also have bagged ones, which are cheaper, but the jar-sealed kind has better preservation effects and can last for several years." Su Xian nodded. "I'll take vegetable seeds in these jars, none of them should be hybrid. I need 1 bottle of each type." "Oh, do you carry medicinal herb seeds?" Startled momentarily, the clerk then beamed inwardly, thrilled by this windfall. "Yes, yes. What herbs would you like?" Su Xian frowned slightly. "Bring me the list." The clerk hurried to fetch it. In no time, Su Xian selected dozens of types of herbs including danshan, dangui, ganqiao, hongjingshan, shigan, kushan, banksia, baishu, sanchi, renshen, and more. Wild ginseng seeds were hard to find, and they cost Su Xian quite a sum. However, cultivating wild ginseng was difficult even for experts, so he could only hope the jade pendant space was indeed magical enough to handle this. After paying in cash, Su Xian left the address of the villa and asked the gatekeeper to collect the purchase. Turning around, he then headed to the bank. From the bank, he withdrew 3 million yuan in cash as a reserve. Additionally, he opened a new account under another ID, intending to use it for stock trading. Opening accounts was a troublesome process, but fortunately, Su Xian was resourceful enough. By the time everything was settled smoothly, it was already afternoon. While once again feeling how convenient wealth made things, a faint trace of bitterness crept in. In the life he relived, he suffered greatly. A prodigy who had fallen from grace, he wasn't without feelings of loss and anger. But for survival, those negative emotions served no purpose and had to be discarded. Next, Su Xian visited snack stalls near the university town. Zhajiang Mian, Chao Ganzi, Xiaomai, Zha Gao, Guanchang, Tanger Duo, roasted lobster, grilled squid, Ba Gao, Liang Fun, Honggua Sui, Xingren Tofu, and many others. He bought several servings of each and included items such as sauce meats, Peking duck, and bao du. The large bag was stuffed multiple times. Having finished exploring the food street, Su Xian found a secluded spot, putting all the snacks in the space. Then, carrying the large bag, he headed to a bookstore. He wanted to buy some commonly used books about agriculture and livestock farming, appliance repair, pipeline systems, detailed maps, geological journals, medical knowledge, and other texts with comprehensive introductions to various plants, animals, fruits, vegetables, medicinal herbs, and seafood, as well as related classical Chinese literature. All this cost him a substantial amount of money. In the end, because of the excessive load, Su Xian decided to hail a taxi back to the villa. Fortunately, the villa complex area was sparsely populated, so any commotion wouldn't draw too much attention. There were more than 10 crates of canned seeds, plus countless books. It certainly gave Su Xian a tough workout. Su Xian understood his own physical condition. He used to get sick often and was by no means in peak health. Exhausted after a day of errands, Su Xian felt he could barely hold up. As things were gradually moved into the villa, Su Xian began to inspect this place he hadn't been back to for quite some time. The second chapter, Chapter 2. This side of the villa was where only he lived alone. His 3 elder brothers had long since grown up and moved out one by one. Large families are always fraught with conflicts and rumors. The eldest brother joined the military, the second brother became an official, the third brother engaged in commerce, and Su Xian himself also started a small company which brought him decent returns but still couldn't compare with his 3 elder brothers. The relationship among the brothers wasn't particularly good, but they looked after each other. At least, part of the reason why he managed to get along well in Shanghai was due to their help. After dismissing the gatekeeper and driver, Su Xian closed the main gate and stored everything on the ground into the space. These items directly entered the basement, then Su Xian went down to the basement and fetched several jars of seeds and planted tomatoes, eggplants, cucumbers, and potatoes near the stream-side soil. He didn't plant too much because he hadn't fully understood this space, so everything was just an experiment. Fortunately, under the shopkeeper's reminder, he bought shovels and watering cans and such, otherwise, he would have had no choice but to dig by hand. Afterward, Su Xian began arranging the space. There weren't many items from the villa that he could take away, but luckily, his previous collection was abundant. Antiques and the like would be left outside for Su Jin to take away, while the rest could all be collected into the space. Su Xian hadn't yet purchased a generator, so the electrical appliances could only remain outside temporarily. His own collection of books was substantial, though some were novels meant merely to pass the time, they were all treasured possessions of Su Xian's. Therefore, they were all gathered together with the books previously bought and placed in a newly opened room inside the bamboo building. There were plenty of clothes that were useful, which he also neatly organized and stored them in the wardrobe before placing them into the space. Some items were those he frequently used, Su Xian hadn't intended to discard them. All unopened new items at home were packed up, the rest he no longer planned to bring. Although the villa was sizable, there weren't too many items he actually used, but now that he had this space, Su Xian was unwilling to throw away objects that carried fond memories. It took filling 3 rooms completely full to finish tidying up. By the time dinner arrived, Su Jin was fashionably late. Su Xian was seated at the dining table, eating the grilled skewers he'd bought earlier. As he'd anticipated, the food was still warm, exactly as it was when he first bought it, and this discovery made Su Xian very pleased. Seeing him eat junk food, Su Jin frowned again. Before he could open his mouth, Su Xian asked, "How did it go?" Su Jin nodded and handed over the stuff. Several black cases were left by the door. It took a lot of time to convert everything into cash. Su Xian nodded, "Good work. Have you eaten?" Su Jin looked at him, "Not yet, I'll prepare something." Su Xian picked up on the meaning behind his words, sighed helplessly, and said, "Go ahead, just whip something up quickly." He often dealt with situations like this himself and had endured hardships before being reborn. It didn't bother him much, but Su Jin, who had followed him since childhood, clearly felt differently. Su Jin was essentially his full-time butler and bodyguard. Since Su Xian had always been delicate and sensitive as a child, he generally wouldn't allow any stranger to touch him aside from Su Jin. Feeling powerless, Su Xian's father had no choice but to let Su Jin stay by his son's side. 5 years Su Xian's senior, Su Jin was already 13 when he came to the Su family. Though not trained in the military, he underwent more rigorous private training than what soldiers usually receive. In fact, most members incorporated into the Su family were recruited this way. If it weren't for the stringent investigations above, keeping private troops wouldn't have been difficult. Thanks to Su Jin's efforts, the dinner consisted of fresh shrimp soup, beefsteak rice bowl, and after the meal, there was cheesecake and caramel pudding. All these were Su Xian's favorite foods, especially the steak. Thanks to the generous amount of specially made sauce, it appealed greatly to Su Xian. Though Su Jin's cooking skills were superb, only a few members of the Su family had the privilege to enjoy his dishes. Su Xian's parents died in a plane accident, leaving only the 4 brothers in the Su family. Despite numerous relatives trying to attach themselves, none of the brothers suffered any losses because of their powerful positions. Su Xian's 3 elder brothers treated him fairly well. But everyone was busy, so they rarely met. Additionally, given Su Xian's rather solitary nature, some large or small friction arose between them. Although differing stands caused certain disagreements, Su Xian remained firm about his stance on specific matters. Moreover, as all of them had grown up, growing distant was inevitable. So, eventually, only Su Jin stayed by his side, even though he had previously been sent away by Su Xian under another name. After having dinner, Su Xian used the new account to purchase stocks. He had deposited a significant amount of money in the bank, transferred it multiple times, and finally directed it to this new account. After all, with characteristics typical of a homebody, Su Xian had considerable expertise in computer operation. He could even be considered one of the top hackers, although this title didn't come entirely in the light. The massive funds were converted into stocks, and the soaring numbers provided him with some solace. On the other side, Su Jin finished washing the dishes and tidied up the room, then proceeded to knock on Su Xian's bedroom door. "The items in the storeroom." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Xian gave a firm nod. "I've already taken them all." Su Jin frowned slightly, unable to understand why Su Xian would take these daily necessities. Having been by Su Xian's side for years, he naturally noticed Su Xian's abnormal behavior. However, Su Xian paid no attention. "Come and sit." Su Jin was drawn to his bright eyes and without hesitation, walked over and sat next to him. Having grown accustomed to Su Jin's intense gaze, Su Xian didn't feel anything unusual. He pulled out a few printed A4 sheets, "Prepare things according to the contents here, purchase them and store them in warehouses in the suburbs. By the way, rent them by the year." Su Jin subconsciously took the sheets, scanned through them, and immediately frowned. A huge amount of dried goods, mushrooms, laver, longan, peanuts, tangerine peel, raisins. Dried fruits, vegetables, seasonings, coarse grains, drinks, medicinal diets, fruit preserves, etc. Various daily necessities including disposable tableware, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, detergent, soap, toothpaste, shower gel, etc. Apart from numerous disposable consumables, there were still many more. As Su Jin read further down, his expression grew increasingly serious. Why buy so many things? Su Xian replied calmly, naturally they will be useful. You contact the sellers, if possible order directly from the manufacturers, remember not to include production dates. Su Jin wanted to ask more but seeing the somewhat impatient look on Su Xian's face, he realized Su Xian didn't want him to continue asking. Su Xian, looking at his reaction, was very satisfied. His voice carried a hint of pleasure. For cotton clothes and quilts, contact the military factory. I remember there's a company in H province that produces space food, we've collaborated before. Order the compressed food from them, be careful while placing the orders, don't let anyone notice. Su Jin nodded, how long will it take? Su Xian thought for a moment, the sooner the better. After finishing this task, free up your time, come with me at the end of the month. Su Jin didn't ask why, just obediently nodded. Su Xian then reminded a few more times, it's best to use anonymous cards or cash, together with those antiques, it should be enough. Be careful when doing things, leave no traces. Su Jin understood what he meant. In recent years, the investigations above had become increasingly strict. Although Su Xian's company dealt in high-end products and fared relatively well, there were always people who tried to get their hands on profits. He disliked these practices, but didn't want to offend these small fry either, and ended up spending money each time to avoid trouble. Su Jin patted his shoulder in comfort-like manner as the two sat close together. Busy for an entire day, Su Xian was also completely exhausted and leaned against Su Jin directly. Since they had been close since childhood, Su Xian didn't think much of it. It was Su Jin whose body stiffened a little, but quickly calmed down, looking at his head with tender expressions, take care of your health, don't tire yourself. Su Xian hummed in agreement, softly saying, understood. Su Xian let Su Jin stay in the villa overnight, and the next day, he took those black boxes away. Before leaving, Su Xian gathered the remaining valuable items and handed them to Su Jin to exchange for cash. He wasn't worried that Su Jin would run off with the money, after all, if even Su Jin couldn't be trusted, he believed life wouldn't have any meaning. Moreover, Su Jin's skills were excellent, and he had received proper training, making him unlikely to encounter issues when handling these tasks. If he himself were to attempt it, it probably wouldn't work. Afterwards, Su Xian spent a whole week holed up in the villa. Besides experimenting with the land and the space, the basement, he conducted a few tests with the spring water. There were a few ornamental fish in the villa. Fortunately, as there were always people coming to clean, change the water, and feed the fish, otherwise these ornamental fish would have died long ago. Su Xian divided these fish into two groups, one group was released into the space, the other remained outside, though both were fed with spring water. After a week, the ornamental fish outside barely changed apart from eating less fish food. However, the ornamental fish inside the space had grown significantly. Recalling how the vegetables planted previously matured in a few days, Su Xian deduced that the time flow speed inside the space was likely faster than outside, while the bamboo building basement was excluded from time and remained in a completely stationary state. This greatly benefited Su Xian, who started searching online for various saplings and seeds of fruits, vegetables, trees, and herbs. Eventually, Su Xian even planned to target seed banks. He remembered the construction of a seed bank by the authorities not long ago. Though the Arctic also had such facilities, Su Xian personally thought he would never reach there. Although the space land was plentiful, planting everything was practically impossible, coupled with Su Xian being physically weak, so it could only start by buying back the seeds. After a week, the stocks in the new account had already been sold off significantly, and the money earned was close to tens of millions. Large-scale capital movement was a relatively dangerous thing, but he didn't have many options, everything that could be done had been done, and the rest could only rely on luck. Su Xian took away half of the funds, and the remaining were reinvested back into stocks. He also bought lottery tickets online and won quite a bit subsequently, though the biggest win had not come yet. It was then that Su Jin called, saying that things were almost ready. Because the supplies were directly ordered in bulk from manufacturers, it went smoothly for the most part, except for some delays on the side of food processing. Su Xian instructed him to transport everything to the suburb as per the original plan. The first batch of these items had a long shelf life, so there wouldn't be concerns about them expiring or rotting in the short term. However, other items with shorter shelf lives would need Su Xian's personal collection. Chapter 3. Compared to food, Su Xian paid more attention to post-processed materials such as instant foods, seasonings, pickled products, preserved vegetables, as well as toilet paper, candles, outdoor equipment, etc. In 3 to 5 days, Su Xian received the last batch of online orders. During this time, he wasn't idle either. Aside from earning money through stock trading, he basically spent his time farming in the space. The space had already been divided by him into several sections. One valley was reserved as a ranch, raising numerous poultry. On large plains and hillsides, he planted various trees and fruit trees. However, there weren't too many vegetable crops, and for grains, he planned to collect them from outside. The stream could be used for raising fish and shrimp, and Su Xian also dug a deep water pit to hold seawater for marine products. It took him considerable time and effort to dig this pit. Fortunately, the soil in the space was loose, and he managed to bring in small machinery, otherwise, it wouldn't be known when it would be finished. Of course, Su Xian did not forget the most important task. He began translating the book, with experts available for consultation online. The general meaning was now understood. This book, 9 Palaces Decree, was similar to a cultivation manual, but it set high requirements for practitioners. With Su Xian's preoccupied mind, it was hard for him to focus, so after hours, there wasn't much progress, eventually prompting him to stand up irritably and do something else. Since there was no flashy jade pendant this time, and he had Su Jin's protection around him, there wouldn't be any immediate danger temporarily. He decided to wait until next year's meteorite season before continuing. Though this mindset seemed somewhat like throwing in the towel, Su Xian was clear that continuing right now wouldn't yield significant gains either. Finally, Su Xian statistically recorded a list of needed items, planning to purchase additional mobile hard drives, CDs for storing required data. Su Jin continuously received messages from Su Xian, acting as if remotely controlled, starting to buy various items. Common medical supplies such as cold medicine, heatstroke relief medicine, camphor oil, cooling ointment, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, red medicine, band-aids, potassium permanganate, alcohol, gauze, tweezers, etc. Sturdy fences, building materials, all sorts of generators, solar panels, energy-saving lamps, emergency lights, power banks, etc. Various types of machinery, including machines capable of processing grains, making candies, cookies, ice, egg rolls, noodles, tofu, ham processing machines, etc. Because of the wide range, buying them took quite some effort. But with money, anything is possible. Within days, nearly all of what Su Xian asked for was gathered. As they were purchased directly from manufacturers, the prices were cheaper, plus due to bulk purchases, discounts were certain. With someone managing the company, he didn't need to worry too much, but Su Xian was not idle either. These days, besides earning money from stock trading, he was transferring funds and going out shopping. What he bought were things he and Su Jin needed, and on top of that, he prepared a lot of backup items. Clothes were selected for the highest comfort, along with some office supplies and hard drives needed for storing data, etc. Some smaller miscellaneous items hadn't come to his mind just yet, but when necessary, it would surely cause trouble. He entrusted candles and toilet paper to Su Jin, only purchasing numerous sewing kits, scissors, and other small tools himself. Additionally, he visited the wholesale market to buy a large amount of cloth and cotton, picking up a sewing machine along the way. And quite bizarrely, he even placed an order online for 10 sharpened long knives, alongside which he also bought tobacco, alcohol, sugar, tea, and all kinds of seeds. By late July, Su Jin returned with the last batch of supplies. This suburban warehouse area had already been emptied 3 times by Su Xian. Despite seeing the empty warehouses, Su Jin maintained an unperturbed expression as he commanded the workers to move the goods. Su Xian wasn't overly worried about the scale of their operations. For one, the suburban area had a large expanse with plenty of warehouses, so they easily blended in unnoticed. 2, the goods being transported were not critical controlled resources, and there was too much population movement within the region for anyone to thoroughly investigate. Additionally, Su Xian himself was careful and vigilant. He hadn't yet encountered any suspicious situations. With the workers dismissed, Su Jin handed over the accounts to Su Xian. Su Xian skimmed through them casually and noticed that the expenses were slightly less than expected. He understood that this was due to Su Jin's reliability in handling things efficiently and saving money. Someone else might have taken advantage of the situation to deplete his funds entirely. Seeing Su Xian's satisfied expression as he looked over the accounts, Su Jin felt pleased as well. But then he spoke up. Young master too called before. Su Xian frowned. What did he say? Su Jin explained, the amount of items we purchased is substantial, it would be hard to keep it hidden from them. Su Xian nodded. His call was probably just a warning. If anyone really comes to check, we can always attribute it to logistics transportation. Though Su Xian managed the sale of luxury goods, Su Jin wasn't merely assisting him, he also owned several logistics and transportation businesses. Otherwise, Su Xian wouldn't have been able to so effortlessly delegate tasks to him. Su Jin responded immediately. Su Xian glanced at his notebook. I'll take care of these supplies. How's the order from the north coming along? Su Jin replied, everything's ready, we're just waiting on the funds. Good work, Su Xian sighed softly, patting his shoulder. Over the years, this guy had grown quite a bit taller, towering above him now. Su Jin remained silent, gazing at Su Xian's pale and long hand resting on his shoulder. Su Xian didn't expect Su Jin to say anything more and opened the conversation, just wait outside for a moment. Saying this, Su Xian entered the warehouse directly while Su Jin stood rooted to the spot watching his back disappear. The warehouse was packed full of neatly stacked crates. With a wave of his hand, Su Xian took them all away. Previously, Su Xian had instructed Su Jin that the machines should be assembled by experts before packing. Although it raised the cost, it saved time and effort. Among the last batch of supplies were books and seeds, though the selection wasn't comprehensive, but Su Xian had done his best under the circumstances. After sealing the warehouse, Su Xian dismissed the warehouse guards and returned to the apartment with Su Jin. The villa had already been tidied up by him, everything needing to be copied had backup, and he even prepared a few laptops, essentially ensuring everything was complete. Back at the apartment, it was still Su Jin who cooked dinner. The two ate facing each other. Before this, Su Jin had been occupied with company matters, so their interactions had become infrequent. After their parents' incident, Su Xian became increasingly reclusive, starting to distance himself from others, including Su Jin. Although puzzled by Su Xian's drastic change, Su Jin didn't intend to ask. He only cared that this person was indeed Su Xian, the rest didn't matter. While eating, Su Jin's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at the screen before pressing the reject button. Su Xian arched an eyebrow at this. Was it that woman? He faintly knew that there was a woman pursuing Su Jin persistently, but Su Jin seemed uninterested. Upon hearing Su Xian's question, Su Jin looked up and asked directly, "Do you care?" Su Xian frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, "If she isn't good enough, you'd better hold off for now." At least Su Xian disapproved of Su Jin finding a partner at this critical juncture because great upheaval was coming. Su Jin stared at him for a long time, replying, "Rest assured, I won't involve any women." As soon as those words left Su Jin's mouth, Su Xian's eyes twitched, blurting out jokingly, "If you're not going after women, does that mean you want men instead?" Su Jin looked straight into his eyes, asking back, "Would that be a problem?" Su Xian choked a little, considering carefully, "It's not like it'd be a problem." Being a shut-in type, he spent most of his time online, fully aware of what Yuri fans liked, having a high tolerance for such preferences. Su Jin calmly said, "That settles it." At this point, Su Xian was unsure whether to console him or reprimand him. Eventually, he simply waved his hand dismissively, "Just weigh your options carefully. By the way, if you're not busy, follow me out. It's inconvenient for me to go alone since no one's around." Originally, he wanted Su Jin to manage the company, but he decided against wasting time anymore. Su Jin nodded without hesitation, "Leave it to Shuelei. I'll go with you." Su Jin knew all too well about Su Xian's tendencies to stay indoors, the latter seldom ventured out all year. Despite nearly a month's worth of activity, Su Xian wasn't finished yet, but Su Jin didn't mind these trivial details as long as it meant spending more time together. Su Xian nodded, "Leave the rest to him to handle. Only one thing, tell him not to chase cheap bargains out of greed for profit. We don't need to use these items immediately, 2 or 3 months to prepare slowly will suffice, and we can keep them in the suburban warehouse." Su Jin raised his eyes to look at him, "Where do we store the original stock?" Su Xian waved his hand, "Don't worry about that, I'll handle it." Su Jin nodded accordingly. Understood. He rarely questioned Su Xian's decisions, even when large sums of money were spent without any apparent return, not to mention the previous supplies that had also utilized quite a few of his informants. But as long as it didn't endanger Su Xian's personal safety, he would follow through. Chapter 4. Since August, the temperature started to rise. Although such abnormal heat was also experienced in previous years, it was still difficult for those traveling outdoors to adapt. Because the seed bank in Shanghai couldn't be touched, Su Xian hacked into it and checked the data, tallying the species he roughly needed, and began traveling around domestically. Though there was plenty of time, it wasn't possible to leisure like on a vacation. The SUV they drove had a fairly large space, but obviously it couldn't satisfy Su Xian's shopping desires. At each destination, apart from buying seeds and saplings, there were also local specialty delicacies and produce, which were relatively cheap. Whenever something pleased him, Su Xian bought them in bulk as if money were no object. They also purchased some grains, including coarse cereals. Besides, they bought fish, shrimp, raw meat, and a wide variety of seafood. All these things, despite the warehouse cover, couldn't possibly escape Su Jin's notice. Su Xian didn't plan to hide it from him since even while doing so, he would subconsciously protect himself. However, when Su Jin saw Su Xian buy countless biscuits, candies, chocolates, and various kinds of ice cream from the wholesale market, a disapproving look appeared on his face. "You're not in good health, it's best you eat less of this." Rarely did Su Jin speak such words of instruction, but Su Xian gave him a considerate nod. He just smiled mysteriously, "Don't worry, this is my stockpile for several years, it won't run out easily." After these days, Su Jin seemed to understand what Su Xian had been up to these days. He even had a vague guess. Coupled with the earlier sensational events and Su Xian's hints, he wouldn't have been unclear. But regarding this possibility, Su Jin was still rather skeptical. Nonetheless, seeing how happy Su Xian was, he didn't want to dampen his spirits. At worst, if the company goes bankrupt, he could lead Su Xian to find another way. On the road, Su Jin reminded him of many outdoor items he needed to prepare. Besides making a note on his notebook, Su Xian also began to weigh whether to bring Su Jin into the space. Frankly speaking, even though only a few truckloads of supplies were bought from each place, after 2 months, the total was staggering enough to sustain both him and Su Jin for quite a long time. But Su Xian, who had undergone such massive changes, still found it hard to restrain himself. He consoled himself with the idea that it was better to be prepared. After finishing their rounds in the south, the two turned towards the north. The coal briquettes and grains that had been ordered beforehand were already stored. Due to excellent timing, they were much cheaper compared to winter procurement prices. By this time, the temperature had begun to drop slightly, though it wasn't obvious, it was still unusual compared to previous years. In northeast China, Su Xian decided to reveal the secret of the space to Su Jin. In recent times, he hadn't hidden anything from Su Jin, even though he didn't explicitly state it. Su Jin had been helping him keep everything under wraps. Subsequently, they checked into a hotel suite. Upon entering, Su Xian immediately said, "Check if there are any issues." Su Jin understood his meaning and began checking everywhere, ensuring there were no cameras or surveillance. Confirming everything was clear, he nodded at Su Xian. Su Xian then grabbed him instantly before Su Jin could react, and the two disappeared from the room. Su Jin only felt his vision blur momentarily as they arrived at another place. Despite being calm by nature, a hint of chaos still appeared in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself when Su Xian started leading him around. These fruit trees are all brought in from the outside, the time flows faster here, and basically, they bear fruit every week. This side is the livestock area. I've planted lots of grasses, plus the grain you purchase from the outside, feeding them shouldn't be a problem. Su Jin looked at the few cows, remembering when Su Xian first mentioned buying them, thinking Su Xian's mind had malfunctioned. Yet seeing the twisted fence Su Xian had made, Su Jin couldn't help but step forward and do it himself. When he had redone the fence properly, Su Xian was sitting nearby staring at him, with an expression filled with attachment that struck deep into Su Jin's heart, causing him to hear the loud thumping of his own heart. "Haven't you anything you'd like to ask me?" Su Xian's voice rang in his ears. Su Jin kept his gaze fixed on him, asking, "Is this, the space?" Being constantly influenced by Su Xian, Su Jin also knew some popular terms on the internet and wasn't unfamiliar with this one occasionally mentioned by Su Xian, although usually he took it as a joke. Su Xian nodded and led him to the basement. At a glance, the impressive amount of supplies here seemed rather sparse. "This place is in a static state, items stored here won't expire." Su Jin said, "That's why you proposed not to print production dates on them." Su Xian smiled, took 2 boxed meals and left with him. "Exactly, any thoughts?" Su Jin silently accepted the thing from his hands. "Why stockpile so much stuff?" Su Xian led him into the bamboo building, and the two sat down in the hall. After a while, Su Xian spoke up, "We'll be using it soon." Su Jin thought for a moment, "Do you believe in what's circulating online?" Other than the recent popular end-of-the-world theory, he couldn't find a better explanation. But these kinds of rumors arose every once in a while, and in the end, only merchants profited. So Su Jin didn't think it was credible. Su Xian understood his undertone, but this matter couldn't be explained too clearly, so he said, "It's better to be prepared. If the apocalypse doesn't come, we can sell them again." Hearing his insistence, Su Jin didn't continue to dissuade him. "I still have some savings." Su Xian looked at him, "Keep it for now. My stocks have risen significantly, and I won't need it for the time being." Although earning money from the stock market was troublesome, to avoid being noticed, he preferred the extra effort. Gasoline and grains weren't easy to get, and Su Xian didn't have that much money either, so he stopped after spending tens of millions. Coal would also be useful later, so he had ordered quite a few coal briquettes, which were very convenient to use outdoors. Regarding Su Xian's hoarding behavior, Su Jin not only didn't oppose it but quietly helped out. After several months, the amount of money they had diminished significantly, the accumulated items piled up like mountains, and the between the two evidently increased as well. To be more precise, Su Jin conquered Su Xian with his superb cooking skills. After getting the space legitimized, the two spent more time inside. Moreover, due to the different flow of time, there was no need to worry about the outside world. Su Xian had prepared everything he needed. Loving seafood as he did, he bought countless seafood products. Even crazier, he introduced seawater and dug up plenty of creatures from the sea. Thankfully, the space was vast, and with the nourishment of natural spring water, crabs and lobsters grew to decent sizes. Every time Su Jin made a big plate of food, Su Xian never ate enough and kept craving for more. Besides all sorts of seafood, the various pre-treated meats Su Jin cooked were excellent ingredients, complemented by vegetables grown in the space, making the taste extraordinary. Su Jin's goal was to ensure Su Xian wouldn't resort to eating junk food. Although Su Xian bought lots of instant noodles, hamburgers, and fried chicken, in Su Jin's view, those foods did absolutely no good for Su Xian's health, and he wanted to throw them all away. However, Su Xian clearly wasn't on the same wavelength as Su Jin. Right now, he was happily studying the new burger machine and ice cream machine he had purchased. Leaving northeast China, the two wandered around nearby countries, gathering a circle of island countries' seafood and fruits, local pastries, and snacks. Watching the already fully stocked space, Su Xian finally felt satisfied and temporarily ceased his spree. The spring festival was approaching, and he needed to go back for a bit. Although his brothers rarely met once a year, if he didn't show up during this time, it wouldn't be good. Chapter 5. Once again opening his eyes, Su Xian sighed again. Su Jin staring at him said, "Put it aside for now, try another method." Su Xian looked at the booklets in front of him. After returning to Metropolis, he began to have plenty of time with Su Jin to study this manual together. The 9 Palace Manual didn't have much content, but it was extremely profound. To date, Su Xian hadn't been able to grasp even a small part of it. He even started to doubt whether this thing was actually useful, or perhaps the current Earth environment was no longer suitable for cultivation. At the beginning when learning about this manual, Su Jin didn't agree with Su Xian continuing to explore it. He even had the idea to try it himself first, but even with Su Jin's considerable insight, there was nothing gained. The book said to cultivate qi, but Su Xian could flip it back and forth without figuring out how to cultivate this internal force. Moreover, Su Xian's poor physical condition was evident, and even with Su Jin's physique, without long-term accumulation, it was hard to achieve success. Su Xian's dream of instant success was impossible. Even though drinking the spring water always made him feel full of strength each time, apparently, this strength couldn't be absorbed by his body and would quickly dissipate. Studying the manual had to be put on hold, and Su Xian continued to focus on making and spending money. Before the new year, his older brother Su Yi finally called back. Second brother Su Yan had work inspections and would return after the new year. Third brother Su Hao said he would bring his girlfriend back, which caused a shock throughout the Su family. After all, in these past few years, none of the 4 brothers had any good news. Su Hao was often out doing business and had his fair share of women for casual flings. He frequently visited exclusive clubs and was without a doubt a womanizing expert. However, this time, when he said he would bring a girlfriend home, it clearly indicated that the prodigal son had returned to the fold. Su Xian held an observing attitude towards this matter, appearing cold on the surface. But Su Jin, who knew him well, realized that he detested the situation. Su Hao's girlfriend was named Wu Mingli, a university student who hadn't graduated yet. During her school years, she often earned extra money to support herself. Her parents had divorced, so Wu Mingli lived with her grandparents. Enamored with luxury goods, the allowance from her parents couldn't cover her expenses. Thus, she worked as a freelance model and took private jobs. With her stunning looks and fiery figure, she frequently went to exclusive clubs and eventually met Su Hao there. For generations, the Su family were poor farmers, only becoming wealthy in recent times. Without the accomplishments of their children, it would have been impossible to establish themselves firmly in the metropolis. Wu Mingli wasn't just materialistic but also overly self-assured. Su Xian still remembered how, before the incident during his previous life, it was her constant scheming and meddling that caused chaos. She acted as if she were the mistress of the Su household, even causing Su Jin to be infected by zombies. Worse, she stole his family heirloom jade pendant. When thinking about this, Su Xian felt deeply perplexed. He himself didn't even know about the space stored within the jade pendant, yet Wu Mingli was so sure about it that she used all means to force him to hand over the space. However, even after Su Xian handed over the jade pendant to her, she couldn't use it. Neither Wu Mingli nor Su Hao could activate the space, and in the end, they had to give up. As an ardent otaku, Su Xian initially didn't believe that the jade pendant contained a space either. Yet with a mindset of better safe than sorry, he experimented with it. To his surprise, he successfully opened the space. This brought about another question: since the jade pendant was the Su family's heirloom, why couldn't his several older brothers open it? Su Xian vividly recalled that, before his rebirth, they had conducted experiments using his blood, and logically, the space should have been activated back then. But why did no one notice the existence of the space? With a second chance at life, Su Xian's emotions were complex. Facing Su Hao whom he hadn't seen in a long time, Su Xian had many thoughts. In the beginning, without him, Su Hao was the youngest child in the family, receiving immense attention and affection. However, his birth shattered all of that. Looking at his younger brother treated like a treasure by their parents, Su Xian could understand what he might have thought. Still, at the end of the day, Su Xian felt more calm than hatred towards his 3 elder brothers. After all, hating someone was too painful, and he lacked the energy for it. Moreover, upon reflection, had it not been for the sudden disaster, perhaps they would still have been a peaceful cohabiting family. At least in Su Xian's view, prior to that, they had not wronged him. Even regarding inheritance, they had given him a generous share, although the money meant little to them. Su Xian and Su Jin tidied up the villa and apartments, then made a trip to the company, which also had plenty of matters to handle before the new year. Su Xian gave some instructions and reviewed the company accounts. Su Jin's text message came at noon, informing him that the supplies had been stored. So after leaving the company, Su Xian headed to the suburbs for delivery. Most of the items delivered this time were vacuum-packed foods, cured sausages, preserved meats, pickled vegetables, tofu products, ready-to-eat dishes, soft canned goods. They had ordered quite a substantial quantity, and Su Xian was busy until late afternoon. Eventually, Su Jin drove over to pick him up, preventing him from having to take a taxi back into town. The eldest master called, asking us to go over to his place, Su Jin reported while driving. Su Xian nodded. This was routine. Every year, they spent the new year at the eldest brother's villa, as it was close to the city center and lively. Are the gifts ready? Su Xian referred to the New Year presents, which his eldest brother's house didn't lack, but Su Xian preferred not to be a freeloader and thus always gifted something valuable each year. Since Su Yi was still unmarried, high-end cigarettes and liquor were suitable gifts, which could be passed on to others if he didn't need them. Of course, wines worth millions of yuan were beyond Su Xian's budget. The city buzzed with festive cheer during the New Year season, and Su Xian kept looking outside. After the great upheaval, most of these cities had become desolate wastelands, empty ghost towns with no sign of life. Su Jin didn't entirely believe the theory about the apocalypse, and Su Xian wasn't entirely convinced either. His own comfortable lifestyle, with food and clothing needs easily met, made him reluctant to face the turmoil of potential catastrophes. There was a lively atmosphere in Su Ye's villa, though with the absence of the second brother Su Yan, it felt a bit strange due to the new guest. As soon as Su Xian entered the door, he saw Wu Mingli sitting in the living room with a flamboyant smile. She immediately greeted him warmly. "Oh, it's the youngest brother. Your third brother was still wondering why you're so late." Su Xian gave her a fleeting glance and turned to greet Su Yi instead. "Big brother." Su Yi walked over, patted his shoulder, and examined him closely. "Are you thinner again?" Su Xian shook his head with a smile. "Not at all. I weighed myself yesterday and found I'd gained weight." Su Yi looked at him seriously. "So you've stopped being a shut-in? Maybe you should become a homeless person next. And drag Su Jin along with you." Su Xian knew that Su Yi had been concerned about his younger brother's recent strange behavior. Since the boy was always sensitive and introspective, there wasn't much Su Yi could say without upsetting him. Su Xian nodded. "Getting out improves my mood. After the new year, I plan to travel abroad." Hearing this, Su Yi frowned. "It's good that you have Su Jin for company, but aren't you just leaving the company unattended?" He then glanced at Su Jin, who remained calm. "Shui Lei is watching over the company, nothing to worry about." Su Yi understood Su Jin's loyalty to Su Xian. Considering how Su Xian used to isolate himself, now that he'd come to his senses, Su Yi didn't feel the need to block his plans unnecessarily. "Well, fine, but remember that it's different abroad than at home, be cautious." Su Xian beamed with joy. "Don't worry, big brother. Su Jin will be with me." Su Yi sighed helplessly. "With him around, you'll only feel even more invincible." Although Su Yi was somewhat worried, he trusted Su Jin's reliability and excellent martial skills. With him protecting the fourth brother, Su Yi felt things wouldn't go awry. Chapter 6. At that moment, Su Hao entered, noticing the two brothers chatting while neglecting his girlfriend. His expression flickered with annoyance before smoothing out. He strode over to Su Xian and slapped him hard on the back. "Still have the guts to show your face? How dare you be so late?" The unexpected force almost made Su Xian stumble, but Su Jin quickly steadied him. Unperturbed, Su Xian grinned. "Can't compare to you, third brother, who has plenty of matters to take care of. By the way, why did you bring someone extra back?" Seeing Su Xian's half-smirking face, Su Hao grew irritated. "How do you talk like that? She's your future sister-in-law. Didn't you even greet her upon entering?" Su Xian nodded straightforwardly. "I thought she was some random girl you picked up from a club and was considering whether to report you to Big Brother for inappropriate conduct." Hearing this, Su Hao lost all traces of humor. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Though Su Xian's comment was moderate in volume, the few people present couldn't help but overhear it. Su Hao glanced at Wu Mingli, whose eyes glistened with impending tears, and inwardly cursed Su Xian's audacity. Su Xian, however, showed no fear. Ever since childhood, he was like a little tyrant, doted on by their parents, and he didn't find anything wrong with what he said either. "Third brother, don't get angry. Ask Big Brother and Uncle Su about my reasoning. These words might be hard for others to say, so I'll step in and voice them for you. There are plenty of beautiful women, yet after countless choices, you picked one nobody else wanted and brought her home." Su Hao's face flushed bright red, fists clenched tightly, wanting desperately to throw a punch. By this point, Wu Mingli couldn't suppress her rage any longer. Her body trembled furiously as she bit her lips hard, nails digging deep into her palms, restraining herself from cursing out loud. Su Yi sighed heavily and reprimanded Su Xian softly. "It's the spring festival, give your third brother some respect." Then he turned to Su Hao and added, "He's still young and impulsive, don't hold it against him." But indeed, though we tease, what little Four said does make sense. These words offered no comfort to Wu Mingli, ignoring her presence across from them entirely. Staring in disbelief at Su Yi, Su Hao exclaimed, "Big brother. Are you unclear-headed too? Do you really think bringing my girlfriend here is fair game for being criticized and insulted?" Su Yi scowled. "Third brother, we're family, maintain propriety." But Su Hao pulled away sharply, raising his voice several decibels. "What propriety? Since childhood, I've always given in to him. Even after our parents passed, I never neglected him. Now during the new year, when my girlfriend gets no respect, what is this supposed to be?" Although Su Hao wanted to discipline this kid, Su Jin was standing firmly guard, while their big brother loomed with warning glances nearby. Seething with anger, Su Hao stormed off, dragging Wu Mingli out and slamming the door behind them. Upon seeing this turn of events, Su Yi frowned slightly, dissatisfied. However, Su Xian showed no trace of remorse, lounging comfortably on the sofa. Looking up at Su Yi, he asked frankly, "Big brother, do you think I was wrong?" Gazing into Su Xian's crystal-clear eyes, something within Su Yi stirred deeply. Stepping closer, he tousled his younger brother's hair gently. Little Four wasn't wrong. However, your third brother is too proud. In the future, don't be so direct. Spare him some face. Su Xian nodded and then pouted, pretending to be unhappy. I just don't think that woman is suitable for third brother. Su Yi hummed, don't worry. If Little Four doesn't like her, neither will Big Brother. It's just a phase for your third brother, he'll get over it soon. As for Su Hao bringing his girlfriend home, Su Yi thought it was originally a good thing, but unfortunately, this young man had been too frivolous and hadn't chosen someone who could settle down for family life. However, the younger brothers were growing up year by year, and indeed it was time to consider such matters seriously. Apparently, when the second son came back in a few days, he needed to have a thorough talk with him. Temporarily putting aside the matter of the third son, after all, he wasn't a kid anymore, and there were people keeping an eye on him, so even if he went out, nothing bad would happen. It was actually Little Four that worried Su Yi. Has Little Four taken a liking to any girl? Looking into Su Ye's concerned eyes, Su Xian felt a warm affection but still shook his head. I'm still young, I don't need to rush finding one. Seeing his expression, Su Yi realized that Su Xian didn't want to talk about it, so they shifted to other topics. Fortunately, Su Hao had some restraint. Though he didn't come home all night, he still called Su Yi. Since Su Yan and Su Hao weren't present, only Su Yi and Su Xian remained at the villa, along with Su Jin and Uncle Su. All other staff working at the villa had already been given their holidays, leaving the entire estate unusually quiet. Su Yi had been in the military since childhood, so he wasn't overly troubled by this. Anyway, once Su Yan returned after a few days, Su Hao would definitely come back as well, and the family would be reunited. Even during the festive season, the Su household hadn't had much peace, but a lavish feast did give Su Xian immense enjoyment. On the third day of the new year, Su Yan came back from outside. Upon learning that Su Hao wasn't home, he made an unsatisfied phone call demanding his return. By this point, Su Xian had already gone to the company with Su Jin. When Su Hao returned and found Su Xian absent, he let out a sigh of relief. Su Yan looked at his reaction and immediately understood what he was thinking, which irked him. If Little Four was here, wouldn't you have dared not to show up? Su Hao, who feared his second brother the most, grinned sheepishly. This brat always talks in a way that gets under my skin. Seeing him just frustrates me. At this moment, Su Yi walked into the study. Good medicine tastes bitter, and faithful advice may be hard to take. Do you think Little Four said something wrong? Su Hao felt somewhat displeased. Even if it was right, he shouldn't have been so rude about it. Su Yan looked at him. You're a director of the company, how can you still act on pure emotion like this? Su Hao couldn't believe what he was hearing. Why is everything I say wrong? You two keep favoring him. That traitor to the clan. Su Hao. How dare you speak of your younger brother this way? Su Yi glared furiously. Su Hao stubbornly stood his ground. He isn't part of the Su family, I don't see why I should be polite to him. Su Yan's face grew solemn, lost in thought. Who told you this? Su Hao glanced at Su Yi before shouting loudly, because I just know. Su Yi sighed helplessly. Would you really believe hearsay from outsiders? The two exchanged glances, each lost in their thoughts. With his emotions heightened, Su Hao wasn't paying much attention. He's simply not mom and dad's child. The white jade pendant he wears is evidence. That jade. Enough. Su Yan shouted loudly, cutting him off. The more you say, the more unacceptable it becomes. As an elder brother, shouldn't you resolve conflicts instead of being so unforgiving? A grown man lacking even basic tolerance. Never let me hear you talking about Little Four like this again, and cut off your contact with that woman. If I find out you're playing tricks behind my back, both me and your older brother will deal with you. After Su Yan gave Su Hao a proper scolding, he left the study looking deflated. Left alone in the study, Su Yi and Su Yan were both serious, even showing signs of tension. Su Yi, unable to suppress his curiosity, spoke first. Who could have told Little Three this? Investigate thoroughly. Su Yan shook his head, his expression relatively calm. Little Four has grown up now, there's no reason to hide things from him forever. Besides, everyone in the Su family shares the same bloodline, we are still brothers through any twists. Su Yi, who knew Su Xian better, frowned. It's not that simple. Little Four has been sensitive since childhood, if he finds out, he'll probably overthink it. Su Yan bluntly threw away the golden pen in his hand, annoyed. Then we won't let him know. Stopping Little Three's mouth should be enough. The whole holiday passed unenthusiastically. Su Xian only called Su Yan once and didn't show up afterward. At the end of the day, it wasn't Su Xian's fault either. Su Yan merely gave him a slight reprimand. He'd seen that woman's profile before and was naturally not pleased with Su Hao bringing such an unsuitable woman home, so it was unsurprising that Little Four showed disdain towards him. Actually, in the eyes of Su Yan and Su Yi, these two younger brothers hadn't gotten along well since childhood, and they had grown used to it, not finding it strange. Still, Su Yan had a sigh in his heart. Though experienced in the business world, Su Hao clearly lacked leadership qualities. If it weren't for the strategists backing him and them acting as support, the vast wealth would eventually be squandered. Chapter 7. After the first month of the lunar year, Su Xian and Su Jin went abroad again, this time to a more distant country. Taking into account the proceeds from previous antique auctions, stocks, lottery wins, and private bank loans, Su Xian planned to exchange all these funds for weapons and food supplies. Purchasing grains was relatively straightforward, but bulk quantities of firearms and ammunition required certain connections, basically, either through the black market or intermediaries. Of course, they still needed to be discreet about it. Weapons control in foreign countries wasn't as stringent as in their home country. Here, money could buy almost anything. Fortunately, Su Jin had the necessary contacts. They just handed over the procurement list along with part of the deposit, and the rest was taken care of. If it were only Su Xian alone, not only would they refuse to work with him, they might even rob him outright, or worse, kill him and eliminate any evidence. Su Xian knew that his physical condition was subpar, feeling indignant under their scornful gazes and vowing silently to seriously practice the secret manual. Since the purchase was done in batches, the total amount was not excessively alarming. Su Xian ordered fewer varieties of guns but primarily focused on destructive bombs, buying them in large quantities. With massive amounts of cash spent, they acquired crates of firearms and ammunition, various tools and medicines, as well as vast quantities of food. Back in their home country, Su Xian had only managed to gather some food supplies sporadically. Besides purchasing tens of millions worth of grain in the north, he hadn't bought much else. The domestic food safety issues were concerning, especially considering genetically modified seeds, so he had always been wary of those supplies. In many other countries, the issue of food security was given significant attention, providing better assurance. Su Xian took the opportunity to stock up on plenty of grain in Country A, ensuring enough for the Su family to eat for decades. Moreover, there were items available overseas that were either unavailable or not as good domestically. Seizing the opportunity, both Su Xian and Su Jin equipped themselves generously with things like military supplies, boots, tents, sleeping bags, canteens, firestones, compasses, binoculars, first aid kits, Swiss Army knives, radios, foldable stoves, bulletproof vests, and various military rations. During the months traveling around different countries, Su Xian also collected a variety of local specialties. Though mindful of the budget, he didn't buy too much. By this point, the space within the jade pendant was abundantly stocked. By the end of May, the luxury yacht and 2 high-ground clearance armored vehicles ordered by Su Xian had already arrived at the warehouse. Since it was just the down payment and the company guaranteed it, they didn't spend too much. When the apocalypse arrived in July, repayment wouldn't be an issue. Perhaps with everything prepared, Su Xian felt more confident and managed to focus on cultivating the 9 palace techniques. However, aside from noticing a slight improvement in his mental strength, there weren't any other significant changes. Out of frustration, Su Xian joined Su Jin in daily physical training and shooting practice. Su Jin pitted his efforts and made sure to cook nutritious meals for him regularly while carefully supervising his health, supplementing it with nourishing products. As July 7th drew closer, Su Xian carefully annotated several major ports on the national map. The reason for purchasing the yacht was clear. Once the meteor season came, the world would undergo drastic changes. Time was short, and collecting supplies in large quantities would have to rely heavily on transportation channels, particularly water transport. He didn't hide this plan from Su Jin. Although Su Jin found it amusingly illogical at times, with food prices rising continuously, markets fluctuating severely, and social instability growing evident, Su Jin sensed something unusual was brewing. When Su Yan called to remind him to store necessary supplies, Su Xian immediately agreed without hesitation. However, he couldn't openly buy in bulk. He symbolically purchased some grain and leaned towards online processed food products, which people would struggle to produce once survival becomes paramount. Being a lover of sweets, cold drinks, and snacks, Su Xian also placed orders for a substantial number of flavoring agents and ingredients needed for making desserts such as gelatin powder, white sugar, peanut butter, milk pudding powder, taro powder, matcha powder, mango puree, and plant-based cream, among others. At this critical moment, only Su Xian seemed capable of focusing on trivialities like this. Su Jin was equally busy. Occasionally, he would check in on the logistics company. Despite the superficial calm maintained by the upper echelons, underlying chaos was evident. To prevent widespread awareness of these anomalies, the systems had to keep functioning routinely. This was an order from above. Su Xian's company, of course, couldn't close down. He still owed a fair amount of debt. However, he had a rather carefree attitude, taking time to research dessert recipes amidst it all and occasionally going out to purchase various types of food. Besides the company, Su Jin was also busy consolidating power and supplies. His sources of information were more extensive than Su Xian's. If before they were merely playing around, this time they were serious. Not long ago, the supplies Su Jin ordered overseas had gradually all been stored in Su Xian's jade pendant space. There were at least 10 large shipping containers worth of various materials. Because the timing wasn't good, with prices rising, quite a bit more money was spent. During these days, he also made contact with several familiar veterans. Although Su Jin hadn't officially served, he was no stranger to the military. He exuded a certain bloody aura and was an intensely masculine hard man with a good personality, so over time he made a few brothers among the ranks. This time, he contacted those who were particularly close. Due to Su Xian's reasons, he had already started screening the people around him. Many in the company were recruited by him, mostly discharged soldiers but some directly from society. Human hearts are complex. To ensure Su Xian's safety, anyone deemed as unstable factors by Su Jin was removed from his vicinity through various means. Su Xian carefully explained to Su Jin everything he had experienced, including the specific date of the disaster outbreak, which coincided precisely with what their higher-ups predicted. Su Jin had no choice but to believe it, especially since it was Su Xian's request, and he didn't want to disappoint him. According to Su Xian's plan, they would travel by boat then. To be honest, if there really was a major disaster, Su Jin alone could hardly guarantee Su Xian's absolute safety. Nevertheless, he didn't oppose Su Xian's decision. After thoroughly discussing the circumstances of the great calamity with Su Xian, Su Jin believed that he still had the capability to address this hidden danger. Aside from those retained internally within the company, Su Jin also brought in a few more people. With them on board, protecting Su Xian should not pose a problem. Although if he requested resources from Su Yi, personnel and equipment might have been more complete, Su Jin chose not to do so. He clearly understood Su Xian's personality. Knowing well about the upcoming catastrophe, Su Xian did not harbor any thoughts of returning to Malud to live with them. Su Xian would certainly refuse the idea of being protected by Su Ye's subordinates because he only trusted himself. This was Su Jin's determination, and also the unique tacit understanding between him and Su Xian. In early July, the temperature under the sun dropped by more than 5 degrees compared to previous years, even worse in the south where some regions suffered from frost damage. On the 6th day, Su Xian, Su Jin, and others like Shuelei boarded the yacht. They would set sail from here, passing through a few important large ports along the way, eventually landing at the southernmost national boundary line. The reason for doing this was not only to collect supplies but also due to those meteorites falling from the sky. In Su Xian's fragmented memories, those meteorites seemed to contain tremendous energy, instantly destroying everything within range when they landed in cities, and bringing unforeseen changes to plants, animals, and humans alike. The survivors of that great disaster saw significant improvements in both physical skills and mental strength, especially those who had come into close contact with the meteorites. Though not described with dazzling special abilities as depicted in post-apocalyptic novels, it was undeniable that humanity's overall quality had greatly improved. Meteorites that landed on land were something even Su Xian wouldn't dare risk confronting head-on, and he couldn't remember exactly where they would fall. Conversely, the vast ocean provided a better chance. His gradually growing proficiency in utilizing the jade pendant space, coupled with enhanced mental strength from cultivating the secret manual, allowed him to manipulate objects from afar. Combined with the buffering effect of seawater, retrieving meteorites was not entirely impossible. Intuitively, Su Xian felt that these things should prove useful. Chapter 8. The one thing Su Xian could confirm was that the coastline where they currently resided hadn't been attacked by meteorites. After all, during the calm period following the Great Disaster, this place became a new and famous port. To ensure absolute safety, after discussion with Su Jin, Su Xian decided to dock the yacht in the harbor. Including the accompanying Shuelei, Xiao Wu, and others, there were a total of 6 people. Originally, Su Jin hired more bodyguards than just these few. However, some declined his invitation, as they too had noticed signs of unease. Plainly speaking, those who stayed were without major concerns. Moreover, since this trip was for gathering supplies, having too many followers would have been counterproductive. Su Jin also kept some men back on land. Businesses like the company still needed someone to look after things. Although Malo wasn't the worst hit area, they could still try to preserve some remnants. Among the few people who boarded the yacht, Su Xian didn't know most of them very well, and of course, they knew even less about him. After all, he appeared as if he were a rich young master with an entirely different aura. Perhaps it was due to his newfound confidence bolstered by the cultivation manual that had somewhat transformed his previously introverted tendencies. On the day before departure when supplies were being loaded onto the ship, Su Xian did not merely stand idly by, he also pitched in, earning some goodwill from everyone present. Of these 4 individuals, the one Su Xian was most familiar with was Shuelei. He had been following Su Jin for a long time and served as Su Jin's right-hand man, playing a major role in steering Su Xian's company. They could be considered good brothers for many years. Regarding Su Jin's constant attentiveness to Su Xian, Shuelei had quite a bit of resentment towards this situation, but it was none of his business to meddle. Shuelei understood Su Jin's circumstances. After all, the Su family had done him a favor, and attending to the young master was akin to accompanying the crown prince in studies. Moreover, even part of the inheritance was given to him. Despite lacking overt enthusiasm towards Su Xian, Shuelei refrained from mocking or belittling him. Should he dare do so, Su Jin would certainly not let him off easily. Over the past days, Su Jin had been busy consolidating resources, and he hadn't kept it a secret from Shuelei, who was also aware of this. However, Shuelei had no knowledge of Su Xian's jade pendant space at all. The interior space of the yacht was rather generous. Not only were there plenty of food supplies, but also large amounts of guns and medicines. Although the group noticed these preparations, they remained composed and did not ask questions spontaneously. Shui Lei had a rough idea of how much property Su Jin owned, but he didn't know the value of what Su Xian possessed. As the youngest child of the Su family, Su Xian had always been pampered since childhood, accumulating considerable real estate and shares under his name. Coupled with his skillful stock trading, mostly gaining and rarely losing thanks to insider information, the fortune he amassed was quite substantial. Including the proceeds from the auction of antiques and jewelry, except for the pieces left as mementos of his parents, the rest fetched over tens of billions. In addition, a vast sum of capital was invested in the stock market, including the mortgage loan of the company. Together with Su Jin's assets, the combined wealth reached astronomical figures. Though most of the money was spent overseas, purchasing firearms alone took up a significant portion, the remaining supplies purchased were still an impressive amount. Based on his estimation of the goods acquired through Su Jin's assets, Shui Lei figured it wasn't a small number. In case chaos broke out, these supplies would become their bargaining chips. Yet managing such a large quantity of supplies in terms of transportation and storage was indeed troublesome, leaving him temporarily without a better plan. Upon seeing Su Xian enter the room to rest, Shui Lei swiftly pulled Su Jin into the bedroom. Although the yacht wasn't tiny, it wasn't possible to give each person their own room. Shui Lei, too, shared quarters, conveniently at a time when another person went out on patrol and wasn't present. What's going on? Su Jin looked at him curiously, as though preparing for an earnest discussion. What? What are you doing? Didn't the higher-ups say it would happen within the next few days? And you're letting him have a leisurely sea voyage on a whim? Are you crazy or is he? Shui Lei barraged him with questions that had accumulated in his mind for several days, disrupting his sleep at night. Though sharing hardship with a close brother might bring camaraderie, it wasn't necessarily wise to form a death squad together. Amused, Su Jin replied, relax. This sea area is quite safe, it's the land that's more perilous. Shui Lei scrutinized him closely, how do you know that? Su Jin stayed silent. Judging by his expression, Shui Lei deduced that it was probably for the sake of his beloved, and thus abandoned further pursuit of the matter. Alright, we won't talk about that. But what about those supplies? If something serious happens, we'll need some backup to start over. Even if they couldn't die, there weren't supply stations out at sea. The things they carried wouldn't last more than 2 months. Then they'd just be waiting for death. Moreover, with so many supplies left on shore, it worried Shui Lei to leave them unattended. Su Jin appreciated his concern deeply, a wave of warmth rising within him. We've got guns, manpower, and enough food to last for several months. Once things settle down, we'll disembark from the southern border. Shui Lei didn't understand. Why go such a long distance by water? Su Jin didn't hide the truth from him. Our plan is to head directly to Tibet. Shui Lei fell silent for a while, then said with complicated emotion, forget it. I'm single, and having followed you for so many years, I've enjoyed no shortage of privileges. I can bear hardships. Moved, Su Jin softly murmured, thank you. Shui Lei looked at him helplessly. I just don't know whether your young master will endure. This remark was also a reminder, and Su Jin naturally understood it. Rising promptly, he said, you keep watch here. I'll go check on him. Before Shui Lei could agree, he left. Alone, Shui Lei stared dumbfounded at Su Jin's retreating back, muttering quietly, he's under the thumb of his wife. Su Jin pushed the door open and entered the room he shared with Su Xian. As soon as he walked in, he saw Su Xian furiously writing on a notebook. With nothing better to do, Su Xian couldn't focus his mind on cultivating, so he decided to take stock of their supplies. He looked up at Su Jin and smiled, you came just in time. Quite a few fruits are ripe now, can you help me pick them? Su Jin felt somewhat helpless, but before he could say anything, Su Xian directly pulled him into the space. The sweet scent of fruit hit them as they entered, refreshing their spirit. Su Xian summoned several square bamboo baskets with a wave of his hand and handed over a pair of scissors to Su Jin, and the two immediately got down to work. This harvest would be enough for all of them to eat for a while. The fruits grown inside this space were naturally much better than those available in the market. However, since they weren't short of fruits outside either, for the moment, these were all stored in the basement. They had gathered too many supplies earlier, making it hard to find certain things, so Su Xian began tidying up the basement during his free time. Being the owner of the space, he could use telekinesis here, but since his nascent mental energy was weak, both of them still had to do most of the work manually. Other than the already organized shipping containers filled with firearms, ammunition, and various tools, the remaining daily necessities and processed foods were also grouped together. A portion of the staple food and meat reserves sufficient for 6 months' consumption were left aside, along with some small tools that might come in handy along the way. After spending the entire afternoon busy with these tasks, Su Xian helped Su Jin prepare some food. Only then did the two leave the space. As night fell, Su Xian seemed somewhat restless. Without the patience to stay indoors, he directly dragged Su Jin onto the deck. Sitting side by side, the two of them started eating freshly made pork cutlet sandwiches. There were plenty of food supplies they had brought from the shore. Besides, among the other members, there were cooks as well, so the yacht's conditions were not bad, and it wasn't necessary for everyone to dine together for the moment. Taking a few bites of food, Su Xian constantly checked his watch. Su Jin noticed and slapped his hand, "Eat properly." He casually wiped the crumbs off Su Xian's mouth and stuffed them into his own. At that exact moment, Su Xian happened to glance up and caught the scene. His face involuntarily turned red, but soon he recalled the nightmare that had haunted him for a long time and lowered his voice, "Are you scared?" Su Jin revealed a slight smile as he looked at him, "I have you, why should I be afraid?" Su Xian's heart raced uncontrollably. Astonished, he raised his head to look at Su Jin. "You." Su Jin, being sharp-eyed, caught sight of a meteor flashing across the sky. "I only know one thing, after taking so much care of you for all these years, letting someone else benefit from your excellent qualities would be unfair." Su Xian felt exasperated. Is this really the time to talk about that? "It's the perfect time," Su Jin replied, looking firmly at him. "In case I die next moment, I don't want years worth of unspoken words bottled up inside me to make me feel regretful." Su Xian recalled the last time Su Jin risked everything to protect him without complaint or hesitation, shielding him from the bullets, keeping him safe and undamaged. His eyes felt a little moist. Instinctively, he embraced Su Jin tightly. "If you fall yourself, do you have to drag me down with you?" Su Jin smirked and pulled him even closer, wrapping him in his arms like when he was a child, giving him security. "I'll compensate you properly, how does that sound?" His voice was seductive as he blew a few hot breaths into Su Xian's ear, making him nervous and agitated. To mask his uneasiness, Su Xian acted tough. "I haven't agreed yet." "You're so dishonest." Su Jin chuckled softly. "I'll take that as your implicit agreement." Su Xian began to resist. "That doesn't count. You're so unreasonable." As they playfully bickered back and forth, it reminded them of the intimacy they once shared as children. Su Jin had been half a nanny and always around, providing full service and constant companionship. Their childhood was close and happy until possibly Su Xian's rebellious phase and a series of setbacks drove them further apart. In truth, it was Su Xian who distanced himself. If he only looked back, he'd find Su Jin was still quietly following after him, steadfastly guarding even though the person he vowed to protect no longer needed his protection. Su Xian moved slightly away, ready to speak, when a distant explosion suddenly echoed in the air. Su Xian startled and quickly stood up to see what had happened. The others on the yacht also rushed out shortly after. Within their line of sight, the distant city had already erupted in fierce flames, with fire lighting up the sky accompanied by relentless explosions. They could faintly hear piercing screams mixed in with the noise. It has begun. Chapter 9. Su Xian clenched his sweat-drenched hands tightly, his eyes fixed intensely on the distance. Deep within them, there was an undeniable heaviness and fear. At this moment, Su Jin suddenly spoke to Xue Lei, "Distribute the supplies. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Everyone should stay alert tonight, don't sleep too soundly." Xue Lei glanced at Su Xian and nodded. A few of them turned and went down to pack things up. There was quite a bit they needed to prepare, as gun maintenance alone would take much time. Su Xian moved forward a few steps, trying to see more clearly. Huge meteorites were raining down from the sky, and many fireballs fell into the distant sea. The ocean surface lost its calmness, causing the yacht to sway along with it. Su Xian stumbled slightly and instinctively grasped the railing, his attention remained fixed on the distant inferno. Su Jin stood behind him, seeing his thin and shivering figure. A strong desire rose in his heart, he wanted to warm Su Xian with his body heat and protect him with his arms. At this moment, Su Xian's voice came, slightly low, "The disaster has come, so let's first think about how to get through this." He turned his head toward Su Jin, his pitch-black eyes carrying a trace of hope. Seeing him in such disarray, Su Jin hurriedly stepped forward and embraced him tightly. "We will survive." Su Xian also hugged him back forcefully, giving a slight nod. A discarded phone on the deck flickered with light for a moment and then quickly fell silent. The air was filled with countless stray energies, which Su Xian was not unfamiliar with. He could even feel the faint glow emitted by the floating stardust particles in midair. The moment they touched the probing spiritual energy he extended, they merged instantly. Meanwhile, his spiritual energy continued to solidify and grow stronger. Sitting opposite him, Su Jin was also cultivating in deep meditation. His insight was much better than Su Xian's, but at the same time, he faced greater pressure. After all, the better his constitution, the more star essence energy he attracted. Both of them woke up after only practicing for an hour or so. The rooms nearby were still quiet. Su Jin hadn't arranged for anyone to stand watch during the night since the influence of this unknown cosmic energy was too powerful, and no one could be sure whether absorbing excessive amounts might lead to their bodies exploding. The dreadful yet eerily silent night passed swiftly. Su Xian opened his eyes, gazing at the golden glimmer on the horizon, and then gave Su Jin a smile. "How about it? Any signal?" Xue Lei looked anxiously at Xiao Wu, a discharged soldier under his command who was less than 25 years old and still very young. Xiao Wu fiddled with the device in his hands, having done so for over 2 hours already. "No luck. The magnetic field has been disrupted." Interference is too severe, nothing can get through. Shuelei muttered a curse softly and instructed him to keep searching for signals before turning around and exiting the cabin. On the deck, Su Xian and Su Jin had already put on their diving suits, preparing to go underwater. Su Jin was doing the final checks to ensure everything was perfect while Su Xian was spacing out beside him, lost in thought. In his memory, touching a meteorite was a test in itself. Some people passed the test, evolving their constitutions instantly. Both their mental and physical combat abilities reached qualified levels. Those who didn't pass either became zombies harboring crystal cores or useless trash unable to survive in such great disasters. Yesterday, he had warned Su Jin that, even though they hadn't directly touched the meteorites, the scattered energy around them was enough to kill them multiple times over. But almost a full night of safety passed without any issues, and everyone woke up unharmed the next day. This left Su Xian surprised and also made him realize that those with strong physiques were truly more suitable for the law of natural selection and survival of the fittest. Nobody becoming a zombie was a good thing. However, when they landed on land, they probably had some adjusting to do. Su Xian soon put this aside and focused entirely on locating the fallen meteorite. Although the exact range of where the meteorite fell last night wasn't clear, the silver phoenix mark on his body had begun showing a weak reaction. As the yacht kept moving forward, the reaction grew stronger. Initially, he planned to dive down alone, but Su Jin firmly disagreed. In the end, both of them decided to go into the water together. Although others on the boat couldn't understand these two men's thought processes, it did nothing to dampen Su Xian's enthusiasm. However, despite Su Xian being fully prepared, the depth they could reach was only around 100 meters or so. Thus, their main reliance would have to be the jade pendant space. With a splash, icy seawater quickly enveloped them. Su Jin, who jumped down first, extended his hand to hold Su Xian's, pointing with the other finger at something not far away. Following the direction, Su Xian saw a large meteorite glowing with a turquoise light deeply submerged beneath the icy blue seawater, partially covered by sand. His chest started feeling warm as he cautiously extended his mental energy toward the meteorite. The instant it made contact, the massive meteorite, towering about 7 meters high, vanished right before their eyes. In the next moment, Su Xian felt a turmoil rising within his consciousness. Before his eyes, he could vaguely make out a space wrapped in white mist. The space that absorbed the huge meteorite began expanding rapidly, the white mist retreating continuously, and the suppressed seal gradually disappearing. Su Xian barely managed to suppress the rapidly surging spiritual energy and nodded to Su Jin. The two began to swim upward. Scholars like Shuelei, who were waiting impatiently on the deck, were the first to spot two black shadows on the sea surface. He immediately called his men to pull Su Jin and Su Xian aboard. But these two obviously didn't pay him any heed. Su Xian had something to tell Su Jin, while Su Jin only had eyes for Su Xian when he was around, making it seem like everyone else simply ceased to exist. Treated as irrelevant by them, Shuelei stormed off in anger. Everyone else had their own tasks, leaving Su Xian alone pulling Su Jin aside for a private conversation. The space has expanded significantly, and my spiritual energy has also increased dramatically. Now I can accurately locate the position of the meteorite, and I can transfer it into the space without diving into the sea. Su Jin nodded, that's good. By the way, look for a smaller meteorite and bring it up separately. Su Xian understood his meaning. After all, spiritual energy could only be better utilized with physical combat skills. Naturally, Su Jin hoped to grow stronger so that he could better protect Su Xian. I'll give it a try, but this thing is strange, so you should still be careful. Although everyone had successfully passed the genetic modification on the first day, Su Xian still felt it was dangerous to keep this thing close. Although Su Jin could enter the space for cultivation, clearly others couldn't. Thinking about this, Su Xian could only agree with Su Jin's suggestion. Because of the unexpected benefits brought by the extraterrestrial meteorites, what might originally have taken a month of navigation only lasted a little over 2 weeks. Whenever they passed by large ports, both Su Xian and Su Jin went ashore to check them out. Hardly anyone could be seen in these areas, and they mostly landed during daylight hours. Aside from worrying about zombie attacks, they would destroy surveillance equipment in these locations. A few days ago, the radio picked up signals, giving them news. Large-scale epidemics broke out across various regions, turning over 90% of the population in domestic areas into zombies. Natural disasters wreaked havoc globally, completely disrupting Earth's balance. However, initially formed zombies were mostly slow-moving. As long as you destroyed their heads with weapons and removed their crystal cores, no problems would arise. Of course, precautions must be taken to avoid being scratched or bitten by zombies. Having swept through several large ports goods, Su Xian even emptied 2 building material markets. He did not touch the food in the city, mainly because of the high risk, and secondly, he had enough supplies. There was no need to be too stingy and leave others no chance to survive. Apart from possibly useful building materials in the future, the warehouses and containers at the port contained a variety of goods that Su Xian found quite satisfactory. As for Su Jin's idea of obtaining a meteorite for research, it failed since the moment it entered the space, it would vanish without a trace instantly. However, Su Xian discovered a new spring inside the space, which contained a high concentration of stardust energy. The energy was very gentle, at least for humans, it wouldn't have significant side effects. Unfortunately, there was no accompanying secret manual, so most people would find it hard to absorb the energy. After obtaining Su Xian's consent, Su Jin taught the cultivation method from the 9 Palace technique to Shui Lei and others. Those who came aboard with them were at least trusted by Su Jin. Shui Lei went without saying since they were life and death brothers. Additionally, Xiao Wu, Su Guizhu, and Wang Hai were all retired soldiers working under Su Jin, highly skilled and most importantly trustworthy. Wang Hai looked at the photocopied A4 paper handed to him, feeling utterly perplexed. I don't get what this stuff is all about. Can it even work? Xiao Wu glanced at Shui Lei and noticed his slightly furrowed brows. He quickly reprimanded Wang Hai loudly, leaning close to whisper beside him, have you forgotten everything we saw last time on land? Boss Su is full of great ideas. If we want to survive, we must rely on him. With your limited intelligence, you're always doubting. Why don't you come up with ideas yourself if you think you're so smart? Wang Hai grumbled, I'm just a big oaf, how would I understand these things? Back then, it was about fighting the Americans and the Japanese. Who knew it'd turn into a biohazard crisis overnight? Not even movies are this thrilling. Despite appearing rough, his thoughts were delicate. For everyone having to fight zombies and collect crystal cores during the day, then rush at night, made it hard for him to accept. At this point, Shui Lei, growing impatient, opened his eyes and said, do you think this thing is as common as Chinese cabbage? Why pass up a shortcut when it's right here? If you're unwilling to cultivate, go ahead and drive the boat, either way, we don't need you. Wang Hai revealed a look of grievance but obediently started cultivating. With Su Jin and Su Xian included, they were all beginners just starting to explore. They could only feel their way forward. Neither had deeply studied spiritual energy nor martial arts yet, but the clear growth in spiritual power and improvement in physical health during this period still filled them with hope. Chapter 10. There were no shortage of coastal ports, but Su Xian couldn't possibly spend all his time there. Moreover, the number of zombies near the ports was gradually increasing, and their movements had become increasingly agile. To avoid casualties, they needed to land as soon as possible and quickly adapt to life on land. By late July, Su Xian and his group finally docked at a port in the southern tip. They hid the yacht inside a cave on an island. As they looked at the yacht, Shui Lei showed clear reluctance. It was expensive to build and equipped with various devices, which had made their journey relatively comfortable. But Shui Lei obviously understood that bringing it along wasn't practical. The 6 of them each carried a large backpack filled with medicine, food, and some firearms. Although they had used up quite a bit fighting zombies on land, taking everything with them wasn't realistic, so they had to abandon part of their supplies. However, with Su Xian around, this didn't happen. Before leaving, he and Su Jin finished the cleanup by directly storing the yacht into the space. Su Xian used his mental energy to check the space. Their yacht sat undisturbed near the dock alongside several oil tankers, cargo ships, and 2 other luxury yachts. These were items he had taken without asking when he went ashore earlier. After experiencing extreme shortages of resources, Su Xian developed a strong attachment to these things. Every time they went ashore, he would collect as many supplies as possible to ensure that he and Su Jin always had sufficient backup resources. After cultivating for a period of time, all of them experienced noticeable improvements in both mental strength and physical health. The most obvious change was Su Jin being able to twist the necks of zombies barehanded. However, since this method looked too bloody, Su Jin dared not do it anymore because Su Xian would show great disdain toward him. Along the way, there were countless dismembered bodies of those who contracted the virus but didn't survive, now turned into zombies. They had long nails, blackened skin, red eyes, and blood-stained fangs. Su Xian wielded a long sword, repeatedly striking down the zombies charging at him. Although his spiritual power was only just beginning, within 10 miles, everything fell under his perception. After landing on shore, they did not rush directly to Tibet according to their original plan but instead returned to M City. Don't assume that Su Xian went there out of sheer madness. He wasn't stupid. During this trip alone across the ocean, he had collected more than 30 meteorites. While the usable area in the space had expanded 5-fold so far, the regions shrouded in white mist were gradually revealing their outlines. As the owner of the Jade Pendant space, Su Xian could clearly see this, but Su Jin, who went in and out with him, hadn't sensed anything. On one hand, Su Xian felt somewhat uneasy about this, on the other, he felt a faint joy. Although most areas covered by the white mist were mountainous or plains, there were also numerous ancient buildings. Based on his experience reading novels, these places might be true inheritance grounds. Initially, the only secret manual provided by the space was half-finished, which left Su Xian resentful. But now, he realized this was merely the first test. Su Xian could sense that the space still needed meteorites containing star dust energy. He couldn't stay at sea forever, it wouldn't be realistic and would endanger Su Jin. Thus, Su Xian decided to land early and search for meteorites on land while collecting supplies on the side. These extraterrestrial meteorites brought about earth-shattering changes and opened opportunities for species evolution. However, humans who failed the tests had turned into zombies. Evolutionary selection was brutal, over 90% of humanity had transformed into zombies, leaving fewer than 2 billion survivors. With each step forward, the population exploded, and C country faced the severest population problems. Fortunately, zombie evolution wasn't faster than theirs. Being scratched or bitten by a zombie still carried the risk of infection, and what novels described as the trigger for unlocking special abilities didn't exist, at least not in Su Xian's fragmented memory. Even so, they actively fought zombies to earn crystal cores because this stuff could potentially replace other things as currency later. Using his spiritual force to block out his sense of smell, Su Xian endured the nausea as he chopped open the zombie's head, reached in to find the crystal core, and soon pulled out a pale green one. This particular zombie moved very fast, even Su Xian nearly got hurt during a one-on-one encounter with it. Unexpectedly, after evolution, the colors of the crystal cores started to vary, though it was unclear what this meant. Su Xian had also tried putting the crystal cores into the space, but the space reacted to none of these, meaning they couldn't serve as energy supplements. He tossed the crystal core casually into a bag and took his long sword to look for Su Jin. Not far away, the others were clearing the remaining zombies. Their current location was a water plant in the southern Ji province. There weren't many zombies here, but in large cities with dense populations, zombies concentrated around places like supermarkets where they could access food, making such areas terrifying. Since practicing the 9 palaces technique, their physical capabilities had significantly improved, but it was still impossible to carve out a path through a sea of undead. Hence, they had to find sparsely populated areas with fewer zombies for training, waiting to grow stronger before facing tougher challenges. The disaster had been going on for more than a month, and Earth's flora and fauna were beginning to undergo subtle changes that were not yet apparent. Xian looked at the lush forest surrounding the factory, his eyes reflecting a trace of concern. The water plant covered a large area and included an employee cafeteria where they rested and ate meals. The water and electricity had been cut off long ago, and temperatures had been steadily dropping. They could only rely on wood for fuel since coal was scarce in this area, making cooking rather difficult. Xian walked towards the canteen while fretting about the zombie brain matter on his clothes. Su Guizhu, who was preparing the meal, glanced up and saw him. "Young master, you should stop wandering around. Your face didn't look too good when Brother Su mentioned you earlier." Xian understood immediately. They had been cleaning the second floor and clearly spotted him battling the few zombies from above. Although there weren't many, Su Jin always kept him protected and didn't want him to take any risks. Seeing him push himself so hard naturally made Su Jin unhappy. Just as he thought about this, footsteps grew closer, and Xian raised his head to see Su Jin descending the stairs quickly. Though his expression remained emotionless as usual, his deep gaze revealed disapproval, which Xian easily picked up on. When Su Jin approached, he said nothing, merely inspecting him carefully from top to bottom without minding the filth on his body. Once assured that he was unharmed, Su Jin silently walked away. People around them gestured to Xian subtly, but he chose to ignore them. Originally, Xian had an arrogant personality, which usually put him at an advantage when together with Su Jin. In their past arguments, Su Jin often conceded first or showed unconditional tolerance towards Xian's arrogance, making Xian gradually forget that Su Jin also had his limits. After a brief standoff, Su Jin finally stepped forward, unable to stand it anymore. "Go upstairs and wash yourself, we're leaving right after this meal." Xian's rebellious expression stiffened momentarily and was soon replaced by shame. He hesitantly reached out to pinch Su Jin's left hand, relaxing only after seeing the latter nod gently at him. Feeling reassured, Xian then headed upstairs. Watching Xian ascend, Shuelei strolled over. "You spoil him too much. Are you raising an ancestor or a concubine?" Su Jin knew that Shuelei found Xian hard to tolerate, but he couldn't overly favor either one since both were important to him. Little Xian is still young, as the elder, bear with him a bit more. He patted Shuelei's shoulder as he spoke. Shuelei glared at him slyly and chuckled sarcastically. "Wow, so soon you've stopped calling him young master." Even someone as calm as Su Jin felt somewhat awkward and displeased with his teasing. A sharp glance shut Shuelei up momentarily, forcing him to wave his hands weakly in surrender. "Alright, you win." Xian went upstairs and rinsed himself using bottled water. Although he had access to the space, it wasn't ideal to use it frequently, plus being all men, he was accustomed to such hardships and well aware not to waste water resources. So, his minor cleanliness issue had already been corrected long ago. Exiting the bathroom, Xian wandered around the second floor once more. This was a mineral water production factory, ensuring drinking water wouldn't be a problem anytime soon. Previously, Xian had collected quite a few large drums of mineral water along with various water tanks, though he left most of the smaller bottles behind. Taking everything would have no significant meaning, and he might as well leave some for whoever came next, even if Xian wasn't sure if anyone else would visit this place again. Lunch consisted of beef patties and seafood soup. Su Guizhu had decent culinary skills and, despite poor conditions now, managed to meet basic nutritional needs. With 6 big men having high appetites due to their enhanced spirit and combat capabilities, the consumption increased more than doubled. Palm-sized beef patties were eaten in at least 7 or 8 servings per meal. Given their confidence in resources, Xian and Su Jin didn't worry about food shortages, whereas Shuelei and others secretly harbored concerns. After lunch, they took a short break and began loading the food from the canteen into the vehicles. Their previous journey required walking everywhere, but thanks to 2 cars Su-jin and the group later acquired, rugged off-road vehicles that were hard to come by, the transportation situation greatly improved. With cars available, they could carry much more supplies. From the canteen, they took some grains and noodles, alongside canned goods and other dried foods. Fruits and vegetables, without electricity for preservation, had gone bad long ago, leaving them dependent on effervescent tablets and nutrient pills for essential nutrients. Su Xian had prepared all these things long ago, as taking out fresh fruit directly was simply unrealistic. The weather was getting colder each day, and nothing grew in the fields. There were even fewer plants bearing fruits, and many from before had already been frozen. Besides the portable nutrient tablets, they could only indulge in their craving for fresh produce through canned fruits. They had stayed at the water plant for just 2 days, taking away part of the rice and flour. There was still some left, but Su Xian didn't touch them. Instead, he searched the factory thoroughly for all the gasoline. Before the apocalypse, Su Xian had prepared some gasoline, but most of his money went into weapons, ammunition, medicine, and food, so the supply of fuel was rather limited. The weather got increasingly cold, and they had very few clothes to change into, especially warm ones. Therefore, they had to visit nearby towns to find more. While pondering over these trivial details, Su Xian meticulously washed the crystal cores he had gathered earlier until they were spotless, then carefully counted them and stored them in a small backpack. They had been on land for almost 3 weeks and had accumulated over 500 crystal cores by now. But don't be fooled into thinking that's a lot. According to Su Xian's memory, in the safety base, an ordinary corn pancake would cost 5 crystal cores, indicating that their current supply was still far too little. The clean crystal cores sparkled under the sunlight with rainbow hues. Most of the cores were transparent and colorless, with only about a dozen being colorful. Although Su Xian wasn't sure what made these special, he kept them separately, figuring they might increase in value in the future. Satisfied, Su Xian stuffed the crystal cores happily into his bag when Su Guizhu's voice came from outside. "Young master, everything is packed up. We should get going." Su Xian acknowledged with a response, zipped up his backpack, glanced around once more to ensure nothing was left behind, and then walked out of the factory with a light step. Chapter 11. The impact of the meteorite falls affected several roads, leading to an increasing number of infected people. Accidents frequently occurred along the highways, making an already difficult journey even harder. But Su Xian was not overly worried. He knew his elder brothers were capable, and as the capital city, it was surely well prepared. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, many supplies were running low, causing unrest. All resources from the ports had been secured by Su Xian, though this fact was unknown to Xue Lei and the others. So, in addition to killing zombies for crystal cores, they also had to collect other supplies. As the temperature dropped entering August, Su Jin and the team started collecting coal and other items for heating. Finding cotton quilts and winter clothing wasn't too hard since the southern economy was developed, and malls were everywhere. Even if there were individuals armed with strange weapons looking for goods, the remaining population was still minimal, meaning such supplies lasted for now. Conflicts, however, were unavoidable. With dreams of claiming territory, plenty of lowlifes revealed themselves during this chaos. The police force was inadequate even during peaceful times, let alone now. Although their 2 luxury vehicles did not draw much attention, there were always some who disliked seeing others thrive, attempting to cause trouble. Su Jin ended up showing his gun to discourage those who dared to challenge them. At this moment, Su Xian and the group were in a relatively prosperous small town in S City, near the downtown area. The high-density population in the urban center resulted in a large zombie infestation. Each evening, they camped here and entered the city early in the morning to fight zombies. Their base was at the police station. This town was almost entirely deserted, and they spent several days clearing out the zombies before deciding to stay here temporarily. Heading north, the weather grew even colder, and driving with too many supplies was impractical since the situation up north was chaotic as well. A few days ago, Su Xian finally managed to make a call. Over a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and phones were largely useless. However, Su Xian's phone, given to him by his older brother for emergency use, finally worked. With satellites destroyed and the Earth's magnetic field in disarray, receiving signals was extremely challenging. The conversation was sporadic, merely confirming safety before disconnecting. Su Xian didn't request reinforcements, knowing that with Su Jin and his weapons, no common person posed a threat. As for zombies, with his continuously strengthening spirit energy, normal zombies couldn't harm him anymore. Meanwhile in the capital, Su Yi was also preoccupied. The world had turned chaotic. If not for his subordinates and cooperation with his second brother, their wealth and lives would have been endangered long ago. Knowing that his elder brother and the others were safe, Su Xian was in no rush to return to M City. In his opinion, the place was rife with power struggles, extremely complicated, and not something ordinary people could handle. It was best not to get involved in such chaos. He had no desire for fame or power, nor did he dream of becoming a high-ranking official. More than a month had passed since the disaster began. During the daytime when Su Xian and the group fought zombies, they encountered quite a few survivors. Without exception, all these people's physical constitutions and spiritual energies strengthened as they killed more zombies, though these subtle changes hadn't attracted much attention yet. Moreover, the zombies themselves were also evolving continuously. At this moment, the group was sitting together for dinner. Lunch was generally just quick snacks, and breakfast was rushed as well. Only dinner could be enjoyed leisurely. Around the simple foldable stove, they boiled noodles in a pot. These noodles came with big chunks of luncheon meat, eggs, tomatoes, mushrooms, bok choy, and various other vegetables added by Su Xian whenever he found the chance. At this time, fresh vegetables and fruits were hard to find. After over a month, there were very few vegetables left in good condition. There were some frozen ones in farmland, but they didn't have the spare time to look for them. A couple of days ago, they treated themselves to an entire chicken, but with 6 men sharing it, it could only satisfy their taste buds slightly. As their physical conditions improved constantly, so did their appetites increase. Su Guizhu, who was in charge of the kitchen, was unable to manage alone, so Su Xian helped out. The sky outside was dim and gray. Although the indoor temperature was slightly higher due to one wall separating them from the cold, coal was difficult to find in the south. Except for some large factories, no one used coal, and they were using gas stoves now, conserving as much fuel as possible. With the low temperature, the group of men just piled on extra blankets. Su Xian had Su Jin to warm his bed for free, making him better off than the others. After a tiring day, eating a big bowl of hot noodles finally made them feel better. Others smiled as they ate, but Shuelei looked worried. Our strength is increasing, but so are the zombies evolving. Over the past few days, it's getting harder and harder to defeat them. A slash doesn't even sever their necks, and their reactions are faster too. Upon hearing this, the others agreed unanimously. Su Xian handed his leftovers to Su Jin with a calm expression. This is normal. We need to accelerate our training, we'll always be able to kill them eventually. Hearing this, Xiao Wu became curious. Fourth Master, how do you know so much? And about those things, where did you get them from? Before Xiao Wu finished speaking, Su Jin gave him a sharp, icy glare. Su Xian glanced at Su Jin and smiled. I have my sources. As for those things, if you randomly browse through Taoist books, you might stumble upon some answers. Ah! Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, so it turns out Fourth Master, you're just lucky to stumble upon the right thing. His words were met with half belief and half doubt from the rest, but everyone knew better than to ask too many questions. Letting them train already showed trust. In today's world, possessing such abilities was like having a life-saving charm. Wang Hai and Su Guizhu were simple and taciturn, completely trusting what Su Xian said, while Shuelei didn't believe a single word, harboring no small amount of prejudice against Su Xian. After the meal, the tasks were clearly divided. Dishes washed, things packed away, the group lived in a large room together for mutual support if anything happened. Tonight, it was Shuelei and Xiao Wu's turn to keep watch. Su Xian continued washing and cleaning the crystal cores he had collected earlier, carefully separating the colorful ones from the rest which he stored in a backpack. With cultivation manuals in hand, they didn't need to risk absorbing these zombie crystal cores. Thanks to the healing spring water Su Xian occasionally provided, they could practice regularly without relying on crystal cores. Su Xian examined a bright purple crystal core closely. The last time during the end of the world, things caught him off guard. All he did was eat under his brother's care, shielded by Su Jin. He had never touched or understood these crystal cores before, let alone the process of developing them. In the past few days, they had hunted several thousand zombie crystal cores, most of which were left behind due to the lack of time to collect them. If not for Su Xian insisting, they wouldn't have bothered gathering them. They took up space and were rather cumbersome. Among these crystal cores, there were over 100 colorful ones. Most were light green, 15 yellow, 7 or 8 blue, a few pink, 1 purple, and 1 bright silver. Against the light, the crystal cores refracted brilliant colors, shining more dazzlingly than gems or crystals. Though their use was unclear, they certainly looked attractive. Satisfied, Su Xian carefully placed all the colorful crystal cores into a small bamboo building inside his personal space. After finishing up, Su Jin walked in with a basin of hot water. Warm your feet. Su Xian nodded, removed his shoes and socks, and soaked his feet, looking up to speak to Su Jin. We've pretty much taken care of all the zombies nearby, it's time to move somewhere else. Su Jin agreed, we should go back earlier. The eldest brother worries about you a lot. At the mention of this, Su Xian frowned. Why go back? To cower at home like a coward? He knew that Su Jin did not quite agree with his daily excursions to kill zombies. After all, before the apocalypse, his constitution was too poor for excessive exertion, but now with the consumption of the spiritual spring water, Su Xian could feel an improvement in his physique and no longer had any concerns. Before Su Jin could say anything, Su Xian smoothly changed the subject. I remember finding quite a few gold bars and antiques in the bank yesterday. The antiques aren't much use, but the gold bars are hard currency. I'll grab some more tomorrow. Once the world stabilizes, they might appreciate again. These days, while they roamed around the downtown area, others mainly sought food and oil, whereas Su Xian and Su Jin went against the grain and collected some medicine, clothes, car supplies, and the like. Su Xian also stealthily gathered plenty of gold, silver, and jade artifacts. Many jewelry stores were already looted when the chaos began, but almost nobody went to the banks, which gave him an advantage. The space showed no reaction to any item other than the meteorite, so these jewels and stones couldn't be used as energy sources. Su Xian's collection of these items served both to establish a future nest egg and to satisfy his personal interests. Su Jin naturally understood his tendency to hoard things and helplessly nodded, as long as you're happy. Fully absorbed in thoughts about his recent gains, Su Xian didn't notice the hot water was cooling. Su Jin squatted down and started massaging his feet. Su Xian's petite frame came with equally small and tender feet, soft and smooth as cream, providing a pleasant tactile sensation. However, Su Xian was rather uncomfortable being attended to by Su Jin and tried to struggle, but his strength was far inferior to Su Jin's. Reluctantly, he let Su Jin wash his feet, dry them, and tuck him into bed. Su Jin wrapped him up snugly in the blanket, tidied up the things himself, then climbed onto the bed, leaning over to kiss his forehead. In the future, don't take things out of there anymore. The water is okay, but the rest attracts too much attention. This remark applied especially to someone like Shui Lei, who seemed rough on the outside but was actually very perceptive. Su Jin wouldn't let others notice something was amiss if dinner received good reviews. After all, he'd eaten food from the space and knew how special it was. Su Xian hesitated as he looked at him. Do you not trust them? If he didn't trust them, why would he offer the manual for their cultivation? Su Jin shook his head. It's not about trust, but possessing valuable treasures often brings disaster. I'm afraid for your safety. Su Xian felt warmth in his heart. I want you to eat well, otherwise, without proper nutrition, your body will collapse. Su Jin smiled at him. I'm not as weak as you think. They're the same. All of us have been soldiers, experienced hardships we never imagined, not those pampered people sitting in offices. Su Xian agreed with reason and nodded. I understand. He nuzzled twice against Su Jin's chest, ready to sleep, suddenly remembering something. How's the investigation into Wu Mingli going? With all the shopping, I forgot. Su Jin paused momentarily before replying. Checked her out. Nothing special. She just recently arrived in Jintian, probably aiming to get close to the third young master intentionally. The third young master of the Su family was wealthy and influential, a classic bachelor magnate, and many women tried various ways to get close to him, a frequent occurrence even before the apocalypse. Su Jin saw nothing odd in it. Just a common woman, what hasn't the third young master seen? Once he tires of her, she'll be discarded. His voice was indifferent, clearly showing he thought little of Wu Mingli. Su Xian sighed. If he's brought her home, it's surely not just for fun. But then he realized his relationship with the third brother had always been tense, and knowing there might be issues involved, he decided to drop it. Never mind, anyway, my words won't matter to him. It's useless talking. Su Xian looked up at Su Jin. Regarding the manual, once we return to M City, you can choose a suitable time to give it to eldest brother, just make sure things don't get complicated. To leave Su Hao entirely alone, Su Xian considered doable, but Su Yi and Su Yan had always treated him well, so if a manual could save them, he was willing to part with it. However, with Wu Mingli complicating matters, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Su Jin nodded. Don't worry, I'll handle it. You only need to enjoy yourself. He never stopped Su Xian from doing what he enjoyed, whether it was fighting zombies that made him nervous or collecting useless items. As long as Su Xian liked it, that was all that mattered. Having received this reassurance, Su Xian was highly satisfied. Stretching out, he lightly kissed his chin. Though stubble appeared, making him look somewhat rugged, in Su Xian's eyes, Su Jin remained just as handsome. Good night. Su Jin hadn't fully reacted yet, regaining his senses to look down, realizing Su Xian had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep. The further along the road, the harder it gets. From the next morning's departure from the town, they basically entered every gas station they passed. Su Xian had stored a fair amount of oil in his space. He'd even found an oil tanker at the port before, and along with a few tankers they collected earlier, it was enough for them to use for some time. However, these resources could not be revealed for now, so they had no choice but to endure some hardships. Su Jin did not wipe out all the gas stations they passed either. From each one, he only siphoned several large drums of gasoline, which Su Xian would store away as backup. If there were oil tankers present, they would collect those too. Su Jin well understood the importance of gasoline. You could never have too much of it. Aside from gasoline, food, medicine, and weapons were also crucial. Fortunately, with regard to firearms, things were fairly manageable since both of them aimed to enhance their physical fitness and rarely used them except during exercises due to the limited supply of bullets. These items were primarily intended for use against humans rather than zombies. As for medical supplies, they planned to hold on to them as backups. When they reached the base, these might help them exchange for better goods. So far in this post-apocalyptic world, aside from external injuries, the group hadn't needed medications often. Cigarettes and alcohol were next on their list. While excessive drinking wasn't advisable, cigarettes were indispensable. Su Jin didn't smoke because Su Xian's frail health couldn't stand the smell. SEH, on the other hand, smoked like a chimney, burning through about a pack a day. Including food, the daily consumption of their team was no small matter. Fortunately, with Su Xian included, none of them were cowards who feared death. They collaborated effectively when killing zombies and always returned with something valuable. Compared to others engaging in fierce battles, Su Xian usually stayed behind to dig out crystal cores. They had accumulated quite a number previously, more than what they could carry, so most had lost interest in collecting crystal cores. But Su Xian remained persistent and independent in his pursuit. Despite lacking martial prowess, his mental strength level surpassed others by a margin, enabling him to accurately detect crystal cores, ensuring a perfect success rate. Others, seeing his efforts, didn't interfere, believing that as long as he wasn't causing trouble, it was fine. Besides crystal cores, Su Xian also seized the opportunity to gather gold, silver, and jade artifacts. Since he had access to the space dimension, he didn't mind occupying space. While others were busy collecting supplies and resources, Su Xian had nothing else to do, so he took to exploring the shops on either side of the streets. This kind of plundering felt absolutely exhilarating since it didn't cost anything. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Su Xian stuffed all his finds into a backpack inside the stores before transferring them to his spatial pocket later. Better safe than sorry. Following Su Jin's instructions, Su Xian conducted himself more cautiously than ever. Though Su Xian had amassed a good deal of gold, silver, and jade, being knowledgeable in antiques, he noticed quite a few substandard or fake pieces. Modern counterfeiting was common, and with just a dip in chemical solutions, artificially crafted bracelets sold for thousands to unsuspecting wealthy buyers. Among the items, the select treasures came from when they had searched through a cluster of villa neighborhoods. Among these findings was a set of lavender jadeite jewelry, a palm-sized piece of yellow jade with a pai shio carving, and a pair of imperial green jadeite bangles from old pits. Born into wealth, Su Xian was no stranger to such luxuries, yet over the years, high-quality items had grown scarce, making them appear even rarer. The villa contained not only numerous antiques and jewels but also a significant number of firearms and ammunition, indicating that its previous owner must have been an avid collector. With the villa unoccupied, the former owner was likely either long gone or had turned into a zombie. Rich people usually lived in villas, and Su Xian and his companions carried no guilt as they ransacked the surrounding villas, restocking their supplies of ammunition and food. Everything left after they finished went into Su Xian's storage space. By the time they settled down in the villa neighborhood, heavy snow had begun to fall. Reconnaissance specialist SCH discovered traces of car tires around the area. Though unable to pinpoint the exact timing, it must have been within the last couple of days. Wang Hai, brash as ever, said loudly, "What's there to fear? We've got guns. Even if a fight breaks out, we won't suffer losses." SCH gave him a firm whack on the head, causing Wang Hai to cower and dart around nervously. SCH then smiled faintly, turning to Su Xian and Su Jin, "It looks like the snow isn't stopping anytime soon. The road ahead will be even worse. It's better to halt and regroup for a few days." Su Xian glanced at Su Jin, who nodded. "There's no use rushing. The population density in this region is low, and the risk level isn't too high. Just make sure everyone stays alert and keep your guns on you at all times." Su Guizhu added, "We need to clear this area anyway. The food we brought will barely last us a month." Su Jin agreed. "Alright, let's rest for a bit. After lunch, we can continue our work." Wang Hai helped Su Guizhu prepare lunch, while Xiaowu started tinkering with his wireless equipment again. SCH dragged Su Jin out of the door, leaving Su Xian alone. He climbed upstairs, knowing that the owner of this villa was someone of substantial means. In addition to the arsenal found earlier, many other valuables awaited him. The closer they got to the metropolis, the more frequent Su Xian's phone calls became, all of them urging him to return soon. Of course, Su Xian understood that his two elder brothers were worried about him. As for Su Hao, it had been days since he last heard from him, not even a word. Su Xian wasn't disappointed, he had already seen through Su Hao's true nature. This person had always been at odds with him, and in their previous life, he hadn't hesitated to scheme against him. Su Xian used to be somewhat puzzled, but now everything seemed clearer. At the end of the day, society had become too superficial. Under the ideology of money above all else, who would value family ties anymore? Let alone brothers who have been rivals since childhood. There are people who abandon their own parents, watching them freeze or starve to death without mercy. Compared to that, how could a pair of siblings matter? But Su Xian also knew he shouldn't generalize everyone. Su Jin was undoubtedly loyal to him, disregarding any ulterior motives. Even up until this point, he remained the one bright spot in Su Xian's heart, the final solace in this chaos. And his two older brothers had fulfilled their duties perfectly as well. Perhaps in their past life, they had been confused by some darker forces. While organizing his loot, Su Xian lost himself in thought. The house contained numerous antique books and paintings, precious rosewood furniture, bars of gold stacked inside safes, paper money piling endlessly, and cabinets crammed full of porcelain and jade. Setting aside other things, those ancient books held immense value for Su Xian. The deeper he delved into his cultivation, the more important these ancient works became as references for his study. As for the piles of colorful paper currency which would have overwhelmed banknote counters back then, they were now nothing more than waste paper. Su Xian left those bills untouched, taking away only items of genuine worth. The others had no interest whatsoever in such decorative but practically useless items. Thanks to having the storage space at his disposal, Su Xian swept through everything, carrying it off like a locust devouring a field. He wouldn't even bother using those red notes to start a fire. Earlier in H City downtown, they had secured a few new vehicles. The first couple had almost reached their limits. Although there weren't bulletproof cars at the dealership, these high-ground clearance SUVs were still serviceable, and with just half the journey remaining, they were confident. Su Jin had considered reinforcing these vehicles but couldn't find the right materials around the villa district. This villa area was expansive, abundant with hotels, supermarkets, not far from golf courses, parks, and prestigious schools, an absolutely picturesque natural environment, fully equipped with top-tier amenities. Naturally, only the richest of the rich could live here. Following Su Jin and his team, they plundered 6 or 7 villas, killing over 20 zombies along the way, accumulating plenty of antiques, gold, and jewels. They didn't make much headway with firearms but managed to secure ample food supplies. Xue Lei drove multiple trips to haul everything back while Su Xian and Su Jin followed behind, destroying surveillance devices, searching out additional valuables, and ensuring that whatever they couldn't carry away went straight into Su Xian's storage. Even the emergency power-supplied villas eventually ran out of electricity. Water was still available, but the roads grew treacherous with nightfall. Moreover, the complex layouts of these villas made it uncertain where zombies might emerge from. The amount of food they had collected would last them quite a while, already filling several vehicles with no room left. Carrying an enormous bag filled with cigarettes, alcohol, sweets, and tea, Su Xian followed the others outside. Exiting the villa, Xue Lei moved forward to meet them. We should go back first. I hear vehicle sounds, seems someone is approaching. Su Jin agreed, pulling Su Xian into the car, lights extinguished, silently driving back. Not long after, they saw more than 10 luxury cars drive by, stopping in front of a villa at the perimeter. Su Jin watched carefully, scrutinizing the license plates for a long time. Once they returned home, Xiao Wu quickly closed the curtains, lit a candle, and dimmed the lighting. By candlelight, they began tallying their gains. They brought back several bags of rice and flour, many sealed cans of preserved foods, premium tobacco and liquor. With these resources, their upcoming journey wouldn't be so difficult. According to the schedule, Su Guozhu and Wang Hai prepared dinner, while Xue Lei pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a lighter, puffing lazily. The road ahead won't be easy, we can't depart immediately anyway. What do you think about those people across the way? After working together for over a decade, Xue Lei clearly understood Su Jin's expression changes. Su Jin's demeanor darkened ever since seeing those individuals. Sitting beside Su Jin fiddling with beautifully wrapped candies, Su Xian glanced at Su Jin upon hearing Xue Lei's question, furrowing his brows towards him. Su Jin shot a glance at Xue Lei, snatching the cigarette directly from his mouth, grinding it out in the ashtray. Hey! You're being unreasonable. Xue Lei protested. It was his only hobby, and now he had to compromise due to Su Xian's privileged upbringing. Su Jin calmly said, secondhand smoke isn't good for your health. Under Su Jin's gaze, Xue Lei raised his hands in surrender. All right, I give in. Quickly share your opinion, how should we handle those people? Su Jin was very calm, how should we deal with them? If they don't bother us, we won't bother them. Xue Lei picked up another cigarette, sniffed it near his nostrils, and indulged in saying, I don't think those people are good apples. They gathered so many vehicles, perhaps they're the local bullies. Su Jin knew he had something to say but decided to cut straight to the point. They should be Jing Erxiao's fleet, we just need to avoid them carefully. Hearing this, Xue Lei paused, his expression suddenly becoming serious. The Jing Erxiao from Shanghai. Su Jin nodded. Who else could it be? As he spoke, Su Jin looked at Su Xian, who was putting candies into a jar nearby. On this trip, Su Xian had harvested quite a few treasures, his blissful smile was contagious. As for his excessive hamster-like attributes, Su Jin didn't mind at all. Seeing Xue Lei switch moods within a second, he quickly lost words and could only respond helplessly, alright, things will turn out alright, I'm just here to help you along the way. Su Jin smiled, just don't be lazy. After a sumptuous dinner, Su Jin took Xiao Wu outside for nighttime watch duties, leaving Su Xian lying in bed awake. He flipped over and entered the storage space, beginning to sort through their recent gains. Since setting out from the south, they had collected a total of more than 60 meteorites on land, nearly 10 times expanding the visible area within the space. The mist-covered region gradually revealed itself, yet the layer of mist acted as a strong barrier, confining Su Xian to the outer perimeter. Su Xian glanced once at the central misty area and turned away. Inside the space, he had planted several types of trees, including precious varieties like redwood, rosewood, ebony, black sandalwood, and one wali wood. There were also numerous kinds of fruit trees such as apple, papaya, cherry, raspberry, grape, pomegranate, and more. There weren't many vegetables cultivated. Su Xian was too lazy to take care of them. Plants in the space grew quickly and needed harvesting after just a few days, which Su Xian found troublesome. Hence, he only kept common ones such as bok choy, tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, and similar items. The valley housed the livestock that he had brought in earlier. They were mostly free-range, but he had sectioned off areas for each kind to move around freely within. Chickens and ducks reproduced quickly, but Su Xian had no time to collect eggs, so he simply slaughtered a large number to control their population. Cows and sheep were herded into another valley. With the vastness of his space, Su Xian wasn't worried about overcrowding. The newly expanded regions were too big, so Su Xian simply left the new areas untouched, managing only the area near the main building. The remaining lands were all planted with traditional Chinese medicines. Since these would neither rot nor deteriorate, they would improve in efficacy over time. So Su Xian simply grew them. Ginseng and Lingji mushrooms seemed to grow endlessly, and every time Su Jin saw them, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. After roughly harvesting a batch of fruits, Su Xian then went down to the basement. Even though he had stored a lot of things, the basement's extension made it feel like there was plenty of room left. Expensive cigarettes, alcohol, sweets, and teas were all stored in containers on the eastern side of the area, boxed and marked by Su Xian for easier future retrieval. Gold bars and jewels were handled similarly, while fragile antiques were placed in a bamboo tower to avoid damage. Other items were stuffed into boxes to save space. Finally came the ancient books and paintings, where Su Xian selected a small portion that might be useful, placing the rest alongside previously collected books. Also included were a lot of gasoline and daily necessities from their previous harvests, taking Su Xian several hours to organize. By the time he exited the space, only half an hour had passed outside. Lying in bed to sleep, Su Xian tossed and turned for a long time with eyes wide open. In the darkness, a sigh emerged. Without Su Jin by his side, he appeared to have insomnia. Unable to fall asleep, Su Xian decided to enter the space again, this time to make some food. Checking the prepared meals, he still had quite a few cooked dishes and take-out foods from various restaurants, making it clear that they wouldn't have to cook for a while. Looking at all the preserved meats and box meals, plus various tin snacks, candies, and ice cream, Su Xian nodded approvingly. Although he liked eating, he hated the hassle. Having access to the space made life much easier, with no worry about expiration dates, allowing him to purchase countless quantities. Additionally, there were homemade sauces, seasonings, oils, salts, and other spices that Su Xian stocked in large quantities. Besides these processed foods, Su Xian also bought many local specialties. While others lasted long enough without issues, fresh produce from different places stood out prominently. Su Xian planned to dehydrate and process some when he had time, drying the fruits so that they wouldn't look conspicuous when taken out later. Though there was plenty of food, just taking it out would seem like he wasn't sincere enough. Thinking about how hard Su Jin had worked for him on the night watch, Su Xian decided to personally make some food to improve their meals. In reality, Su Xian's cooking skills could be described as rather mediocre, but his access to a wide range of ingredients made up for it. Su Xian first found a bag of white buns and then took out a large piece of beef. He cut the beef into cubes, adding a special sauce and cooking it in a pot for quite a while. Once the beef had absorbed all the flavors of the sauce, he scooped it out, sprinkled cumin on it, and stuffed it into the white bun, finally adding a couple of green vegetable leaves. And thus, his meat-filled bun was ready. Su Xian was somewhat apprehensive. It seemed that pork should have been used originally, but Su Jin preferred beef. Moreover, the process for making the filling was different. Unfortunately, despite watching the entire procedure several times, Su Xian still couldn't figure out how much a little was or when something was just right or how to measure an appropriate amount. In the end, it gave him a headache, so he experimented on his own. Fortunately, since Su Xian practically tasted everything he cooked along the way, the final product turned out decent, though it somewhat resembled a hamburger instead. However, Su Xian didn't dwell too much on it. After eating one himself and feeling satisfied, he left the space with his laptop and a reading light for his tablet. Later in the night, Su Jin finally returned. Su Xian, who was skilled at staying up late, was still busily scribbling away. His ledger book had already recorded many items. With so many things going in and out, they needed to be documented properly, otherwise finding something later might prove difficult. When Su Jin saw that he hadn't slept yet, his brows immediately furrowed in displeasure. Why are you staying up again? This was one of the reasons Su Jin disapproved of Su Xian fighting zombies. This guy often inverted his days and nights, always seeming half asleep during the day and nearly impossible to get to sleep at night, making him extremely hard to manage. Seeing Su Jin return, Su Xian was very happy. He pulled a meat bun from the space and handed it to him, saying, I made this specially for you, try it. Su Jin took it, tore open the package, and took a bite. Under Su Xian's expectant gaze, he nodded approvingly, not bad. Actually, it was more like a roadside snack, neither high-end nor particularly flavorful. For someone like Su Xian, who had grown up in luxury, and Su Jin, whose culinary skills were top-notch, it was undeniably beginner-level cooking, but Su Jin found it incredibly delicious nonetheless. Su Xian had an introverted personality and generally only got along well with his parents and a few brothers. After the passing of Mr. and Mrs. Su, Su Xian's mood worsened significantly. Not only did he start distancing himself from his 3 older brothers, but even from Su Jin. Helpless, Su Jin could only quietly take care of some of his troubles and check on him every few days. Without Su Jin around, Su Xian's 3 meals consisted mostly of takeout or snacks. His shut-in tendencies grew stronger, and he basically only left home twice a week, each time to restock at the supermarket downstairs. The apartment perpetually had its curtains drawn, never seeing sunlight, coupled with irregular eating habits and lack of nutrients, and constant inversion of day and night. Su Xian's health steadily deteriorated. Although Su Jin had advised him several times, it was to no avail. Su Yi and Su Yan were both busy with their affairs and couldn't pay attention to him. As for Su Hao, their relationship had long grown distant. Such a life continued for a long time. Perhaps it was sudden clarity or perhaps the foreknowledge granted by the space and the looming apocalypse, but whatever the case, Su Xian finally began to lift his spirits again. Su Jin was genuinely glad for both his brother and himself because Su Xian had finally begun to face his emotions, allowing Su Jin to protect him. Moreover, now that they were together, it was pure, merely kissing each other's lips, but even this was immense comfort to Su Jin, who had silently guarded Su Xian for so many years. That night, Su Xian drifted off to sleep under Su Jin's tender and pitying kisses, a pleased smile lingering on his lips all through the night. The next morning, the door to the villa was knocked on early. Xu Lei, who had kept vigil in the wee hours of the night, reflexively reached for his gun, unlocked the safety, and pointed it at the front gate. At that moment, a head appeared outside the yard gate. Is anyone alive in there? Send one person out. Our second young master Jing has business. Second young master Jing. Su Xian frowned slightly. What is he doing here, running from Shanghai? Su Jin meticulously cleaned the sleek silver handgun in his hand. He must have come to place orders for transactions nearby. There's an underground arms factory in this area, so it's easier to buy these kinds of things. Su Xian was confused. Do you mean he came after the incident happened? Su Jin nodded. It took us nearly 3 months to get here, yet coming from Shanghai shouldn't take half the time. Su Xian's eyes darkened. Plans can't keep up with changing circumstances. Earthquakes have been happening frequently recently. Does he not fear death? Rushing over here like delivering himself. At this point, paper money was basically equivalent to scrap paper. The only things that could be exchanged were resources and influence. The Jing family wasn't just any household in Madu, Shanghai, but how could someone who owned an armory be anything less than shrewd? No wonder Su Xian had such an opinion. What does he want with us? Su Xian was puzzled. Su Jin shook his head. Let's wait and see. Su Xian thought for a moment. What if I go with you? Su Jin glanced at him upon hearing this. Don't you prefer avoiding interactions with outsiders? Su Xian chuckled. When is a time like this? Who cares about such preferences anymore? Besides, we can leave Xu Lei to watch the house. I'll go with you, and considering the favor of elder brother and second brother, surely he'll give me some face. Su Jin didn't argue further and simply nodded in agreement. Considering their group, they logically would only be seen as ants in the eyes of young Master Jing. But from Su Xian's perspective, even though Jing Wenyi had chosen a diplomatic approach instead of force, it was still remarkable. Jing Wenyi's entourage stayed in a villa on the outskirts. Their convoy consisted of more than 10 cars and around 40 or 50 burly henchmen. Clearly, they made excellent bodyguards. The one who earlier called out at the gate was Xiao Lu, one of Jing Wenyi's underlings. He had recognized Su Xian and his companions due to previous encounters in Madu, which avoided a confrontation. At a time like this, many people would do anything for food. They were desperate. Villa areas like theirs were sparsely populated, so when one popped up, Jing Wenyi naturally became curious. Xiao Lu greeted them first, surprised upon seeing Su Jin, then instantly flashing an ingratiating smile towards Su Xian, who would have thought it'd be Lord 4. It's been quite a while since our young master last mentioned you. Su Xian knew this was empty flattery and responded coolly, what a pleasant coincidence, it seems your young master remembers me. However, according to my third brother, your young master frequents places like Yao Tai Jin Yen. I assume he'd rather chat with my third brother. Xiao Lu's expression faltered, bowing deeply. Lord 4 is truly humorous. Su Xian made no effort to conceal his disdain for Jing Wenyi. Jing Wenyi was sly beyond description, a second son with schemes like a coal briquette. Su Xian had suffered losses several times under his hand and thus refused to show him any respect. Chapter 14. Upon entering, they immediately saw a young man in splendid robes leisurely fiddling with a jade trinket, lounging comfortably in a sofa. Only when Su Xian entered did he glance up briefly, revealing a strange smile. Seeing his expression, Su Xian couldn't help but feel anger rise in his chest. Young Master Jing certainly lives comfortably now, free from anyone pressing down on him, choosing to lord over these remote mountains. Su Jin remained standing behind Su Xian, looking down on Jing Wenyi with a domineering posture, causing significant discomfort for the latter. Helpless, Jing Wenyi had to discard his aloofness. I'm not like you, Lord 4, blessed with capable assistants who can call forth winds and rain wherever you go. Su Xian reached out and tugged at Su Jin's sleeve, signaling him to sit beside her. I don't care for idle chatter with you, so tell us why you summoned us. Jing Wenyi gave Su Jin a polite smile. Though he looked handsome and refined, it all meant nothing to Su Jin, who was essentially throwing pearls before swine. You don't need to look at him. The one making decisions here is me. Jing Wenyi's elegant eyes narrowed. Seems Lord 4 has gained quite the confidence now that Su Jin used to tidy up after your messes. Su Xian's rage transformed into laughter. So what? He's willing to clean up after me. Would you even deserve such a privilege? Unable to compete with Su Xian, Jing Wenyi finally relented. Fine, I concede to Lord 4. Let's switch topics and discuss business. Su Xian tilted her chin arrogantly, showing a faint hint of smugness. Go ahead. Jing Wenyi knew of her spoiled nature and stopped engaging in unnecessary debates, addressing Su Jin directly. This batch of goods I've worked hard to secure are now being targeted by the Bai and Liang families. You may not be aware, but currently only a few powerful factions remain stable. Including your Su family, Lord 4 has also ascended swiftly. Hearing this, Su Xian lost interest. Is that all you want to say? Jing Wenyi shook his head. Madu has an unfavorable geographic location and insufficient resource reserves. These days, there have been ongoing plans for relocating the capital. However, there are concerns about the lack of backup supplies and fears of unrest among the masses. Your elder brother has control of troops, while second brother is a core member. I wish to inquire whether our two families could collaborate. This proposal occurred to Jing Wenyi only after encountering Su Xian and Su Jin. He was out of options. Having so much cargo in his possession was turning into a hot potato. With the internal complications within the Jing family, schemers constantly leaked information to undermine him. The elders were all useless, not recognizing their own kin. If he really returned with the cargo in such a foolish manner, not only would many people be lost along the way, but even after returning, he wouldn't gain any benefits. Those who knew how to scheme wouldn't stop until they had taken a large bite out of him. Su Xian wasn't interested and turned to look at Su Jin, signaling for him to take charge. Seeing Su Xian getting up to look at the displayed jewelry and antiques, Su Jin thought for a moment before saying, how much cargo does second young master have? Jing Wenyi didn't hesitate. 5 heavy-duty trucks. Su Jin frowned. It's hard to bring back this much stuff. Why doesn't second young master take the water route? Jing Wenyi shook his head repeatedly. Don't even mention it. You know about the island country tsunami. These days, the temperature has dropped strangely, and the sea temperature is even lower. The warships sent out haven't returned yet. The country had a weak focus on developing naval warfare, and its warships couldn't match those produced by foreign countries. Plus, politics required balance. Before leaving, his father had reminded him not to take the water route, which must mean it was more dangerous. Su Jin, seeing his outright refusal, also realized there might be an issue. So he said, now, the equipment can't be used. You'd better prepare more gasoline. The mountain roads around here are not easy to navigate, and frequent earthquakes have occurred recently. If the national highways are destroyed, we'll have no choice but to take the mountain routes. Jing Wenyi saw hope in this, and his eyes lit up. Does this mean Brother Su agrees? Flipping through ancient books, Su Xian heard this and rolled his eyes at Jing Wenyi. This man always climbed up too easily. Su Jin nodded. If the goods are valuable, it would be worth taking a risk. Just don't transport this batch to Madu. Jing Wenyi was also worried about this. They say they're moving the capital, but the place hasn't been decided yet. Theoretically, the north has coal, and earthquakes are rare, making it naturally the best option. But I heard about a project in the northwest that started 2 or 3 years ago. This abnormal temperature change is bizarre as well, and some predict warming, meaning rising sea levels could endanger coastal areas. Su Jin looked at his sincere expression. Although he revealed quite a bit of information, most of these things Su Jin already knew, so they weren't very useful. Just as little Xian had said, this Jing Ershu was truly slippery. Second young master says this, which shows there isn't much sincerity involved. Su Jin wasn't necessarily fixated on obtaining Jing Wenyi's cargo. He and little Xian had more than what was on offer. However, for Su Xian's safety, Su Jin couldn't easily reject this opportunity. Transporting the goods inside won't be an issue, but whether you can hold on to them remains to be seen. After pondering for a while, Su Jin still decided to give him a chance. Jing Wenyi was a peculiar person, with somewhat morally ambiguous tendencies, valuing relationships over principles. Su Jin didn't want to make an enemy instead of a friend. Jing Wenyi nodded. This was Su Jin's stance. If it works, shall we split it 40 to 60? This was already a big compromise, and the 40% went to Su Jin. Su Jin didn't complain. I can only help introduce it to the younger lord. He's the one putting in the effort, so the cargo will naturally go to him. Jing Wenyi smiled knowingly. Aren't you tempted at all by so much cargo, Brother Su? Su Jin didn't beat around the bush. I don't have enough people under me to handle all this cargo. Furthermore, it's crucial that Jing's second young master feels this deal isn't losing money. Jing Wenyi was quite satisfied with this answer. That's settled then, Brother Su. Rest assured, your share of benefits won't be lacking. Su Jin slightly nodded. In this transaction, he was at most just a mediator. Based on his status in the Su family, Su Jin understood that Jing Wenyi wouldn't overestimate him. But if he considered him a pawn to manipulate, that would be a grave mistake. Tired of dealing with Jing Wenyi's affairs, once they finished talking, Su Xian directly pulled Su Jin away. Inside the villa, Shuelei and others were cultivating. Upon seeing Su Jin return, Shuelei spoke first. How did the negotiation go? Su Jin casually poured a cup of hot water for Su Xian. What else? It's just about interest distribution, wanting to drag our Su family into this. Shui Lei chuckled upon hearing this. Jing Wenyi is indeed a very interesting character, but he's too ruthless when getting things done. Su Jin didn't look at him. Because of that, he made countless enemies, alienating everyone. Shui Lei was curious. Then why do you help him? Su Jin nodded. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If collaborating with him brings benefits, why not do it? Shui Lei leaned forward and sat opposite Su Jin. With all this stuff, aren't you worried you'll burst? This was a joke. They didn't have many people under them. Even if they returned to Madu, who knows what changes these past few months might bring. Instead of recruiting new members, it would be better to consolidate their existing forces. This logic Su Jin understood, so I told him I'm helping connect it to Younger Lord, and these things can precisely support his troops. Shui Lei didn't entirely agree with Su Jin's habit of putting the Su family first in all matters, but since Su Xian was right there, he couldn't say much. You've already planned everything out. I don't have to add much. Just one thing, Jing Wenyi has a lot on his mind. You should warn young master about him so that they won't end up pleasing neither. Jing Wenyi, having secured what he needed, also left hastily. There were too many variables outside. Though this area had a low population density and not many zombies, the resources they had carried were almost depleted while supplies were dwindling. They ought to return as soon as possible. Jing Wenyi proposed that Su Jin's group follow him back immediately. Su Jin refused, but before parting, he allowed Jing Wenyi to communicate with Su Yi by phone. The two sides more or less reached an agreement. After seeing off Jing Wenyi, Su Jin's group once again searched the remaining villas thoroughly, collecting enough food and gasoline. They set out again early the next morning. During their journey, things went smoothly overall except that it grew colder as they continued along their route. The car engines could not be turned off at any time, for whether they would start the following day became a problem. Since the number of cars had increased, Su Jin arranged 2 people to each car so they could carry more cargo. He also now found opportunities to speak privately with Su Xian. Although Su Xian wasn't quite aware of Su Jin's intentions, at least she could feel relieved, not needing to remain constantly alert anymore. From the southernmost landing point up to now, they had completed half the journey. It took them more than 2 months, with the current temperature plummeting to below -30 degrees Celsius, making the south frigid and the north unbearable. In addition to power and water supplies being cut off, essential resources were also becoming scarce. Many survivors ended up freezing or starving to death. When they arrived in W City, the number of people moving around outdoors here gradually increased. A lot of them were temporarily organized by local authorities to hunt for resources and eliminate zombies. Encountering Su Xian's team, they even tried to persuade them to join their ranks. Naturally, Su Jin politely declined, for who knew how long these temporary alliances could last. Even if the treatment were good, it wouldn't make sense to settle down in such an unstable place. Initially, Su Xian thought it would take about a month to reach W City. However, due to constant earthquakes during the trip, once a strong earthquake struck Jincheng, resulting in a nearby nuclear power plant leaking radiation, they barely escaped total disaster. Fortunately, thanks to Su Xian, who instantly sensed something wrong combined with her space warning ability, they narrowly avoided a catastrophe. Afterward, everyone felt shivers down their spines, knowing how dangerous a nuclear leak was. The island country's nuclear leakage turned the region into a ghost town. Probably, Jincheng faced the same fate. I think young lord shouldn't dwell on unpleasant things anymore. Zombies are also decreasing in numbers. Maybe the situation will ease soon, said Su Guizhu while cooking. The heavy snowfall hadn't been long, yet the temperature started dropping again. Unable to bear staying in the car all day, they chose a spot at the outskirts of the city to rest for a day. With the apocalypse starting, temperatures kept falling. Although thanks to the cold, some supplies were preserved, harsh weather conditions made finding food difficult. They managed to get hold of some frozen meat today, deciding to stew a large pot of beef hodgepodge. Along with the noodles, Su Xian added some dried shrimp, mushrooms, and dehydrated vegetables. She'd previously purchased a lot of seasonings, and after that, they accumulated many more. Seasonings were abundant, so despite her limited cooking skills, their meals tasted fine. Feeling rather helpless, Su Jin said, "Let me do it. Don't you get tired from working hard all day?" Though he wasn't mainly responsible for killing zombies now, digging crystal cores all day and hunting those missed by others wore him down. Feeling sorry for Su Xian, Su Jin thought of returning to Shanghai sooner. So Su Xian gave up and handed him the big ladle. "You handle it then." But Su Jin casually passed the ingredients to Su Guizhu, then pulled Su Xian out of the kitchen and assigned little Five to assist inside. Outside, everything was covered in white snow, fresh fallen only a couple days ago. Breathing felt like exhaling mist. Su Xian vigorously rubbed her hands and stomped her feet repeatedly. She wore thick shoes, but it did little help. Su Jin dragged her into the opposite pharmacy. The entire drugstore looked chaotic, and the warehouse at the back had already been scavenged clean. All sorts of medicines scattered randomly on the ground remained untouched. Su Jin pulled out a small hot water bag from his pocket, finding a stool for her to sit on. "Dinner will take a bit longer. Rest here for a while. Their stopping point was a residential building near a mini-base where virtually no one came around anymore. Those who originally lived here either turned into zombies or fled to the base for safety. Su Xian pulled another stool closer, tapping it as a signal for Su Jin to sit beside her. With a flash of mirth in his eyes, Su Jin sat down as Su Xian wrapped herself in the warm water bag and leaned on him. With the weather getting colder and zombies becoming tougher to fight, we better not go into the downtown area. They had earlier decided to avoid the urban center for caution, sticking mostly to towns and villages. One reason was that they had few people while there were too many zombies for them to handle, and secondly, they weren't short on supplies. The things stored in Shanghai should still be intact, so food wasn't an immediate concern. However, this made it harder for them to build up their strength. Several times, Little Five and Wang Hai were injured by zombies, but if it weren't for Su Xian's spiritual spring water combined with diligent cultivation to strengthen their bodies, they might have already turned into zombies by now. Honestly speaking, humans were at a disadvantage when facing zombies. In such low temperatures, zombies didn't feel a thing, unlike humans. Additionally, zombies never got tired, making them an almost indestructible zombie army. Su Jin stroked his long hair, saying, "We've been out here for so long, it's about time to go back. If we don't return soon, young master will surely lose his temper." Su Xian laughed, "I'm not afraid of him losing his temper. It's just that if we spend too much time fighting zombies outside, we may end up detached from society." As Su Jin began combing his hair, he said casually, "Little Five has been listening to the radio broadcasts non-stop. There have been earthquakes in the south, frost damages in the north, tsunamis hitting the island country, and even Shanghai hasn't been peaceful. Base operations aren't running smoothly either, leaving the vast majority of people feeling lost." Su Xian nodded, "That's true. Everyone was in the same boat, uncertain whether they could survive until tomorrow, but all working hard to live through today." The air was filled with a heavy, oppressive silence. After a while, Su Xian broke the quietness, "At least we've got some trump cards, and zombies aren't as formidable as those in novels. Although, neither have we gained any special powers." Sighing, Su Xian added, "Do you think aliens might invade Earth at a time like this?" Su Jin hesitated before muttering, "Everything in novels is fictional." After a long pause, Su Xian finally looked up and glared at him, "Comrade Su Jin, when I'm sharing my thoughts, you should unconditionally agree with me rather than question them, okay?" Chapter 15. Regarding Su Jin's indirect criticism of his excessive immersion in online activities as a housebound man, Su Xian found nothing unusual in it anymore. He knew that Su Jin saw everything potentially harmful to him as an enemy to guard against. Of course, Su Xian also cherished the feeling of being pampered. In this cold and indifferent world, without a belief to cling to, he wouldn't even know if he could hold on. After having a steaming bowl of beef noodles, Su Jin took Su Xian around the vicinity again, collecting some supplies along the way. He barely took any food items, instead taking care of the rest. After a day of rest, Su Jin and the others decided to try their luck in a nearby town. With temperatures so low, zombies were scarce, and although they weren't lacking in food or clothing, they needed to replenish their firearms and ammunition. Regular police stations were located in areas with concentrated populations, so they likely wouldn't find anything useful there. A visit to an armory seemed more promising. Jing Wenyi had gone to a private underground armory. Though officially approved, very few people knew its exact location. Besides, those who did were usually desperados, otherwise, how would Jing Wenyi maintain such business dealings honestly? The Su family had accumulated some capital now, and an armory, though heavily guarded, wasn't impossible to infiltrate. With the frigid weather, zombies were less common, and roads damaged by earthquakes gradually decreased toward the north. Their trip went smoother. Along the way, Su Xian collected quite a lot of supplies, visiting police stations, but the returns were meager. Su Jin planned to make a stop at an armory in C province, so he secured a military truck, which, alongside their other 3 newly acquired vehicles, offered ample space for these materials. This armory was built deep within a mountainous region. The rugged terrain made Su Jin deliberate, deciding to leave Su Guizhu and Little Five on standby while the other 4 drove the truck directly up. As they neared the deep mountains, Su Xian slowly extended his mental energy, like a large net encompassing the entire armory. However, the next instant, his mental energy touched a massive boulder, which disappeared instantly before his eyes. Following that came the sound of numerous rocks falling. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Hai and Shuelei became unusually tense. Su Xian calmly said, "It's just a few rocks falling, no need to panic." Su Jin glanced at him, "Are there meteorites here?" Su Jin knew a little about Su Xian's mental ability connecting to the spatial realm to absorb meteorites. Su Xian nodded, "If that's the case, then the zombies here are likely to be formidable." Shuelei couldn't help but warn, "Be vigilant. Safety first if necessary." Just as they were speaking, the armory was within sight. Before the truck had even come to a full stop, more than 10 zombies came running at the sound of the vehicle. Shuelei quickly unleashed a barrage of shots. The firepower of their guns was extraordinarily strong, far better quality than usual. Of course, all these weapons had cost Su Jin and Su Xian dearly. Su Xian's martial arts weren't as accurate as theirs in terms of hitting every shot, so he followed behind to dig out crystal cores. On the other side, Su Jin prepared bombs and blew up the gate directly. Unexpectedly, there wasn't a single soul inside the armory. Finished goods outside were scattered all over the floor, and as they walked further inside, production lines came into view. Occasionally, one or two zombies emerged from the duty rooms but were easily dealt with. Xue Lei couldn't help but look questioningly at Su Jin, who also looked slightly surprised. Maybe they left in a hurry. He had guessed this earlier when seeing the scattered items in front of the factory. Those dozen or so zombies they previously resolved probably belonged to the soldiers stationed here. Although it was strange, it was better without an enormous horde of zombies, given they were only 4 people. Without relying on Su Xian's powerful mental energy, they wouldn't have dared approach easily. Of course, for Su Xian's very convenient early warning skill, everyone in the team expressed the highest level of admiration and envy. Su Xian sighed with relief. It's better not to find anyone. Check carefully and let's quickly move things. He just roughly scanned around. There were more than 20 warehouses here. Besides firearms and ammunition, there were plenty of military supplies. With these things, at least officially, they would lack nothing anymore. Su Jin nodded, and a few of them started moving things. Snow was falling heavily outside, and the truck couldn't be loaded too much. In the end, they only took about half a warehouse of materials. Most were firearms and ammunition, while they took only a small part of the others. Even though it was hard to part with the remaining supplies, the mountain road wasn't easy to navigate, and they didn't dare to be overly greedy. However, Su Xian had no such hesitation. Being the last one to finish up, he practically stripped the entire armory bare, taking away even the production line. Finally, he threw several bombs, completely destroying the place and leaving no trace behind. With shaking mountain bodies, rocks rolled down, thoroughly burying the whole factory underneath. Having emptied a large armory, Su Jin no longer delayed, almost fully speeding towards M City. There were not many people on the way. The snowfall was too heavy, with temperatures below -30°C at least. Even zombies rarely showed up, let alone humans. Moreover, during the journey, Su Xian and his group didn't see even a single animal, except for the continuously falling snow. Everything else remained still. The world was utterly desolate. About half a month later, Su Jin and his companions finally traversed through Mountain City and reached M City. People arranged by Su Yi were already waiting nearby the border. They knew that bringing so much stuff openly would cause endless troubles in the future. The person in charge of the reception was Kong Xuebing, the top man under Su Yi. This big, burly figure was originally a special forces operative, making him Su Ye's trusted right-hand man. Seeing Su Xian, Kong Xuebing finally exhaled a breath of relief. Upon spotting the multiple vehicles filled with resources, he revealed a faint smile. Lord Fourth's departure scared us all. We didn't expect Lord Fourth to possess such great capabilities now. Kong Xuebing's remark was merely polite. He knew Su Xian's status within the Su family and was well aware of his strength. But even if he knew that Su Xian had achieved this, he couldn't be too overboard, unable to mix up priorities. Su Jin stood beside Su Xian with an unchanging expression. Regarding the Su family's attitude toward him, Su Jin held no resentment. He was a man who believed in gratitude, and despite disliking Su Xian, he would never fight him for recognition. The Su family had pulled him out of the mud and bestowed upon him the Su surname, giving him the opportunity to rise above the masses and become someone extraordinary. Thus, he should forever feel grateful to the Su family, let alone Su Xian's importance in his heart. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can talk nonsense in front of me, but let's get to the main topic first. It might not be easy to bring all this stuff inside. How does my older brother plan to arrange everything? Kong Xuebing, used to his young master's temper, straightforwardly said, there is a national treasure vault in the Nan Mountains, which was initially built to store valuable relics. The vault is constructed inside the mountain, resistant to water and fire, making it the absolute best choice. Su Xian nodded. Let's discuss more after getting on the car. This area appeared deserted, but it wouldn't be good if someone saw them. Thanks to these extraterrestrial meteorites, at least there were no annoying spy satellites monitoring them overhead, and if there were, Su Xian's mental power could detect them instantly. After ordering his subordinates, Kong Xuebing climbed onto the leading Hummer himself. He brought more than 10 people, but since there were no zombies outside, and they had sufficient firearms and ammunition, it wouldn't do to gather too many people and draw attention. A convoy of 6 or 7 vehicles slowly made its way towards the suburbs and the southern mountains. Su Xian looked ahead, seemingly offhandedly asking, if it's supposed to be a national treasure vault, is that place just being abandoned? Kong Xuebing sighed, who has time for those things at a moment like this? All manpower and resources have been allocated to researching the zombie virus. Besides, there are quite a few misnamed treasures inside anyway, so many were destroyed before, and what's left can hardly be called national treasures. Lord Fourth, if you like something, you can choose it yourself. At least now no one cares about these things. Just as how some countries prefer to hide oil in deep seas, their leaders naturally had their own cards up their sleeves. Apart from numerous secret emergency supply warehouses, which functioned akin to seed banks, it wasn't surprising to find a cultural relic vault. It was often said that antiques flourish during prosperous times while gold dominates during chaos. Originally, this vault was merely meant to store ancient treasures and rarities. In reality, only a few items held any substantial value. The entire vault was valuable rather than individual items due to the effort invested in constructing it. With Kong Xuebing leading the way, the group of cars smoothly entered through a hidden door at the base of the mountain. Supplies were stored in a separate warehouse on the outer perimeter. The warehouse required both fingerprint and iris verification to open. Even bombs would have difficulty breaching it. Besides bringing back large quantities of military hardware, Su Xian also carried some food and clothing, as winter was upon them, and many lacked proper winter wear. The firearms and such were left behind here. Su Jin selected 2 cases of bullets to take along with him, leaving several cases of food behind. The remainder, including the winter clothes and blankets, were handed over to Kong Xuebing. As Kong mentioned, Su Xian's apartment in the city had already been requisitioned, but his villa on the outskirts remained untouched, stocked with many supplies they'd accumulated previously, more than enough for a few people for quite some time. Su Xian didn't think much of those who schemed politically above, yet he still harbored goodwill toward soldiers. Giving them the supplies was mutually beneficial since they wouldn't suffer deductions when entering certain places. Additionally, out of the 4 vehicles they brought back, 3 needed to remain here, with only 1 taken back. Fuel couldn't all be taken away either. Though Suyi acted as a back channel for them, formalities still had to be observed. These cars were decent, bringing them back would not only mean risking fuel extraction, but others seeing them return with empty cars would definitely raise whispers. Kong Xuebing and his men didn't expect this trip outside to bring unexpected bonuses. The cotton coats, quilts, and even food could support their households, thus prompting several expressions of thanks to Su Xian. He didn't pay much mind, casually waving them aside, then pulling Kong Xuebing aside. "Since we're here, are there any valuable items I could take back with me?" Kong Xuebing knew this young master lived in luxury, perhaps not entirely detached from worldly affairs but certainly focused more on indulgence than practicality, even at this time focusing on worthless pursuits. Still, he enjoyed using those items to please Su Xian. Paintings, calligraphy, porcelain, those aren't practical right now. But there are plenty of gold, jade, silver, and I remember there were also large chunks of diamonds. Interested, Lord Forth? Since the warehouse wasn't far, he was happy to escort Su Xian there. The central vault spanned an impressive area, categorically arranged, but appeared largely empty overall. The showcases for gold, jade, and precious stones did not contain many standout pieces. Most were antique items, looking dull and lacking brilliance. After glancing around a bit, Su Xian lost interest until the gemstones set in crowns caught his eye. Those interested him, and he took quite a few by hand. As mealtime approached, no one was eager to leave. After opening the door for him, Kong Xuebing walked off, considering it safe enough with no one around and no apparent danger present. Now, in his view, these objects, neither edible nor drinkable, seemed utterly useless. Later, Su Xian even invited Su Jin into the room. His eyes sparkled at the vast library housed within the warehouse. "What do you think about me moving all these books?" Su Jin showed slight exasperation. "Let's pick the useful ones and stop there. Aren't you going to give some of these to Lord One? If you remove everything here and someone later comes searching, it might become hard to explain." Su Xian immediately sobered up, nodding thoughtfully. Then, both began selecting practical items. Though Su Xian had special storage abilities, carrying too many things would easily betray his methods. Ultimately, they took over 100 ancient texts, some amounts of gold, jade, and a few small exquisite antiquities, including snuff bottles and nut carvings. Su Xian was quite satisfied with his haul, and no one would check these things anyway. They wouldn't encounter any issues at security either. By the time they came out, a group of people outside had already begun eating. Kong Xuebing had been following Su Yi the whole time. Though they hadn't gone hungry in the past days, the food certainly wasn't as good as before. It was unexpected that Su Xian was so generous as to treat them to an extravagant feast. Seeing Su Jin approach with an armful of items following Su Xian, Kong Xuebing quickly put down his chopsticks and stood up, looking toward Su Xian. The others also immediately stopped eating. Helpless, Su Xian could only tell them, "Continue eating." He then pulled Kong Xuebing aside and quietly asked, "On the way back, I happened to run into Jing Wenyi. He told me that higher-ups were considering relocating the capital. Is this true?" Kong Xuebing was startled for a moment before laughing. Some people upstairs do have this idea, but moving the capital at this critical juncture is far from easy. Not to mention manpower and resources, just dealing with more than 90% of the infected would be enough to cost their lives. Now clearing the infected must still be the priority. Su Xian nodded. "All right, I get it. I'll take part of the stuff inside, and if anyone asks, just say it's all gone." Though Su Xian didn't think anyone would care about this, he still wanted to remind Kong Xuebing. The latter naturally understood. "Rest assured, fourth young master. These things now are worth less than a meal outside, no one pays attention." After everyone ate their fill, they organized the supplies and locked the warehouse tightly before returning downtown in high spirits. From afar, Su Xian could already see the tall walls erected. According to Kang Shuebing, control in the city was now very strict, and most of the infected had been dealt with, but there might still be some escapees. Soldiers were still going door to door to conduct searches. After months of efforts, the city's defense facilities were mostly complete. Barely speaking, it could be considered a temporary base, and nationwide, there was nowhere better. Although heating was currently a big issue, relocating the capital because of this clearly wasn't practical. And due to other various reasons, the proposal could only be shelved temporarily. Chapter 16. Because of Su Ye's influence, Su Xian and the others were allowed to smoothly enter the base without being too much harassed. Moreover, since there weren't many things on the car, and all the individuals remained intact, they were simply given a rough physical checkup and released. Kang Shuebing escorted Su Xian back to the villa. He mentioned that both Su Yi and Su Yan were still overseeing the situation in the city, while regarding Su Hao, though he was safe, he hadn't been seen for several days. In any case, the base was relatively secure, and Su Hao was accompanied by bodyguards and carried guns himself, so there would be no issues. Due to the meteorites falling from the sky, a third of Shanghai's population had been lost. Compared to other regions, this was already considered a relatively high survival rate. Still, the population density in the city center was nearing saturation. After all, during these few months, countless survivors from various places had fled to Shanghai, who were concentrated in the western district. However, the excessive population burden still made the entire base's operation feel especially strained. Such conditions weren't just due to the heavy regional population load but also more importantly due to power struggles among different forces in Shanghai. This undercurrent had persisted since the beginning and continued until now. Even combined, Su Yan and Su Yi had to cooperate with other forces. Many people refused to abandon their existing interests, whether they were pre-catastrophe industries or things contested after the disaster. Taking the Su family as an example, Su Hao oversaw not a few enterprises. Even though a large part had been requisitioned, besides factories, he still owned 3 or 5 villas and real estate properties. However, Su Hao's businesses were unrelated to food, so even though he had numerous warehouses, they mostly stored oil. As for Su Yi and Su Yan, to avoid being attacked by political opponents, the enterprises they publicly owned weren't numerous. But in the early stages of internal message circulation, they stored some supplies, so they still had some reserves now. Yet externally, the Su family seemed worry-free. Su Xian had the most supplies in hand, but apart from those in the villa and those brought from outside, the rest he couldn't use openly. Let alone that Su Jin kept a close eye on him, disallowing him to use the materials in his space except for privately eating fruit and having some special meals. Nothing else should be thought of. Su Xian also understood the general environment of the situation. Once his personal space was exposed, it would mean something grave. So he was extremely cautious. Nevertheless, when he reflected on how even without his own space previously, those top figures still enjoyed plenty of good food, not necessarily luxurious dishes like fish and meat, but at least not scrambling for bread like ordinary people. Su Xian focused on asking about the recent conditions of his 3 older brothers. Su Hao was relatively fine, but Su Yi and Su Yan were so busy they were unseen all day. Without even mentioning Su Yi, Su Yan had only communicated once or twice in the last few months and hadn't shown up since. He felt a bit puzzled and asked Kang Shuebing, "What is my second brother doing recently?" Kang Shuebing patiently explained, "The meteorites that fell near Shanghai not long ago have been transported back to the base. The research team under Second Young Master's command has been focusing their efforts on studying these." Hearing this, Su Xian frowned. "These things have an extreme attraction to zombies, yet you dare to bring them into the base." He didn't believe these people were unaware that this stuff was essentially a deadly weapon. Originally, human-populated bases already had a huge attraction to zombies. He didn't even mention the fact that it was still freezing outside now, but as temperatures rose in the future, there would inevitably be zombie sieges around cities. Kang Shuebing laughed helplessly. "Fourth Young Master surely knows about those science oddballs. Besides, quite a number of higher-ups also hope to gain some advantages from these meteorites. It's rumored that after many people approached the meteorites, their physical constitutions improved significantly. In their view, this thing is not just the key to zombie evolution, but more importantly, the hope for humanity." Su Xian couldn't argue much more. "Alright, make sure you pass along my message to my second brother to be careful. Oh, by the way, there are still some canned foods in the villa, pick out some and send them over to my first and second brothers." Kang Shuebing nodded. "Understood, Fourth Young Master." He loved doing such errands. Su Xian wasn't stingy and valued face, he wouldn't neglect those who ran errands for him either. In the end, Su Xian simply packed 2 boxes of food and gave Kang Shuebing a small bag of premium rice, then saw him off at the door. Just before he left, Kang Shuebing reminded him not to go out too often lately, as it was extremely chaotic outside. It seemed this area's villa zone was about to be replanned. If none of them were there, there might be someone trying to take advantage of their absence, which could result in trouble if they succeeded. Nowadays, with the world in chaos, Su Yi couldn't spare time to assign dedicated personnel to protect Su Xian. Fortunately, Su Jin's group was there, ensuring some level of security. After seeing Kang Shuebing off, Su Xian led several people to begin tidying up the villa. The entire villa covered a large area, and the second floor was almost entirely private space. Except for Su Jin, everyone else was arranged to stay in the guest rooms on the first floor. On the periphery, there was a gym, game room, swimming pool, and so on, but unfortunately, now water and electricity supply in the base were tight and both needed to be traded for supplies. As for water, it was even more luxurious. Even the underground water resources nowadays weren't safe enough for anyone to use recklessly, fearing contamination with viruses. As for electricity, it was relatively easier to deal with. With heating gone, most people had no time to think about enjoyment anymore. All their energy was focused on survival, leaving electrical appliances mostly abandoned. The villa had backup power sources and water tanks, complete with large barrels of sealed mineral water and generators. At least, if used sparingly, they could last for a considerable amount of time. Speaking of accommodation, although there were now more rooms available, they were still sharing, 2 people per room. With the current low temperature, living alone could easily lead to freezing death. Su Xian found 3 electric blankets, 1 for each room. These things consumed less power, ensuring warmth under the covers. His and Su Jin's room was on the 2nd floor. The villa had a 3rd floor, though it was smaller and mostly used for storage. When young, Su Xian sometimes liked sleeping in the attic, but alas, now the 3rd floor was dreadfully cold. However, it could be used for cooling down when temperatures were high. After arranging the rooms, Su Guizhu prepared meals as usual, while the others began inventorying the villa's supplies. Most of the dozen containers Su Jin had purchased were stored in Su Xian's personal space. Inside were mainly firearms, ammunition, and other military supplies. As Su Jin's most capable subordinate, Shuelei knew he secretly bought some supplies, but since information wasn't certain back then, many people hadn't taken it seriously. The villa had a not-so-small basement, where more than half was stacked with food and guns. This villa had a long history, existing even before the founding of the country. Its entrance was very hidden, and even the other brothers in the Su family didn't know about it. It was originally constructed as a precautionary measure. But years of peace made it unused until now. The person who handed the villa to Su Xian mentioned it in passing, but Su Xian hadn't really cared until after his reincarnation, reminding him inadvertently. Besides the supplies in the basement, there were quite a few items in the storage room on the 3rd floor. Those were later bought by Su Xian, consisting of long shelf-life foods. There were also clothes and shoes in larger sizes, usable by others. Shuelei and the others naturally rejoiced upon seeing these things, but thinking about how fewer resources remained in the city center, they no longer paid much attention to them. While Su Xian was upstairs tidying up, Shuelei couldn't help but mention, the people under the young master haven't mentioned anything about the company. Are they just going to accept this? Others were unclear, but he knew Su Jin had originally prepared quite a lot of supplies. If those were still intact, they could easily dominate an area. Su Jin remained very calm, a lot of people from the company are gone, and the rest can't be contacted. That area is a major disaster zone, so naturally, the higher-ups have to use it as an excuse to reclaim those things. Shuelei let out a cold chuckle, what disaster zone? When we first chose the location, there were delays and obstacles everywhere. Now when there's something to gain, everyone's rushing for it, afraid to miss out. Su Jin understood his anger but couldn't add fuel to the fire, for now, we can only rely on the young master. Having too many of those items would draw too much attention, which might cause trouble that we few can't handle. It's better to let them fight over them. He had stored all the things he bought from abroad in Su Xian's personal space. Although they lost a lot openly, most of it was for customers' consignments, so he wouldn't be too upset about it. When he mentioned the young master, Shuelei hesitated for once, are you going to keep working for the Su family? With their capital destroyed in this apocalypse, it would be hard to survive without depending on Su Yi. Shuelei wasn't stupid, he understood the gravity of the situation. Still, considering Su Jin's extraordinary skills, he didn't see why he should always be subservient, taking orders from the Su family. In fact, thanks to the cultivation manuals contributed by Su Xian, the physical condition of their group improved significantly. In chaotic times, heroes often emerge. Thinking about their journey so far, a spark ignited within him. Which man wouldn't want to achieve great success? With the chaos reigning now, shouldn't they seize the opportunity instead of hiding like cowards under the protection of the military? Su Jin had little interest in achieving fame and fortune. While having more power and status might seem appealing, the responsibility would also increase. He knew Su Xian had no grand ambitions and was uninterested in national affairs. Moreover, if he spent all his time handling such matters, he'd spend much less time with Su Xian. But he couldn't say that to Shuelei. People had different aspirations. Shuelei considered him a brother. Even if he didn't approve of Su Jin's choice to work for the Su family, he wouldn't suggest quitting outright. Su Jin couldn't exploit brotherhood either. Other people's affairs I don't care about nor do I want to meddle in, but Xiao Xian's matters are non-negotiable. Things outside aren't good right now, so let's focus on preparing ourselves first. We'll deal with one thing at a time later. No one could predict the future, and thinking about this made Shuelei deflate somewhat. Fine, filling their stomachs came first, they couldn't rely on Su Xian forever. I've heard that the base has arranged jobs for people, and we can take on missions. Though the risk factor is pretty high, at least there's something to do. After understanding the situation better in a few days, we'll go find some work. Su Jin nodded, count me in, during our shifts we need someone back home. Time passed quickly, and not long after Su Xian returned to the base, it was the new year. The winter base was even quieter, silent from top to bottom. At this time, building houses was impossible. Many had to squeeze into residential areas, and some didn't even have proper winter clothing or enough food. There were quite a few who froze or starved to death. Su Jin and his group found work at the base. Occasionally, even Su Xian joined them on missions. Aside from collecting supplies from nearby areas, there were also odd jobs within the base. It wasn't just about earning contribution points, but gathering information and reconnecting with old relationships. As long as you're involved in society, spreading your network wide inevitably means dealing with all kinds of people. During this period, Su Jin learned a lot about the internal workings of the base. Not only had the upper echelons restructured, but many characters who previously lived in gray zones also surfaced. A mix of different groups muddled the waters even further, making Shanghai's situation murkier than ever. Occasionally, Su Xian accompanied Su Ye's army on missions, though he hadn't taken any base tasks yet. He disliked such assignments. Given his identity, and being face-conscious, he thought patrol duties would make his old friends laugh at him. Plus, the villa needed to remain occupied, so the six decided to split into two roles, one involving street patrols where they'd report any abnormalities immediately. The job wasn't exhausting, just dangerous because you never knew when a zombie might appear. The position requirements were flexible, so the group took turns without becoming too tired. However, aside from 300 contribution points each month, there was nothing else. Though they didn't care about these things, such stingy treatment clearly offered no future prospects for an average person. Looking at the bag of corn pancakes that Xiao Wu brought back, Su Xian was indeed somewhat helpless. He had eaten this before, and the taste wasn't good at all. However, its long shelf life was a benefit. Anything that could fill your stomach was acceptable. Nobody cared so much about quality anymore. After 2 or 3 years in this post-apocalyptic world, the base's resources were basically exhausted. With constant internal struggles, quite a few high-ranking figures had quietly disappeared. People are selfish, let alone those skilled in political tactics. For them, common folk were merely numerical tools to be exploited. The outer city residential areas had already become slums. Selling children and lacking enough meals each day was now commonplace. Speaking of Su Jin, aside from occasionally doing some work, he and Shuelei generally went out early in the morning and returned late at night. Su Xian wasn't clear what they were busy with exactly, but he could learn something from his occasional chats with Xiao Wu and others. After Su Xian returned, people who knew him well began coming over one by one. Now Su Yi and Su Yen were among the more important figures in the base. Not only did they have plenty of soldiers under their command, but also considerable resources amassed during the chaos. Su Xian didn't know much about this. It was mostly Su Yen operating behind the scenes. Nowadays, with the Su family thriving, many came to flatter them. Su Xian didn't understand such matters, so he directly called Su Yi. Su Yi straightforwardly sent 2 security officers over to handle these issues. Most visitors just came to give gifts, often gold, jewelry, which weren't particularly valuable now but still circulated as hard currency within the higher ranks of the base. Depending on the situation, Su Xian accepted some gifts and reciprocated with tobacco, alcohol, food, and other items. He didn't want anyone criticizing the Su family for small gains. Exchanging less valuable gold for premium tobacco and alcohol was a surefire profitable deal. Unfortunately, most of the presents from ordinary folks were sent back since Su Xian didn't have deep relationships with many people yet. Now, in addition to contribution points used by the general public, some gold, silver, and jade could also serve as currency, though it was worth much less than before. In the base, bartering was now standard practice. Food and heating supplies, both very scarce, could be traded for other necessities. Besides, the official authorities of the base also started buying spirit cores. Now, squads going outside to kill zombies made up only a small part of activities, and extracting spirit cores after killing zombies was even rarer. Initially, many novel enthusiasts found spirit cores intriguing. Some had experimented with them, even ingesting them raw. However, after half a year, the reality set in. This stuff was basically useless. Recently, the base authority began purchasing spirit cores. Although their exact use was unclear, this confirmed their value. Thus, prices for spirit cores began skyrocketing. The exchange ratio between ordinary colorless cores and corn pancakes rose to 1 to 5, while colored cores were even more valuable. Owing to his personal storage space, Su Xian had quietly hoarded quite a few cores on his journey. Apart from around 1,000 colorless cores shown on the surface, there were nearly 10,000 cores stashed in his space. There were also about 400 colored cores. These included various colors. Some rare ones like gold, silver, and black were only a small portion. Spirit cores extracted from zombies with colored cores were harder to defeat. Many were obtained through luck, where previously killed zombies left behind cores untouched. All the colored cores were placed by Su Xian into separate compartments in a sorting box. Numerous transparent boxes stored cores of different colors neatly. 2 large organizing bins housed these sparkling treasures. Some cores left outside, Su Xian separately gifted some to Su Yi and Su Yen. As the value of cores surged, rumors spread that they might serve as a new form of energy. The large power plant in Shanghai was abandoned long ago, and nuclear power stations were shut down. Winter temperatures continued to drop. While many survived the initial virus outbreak, some weaker individuals couldn't cope with this sudden severe winter. If energy could be extracted from the spirit cores, solving the base's energy crisis would address numerous other arising problems. In the previous life, Su Xian hadn't ventured far from the base and wasn't too informed about external affairs. But regarding spirit cores, he knew a bit. According to legends, spirit cores could be used as cultivation resources, but only for individuals standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Common people couldn't adapt to the immense energy within spirit cores, nor could they draw any energy from them. In Su Xian's opinion, he felt that he had grasped some leads. However, as the fruits born in zombies' bodies, crystal cores were difficult to adapt to, let alone use on oneself. Although Su Xian had obtained the cultivation secret manual, such matters could not be rushed. He himself was also not in a great hurry, so it was still better to proceed step by step. Moreover, the spiritual spring water in the space could continuously replenish the energy needed by the body. Even if he didn't cultivate with crystal cores, there wouldn't be too many problems. After entering the base, Su Jin almost disappeared out of sight every 2 or 3 days, and Su Xian had guessed several points. Now, all major forces were recruiting people. Although the Su family had quite a few soldiers in their hands, those weren't Su Jin's subordinates, and he couldn't possibly command them either. It would be better to recruit people on his own and start anew. When they returned to the base layout had already been established. Any profitable places had basically been divided up. The villa under Su Xian's name being safe and sound was due to the blessings of Su Yi and Su Yan. But from Su Jin's perspective, relying solely on these two wasn't practical. Nowadays, quite a few rich young masters had dozens of people under them. This was no longer peaceful times. In case of danger, relying solely on a few people might not be enough. Therefore, Su Jin focused on strengthening his cultivation while beginning to gather previous forces. Although many had already transferred to others' factions, some had always worked independently. Knowing that Su Jin had returned safely, some people also had intentions of joining. After all, unlike ordinary rich young masters, Su Jin relied on the Su family but was always very fair in his actions. Quite a number of veterans had worked under him, so his reputation was much better than that of ordinary noble family sons. However, this led to more people coming to join, with a mixed bag of individuals. Due to Su Xian's reasons, Su Jin was extremely cautious in absorbing personnel. As for the secret manuals used by several people for cultivation before, he directly treated them as secrets, forbidding any leaks. Su Jin was busy, and Su Xian was not idle either. Besides organizing things in the villa, there were also too many miscellaneous items later collected in the space, requiring good organization. There were quite a lot of goods just from the warehouses and containers at several large ports. These were basically all foreign imports or items intended for export. Such as high-end cigarettes and alcohol imported from abroad, various valuable luxury goods, meticulously packed firearms and ammunition, motorhomes and sports cars. A large quantity of imported milk powder, chocolate candies, dried fruit preserves, honey tea, health products, various instant convenient foods, dairy products, grain and oil, etc. Organizing so many supplies was no small challenge for Su Xian. It would definitely not be completed in the short term. So apart from machinery that might be needed in the near future, the rest were only checked for external packaging before being stored properly. For all the materials collected later, Su Xian made a detailed list of numbers, in duplicate. One copy was posted on the container for easier reference in the future, and another was saved in the notebook for backup comparison. In addition, the things collected after landing from the southern island also needed to be reorganized along with what was prepared before the apocalypse. It was too dangerous outside in the past, and Su Xian could only roughly organize them. With ample time now and nothing else to do at the moment, he could only find something to do and thoroughly organize to see exactly how much property he had. The items collected before the apocalypse occupied hundreds of containers. Just seeds of one type still remained more than half unused. The fruits and vegetables planted now were sufficient for their current consumption. Cultivating more was unnecessary as they couldn't manage everything, so they remained sealed and stored in the basement. Clothes, socks, and other finished products came with packaging bags or whole boxes, counting each piece was too troublesome. Su Xian found empty boxes to pack them all well and put them in the containers in the same way. Clothes and shoes took up a lot of space, along with previously purchased cloth and needlework supplies, occupying almost 1/10 of the storage. In addition, there were some accidental collections of decorative items and toys, which were all sorted into sorting boxes and placed aside for easy access. Machinery and food were the most numerous among them. Apart from directly edible food, dry vegetables, fruits, the remaining coarse grains main foods were worth billions. There were also some semi-processed seasonings, butter, cheese, jams, etc., and additionally, various machines previously ordered by Su Xian, including all kinds of food processing machines and small harvesters, agricultural machinery. Additionally, there were books ordered earlier, medical equipment, various medicines, and daily necessities like pots, pans, ladles, and basins. And also, a considerable amount of household goods. These don't need to be mentioned individually. Among the most important were various building materials collected from the construction materials city later by Su Xian, along with a large number of ancient books, plenty of gold, jade hard currency, and most importantly, guns and ammunition. The supplies Su Xian had collected could be said to cover everything he needed. With the space as his backup, he could continuously produce goods and at least not worry about food and clothing. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit lost because he didn't know what direction the future would take. Since it was close to the new year, the base had organized holiday activities. Although privately held, these events were on a large scale and took place in the central exhibition square. Besides various discount activities, there was also a free trading fair, entertainment programs, and more. Su Xian had participated in such events before. They were great opportunities for negotiating and making deals. You might meet all sorts of people. As for the entertainment programs, they were far more thrilling and bloody compared to those before the apocalypse. Some big stars from the past even lowered their standards, and many good-looking boys and girls became private property for some people. Being exchanged as gifts or toys happened quite often. As a member of the Su family, Su Xian naturally received an invitation. Plus, several of the organizers were Su Ye's immediate superiors, so naturally, he couldn't refuse outright. Since crystalline cores were the most in demand at the base recently, Su Xian simply packed some with him. Su Jin, worried about him, left Xiao Wu and a few others to watch the house while he and Xue Lei accompanied Su Xian out. Xue Lei also enjoyed the festive gatherings. For over 10 days since returning to the base, the area had been nothing but deathly silence everywhere, with cries of sorrow throughout. Anyone seeing that wouldn't have a pleasant mood. It was rare to have such a lively large-scale meeting, which increased Su Xian's interest a bit. Moreover, his second brother Su Yan would also make an appearance today. Su Yi was too busy with trivial matters to spare the time, and Su Hao, Su Xian simply chose to ignore. Although the villa was a bit far from the square, only those wealthy young masters who knew no hardship still drove cars. Several of Su Xian's vehicles consumed quite a lot of fuel. Although the space had plenty of gasoline stock, including full oil tankers and oil ships, no matter how much you had, it couldn't stand such consumption. Furthermore, when Su Xian returned, he only drove one car. Someone who wanted to investigate would find out that even if the villa stored a lot of things, at most it would only be enough to last for a year. This referred only to food, gasoline and firearms were just a small part. In the end, Su Jin still decided to drive. First, there was no need to let people see clearly. Second, he didn't want Su Xian to walk such a long distance. Though the space also had bicycles, motorcycles, and other vehicles, under Su Jin's stern gaze, Su Xian did not dare to bring them out for use. Winter days were short. By 6:30 it had already turned completely dark. The exhibition square was however brightly lit. Su Xian couldn't help but marvel at the situation. To save energy, aside from lighting 2 or 3 candles, they rarely used the generator. But this vast expanse in front of them required a considerable amount of electricity supply alone. At the entrance's revolving door opposite, stood 2 rows of dozens of people, checking entries very strictly. Xue Lei handed over the invitation card, and after verification by the inspectors of identity and carrying items, the 3 were allowed to enter. Just in case, both Su Jin and Xue Lei carried guns. The inspectors merely noted this on the list and easily let them through. This raised Xue Lei's curiosity. Su Xian chuckled, this is also to set everyone's mind at ease. As long as you don't bring explosives in, they won't care. After reflecting on it, Xue Lei agreed, when it comes to fear of death, no one compares to the rich and powerful elite. His words carried a hint of satire, prompting Su Xian to glance at him for longer than usual. He casually handed his backpack to Xue Lei and quickly walked inside. Inside the hall was a scene of laughter, music, and revelry, people of all kinds mingling and raising their cups together in a jubilant atmosphere. Su Xian casually picked up a glass of juice from a waiter's tray, glancing sideways at the buffet table beside him, where an abundant variety of pastries and dishes were laid out. Xue Lei's eyes sparkled. Although following Su Xian ensured he never lacked food, it had been a long time since he had seen such grandeur. Su Jin wasn't particularly fond of indulgence, but Su Xian loved eating and enjoying life, benefiting even Su Jin in the process. However, Xue Lei wasn't so lucky. Still, he never went hungry and his treatment was already far better than most others. Unfortunately, since he came along with Su Xian, it was improper for him to eat without restraint. If he did, it would be embarrassing not only for Su Xian but also for the entire Su family. Xue Lei understood his priorities and could only watch the food with longing eyes. Su Xian found it amusing and casually picked up a plate, serving some seafood onto it for Xue Lei. Su Xian carefully observed the crowd, finding very few familiar faces. Many eyes were focused on 3 scantily clad young women on stage, dressed in ancient Greek ethnic costumes. They danced passionately and provocatively, showing glimpses of allure in their movements. Su Xian watched the performance on stage with great interest, but Su Jin beside him didn't look so good. At this moment, a commotion came from the main entrance. Everyone turned to look, only to see 7 or 8 men in black suits escorting a teenage girl inside. She was dressed in a white gown, looking rather young, probably around 15 or 16 years old. Her skin was pale, her eyes as dark and bright as stars. The girl's figure looked frail, yet alluring, her smile as radiant as flowers in full bloom, indeed an eye-catching fragile beauty. Even Shuelei, who had been focused on eating, couldn't help but glance over and mumbled, "Who is she?" Before Su Xian could answer, a voice came from the side, "Miss Wanqi from Jinghuai 10,000 family. She's quite the beauty, but unfortunately has congenital heart disease." Chapter 18. Upon hearing this, Su Xian turned his gaze towards her direction, his expression flickering for a moment before he calmly asked, "Is it Jinghuai Group?" The person nodded, "Yes, it's Jinghuai from Dingqing that made its fortune through pharmaceuticals. Su Gu should know more about this." There weren't many people who called Su Jin Su Gu, at least those Su Xian knew. Among them was one he disliked the most, none other than Jing Wenyi. He looked spirited, smiling broadly with a glowing face, surrounded by several bodyguards. Su Xian was annoyed at playing games with him and bluntly said, "Why do I keep bumping into you everywhere? What do you want this time?" Originally, he had planned to come out just to relax, but unexpectedly met Jing Wenyi again. However, Jing Wenyi seemed unfazed by Su Xian's obvious lack of welcome, instead starting to cozy up with Su Jin. Su Xian rolled his eyes heavenward, dragging Su Jin away, leaving Shuelei behind to deal with Jing Wenyi. Only after walking far enough did Su Xian change his expression, wearing a polite smile while greeting the people around him appropriately. Occasionally, he would say something to Su Jin, "What does he want from you this time?" Su Jin, noticing his expression like a possessive cub, smiled, "You dragged me away, how would I know what he wants?" Su Xian thought about it and agreed, "Anyway, stay away from him. If he's so nice, there's bound to be nothing good." Su Jin obediently nodded. He had no interest in Jing Wenyi's deliberate flattery and clearly understood what Jing Wenyi's intentions were. Mentioning Jing Wenyi reminded Su Xian of the setbacks he suffered when he first entered society under his subordination. Although others refrained from doing anything major because of his brother, small, insignificant actions in the background were enough to irritate Su Xian, the reclusive introvert, for quite some time. To make matters worse, as a miser, Jing Wenyi had swindled him out of a considerable amount of money initially. Thinking about him filled Su Xian with annoyance, prompting him to bring up Wanqi instead. Those present in events like these are mostly family heads. Why would someone like Wanqi bother coming? Isn't her health even worse than Lin Daiyu? If she gets into any trouble, the blame might very well fall on someone else given the irresponsibility of families like hers. As a child, Su Xian had attended banquets where he'd seen Wanqi several times, witnessing firsthand how her family took advantage of her condition to create difficulties for others. Yet such noble families hesitated to engage in petty disputes, fearing ridicule if word got out. So they opted to concede and give in. Tasting such advantages, Wanqi started exploiting Wanqi even further. Since Su Xian had spent much of his reborn life preparing for the apocalypse, he paid little attention to such affairs of high society. Moreover, time had passed, and the memory of this person had faded from his mind. Su Jin patiently explained to him everything he knew. One family has a lot of personnel in the research institute. There's been significant progress in meteorite studies recently, and developing crystalline cores as new energy sources has put them in control. Rare crystalline cores will be auctioned off soon. She must have come here for that. Su Xian watched from afar as Wanqi flitted among the crowd like a butterfly, a trace of mockery crossing his lips. Has one family run out of people? Or do they think others will show mercy to her just because she's a woman? Su Xian had little interest in high society wine parties. His trump card could not be revealed prematurely, and he lacked nothing important anyway. Therefore, it was unnecessary to negotiate with others. He simply sat aside as a bystander. Although the food on the banquet's self-service table wasn't as abundant as pre-apocalypse days, the dazzling array of pastries and drinks still showcased the host's wealth and extravagance. Though it was clear-eyed common knowledge that these delicacies, no matter how exquisite, wouldn't last beyond a few years, it was better to use them now, putting them to practical use. Su Xian picked a slice of cherry blossom cake and ordered a cup of mulberry fruit wine. His tolerance for alcohol wasn't great, but he had a fondness for fruit wines. Taking advantage of the time he didn't have to leave the base, Su Xian planned to brew his own batch of fruit wines. The fruits in his space were piling up like mountains, and it would be a shame to let such completely organic, energy-filled fruits go to waste. Halfway through the wine party, Su Yan arrived late but was still warmly welcomed by everyone. After dealing with those people, Su Yan turned to Su Xian, eyeing him up and down. "You little brat, quite bold. So, did you have too much fun outside the base that you don't want to come back?" Su Xian grinned apologetically. "Don't say that, brother too. It's not true, just that the road conditions were bad, which delayed me." Su Yan narrowed his eyes at him. "Is that really the case? Then how do you explain the crystalline cores you brought back?" Though it was good that his younger brother could provide him with these crystalline cores at this critical moment, Su Yan couldn't help feeling uneasy, imagining the risk Su Xian might have taken to retrieve them. Su Xian quickly waved his hands. Zombies weren't hard to deal with earlier. I had a gun, and with Su Jin protecting me, what could possibly go wrong? Anyway, I'm back fine, right? Su Yan squinted at him. Xiao Si may lack worldly experience, but you should know how perilous people can be out there. Technically speaking, I shouldn't worry when he has you around, but everything should have its limits. Even if Xiao Si gives an order, what does he know? You should weigh things carefully when doing your job and not follow blindly whatever he says. Some inappropriate behavior should also be monitored and not indulged. Su Yan's words were heartfelt and sincere. Even though Su Xian knew he himself had been reckless, it wasn't appropriate to argue openly against his older brother who cared so much about him. Su Jin remained expressionless and humbly accepted Su Yan's admonishments. Young Master 2, please rest assured. I will correct my ways. I will make sure young Master 4 doesn't take any unnecessary risks. Please trust me. Given Su Jin's positive attitude towards accepting criticism, Su Yan didn't further expand on the topic and went to socialize with others. When Su Xian casually asked about Jing Wenyi, Su Yan deftly interjected and glossed over the matter. Su Xian understood that his second brother didn't want him to know too much and thus didn't pursue the question further. An hour later, as the wine party concluded, the crowd followed the service staff upstairs. On the second and third floors, there were numerous display cabinets exhibiting many valuable and luxurious items. Many were modern fashion luxury goods, along with various kinds of antiques and gold objects. It seemed as though individuals had sent these items here for sale. While there were also plenty of vendors outside the base selling valuable items, their merchandise had all been inspected by the official channels of the base. Now, the higher-ups within the base also collected such items, but only for the rarest and most precious ones. Some common pieces were allowed to circulate in the market, though few actually purchased them. However, the exhibits within the conference center comprised almost exclusively top-notch rarities. Many were things Su Xian had never seen before, now seemingly laid out like flea market stalls. Despite this, they garnered little interest. During prosperous times, antique treasures dominate. During troubled times, gold rules, yet in this apocalypse, even gold prices have plummeted drastically, let alone antiques. Of course, some people still made purchases. After all, their abundant resources and ample food supply allowed them to afford these luxury items. These commodities allowed bartering, mostly for food items such as compressed biscuits, which were highly favored due to their small size and ability to satiate hunger. Usually, 1 or 2 packs could exchange for more than 10 pieces of antique jadeware. Su Xian traded 20 crystalline cores for a box of colored gemstones, containing diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, cat's eyes, tourmalines, amethysts, crystals, green garnets, and more. It was clear that this family used to be in the jewelry business. Unfortunately, gems are no longer valuable, especially unprocessed raw stones. Nowadays, nobody has the time or energy to process these anymore. The price for the 20 crystalline cores was not low, since most crystalline cores in the base were used for experiments now. People hunting zombies outside wouldn't choose to sell them at this time even if they owned any, so although Su Xian got a box of premium-priced raw stones, others secretly rejoiced over getting a bargain while mocking him internally for being foolish. However, in Su Xian's opinion, with the amount of crystalline cores in his possession, some of which he casually picked up, it wasn't a bad trade-off to use them for these stones. In the past 6 months, Su Xian hadn't lived within the base, unaware of the profound transformation in values among those who had experienced the apocalyptic changes over the same period. Moreover, there were quite a few who were more extravagant than Su Xian. Many display cabinets sold high-end cigarettes, alcohol, firearms, and ammunition, clearly stating that only exchanges for crystalline cores, medicine, or food were allowed. A few teenagers, apparently no older than their teens, used the crystalline cores in their possession to exchange for several guns that looked incredibly cool. In reality, Su Xian only needed one glance to see that these guns were from the army's surplus stock. Despite appearing flawless, they were actually of inferior quality, certainly not worth such a price. But at this moment, Su Xian wouldn't unnecessarily create trouble by exposing the truth. After all, the mastermind behind the conference center was someone he could not afford to offend. Surprisingly, before Su Xian said anything, Wang Jia's young miss, who had been beaming just moments ago, stepped forward to dissuade them. Before the seller could even respond, one of the boys on the opposite side already turned sour. He was Liang Jinheng, the youngest grandson of the main line of the Liang family. Originally, he had brought along a few close friends to broaden their horizons and to impress Bai Rui, but he didn't expect to be scolded by this meddlesome auntie. Liang Jinheng didn't care about the status of the Wan family within the base as he rudely dismissed Wan Shi. Where does some nosy old woman come from to criticize everything in front of me? What I buy has nothing to do with you. There are too many meddling psychopaths these days. Being young, Liang Jinheng spoke without much thought, raising his voice so loud that almost everyone in the hall could hear him. Wan Shi's face alternated between red and white under the curious gazes of the onlookers, causing her to sway unsteadily and faint outright. The assistant standing beside Wan Shi seemed accustomed to her sudden collapses and immediately rushed forward to provide first aid. This shocking scene startled Liang Jinheng, but rather than fear, it struck a chord of familiarity in him. Reminded by his companions, Liang Jinheng realized the situation wasn't good and tried to make a run for it. He knew about Wan Shi, this woman with a sickly look always wandering around to trouble others. He hadn't paid much attention before, treating any incidents involving her merely as a joke. But now, the shoe was on the other foot, and he found himself stepping on a landmine. Though trying to flee, Liang Jinheng couldn't escape successfully, and neither did Wan Shi's bodyguard seem inexperienced. They weren't about to let a kid like him get away easily. However, knowing full well who Liang Jinheng was, they avoided using excessive force, merely restricting his movements. Even then, Liang Jinheng turned bright red and began hurling abuse at Wan Shi, calling her names continuously. Listening to his tirade, those nearby found it rather absurd, not to mention Wan Shi herself, who quickly snapped out of her faint upon hearing his curses. She no longer displayed her usual gentle demeanor but instead shot Liang Jinheng a fierce glare, as if ready to devour him alive. Wan Shi was aware of her own fragile health, but she firmly believed she wouldn't live shorter than most people. Yet, time and again, others had mocked her illness openly or subtly. Because of this, she'd lost multiple opportunities for marriage proposals in the past. With Liang Jinheng now stepping directly onto her sore point, how could she forgive him so easily? Leaving aside the quarrels that ensued when Liang's family rushed to intervene and argued endlessly with the Wans, quite a number of bystanders also chimed in to mediate. All in all, the entire wine party became quite an entertaining spectacle. Su Xian indulged in the drama for a while before continuing his exploration of the second floor, then pulling Su Jin straight up to the third. Not everyone loved watching such squabbles, though comparatively speaking, the crowd on the third floor was indeed fewer. Su Yan and his group had already entered a side room on the third floor, which was where the auction was being held. Speaking of the auction, the number of participants wasn't large, and only a few qualified. Most of the items up for auction were related to crystalline cores. There were even rumors of a high-grade crystalline core extracted from the body of a mutated animal. Crystalline cores were still scarce now, and research regarding them continued. At best, there were only initial results, but internally, there was already a clear classification established for crystalline cores. It was rumored that this particular one might be a level 3 core. Su Xian didn't know much about these details. After the apocalypse, animals had almost disappeared completely. Those left either perished or underwent zombification, with the base paying a significant cost to eliminate these zombie-like creatures. And it wasn't just the Shanghai base, similar situations occurred elsewhere. Initially, Su Xian and his companions encountered mutated cats and snakes, but such occurrences were extremely rare. The main factor was Su Xian's strong mental power, allowing him to issue timely warnings and avoid encounters altogether. Furthermore, unlike zombies, these mutated animals weren't entirely zombie-like, instead, they acted more like highly intelligent advanced creatures. They knew how to pursue self-interest and dodge dangers, and even surrounding and killing humans became second nature to them. These mutated animals significantly threatened the safety of survivors. Similar to humans, their surviving counterparts had also undergone immense physiological changes and enhancements. Though not invincible to bullets, compared to their former selves, they had truly undergone a metamorphosis. While humans were also evolving, those who relied heavily on external aids and had poor physical constitutions showed little signs of evolution. The environment posed an increasingly severe threat to humanity. At this critical juncture, breakthroughs in the research of crystalline cores finally brought hope to humans. If they could successfully overcome the challenges, using crystalline cores as alternative energy sources or even tools for human evolution would mean that neither zombies nor mutated animals would be much of a concern anymore. Thus, the crystal that might possibly be a level 3 core naturally became the object of pursuit and competition for everyone. Su Xian, however, had another question. It was no easy feat for ordinary people to kill level 3 mutated animals, let alone regular ones. If this level 3 core were genuine, then the person in possession of it must already be quite formidable. Su Xian sighed at how vast the world was and how many talented individuals existed beyond his knowledge. On the other hand, once she had long forgotten about the matter of the level 3 core and focused all her attention on Liang Jinheng, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two. Ironically, Liang Jinheng inadvertently did everyone except the Wan family a small favor. It wasn't until the end of the banquet that Wan Shi suddenly remembered the issue of the crystalline core. Unfortunately, the level 3 core had ultimately been acquired by the Bai family at a high price. Not only Wan Shi, but Su Yan had also made a wasted trip. Su Yan didn't feel too sorry because ordinary crystalline cores were sufficient for research purposes. Acquiring a high-grade crystalline core at a huge cost before its full research potential was confirmed was unwise, given that not everyone was as wealthy and powerful as the Bai family. Having failed to secure the crystalline core, Su Yan decided not to linger further. He had something on his mind and after exchanging a few words with Su Xian, he prepared to leave. Su Xian, on the other hand, took the opportunity to pull him aside for a longer chat. Second brother, I've noticed a lot of people in the base are hoarding crystalline cores. We should gather more as well, they might come in handy in the future. Since my return from the south, I've realized that these zombies are getting tougher to deal with. He couldn't tell Su Yan that he foresaw the skyrocketing value of crystalline cores in the future, and he was also concerned about the shelf life of stockpiled supplies. Winter would soon pass, and when the temperature rose, the preservation of these resources would become even more difficult. Su Yan nodded in agreement. As an insider, he knew more information and understood the upcoming situations better. But seeing his previously childish younger brother now worrying about him filled Su Yan with a sense of relief. Rest assured, second brother knows what to do. You, on the other hand, should avoid unnecessary outings. If you need anything, just say so. With you having only one older brother, I can still afford to take care of you. Watching Su Yan walk away, Su Xian couldn't help but sigh. Back then, both his elder brothers had cared for him wholeheartedly, even Su Hao occasionally kept a watchful eye over him. Yet, none of them had anticipated such a bitter ending. Su Xian didn't want to lose his loved ones, and he certainly wouldn't sit idly by as events unfolded. Therefore, he resolved to take action and do something to change the situation. Flanking him stood Su Jin, watching the subtle smile on his companion's lips and the dark eyes reflecting deep thoughts, making whoever locked gazes with him instantly lost within their profundity. Chapter 19. Throughout the entire wine party, Su Xian didn't see Su Hao, so he simply didn't bother to ask Su Yan. After all, there were people keeping an eye on Su Hao. If he wasn't there, it was probably because he was fooling around somewhere. When the wine party ended, Su Xian happily returned home with his trophies. On the way, he thought about Wu Mingli and turned to look at Su Jin. How is that woman doing now? Su Xian had previously instructed Su Jin to have someone keep tabs on her, preferably stirring up some trouble for her. Su Xian held grudges easily, especially since he was meticulous and could hold on to small things for a long time. It went without saying that Wu Mingli, who he disliked from their first meeting, would stay fresh in his mind. Although Su Jin found it a bit strange, he still followed through with the request. She's mostly been hanging around with the third young master recently, making it difficult to act against her. Upon hearing this, Su Xian furrowed his brows. Is he really that short of women? He used to disdain all the women flocking around him, carefully picking and choosing, only to end up with such mediocre goods. I thought his taste was better than this. Su Xian fully understood that the younger generation of their circle all had a streak of rebellion. Once there was something they wanted to do and someone kept stopping them, they would become even more determined to do it. Su Hao was no exception. Not to mention Wu Mingli's cunning nature and skill at flattering men, Su Hao, being no extraordinary individual, being taken advantage of by her wasn't surprising at all. Though these words carried a hint of belittlement towards Su Hao, they truly reflected Su Xian's inner thoughts. Fine, let him be. By the time the consequences come, he'll regret it. Not to mention the devious relatives on Wu Mingli's side or the disreputable parents. As the saying goes, if the beam at the top isn't straight, neither will the one below it be. There are too few exceptions where bad environments produce good results. After all, family surroundings play a crucial role in a person's growth. Although he couldn't touch Su Hao, Su Xian showed no such tolerance towards Wu Mingli. Find an opportunity to make her relatives make a big appearance. Don't think that relying on the Su family makes her justified as a parasite. The base doesn't need to waste resources feeding useless idle people. Eating rice has to be done bite by bite, and matters must be handled step by step. At least they should force her into losing her composure first. Back at the villa, Su Xian began tallying his haul. Besides the unprocessed raw stones in the wooden box, Su Xian had also bought several jade pieces, including a jade pendant. It was made of premium lamb fat white jade, very similar to the one Su Xian wore before, but appeared slightly less radiant. After careful consideration, Su Xian placed the jade pendant into a red velvet box, then stored it in the display cabinet. Though only in a corner position, it could still catch one's eye immediately. At first, in Su Xian's heart, that jade pendant was the root of all evil, but not until the end did he realize that the true evil lay in human hearts, by which time he was powerless to change it. Now, he had been given another chance at life, a prize even more valuable than winning the grand lottery jackpot. This time, there was no way he would fill his life merely with complaints and sighs. In a few days, Su Jin and others would follow Su Ye's team out on a mission. Su Xian also intended to go along. Their squad had already recruited over 20 members. It was time for them to bond. Lately, Su Jin had been busy reorganizing the squad and equipping weapons. He must hold on to a force under his control during the apocalypse. Only in this way could he protect Su Xian. In the previous life, Su Jin could hardly achieve much. Back then, Su Xian was quite depressed, and most of Su Jin's energy had to be devoted to supporting him. Even so, Wu Mingli still managed to take advantage of the situation. However, in this lifetime, conditions were obviously much improved. The Su family had relatively adequate preparations for the warning signs before the apocalypse. At least in the short term, they wouldn't fall into conflicts over supplies. But this couldn't alter Su Xian's view of Su Hao. After all, back then, Su Jin, even when dragged down so heavily, never forgot the kindness of the Su family. While there might have been personal interests mixed in, compared to Su Hao, whose fraternal bonds were almost non-existent, there was simply no comparison. Su Xian didn't want to dwell on it any longer, and turned to enter the space. He first organized the scattered supplies, stuffing spare quilts, pillows, and clothes into wardrobes bought from furniture stores. Also, some antique furniture made from precious woods like sandalwood, acquired earlier, was carefully dismantled, sorted, and packed into containers. Apart from these items, large machinery and daily necessities also occupied a lot of space. Many food processing machines not needed in the short term were gathered by Su Xian. Additionally, enough daily items and changes of clothing were left outside, with the rest also being stored away. Moreover, Su Xian found some oak barrels and glass jars for making wine. After carefully reviewing the information, he began preparing to brew alcohol. At this moment, Su Jin came to find him, and Su Xian, who noticed his arrival, promptly exited the space to pull him in as well. Su Jin felt somewhat helpless about Su Xian's relentless enthusiasm for stockpiling and producing food. After all, considering the amount of food they had already collected, including regional delicacies, snacks, pastries, and boxed meals, it was probably more than they could consume in a lifetime. However, since these foods were obtained from external sources, they were not as safe as the ones produced within the space. Taking Su Xian's health into account, Su Jin supported him eating more food from the space, which would also benefit his physical well-being. The two of them spent the entire afternoon busy inside the space. The time flow inside the space was different from outside, the basement even froze time, so in reality, they had been in the space for quite a long while. Naturally, their efforts showed significant results. Following Su Xian's suggestions, the two brewed several fruit wines, wolfberry fruit wine, mulberry wine, pomegranate wine, schisandra berry wine, and others. Among them, plum wine, strawberry wine, peach wine, loquat wine, red bayberry wine, and mulberry wine were made in spring, cherry wine, lychee wine, white peach wine, grape wine, mango wine, passion fruit wine, longan wine, avocado wine in summer, pomegranate wine, pear wine, pomelo wine, apple wine, persimmon wine in autumn, grapefruit wine, tomato wine, kiwi fruit wine, orange wine, tangerine wine, golden mandarin wine, preserved plum wine in winter, and wax apple wine, guava wine, pineapple wine, papaya wine, banana wine, lemon wine, coconut wine, lime wine, honeydew melon wine throughout the year. In addition to these fruit wines, there were also kiwi mousse, passion fruit jelly, ruby jelly, strawberry mousse, mango sweet donuts, alcoholic biscuits, plum muffins, juju preserves, frosty plums, passion fruit sponge cakes, and other fruit wine desserts. The various fruits soaked in rice wine presented colorful hues, accompanied by the pervasive fragrance of fruit, intoxicating anyone who entered. Most fruit wines would be ready to drink after being steeped for half a month to a month, though some required even longer times. Soaking the fruit wine only used up a small portion of the fruits. Su Xian and Su Jin also made jams, juices, dried fruits, candies, fruit jelly, canned fruits, fruit salads, fruit pastries, fruit teas, fruit pies, and fruit egg tarts from the remaining fruits. Some could directly be machine-produced, which finally reduced the surplus fruits they had harvested earlier to just 7 or 8 parts. Fortunately, Su Xian had ordered plenty of glass bottles and jars of various kinds, along with disposable tableware and boxes, otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough room to hold all this food. The leftover fruits were mostly turned into dried fruit by Su Xian, which could then be conveniently taken out for everyone to eat without arousing suspicion. Additionally, Su Jin selected some spare guns and ammunition, as well as some equipment needed for wilderness survival, such as portable water purification tablets and compressed biscuits. The current environment outside was far from ideal. Due to the meteor shower, Earth's magnetic field had become disordered, and almost all places around the world were in a state of isolation, unable to obtain information about the outside situation. Various devices were mostly non-functional, short distances being better off. For example, if Central Base wanted to contact the Tibet base, besides the more dangerous use of planes, occasionally radios could catch some signals, albeit intermittently strong and weak. Nevertheless, Central Base had gathered a fair amount of information, such as the ARC project that had begun secretly constructing before the apocalypse, seemingly now completed. Scientific detection data indicated that global temperatures had started to rise, although the changes weren't yet obvious. The regions reaching above 0 degrees Celsius simultaneously in March was quite abnormal. Predicting at such an increasing speed, the melting of Arctic ice caps was merely a matter of time, by which coastal areas would certainly face the danger of being submerged. Thus, relocating inland was the only option. Of course, if the situation became severe, the possibility of the Ark being the only way to preserve humanity's last embers couldn't be ruled out. Su Xian had watched numerous post-apocalyptic movies and had personally experienced it. Regarding the matters concerning the Ark, he knew more than anyone else. The development of crystal cores had greatly provided the necessary energy for the Ark's operation. With the continuous increase of mutated animals, humans could only constantly hunt zombies and mutated animals to secure everything they needed for survival. Therefore, humanity must evolve. Only by strengthening themselves was it possible to survive. But Su Xian did not wish for the world to completely turn into a place of survival of the fittest, or for some morally sound individuals to lose any opportunities for growth. Handing over the secret manuals had become inevitable. For now, they could still claim they easily defeated zombies due to having weapons, but soon mutant animals would appear. At that point, basically, these things wouldn't be of much use, and using them on mutated animals would merely be a waste. After discussing for a long time, Su Xian and Su Jin ultimately decided to hand over the secret manuals to Su Yan. On the eve of their departure, Su Xian and Su Jin arrived at an upscale club located in the inner city. It was one of the Su family's properties, managed by Su Yan since the apocalypse began. The club was lavishly built with premium construction materials, and it continued to be frequented by wealthy young individuals after the end of the world. From the perspective of outsiders, this place was a very lucrative asset. The club manager personally greeted Su Xian and took him to the third basement level. Access here required both fingerprint and voice authentication, making security measures strict and layered. It wasn't surprising that high-end clubs had secret areas. Places engaged in gray area businesses usually kept certain sections highly secretive. Here, activities such as indulgence, drugs, and gambling were particularly popular. Recently, they even added an arena where battles took place, mainly between people. However, there were also some exceptionally cruel arenas featuring mutated animals fighting humans. These animals included genetically altered military dogs, originally trained, but now more uncontrollable after their mutations. This made the beast fights especially stimulating and well-liked. Although mutated creatures seemed to have vanished entirely after the apocalypse started, they could still be gathered if someone had the motivation and resources, especially when profit was involved. The underground walls, finished in dark silvery tones, reflected soft lamplight, adding an air of mystery. Su Xian and Su Jin exchanged glances, each detecting complex thoughts in the other's eyes. Wang Sheng, the club manager, was a man Su Yan trusted. Even he didn't often visit this area and was unfamiliar with its layout, needing to follow indicator lights along both sides of the corridor. These lights were manually controlled. Once the underground warning system activated, the lights would go out, and all passage doors would shut, leaving anyone inside trapped like fish in a barrel. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group reached an iron door. Wang Sheng stopped and turned to Su Xian, bowing slightly. "Young Lord Fourth, I can only escort you up to this point, everything beyond is off limits. Second Young Lord has already activated the indicator lights, so just follow them, and you'll reach him." Su Xian nodded expressionlessly in acknowledgement. "All right, thank you for your effort." In his memory, this club became a research base shortly after the apocalypse, yet no significant progress was ever made there. Most of the family's focus had been on another side, and later, this location turned into nothing more than an entertainment venue. All Su Xian had said over the phone was that he wanted to meet Su Yan once, but he hadn't expected that after learning of his intention to leave the base, Su Yan called him directly to this club. The underground building resembled a maze, one careless step could lead to disorientation. Despite the guidance from the indicator lights, even Su Jin, who had a good sense of direction, found himself somewhat dizzy. Approximately half an hour later, the two finally arrived at an electronic door. After scanning and verifying Su Xian's identity, the sealed iron door slowly opened. Yet, the next moment, Su Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart raced, and the phoenix-shaped silver mark on his chest grew intensely hot as though attempting to incinerate his heart. But the pain lasted only an instant. Once the iron door was fully open, the sensation receded like a tide, replaced by an overwhelming surge of mental energy within his mind. Indeed, only contact with a meteorite could elicit such an intense reaction of spiritual power. However, this time under Su Xian's suppression, the energy failed to successfully incorporate the nearby large meteorite into his space. Although Su Jin's spiritual power was weaker than Su Xian's, his martial arts prowess and keen senses allowed him to notice the presence of the meteorite. With worry, he moved closer to Su Xian, subtly shielding him in case anything went wrong. Su Xian smiled faintly at him before quickening his pace and heading inside. His recent training had yielded excellent results, markedly improving his control over his spirit energy, which remained currently manageable. As they ventured further inside, what caught their eye was an array of cold and precise scientific instruments, along with several sizable petri dishes filled with green liquid. Some were big enough to hold an entire person. Su Xian frowned as he looked around, recalling information learned in a previous life, increasing his growing unease. The room's size was immense. Due to dim lighting, combined with the meteorite overshadowing, the hall appeared unusually dark and gloomy. Despite special material covering tightly wrapping around the meteorite, the star dust energy emanating throughout the room was undeniable. Simultaneously, Su Xian also detected a peculiar fragrance, subtle yet deeply lingering. Little Four has come. Finally, in front of the farthest experimental bench, Su Xian spotted Su Yan alongside two men wearing lab coats, strangers to him. They bowed to Su Xian, then exited the room upon Su Yan's signal. Su Xian's expression was solemn, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart, hard to suppress. When did you start to become interested in these things, brother too? All signs pointed to Su Yan's ongoing research on meteorites, likely reaching a certain level already. The meteorite here gave Su Xian an extraordinary sensation. It now made sense why Su Yan had appeared so confident before when expressing concern about the future political situation despite Su Xian's worries. Yes, that feeling was just like his own, because of the fear of hunger and discomfort, imprisonment and persecution, he too urgently needed to arm himself with power and external forces. Never would Su Xian have thought that this usually steadfast second brother of his would secretly engage in such dangerous experiments, and not only that, but he had even touched upon forbidden boundaries. Chapter 20. Perhaps from the very beginning when Su Yan seriously informed him and Su Jin to prepare for the end times, fate had already been heading towards a completely different direction. Even though Su Xian possessed a mystical storage space, and might possibly receive cultivation inheritance, this didn't mean he considered himself as a savior. In Su Xian's view, he was just an ordinary little citizen, even though what he owned could be something an ordinary person struggled their entire life to achieve. He himself was someone with no great ambitions, but he forgot that not everyone was like that. If everyone were content with the current situation, finding joy in simplicity, then so-called disputes wouldn't exist. Su Xian didn't know how much Su Yan or the upper echelons understood about the apocalypse. Regarding meteorites, these celestial materials could be said to suddenly appear, originally impossible to accurately predict. Su Xian harbored doubts in his heart. He looked at Su Yan, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Su Yan raised his hand and patted his fluffy head, his gaze shifting to an unfamiliar image on the screen opposite, which seemed to be text carved into a stone wall, weathered and battered, apparently eroded by the passage of too many years. In response to Su Xian's inquiry, Su Yan dismissed it lightly. This is the only path we can take now. It's merely an experiment, no need to be surprised. He turned his eyes towards Su Xian. Since your return this time, I've noticed that your body seems to have improved quite a bit. Hearing this, Su Jin beside him tensed up instantly, but Su Xian remained calm-faced. That's right. By chance, I obtained a secret manual. Since the apocalypse began, I've been practicing it, plus killing zombies for several months has resulted in intense physical training, allowing me to stimulate the potential within my body. Secret manual? Potential? Su Yan chuckled. Do you really think so? Do you believe there are incredible powers within us? This statement was completely unlike what Su Yan would typically say, his emotions seemingly unstable. After hearing this, Su Xian frowned, looking at him with a strange expression. Realizing the gaze, Su Yan came back to his senses and scratched his nose awkwardly, chuckling helplessly. This shocked Su Xian even more because in his memory, Su Yan rarely smiled. Due to his involvement in politics, Su Yan had long since learned to remain inscrutable, even in front of family members, his care and concerns always hidden beneath a mask. Su Yan shook his head. Sorry, little four, I might have stayed in the lab too long, making me unclear-headed. Su Xian kept his gaze fixed on him. Brother too, it's not that you're unclear-headed, it's just that you're too excited. Su Xian could determine that all of Su Yan's emotions stemmed from deep inside, and he already had a suspicion, the experiment might have made significant progress, or perhaps Su Yan had discovered something crucial. Under Su Xian's clear-eyed stare, Su Yan finally slowly repressed his laughter and sighed softly. After our parents passed away, you changed, or rather, not only you have changed, but our entire family has changed. Back when you were a child, although you didn't understand how to read people, you were definitely the most sensitive one among us. So, throughout our lives, we treated you as a fragile item to carefully protect. But now it seems, we might have been wrong. Recalling past events, Su Yan was well aware that his third brother had always held a grudge against Little Four, yet he never mentioned it. Because he couldn't favor either side, otherwise, it would mean he would lose another relative. The consequence of leaving it unchecked caused the situation to escalate further. Su Hao and Su Xian were now sworn enemies, solely due to a woman they harbored resentment. Every time Su Yan thought about it, he wanted nothing more than to kill that woman or severely reprimand Su Hao, making him fully come to his senses. Su Xian heard the apology in his words and shook his head slowly. None of us owe each other anything. Everyone has their own thoughts, their pursuits, and what they want to obtain. Therefore, it's natural that we sometimes disagree or even part ways. Furrowing his brows, Su Yan looked at him. Are you still hung up on that matter? Su Xian smiled faintly. I'm no longer a kid, I know my priorities. He evaded Su Yan's question, feeling a slight pang in his chest. Su Yan hesitated but ultimately did not voice the words at the tip of his tongue, instead bringing up another matter. What is this thing you want me to take? Could it be the secret manual you mentioned? Sighing inwardly, Su Xian signaled Su Jin, who promptly took a bound book out of his bag and handed it over. Skimming through it casually, Su Yan appeared confused. Su Xian then explained, this is a manual documenting cultivation methods. Following the techniques recorded here allows one to enhance both spiritual energy and martial skills. Su Xian wasn't entirely clear about spiritual energy and martial abilities either. In most of the post-apocalyptic stories he had read, many survivors awakened with special powers, meaning the manipulation of natural elements. But Su Xian found such things not only unimaginable but absurd. He believed nature was mysterious and inviolable. Humans, as beings dependent upon and utilizing nature, continued to take from it throughout their lives. If these mere creatures could easily harness the power of nature, it would not only defy reason, but Su Xian also thought it utterly laughable. As for spiritual energy and martial skills, these two aspects could be considered the yardsticks for evaluating human quality, whether it was pre-apocalypse commoners or otherwise. There were always subtle differences in spiritual energy and physical skills between people even back then. For instance, soldiers trained under intense conditions versus students sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse would inevitably show vast disparities in spiritual strength and physical prowess. After practicing the 9 Palaces manual, Su Xian noticed his spiritual energy significantly increased due to the space and meteorite influences, though his martial skill levels saw little improvement. Even so, he could perceive changes in his body, akin to suddenly unblocking meridians, breaking free from past torpor. In the past, Su Xian had read various ancient texts similar to Taoist cultivation manuals. However, the state didn't encourage promoting such practices, nor did Su Xian himself fully believe them. But now, his perspective had completely changed. Still, Su Yan seemed unmoved by the gift, perhaps even somewhat resistant. Indeed, Su Yan looked at him complexly. Have you already practiced the contents of this manual? Nodding, Su Xian confirmed, yes. Letting out a sigh, Su Yan turned around and pulled open an iron door behind him. Follow me. Exchanging glances with Su Jin, Su Xian stepped forward. Behind the door was another room filled with LCD screens, which appeared to indicate it was a surveillance room. Upon closer inspection, Su Xian spotted some peculiar anomalies. Several monks dressed in ancient attire wielded long swords, the eldest among them sporting full white hair. Despite the bloody scene before them, their faces remained calm and composed, as if bearing the weight of history. These monks arrived at the base recently. It said they originally lived secluded in the mountains, indifferent to worldly affairs, but now, with the chaos disrupting the order of heaven and frequent calamities occurring everywhere, they too had to find refuge. Explaining calmly, Su Yan added. Su Xian nodded and pointed toward the center of the scene where a robust man fought fiercely against a tiger. And what about him? What makes him stand out? Glancing at the screen, Su Yan replied, he used to be a hired hand for a black market gang. They split due to private vendettas early this year, later turning traitor to join the base. He's currently one of the base's experimental personnel. Su Xian's heartbeat quickened. What kind of experiment? With a cold expression, Su Yan stated, an evolutionary experiment. Ever since Su Yan realized the extraterrestrial meteorites weren't just a crisis but also an opportunity to catalyze humanity's leap into evolution, he had been eager to get started. Although he knew this was undoubtedly the biggest gamble in history, he harbored no regrets. After all, not everyone had the chance to face such a choice, and perhaps this time he could make history. Feeling a tremble in his voice, Su Xian asked, so far, has the experiment gone smoothly? Su Yan responded, up to this point, there have been breakthroughs, and the effects of the meteorite energy are gradually showing. Not only the meteorites, but more importantly, the crystal cores, in which they discovered immense energy. With this energy, whether it was for driving the ARC project or cultivating gene warriors, it proved invaluable. Su Xian looked at him, so, brother Tu, you intend to use the results of this experiment to promote human evolution? Su Yan did not deny, as of now, this is the most effective approach. Furrowing his brows, Su Xian remarked, the crystal cores gestated within zombies and those extraterrestrial meteorites of unknown origin, even if your experimental results are good, they aren't a long-term solution. Su Yan retorted coldly, so, how long would it take to see results relying on the cultivation methods you suggested? Su Xian remained silent. Su Yan continued, of course, I am aware of the potential risks involved. But time is running out for us, and only by doing this do we stand a chance of survival. As for these risks, they're problems for the future, which our future selves will have to address. Su Xian admitted that he wasn't as eloquent, at a loss for what to say or even how to respond. At least, brother Tu, you should proceed with cultivation according to the safest method step by step, only then can we avoid trouble. Su Yan detected the concern in his words and finally revealed a trace of a smile, little four, rest assured, your second brother knows what he's doing. By the way, I'll arrange suitable candidates to practice the manual you've brought. I'll also make things clear to eldest brother so your efforts won't go to waste. With that, Su Yan took a black leather suitcase from the cabinet. Upon opening it, Su Xian discovered several sealed long glass tubes filled with green liquid inside, alongside a dagger and a bow. This is the latest research outcome. After consumption, it can temporarily stimulate human potential, even resist the zombie virus. However, this substance is one-time use only, meaning that if an individual consumes it a second time, it will no longer be effective. Su Yan handed 2 additional weapons respectively to Su Jin and Su Xian. These are the latest weapons made of special materials, with meteorite powder added. Their power has increased threefold, ensuring no issue with dealing with mutated animals below the 3rd stage. Su Xian fully believed Su Yan's claims but grew increasingly curious. He had never seen such weapons capable of subduing mutated animals before, and even the antidote was developed quite some time after the apocalypse. Moreover, Su Yan had shown little interest in laboratory research back then, which was why he lost control over the base so easily to the Wan family. Taking the weapons, Su Xian nodded, thank you, brother Tu. Su Yan looked at him seriously, I know there have been many unpleasant incidents between third brother and you. But you're brothers nonetheless. Just think of me and eldest brother, and don't hold grudges against him too much. If anything happens in the future, find eldest brother. Brothers can always watch each other's backs. A flicker of thought passed through Su Xian's mind, is brother Tu planning to leave? Su Yan smiled faintly, you've already guessed correctly, I'll soon be heading out to the Tibet base. Why? Is something wrong? Su Xian couldn't help being anxious. Once Su Yan left the capital city base, despite his high position, he wouldn't be able to easily gain a foothold in a foreign place. And given that most of the Su family's influence was concentrated in the capital city, leaving now would almost amount to a devastating blow. Rarely showing any softness in his eyes, Su Yan reassured, don't worry. I must accomplish this one thing. Moreover, I possess something they want, so they dare not touch me lightly. This time calling you here is for you to get familiar with the route. In case of an emergency, you'll have a place to hide. Also, you might as well practice the manual. Focus on one skill, if you encounter anything else later, it's best not to mess around recklessly. Su Yan almost shattered the image Su Xian had of him, rarely being so chatty about so many things. Su Xian listened attentively, committing each word to memory. When Su Yan saw him off, he jokingly added, perhaps by the next time we meet, you'll have gained a sister-in-law. Chapter 21. There was no way to keep Su Yan's departure from the base a secret, nor did he try to conceal it. Although temperatures were rising now and signs of melting snow and ice appeared, the roads were still rough, actually more difficult than ever before. It was already April, and it had been 3 quarters since the apocalypse struck. In the first month of the year, government-organized and managed official bases began the task of clearing zombies. To elaborate, they utilized various means to lure and gather zombies into one location, encircle them, and ultimately exterminate them with forceful means. Though the government was nominally in charge, in the post-apocalyptic world, the real power of the bases usually fell into individual hands. Thus, the zombie clearance campaigns were mainly for safeguarding the bases in the future from zombie sieges, using brutal methods to annihilate surrounding threats. Not only that, such a large-scale cleanup operation would require bombers and tanks to be deployed, and the required firearms, ammunition, fuel, and even manpower would not be in small numbers. The base was unwilling to easily waste the resources they had in hand. However, it was quite apparent that with the passage of time, all living beings on Earth were evolving, including zombies. From the very beginning, by studying mutated animals, they could draw conclusions. It was because of this that the official authorities of the bases finally made up their minds to exterminate the zombies. Otherwise, once they evolved to a point where no weapons could destroy them, the surviving humans holding on to useless weapons would inevitably face death. Though each base generally acted out of its own interests, this campaign significantly weakened the power of the zombies and paved the way for Su Yan's journey to the Tibet base. The Shanghai base wasn't the only one preparing to relocate inland, there were several other prominent figures moving as well. The base even assigned a considerable number of security teams to Su Yan's group. In addition to that, there were military dogs that had turned into mutated animals. Though animals were difficult to control these days, these military dogs, having grown alongside soldiers, exhibited extreme human-like qualities. The officers couldn't bear to dispose of these lives, so even if food was insufficient, they saved some portions for the dogs. These dogs could also hunt for themselves and were relatively fine when kept in the suburbs. There were indeed complaints from the upper levels, but they still depended on the army since it was a chaotic era. It wasn't an age where anyone could just step up and speak and expect people to listen, it was an old saying that power came from the barrel of a gun. The relocation back to the inland areas was rather large, involving over 1,000 people and nearly 100 vehicles. This did cause a certain degree of unrest among the lower ranks at the base, with many even considering moving to the Tibet base with the convoy. However, these people were secretly suppressed, and the news was quickly buried as the base gradually restored its calm. Though some were discontented, Su Xian understood the situation. He realized the immense power of words, that was a force both the government and others feared, an invisible threat. If this event were manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals to incite rebellion, it could lead to bloodshed, and in an era where human life didn't hold much value, the ones to suffer tragedy were often the oppressed commoners. Not long after the relocation team left, the inner city indeed experienced an uprising. Many were injured or killed during this disturbance, and some urban buildings were vandalized through looting, smashing, and arson. Su Hao also incurred substantial losses, his various factions under control destroyed, ultimately forcing him to move back to a villa in the suburbs. This villa, belonging to Su Hao, was located at a distance from Su Xian's residence and not in the same area. Nevertheless, Su Xian still frequently saw him. Su Hao was restless, unable to sit still, meddling in operations even outside the base. Su Xian found it bothersome seeing him but could not display too much irritation, as they were still brothers, which would invite ridicule from outsiders. Furthermore, there were those around Su Yi who might pass rumors if it reached the ears of their elder brother, making it undesirable. Due to the anti-zombie campaigns recently, military missions farther away were largely abandoned. Factories and granaries near the base were mostly under its control and had been emptied. Thus, unable to go far, the military could only gather what little remaining usable supplies nearby or deal with stray zombie threats. Ordinary zombies were manageable, although they had evolved rapidly with significant improvements in speed and strength. Heavy modified machine guns capable of piercing multiple layers of thick steel plates weren't something to be trifled with. However, currently within the base, there was a lack of fuel supply. To save resources and enhance physical fitness, troops sent out for shorter distances usually walked, with only 2 trucks dispatched at most, used for carrying supplies or escaping if necessary. Su Jin's squad had been on such missions before, but Su Xian rarely ventured out of the base on missions. On one hand, Su Yi and Su Yan watched him closely, and on the other hand, he truly could not handle overly strenuous missions, nor did he wish to slow Su Jin down, so he seldom joined. This time, with the temperatures starting to rise and mostly being idle apart from organizing goods in the space, making food, and practicing skills daily, Su Xian grew bored and decided to get out to change his mood. More importantly, he noticed that Su Jin seemed to have caught the attention of a woman. This woman was none other than a colleague of Wu Mingli, someone who had previously worked in high-end establishments. Her name was Shifang. Though she looked disheveled after the apocalypse, she was still considered attractive compared to most women in the base struggling with hunger. Despite her struggles, she was better off than many. It was no surprise that he came to flatter Su Jin at the instigation of Wu Mingli. Su Xian guessed it right, Wu Mingli knew Su Xian looked down on her. She had been embarrassed by Su Xian back during a festival gathering at the Su family residence and had harbored resentment ever since. Unfortunately for Wu Mingli, while Su Hao might be nice to her, there was no way he would harm his own brother at her request. If she even dared to ask, it could very well make Su Hao dislike her. But letting the matter slide like this was far from possible. The humiliation festered deep within her heart. Coupled with the stress brought on by the end of the world and having to be constantly wary, though Wu Mingli considered herself luckier than most, with shelter and food, she still had to worry about her parents and other family members, who clung to her like burrs impossible to shake off. With no choice, Wu Mingli secretly subsidized them as best as she could. On several occasions when Su Hao encountered them, he didn't spare a kind word for either of them. Although Su Hao didn't lash out at Wu Mingli afterward, things in the household began to shift dramatically. She was no longer able to access the resources she once did, let alone try to siphon anything off anymore. Wu Mingli feared being dragged down by these people. If Su Hao turned against her, it would all be lost, including her hard-won attachment to the Su family. Without him, she couldn't guarantee her own survival in such a chaotic time. Her fear built up inside her until it found its outlet, in blaming everything on Su Xian. Had it not been for Su Xian interfering and demeaning her in front of the entire Su family, neither Su Yi nor Su Yan would have looked down on her, nor would they have urged Su Hao not to stay with her. Su Hao had originally planned to marry her. After all, marriage bound someone closer than just a benefactor-patron relationship. Had she smoothly become the Su family's daughter-in-law, who would dare to look down on her or treat her lightly now? And so, it was all Su Xian's fault. Seeing how Su Xian remained successful and carefree with Su Jin supporting him, Wu Mingli felt as though a sharp dagger pierced her heart with envy and hatred, almost driving her mad. She resented Su Xian's good fortune in having someone like Su Jin standing by his side. Wu Mingli knew that Su Jin stayed close to Su Xian to repay the kindness of the Su family. Therefore, if Su Jin settled down and started a family, naturally he'd stop focusing so much on Su Xian. This realization struck her, giving her an idea. After the unrest in the inner city, Su Hao suffered significant losses. Though supported by Su Yi, without Su Yan around, he struggled to maintain his presence in the central area. So, Su Hao decided to move back to the villa in the suburbs. This villa wasn't too far from Su Xian's place. Occasionally, she even saw Su Xian and Su Jin heading out together and learned that they both accompanied Su Yi on military missions. Taking advantage of this information, Wu Mingli subtly encouraged Su Hao to participate in base tasks, gradually increasing the time she spent around Su Xian and others. Then, Wu Mingli contacted her former colleague Shi Fang, orchestrating introductions between her and Su Jin, hoping to sever Su Xian's left arm and right leg figuratively. Though Wu Mingli prided herself on her shrewdness, all of her clever tricks were aimed at pleasing men. Naturally, Su Xian easily saw through her plans. This made Su Xian furious. Before he could retaliate, Wu Mingli had already begun her schemes, daring to poach one of his closest allies. While Su Xian didn't feel threatened yet, he became more cautious about Su Jin than before. Su Jin, of course, was quite happy. Although he wasn't the type to cling on to his partner every moment, most times Su Xian showed more interest in supplies than in spending time with him. While Su Jin couldn't fully understand Su Xian's thoughts, after so many years together, he was glad Su Xian finally stepped forward, opening himself up instead of shutting others out. Their interactions flowed naturally. Besides, these weren't ideal times for romance. Su Jin also needed more time and energy to build his own power base. Only then could he keep Su Xian's secrets safe and better protect him. In this sense, Su Jin was more of the silent contributor type. His actions were fair and clean, despite occasional dealings with underworld figures, he avoided acquiring their vices and never developed an obsessive possessiveness over lovers' attentions. His affection for Su Xian grew subtly, nurturing silently. To him, maintaining long-lasting feelings required persistence. Now it seemed that occasionally adding some catalysts could bring unexpected pleasant surprises. Chapter 22. Su Jin had a rough idea of what Wu Mingli was plotting, but he had no intention of cooperating. One should weigh one's capabilities before attempting to toy with others, but unfortunately, Wu Mingli appeared completely unaware of her own limitations. As Shi Fang insinuated herself into Su Jin's proximity at every opportunity, Su Xian wasn't about to lower himself to her level, but he certainly seethed with anger inside. Little Five was sharp-eyed. Catching Su Xian's glance, he sprang over like an opportunistic monkey. "Fourth young master, shall I find a chance to teach her a lesson?" The group had braved numerous perils together and eventually returned to Mo capital through great difficulty, so they understood each other far better than others. Regarding the relationship between Su Jin and Su Xian, any reasonably astute observer could deduce their dynamic, provided Su Xian allowed it to be shown. Little Five knew of their connection, so when he saw Shi Fang blatantly courting Su Jin, all he felt was disdain. But beyond that, he wished to help his fourth young master put her in her place. Su Xian's eyes turned cold. What good is merely teaching her a lesson? Someone who throws themselves at others should definitely be made use of fully so as not to waste their talent. Little Five hesitated mentally. He'd been around Su Xian for a while, but there hadn't been much direct interaction between them. Though they showed Su Xian respect on Su Jin's behalf, privately they weren't nearly as deferential. However, after everything they'd gone through on this journey, Su Xian proved just how capable he was. He could slay zombies as effectively as retired soldiers and radiated a fierce determination, qualities which inspired a new respect in Little Five and the others. So what does fourth young master intend to do? Su Xian sneered. Since she likes groveling so much, send her down to one of the base teams. I remember the Black Sword Squad has a leader from the underworld. He used to be the third in command and goes by Black Eagle. Send her directly to him, telling him that it's my request that he kindly take care of her. Little Five obediently nodded. Understood. Even though that was said, there still needed to be the right timing before anything could truly be done. Currently, Su Xian and his companions were clearing out zombies in a nearby town. The primary force was the military, not Su Ye's men, but the army of the Chen family. The Chen family was among the most powerful households in the central base, though Su Xian didn't know much more about them, nor did he care about their personal affairs unless it involved him. Frankly speaking, he just felt more secure with the troops under his older brother's command. Nowadays, the weather was improving day by day, nearly always sunny and clear skies. Ironically, such pleasant weather made people quite uncomfortable in these times, and also indicated a further worsening of living conditions. With melting snow and ice came muddy roads, and higher temperatures made preserving supplies more difficult. Thankfully, due to nearly a year of freezing weather, many people had begun adapting to the environment of the post-apocalypse world. Humans, viewed from another angle, were like cockroaches impossible to kill. Given just the smallest glimmer of hope, they would struggle tooth and nail to survive. To return to the matter at hand, this operation included more than a dozen squads totaling around 100 or 200 people, in addition to the army personnel, making the total number considerable. With advanced equipment, clearing out zombies in a single town wasn't too much of a challenge since this area had already been swept clean once before. As zombies evolved, their senses became increasingly acute. The military employed sound equipment to lure them into clusters, concentrating them in a small town far from the central base before eliminating all zombies with heavy explosives. Of course, the town was mostly destroyed in the process, now reduced to rubble with a massive crater left in its place. Though this cleanup operation cost significantly, the number of crystal cores harvested greatly satisfied the needs of the base. With sufficient crystal cores and meteorites, the official authorities began producing and selling detox agents and new weapons at high prices, products that were highly sought after, leading to a significant profit for the base. Of course, it wasn't only the central base releasing detox agents and novel weapons. Reportedly, some other major bases also showcased similar scientific breakthroughs, all sold at exorbitant prices, though their effectiveness remained unknown. Su Xian wasn't particularly knowledgeable about these developments, but he could tell that humanity's situation in this life was much improved compared to the previous one, likely due to better preparation. Thinking of this, Su Xian couldn't help but recall Su Yan's complex, profound gaze, remembering the expression laced with hesitation yet filled with faint hopes. Su Xian could sense there seemed to be a grand secret hidden within Su Yan's heart. Given that they had joined the military to complete a clearance mission, they must endure certain risks and hardships. Su Xian didn't mind, this kind of rough living had long become routine for him. Su Hao, however, struggled to adjust. Even though the earlier unrest cost him dearly, it was easy enough to hire a bunch of lackeys to do his bidding. Since he'd never left the base before, he agreed to participate in this mission out of curiosity and at Wu Mingli's urging. It was now clear that this decision had not been a wise one. After being out for 3 or 4 days, he hadn't rested properly at all, and even when he tried to rest in a car, he couldn't relax completely due to the ever-present danger of zombies appearing unexpectedly. With gunshots constantly ringing in his ears and the surrounding area in disarray, Su Hao was finding it increasingly unbearable. Still, Su Hao couldn't blame anyone else, after all, he had volunteered for this mission. Thus, Su Hao's frustration could only be directed at Wu Mingli, though he wouldn't go as far as physically reprimanding her. However, when upset, Su Hao would show no mercy regardless of her gender. Moreover, Su Hao knew very well what kind of person Wu Mingli was. While adept at seducing men, she lacked intelligence. He had indulged her simply because he thought her suggestion sounded decent at the time. Su Hao's dissatisfaction with Wu Mingli was evident on his face. Knowing that Su Hao didn't favor Wu Mingli, the minions under his command also gave her cold looks. In the post-apocalypse world, women became more disadvantaged due to their physical nature and often lacked sufficient capability to protect themselves, causing many to become mere playthings or even breeding tools. Wu Mingli was relatively fortunate but not satisfied. The gang of henchmen under Su Hao already looked down upon Wu Mingli, who they believed solely relied on her bed tricks to manipulate men. Her arrogance when in favor made her accidentally offend quite a few people. After the apocalypse, her private hoarding of supplies and misappropriation harmed others' interests, leading someone to report her directly to Su Hao, making him even less fond of her. Of course, these people understood the balance of power and, despite their internal aversion towards her, wouldn't dare show it outright. At most, they would cut her food portions, making her starve. Since this woman never participated in work and just stayed in a vehicle watching from afar, giving her food was seen as wasteful. An indignant Wu Mingli immediately reported the situation to Su Hao. Su Hao found such trivial matters too tedious to handle, so he dismissed her without listening to her complaints. Fuming, Wu Mingli had no choice but to glare fiercely at them before turning to Shifang for something to eat. However, things weren't going much better for Shifang either. She basically depended on Wu Mingli to survive, let alone gaining Su Hao's attention by supporting an unrelated individual. This was Shifang's first expedition outside the base, having hoped for some good food while following Su Hao's team, yet instead faced hunger. Nonetheless, her treatment was slightly better than Wu Mingli's. One of the squad members, unfamiliar with her connection to Wu Mingli, kindly handed her a corn pancake. At this moment, Shifang was eating the corn pancake and drinking cold water, harboring plenty of resentment. Seeing Shifang trying to get food, Wu Mingli provoked her even further. Though there wasn't any actual fight, sarcasm and taunting remarks flew freely. I assumed coming along would get me a decent meal, but instead, I end up freeloading off others. Look at you, your so-called Su Jin is unreliable. Despite my efforts, I haven't gotten a single advantage. These past few days have been spent chasing around after you guys. If this ends badly, you'll owe me compensation for lost wages. Do you know how many crystal cores I can earn in a day within the base? Wu Mingli didn't care about her rant. Indifferent to propriety, she boldly snatched more than half of the corn pancake right from Shifang's hand since she herself had been starving for hours, fearing Su Hao would embarrass her if she acted rudely while eating. While munching greedily, she mumbled, if you're unable to lure him in, then it's your incompetence showing through, and still, it's my fault according to you. Let me tell you, Su Jin is not an ordinary character. If you manage to win him over, you'd have nothing more to worry about. Shifang felt sarcastic inwardly, and outwardly, her expression revealed annoyance. Both she and Wu Mingli were in the business of getting ahead through superficial flattery, devoid of genuine substance. Clearly, Su Jin seemed like someone not easily influenced or charmed. Had it not been for Wu Mingli climbing into FL Third Young Master's favor, would she really be willing to listen to Wu Mingli directing her? Even though Shifang wasn't overly skilled, she prided herself on a reasonable ability to read people. In times like these, when life was tough, would someone who appeared composed allow himself to be swayed so effortlessly? From the start, Shifang had some doubts. If it were indeed this easy to gain advantages, based on Wu Mingli's usual style, why would she bother giving it away to her so willingly? Though Shifang realized that something probably wasn't quite right, jumping into this anyway wasn't a sign of her ignorance. Shifang clearly understood her own limits. All that she had observed and experienced since entering the base convinced her of the brutal reality of the apocalypse era. The powerful individuals higher up abused their authority for reckless exploitation, not only resources but also women. Those considered attractive were either sent upward or sold to establishments where they were effectively treated as pets, robbed of autonomy entirely. She herself had left her name at the club and always worked in this line of business. Even if she wanted to get close, others would still look down on her as dirty goods, preferring young and tender fruits. Although her reputation was thus tarnished, she had escaped a greater calamity. In cases like these, with those innocent and charming flower buds encountering someone with special preferences, being killed in one night wasn't uncommon. During the apocalypse era, human lives were worth nothing. Those without abilities could barely take care of themselves, whereas the capable ones could do whatever they pleased. This naturally included Su Hao. Shifang started out uncertain about how much sway Wu Mingli held over Su Hao, hence initially came to follow her orders to avoid offending her. But now it seemed that Wu Mingli wasn't faring well herself either. Outwardly maintaining a facade, Shifang endured her anger and spoke gently to her. I see this matter isn't easy to handle, let's put it aside for the moment and reconsider later. Shifang backed off, but Wu Mingli wasn't pleased. Yet without a good solution at hand, all she could do was furrow her brows and say, you should be more diligent. Weren't you just saying following Su Jin has a promising future? You should know not everyone can climb onto Su family's ladder. Chapter 23. Wu Mingli might not have a keen eye for assessing people, but she certainly excelled at winning others' loyalty. Shifang also considered this an unprecedented opportunity, using Wu Mingli as a shortcut to climb higher. Who would willingly stay at the bottom doing the dirty work, serving coarse men? Speaking of which, while Shifang planned to regroup and try again, Wu Mingli secretly devised ways to oppose Su Xian. On the other side, Su Xian was already at his wits' end dealing with Su Hao and Wu Mingli. This issue originally stemmed from Su Hao, as both he and Su Xian were descendants of the Su family, growing up together since childhood as biological brothers. By principle, there should be no limit to their closeness. However, even outsiders could tell that Su Hao and Su Xian didn't have a great relationship, a fact well known among the upper echelons. When they seldom met, things were bearable. But during missions, the problems became apparent. Su Xian avoided interacting with Su Hao at all costs, largely ignoring him or delegating tasks through Su Jin. Su Hao was equally difficult, having a small mind. To him, Su Xian was not a true Su family member, yet he rose by leaning on the Su family's resources and enjoyed all the privileges, while even both older brothers favored him more. On this trip, Su Hao's intentions weren't merely to liven up the atmosphere but to intentionally inconvenience Su Xian. Su Hao's actions, however, amounted to nothing more than causing disruptions to Su Xian's team. For example, when clearing streets and gathering supplies, instead of contributing effectively, Su Hao's people followed Su Xian around picking up the scraps, creating unnecessary hindrance with their various excuses. Though Su Jin's group managed better, Su Xian showed them no mercy, decisively shooting the most energetic leader of the opposing gang, nearly scaring Su Hao into fainting. As this was the Su family's internal matter, even though there were many spectators present, none dared to intervene, except Su Hao's followers who immediately pulled out their weapons and aimed at Su Xian. Su Xian wasn't intimidated, responding with a cold laugh, daring to show off before me, don't you know your own weight? Just because you've climbed onto the Su family tree doesn't mean you're set for life. Anyone daring to cross me will face total ruin. After Su Xian's words, Su Hao's underlings dared not challenge him head-on. Despite the fourth master Su being only a title, everyone knew that survival in such turbulent times required some skills. Su Xian's tone carried double meanings as his gaze sharply swept over the fallen corpse, giving these lackeys a clear insight. While Su Xian couldn't touch Su Hao, cleaning up his subordinates was effortless for him. They feared their base upon returning would be wiped out entirely. Even though they were used to flaunting their power with Su Hao's support, knowing that what happened to their colleague was justified, it wasn't the same when applied to themselves. This was clearly Su Xian venting his anger on them, intending collective punishment. Su Hao had no time to deal with his subordinates' unusual behavior, glaring angrily at Su Xian. "It's been a long time since we last saw each other. I must say, your abilities have improved. You even dare to attack my subordinates." Su Xian smirked lightly. "Older brother is joking. I'm simply concerned for you. With such a mix of characters, I helped clean up for you so you'll manage better in the future, right?" Su Hao cursed inwardly, but quickly looked at his subordinates. He wasn't stupid, realizing Su Xian had effectively terrified them. After all, not everyone possessed the resolve to single-handedly solve issues with a gunshot. Though brutal, this approach was evidently highly effective. Su Hao, no matter how foolish, knew that he could never order his men to open fire on his own brother. If it weren't for the fact that Xuanzi had recklessly charged into Su Xian's territory to ingratiate himself with Su Hao, he wouldn't have been shot dead so easily. While Su Hao understood this, the loss of face was another matter entirely. Even if Su Hao intended to teach Su Xian a lesson, the sight of Su Jin tightly shielding Su Xian only made him spit in anger. Compared to Su Hao, Su Xian seemed more like the genuine pride of heaven. The entire Su family treated him as a precious gem. Bequests from grandparents, parents, nearly all important assets were bequeathed to Su Xian. And yet, Su Xian wasn't their biological child. There was also Su Jin, who for years loyally followed Su Xian. Such capable individuals could not serve under Su Hao, even when Su Hao tried to recruit them personally without any success. Su Hao seethed inwardly. He couldn't comprehend what Su Xian had that made everyone dote on and yield to him. Su Jin's eyes were constantly monitoring Su Hao while firmly protecting Su Xian. His hand rested near the gun at his waist, several times hesitating before ultimately deciding not to act. Shui Lei whispered quietly to Su Xian, "You're still too rash." Su Xian snickered coldly. "Relax, these people all know how to value their lives. If I didn't showcase some ability, they would assume I'm weak and easy to bully. People living off the Su family are usually just like this, taking advantage of weakness and fearing strength is normal." Shui Lei sighed helplessly. He couldn't persuade Su Xian since even Su Jin basically just followed orders. As for others, there was no way they'd betray Su Xian now. The situation hung tensely for a moment until Qin Shaohua sent one of his men over to mediate. He was well aware of the animosity between the third and fourth brothers of the Su family, but he hadn't expected Su Xian to show Su Hao no respect whatsoever. Although it was merely the shooting of a subordinate for lack of discipline, regardless of the reasoning, the Su family claimed to operate in the legitimate world. This move might lower public support ratings. But since it was the apocalypse era, nobody had time to fuss over such matters anymore. It ended, naturally, with no repercussions, though no official silence order was given. Any intelligent person knew how to proceed. Sure enough, immediately after Su Xian returned to base, he completely wiped out the small den of the subordinates who had opposed him. There were 3 people left at home, 1 set of parents and a sister. Initially hearing about their son's death, the parents wanted retribution or compensation, but after that incident, they disappeared forever. Meanwhile, it was rumored that the younger sister had been seen working at the Jin Yen Club. As a result, the reputation of young master Su Xian as having merciless methods spread, which effectively deterred many people from approaching him closely. Su Xian didn't care about this kind of reputation, he actually preferred not associating with such individuals anyway. Due to this matter, he did receive a scolding from Su Yi, and unsurprisingly, Su Hao got the same. Su Xian didn't believe he had done anything wrong. Life during the apocalypse days taught him the true meaning of means justify ends. In his view, except for a few relatives within the Su family and Su Jin, no one else mattered much. To him, killing 1 or 2 people meant nothing. The apocalypse had lasted almost a year, and deaths happened daily inside the base. No one thought twice about it. Survival required submission and resignation from many. Only by adapting to this world where the strong ruled and the weak were consumed could one hope to survive. Afterward, Su Hao made a few excursions outside the base but achieved little. Eventually, he mainly focused on commerce. Though the resentment between Su Hao and Su Xian wasn't openly broadcasted, plenty of people were clear about it. Following this event, the relationship between Su Hao and Su Xian plummeted to its lowest point. Due to Su Xian's public execution of Su Hao's subordinate, the incident left an indelible mark. Many of Su Hao's subordinates feared Su Xian as if he were a grim reaper. Despite Su Yi ordering Su Xian to compensate Su Hao with a considerable amount of crystal cores and supplies, this couldn't restore Su Hao's authority or save face. Their feud damaged the camaraderie within the team, turning it awkward. Su Xian cared little for how Su Hao fared, all that mattered was knowing Su Hao was alive. In this life, Su Hao hadn't attempted to kill Su Xian. Su Xian believed that Su Hao wouldn't meet his demise due to Su Xian respecting their parents and family ties, despite harboring deep, unspoken hatred toward Su Hao and Wu Mingli. Moving forward, by May, regional temperatures rose to over 10 degrees Celsius. Rivers thawed and some coastal ships could finally sail again. The official forces of the base dispatched reconnaissance teams to check surroundings. Although current efforts against zombies went fairly smoothly in various bases, the appearances of mutated animals increased alarmingly. In coastal areas, large marine creatures emerged, with reports of fishing boats being swallowed whole by massive sea monsters. What was even more concerning was that the nearly year-long ice seal had caused almost all plants on Earth to perish. Although crop cultivation within the base was starting to show some success, seeds and fertilizers for future use could not be supplied indefinitely. As a result, the food produced could only sustain a small fraction of the population. Additionally, as temperatures rose, some food preserved in the cold began to spoil, making the collection of supplies increasingly difficult. This further tightened the food supply within the base. Su Xian no longer had any interest in going out on missions. The latent threat had been eliminated, leaving only Wu Mingli, who occasionally still showed up in front of him. Hunting zombies outside was one thing, but gathering supplies yielded little results. They couldn't go far, and nearby areas had already been swept clean countless times. Su Jin's abilities were good, and his team was impressive too. Every time they went out, the crystal cores they collected were enough to cover daily expenses with some leftover. Now, the hunter teams were basically equipped with long knives, and those better off might also have firearms. However, to conserve ammunition, guns were rarely used, they served mostly as a deterrent. Even so, the ammunition they brought back was consumed quickly, while what remained in the treasure vault Su Jin didn't intend to touch yet. Occasionally, when they lacked ammo, he would simply trade for it within the base. When Su Xian wasn't out of the base, he either exercised or wandered around inside the base, occasionally trading some supplies for hard currency that could retain value. Every morning, Su Xian spent some time working out. Even if he didn't leave the base, training could not be neglected. After more than a year into the apocalypse, many people's physical fitness had significantly improved, while those who had idly inside the base wasted a golden opportunity to enhance their bodies, leading to generally poor physical conditions. Illnesses became common among them. At this time, medicine was in extremely short supply. Su Xian grew Chinese herbs himself, but he wouldn't sell them. Among the items he had collected before and after the apocalypse, there were plenty of medications. The ones bought from abroad were untouchable, but most others could be traded for other resources. Su Xian did not lack food. He mainly aimed to collect more gold, silver, and jewels. While these things held little value now, some rare treasures hidden in private homes started surfacing, such as a complete set of ruby jewelry Su Xian saw at a shop in the trading market. The entire set included a necklace, 2 bracelets, 2 rings, and 2 pairs of earrings. The rings and necklace were made from the highest quality pigeon blood red rubies, while the bracelets and earrings were slightly lower grade, being made from rose rubies. Each bracelet embedded 18 rose rubies, making a total of 36 gems, which were incredibly transparent and high clarity, thus quite rare. The pigeon blood ruby on the necklace was the size of a pigeon's egg, and its purity was extremely high. Not to mention the pair of rings featuring almost identical star rubies. Such a set of jewelry was highly valuable, and in the past, it would have been almost impossible to see something like this. Even now, its price remained exceptionally high. Su Xian was accompanied by Xiao Wu, who was very sharp. Whenever Su Jin went out, Xiao Wu and Wang Hai protected him. Wang Hai could be somewhat stubborn, so Su Xian often left him at home to guard when he went out, bringing only Xiao Wu along. First, the base was quite safe. Second, sometimes Wang Hai's way of speaking and handling matters drove him close to exhaustion and bloodshed. Xiao Wu followed Su Xian all the time and was roughly aware of his frequent visits to the trading area for transactions. Although it seemed a pity to exchange medicine for items that might not be useful, as Su Xian's belongings, Xiao Wu had no right to question. Being a soldier, he understood what to do and what not to do. Chapter 24. Such exquisite pigeon blood red rubies were extremely rare, and encountering them was a real stroke of luck. Naturally, Su Xian wanted to exchange and keep them. However, the other party wasn't foolish either. Despite the current shortage of supplies, they knew the set could yield benefits if well operated, so they insisted on the price of 30 vials of injectable anti-inflammatory drugs. Don't think this price was low. With the current scarcity of resources in the base, oral medication was still relatively available, but injectable drugs like these were consistently priced high, easily worth exchanging for 300 to 500 crystal cores. Su Xian didn't want to agree too easily, as that would make him look like an easy target. Although the other party didn't know his identity, they at least recognized him as a rich young man, otherwise, who would come looking for useless trinkets during such a critical time. These days, buyers are always less astute than sellers, and Su Xian fully understood this principle. He tapped his fingers irritably on the table. The item is nice, but your demands are excessive. If you insist on this, I don't see the point of making a deal. Since the transaction involved valuable items, Su Xian was invited to a room on the second floor. A young man greeted him, his attire exuded wealth, and there was a sharp intelligence in his eyes, making it clear he was no ordinary person. The young man across from Su Xian maintained a friendly demeanor. What you said isn't quite appropriate. We do business openly, everything is negotiable. Su Xian nodded. Now that sounds like reason, unlike the previous one, who was completely clueless. Previously, an irritable middle-aged woman had received Su Xian. Her gaze lingered on the jewelry box, clearly unhappy that Su Xian was interested in the ruby jewelry. The man paused for a moment before laughing and apologizing. An elder of limited vision from my family has made you see something unpleasant. My surname is E, and my name is Han. I'm the manager of this store. May I ask your esteemed surname? Su Xian didn't hide. I am surnamed Su. As for the rest, you'd better not pry too much. The warning in Su Xian's words was unmistakable, yet the other party did not get angry at all, so it's Master Su. My apologies. Besides this top-tier set of ruby jewelry, we also have other items. Would Master Su care to honor us with your appraisal? At this point, Su Xian became slightly interested. To be able to produce such rare items indicated that this shop still had some substance. He then nodded affirmatively. Don't bother showing me anything overly inferior. Han gestured someone over as he smiled. Naturally, when a distinguished guest comes, we must offer only the finest. Su Xian understood that he had become the perceived fat lamb in their eyes. But he didn't mind because with so many things he was collecting, they could never use them all. Once the preservation period passed, even if the items were still good, they might lose value. Moreover, exchanging these for useless gold and jewels was, as a businessman, an absolutely risk-free profitable deal. Soon, Han's subordinates brought in 3 large solid wood chests, which were rarely seen anymore. After opening the chests, Su Xian saw they were filled with gold, silver, and jewels. The ones at the bottom were all gold bars, casting a golden glow that would make anyone's heart race. On top lay numerous gemstones and jades, along with some rare antiques. Su Xian took a cursory glance, and it seemed there were indeed sets of high-end jewelry similar to the red gemstone set. For example, red jadeite dragon phoenix bracelets, superlative eastern pearls as large as an adult's fist, uniquely shaped natural corals, intricately crafted crystal ornaments, jade ruies adorned with gems, Qing dynasty court beads strung with various colorful pearls and jade pieces, etc. Notably, there were also plenty of paintings and porcelain pieces here. Influenced by family learning, Su Xian had some knowledge about these but wasn't particularly fascinated. As they say, art treasures flourish in peaceful times while gold reigns during chaotic times. It was clear these things had little market value now. Han had been observing Su Xian's expressions. Seeing him put down the blue-green jade qilin without much interest, Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Su Xian leaned back, glancing at the jewelry box on the table. The stuff is fine, can we talk about the price now? Han understood that Su Xian referred to the price of the rubies. His purpose in bringing out the rubies was certainly not just to sell that set of jewelry. Even if jewelry was worth less now, it could still be sold in high society. His main goal was undoubtedly to strike a big deal. Smiling flatteringly, Han said, given Master Su's status, surely you've seen much. I actually have even better items. Would you care to take a look? Upon hearing this, Su Xian sneered, feigning impatience by waving his hand dismissively. This trifling amount is passable. What use are these things if you let me carry them away? However, looking at these items, they have some history. Gathering this much proves you do have some skill. If this were in peacetime, owning such treasures wouldn't mean being as rich as a nation, but definitely as wealthy as one of its wealthiest families. Han sighed helplessly, as though regretting something. These items were consigned by other customers, mostly obtained through old-time home seizures. We originally didn't want to do this business, but running a store on this street means we can't offend others easily. Su Xian remained unmoved. If that's really the case, shouldn't pledging them to the base be an option? Merchants always spoke half-truths when meeting. Su Xian simply didn't believe his excuse, but it was impossible to shut the conversation down entirely right away. Han chuckled faintly. The base doesn't accept these kinds of items now. Originally, accepting gold and silver was just to preserve value, and with so many items, it's hard to explain their origins. Understood. No one wanted any gray income to be dug up and questioned thoroughly, but Su Xian didn't consider himself a fool willing to shoulder everything. Even if I wanted to stockpile some for appreciation, I couldn't handle this much. Besides, none of us knows exactly what the future will bring. True smart people can always think far ahead. Su Xian could think of hoarding gold bars, and others naturally could as well. Although the base's supplies are tight now, the antidote agents have already been developed, along with the advent of new weapons, giving humanity a reasonable chance to survive the apocalypse. Many believe this. However, not many people truly had the means. Currently, only the upper echelons at the base could guarantee 3 meals a day. Even Su Jin's subordinates, unless on a mission, only ate 2 meals a day, which was already considered good treatment. If it weren't for Su Xian having his own space, he wouldn't have the conditions to gather valuables like gold and silver that might appreciate in the future. Though the medicines Su Xian possessed don't last long, they were in high demand right now, so exchanging them for crystal cores would pose no problem. Nowadays, everyone knows the price of crystal cores keeps climbing, and even much later, they would still likely be used as universal currency. If using medicines to exchange for these items, while the merchants would profit without risk, Su Xian would be taking a gamble, possibly losing everything. Watching Han constantly pushing these products, Su Xian thought for a moment and then asked, how many things do you actually have? Su Xian knew Han probably guessed his identity, otherwise, he wouldn't be this eager to push such unsaleable goods. However, disposing of surplus supplies to exchange for appreciable items aligned with Su Xian's goal, making it easier to let the process flow smoothly rather than going through small exchanges one by one. Han grinned upon hearing this. Counting what's here, there are about 30 pieces, excluding some larger items that can all be included as extras for Mr. Su. The 30 pieces referred to large wooden crates of this size, indicating there was quite a lot. Su Xian inwardly sighed. Gold, silver, and jade are okay, but I have no interest in antiques. Despite having ample space for storage, he couldn't be made a sucker. Han nodded. Mr. Su can rest assured, those things aren't included. If you're interested, they can be added as gifts with your purchases. Su Xian looked straight at him. Tell me what price you're thinking of first. Just by how he was trying hard to make this deal happen, the price surely wouldn't be low. Han smiled knowingly, revealing a touch of shrewdness. I would like to trade 15 pieces for these items, 2 for 1. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's gaze grew cold. You sure have a big appetite. The most sought-after pharmaceuticals in the base right now are antibiotics, valuable regardless of their efficacy. Han gestured, and an employee from inside brought out a small box. We wouldn't let Mr. Su lose out. If this deal goes through, I'm willing to give Mr. Su a grand present. As he spoke, he handed over the box for Su Xian to inspect. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, carefully opened it and placed it on the table. Su Xian glanced sideways and saw inside the box a luminous and transparent glass mirror. Around the mirror were exquisitely carved peculiar patterns. Under the light, the center subtly revealed a faint cluster of silver streaks. Upon closer inspection, Su Xian realized they appeared to be a pair of silver phoenixes, their marks uniquely distinctive, drawing anyone who looked into its depth. Turning to Han, Su Xian asked, what is this? Seeing Su Xian finally display a flicker of interest, Han quickly explained, this is a magical instrument. As long as it is placed at home, it will calm the mind and dispel evil spirits. Su Xian nodded. I know something about Taoist items, but if it were truly valuable, how could you afford to give it to me? Su Xian hadn't met Han before, unsure if he was from a distinguished family, but since buying didn't involve seeing such things anyway, he thought tangible benefits were more real. Although he showed slight interest in this object, he wasn't one to let others take advantage easily. Feeling Su Xian relax a little, Han continued, if it weren't good, how could I dare show it to Mr. Su? It's unfortunate we can't practice cultivation skills like those Taoists. This item was originally pledged by a Taoist, it absolutely isn't inferior. It can concentrate and calm the spirit. If Mr. Su isn't satisfied, you can return it any time. The surface of the glass mirror felt very smooth. When Su Xian touched it, he felt a cooling sensation enter his body. His mental strength even seemed to resonate weakly with the mirror, indicating this clearly wasn't an ordinary mirror. Su Xian feigned hesitation for a while longer, during which Han promised numerous advantages to ensure the business went through. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the deal eventually concluded at the price of 10 cases of medicine. These included 3 cases of antibiotics, the remainder being other medications. Medications treating various diseases that Su Xian and his group did not need were simply handed over to Han. Moreover, other items they didn't use were also entrusted to Han for consignment sale. These medicines still have a shelf life of nearly a year, and selling them now isn't too much of a loss. Su Xian was grateful that his villa was large enough to store all the goods. They were brought in under cover of darkness by a large truck, and afterward, Su Xian handed over several cases of medicine to Han. After exchanging phone numbers, he saw Han out. Xiao Wu started helping Su Xian organize things. Moving dozens of large crates up wasn't an easy job. There were only 3 to 5 people in the villa, as Su Jin had already led the others on a mission. Wang Hai and the rest didn't question Su Xian's acquisition of so many items. Following Su Xian's instructions, they lifted the crates upstairs and left to do other tasks. Having a military background, they were accustomed to following orders. Moreover, due to their respect and trust for Su Jin, they wouldn't ask any questions. Su Xian and Xiao Wu began counting, categorizing, and organizing the items inside the boxes. The gold bars filled more than 10 crates, another 10 or so contained jewelry and ornaments, with a few crates holding jade raw stones and different types of jade material. Most of the remaining items were antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and some fragile porcelain pieces. Among these, there were quite a few precious antique treasures worth millions. Some of the most special ones were valuable ceramics from rare kiln changes, which Su Xian considered to have certain collector's value. There were also many old furniture items, large coral trees, money-shaking trees, and jade trees. If someone didn't know, they might think they'd stumbled into a palace treasure trove. Of course, Su Xian didn't doubt Han's explanation that many of these were from past family seizures because even the Su family had acquired some antiques during that era. Su Xian was relatively satisfied with this haul. However, regarding the leftover medicines, he instructed Han to exchange them for crystal cores. Despite the lack of potential losses from bulk purchases, Su Xian didn't want people talking behind his back about him spending Su Jin's hard-earned money frivolously. After being busy for over 2 hours, Su Xian and Xiao Wu ate dinner and then each went back to their rooms to rest. Although all these valuables were locked away in a hidden room, it wasn't as secure as Su Xian's personal space. He decided to store everything in his space instead, placing plenty of wooden boxes with random objects in their place and locking the door afterward. However, before Su Xian could go back to his room to rest, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Panting, Wang Hai rushed up. Fourth Master, bad news. A civilian uprising in the West District set off explosives near the city wall and let zombies in. So we've reached this point. Su Xian helplessly watched the quarrel among the few base leaders in the meeting room. Initially, he didn't intend to be here, but almost all representatives of capable teams within the base were summoned, and since Su Jin wasn't present, Su Xian couldn't stay away either. Unfortunately, these team representatives played no role at all, only standing by as the responsible parties argued incessantly. Not dispatching troops to clear out the zombies released into the outer city would result in even more serious consequences. Do you want to destroy the base? Our priority now is protecting the inner city to preserve humanity's spark. Once the population outside gets infected with the zombie virus, we won't be able to control it. We can't just ignore this situation, we must investigate the cause of the riot and find those causing trouble. People who aren't infected should be temporarily relocated to the inner city. Additionally, we need to send troops to hunt down zombies. While handling zombies is manageable, if the situation expands and lures in large numbers of mutated animals, then we'll face a true calamity. Despite their apparent argumentative nature, none divulged secrets, subtly implying that everyone in the base would be doomed should the situation worsen. Consequently, many around Su Xian became restless. Su Xian couldn't help but marvel at the unfolding drama, as politics wasn't something average people could handle easily. Sure enough, shortly after, the responsible parties swiftly agreed to deploy one squad of soldiers for cleanup operations, recruiting zombie hunting teams as the main force while providing relatively generous rewards. From its initial construction until today, the base had implemented strict management over supplies. Teams tasked with gathering resources usually had to surrender half their finds, or they could opt to redeem items using crystal cores. For ordinary people, crystal cores served little purpose, making exchanging for needed supplies their primary goal. Still, some groups chose to conserve crystal cores by submitting physical items instead, a decision made by very few. Through such methods, the base amassed a significant number of crystal cores. These were then utilized along with meteorite materials to produce antidote agents and new weapons, encouraging surviving teams to continuously buy and consume these products. As a result, both crystal cores and resources were effortlessly accumulated. Though the base now has many shops and stalls, larger-scale operations mostly have backing, while ordinary people's businesses rarely make much money since supplies are tightly controlled by the base. Nowadays, even an ordinary corn pancake is worth one crystal core. Although prices have dropped compared to before, those who don't go out of the city to hunt zombies basically have no income. Apart from taking on tasks that normal people can do, like sweeping streets or clearing waste, they could only rely on the government's relief rations to survive. Yet, there is only one meal a day, a black flour cake which is the cheapest available, and neither the elderly nor children can endure this. Moreover, without self-protection abilities, they might get robbed or extorted. Ordinary young people or middle-aged adults unable to adapt to life in the post-apocalypse often fall into despair, generating resentment and seeking vengeance on society. No wonder civilian uprisings occur one after another. After all, many issues arise not because of scarcity but because of inequality. People aren't saints, they won't sacrifice themselves for others' good. Anyone knows being well-intentioned at such a time would just be digging their own grave. Xiao Wu looked unusually serious as he leaned closer to Su Xian, lowering his voice. Fourth young master, should we temporarily move to the inner city? Su Xian shook his head faintly. It's useless. The inner city just has more soldiers. Besides, do you think that wall can actually hold up? It's self-deception. By the way, did you inform Su Jin? Xiao Wu nodded. I already told him, an elder brother responded. However, it's certain he won't be able to return in the short term. Su Xian dismissed it carelessly with a wave of his hand. If he can't come back, then so be it. Even if he does return, he might still be pushed out to take responsibility. There's no need. Xiao Wu agreed but was genuinely worried about Su Xian's safety. Then how about increasing the manpower? Things are chaotic in the outer city now. If needed, we could borrow some people from third brother. Su Xian gave him a sidelong glance. Do you really think he'd be that magnanimous to let bygones be bygones? Xiao Wu chuckled awkwardly. Well, he's still our brother, right? I don't think third brother would go too far. Su Xian sneered coldly, silently sarcastic. You're underestimating him completely. After the meeting dispersed, Xiao Wu and Wang Hai escorted Su Xian back. Along the way, they encountered several squads hunting zombies. Compared to the frenzied escape at the start of the apocalypse, people had now learned how to deal with zombies. With the help of powerful new weapons, despite the streets being overrun with biting zombies, very few were truly afraid anymore. Sitting in the car, Su Xian glanced outside and clearly saw a burly man knock away a zombie with one palm, extracting its brain crystal core by hand. Though the scene was extremely gory, Su Xian focused intently on the muscle-bound man. It was obvious that this person was also an evolved human, specifically enhanced toward strength-based evolution. Seeing this, Wang Hai couldn't help but whistle. That's incredible. Looks like I need to hurry up with my cultivation. They all had secret manuals to train with, and although their physical attributes had improved somewhat, without the support of meteorite resources and unlike Su Xian, who drank numerous spiritual water infusions, their cultivation now solely depended on personal effort, constantly striving to break through their limits step by step. In turn, though slower progress meant fewer shortcuts, the foundation laid down was solid and didn't rely on external aids. Su Xian laughed, there's no need for envy. Excess leads to loss, it's better to be grounded and focus on steady progress. Wang Hai scratched his head sheepishly. He admired those in the base who had successfully evolved thanks to scientific research, but he also knew only 1 in 10 experimental subjects truly succeeded, and the side effects of failure were significant. Lacking courage, he wouldn't dare risk such experimentation lightly. Furthermore, even experiments weren't open to everyone. While Xiao Wu was driving, hearing this, he glanced outside and commented offhandedly, they're the base's special units. No wonder there are so many evolvers. As he spoke, a white-bearded old Taoist in a robe quickly passed by. Holding red vermilion talismans, he was concentrating on dealing with a second-stage zombie ahead. Besides the old Taoist, there were also several young women in foreign clothing commanding chicken-sized black venomous bees to attack a mutated lion. Though mutated animals entering from the outer city were rare, each was exceedingly dangerous. This lion was 5 times the size of a regular one, silver all over with crimson eyes. It was currently entangled and frustrated by the poisonous bees. Suddenly, blood-red tentacles shot out from beneath the silver lion, seizing its limbs during a moment of distraction and tightening them more and more. Simultaneously, the tentacles began secreting a corrosive solution that visibly caused bleeding and immense pain. This coordinated attack made the silver lion continuously retreat, letting out mournful roars that were piercingly loud. Attracted by the noise, several mutated creatures soon joined the battle. Everyone in the car and other onlookers were all stunned, as watching the battle from such a close distance gave them an overwhelming sense of awe. Su Xian furrowed his brows. Let's go. Xiao Wu hastily stepped on the gas pedal and drove away from the danger zone. Wang Hai was still feeling the aftershock, patting his chest, wow, that was amazing. Who were those women? They could easily control third-stage mutated creatures, and then there was what came out from under the ground. Wang Hai. Xiao Wu interrupted him sharply, why so much nonsense? Glancing at Su Xian who remained expressionless, Wang Hai looked over as well. Su Xian was leaning against the car window lost in thought, so Wang Hai quickly shut his mouth and tried to shrink himself to make his presence less noticeable. Xiao Wu couldn't help but smile, shaking his head before continuing to focus on driving. Su Xian's mind was racing with countless thoughts. Although he had heard about extraordinary people and strange events, he had never seen anyone this powerful. It might have been due to his previous tendency to avoid reality and show apathy towards these matters. Regardless of the reason, in order to better adapt to this society, he had to work hard to improve his own strength instead of relying entirely on Su Jin. Su Xian made up his mind to become stronger. Afterward, the base's campaigns to exterminate zombies and mutated animals proceeded in full swing. However, the residential area around Su Xian remained peaceful. The protective structures here had been built before the apocalypse and were quite effective at resisting zombie and mutated animal invasions. Moreover, it was relatively quiet and wouldn't attract too many zombies. Su Jin, leading a large team, was still outside on missions. Batch after batch of zombies were being eliminated, and they had also gained a good amount of mutated animals. Through combat, his martial arts skills had improved qualitatively, now reaching level 4, while his mental power had reached level 3. In comparison, Su Xian's mental power was already at level 4, whereas his martial arts skills were only at level 2, thanks to his earlier achievements in hunting zombies and benefiting from the spiritual water infusions. From books, Su Xian learned that both mental power and physical combat had clear rank distinctions, and the higher one's strength, the easier it was to control the new weapons and unleash more powerful attacks. Even though the exact principles behind the new weapons remained unclear, this did not dampen Su Xian's enthusiasm to enhance his abilities. Compared to before, he began practicing in a more regulated manner. Aside from spending a bit of time every day organizing space-grown crops and livestock products, he also started sorting out unnecessary collected supplies to prepare for trading them for other items. Additionally, Su Xian created a cultivation plan which included meditation, jogging, shooting, and various other exercises. Occasionally, he would also participate in the base's zombie hunting operations to earn a certain number of crystal cores. Perhaps due to absorbing too many meteorites inside the space realm, Su Xian's mental power quickly rose to the 5th level. At this point, 9 Palaces technique unlocked a new section revealing how to utilize mental power along with introducing 3 skills. Mental control * able to give specific targets unique suggestions and perform mental manipulation within a controllable timeframe. This skill could even make the target forget or ignore something. Mental search * allows searching for designated targets within a range. Can be used once per day. Mental shatter * a lethal attack capable of causing maximum brain death on targets with weaker mental power. If the target's mental power is higher than one's own, the user may suffer retaliation. In reality, corresponding mental power requires appropriate physical combat skills to support it. If the gap between the two becomes too large, unforeseen dangers may arise. With this in mind, Su Xian intended to increase his physical combat level and temporarily suppress his rising mental power. To achieve this, he paused daily meditation practice and increased physical combat training. Chapter 26. The original copy of 9 Palaces technique was carefully stored by Su Xian. He hadn't expected that this book still held hidden knowledge and became more cautious about its usage. Items don't have owners. Su Xian also wanted to show it to Su Jin to see if they could gain any additional insights. This time, Su Yi led the team to a coastal city located farther away. Due to rising temperatures causing glacial melt, sea levels were increasing. There were rumors in the base stating that many coastal areas had already been submerged. This news worried quite a few people. Since the plan to hunt zombies was proceeding rather smoothly and one couldn't see many zombies when venturing outside anymore, many had considered moving to inland bases. Although many people nearby either contemplated or acted upon relocating, Su Xian wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he started roaming around the base, frequenting the trading area and the black market the most. Since he had too many supplies in his space, Su Xian decided to take the opportunity to release a batch of them. At this time, due to factors such as moving inland, prices that were finally stable began to rise again. This was naturally good news for Su Xian. Previously, he left a small amount of medicine at Yi Han's place for consignment selling, but he could not bring out more. Now, with the improvement of his mental power level, he could use the skill of mental control. Thus, after the transaction ended, these people would automatically ignore all his information and wouldn't expose any flaws. Su Xian often found some valuable jewelry and antiques at individual stalls. Although the quantity was not much, his sharp eye allowed him to exchange these rare items with fewer things. Large shops often had surveillance cameras, so Su Xian had to be careful to avoid being discovered. Besides, he had also been to the black market, which was a distribution center for treasures. In addition, human trafficking and crystal core trading were also indispensable parts. Of course, Su Xian saw quite a few new things. Since there were monks and Taoists in the base, some items similar to cultivation resources started to circulate in the market. However, not everyone could use these items. After the meteorite virus, humans began to evolve, and people with a mental power level reaching 2 could use the most ordinary talisman paper or magical weapons. Although the appearance of meteorites disrupted the Earth's magnetic field and destroyed the previous civilized society, the natural world now was full of spiritual energy. Even meteorites and crystal cores shared a similar essence with the spiritual energy. In this way, quite a lot of cultivation manuals began to sell well on the market. Of course, only the upper class could afford such things, and the market wasn't large either, still mainly focusing on the evolutionaries cultivated by the base. Before the end times, during the peaceful era, these things could still be regulated somewhat, but now, no one cared about these things unless they were idle after having enough food. So various faiths started showing signs of revival. Moreover, even though Central Base used to be the domain of the original demon capital, times have changed, and it is no longer people's first choice. The idea and prediction that rising sea levels would flood coastal areas were also not unfamiliar before the apocalypse. Some areas had already been submerged by seawater and no longer existed. By comparison, Tibet Base was renowned for its high altitude and considered a hopeful land by many, even regarded as the starting point of Maya Arc. Central Base was not without thoughts of relocating inland, but given the issues of profit division, relocating the base was obviously not the best choice, let alone that plateau areas have numerous problems which some still cannot solve even today. Such vital matters concerning life like drinking water, food, and altitude sickness resulted in some people not believing that Tibet Base was the best choice. Su Xian also agreed with this view. At least before the flood season arrived, Su Xian did not intend to leave the main battlefield. Central Base might harbor hidden dangers, but it also held opportunities. Su Xian's martial arts skills improved due to continuous hunting of zombies, and he planned to hunt more challenging mutated animals next. After all, relying on modern new weapons, a laser gun powered by crystal cores could easily kill a third-stage zombie. But this kind of weapon was available only to the highest levels of the military. Su Xian possessed one because of his brother Su Yi, and he didn't plan to depend on such new weapons. Of course, the cost of the laser gun was shocking, and the fact that it required filling with crystal cores during use was rather frustrating. All in all, this thing could only serve as a life-saving weapon in critical moments. As Su Jin kept not returning, Su Xian couldn't leave the base either. Since the zombies within the base were basically eliminated, he became idle once again. These days, Su Xian almost showed up in the trading market every day. He had various kinds of materials in his space in vast quantities, but there was also a small portion that wasn't fully prepared. With the temperature rising, many ships could navigate again, and nearby bases near Central Base came here to do business. The circulation of goods and crystal cores sped up, and the economy began to gradually recover. The emergence of mutated animals brought threats to humanity on one hand, but on the other, it also brought opportunities. After research, the meat of these mutated animals was generally edible, and the fur and scales of some animals could even be made into clothes and armor. Sharp claws and skeletons could also be turned into weapons. These derivatives of mutated animals were also very popular and in demand. Meanwhile, the price of gold and silver jewelry began to rise slightly. Many wealthy people who had accumulated perishable goods began to sell them off. Su Xian had already purchased a large number of jewelry beforehand, but he had no intention of selling them for now. Additionally, the price of crystal cores remained high, but if exchanged for food, he could still obtain a considerable amount. Common seasonings like salt were not scarce in the base, but fine grains such as rice and wheat flour were highly sought after. Su Xian had made several transactions, obtaining tens of thousands of high-grade crystal cores, even some internal cores from mutated animals. These cores also came in various colors but contained energy much purer than that of zombie cores. Upon realizing this, Su Xian began to focus more on collecting mutated animal cores. The price gap between the two types was initially small since the same grade cores were about the same size. Su Xian's bulk purchases in a short time caused core prices to rise by 10 to 20%, though market forces quickly restored calm. Unfortunately, ordinary animals and plants were now almost impossible to see. Besides official supplies from the base or within certain families, it was hard for others to access these resources. Su Xian's space stored plenty of chicken, duck, fish meat, eggs, dairy products, fruits, and even dried vegetables and fruits which he occasionally used for bartering, but he couldn't part with too many of them. As for medicine, besides those left at Yihan's place for trading, Su Xian released some himself, but in limited quantities to avoid saturating the market. Do not think that the market can't be saturated. Most residents of the base are commoners who have little purchasing power. The major resources are monopolized by those at the upper levels, only they can afford the more expensive goods. This is why Su Xian frequented the black market where items were much rarer and more valuable. As it turned out, these places carried far more precious treasures than outside markets, often rare things rarely seen before. Yihan's recent findings prove this point. 7 or 8 large solid wood crates were filled with gold, silver, jade, antiques, calligraphy paintings, rare silk embroideries, tapestries, golden goblets, ancient Buddhas, emerald nephrite, treasures from western regions, and European gold-weight gemstones. Yihan came from a scholarly family and Su Xian was knowledgeable as well. With the enhancement of his mental power, Su Xian could tell much about an item just by touching it. Older things gave off distinct impressions. Yihan smiled widely. Those medicines really came in handy. The Wan family, you know. They bought up most of the goods. Apart from these, they took a bunch of cores. Knowing that ancient artifacts could offset debts, the Wans basically handed them all over to us. It seems there are more people hoarding cores now. These items aren't easy to preserve, and a lot of folks find it troublesome. Su Xian nodded approvingly. This is about right. If we come across something exceptional, like a ruby, keep it. But for average stuff, stop collecting and exchange them for mutant beast cores. Yihan fully agreed. That's exactly what should be done. Right now, mutated animals are getting so hyped up, it would be a waste not to make some serious profits. Su Xian understood Yihan's newfound enthusiasm to strategize and plot for him, unlike his usual composed demeanor. Clearly, having received significant benefits from Su Xian earlier, Yihan intended to work hard to retain this big client, or perhaps fat sheep, ensuring things went smoothly. While idly listening to Yihan boastfully promote business ideas, Su Xian mentally calculated all the materials. He'd accumulated no shortage of gold bars and silver ingots brought from the southern side. In the future, using them as jewelry raw materials should suffice. Many jewelry stores had been thoroughly plundered beforehand. If ancient antiques and calligraphic works didn't pan out, there was still a hidden treasure vault available for collection, making it unnecessary to create too much commotion in the base. For food, clothing, and daily use, Su Xian was basically well equipped. Ranging from large machines and furniture to small sewing needles, threads, and other tiny objects, he possessed silk, cotton, hemp, and every kind of material necessary for handwork, including DIY items. Being a homebody, Su Xian found manual crafts intriguing but chose not to bother with knitting sweaters, given that mechanization made it more efficient than manual production. In the base now, necessities such as clothes, shoes, and socks were starting to become tight. Pre-apocalypse, fashion emphasized decoration; post-apocalypse, practicality became paramount. Even if clothes were durable, they wore out fighting mutants or hunting zombies every day. Clothes typically only lasted half a month before being rendered useless. Currently, mutant animal apparel filled the gap in the market. However, for the pampered elite ladies, these products offered little allure unless crafted exceptionally beautifully, an almost impossible standard. Present-day clothing focused primarily on utility. Su Xian, somewhat of a businessman, knew the timing of deals crucial for maximum profit. His advantage lay in his foresight and storage space. Considering long-term prospects, it wasn't yet a good time to sell garments. After deliberating for a while, Su Xian abandoned the idea of continuing drug sales and instead decided to let Yihan handle selling some of his stockpiled grain. There was still plenty of food in the villa, enough to last over a year. But before long, they might have to relocate inland, and they couldn't bring too many things. Thus, while prices were high, it made sense to sell some goods in exchange for crystal cores, which were easier to carry. After all, crystal cores were now the hard currency, useful both as weapon energy sources and for manufacturing new weapons. High-grade cores had even greater value and could be exchanged for grain in any base. A few days later, Su Jin finally returned to the base but brought back nothing more than disheartening news. Su Yi contacted Su Yen seriously via wireless communication. The temperature has started rising since March, along with the rising sea level. During our recent mission, we discovered many large marine creatures and some unknown sea plants. There are also mutated plants on land, but we can't yet verify whether they're edible. Su Yen sighed inwardly. Despite having prepared himself mentally, this news left him quite disappointed. We can't do anything about it. Let's first figure out how to return inland. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the first-tier areas get submerged. And for now, avoid water routes. Su Yan hesitated. What you mean is? His younger brother Su Yi had always been stationed in Tibet, but seemed better informed about the nationwide situation than himself. Su Yi brushed off these doubts. He was worried about humanity's future. Relax, the improved version of the laser gun is under research. If the progress goes well, it will be a large-scale lethal weapon comparable to nuclear arms. With this, combined with the ARC project, at least millions of people can be secured. Su Yi sighed. There's no other choice. However, I doubt that moving the capital will be easy. To make them give up their hard-earned power just to become underlings somewhere else. That would be impossible for anyone. Su Yan coldly snorted. Then let's see if they'd rather keep their power or save their lives. Chapter 27. Knowing that Su Jin was coming back, Su Xian started bustling around early in the morning. He wanted to prepare some snacks as a reward for Su Jin. Compared to Su Jin, Su Xian's love for sweet pastries was almost fanatical. In fact, Su Xian had a penchant for anything delicious. Yet everyone's tastes differ. Su Jin excelled at making dishes, especially desserts, although he learned these skills specifically for Su Xian. His own taste preferred salty foods. He could tolerate mildly sweet pastries, but overly sweet ones were out of the question. Given Su Xian's somewhat clumsy cooking abilities, in the end, they opted for making a relatively simple pastry, savory cheesecake. They used digestive biscuits mixed with butter and milk to create the biscuit base. The blue cheese and cream cheese were cut into small chunks, then sugar and yogurt were added, alongside crushed almonds. The eggs were mixed in before pouring the prepared cheese mixture into the frozen biscuit base. Finally, the concoction was placed in the oven for baking. As the finishing touch, whipped cream was spread over the surface, adorned with soda crackers and crushed almonds. Even though the outcome wasn't comparable to what Su Jin made, Su Xian didn't want to rely solely on his brother forever. He was willing to put effort into trying unfamiliar things. Why should Su Jin take his contributions for granted? Aside from the cheesecake, Su Xian also prepared congee with preserved duck egg and minced meat, steamed thin-skinned bun stuffed with mushroom and pork, specially made garlic ribs beloved by Su Jin, sweet and sour spare ribs, dompa pork made from the finest marbled 5-flavor bacon, as well as oil-smothered shrimp. Despite his average culinary skills, thanks to the pristine ingredients produced in the space, these dishes tasted purer and more natural than the regular harvests outside. Hence, the finished products rivaled those of an average chef. When Su Jin tasted the dishes, he was thrilled beyond words. Given that Su Xian usually hated the kitchen and avoided cooking whenever possible, the fact that he willingly cooked these elaborate meals surprised him deeply. Even though Su Xian had once made rujiamo for him, it paled in comparison to this. To show gratitude, Su Jin was determined to devour every dish, a slow suicide attempt which Su Xian eventually stopped. After a satisfying meal, Su Xian lazily leaned back on the lounge chair of the balcony, occasionally sipping mango wine and gazing at the full moon on the horizon. Su Jin, who had traveled extensively and felt utterly exhausted, washed thoroughly inside and out. Refreshed, he joined Su Xian, asking, "What's on your mind?" Su Xian grinned at him, "I'm thinking about whether to punish you." Su Jin looked puzzled. "Why?" Su Xian's smile disappeared as he became serious, "Because you stayed away for so long. Didn't you worry that something bad might happen to me?" In the past, Su Jin always hovered close by, guarding him meticulously. Clearly, Su Xian found it hard to adapt to the long absence this time around. Su Jin's heart skipped a beat as he saw the gleam of displeasure, tinged with mockery, in Su Xian's bright glasses. Trying to gauge his mood, Su Jin cautiously touched Su Xian's delicate right hand resting on the armrest. Su Xian's hands were small, cool to the touch like jade, and his own hand easily enveloped them, feeling their excellent texture. But the scene wasn't entirely favorable for Su Xian, who now looked at Su Jin with an edge of danger in his eyes. Su Jin quickly sensed Su Xian's dissatisfaction, instantly snapping out of his self-absorbed daze. His tone carried an apologetic note as he hastened to explain, "I didn't expect it to take so long, there was an unexpected turn along the way. Although I was slightly worried, I believed you could handle things well." This explanation made Su Xian smile faintly. How to put it? He trusted him, no longer treating him as if he were a fragile child needing constant protection. Despite a hint of disappointment, more of a peculiar sense of satisfaction took over. Under the moonlight, Su Jin's face, which appeared somewhat stiff and formal, revealed a trace of softness. Though not endowed with the handsome traits that ran in the Su family, Su Xian had fully inherited their excellent genes, looking strikingly refined. Back in kindergarten, when dressed as a girl by Aunt Su, the disguise was flawless, drawing inquiries about when they had a daughter. This remains a sore point and blotch on Su Xian's adult life, something he can't quite let go. Now barely 30, Su Xian started schooling at a young age but still resembled typical teens or tweens. With skin as white as jade and naturally rosy lips, strangers assumed him just a child. Su Xian often subconsciously tried dressing older to avoid accusations of acting younger than his age. Wearing low-prescription glasses, although mild nearsightedness, these contributed to making him appear as an intellectual youth, less juvenile. In truth, though, he was a quintessential homebody. He used to be a hacker, staying up all night pursuing novels, manga, immersing himself deeply into 2.5-dimension worlds. His nearsightedness stemmed entirely from excessive screen time. While not excessively obsessed with online gaming, he threw all his energy and passion into reading and watching comics and animations. Speaking too much, let's get back to Su Jin. Unlike Su Xian, whose hobbies never lasted beyond 3 minutes except for interests in anime and manga due to never lacking anything, cherished and protected by the Su family since childhood without developing arrogance or indulgence, others worked for fame or wealth. But Su Xian had everything handed to him from birth, he knew neither where his goals lay nor had any been set for him. Conversely, Su Jin was ingrained with the responsibility to protect Su Xian. To make Su Xian content, he spared no effort doing all he could. Even if his method sometimes deviated, this didn't hinder his deep care for Su Xian. His love transcended selfish desire, it prioritized Su Xian's interest and needs. Anything harmful to Su Xian, Su Jin wouldn't do, even suppressing personal cravings. Love is giving, lust is taking. Su Jin demonstrated a form of love surpassing mere desire. When young, Su Xian always treated Su Jin as his lackey, finding nothing wrong with it. Only upon overhearing others' private criticisms did he realize Su Jin wasn't meant to live only through him but deserved a life of his own. Afterward, Su Jin stopped being merely his subordinate. Respecting Su Xian's wishes, he chose freely, and Su Xian has since felt blessed by that decision. Su Xian laughed, since you trust me so much, shouldn't you listen to my opinion next? Su Jin hesitated, slightly exasperated, let's agree beforehand, if it's leaving the base, we'll still need elder brother's input. Su Xian frowned, displeased, tell me, when did you become my brother's lackey? Su Jin hastily pleaded for mercy, acting comically fearful, which seemed oddly amusing, how dare I? My loyalty is unwavering, living or dying, I belong to Lord 4. The words unsettled Su Xian greatly, quickly covering his mouth, that mustn't be said lightly. We must both stay alive. With this rare second chance, despite having no grand ambitions or desire to be a savior remembered by history, he wished to spend his life with those he cherished. Su Xian knew that he didn't fully understand love. Both he and Su Jin were novices in this matter. The difference was that Su Jin had unknowingly done so much for him, while Su Xian himself had only focused on weighing pros and cons, hesitating to take a small step forward. Fortunately, Su Jin was very patient, and they could take things slowly. After Su Yi returned, he was still extremely busy, so much so that it was quite difficult for Su Xian to even catch a glimpse of him. On top of this, the recent rise in regional temperatures led to strained electricity supply, water shortages, and a series of issues related to the storage of supplies under high-temperature conditions. Of course, since the apocalypse began, Su Yi had barely had any free time. Su Xian learned about these matters from Kong Xuebing and decided not to disturb Su Yi anymore. He could only consult with Su Jin to come up with a plan. Naturally, Su Jin prioritized Su Xian's safety. This time when they ventured out, their mission wasn't just to acquire crystal cores and supplies but also to understand the surrounding situation. After the temperature rose above zero, the environment outside the base became more hostile. Although the large-scale cleanup of zombies brought substantial crystal cores, the bombed urban areas had turned into ruins. What's more troubling was that after the temperature increased, some mutated plants started appearing. These plants seemed harmless at first glance but actually harbored danger. Even the fragrance emitted by the most ordinary-looking flowers could confuse the mind and make people dizzy. This time, they nearly became snacks for a high-level mutated green willow tree. The situation was bizarre, buildings around the willow formed a natural barrier, combined with an inexplicable fog. Several soldiers sent ahead to scout had disappeared without a trace, which made them nervous. Later, unable to resist the temptation, the green willow made its move first. Su Yi and his team fought fiercely with plasma weapons and laser guns, eventually managing to pierce through the willow and dig out a green crystal core as big as a fist from beneath the tree roots. More surprisingly, when Su Yi touched the crystal core, a pale green light radiated from it, and then it shrank significantly. Because there weren't many people present at the time, all of whom were Su Ye's trusted men, he issued a gag order, and the matter was left unresolved. Su Jin keenly realized that this might be the path that many people had sought after the apocalypse to harness the power of crystal cores. Though Su Jin couldn't clearly explain the reasons, neither could Su Yi figure them out. For safety's sake, it was best to remain silent. Su Jin didn't tell Su Xian because he didn't want him to worry too much. Another reason was that although Su Xian and Su Yi were brothers, they were both adults and couldn't rely on each other forever. Moreover, everyone had their own plans. Regarding such secret matters, it was better not to get too involved. Su Xian, unaware of Su Jin's careful considerations for his well-being, enthusiastically revealed everything about the 9 palace decisive techniques. This not only surprised Su Jin but also made him realize that this might be the opportunity for evolution. That night, Su Jin took the manual given by Su Xian into the bedroom. Since Su Jin had just returned, Su Xian wanted him to rest well for the night, but Su Jin insisted. Reluctantly, Su Xian stayed by his side to guard him. As Su Jin delved into the ancient book again, he gradually infused his spiritual power into it. This time, he finally touched the mysterious world within. Chapter 28. What do you think? Su Xian showed a bit of distress. Originally, these few days they had planned to leave the base for training, but events kept piling up. Su Jin calmly said, "We can't control others' thoughts, if they are willing, we can't possibly stop them." Recently, the central base announced the preliminary completion and promotion of experiments related to the awakening serum for evolved beings. In short, it was recruiting volunteer experimenters publicly. Although there was some risk involved, the success rate was also high. Plus, the evolution experiments conducted internally earlier were reportedly very smooth, and the successfully awakened evolved beings had all improved their power on top of the original foundation. The main directions were spiritual energy and martial arts. There were many specific classifications, such as defensive, intelligent, observational, resonant, communicative, amicable abilities in terms of spiritual energy, strengthening and strength focused on physical techniques. Special ability evolved beings were extremely rare, like those who could communicate with plants or even manipulate objects, mostly appeared among alien races. Before the apocalypse, they were relatively mysterious and secluded ethnic groups, usually not associating with outsiders, and not many people knew about their specifics. Military evolved beings were mainly strength-based, defensive, or command types, similar to previous highly intelligent commanders who could turn the situation around and dominate on the battlefield by wisdom alone. Although they firmly believed in the saying knowledge is power, to deal with an unfamiliar battlefield so effortlessly indicated this invisible command talent was almost supernatural. This kind of force was actually inclined towards perception and premonition, but due to some reason, officially they would never say so. The reason they knew so clearly was because of Su Yi. Moreover, there were even rumors within the base about evolved beings with healing abilities, though this might be hearsay, it wasn't entirely impossible. To be honest, this world and the one he was reborn into differed immensely, as if an invisible hand controlled everything behind the scenes. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. At least humans had the capability to withstand the trials and selections brought by the great changes, instead of being annihilated. The weather was getting hotter. Normal people basically didn't go out unless necessary. Evolved beings were affected to a lesser extent, but the radiation outside was severe. Recently, the frequency of appearance of mutated animals and plants was higher than before, making the danger of going out increase drastically. Su Xian and Su Jin were quite worried about the issue of evolved beings. The awakening experiment made too much noise, almost known by everyone. Moreover, it seemed that the success rate was not low now. Once successful, it was akin to leaping straight up. Actually, human experimentation existed before the apocalypse. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve such significant results so quickly without any basis or experience post-apocalypse. Though everyone understood this silently, saying it outright would ruin the fun. But Su Xian detested this stuff deeply since he himself had suffered greatly from such cold, inhumane experiments. Even though the base always promoted it as beneficial to humanity, no one could predict the future. How long could the stability of the awakening serum last? No one knows clearly. Besides, the vaguely explained side effects also caused cautious people to stay away. People under Su Jin's command participated in the experiment as well. After all, the experimental subjects first needed good physical fitness. As a result, not many were willing to go out of the base afterward. Quite a few simply quit the team altogether. Of course, it's not just their team, currently, the entire base was in turmoil. Such actions by the official authorities indeed greatly weakened private forces and strengthened themselves. Plans to leave the base had to be put on hold. In the short term, Su Xian could only continue his cultivation, occasionally hunting mutated animals and zombies near the base. Su Jin's recent progress was more pronounced than Su Xian's. His physical fitness was excellent, and originally, he was supposed to be selected for the awakening experiment, but he declined it. Su Xian was dead set against it. Of course, some people were skeptical about these experiments, but as previously stated, they were all voluntary. Any misfortunes in the future couldn't be blamed on others. Su Jin's practice had never stopped. Though now he could not match those awakened evolved beings, there wasn't much difference. The other four had also progressed to some extent, but unfortunately, their progress was too slow, which was very frustrating. Even someone as patient as them found it difficult, let alone those underlings. Nowadays, the base played its calculations well, attracting almost all the talented individuals from various teams, effectively cutting off future options, forcing the rest to comply completely. Su Xian was somewhat better off due to his special status, but the others weren't so fortunate. Awakened evolved beings soared to great heights, inevitably losing their minds, doing unsavory things. Bullying the weak with their strength was all too common, making the atmosphere in the base more bizarre than when the apocalypse first began. If this kept up, the conflict between ordinary people and evolved beings would only intensify. Still, despite the evolved beings' immense power, they were not impervious to harm. Su Xian and his team possessed new weapons, and no one dared challenge them lightly. About half of the members Su Jin had recruited for his squad left, and cultivating these people originally had taken a lot of effort. People like Shui Lei couldn't help but feel regretful. But blindly coddling them with benefits wasn't a wise move. After the apocalypse, human nature became even harder to predict, so it might as well be an early cleanup by dismissing those prone to trouble. However, as a result, the size of the small team shrank, weakening their strength and making many things difficult to handle. After deliberating for a long time without reaching any conclusion, it was finally Su Jin who made the final decision: let's just go with this temporarily. The temperature has been abnormal all along. If it continues like this, the central base may have to relocate inland. Having too many people wouldn't be good either, and our food supplies can't support such a large population. Shuele was also troubled, but isn't relocating to the Tibet base easy? I've heard the living conditions there are quite harsh. Su Jin remained calm. No matter how harsh, it is still a safe place to take shelter. We need to keep a close eye on things, and if possible, set out earlier. Little Five kept nodding. That's right. We aren't much worse than those evolved beings. Even if we get too close to them, what good would that do? We'd still have to depend on them. That would be too constricting. Don't think that taking the awakening serum will solve everything forever. Many evolved beings still had to endure its side effects, which fundamentally changed some evolved beings' dispositions. These evolved beings were mostly used by the base. Even if they didn't want to, they had to rely on them. They had no authority to meddle in the bioforce units created by the official authorities, yet the existence of these units led by evolved beings clearly directly or indirectly damaged their interests significantly. The Su family could maintain its position up to now because Su Yan held a certain amount of power in his hands. Even so, being entangled in political struggles was inevitable. There were plenty of people in Su Ye's military unit who underwent the awakening experiment. As for Su Yi, Su Yan had done something similar for him before leaving the base, though the drug he used wasn't the same as the official version provided by the base. For Su Xian and Su Jin, Su Yan also left them with awakening serums and a series of related drugs, including several pieces of blue meteorites cut into blocks. Su Xian could sense the energy contained within the meteorites. The ones Su Yan gave him should be among the highest quality, providing a very comfortable feeling just by holding them. Nowadays, there are serums developed by the base available on the market, while meteorites, only a few people know that meteorites with higher purity can assist in cultivation when used together. Previously, Su Xian stored quite a number of meteorites in the space pocket. After being absorbed by the space, the energy was returned to him through the spiritual spring, making it feel safer than directly absorbing the energy from the meteorites. Another thing worth mentioning was that Su Hao had also become one of the evolved beings. Recently, his development pace inside the base even surpassed those from top families cultivating evolved beings. Only then did Su Xian understand why Su Yan had been so confident. Since Su Yan left, the base hadn't openly done anything sneaky against the Su family, implying that Su Yan must have grasped the most advanced technology for evolution, explaining why those people didn't dare to act rashly. Without delving into Su Xian's group focusing intently on training, as the temperature continued to rise, the cases of heatstroke among ordinary people at the base became increasingly severe. Su Xian seized the opportunity to sell a considerable amount of medicine. Besides gold, silver, and jade, he also exchanged back numerous crystal cores, with those from mutated plants dominating this time. Unfortunately, these items could only be classified and packed into boxes and stored in Su Xian's space pocket for the moment. It was impossible since in the past when the base was struggling to cope just with the evolved plants and animals, let alone thinking about utilizing meteorites. Though meteorites existed in the base previously, scientific experimental progress was very slow, almost making no breakthroughs, and there was little talk about research and use regarding crystal cores and meteorites. Moreover, at that point, these topics could be said to be among the highest level secrets. It was reasonable that Su Xian wouldn't know. Su Yan had already left the central base, but part of his influence remained behind and flourished further thanks to him. Entering July, the temperature rose to over 30 degrees Celsius, and it hadn't rained a drop for months. Water supply at the base grew increasingly tight. Su Xian, due to constant physical training and preparation, could adapt to the environment relatively well. Nevertheless, he mostly stayed indoors during the day and only ventured out at night since the solar radiation was too intense. Prolonged sun exposure would harm his exposed skin. It had been over a year since the apocalypse, and most supplies were already damaged. In such high temperatures, keeping them intact was difficult. Su Xian didn't have those worries. When feeling unbearably hot, he would take out shaved ice or ice cream to eat, often consuming a large tub of it in one day. Su Jin watched him closely and would sternly intervene whenever his behavior became inappropriate. Of course, the sweetness level in cold drinks Su Xian consumed gradually decreased as a result. To strictly regulate Su Xian's diet, Su Jin even drew up a nutritional menu that included cold drinks. Although the cold drinks Su Jin made were limited in quantity, their taste was excellent. As Su Xian loved sweets, things like parfaits were no problem for him. By catering to his preferences, Su Jin effectively controlled Su Xian from eating too many cold drinks. Chapter 29. Actually, there weren't many people who could live as extravagantly as Su Xian. Water usage was extremely tight in the base, not to mention consuming cold drinks. In early August, mutated plants and animals around the base increased significantly, with some even starting to attack it. Su Jin and others began frequent excursions, but regretfully, they were still only a group of more than 10 individuals. Even with novel weapons, they couldn't afford too much exhaustion, thus dared not venture too far away. Su Xian occasionally went out as well but spent most of his time in the base helping Su Jin acquire more novel weapons. The prices for weapons on the black market were higher than in the base, yet the quality was better too. The origin of these items was better left unexplored. Han later exchanged some gold, jade, gems, and crystal cores for Su Xian. Although the quantity of new weapons wasn't significant, they were still valuable. While the base didn't manage them very tightly, few people would sell such powerful tools willingly. As awakening experiments spread widely, figures akin to Daoist warriors or exotic races constituted an extremely small portion, making up a negligible percentage of the population. They were far from being mainstream in the base, also because of various restrictions and limitations, failing to gain acceptance by most. Thus, trade related to such objects wasn't particularly popular. Su Xian still had some interest in items used by Taoists and monks. The crystal mirror Han gave him sat on the bedside cabinet in his room, making him feel refreshed each morning upon waking. More importantly, the silver phoenix pattern on it struck Su Xian as a seal or restriction, though unfortunately, he knew of no way to break it. Because of this crystal mirror, Su Xian began unconsciously collecting similar items, gaining considerable success while strolling through markets. These peculiar objects appealed to him more than common resources, and shopping became a good way to pass the time. Occasionally, Su Xian could see children underage roaming within the base, mostly doing errands and even resorting to thievery. Before the apocalypse, these children were treasured treasures at home, now struggling to make a living on their own. While lost in thought, a familiar figure suddenly passed before him. Startled, Su Xian said, "Isn't that?" Ignoring everything else, he hurried after, but like it was just an illusion, the person vanished swiftly among the crowd. A flash of chill swept across Su Xian's eyes. This person's appearance indicated that they might take action soon. In mid-August, the southern coastal bases sounded an urgent alarm. With rising sea levels, mutated marine creatures began to reproduce in great numbers, dominating the oceans and even invading land. Naturally, the southern base closest to the sea suffered the most damage. Perhaps due to recent magnetic field disturbance subsiding, most communication equipment was functioning again, transmitting the news of the southern base, which inevitably caused panic but surprisingly left most people calm. After all, worry and fear served no purpose, so ordinary citizens merely hoped the base would handle the situation while evolved beings were even less concerned. Su Yi was entrusted with this dangerous mission, dispatched to reinforce the southern base. It was obvious to the discerning that he might never return, yet Su Yi accepted the order nonetheless. Once he left, Su Hao and Su Xian were essentially left unprotected. Despite Su Yan's desire to help, the distance rendered her powerless, and their lives became increasingly difficult within the base. It wasn't about lacking food or drink but the schemes against them becoming overt and covert. Su Hao started venturing outside the base more frequently, apparently due to difficulties in the evolution training process. He planned to hunt mutated animals to obtain crystal cores, using them to exchange for more cultivation resources. Nowadays, there weren't many zombies, and high-tier ones were even rarer. But when they occasionally appeared, they were inevitably very powerful. Just as humans could evolve, some exceptions among zombies managed to stand out. However, these were exceedingly rare. After all, the former form of zombies was human, and those who couldn't endure the meteorite virus weren't physically strong to begin with. The modern living environment was too poor, the foundation being already set there, so their potential for evolution wouldn't be great either. But mutated animals and plants were different. No matter what factors led to their changes, their growth had already surpassed that of humans at least by now. Of course, as the supreme beings among creatures, humans possess unsurpassed wisdom. Merely through weapons invented by them, these mutants could be killed in one strike. Su Hao began getting busier, while Su Jin's situation didn't improve much either. Morale in the team was low, but Su Jin showed no intention of intervening. Although it was regrettable to see people leave the group, Su Jin decided to temporarily abandon the idea of reorganizing the team. Not because of anything else, his initial purpose of forming this team was to protect Su Xian. However, there were too many unstable factors in the post-apocalyptic world, and he lacked the ability to control hearts. Just like this incident, if it happened again, definitely more people would leave. Even Little Five's loyalty wasn't 100% sure. What was more crucial was that after greatly enhancing his physical abilities and mental powers, Su Jin had discovered shortcuts within the Nine Palaces techniques to obtain even greater strength. Or perhaps it shouldn't be called a shortcut, it was instead an arduous journey filled with challenges. After the Nine Palaces techniques unlocked its content to Su Jin, not only did it teach him advanced methods of cultivating spiritual power and physical techniques, but it also revealed more incredulous content. It was about the path to immortality. Since ancient times, people have never stopped exploring and pursuing the way to ascend to godhood. The richer and more privileged one becomes, the greedier one gets to maintain that state forever. Becoming immortal is undoubtedly a highly tempting word, yet reaching even the threshold of this journey isn't easy. The Nine Palaces techniques divided both spiritual power and physical techniques into 100 levels each. At least half a year must be spent on every level, meaning it would take at least 50 years of dedicated training before achieving mastery, even if they trained hard. Furthermore, as they ascended the ladder, it became harder still. In reality, even a century might not be enough. Once spiritual power and physical technique reach their maximum level, practitioners can directly utilize meteors or energy stones for cultivation. Afterward, they must undergo a complete transformation of body and soul. Only then will they have laid down the most basic foundation. The subsequent process would unlock further stages of development. The sealed regions inside Su Xian's Silver Phoenix realm were places for further cultivation, along with various resources. Resources in the external world were scarce, forcing them to rely on items such as spirit stones within their realms to proceed with cultivation. This step onward would prove even more challenging, demanding the combination of cosmic energies and cultivation of mind and body. Of course, attaining immortality was no easy task. This concept was merely a dangling fruit right in front of you, visible but unattainable, enticing you to move forward continuously. Su Jin had little interest in seeking immortality, wanting first to ask Su Xian what he thought. However, it would likely take until Su Xian could access the restricted content disclosed in the Nine Palaces techniques. Achieving immortality required spiritual roots, physical attributes, opportunities, and more. They were indispensable requirements. Su Jin believed that Su Xian would surely meet these criteria, whereas he had little confidence in himself. Of course, all these were matters far in the future. As novices, they really had no clue how long it would take to develop spiritual power and physical techniques to the 100th level, so Su Jin consoled himself and felt it was indeed premature to consider this issue now. If he was honest, part of his curiosity about immortality stemmed from learning that once cultivated to a certain level, couples regardless of gender, could use the hollow mulberry fruit to conceive offspring. This benefit came from the Silver Phoenix realm and aimed at avoiding the risks of reproduction during cultivation. Su Jin respected Su Xian's opinion. If Su Xian opposed ascending to godhood, Su Jin would absolutely not force him. Su Jin never realized the opportunity they had been granted. Consequently, over the next several decades, they paid little attention to pursuing immortality. Su Xian remained completely unaware that Su Jin was engrossed in pondering these issues. Having shed the spotlight as the young master, Su Xian now held the primary responsibility for logistics management. There was no alternative, as everything was kept in the realm space. No one except him and Su Jin knew about it. Besides, people now had sharp noses. If anyone found something valuable, it wouldn't stay hidden for long, lest it cause unnecessary trouble. Su Xian could technically shield using spiritual force, but maintaining this 24 hours a day would drain anyone. The southern base continued receiving no good news. Recently, the weather turned gloomy, followed by heavy rains that persisted without end. Low-lying areas had already flooded, causing chaos even within the base. A few individuals seized the chance to rob amidst the disorder. This rain came without any warning, with pitch-black clouds covering the sky and looming over everyone's heads. Travel became increasingly difficult, leaving many trapped in the base, but the torrential downpour submerged a lot of low-lying areas. A great number of people had to relocate to higher grounds. Even around Su Xian's villa, quite a few refugees appeared. The active regions inside the base began shrinking. Too many people gathered together often led to problems. In just the morning, there were several conflicts nearby, and there were even some who tried to storm into Su Xian's villa, only to be intimidated by the ominous gun barrels that were revealed. Shui Lei's expression was extremely tense. This is unacceptable. I've inquired from someone at the meteorological station, and this rain is strange. The cloud layers are incredibly thick. It definitely won't stop for 10 days or half a month. By then, let alone the civilian zones, even our area might not be safe. Their current location was already considered the highest ground in the outer city. With the situation developing like this, the base would definitely not allow these people to enter the inner city. If all these people stayed in the outer city, they would certainly be the first affected. Oh, I forgot to mention, a couple of days ago, Su Hao packed his things and entered the inner city. They could have gone in as well, but if they wanted to, they needed to prepare mentally to be almost stripped bare, something outsiders wouldn't understand. Shui Lei knew they had accumulated quite a bit of stuff, and directly taking all those things out of the villa would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Desperate refugees wouldn't leave anything behind after looting them. Little Five also nodded in agreement. In the past few days, I always felt my eyelids twitching, which makes me worry something bad will happen. His mood was somewhat low. Although he didn't think staying in the base would guarantee safety, he hadn't expected it to be nearly as bad as the harsh survival environment outside. Struggles among humans were sometimes far more unbearable. Wang Hai and Su Guizhu chimed in together. We too are rough people, we don't understand those policies upstairs. Su team leader, you should make the decision. Since Su Jin established the team, they all changed their titles accordingly. Though now the team has fewer members left, practically existing in name only, they have been calling him by this title for so long that it never occurred to them to change it. Shui Lei glanced at Su Jin. Though we have weapons, we can't compare with those postnatal mutants. If it doesn't work out. Su Jin clearly understood his implication. The medications and weapons previously left by Su Yan were not hidden from them, and later on, they procured a few more from the base. There was enough to share. However, the core members of the team had never attempted it. Su Xian refused, so Su Jin followed suit and focused solely on training according to the Nine Palaces techniques, finding no significant difference. Outwardly, others assumed they consumed evolution agents, just not as advanced as the officially supported mutants receiving resources from the base, hence why their abilities seemed slightly weaker. To put it simply, the current evolution experiments were imperfect, containing many limitations. But perhaps because they weren't reliant on the base and lacked strong backing, they ended up being cornered by others step by step. Su Jin shook his head. The stuff is in your hands. Even I have no right to decide for you, and whether this thing is good or bad, I'm not sure either. It's better to be cautious. Shuelei couldn't help but sigh. Even if we use it now, it probably won't be much use. We still need to think about how to protect the villa. Little Five nodded again. If all else fails, we'll have to move to the inner city. But I heard it isn't peaceful there either. Rarely did Su Xian speak. That's not surprising. The base won't be able to provide sufficient food, and once the refugees get hungry and desperate, there will definitely be unrest. Wang Hai sighed repeatedly. Those elderly and children have no ability to protect themselves, let alone survive independently. Continuing like this will result in everyone dying. The base has plenty of supplies, so why don't they distribute them? Do they want us to starve? Shuelei snorted coldly. Do you think they will hand over the supplies to the refugees? From their point of view, only the mutants are useful since they won't waste their food. Others are merely numbers under their rule, and currently, just a burden. Now that the mutants exist, cloning or regenerating humans won't be hard in the future. Chapter 30. Before his words ended, a thunderous knocking sound rang from the front door. Su Xian instinctively drew his gun and braced himself, while the others were also startled. They exchanged looks. Subsequently, Shuelei stood up and headed toward the door. If memory served, there were still several guards outside the villa perimeter. Furthermore, this place was reinforced just before the apocalypse, so breaking in wasn't easy. Yet, without an alarm going off, whoever was knocking at the door definitely wasn't one of the guards. Judging from this, the visitor likely harbored ill intentions. The moment the front door was pushed open, more than 10 people filed in one after another. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing a red armband. Upon entering, these people were immediately mesmerized by the luxury of the villa. Although Su Xian had packed up many valuables, decades, even centuries of accumulated wealth and status could not be easily dismissed, things most people would never experience in their lifetimes. The stern-looking man pulled out a document without hesitation. According to base regulations, this place has been requisitioned. Shuelei sneered sarcastically. Requisitioned? You'd better look around and realize who this territory belongs to. Your audacity is impressive. Despite his discomfort with using the Su family's clout, he knew this wasn't the time to be reckless. As a natural negotiator, his first priority was preserving immediate benefits. The people inside weren't fools either, at least their leader was quite shrewd. When he noticed the advanced weaponry on the table or clipped to some belts, his tone softened slightly. Please forgive us. This is the will of the base commander, we're only following orders. Shuelei blinked in surprise. Which base commander? Previously, several leading families shared control of the base, so it was collectively referred to as base official. While they wished for sole ownership of the base, achieving such domination wasn't that simple. The man replied, it's Wan Minghui, son of the Wan family. He is now our base commander. After a while, Su Xian faintly remembered who this person was, a face he saw at a black market auction recently. But little did he expect that Wan Minghui, previously insignificant in the Wan family, had ascended to this position. It probably meant the Wan family had undergone a brutal reshuffling. Apparently, the people coming to seize the house were prepared, having already subdued the guards outside. No matter how influential Su Xian might seem, right now, those guards are just placeholders. The apocalypse world always harbors opportunistic and fawning sycophants who change sides at the slightest sign of trouble. Naturally, they now held weaker ground and faced reasonable betrayal. Su Jin appeared relatively calm. Even if this is the decision of the base commander, this villa still stands in our name. If the base is reclaiming it, where will you relocate us? A hint of smugness flickered in the man's eyes. You don't need to worry about that. The base commander has already arranged a place for you in the inner city and will compensate you with some mission points. All of them cursed inwardly. What good are those mission points now? Can they eat or drink? Seeing their disgruntled faces made the man feel an enormous sense of satisfaction. Regardless of their previous elite status, wouldn't they all end up groveling under his authority from now on? Whether you're one of the base's evolutionary mutants or not, in the presence of powerful individuals like him, everyone becomes dispensable lackeys. When the villa's gates were opened, crowds looking to benefit from chaos began squeezing in. Taking advantage of their temporary negotiations over pricing, Su Xian started picking up most of the remaining items within the villa. There was no point letting others profit off their belongings, starting with his room and Su Jin's. Both had already been thoroughly cleared twice before the apocalypse, leaving only clothing and daily necessities behind. His parents' rooms had been completely emptied and disguised as unused spaces. As for guest rooms, there wasn't much left there either. That left kitchens, studies, and basements. In the basement, after more than a year, only basic supplies like toothpaste, toothbrushes, toilet paper, shampoo remained, along with weapons and some gasoline, things definitely worth retrieving. Some food was left in the kitchen. Thanks to a generator keeping the fridge functional, they mostly consumed canned goods with long expiration dates. Su Xian decided not to touch these yet. If they truly had to leave, carrying them along wouldn't be too late. Although the base cultivated plants, due to the extremely high cost, fresh vegetables and fruits sold at astronomical prices, few could afford them. To avoid revealing their true situation, Su Xian carried away only the essential items, carefully concealing everything else. Finally, he risked taking all the documents from the study and replaced them with regular furniture to make it appear as a normal room. At this point, Su Jin approached him and caught sight of the altered state of the study, a quick flash of recognition crossing his eyes. Turning towards him, Su Xian asked quietly, "How is it?" He knew the incoming group bore ill intentions but couldn't remain passive when considering losing their home. Shaking his head lightly, Su Jin responded, "The Wan family claims to have complete control over the evolution serum process, holding the lifeblood of evolutionists in their hands. Even if young master were present, it seems our only option is to retreat strategically. It's rumored this area is to be redeveloped, and it's evident this action aims to weaken the Su family. The commoners might not know, but who in the upper echelons of the base doesn't know that initially the evolution serum was invented by Su Yen leading a research team? The Wan family merely capitalized on something that wasn't even fully developed. No matter what stance Su Yen had taken, he couldn't easily hand over the serum to the Wans, who always acted unscrupulously. Moreover, right after Su Yen left, the Wan family emerged, maybe they'd stolen his research. Of course, this is just a more cynical guess, it's also possible the Wan family genuinely has its own expertise. Unfortunately, they still can't match Su Yan's evolution serum. Judging from Su Yi and Su Hao's reactions after taking the evolution serum, Su Yen probably held back something, but very cautiously. At least for now, they seem no different from ordinary evolved individuals. The reason for this suspicion comes purely from Su Xian's superior mental force sensitivity. Just like identifying valuable antiques, many things are instantly discernible. Su Xian sighed, reluctant as he was to leave the villa, clinging stubbornly would only make him a fool. Haven't there been too many cases where resistant tenants either died violently or lost everything? He'd better act sensibly. Moreover, with all the essentials already in his possession, even without the villa, they wouldn't starve. Su Jin glanced at him. We can take items, but apart from food and weapons, everything else is just a burden. You should pack some, and don't carry too much obviously. At this moment, many people were waiting outside. If they went out carrying loads in full view, they'd be inviting trouble and likely get robbed immediately. Su Xian paused thoughtfully, are we really going to enter the inner city? Instinctively, he felt uneasy. Although being allowed into the inner city could be seen as some form of protection, given Su Yan's circumstances, his identity was special, and if the Wans plotted something nefarious through them, that wouldn't end well. Su Jin tightened his slightly cold hand gently, offering reassurance, it's all right. You've always believed things will naturally work out, haven't you? Even if they have sinister intentions, they won't necessarily be our match. Su Jin understood clearly. While their combined strength was remarkable, they'd still be outnumbered. However, now they could only flow with the current, since losing the base's protection meant enduring harsh conditions outside that would make escaping difficult. In short order, they packed up essential supplies. After the collapse, aside from food and weapons, medicine and fuel remained worth packing. Despite that, their belongings filled 2 Hummers with bags galore. They directly traded off other trucks to the base, they definitely couldn't transport those anyway. Su Jin had no immediate plans to enter the inner city, chaos reigned everywhere right now. Furthermore, the inner city terrain was no higher than the outer city. They camped near the villa, setting an example followed by other evicted families who did the same. They weren't eager for the few base points offered, such rewards held little use. Nowadays, the base commander was akin to the land's emperor during these calamitous times. But who could be happy about being driven out? Let's see who deserves to live in their homes. Contrary to others brimming with grievances, Su Xian's group simply didn't want to enter the inner city. While Su Jin organized the remaining few resources, Su Xian started a stove and cooked using natural gas. With such heavy rain, the weather was gloomy and cold, so he prepared a spicy and sour soup. All ingredients were ready, potato vermicelli, mung bean vermicelli, sweet potato vermicelli, plus peanuts, soybeans, cilantro, chicken broth, chicken meat, and bok choy. There were more seasonings, salt, vinegar, chicken powder, cooking wine, dark soy sauce, sesame oil, Sichuan pepper oil, chili oil, etc. Su Xian himself disliked cilantro, so he added it separately last minute. Others had no dietary restrictions, the seasonings were laid aside for each person to freely choose according to preference when eating. Su Xian could have made an even richer meal, his storage space was overflowing with vegetables, but opportunities were rare, finding chances occasionally for small additions like carrots, cabbage, or black fungus. Since the apocalypse more than a year ago, the edible choices for humans became extremely limited. Currently, most relied on previously stockpiled supplies or base-developed soilless cultivation projects. Of course, right now, general farm experimental bases yielded low output, and no one dared venture into animal husbandry. Most people avoided mutated animals and plants at all costs, only a tiny minority dared attempt. Su Xian certainly wouldn't dare be the first to eat crabs, he lacked such adventurism, which is why he contentedly stuck to being a homebody. The downpour continued, yet the aroma still attracted attention. Many nearby looked toward the tent frequently. Ignoring them, Su Xian dexterously portioned out 6 bowls of red spicy and sour powder, adding less chili oil to his. Using deep stainless steel containers, each bowl equated to multiple regular portions. Covered by matching iron bowls, he carried them around delivering one by one. In the current situation, everyone was busy reinforcing the tent. Su Xian wasn't the type to hold back because of his status, but he didn't have much to contribute in this area either, so he took the initiative to cook. Shui Lei speared a clump of vermicelli with his chopsticks and gulped it down hastily. After just a few chews, he sped up even more, his mouth working non-stop. He hadn't expected Su Xian's cooking to taste so good. The ingredients were plentiful, with large chunks of chicken. Even the ordinary canned meat, soaked with broth, became extraordinarily delicious, not to mention the various vegetables Su Xian added. In fact, what Su Xian had prepared resembled a hearty hodgepodge stew, potatoes, sweet potatoes, all thrown in together. The white radishes grown in the storage space tasted better than sand radishes, dissolving easily upon biting and releasing copious juices. With glistening faces, the group ate heartily, each giving a thumbs up. Especially Xiao Wu, who cleverly flattered Su Xian, "Fourth young master, you're truly a genius. The food you make is so delectable that even gods would be unable to stop eating once they tried it." Of course, Su Xian knew well enough about Xiao Wu's little intentions. He merely held on to his bowl, chewing slowly. Lately, he rarely ate separately from the group. A while ago, during the scorching days, he indulged in shaved ice popsicles frequently. For one thing, sneaking into the space alone for meals just didn't feel right. For another, they weren't short on food, at most eating slightly less quality dishes. In the past when Su Xian indulged heavily in the internet, there were times he only ate one meal a day, though naturally it couldn't compare to the present. At least, it showed he wasn't one to shy away from hunger. Living through such misery in the previous life, he had endured for a long time. Now, with an entire cache of supplies in his space backing him up, he felt quite confident. However, one couldn't simply rely on the space indefinitely, so he determined to properly use this hidden advantage and strive to make the most of it. Chapter 31. During these days, he frequented the base's trading zone, selling off surplus materials and exchanging them for rare treasures from the pre-apocalypse period. Previously, they had landed at the far southern point, amassing countless resources along the way. Combined with their gains from several port warehouses, containers stored aboard large oil tankers and cargo ships, as well as a considerable amount of stockpile they had purchased before the apocalypse, this amassed a vast wealth, especially in post-apocalyptic standards. Su Xian had his own considerations. While they didn't lack supplies now, the apocalypse wouldn't last forever. Even if it persisted, advances in relevant research could solve many problems. Once conditions improved, these items essential for survival in the apocalypse would inevitably lose their value as reality improved. Of course, from Su Xian's perspective, this wasn't necessarily bad news, it was simply something he had to plan ahead for regarding the future of himself and Su Jin. Everyone has selfish tendencies, and Su Xian was no exception. Despite being only a moderately successful businessman in his previous life, he still sought to maximize benefits. What he currently possessed could aptly be described as rich enough to rival a nation: mountains of gold and silver bars, priceless jewels and jade stones, exquisite antiques and artworks collected in prosperous times. And not to mention his miraculous storage space, where all sorts of precious trees, 100-year-old effective ginsengs and lingji mushrooms, as well as rare flowers and herbs resided. Though keeping such an immense treasure trove secret made it seem like silently striking it rich, mixed feelings of joy and worry accompanied the act. The heavy rain persisted for over 10 days, flooding many low-lying areas in the base. Su Xian and the others' villa was requisitioned due to its geographical advantage. Not long after they moved out, important officials of the base had moved in. Su Xian barely remembered the other individuals involved, but one of them greatly shocked him. Furrowing his brows, an inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart once again. How did she end up here? At dawn the next day, several military vehicles arrived at the villa district. One group, led by base staff members, entered Su Xian's villa. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing black sunglasses, breathing steadily, dressed in a full black windbreaker, with his figure mostly obscured by his clothing, making it hard to see clearly from a distance. But the person beside him was unmistakable to Su Xian, even if turned to ashes: Wu Mingli. It was said Su Hao dumped her before entering the inner city, and Su Xian previously treated the incident as a mere joke. Compared to the first few days after his rebirth, his attitude was now noticeably calmer, and he no longer obsessed over thoughts of revenge. He was adept at self-regulation and possessed strong self-control. Most importantly, Xian Su felt that merely killing Wu Mingli would hardly change anything. After coming back to life, Xian Su had been constantly pondering that incident. He could not figure out why Xian Jin had teamed up with Wu Mingli against him back then. Why had the other three brothers not sensed a thing about the family heirloom? Why did Wu Mingli go to such lengths to target him? Xian Su did not think Wu Mingli was capable of concocting such an impeccable plan. Frankly, he doubted her intelligence. Though this woman's ill intentions were evident. Ruling out Wu Mingli, Xian Su didn't have many suspects. This was mainly because he himself wasn't familiar with the Yinhuang space either. Practically speaking, those subsequent accidents might all stem from that family heirloom, since even past grudges weren't enough to warrant such intricate plotting, cutting off his left arm and right leg figuratively by targeting Xian Jin, then inciting strife among the brothers. Wu Mingli spotted Xian Su not far away under a simple tent before entering the villa. She was immensely satisfied within herself. Even after the apocalypse began, she hadn't anticipated Xian Su would fall to such a state. Every time she recalled how he once disgraced her, or the shame inflicted on her by the Sue brothers, it kept her awake at night. She who had been one step away from being Madame Sue was now thrown aside like trash by Sue Hao for another younger and more beautiful woman without hesitation. Who in her situation could swallow that kind of bitterness? And considering how it made her suffer a living hell without Sue Hao's protection, not even having basic food and shelter assured. How could Wu Mingli bear it silently? Naturally, revenge was on her mind. But achieving revenge was much harder than imagined. As a powerless woman in the apocalyptic world with nothing certain, even protecting herself was challenging, let alone exacting vengeance. However, fortune favored her as the great opportunity finally came. Her eyes locked onto the black-clad man ahead not far from her. He claimed to be an enemy of the Sue family, and given the amount of time she spent alongside Sue Hao, naturally, she knew many secrets about the Sue family. To achieve her goal, revealing everything unhesitatingly was necessary. The others accompanying her swiftly dispersed, and the man went upstairs directly to a room's door. Are you sure it's here? Wu Mingli hesitated briefly but then nodded fiercely. Yes, I've been here once. Before her voice died down, the man pushed the wooden door open hard and walked inside swiftly. This was a bedroom. It looked somewhat disordered, and there weren't many things left. On the south side stood a display cabinet filled with antiques, mostly fragile porcelain. The man glanced around and found a red velvet box in the corner of the cabinet. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes as he quickly picked up the box and opened it carefully. Inside rested a top-tier mutton fat jade pendant quietly. The man examined it closely, hesitating for a while before turning to Wu Mingli. Is this it? Can you check? Wu Mingli, not fully understanding why, still eagerly leaned forward to look. With a quick thought, she confidently nodded. It's this one, I've seen him wear it. In truth, Wu Mingli had only casually caught a glimpse before. She knew this item was premium jade, invaluable. However, she couldn't dare to think much about it beyond admiring its value for some time. Only due to Sue Hao's slip of the tongue later mentioning this mutton fat jade pendant did it register in Wu Mingli's memory. Upon hearing her affirmation, the black-clothed man appeared hesitant. Although the jade was exquisite, it lacked sufficient chi energy and seemed not a spiritual object. Of course, it could be under a seal too, yet even with his skills, he detected nothing suspicious, leaving him a bit restless. Furthermore, things went too smoothly, which aroused suspicion in him. Didn't you say this thing was always carried on his person? How could he leave it behind? Wu Mingli sneered disdainfully. Now this thing is just a rock, utterly useless, and its size makes it cumbersome when worn. Xian Su occasionally goes outside the base to fight zombies. It must have been a hassle, so he took it off intentionally. Wu Mingli's reasoning was plausible, though not perfectly flawless. It made sense. In these times, luxuries admired in peaceful days are burdens not meant to be kept anymore, as survival takes precedence over appearance. The man nodded. All right then. I'll take this item back. You stay here and report anything important to me promptly. Hearing this, Wu Mingli gleamed with delight and immediately accepted. Xian Su naturally had no idea that the trap he casually set for Wu Mingli had actually been uncovered by her. And even if she really knew something, it was absolutely impossible for her to know that the item had already been replaced by him. As they were driven out of the villa by the base personnel, many people began to turn against them, starting to mock and ridicule them coldly. Moreover, with food supplies becoming scarce, things took a worse turn. In fact, before the apocalypse, the government had made extensive preparations. Especially in this vast land where agricultural produce amounted to astronomical figures, combined with the recent decline in grain prices, acquiring provisions wouldn't have cost much effort. But how could those who held large stockpiles willingly give them up, fearing both confiscation and being targeted? People are selfish. Nowadays, societal progress happens too fast without significant improvement in the general population's quality. Money often becomes the yardstick of everything. Although unavoidable, the apocalypse has revealed, or even torn off, the fig leaf of humanity's morality. Now, who doesn't prioritize their survival over others? Sacrificing oneself for others is nothing more than a joke. Xian Su understood this deeply. Watching a few people like Shui Lei scurrying around, groveling for food, left a bitter taste in his mouth. By the end of the month, nearly half a month of relentless heavy rain finally stopped. After enduring these tough days, all had suffered different levels of damage. They looked pale, thin, and malnourished. They were lucky compared to some who were emaciated, barely skin and bones. The base couldn't handle the common folk anymore. With such a huge population, daily grain consumption was alarming. Even if the base had reserves, they would not last under such consumption rates. So, except for supplying food to the evolved ones, only the upper echelons of the base administration enjoyed an adequate supply. Naturally, this sparked resentment among the masses. The base had experienced several conflicts in the past, but all failed due to the lack of weapons or powers among ordinary people, leaving any rebellion futile. This half-month period was one of the most tragic times in the base. Some went insane from hunger and ate anything they could find. Mutated animals and plants were dug out, some eating which led to immediate death, others turning into evolved beings by sheer accident, while a few even targeted their own kind, especially those evolved individuals experimented on. Despite the heavy rains driving mutated creatures and plants underground for now, the threat from other humans was far from over. Although the rain had ceased, the surroundings were still extremely damp, water entering every tent, forcing them to crowd inside vehicles to sleep. 6 people squeezed into 2 cars, hardly comfortable. There was some space in the car, but it was filled with supplies. Even rearranging seats after dismantling them, the room for movement remained very cramped. Xian Su gradually got used to it despite the hardship. The cornflakes he had accumulated earlier were preserved intact, as they hadn't gone bad, possibly thanks to preservatives added. For those unaccustomed to its coarse taste, biting into the cornflakes almost broke his teeth, causing tears welling up in his eyes as he turned helplessly toward Su Jin. Chuckling softly, Su Jin responded with a smile, "This is not your kind of treat." Then he allowed Xian Su to eat separately from items stored within the spatial pocket. Chapter 32. Su Xian was somewhat reluctant, while Su Jin felt pity for him but not for himself. Su Xian would secretly eat a little something on his own, whereas Su Jin ate corn cakes with several others. Occasionally improving their diet by having noodles or rice vermicelli was already quite good. After enduring high temperatures for several months in poor conditions, many items' preservation became problematic and a lot of things went bad. Some people would rather eat rotten food than throw it away, which they couldn't do. The food was too thoroughly spoiled, and eating it easily caused illness. They could not afford to get sick now because not only were there no doctors or medicine, even if there were, medical care would cost an astronomical price. Hospitals were places where one couldn't go even if they had a disease, this was their common understanding. There was no need to talk about before the apocalypse. Afterward, hospitals became exclusive places for the upper class. Now, not only did the amount of food decrease, but tobacco and alcohol had become luxuries. Although Shuelei hadn't quit smoking, he only smoked a few puffs when he absolutely couldn't resist anymore, then quickly stubbed it out. Su Xian had a mountaineering bag containing sugar cubes, chocolates, compressed biscuits, clean water, and tablets, items that took up little space. Most of the crystal cores Shuelei and the others had saved were exchanged for food and medicine. Eating tasteless food all day that could only fill their stomachs was unbearable for those who craved satisfying their palate. Occasionally, Xiaowu complained and muttered a couple of sentences around Su Xian and received a fruit candy or chocolate in return. He generally didn't eat these candies at other times, he hoarded them and kept them hidden. When a few people occasionally disappeared for a while, Su Xian wasn't surprised. Not everyone was as unencumbered as them, and besides, being missed by someone was also a nice experience. Xiaowu met a little boy in the trading area of the outer city. This boy was parentless too, presumably, his parents either turned into zombies or were killed by others. It was pitiful how the child ended up stealing inside the base. Don't think children have no survival skills. In some relatively chaotic areas, these kids thrived. Older children knew how to plan strategies and find targets, while younger ones were often coaxed or forced to carry out missions. When Xiaowu first met the boy, he still had a sister, but she was kidnapped later on. He guessed that the girl must have been quite pretty, which was indeed a pity. When Xiaowu mentioned this matter, Su Xian also felt some sadness, but they could barely take care of themselves, struggling daily with insufficient meals. Bringing another child back would definitely not be possible, and even if no one opposed it, Su Xian wouldn't agree to it either. Thus, they could only occasionally bring out a few items to help Xiaowu assist this child. Of course, the reward for Xiaowu couldn't be missing. However, on this day, Xiaowu brought 2 children to Su Xian in a panic. Both children were around 10 years old, one boy and one girl, with the younger one being the girl. The 2 looked extremely disheveled, covered in bruises with streaks of reddish-brown blood stains. The originally clear, black pupils of the little girl now appeared numb. The older boy tightly guarded her, glaring ferociously at everyone around, just like a mother wolf protecting her pups, baring dull but determined teeth, with a sense of desperate courage. Su Xian was somewhat surprised. What happened? Xiaowu seemed unusually uneasy. Yang found his sister, and the kid actually has some skill. He managed to rescue his sister from the Yao platform in the inner city. Su Xian was shocked. Was he alone? Su Xian carefully examined the seemingly ordinary little boy in front of him, unable to see any remarkable traits other than his fierce eyes akin to a werewolf. Xiaowu nodded in affirmation. At first, I didn't believe it either, but... He looked around. Su Xian locked the car door securely, took out 2 rainbow lollipops from his backpack, handed them over, and then gave Xiaowu a nod. The 2 whispered to each other for quite a long time. Meanwhile, the tired little brother and sister couldn't help but relax while chewing on the lollipops. Perhaps due to their closeness with Xiaowu, the 2 children relaxed significantly when near him and soon fell sound asleep. At this moment, only the 2 of them were guarding the car. Even though the sky cleared up, the nearly 40 degrees Celsius high temperature was still unbearable. After moving away from the villa, getting water was very difficult, but compared to moving into the inner city and being controlled by others, these small troubles could only be endured with gritted teeth. What troubled Su Xian most was Wu Mingli. It was unclear whose leg she'd latched onto, but she'd usurped their position, making Su Xian feel highly disgusted. Moreover, she knew the whereabouts of Su Xian and the others. She occasionally came over to make him uncomfortable. Su Xian had never liked her. For more than a year after the end of the world, Wu Mingli brought this on herself, annoying Su Hao so much that he eventually left her for another lover. But she somehow latched onto someone higher up and continued to circle around in front of them. Su Xian had a few suspicions in mind but didn't mention them to Su Jin. Since then, he used space even more cautiously. Today, once again, only Su Xian and Xiao Wu remained behind. The others had all gone to the city to exchange items as they were preparing to leave the base. Even though the heavy rain had stopped, conditions at the base hadn't improved. Su Ye's army still hadn't communicated any updates, and while the oppression of Su's family within the base was just a minor issue, the evolution research project in Su Yan's hands was becoming a highly sought-after target like Tang Monk's flesh in the legend. Even now, during the apocalypse, there were still people who might target Su Hao and Su Xian. Su Xian and his companions had already planned to leave the base, as Su Yan had instructed them beforehand. However, Su Xian was somewhat undecided about Su Hao. It wouldn't be difficult to take him along, but the main problem was that Su Hao simply didn't get along with him. Convincing him would be like trying to achieve an impossible dream. By the time it was completely dark, Su Jin and the others finally returned, putting Su Xian's anxiously waiting heart at ease. As Su Jin handed over a bag of crystal cores, Su Xian hefted it and sighed helplessly, "So you've swapped all the things I gave you for these?" He remembered that when he went out in the morning, he specifically brought a small bag of high-quality rice and several large packs of egg milk biscuits for Su Jin. He also prepared some compressed biscuits. Su Xian owned a machine for producing compressed food, and they were not short on raw materials. Before the apocalypse, he had acquired a lot of such food, so their reserves were still quite sufficient. However, this kind of food could only fill one's stomach, and taking it out wouldn't attract much attention. It was very convenient to consume, though its taste left much to be desired, and it lacked proper nutrition. That morning, Su Jin had said he would go to the inner city to exchange for some weapons, but instead, he came back with a bunch of crystal cores. Although Su Xian indeed wanted to collect more crystal cores for future use, he had already gathered quite a few privately and didn't need Su Jin's open assistance. Su Jin calmly replied, "Didn't you say this thing would be useful in the future? Now that the price is low, I thought we could just trade for more of these, store them, and they won't take up much space." Currently, crystal cores have become a circulating currency within the base, or even harder currency than actual cash. Still, Su Xian was a bit surprised by Su Jin's sudden change of mind. Suddenly serious, Su Xian asked, "Has something happened?" Su Jin glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, but did not hide anything from him. Even in the inner city black market, it's rare to find weapons to trade now. Forget about evolutionary agents, after the change in leadership at the base, these items have been strictly controlled. And during entry and exit checks, everything was so thorough that I could only come back with crystal cores. Su Jin was right, although the rain had stopped, the situation at the base was dire due to severe food shortages. Those above controlled the distribution of supplies and forced survivors in the base to venture outside seeking alternative ways to survive. This effectively made them pioneers for exploring the external world, yet it was the only way for anyone desperate to stay alive. What the base was doing essentially blocked the living path for ordinary people. Even if ordinary people united to resist, they couldn't possibly fight against the postborn evolved beings, who continuously oppressed them. As a result, the entire food chain fell into a vicious cycle. Su Xian sighed lightly, turned around, washed the crystal cores with water from the red plastic bucket on the car, then took a storage box from his space dimension. Carefully, he stored the various colored crystal cores he exchanged for in the box. After washing his hands clean again, Su Xian took a bowl of corn and bacon fried rice from his space and offered it to Su Jin, "Have something to eat." Seeing the full and round grains of rice in the transparent lunchbox, Su Jin unconsciously swallowed saliva. After hesitating for a moment, he accepted it. Though he ate elegantly, he finished the meal quickly, soon emptying the whole box of fried rice. As the team leader, Su Jin always set an example, occasionally joining Su Xian for private meals, but most times, he endured hardships alongside the other members. Watching Su Jin's emaciated cheeks with sorrow, Su Xian noted his sallow complexion, a far cry from his own healthy pinkish-white skin, which many attributed to his comfortable lifestyle. After enjoying a hearty dinner, Su Xian presented dessert, strawberries, carefully cleaned and still glistening with droplets. Due to water scarcity, they couldn't wash their hands every time before eating. Therefore, most times, besides using utensils, they would separate the food using disposable packaging bags or papers, ensuring no issues with eating. Su Xian thoughtfully prepared a fork for Su Jin. He originally intended to use toothpicks, but the strawberries produced in his dimensional space were quite large, rich with juice, making it nearly impossible for delicate toothpicks to support the weight without breaking. After having a satisfying meal and drink, Su Jin stood up and went out to discuss with the others how to accommodate the two children Xiao Wu had brought back. Although Xiao Wu had already told him about the matter and felt uneasy when Su Jin returned, Su Jin stayed exceptionally calm. He neither showed dissatisfaction nor made clear statements about it. Su Xian was very clear that Su Jin would definitely not push these two children out, even though they were quite a burden for their current situation. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but smile faintly, then closed the car door and moved to the farthest inside. Although the car wasn't large, there were two thick layers of curtains in the middle, separating the interior from prying eyes. It could be considered rather secluded. After carefully checking the surroundings and ensuring there was no danger, Su Xian turned around and entered his dimensional space. Recently, Su Xian had become obsessed with making pastries. He wasn't bad at handling things manually, but he harbored some fear towards walks and such. For sweets and such things, he didn't have as many qualms. Perhaps it was an issue carried over from before his rebirth. Even now, with countless amounts of food piled up in his dimensional space, Su Xian still took pleasure in creating food. Looking at the basement filled with supplies gave him a peculiar sense of security. Though these items were merely external possessions, for Su Xian, who lived in modern society, pursuing these kinds of comforts wasn't wrong, and he certainly didn't find fault with himself. Moreover, Su Xian hoped Su Jin could understand his intentions through these pastries. He also wanted to prove to Su Jin that all along, he wasn't the only one putting in effort. Though their relationship might still be in the stage where they were less than lovers, they meant the most to each other. If not, Su Xian, who was extremely cautious, wouldn't have divulged the secret of his space to Su Jin. It had been quite a while since harvesting crops from the space. The main staples and coarse grains previously planted had all matured. Su Xian selected and harvested a batch, while the rest were dry stored and wouldn't spoil, so there was no need for concern. Among the newly harvested batch of grain, the red bean appearance was excellent, perhaps being the second-generation seeds from previous spatial plants, looking particularly unusual. However, for crops like these which weren't easy to harvest manually, Su Xian could only rely on machinery. Of course, fruits plucked straight from trees without requiring preservation couldn't compare in convenience. Su Xian had also bought quite a few varieties of coarse grains, but perhaps because his palate had grown more discriminating due to the crops in his dimensional space, he always felt the purchased grains didn't match up to those he grew himself. The red beans were first soaked, then shelled, leaving behind only the red bean paste inside, with white sugar and glutinous rice flour added next. Su Xian made fresh milk red bean cakes and osmanthus red bean cakes. The fresh milk red bean cakes were made into red and white 3-layer heart-shaped cakes, with green leaves as garnish. The osmanthus red bean cake sparkled clearly, reflecting the pale gold of the osmanthus flowers, glistening beautifully. Because there were leftovers of red beans and osmanthus flowers, Su Xian also used molds to make crystal osmanthus cakes, coconut milk osmanthus cakes, coconut milk red bean cakes, and yam red bean cakes. With a dimensional space that preserved freshness, Su Xian simply made loads, counting them by pots. He sampled each one, picking out his favorites to eat quite a lot, and after trying one after another, he ended up eating until half full. Su Xian found a big lunch box and packed it with plenty of red bean cakes, intending to take it out later for others to taste. Since he often went in and out of the inner city, it wasn't overly surprising, even if these things were rare. As for the fresh milk red bean cake he prepared for Su Jin, Su Xian found a separate elegant round lunch box and neatly arranged the cakes inside. Then he grabbed some snacks for himself before turning around and leaving the space. As soon as Su Xian left the space, he was abruptly grabbed by Su Jin, giving him quite a scare. Once he saw it was Su Jin, Su Xian sighed with relief, slightly reproachful, "What's going on? Scaring me like that?" Su Jin's complexion was somewhat grim. Another mutated animal attack is happening, and this time even the mutated plants are joining in. Chapter 33. What? Su Xian was shocked. Then what do we do? Frowning tightly, he couldn't help but feel worried. Though they weren't short on supplies, the things couldn't be openly revealed for use. Moreover, even if they left the base, the outside world was much more dangerous compared to here. That was why they had dragged their feet for so long without leaving, despite the severe living conditions within the base. Su Jin remained relatively calm. "We shouldn't have problems for the moment, the walls of the base aren't just for show. Still, we must prepare to run away." Su Xian nodded. The others gradually came in and began packing up things. They had 2 cars in total, and their supplies weren't too many, mainly taking up space were gasoline and water, which both happened to be indispensable. After moving out of the villa, they could only go to the public bathhouse inside the base, where the price was high. A single wash cost 15 crystal cores. For these crystal cores, they could swap for several corn pancakes, so the men didn't want to waste money on baths. Basically, they just got by. Su Xian had become quite sloppy as well. Although he had access to the space, he couldn't possibly bathe every day. Doing so would easily expose his secrets. Apart from the cars, gasoline, and water, there were also weapons and food supplies. Medicines were very important too. Previously, Su Xian had left behind a small case of medicine which would last them for some time if they conserved it. This stuff was too expensive, they couldn't afford it yet. There were still a few heat-based weapons left, but not many bullets remained. There were also mini-bombs, all kept for crucial use. Finally, there were the food supplies. Anything that took up too much room would need to be cleaned out, while only compact compressed food suitable for eating on the road would be reserved. Su Xian thought for a moment and replaced all the candies and chocolates in his backpack with compressed biscuits and energy bars. This military-grade food was well prepared, and Su Xian had stocked up plenty of foreign-brand military rations beforehand, which were superior to domestically produced goods and significantly more costly. Nowadays, such items were almost impossible to procure, so Su Xian didn't bring any out at all. Given his connections, he understood well how to operate locally as a dominant figure. An energy bar box weighed 600 grams and contained 12 bars, one roughly equating to a meal, something capable of lasting for at least 4 days. A careful planner could stretch it to last 7 to 8 days without trouble since, for people nowadays, simply surviving starvation was a huge relief. Still, these weren't meant for long-term consumption due to their harmful effects on health and were primarily for emergencies. Su Xian prepared 12 boxes, planning to allocate 2 per person, and also arranged some cookies and chocolates for the 2 children. Besides that, he included purification tablets and nutrient pills, good options for outdoor water treatment and mineral supplementation. Each of them carried a climbing bag along with a small side bag for essential items. While everyone else went off to pack personal belongings, Su Xian retrieved earlier prepared items from the trunk, distributing them into each individual's bag. The quantity wasn't excessive: 3 bottles of water per person, 2 boxes of energy bars, 5 packs of compressed cookies, purification tablets and nutrient tablets, a tin of chocolate beans, plus a compass, binoculars, water purifiers, waterproof lighting tools, Swiss Army knives, maps, firestones, boxed tableware sets, first aid kits, and travel toiletry packs. In addition, they packed some clothes and miscellaneous personal items, all compact enough though collectively adding weight when concentrated into an entire large bag. As for the 2 children, Su Xian only provided them with some food and cutlery. He refrained from giving them any heat weapons despite knowing they wouldn't pose a threat. Nevertheless, precautions were necessary. Once these items were packed, apart from those kept outside for daily use, Su Xian restored the rest back into his dimensional space since having so many things visible could easily raise suspicion. Since they lived together, Su Xian exercised great caution when utilizing his dimensional space. All these items had been gradually brought out in exchange for crystal cores under legitimate pretenses. Knowing about Su Xian and Yi Han's business dealings, others merely expressed amazement without giving it too much thought. They were quite familiar with the privileged classes and understood better than countless explanations from Su Xian himself. A number of large hiking bags still rested in the trunk, and empty crates occupied too much space, so they were directly discarded, freeing up even more room in the vehicle. Fluent and Jin's team were busy counting their remaining firearms. A good deal of munitions had been left in Nanshan previously, bringing them in would have been far too conspicuous, so only 2 cases of bullets had been transported before. With their plan now focused on moving inland indefinitely, those weapons needed to be taken with them rather than left behind. Yet, there were too many good items to transport, posing a big problem. On previous missions outside, their surroundings had already been overrun by mutated animals and plants, leaving national highways severely damaged and making driving difficult. Carrying all this extra gear made traveling excessively cumbersome, yet parting with it entirely seemed unthinkable. When Xiao Wu settled the 2 children to rest, Su Xian and a few others gathered to discuss how to handle the military arsenal. Sitting around, they enjoyed the red bean cakes Su Xian had brought back. He specifically chose ordinary-looking ones, but they tasted soft and sweet, providing a rare delight for others who hadn't tasted snacks in a long time. A box of red bean cake was limited, so every man got a big piece each, reserving the rest for the children. Over the course of so much collaboration, despite past difficulties, including the dissolution of their original group, the core personnel remained unchanged. Everyone empathized with each other, considering others' needs. Such solidarity within the team gave Su Xian a sense of security. After savoring the red bean cakes, the men lingered on the flavor and proceeded to enjoy other snacks Su Xian had brought, procured under the guise of trade deals. While inside the base, Su Xian occasionally used these transactions as excuses to share items to improve their meals. However, fresh fruits or meat were strictly forbidden, especially since even the higher-ups in the base didn't have access to such luxuries. Their best situation was being fed enough without hunger. Seeing the things Su Xian had brought back, Shuelei came up with an idea. 4th young master, there's a serious shortage of firearms in the market now, and their prices are being hyped sky high. Should we try to bring those things inside and sell them on the black market? Su Xian thought for a moment but shook his head. It's too chaotic outside now. The base entry is under strict lockdown, and checks are more rigorous than ever. It's basically impossible to bring those things inside without raising any suspicion. If not for this situation, they would have brought those weapons into the base long ago. However, this current predicament wasn't entirely negative. If the base couldn't hold out, they still had a fallback plan. After all, those armaments represented a considerable amount of wealth. At that moment, Xiao Wu got into the car, looking somewhat uneasy. The officials from the base are coming again. It seems they want to search for some suspicious individuals. Su Xian glanced at him and said calmly, calm down first. Don't panic. There were 2 live people hiding in their vehicle, 2 children though they were, not easily deceived. Moreover, these 2 kids were particularly unusual. Su Jin then spoke up, hide them under the seats first. Be sure to keep their emotions steady and act cautiously. Seeing everyone else remain calm, Xiao Wu also regained his composure. With bright eyes, he nodded and quickly ran out. Su Jin thought for a moment and decided to let Su Guizhu go along to take care of things. The 2 children were highly wary of strangers, while their trust towards others improved due to Xiao Wu's relationship. Excessive unfamiliarity could make them feel threatened, which wouldn't benefit them. As Xiao Wu happily went out, Shuelei frowned slightly. Xiao Wu seems really concerned about those 2 kids. There was a hint of jealousy in his tone. Su Xian gave him an additional glance, surprised, then looked down and said, he just has a childlike disposition and gets along well with them. Research-focused individuals usually have peculiar temperaments, but Xiao Wu was better behaved. His high-tech skills had helped a lot throughout their journey. Wang Hai hesitated. Are those two kids really that capable? Listening to it gives me chills. Su Xian didn't know much about the two kids either and hadn't deeply questioned it. He figured he'd get a full update when he returned later that evening from talking with Su Jin. Su Jin explained to Su Xian, Yang Yang and Ye both possess extraordinary abilities. Ye can confuse enemies, create illusions, and carry out psychic attacks. Yang Yang's ability directly causes physical harm. He once broke into Yao Tai and killed many important personnel there, which led to their manhunt within the base. Reflecting on how a child no older than 10-odd years could kill nearly 100 people in the blink of an eye, including numerous evolved humans, his powers seemed truly terrifying. No wonder even the always controlling base felt restless. Su Xian nodded understandingly. Fortunately, right now the city is under siege by mutated animals, so most people are busy taking care of themselves. Otherwise, with the blanket-style searches they've been conducting, those two kids wouldn't stand a chance. Shui Lei's expression grew grim, evidently realizing that the top priority wasn't the problem with the firearms anymore. They can't stay in the base. We need to find a way to send those two kids away. Wang Hai sighed helplessly. Where can we send them? There were survivors present that night, and places like Yao Tai surely still have surveillance running. Even if they leave the magic capital base, heading to other bases will likely result in them being caught for experiments anyway. A sudden surge of anger welled up in Su Xian. Even so, we must send them out. Given their capabilities, they should be able to survive outside just fine. Mutated animals might be strong, but they aren't as cruel as human hearts. If they fall into the hands of those scientific zealots, they'll probably wish for death yet fail to achieve it. Su Jin stared at him, reaching out to clasp his icy cold hands. Under Su Jin's tender gaze, Su Xian finally realized his state and shyly lowered his head to fiddle with his fingers. The strange, lovey-dovey atmosphere between the two was something the rest had long grown used to. They discussed further while keeping an eye on their surroundings. After Wan Minghui became the base leader, he began consolidating resources and power, transforming himself into a local tyrant who reigned supreme over the region. His subordinates committed countless atrocities, including arson, killing, and looting. Although the Wan family held significant sway in the magic capital base, their followers varied greatly in quality. The larger their influence grew, the more people they offended. Nowadays, several factions in the base openly expressed dissatisfaction with the Wan family. Of course, even when intending to set an example through punishment, the Wan family had to choose their targets carefully. They did intend to mess with the Su family, but alas, only Su Hao and Su Xian remained, both appearing rather ordinary in their daily behavior. Using them as examples to warn others probably wouldn't meet the anticipated results. The evolution serum Su Yan left behind initially showed modest effects. However, the evolutionary foundation of users consuming this serum was quite solid. In the future, they wouldn't face significant challenges in ascending further stages and their bodies wouldn't endure severe damages as a consequence. On the contrary, the evolution serum used by the Wan family in the base was overly focused on rapid success, akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. This approach resulted in a series of negative side effects for many who underwent evolution during its initial stages, leading to numerous problems and significantly exacerbating the conflicts between different classes within the base. Naturally, other families would not sit idly by while the Wan family sought to assert their authority. Those not chosen as targets began to think of ways to secure their own safety, especially since the Wan family had harmed others' interests in suppressing rival families. Consequently, the Wan family quickly became the target of everyone's ire. In such a situation, whenever the Wan family was mentioned within the base, it usually meant everyone wanting to beat them down or avoided them like plague-bearing snakes. Their reputation had plummeted accordingly, and now they only relied on their control of evolution serums and military firearms to sustain themselves, otherwise, their reign would have collapsed long ago. Although there were many evolved individuals within the base, most had been dispatched to defend the city walls. For those not affiliated with official entities, the base introduced some incentive measures. Naturally, those lacking food and money were willing to join the defense efforts, but Su Xian and his group were entirely unwilling to work under the Wan family's leadership and thus paid no attention to these incentives. The noise drew closer from afar, and upon hearing it, Shui Lei and the others hastily drew their guns and disembarked from the vehicle in the dark. Although it wasn't raining, ominous clouds covered the sky completely, shrouding everything in darkness. No one was willing to waste even a candle, let alone any more expensive lighting equipment. All that could be seen beyond the outer perimeter of the base was pure blackness. However, amid the gloom, there were sounds of people chatting while keeping watch at night. Suddenly, a group of people emerged with illuminated headlamps, making a grand entrance to conduct searches, and anyone would feel irritated seeing this. Upon closer inspection, Su Xian realized the leader wasn't someone else but none other than Wan Qian. Despite still looking rather pale, she didn't walk with the same frailty as before, needing to stop every few steps, as though about to collapse. Instead, her demeanor now carried a certain formidable aura. Shui Lei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, has this young miss changed somehow? Su Xian exchanged a glance with Su Jin, who calmly replied, she must have consumed the evolution serum. After the recent reshuffle within the Wan family, many previously opposed to Wan Minghui met with unnatural deaths, yet Wan Qian, a woman who might easily succumb to frail health, survived and even appeared healthier than before. Aside from the effect of evolution serum, there was no other explanation. At present, the evolution serum had already skyrocketed in price to an astronomical level. For ordinary people, refusing to align with the official base virtually guaranteed no access to the serum. Even powerful families rarely possessed it, whereas acquiring it was effortless for the Wan family due to their monopoly over its production. Precisely because of this monopoly, many had no choice but to reluctantly join forces with the base. Chapter 34. Although it was pitch black, there were lantern-bearing burly men around, and Wan Qian could easily spot Su Xian and his group. She had not forgotten the incident at the auction where she was thwarted by Su Yan. She knew Su Yan was an insurmountable obstacle, but perhaps she could take advantage of his younger brother, the easier target. With this thought, she walked calmly up to Su Xian. I didn't expect to meet young master here. I heard that even your territory was requisitioned. These people are quite bold to offend you. Su Xian glanced coldly at her with a blank expression. They're like cicadas in autumn, still flapping about. Wan Qian was taken aback, her face turning sour. Young master should be more careful, speaking these words wouldn't benefit you. Su Xian heard the threat in her words and sneered, stop pretending. I know who you really are, and so does everyone else from our circle before. You'd better take care of yourself because life has gotten hard. People like you might not survive for long. You. Wan Qian's eyes flashed with anger. Her features twisted as if she wanted to strike, but seeing that Su Xian and his group were armed, she realized now wasn't the time for confrontation. A sudden thought occurred to her, and her anger turned into laughter. Never mind. Considering second master's favor, I'll let you go assuming you've gone crazy. Today I'm not here to trouble you. Dangerous figures have appeared in the base, and I am searching. Perhaps you have some clues. I can reward you, like food, since you're living rough right now. Su Xian furrowed his brow without responding, letting Su Jin deal with her. Su Jin spoke slowly, we don't know anything about dangerous characters. Right now, we're dealing with mutated beasts attacking the city, yet Miss Wan seems leisurely enough to speak with us. It's quite rare. Wan Qian looked up at Su Jin. For some reason, whenever he gazed at her, she felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, almost breathless. Instinctively, Wan Qian perceived him as a highly dangerous individual. Yet, in her usual understanding, Su Jin was just a loyal dog of the Su family, one who remained steadfast even in the apocalypse. Why would he disregard everything just because Su Xian didn't approve of her? Wan Qian knew that even though she had brought a good number of men, they probably wouldn't fare well against him. She figured it best to retreat temporarily and think over a plan, but she couldn't help glancing at their two vehicles, her eyes shining cunningly. I'm doing this for the safety of all the base members. Those two infiltrated Yaotai and killed several official figures. If any of you have any leads, there will be rewards. Su Xian's heart tightened. Although their position was somewhat secluded, the base wasn't large. Even if they were careful, they might have been seen. Now, their harboring criminals might come out. Noticing Su Xian's subtle change, seeing Wan Qian inciting others to provide information, Su Jin leaned closer to whisper in his ear, don't worry, Ye won't slip up. Su Xian was startled and looked at him with surprise, is she truly that skilled? Though Xiao Wu had cautiously brought the two children back, given Ye's seemingly disoriented state, Su Xian would never have guessed that the girl could hide and protect herself so well. Su Jin gently squeezed his hand, lowering his voice, we'll discuss the details later. Let's deal with this first. That sentence immediately shifted Su Xian's attention to Wan Qian. Su Xian didn't have much feeling toward her, considering how she usually scammed others, just not him. Although he'd been tricked by Jing Wenyi in the past, he was young and reckless then, it was different. Now Wan Qian was trying to gain something from him. Wan Minghui dared to have designs on the Su family and confiscate his villa. Had the situation not been special, he would have thrown a few mini-bombs to raise the Wan family, rather than tolerating Wan Qian's antics before his eyes. Thanks to Ye's peculiar abilities, there were no useful clues among the other people nearby. Wan Qian was already very displeased when she looked at Su Xian's group, young master surely doesn't mind if I conduct a thorough search. Her implication being a full-scale search. Su Xian clenched his fists, looking displeased, who would have thought Miss Wan wielded such authority? I suppose even the commander of the base bows to you. He clearly understood that Wan Minghui was far from being of the main house. As for Wan Qian, she had merely been raised by the main house to arrange political marriages. But her lack of status and failure to marry anyone made her even less credible. If one only looked at Wan Qian's face, it was indeed not bad. Although she and Wan Minghui shared the same surname, in today's society, even fathers and sons could turn into bitter enemies, let alone collateral relatives who originally didn't get along. Su Xian's implication was self-evident, and his ambiguous, mocking gaze completely enraged Wan Qian. After all, when women lose their temper, they often lack rationality. Since young Master Su refuses to appreciate the favor, Wan Family's Research Institute is quite a good place. It desperately needs men like you with a certain disposition, and you know, there are plenty of people eager to try something new. As she spoke, she signaled her subordinates to take action. However, Su Xian remained unperturbed. Yuan Family's research institute has a notorious reputation, and I've heard a bit about it. You perform experiments on human bodies using evolution drugs, exhausting the life force of those evolved humans. But have you ever thought what will happen when these evolved ones die? Will your forces still have usable soldiers? Su Xian spoke loudly, and his words shook everyone around, causing their hearts to tremble. Wan Qian, on the other hand, looked extremely tense, and her anger flared. You dare say such nonsense? Wasn't it for humanity's survival that our Yuan family painstakingly developed the evolution drug? Without this drug, all of you would be dead by now. Her voice was shrill, but it did quell some suspicions instantly. Nevertheless, Su Xian wore a sarcastic expression, developed by the Yuan family. Do you really have the ability for that? Don't pretend anymore. Wasn't it your Yuan family who stole the basic formula from my second brother's lab? Now you're pretending to be noble here. Don't forget who leads the evolution experiment in the Tibet base. If the evolution drug was truly invented by your Yuan family, why didn't they invite you to participate in the experiment? And why leave you here to make me feel sick? Su Xian hit them where it hurt, revealing their vulnerabilities while severing ties with the Yuan family. As long as the Yuan family depended on the evolution drug to rise, Su Xian wouldn't tolerate them and decided to knock them down from the pedestal they climbed onto. Wan Qian glanced at the crowd surrounding her, some began whispering among themselves. She couldn't help feeling uneasy, yet struggled to find any plausible excuses. Su Xian, you're spouting nonsense. You're an outsider and know nothing, yet you spread rumors here. Come, capture him and give him a thorough interrogation. This guy must be in league with those rebellious commoners. Wan Qian's subordinates obeyed her orders immediately, trying to seize Su Xian. However, Su Xian wasn't someone to mess with. He effortlessly drew his pistol and shot a hulking man nearest to him with precision. The loud gunshot startled many nearby, leaving Wan Qian pale-faced. Su Jin, carrying a rifle, stepped forward and said, Miss Wan, our fourth young master is still a child, and you're older than him. We hope you, as an elder, don't bear grudges against children like him. This statement both belittled Wan Qian and subtly hinted at her age, which is always a sore point for women. Instantly, Wan Qian put aside her fear and glared furiously at Su Xian and Su Jin. One of her subordinates approached and whispered into her ear, Miss, should we take action? Wan Qian's complexion worsened, feeling that this subordinate was deliberately taunting her. Gnashing her teeth, she hissed, how can we act? They have guns too. Don't you know how accurate Su Xian's shooting skills are? Are you trying to get me killed as well? A trace of anger flickered in the subordinate's eyes, before he bowed respectfully, I dare not, Mississippi. Wan Qian glanced around at the people who had fled out of fright after hearing the gunshots. With gritted teeth, she muttered, let's go back first. I don't believe Wan Minghui can't deal with this guy. If things don't work out, just send him to guard the city, let those mutated beasts eat him alive. With that, she turned abruptly and stormed off in rage. Su Xian and Su Jin exchanged smiles. Due to his practice of spiritual force and body techniques, perhaps influenced by his previous reincarnation, his spiritual force had always been strong. In situations requiring high concentration, hitting someone's vital point was effortless. It was thanks to Su Xian's godlike marksmanship, able to hit the bullseye without even looking at the target, that he had intimidated Su Hao's men before. Thinking of Su Hao, Su Xian sighed involuntarily. Because of Wan Minghui's sudden emergence, private teams within the base had mostly disbanded or existed in name only. Su Hao's team was no exception. Even though Su Hao had obtained evolution drugs from Su Yan, there weren't enough to share with all his subordinates. Moreover, the items Su Yan provided were exceptionally valuable, and Su Hao, being unwilling to lose out, wouldn't easily use them to win others' hearts. Meanwhile, the Wan family managed to gather many evolved individuals through developing evolution drugs. Now, only some prominent families from before the apocalypse retained their own militias, while the others became lone commanders. As Wan Qian and her group left, Shui Lei appeared somewhat worried, looks like we should leave the base as soon as possible. After all, now it's the Wan family who has the final say here. We have to watch out for their sneaky tricks. Su Xian glanced at a few people and noticed that they weren't upset or distancing themselves from him and Su Jin because of the trouble he'd caused. Instantly, he felt delighted. Smirking slightly, he said, relax, pretty soon they'll have more than enough on their hands. By now, it was common knowledge that the evolution drug had side effects. However, Su Xian's public remarks about this were stirring up quite a fuss among the evolvers. In truth, those who took the evolution drug did so merely to survive and live better lives. Now someone was telling them that this drug might be shortening their lives, meaning even if they weren't eaten by zombies or mutated beasts, they could still slowly die off. This was indeed a terrifying thought. The more impulsive ones were bound to react furiously. See. The Wans were never nice. They've been using us as stepping stones. Now that they've got everything, we can only sell our lives for them, and in the end, we may die early. How is that fair? You need to calm down, it might not be true. Not true. Haven't you forgotten how many people died during the evolution experiments? Back then, they might just have been killed by the Wans. They haven't fully grasped the evolution drug, providing us with substandard products, leaving us full of ailments. Yet why do those higher-ups using the same drugs remain fine? These words triggered a wave of unrest among the evolvers. 60% of the evolvers used to be ordinary people, and despite evolving into rulers thanks to the evolution drug, deep down, they knew they were still commoners, albeit ones under control. Besides these individuals, 30% of the evolvers belonged to the army, while another 10% came from the elite families. These elite families constantly improved genetic bases, using precious authentic evolution drugs, which naturally made them leaders in the evolution world and led their families to accumulate the majority of societal resources. In the apocalypse, resources and power decided everything, but people are fickle. Just like Su Xian's elder brother Su Yi, who aimed to control the entire army but was trapped in political struggles in the southern base, losing control over the situation and unable to extricate himself. The Wans were no different. From the start, the Wan family was too hasty and greedy. Although they benefited from the foundations laid before the apocalypse, enabling them to develop an inferior version of the evolution drug based on Su Yan's team's research, they lacked experience in controlling people's hearts. Perhaps, considering the common people as ants that couldn't escape their grasp, they carelessly concealed nothing. This, however, invited endless consequences. The various aftereffects brought by previous evolution experiments had already bred dissatisfaction, but given the dependency on the Wan family, none dared oppose them overtly. At most, they would carry out minor actions behind closed doors. Now, with such serious threats to their very lives, who could sit still? Currently, the only ones within the base able to keep calm were Su Xian's party. Su Jin arranged for Wang Hai and 3 others to stay behind to guard the car. Little Five also needed to look after the 2 children. He, along with Shui Lei, accompanied Su Xian to find Yi Han. Though it was deep in the night, there were few asleep in the base. News of mutated beasts attacking the city had spread widely, and the outer city was struggling due to weak defenses. Even though the Wan family had cultivated several experts with evolution drugs, these experts were accustomed to comfort rather than real combat, so it was lucky that they hadn't fled. At this moment, Yi Han was preparing hot cocoa and vanilla cookies to entertain Su Xian, warmly welcoming him upon his arrival. The only one confused was Shui Lei, who watched as the atmosphere suddenly changed and found himself completely lost. Because of prolonged rainfall, the base was humid, and the temperature hadn't been high recently. At this point, sitting down to enjoy a cup of hot cocoa was truly delightful. Chapter 35. Su Xian leisurely sipped his hot cocoa, ate a few cookies, then turned to Shui Lei and said, "You don't think I caused all this with just a few words, do you?" Looking at him, Shui Lei suddenly realized something incredible and asked incredulously, "Could it be that you?" He looked at Su Xian, then at Yi Han, who gave him a mysterious smile. In an instant, Shui Lei felt goosebumps all over. After a while, he digested the news and sighed with residual fear. Indeed, blood is thicker than water. Compared to those higher-ups, young Master Su, you don't fall behind at all. Upon hearing this, Su Xian feigned anger and said, "Do I not feel like you're complimenting me?" The group exchanged a few jests before Yi Han suddenly asked, "What does the 4th young master plan to do next?" Su Xian looked toward Su Jin, having grown accustomed to having him around these days, and usually consulting him on matters. When Su Jin remained silent, Su Xian turned to Yi Han and said, "What about you? Are you planning to stay here?" Yi Han chuckled wryly, "I won't hide it from the 4th young master. All my assets are here. If I had to start over somewhere else, even if I could endure the hardship, there would be others unwilling to follow." Su Xian nodded in agreement. "This is understandable. A family is just like that, sharing glory and bearing loss together. Unfortunately, we are all loners, one meal for each individual fills the whole family. Only you still have such sweet burdens." Yi Han's lips twitched. This was no sweet burden. If possible, he too would rather run away. Although judging by current developments, the downfall of the Wan family was inevitable. This did not mean his Yi family would gain much advantage. Others not stepping in wasn't due to lack of capability, but they're waiting for the perfect moment. Su Xian took the initiative, trading some crystal cores to acquire some thermal weapons. Though their treasure trove at South Mountain held many fine items, they couldn't all be carried back at once. With ties severed now with Wan Qian, if Wan Minghui acted rashly out of love for her, they were bound to suffer losses. Hence, precaution was essential. Besides exchanging weapons, Su Xian also met the secret agents left behind by Su Yi and Su Yan. The commotion over Wan Qian's issue was considerable, yet fortunately, Yi Han and others had made arrangements ahead of time. The unrest created within the base, ironically, helped them evade disaster. The person who came to see Su Xian was one of Kang Xuebing's subordinates, who earlier worked alongside Su Yi. This man was not particularly honest and spoke bluntly, expressing displeasure at the great trouble caused by Su Xian's restlessness. Su Xian paid no attention to this. He well understood that not everyone would willingly follow Su Yi to create a new world, especially at this critical juncture. The future of the army was unclear, valuing immediate benefits was forgivable. However, since they were part of the military, how could they expect gains without dealing with complications? Su Xian sneered, where were such free gifts falling from the sky? As for insufficient respect towards himself, Su Xian cared even less. Yet, this person brought a very useful piece of information. Before long, warships will set sail from the South China Sea. Predictions suggest they'll arrive before the base is completely flooded. The elder brother's message is that both the third and fourth brothers should board the ship and head directly for the Tibet base. Su Xian slightly furrowed his brow. How's my older brother now? Why haven't we heard from him? The elder brother got injured recently, but luckily not in vital areas. Given the rapid healing speed of evolved humans, it should heal within a dozen days or so. Su Xian nodded. Did you inform the third brother? It has already been conveyed. Departing from Yi Han's domain, it was almost midnight. Almost everyone in the base had spent the night awake, with distant artillery fire and the sharp roars of angry mutated beasts carrying far. Land nourished by nearly 2 weeks of rain began showing signs of vitality. But as seeds scattered everywhere sprouted unexpectedly tender buds, they also brought hidden dangers, being one reason for the attack by mutated plants. When Su Xian and his party returned to their residence, the 2 children hadn't fallen asleep yet, surprising him. Xiao Wu hesitantly opened his mouth. Yang Yang wants to say something to you. Su Xian turned to Yang Yang. The boy had changed into a set of clean clothes, which were a bit big and thus ill-fitting, but after washing off bloodstains and dirt, aside from being a bit thin, he appeared as a fairly cute child. As for the girl beside him, considering various factors, Xiao Wu dressed her up as a boy. The little girl seemed still dazed, except for tightly holding Yang Yang's hand and following his guidance. She had no other reactions. Recalling previous events, Su Xian still found it hard to believe, and asked Yang Yang, lowering his head, does your sister really have the ability to block spiritual forces and create illusions? She's only 8 years old. Yang Yang nodded, having calmed down under Xiao Wu's reassurance. His emotional state was much better than the soulless girl beside him. Dad said this. We used a magical drug. Due to the peculiarity of our genes, we can awaken this special ability. Su Xian frowned. You seem to know a lot about your body. Yang Yang shrank under his probing gaze and then nodded. My dad is a scientist. When I was little, he taught me some knowledge, and I learned very quickly. This knowledge is quite simple. Su Jin interrupted Su Xian's attempt to ask more, lowering his voice. It's probably part of some human experimentation program. Don't press it further. Su Xian was exasperated. These kids, they're probably being used as test subjects before they're even born. The artificial life technology really does leave endless consequences. Su Xian shielded the conversation with mental energy so that Yang Yang couldn't hear their talk, but from their expressions, Yang Yang felt uneasy inside. The two soon ended their conversation and turned back to Yang Yang. So, what do you want to discuss with me? Yang Yang's fingers twisted together, looking shyly down. I know my sister and I have offended many important people, so we hope you can temporarily take us in and help us. Su Xian smiled faintly. Hadn't they already done this? So, since you need our help, what can you offer in return? He had just said it as a joke, not truly expecting anything. After all, how could a child produce something astonishing or valuable? Unexpectedly, Yang Yang hesitated for a moment, then took off a necklace around his neck, a worn golden chain adorned with a flat circular silver box. From the side, it looked like a sealed stuffed dorayaki, sweet pancake. Forgive Su Xian, because he had made a bag full of red bean-filled dorayakis just yesterday. Speaking of which, Su Xian also tried strawberry, mango, and cream flavors, as well as homemade cherry blossom jam fillings. There were quite a few ornamental flowers blooming one after another in his dimensional space. Not only did they produce diverse types of honey, but these flowers could be picked for other purposes too. The habit of thrift here was even more pronounced than before, and indeed, Su Xian considered himself quite skilled at managing the household well. The reason why he associated it with dorayakis now? It was simply because Su Xian was hungry again. Yang Yang handed this box to Su Xian. This is something Dad left us. He said it's invaluable. Su Xian carefully examined it, then passed it around for others to check. The box was tightly sealed, so much so that even Su Jin couldn't open it. Considering the integrity of the box, there was no need to force it open recklessly either. Just by observing how much Yang Yang cherished this silver box, it was evident, if his claim was true, then Yang Yang's father who participated in the artificial life plan must not be an ordinary individual. In the era where public science and technology weren't yet highly developed, even though hidden technologies existed beyond people's understanding, overall the technological level still lingered in the middle stages. Yet Yang Yang's father might, through unauthorized human experiments, modify the genetic traits of the two children and endow them with godlike abilities. It wasn't merely terrifying anymore. Whatever the item inside might be, it certainly carried great significance. And naturally, such items should never be allowed outside because if it fell into the hands of someone like the Wan family, it would bring infinite trouble. If it contained research achievements of artificial life technology, anyone obtaining it would essentially own an immortal mythological army. Conquering Earth wouldn't be enough to describe its power, possibly even dominating the galaxy or universe would seem feasible. Of course, these musings were pure speculation by Su Xian. Nevertheless, he accepted the object and consoled Yang Yang saying, all right, since I've taken the reward, I'll reluctantly take care of the two of you. But let me say this, you two must listen well and not cause trouble. Even if those people don't find you, there are still other bad individuals out there who will try to harm you. Yang Yang tightened his grip on his sister's hand and nodded vigorously, thank you. Seeing his grateful eyes, Su Xian was moved inwardly, glancing at Su Jin to exchange meaningful looks. Having been alert all night, everyone was exhausted. Even if they planned to flee, they needed sufficient rest first. So after finishing breakfast, everyone except Su Xian and Su Jin got inside the car to rest. Su Xian and Su Jin pulled up 2 small stools and sat in a tent next to the car door as guards. Su Jin broke the silence first. "What's wrong?" Su Xian sighed lightly, appearing serious. "I think these 2 kids are very strange." "Where's the strangeness?" Although Yang Yang emanated an imposing aura, given the apocalypse setting and him being genetically modified from birth, normal standards couldn't judge or measure him. Su Xian shook his head. "I don't mean this. When I saw the kid for the first time, he seemed like a fully awakened werewolf, extremely terrifying, so much that I didn't dare approach easily. But just after one night, when he faced us again, he showed signs of weakness and even affection. Even if he is naturally sensitive and can feel we harbor no malice, such a stark contrast is still too great." Su Xian played with the silver box in his hands. This silver box looked like a 3-dimensional oval pair of small mirrors fastened together. Both sides had the same silver pattern, consisting of 4 symmetrical exotic flowers. With strong dimensionality, the exotic flowers were vividly portrayed, resembling something akin to Earth's ghost orchid. The ghost orchid is completely white and looks quite peculiar, as it obtains nutrients from decaying plants and thus is called the flower of death or parasitic flower. Even though it lacks the ability to cause death directly, it still evokes an unsettling sensation. The mirror's surface was divided into 5 areas by intertwining vines, with a prominent red gemstone in the very center. The other side had a blue gemstone. Saying they were gemstones, their texture differed significantly from actual gemstones. At best, they were similar to artificially synthesized gems. Chapter 36. Su Xian's mental energy level far surpasses that of ordinary people, which has already been discovered earlier. He can even perceive subtle differences in substances. Of course, this costs him a significant amount of mental energy. Su Xian tried some methods but the tiny silver box still did not show any signs of activity. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, then found a small cloth bag for holding jewelry to place the silver box inside, pulling the string tight and putting it in his own backpack. He originally considered returning this item to Yang Yang because even under mental energy scans, it still appeared as nothing more than an ordinary small round box. But upon weighing the matter, Su Xian decided to show it to Su Yan instead. Since his rebirth, Su Xian noticed his second brother had become very different, not just in manner but also in overall demeanor, giving off a feeling of complete unreadability. If not absolutely certain it was his second brother, Su Xian would have had good reason to suspect that someone had swapped places with him. Currently, including adults and children, there were 8 people in the convoy. Su Xian and his group carried plenty of items, but there wasn't much gasoline. It would be very difficult now to find gasoline on the road, so they began discussing whether they should only take one car. Although everyone could fit, it would be very cramped, and resting well at night wouldn't be possible. Su Xian naturally disapproved, as all crowding together would certainly inconvenience him greatly. Even without using space-related powers, Su Xian would feel uncomfortable. But this wasn't the time to act whimsically, so he didn't strongly oppose it. After all, gasoline is scarce these days anyway. Even if available, everyone tends to hoard it. Recently, the price of crystal cores has dropped due to the shortage of materials, although this benefits Su Xian since he can exchange surplus materials for more crystal cores, it also indicates that the purchasing power of the crystal cores in his possession has plummeted drastically. It won't be easy to exchange them for gasoline and food anymore. In the past few days, there has been constant unrest around the cars. The heavy rain caused the sea level to rise, combined with the rapid spread of oceanic creatures, causing several bases along the coast to fall. The Shanghai base has seen a number of refugees fleeing over, and with the numbers increasing continuously, the base is nearly saturated, thereby making food supplies increasingly strained. After that, Wan Qian didn't bring anyone over, as the high ground where Su Xian's group had chosen initially was advantageous. Finding a new location was tough, so things stayed quiet for now. But since Wan Qian isn't causing trouble, they are content with the respite. Su Xian understands why she doesn't come anymore. Not long ago, many more people died in the evolution experiments conducted by the Wan family. Using this as a pretext, and stirred up by others, the evolved individuals rioted. Adding to this, issues keep cropping up along the coastal regions, rising sea levels and the like. The official authorities of the base must surely be overwhelmed dealing with it all. Stranger still, despite no longer enduring incessant rain, dark clouds now cover the sky above the base, extending for hundreds of miles without a single ray of sunlight. The temperature remains within 20 to 30 degrees Celsius, a drop of about 10 degrees compared to before, making it more bearable. However, ominous news continues to spread from the coastal regions, creating an oppressive atmosphere akin to storm clouds hanging over everyone's heads. After the heavy rains, low-lying areas along the coast started flooding. Influenced by mutated marine creatures, only some military vessels remain usable, while submarines are utterly out of the question. Occasionally, these naval special forces units, teetering on the brink of death, manage to send back messages via telegraph. However, the fact that the sea level is rising visibly to the naked eye might just be the worst news this year. In reality, even though the land is currently riddled with dangers, humans still have some areas that are relatively safe. However, if the land were to be submerged by seawater, humanity's living space would drastically shrink. Moreover, in the face of unknown mutated marine creatures, humans may not necessarily have the upper hand. After all, even ordinary whales and sharks are typically more powerful than humans. Not to mention the vastness of the ocean and the countless unknown creatures it harbors. Su Xian was deeply concerned about this. For someone who had experienced the apocalypse, this situation felt eerily familiar. By the end of 2024, over 90% of the Earth's landmass would be submerged, leaving only 3 patches of land remaining, one of which included the area where the Tibet base was located. This was also the reason why he had insisted on heading to the Tibet base earlier. But at that time, the Tibet base wasn't completed yet, and the risks along the way were enormous. The national highways leading there had been destroyed before the apocalypse began, leaving foot travel as the only option, though obviously that wasn't feasible. Another alternative was waiting for the land to flood, then taking a boat to the Tibet base. This was the safest and most efficient method. Su Xian originally hadn't expected the meteorite to possess such immense energy. Had they not sought out the meteorite, perhaps they'd already be in the Tibet base by now. But those were merely assumptions. In reality, they needed to find a sufficiently safe ship, ensuring that they wouldn't suffer casualties during this flood disaster. A few days prior, Su Xian was still troubled by these issues when, unexpectedly, one of his older brother Su Ye's subordinates brought good news. It came as no surprise to Su Xian that a warship would come to the base to pick them up. Nevertheless, since they had adapted to life on land, in the future, as the situation worsened, they'd likely rely on large warships. Before departing, Su Yan had made thorough preparations, even securing a refuge for Su Xian in Su Hao. Unfortunately, it was within the inner city. Su Hao was probably hiding there now. After his team was absorbed by the official authorities of the base, Su Hao became essentially a commander without followers, with only a few of the old Su family loyalists still around him. On the matter of Wu Mingli, Su Hao's actions left the rest of the Su family with an unpleasant impression, indirectly causing a loss of trust among others. Of course, had the apocalypse not arrived, he would still have wielded considerable power and influence in Shanghai. Time is the most potent weapon. After more than 2 years, Su Xian no longer excessively dwelled on matters from his previous life, particularly regarding Su Hao. There was no way around it, since he was a member of the Su family and his own brother, Su Yi and Su Yan continued to treat him wholeheartedly, protecting him without fail. Based on this alone, there was no way Su Xian could act against Su Hao, unless Su Hao truly intended to bring about his demise. As for Wu Mingli, Su Xian recalled the person he had met before. Unsurprisingly, that individual was likely the mysterious man standing behind Wu Mingli, guiding her every move. After practicing the 9 palaces technique, Su Xian's mental strength had become remarkably acute, and his instincts even sharper. He harbored a deep uneasiness toward that enigmatic man, which was precisely why he hadn't fully confronted Wu Mingli until now. Perhaps someday, when he was strong enough, the answers to these puzzles would naturally reveal themselves. Turning his gaze toward the nearby villa, Su Xian's expression grew extremely complicated. Despite being ravaged by torrential rain and appearing dilapidated, the elegant villa stood firm. This place carried memories of Su Xian's childhood but had since been taken over by others. Even though he knew everything here would soon disappear, he couldn't help but care. After a night's rest, Su Xian began daydreaming again early the next morning. Not long after, Shuai and others returned from their morning expedition, each carrying 2 dripping wet large bags. Su Xian felt curious. What's in these? Xiao Wu grinned mischievously. Take a guess, 4th young master. Su Xian glanced at the vigorously moving bags and frowned slightly. You guys didn't go out fishing, did you? He knew that the recent rise in seawater levels, combined with rainfall, had significantly increased the water levels of rivers and lakes. There were some rivers and lakes near the base, so presumably these people were craving fresh meat and had gone fishing. Sure enough, Xiao Wu proudly displayed a bag full of large red shrimp. Su Xian frowned slightly upon seeing the adult-sized shrimp, nearly as big as an adult fist. Shrimp of this size were likely juveniles. Knowing the habits of shrimp, Su Xian felt uneasy about eating them. These weren't farmed shrimp but wild ones caught outside. Previously, there had been incidents involving people getting sick from eating shrimp, which was definitely not something to take lightly. Shuai was quite supportive. Don't worry, 4th young master. We've eaten plenty of mutated animals before, and nothing bad happened, right? The higher the grade, the better it is for our bodies. This is what makes humans unparalleled among all creatures. Being at the top of the food chain, they are willing to eat anything, even in these dire circumstances. Before Su Xian could respond, Shuai called out to Su Guizhu and the others to start cooking. Su Xian noticed their eager expressions but felt somewhat uneasy about it. Though he too indulged in cravings from time to time, his diet had been well provided for lately, with no lack of grease or strong flavors, so he wasn't particularly fazed by this sudden availability. For those who hadn't tasted meat for months, though, this was truly a great temptation. Perhaps fearing that Su Xian would reject the fruits of their hard-earned efforts, Shuai rarely disregarded Su Xian's opinions this time and carried another sack, filled with large fish as long as an arm, into the tent. Seeing this, Su Xian could only take a bucket of mineral water containing spatial water and carry it over. Though they'd eaten mutated animals before, Su Xian assumed it was the spatial water he had secretly added that removed harmful substances from the mutated animals' bodies. The reason he said this was because he knew clearly that these kinds of mutated flora and fauna were harmful to humans in the life before his rebirth. While short-term effects weren't obvious, there would definitely be symptoms in the long run. Su Guizhu's cooking skills were not bad, and there were plenty of ingredients prepared in the car. Since most of the people present had participated in the aquatic salvage operation, using these ingredients wouldn't make anyone overly envious. Therefore, they simply made a large amount of various dishes. Garlic pepper prawns, stir-fried river shrimp, golden tail shrimp, crispy fried river shrimp, cheese-baked shrimp, shrimp tofu, and crescent shrimp dumplings. Without going into details, the wonton noodles and crystal shrimp dumplings favored by Xiao Wu and Shui Lei were made just barely. Regardless of how delicious the food was, these dishes at least felt familiar to them. Having lived in Shanghai for so many years, naturally they dreamed of one day returning home in glory. Unfortunately, this lifelong wish was doomed to remain unfulfilled. But for those now struggling on the brink of survival, perhaps this no longer mattered. Chapter 37. Near the base was an artificial river that had been built before the end of the world. The scale of the project was enormous, taking 1.5 years to complete, just barely in time. This artificial river stretched from east to west. It's worth noting that water transportation is far more efficient than land transport in terms of both cargo capacity and speed. However, this project was originally not included in the national plan. Later, after some internal negotiations, the project finally began implementation at the beginning of last year. Since his rebirth, many things have changed, but Su Xian isn't afraid. He is surprised, though. He has gradually come to understand the reasons behind these changes. Because of this, with every step he takes, he must carefully deliberate and act cautiously. The Demon City base was gradually built after the apocalypse. After over a year of city defense battles, many of the facilities within the base are overwhelmed. Coupled with the inappropriate management policies of the Wan family, class conflicts within the base have become increasingly severe. Other bases might balance market prices for the sake of long-term development, but the Wan family wants to keep all the benefits for themselves. At present, the energy cores harvested from expeditions include not only zombies but also mutated animals and plants, which are already enough for the Wan family's needs, yet resources remain scarce. Unfortunately, while the base has a power plant, the daily electricity output is limited, and only a small portion is used for preserving supplies. At present, the Wan family is almost entirely focused on evolving individuals and evolution agents. Having evolved individuals is equivalent to possessing an invincible army. With such forces, obtaining energy cores and resources would be easy. Unconcerned about consequences, the Wan family continuously cultivates experimental evolved humans, completely disrupting market balance. Of course, the Wan family believes that as long as they control the base and the key to evolution agents, they can continue to act arrogantly. Unfortunately, this year's temperatures are even more abnormal than last year's. First came the continuous torrential rains, followed by days of high temperatures reaching 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. Although space satellites have been destroyed by meteors, humanity still has various means of monitoring. Through sea, land, and air tests, it has been confirmed that the sea level is rising. The Demon City base, located on the first tier, will inevitably be flooded sooner or later. Such news hasn't been concealed, or rather, it cannot be concealed. Refugees fleeing from southern bases couldn't possibly keep silent, especially with recent changes around the base. Those who pay attention can easily perceive the problem. Not needing to prepare ample gasoline for the journey is indeed good news for Su Xian and his companions. However, how to take the weapons left in Nanshan became another significant issue. After much deliberation among Su Jin and others, Su Jin finally decided, we only need to take the important ones. We shouldn't let these items become our burdens. The others didn't oppose him. They fully understood their current situation. Moreover, being military veterans, they know how to prioritize. Sometimes sacrifices and abandonments are necessary. In the end, they decided to select a small portion of suitable weapons, leaving the rest behind. While the others were ready to give up, Su Xian hesitated. Even though he knows better and more powerful weapons will be developed in the future, these weapons represent their hard-earned wealth. Everyone else in the base is busy scrambling for boat tickets, as even the warships have limited slots available. To minimize risks, a large number of people may be left behind. Su Xian and his group don't need to worry too much, but others aren't so fortunate. Although after that, Wan Qian occasionally sent people to cause trouble, these days have largely become peaceful. The two children behave extremely cautiously. Yang Yang is clever and quick-witted, whereas Yuan Yuan is overly introverted. At least in Su Xian's view, apart from constantly sticking with her brother in daily life, the little girl tends to daydream, rarely communicating with them unless absolutely necessary, in which case Yang Yang usually conveys the message. The young girl has improved somewhat after days of recuperation, no longer as gloomy and reclusive as before, thanks partly to Yang Yang's guidance. Of course, regarding these two special children, even Su Xian doesn't quite know how to communicate with them, so he just maintains a calm mindset. Daily life is handled by Xiao Wu. Since the arrival of these two children, they've gradually improved their meals. Space water can't be used frequently, but the stored food from before poses no problems. There is a cultivation base in the base, so vegetables and fruits are easier to obtain, although meat remains more troublesome. Water usage isn't as strained as it was previously. The base has water purification equipment, so drinking water remains scarce, but the other daily uses are manageable. What people are more concerned about is the virus from the previous rumors of polar ice. After the polar glaciers melt, this virus may resurrect and spread through various channels, even the air. However, so far, apart from the excessively active meteorite virus in rivers and lakes, there has been no other virus that poses a fatal threat to humans. Su Jin was not comfortable using this water directly, but it was even less realistic for Su Xian to take out water from his space for use. The most important reason being that the price of outside water is too high. They couldn't afford the huge expense of using bottled drinking water as daily use water. Fortunately, they had all taken the agent left by Su Yan, and their bodies had developed unknown antibodies which could provide some resistance against threatening viruses to the body. Under such conditions, even Su Jin can't think of a better solution. As night fell, the surroundings began to quiet down. The news of the arrival of the warship had already been passed around, and many people were restless with anticipation. After convincing the two children to fall asleep, Xiao Wu got into the car with Su Xian and Su Jin. A few of them gathered together, their expressions somewhat serious. The warship belonged to the upper government, though this obvious fact wasn't something everyone could see through. There were even more who wanted to possess this powerful weapon. Shui Lei sneered, does the Wan family really think the whole country belongs to them? Do they really think controlling the evolution agent makes them rich enough to rival a nation? Even if he were truly wealthy enough to rival a nation, Shui Lei wouldn't envy him half a bit. Instead, he thought he was inviting death. Accumulating wealth to this degree meant one thing, waiting to be robbed blind. Xiao Wu scratched his head, they actually want to take away over half of the evolved individuals. It seems like the Wan family doesn't understand what this means. Su Xian's lips curled upwards, a glint of light in his eyes. Nowadays, the evolved individuals are wild horses that have broken free of their reins. The Wan family controls them via the evolution agent. Once the main venue changes, do you think they will still rule unchallenged? Even if the Wan family continued to indulge in this foolish dream, other families would not agree. Shanghai has always been the ultimate stage for the major families' contests. Here, powerful families were never in short supply. Su Jin was quite calm. The Wan family has been the sole dominant power for too long, inevitably being held too highly, forgetting their place and surrounding environment. However, they will soon wake up. His words hinted at something more. Shui Lei grinned mischievously, that's true. No matter how good Shanghai is, ultimately, it's not the main venue for the Noah's Ark plan. Mentioning the Noah's Ark plan made Su Xian curious. I've forgotten to ask, but you seem to know quite a lot about this plan. Shui Lei rolled his eyes, how can we not know? Fourth Master, you just don't inquire about company affairs, hence you're unaware. Several years ago, the company was entrusted by superiors to transport a large batch of supplies to the west. Initially, we thought it was disaster relief supplies for freezing disasters, but later we realized it was wrong. This should have been the military's responsibility, but Su Jin's identity was different. As the personal bodyguard of the fourth young master of the Su family, he had an identity vastly different from commoners. Of course, the most important factor was the decision of Su Yi and Su Yan. This indirectly dragged Su Jin into it, and the Noah's Ark plan wasn't accepted by all personnel initially. Everyone had their own calculations. Even though natural disasters occurred more frequently around the world back then, very few people were willing to believe it was a precursor to the end of the world. Thoughts swirled in Su Xian's mind, so those higher-ups foresaw the worst scenario a long time ago and started building shelters. Shui Lei nodded, exactly, but even then, very few of us thought the situation would escalate to this extent. Xiao Wu couldn't help but sigh, it's almost like they knew the future. The proposer of this plan could be considered the savior of humanity. Su Xian did not speak further, instead turning to Su Jin and saying, let's seize the opportunity these next few days to retrieve the items we need to take. Then accompany me to inner city once more. These two children couldn't be left without supervision, specifically they couldn't be separated from Xiao Wu. Yang Yang might still be easy to handle, able to occasionally exchange a few words with Su Xian and others, but Yuan was impossible. Thus, on the second day, it was still Xiao Wu, Wang Hai, and Su Guizhu staying home. The other three set out under the pretext of completing a task outside the city and left the base for the Southern Mountain Treasure Repository. This National Treasure Repository hadn't been fully put into use yet. The items stored inside were not numerous. There were no signs of any invasion from external sources. But the mutated plants grew excessively lush. The mountain area originally barren due to mudslides and landslides triggered by torrential rains had already restored its verdant vitality. Su Xian's mental energy swept across the area, causing him to frown slightly. The mutated plants around the base are growing way too well. Su Jin agreed, nodding, possibly due to mutual influence under companion conditions where the base is here. Su Xian didn't think it was due to any symbiotic factor, because he could not imagine what beneficial feedback humanity could provide to nature. On the contrary, even in the apocalypse, humans were still able to plunder everything they wanted from nature. Shui Lei wasn't entirely in agreement with Su Xian's thoughts, thinking he was too pessimistic. Su Xian always looked at the world and humanity from an overly high standpoint, and his thoughts were overly one-sided and negative. However, debating these issues right now made no sense. In Shuelei's opinion, the urgent task was to retrieve the weapons that had been stored in the treasure vault earlier. The fingerprint and iris recognition systems previously set up were still functional, and the independent power supply inside the vault was also still operational. The main reason was that the overall electricity consumption here was relatively low. Later, adjustments were made to redistribute the power usage, and the main power source was basically supplying a few warehouses where items were stored. Although the National Treasure Vault built by hollowing out the entire southern mountain covered a large area, many of its warehouses were still unused and had not been put into service. This time around, the backup power source wouldn't have much charge left. In the future, unless this area was reclaimed by the base, it would be considered basically abandoned. Su Xian and others inspected the supplies stored in the warehouse. Weapons, food, and gasoline were all there. Both gasoline and food were definitely going to be taken. Food would be kept for their use, while gasoline could be traded for other resources. As for the weapons, only a small portion of the essential ones could be carried away. The 3 vehicles originally left here couldn't be taken either. It was already difficult enough for them to secure boarding slots on the ship. Bringing cars along was impossible, let alone the fact that they had 2 children with them. Su Xian then went to check other warehouses storing ancient artifacts. He was surprised to find signs of tampering everywhere, as if someone had searched here hurriedly for something. He informed Su Jin about this matter, who then wore a solemn expression. It's lucky that the supplies in the warehouses weren't stolen. If anyone else could get in here. Su Xian felt regret for the ancient books here, understanding that these items represented the essence of human civilization's wisdom, priceless treasures. If it weren't for the concern of being exposed, Su Xian would have taken them all. Of course, in the end, he only selected a small portion that he deemed particularly important. With his mental energy, Su Xian could differentiate between items that held significant value to him. Given the nation's long history, anything might turn out to be some wondrous artifact he didn't yet know about, so they couldn't be easily overlooked. After leaving the treasure vault, Su Xian couldn't help but look back. Turning to Su Jin, he said, I don't see any trace of the entrance being opened, and there's such a thick layer of dust. It doesn't seem like anyone has been inside. While helping Shuelei count the supplies, Su Jin glanced over distractedly and asked, are you saying? Su Xian nodded, the only ones interested in these items are probably those people. Since the southern mountain was close to the base, although the roads weren't easy to navigate, the group stopped nearby for lunch when it was mealtime. Close by lay a vast peach orchard. Mutated peaches hung heavily from the branches, and the sweet aroma wafted through the air from far away. Unable to resist temptation, Shuelei wondered aloud, did they grow peaches around here before? It wasn't strange why he was surprised, such a vast peach orchard would have required numerous seeds initially. From what they deduced, this must have been a peach garden even before the apocalypse began. Su Xian wasn't familiar with the layout near the capital city, so he stayed silent instead, casually picking a peach to throw into his space to feed a nest of white mice at the bamboo building. After eating, the mice merely seemed more excited than before without any adverse reactions. Encouraged by this, Su Xian picked another to taste but was stopped mid-action by Su Jin. Su Jin naturally wouldn't allow Su Xian to eat strange mutated fruits, regardless of the test done on the white mice. As the two argued, a sudden exclamation came from Shuelei far away. Upon hearing it, Su Xian and Su Jin quickly rushed over, finding him happily devouring a green-colored peach. Chapter 38. Seeing this, both Su Xian and Su Jin were greatly startled, realizing it was too late to stop Shuelei. What is going on? Su Xian couldn't figure it out. Shuelei was a disciplined man, especially with military training. His inability to control himself, willing to risk his safety just to eat an unripe-looking green peach, was very suspicious indeed. Just as Su Xian pondered this, Su Jin stepped forward to intervene, but Shuelei had already shoved the remaining peach slices into his mouth faster than expected. Enraged, Su Jin exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Shuelei." His voice boomed like thunder directly beside his ears. Realizing his mistake, Shuelei snapped out of it, noticing that his mouth was stuffed full of peach pulp, dripping juice that had stained his clothes. Yuck yuck yuck. Hastily, Shuelei spit out the sour peach flesh, grimacing repeatedly. Su Xian could only sigh helplessly with a smile as he saw that Shuelei still appeared energetic and healthy, appearing to have no issues, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Are you feeling alright now?" Shuelei looked puzzled. "What exactly happened just now?" Su Jin frowned deeply, his expression grave. "You were like someone possessed, desperately eating an unripe peach. Do you think you can throw up what you've eaten already?" Upon hearing this, Shuelei was alarmed and attempted to vomit the contents back, but it seemed to have no effect. Seeing how uncomfortable he was, Su Xian couldn't help but say, "Never mind. It's just a peach, there shouldn't be any serious problems. If things get worse, we do have antidotes." Su Xian had conducted experiments earlier using spatial water and found that overly active alienated meteorite viruses could be purified by it, ensuring minimal threat to humans, though this wasn't foolproof either. Su Jin patted his back and helped Shuelei get up, looking at the mess on the ground. Among the fruit pulp, something appeared to be glowing faintly. Su Jin grabbed water and gloves from the car, handing the mineral water to Shuelei. Wearing the gloves himself, he carefully picked out the unknown object amidst the debris. When Su Xian saw this, he asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Su Jin rinsed the hard piece in his hand with clear water. After taking a closer look, they realized it was a crystalline structure resembling a core crystal. "What is this thing?" Su Xian took it over for a detailed inspection and cautiously probed it with his mental energy. The next moment, an intense stinging sensation surged through him, causing Su Xian's face to pale as he swayed slightly. Su Jin, who had been watching him closely all along, firmly held him up. "What's wrong?" Su Jin anxiously inspected his body with his own mental energy. Although Su Jin's mental energy level was not as high as Su Xian's, the latter trusted him completely and didn't erect any barriers. Thus, Su Jin managed to check smoothly around. The result showed that Su Xian's mental energy had merely suffered some external impact, leading to its weakening and depletion. Su Xian's heart raced wildly. This crystal was unlike common mutant beast cores, giving off an ominous attraction while easily devouring surrounding spiritual energy nearby, akin to a black hole. Looking at each other, both men felt at a loss. At this point, Shuelei had already recovered. Seeing that Su Xian was injured due to investigating the strange item, he too became uneasy. Space water proved beneficial to Su Xian. Ultimately, he consumed half a bottle of the spring water and gradually recovered. After much ado, their lunch ended up being a quick meal of basic food. In front of a large expanse of tempting peach orchards, none dared try the fruits anymore. Shuelei sighed, "I probably won't make it, will I?" He was a little scared, unable to recall clearly what had happened, as if he had been hypnotized. Su Xian consoled him, "Don't worry. Those calamitous ones always survive for millennia. It's still way too early for your time to come." Shuelei gave him a glare, "I haven't even found myself a wife yet, so there's no way I'll die so easily." This caused Su Xian to laugh, saying, "I thought you'd start spouting grand aspirations or heroic declarations. You're still stuck on military bro talk." Shuelei detected a slight insult in his words and protested, "We are nothing like you, Lord Fourth, born into luxury, wanting for no beautiful women. Plus, in the army, even mosquitoes don't visit let alone anything else, so isn't it natural to have those thoughts every day?" Su Xian questioned, "Then why didn't you find anyone after you came out?" This sparked Shuelei's interest. In the previous society, things weren't right. When Su brother went out, the crowd would always surround us with beautiful women, big chests and long legs galore. Having sex with them might feel good, but it was just average overall, and I was worried about catching something dirty. We soldiers aren't like you civilians indulging in leisure. We were indoctrinated heavily then and stayed away from university students and models, refusing anything tainted. Didn't my family once have a distant relative who chose a middle school girl to play with? Later, when this news leaked, people came knocking on the door. In the end, Flawless Family stepped in to smooth things over, and we were involved in that matter. Su Xian furrowed his brows. He originally said it casually, never expecting it would bring up such a topic. Su Xian rarely got directly involved in the affairs of the Su family. First, he thought these matters didn't need his attention, and because he tended to overthink, he didn't want to seek unnecessary troubles for himself. Second, the Su family often intentionally or unintentionally shielded him from such secrets, not wishing Su Xian to be contaminated by them. Among a group of official and wealthy second-generation elites, Su Xian was quite different, an introverted man who cared little about ambitions. But compared to those troublemakers constantly seeking excitement, he was far superior. At least his family wouldn't worry about explosive scandals surfacing in headlines. Su Xian had always been indifferent towards women. To be honest, he had a bit of psychological cleanliness obsession. He was also too picky and overly idealistic, which made him look down on the ordinary beauties surrounding him. His union with Su Jin was completely as spiritual partners supporting each other, without any physical exchanges. In other words, Su Xian's demand for such desires wasn't strong. In fact, he would consciously or unconsciously suppress them. This wasn't just due to uneasiness about the surroundings but also reflected uncertainty about the future. Fortunately, Su Jin didn't mind this. He genuinely loved Su Xian. Although he naturally had some desires, he would never manifest them, forcing Su Xian into any pressure in that aspect. Whether Su Xian noticed this or not was something between the two of them. After the incident with the green peaches, all three had lost their appetites and only hastily ate a little food. Shuelei and Su Xian were preparing to leave after tidying up the things, when Su Jin, who had disappeared for a while, returned with some small items. Seeing him carrying a few green peaches and ripe pink peaches, another bag contained peach stones resembling crystal cores. They had studied before that such things only existed in green peaches, the ones inside pink peaches were ordinary peach stones. These peaches were half the size of green peaches and much closer to regular peaches though still somewhat larger than normal ones. The green peaches were much bigger compared to already matured mutated peaches and bore crystals within. Strange as it was, Su Jin decided to take some back for research. Su Xian looked around, there weren't many green peaches. Su Xian simply picked them all, packed them neatly in an organizing box, stored them in space as experimental samples. He couldn't quite understand Su Jin's thoughts. Originally somewhat concerned about Shuelei, upon seeing the crystal cores and fruit stones, his attention was instantly diverted as if drawn by some magnetic force where he heard nothing else. Luckily, he quickly recovered and urged Su Xian and Xue Lei to leave promptly. It wasn't until they got in the car that Su Xian dared to speak. What happened to you? Su Jin. The latter shook his foggy head helplessly and smiled wryly. I probably got affected too. With these words, the atmosphere in the car became serious immediately. Su Jin continued, don't worry, it's not the first time. The grade of this variant plant shouldn't be too high. Our experience is still too limited, those peach blossoms have hallucinatory abilities, and the green peaches are likely fully matured. It's inevitable to succumb to their effects. Su Xian didn't quite believe it. I've seen a lot of mutated plants. In principle, if these are fully matured plant nuclei, could they possibly bear so much? Su Jin acted as if everything was fine, joking, maybe the IQ of plants isn't necessarily very high either. Su Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. I still think this thing isn't a nucleus. There's only 1 or 2 green peaches on a tree, this doesn't conform to the general growth pattern of mutated plants. Xue Lei interjected, in the world we're living in now, can you still judge by rules? Su Xian affirmed, of course, all things in the world follow certain patterns. It's just that after the Great Transformation, everything has changed too fast and thoroughly, leaving us bewildered. Su Jin nodded, gazing ahead and patting his fluffy head with a free hand, that's enough, don't overthink it. Leave these things to second young master to worry about. According to the original plan, within a month they could reach the Tibet base. It wasn't that Su Jin intentionally wanted to shirk responsibility, he knew Su Xian very well. Su Xian was undoubtedly the person who feared trouble most, period. For all this time, Su Xian had endured roughing it outdoors with them despite having excellent conditions, gritting his teeth and following him through hardships. Su Jin really felt for him. Since staying long-term in the Shanghai base was impossible, they still needed to find a relatively safer place. At least, there was second young master taking care of things at the Tibet base, ensuring that Su Xian wouldn't suffer unnecessarily. As previously discussed, the warship would pass through the man-made river, exactly at the south gate of the base. The trio, according to their prior arrangements, deposited supplies at the storage location of a business close to the south gate. This business was also under Yi Han's name, a family enterprise. After the apocalypse, the Yi family seized the opportunity to amass considerable capital, laying a substantial foundation in the Shanghai base. No wonder they didn't want to leave. With such assets even amidst the apocalypse, abandoning them would indeed be a pity. The peaches brought back by Su Jin made everyone salivate. 2 children were rare in showing a yearning look. Xue Lei said helplessly, be good kids. This peach is strange. I fell for its trick earlier, fortunately it wasn't poisonous, otherwise it would have been bad. Yang Yang was very excited, raising his face and smiling, Uncle must have eaten a fruit that promoted evolution. These mature mutant fruits should have no issues. Su Xian was startled upon hearing this and hastily asked, Yang Yang, can you tell if these fruits have any issues? Yang Yang nodded, good fruits can be eaten by Yang Yang and sister. Evolutionary fruits are powerful, Yang Yang doesn't dare to eat them. Mutations? Evolution? Su Xian felt as if he had touched on a key insight, but little Five was still very worried. In the end, Su Jin made the final decision, since Yang Yang thinks there's no problem, let him eat it. I think with his body, he should already have developed antibodies to the virus, so there shouldn't be much of an issue. Xue Lei had already been a guinea pig before, up until now, more than 4 hours had passed and he still showed no abnormal changes, which meant those fruits probably didn't have any significant problems. With Su Jin's approval, little Five distributed the fruits among the 2 children. The mature pink peaches were extremely tempting. For them, who hadn't had fruit for a long time, it was quite a great temptation. Seeing how happy the 2 children were eating, Su Xian couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Here, he lacked nothing, and they also weren't short of food, but recently he rarely entered the space dimension, so his eating and living conditions were the same as theirs. Even he found it hard to bear, let alone the 2 children who had suffered all along. Yet he couldn't overtly bring out things for them either. These 2 children were not ordinary, in terms of their mental abilities, they might even surpass him. In the evening, Su Xian and Su Jin went together to the inner city. Perhaps the news that the rising sea level might flood the magic capital base had already spread, and the inner city was no longer as prosperous as before, it looked somewhat desolate now. Su Xian skillfully exchanged food for several ancient swords, mostly incredibly sharp daggers, along with a few long swords thrown in as a bonus. After all, such items were not easy to carry, and the daggers could only be used for self-defense. As the new era dawned, the arms revolution had also begun. The use of laser guns was almost everywhere. Thankfully, these things were costly and consumables, thus controlled in circulation. If they weren't, it would have created quite some trouble. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man called Ghost Uncle. He had a deep scar running across his face, looking rather intimidating. It was said that he had been sprayed by the venom of a mutated plant, luckily being saved just in time or else he would have certainly died. Although Su Xian wasn't a regular customer here, Ghost Uncle recognized him and each time greeted him warmly, and this occasion was no exception. Su Xian didn't waste many pleasantries, I came this time to inquire about my third brother's recent situation. Previously, the person responsible for contacting Su Hao had told Su Xian that he encountered some trouble. To be honest, given Su Hao's character, offending people was normal, plus there was a Wu Mingli secretly plotting behind the scenes, trouble was inevitable. Of course, Su Xian did indeed want to know about Su Hao's recent situation, but more importantly, it was for the mysterious person. Before he was reborn, that individual had always manipulated Su Hao and Wu Mingli to work for him. Although now Wu Mingli and Su Hao had been separated through his plans, it seemed Wu Mingli was still tied to that person. He didn't know if Su Hao had reconnected with him yet. When he brought up Su Hao, putting down a small box of soft-packed Zhonghua cigarettes, Ghost Uncle's initially ferocious face instantly broke into a smile. Master 4 is too polite. You need only command a word if you wish to learn these matters, there's no need for you to come personally. Su Xian smiled without reply, at which point Ghost Uncle put away his flattering expression and seriously said, there's not much I know about Third Master, these days the inner city isn't peaceful, and you understand that. The place where Third Master resides has always been Second Master's club. The base authority has many grievances about it, but because of Second Master's reputation, they don't dare do much against Third Master. That meant he was still leading a pretty leisurely life. Though Su Xian deeply doubted that the Myriad family dared not easily move against Su Hao due to Su Yan's face, he didn't probe deeper. Does he still lead teams on missions? Ghost Uncle shook his head, how could he? Nowadays the dangers outside have significantly increased compared to before. Without sufficient evolution elixirs, generally only those selected by the base for experiments would dare to take on such tasks unless one is utterly desperate. You also know that Third Master is someone who wouldn't suffer a loss. Although his current power isn't what it used to be, thanks to the foundation laid by Second Master, it wouldn't be too bad either. Su Xian nodded, then asked again, hasn't the Myriad family made a move on the club? That place was after all Su Yan's lab. There were no walls that didn't let wind pass through, the Myriad family couldn't possibly hear nothing. Once they knew, they'd dig up heaven and earth to try to grasp Su Yan's club within their hands. Ghost Uncle sneered, the Myriad family has of course tried, and Third Master, being practically isolated now, certainly cannot risk a direct confrontation. Although the Myriad family successfully entered the club, they gained nothing from it and thus let go of Third Master easily. Hearing this, Su Xian frowned, he knows when to act wisely. Seemingly catching the displeasure in his tone, Ghost Uncle glanced at the silently standing Su Jin beside him and instinctively tried to appease with a smile, these days, everyone's just scraping by, trying hard to keep alive. Who has the time to quibble over such matters? Su Xian didn't want to hear his excuses, so he simply pulled out a photo from his bag, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Ghost Uncle. Have you ever seen this person? Ghost Uncle looked closely, studying it for quite a while before hesitantly responding, I think I've seen him somewhere, but I don't have any clear memory. It wasn't surprising that he was vague, aside from wearing black clothes, the man in the picture appeared like an ordinary passerby, though his features leaned toward the effeminate side. However, his dark eyes carried an eerie killing intent that made people shiver. Su Xian naturally didn't expect Ghost Uncle to bring him much surprise, but he couldn't help feeling disappointed all the same. He sighed helplessly, just be on the lookout. Try to gather more information if you see this person. Of course, even if we head to the Tibet base, our deal will still hold. Upon hearing this, Ghost Uncle's face lit up with delight. He fully understood Su Xian's generosity. This wealthy young master had always been well off, and if things were handled properly, there would definitely be benefits for him. Not to mention that all key figures of the Magic Capital base were about to board ships and head to the Tibet base, which was considered the nation's secure rear area and absolutely safe ground. Ghost Uncle could hardly wait to claim the lavish rewards that made his mouth water. After leaving Ghost Uncle's domain, Su Jin turned to Su Xian and asked, why bother investigating Third Young Master's situation? Su Xian smiled faintly, he is my brother after all, I can't just abandon him like that, otherwise, how could I possibly explain myself to eldest brother and second brother? Su Jin looked at him, if you really dislike it, you need not do it. Push the responsibility onto me. Su Xian became slightly irked, how did it come to this? Though I might be reluctant, it's not as if I would let him cost me my right arm or left leg. Do you really fail to understand how important you are to me? The air momentarily froze, and the temperature seemed to rise several degrees under Su Jin's piercing gaze. Feeling awkward, Su Xian subconsciously touched his nose, pretending to act tough. What are you looking at? Su Jin remained expressionless, yet his eyes radiated a tenderness that almost instantly drowned Su Xian. Involuntarily, Su Xian turned away, unable to continue meeting his gaze. Although the inner city had become significantly desolate, one could still find plenty of valuable pre-catastrophe items here. Su Xian, having previously run a luxury goods company, was very familiar with many of these products. He intentionally and unintentionally gathered these goods, whose current value had dropped somewhat, planning to sell them in the future for greater profit. Before his rebirth, Su Xian had also lived in the Tibet base for some time. It was the paradise of countless elites, as long as you possessed resources, you could indulge yourself there, trading for everything you desired. Even if those items were only superficial luxuries, there were still countless people eager to acquire them, showcasing a society characterized by decadence and opulence. Su Xian wouldn't feel an ounce of sympathy for those who indulged in pleasure while ignoring danger, instead, he'd encourage such behavior. Don't blame him for being cold-blooded. By then, usable resources worldwide would continuously dwindle, making access much harder. Even one additional survivor would pose an enormous burden to all the living. At large trading hubs, luxury watches, designer handbags, jewelry, perfumes, cosmetics, brand-name clothing, leather goods, glasses, famous pens, and others could be purchased wholesale in bulk for merely a small amount of compressed food. With Su Jin's help, Su Xian successfully interfered with the memories of merchants dealing with him using mental power, storing case after case of spoils in a temporarily rented warehouse before tucking them away safely. Of course, beyond those items, cigarettes, premium alcohol, tea, cigars, and others were now the most sought-after commodities. The upper class, lacking no food, still pursued a life of high-end extravagance. Therefore, during this trip, Su Xian also traded some cigarettes and tea. He had ample stock, and exchanging them for such luxuries and valuables was quite appropriate. Whether it was to reduce pressure on food supply in the market or recycle these originally high-value-added items, it could be considered a win-win move. Many people harbored the idea of liquidating their inventory since they wouldn't be able to carry much stuff aboard the ships anyway. Government personnel could perhaps make exceptions, but regular folks definitely couldn't. Instead of letting their goods benefit unknown buyers, it was better to trade for more food. Aside from all this, Su Xian mainly focused on collecting various crystal cores and precious jewels and metals. He knew these items would be immensely useful in the future, so he certainly shouldn't miss such an excellent opportunity. It was only due to Xian Xian's immensely powerful mental force, supplemented by the unique skill from Nine Palaces formula, that he avoided being immediately caught if someone were investigating him. That day, Xian Xian and Jin Su remained busy until late at night before heading back. Apart from some clothing for the two children, Xian Xian also prepared a few donuts as breakfast for them. Although everyone was curious about how Xian Xian managed to bring back perishable food like donuts, they didn't ask much. They all understood the concept of unknown capabilities beyond their own. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't either, especially not for privileged classes where nothing is impossible. Xian Xian took delight in having one reason that would take him everywhere but sighed inwardly out of helplessness. Yet, watching the two kids happily eat their donuts, colorful chocolate sauce unintentionally smearing on their little faces, made them smile contentedly. Xian Xian accepted a donut handed over by Yang Yang, bit into it, and the crisp chocolate crust melted in his mouth, the sweet sugar frost giving him an indescribable sense of happiness. After sharing a whole box of donuts, Wu brought the two kids down for cleaning. Jin Su approached Xian Xian, seeing him gaze toward a distant villa, trembling inside momentarily before offering reassurance, "We will have a new home again." Xian Xian snapped back to reality. With a gentle look in his eyes, he curved his lips, nodded strongly, "Definitely, our future will surely be good." Chapter 39. For someone who usually didn't enjoy sweets like shuelei, these donuts had become rare delicacies since now only the top tiers could afford such treats. Whether it was the sweet, crispy chocolate shell on the outside or the soft bread center within, sprinkled with granulated sugar or chocolate bits, they offered unforgettable flavors after so long without snacks. For the two children, intricately designed donuts, with colorful chocolate-covered exteriors, became a visual feast. Yaya even hesitated to devour her pink heart-shaped donut. In the end, Wu coaxed her to eat it. Even though they looked great, this wouldn't change the fact that donuts couldn't be preserved for long. Leaving them untouched would result in spoilage. Of course, if mobile phones still held power, they could have taken pictures to preserve the moment, but these communication devices were now mostly useless. The military vessel had already arrived at the magic capital base days ago. However, because of House Wan, there were ongoing negotiations over the number of passengers allowed aboard. Officials of the base naturally qualified to board, let alone researchers who were exempt from questioning. But the evolved individuals nurtured by House Wan did not possess such qualifications. Alternatively, due to the large number of evolved individuals upsetting the military's plans, the military could not allow House Wan to bring everyone along. The Tibet base had been constructed early on, and internal factions' influence was relatively balanced. If House Wan brought these people across, the existing balance would inevitably be disrupted. Don't assume that more evolved individuals translate directly into greater chances for human survival. Humans are actually a considerable factor in why the current situation has become increasingly hopeless. House Wan, of course, lacks this self-awareness. They cannot act rashly, given the presence of numerous evolved individuals within the army and advanced weapons at hand. A fight for control of the ship would likely result in mutual destruction, with minimal gain for House Wan. Thus, other approaches must be utilized, mainly involving intimidation and temptation. The military, too, is worldly wise. Those familiar with House Wan know exactly how they've achieved success today. Moreover, with Su Yen stationed at the Tibet base, even if House Wan possessed extraordinary resources, the military wouldn't covet them, nor dare accept. Still, the relationship between the two shouldn't sour completely. Should House Wan act recklessly in desperation, consequences might turn irretrievable, so the military had no choice but to negotiate with House Wan to minimize foreseeable losses. Others wanting to board the military vessel would need to pay a substantial price. People like Shuelei, thanks to their military background and family Su's support, acquired boarding privileges rather easily. But it was different for the two children. Despite Yaya's special abilities and even Xian Xian managing to smuggle them aboard via mental interference, it wasn't an ideal solution. Unexpectedly, these children's future probably lies in the Tibet base. Covering up the truth means either living under false identities or requiring substantial efforts later on. Besides, walls won't last forever. Once discovered, danger could very well ensue for the two children. Therefore, the safest option was to follow the regular procedure, which would undoubtedly require paying a hefty boarding fee. Fortunately, the military had a certain degree of protective policy for infants and women. Highly educated individuals or elderly people working in hospitals, research institutes, etc., could also receive some preferential treatment. However, it was clear that the military did not accept just anyone. They only selected useful talents or reserved seeds of hope for the future. Useless waste would be abandoned without hesitation to avoid wasting food and space. After the boarding began, the riverside area became extremely lively and noisy. Countless people were for boarding quotas. However, the military was not one to be trifled with either. They patiently checked each individual, from identity verification to physical examinations. Only after confirming everything 2 days later would permission to board be granted. Such a commotion naturally attracted many mutated animals and zombies. However, the zombies around the base were mostly exterminated, leaving behind only relatively higher-tiered ones with outstanding strength. As for mutated animals, they were harder to kill. The laser guns used by the military were far more advanced than the official weapons of the Magic Capital base, representing cutting-edge technology. Ordinary mutated animals could be easily dealt with by striking vital spots, while stronger ones required intense battles. Su Xian and his group weren't rushing to board. They still needed to prepare. With nothing better to do, Su Xian spent most of his time observing the military personnel. After his mental force level advanced to grade 7, Su Xian now had an approximate standard and assessment for the strength of the surrounding crowd. The military members had fairly balanced power levels, likely due to unified training. Since these individuals were from the Tibet base, it was easy to guess who was in control. Su Xian felt a mix of excitement and unease about his predictions. He wasn't sure if Su Yan was also reborn like him or if he obtained some kind of game-changing advantage. However, upon further thought, as long as Su Yan didn't harm him or those close to him, even if he was indeed reborn or had other advantages, what difference would it make? Even Su Hao, he couldn't bring himself to act against. On the surface, he might rationalize it as not wanting to alert the enemy, but in reality, he genuinely couldn't go through with it. Su Yi and Su Yan cared about him and similarly valued Su Hao, their younger brother, despite his flaws. Su Hao was a member of the Su family and their sibling, a fact Su Xian couldn't ignore, something he had to admit and bear. Therefore, he secretly investigated Su Hao's situation, eager to know how he was doing, even if they couldn't get closer. But even if he didn't care about this, with Su Yan's strength, Su Hao would certainly not die anyway. Thinking of this, Su Xian wore a sarcastic expression. Perhaps if things were replayed, they would side with Su Hao again. However, he was no longer the parasite who could be manipulated at will. He now had the ability to control his own destiny. So Su Hao better not provoke him, because if he did, Su Xian would have a reason and excuse to suppress his desire to kill him. Otherwise, don't blame him for being cold-blooded and ruthless. Su Xian hesitated to pay a large sum of crystal cores as fare, so he secretly exchanged them for grain to offset the cost with the military. Because of Su Xian's identity, such lavish spending on his part seemed perfectly normal to others. These days, they had seen plenty of upper echelons squandering wealth and lower levels turning on each other. Of course, keeping the two children on board was impossible to hide entirely. However, neither Yang Yang nor Ye Ye had any relation to the Wan family. Dressed up as little gentlemen and ladies by Su Xian, the two kids looked charming and adorable, not at all like the bloodthirsty, berserk-infected mutants described by the Wans. As for the Wan family, they were too busy with other matters to bother finding the two children. The Wans wanted to take all their influence and assets away, but unfortunately, the warship wasn't owned by them, so there was no way it could be controlled according to their will. Abandoning a portion of their belongings felt to the Wan family as though they were cutting off pieces of their own hearts, causing unbearable pain. Of course, no matter how stingy and greedy the Wan family was, they weren't foolish enough to want money over their lives. In the end, the Wan still paid a significant amount of remuneration, carefully selecting the most outstanding batch of evolved individuals to take along. The majority of these evolved individuals were loners. The meteorite virus attack wiped out 9 out of 10 infected people from the start, meaning that currently, very few evolved individuals still have parents or family members. To prevent being burdened by those evolutionists bringing their families along, the Wan family specifically excluded them. Only a small number fit both conditions. Although the Wan family regretted the losses, the rewards earned by helping them made up somewhat for their loss of property. Xuelei was absolutely gleeful, though it was unclear what grievance he held against the Wan family, or perhaps it was simply that the Wans had always been tyrannical and accumulated enemies in every direction, alienating nearly everyone. With this excuse of the warship, second young master has just wiped out more than half of the Wan family's power. Even before reaching the Tibet base, the Wan family will no longer be able to hold their position as leaders. Xuelei, rarely so cheerful, pulled his prized cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag, then exhaled a ring of white smoke with a satisfied look on his face. Little Wu chimed in teasingly, the only reason the Wan family could dominate in the Magic Capital base was because second young master let them. Otherwise, with Wan Minghui's limited abilities, he wouldn't even be qualified to carry shoes for our fourth young master. And they'd dared to confiscate their villa, trying to bring the fourth young master inside the city as a hostage. It was practically inviting their own doom. Su Xian rolled his eyes at him, sighing, "All right, now that you hear about the Wan's misfortune, you're getting cocky again. 30 years on the eastern bank, 30 years on the western, let's wait and see." Little Wu frowned worriedly, asking hesitantly, "Do you mean the Wan family might rise again?" Su Xian paused thoughtfully for a moment. Before, the Wan family simply chose the wrong side. If it weren't for their powerful backing, they would have been brought down long ago. Now, although the Wan family doesn't have that same level of support, they do possess evolution agents. Even if these things come with serious side effects, they're currently a powerful weapon. What I'm worried about is the Wan family losing their heads over profit and creating a huge problem for humanity. This hit the nail on the head. Shuelei frowned tightly, obviously understanding this previously overlooked but highly concerning issue. That's indeed troubling. The evolution agent from the Wan family might come with endless consequences in the future, but there won't seem to be any immediate major issues in the short term. Things like mood swings could easily be blamed on other factors, so no one would pay too much attention. And production of evolution agents by second young master isn't easy, which makes it easy for the Wans to exploit loopholes. Little Wu became increasingly anxious. Then what should we do? We can't let the Wans continue being arrogant forever, right? If they were to get away with this, they'd definitely bully others in the Tibet base. What about Yang Yang and Ye? Those people are surely after them to use as subjects for experiments. That's why they've been so desperate to capture them. Even though the human experiments of the Wan family had already been disclosed, given that it was the end times, everyone had exhausted all their efforts just to survive, leaving no energy to care about these matters. Plus, the Wan family claimed that their evolution agents benefited all humanity. Su Yan couldn't mass-produce such agents due to technological limitations, meaning those who benefited were mostly close associates of his. Once Su Yan takes charge of the evolution agents, it would be impossible for an infinite amount of these side-effect-heavy drugs to flood the market. At that point, Su Yan would bear the full brunt of the collective dissatisfaction and hostility of humanity. From this perspective, they understood why Su Yan hadn't moved against the Wan family earlier but instead allowed them to remain until now. Essentially, the Wans had borne almost all of the hatred and pressure on behalf of Su Yan, allowing him to stay relatively under the radar and focus on his work without too much interference. Nevertheless, Little Wu's concerns weren't entirely groundless. Su Xian turned to Su Jin, whose expression remained calm. For now, keep an eye on these two kids and make sure they don't wander around recklessly. The Tibet base is also still integrating itself since it's another newly established base with many aspects still immature. For the time being, don't give second young master additional trouble. As the core of the Tibet base and even the art project, Su Yan was undoubtedly the sole figure. His decisions related to the life and death of the future of humanity. In comparison, all other interests or disputes paled in significance. Moreover, they believed solutions would naturally arise when needed. Little Wu was closest to the two children and thus worried most about their futures. Su Jin wasn't indifferent to the welfare of the two children, but he had broader considerations. He couldn't possibly prioritize the children above everything else. Su Xian nodded in agreement. These two kids are still young. Even if the base develops further, there won't likely be public educational facilities available anytime soon. So for now, we'll take care of these two kids ourselves, ensuring their safety first before planning anything else. Little Wu, consider our current situation. It's not the time to act rashly based on emotions. Little Wu wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very intelligent. It was just that his overwhelming concern for the two children had caused him to act blindly and impulsively. Su Xian understood this sentiment. After patiently explaining his reasoning, Little Wu felt reassured. At least he knew that Su Xian and the others had no intention of abandoning the two children. Since leaving the army, Little Wu had been working closely with Su Jin and his team, treating them as family. But circumstances had changed. Even blood relatives could turn hostile, let alone ordinary fraternal bonds or hierarchical relationships. As usual during these conversations, Su Jin methodically assigned various tasks to the others, making final preparations before boarding the ship. Once the door was closed, the two finally had some alone time. Su Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto Su Jin and rubbing his face against his chest a few times before finding the most comfortable position to lie in his embrace. Su Jin's eyes softened as he gently ran his fingers through Su Xian's slightly curly brown short hair. In the sunlight, the thick, fine strands shimmered with golden light, setting off his pale cheeks, closed eyes, and long lashes, just like an angel in slumber. Unable to resist, Su Jin leaned down to softly kiss Su Xian's hair tips. Even though it was just a minor movement, it still woke Su Xian from his light nap. His eyes snapped open, locking gazes with Su Jin. Then he reached up and wrapped his arms around Su Jin's neck, pulling him closer until their lips fully met. It was a sweetness that surpassed even ice cream, like the strawberry ice cream that Su Xian used to share with him, scoop by scoop, leaving no barriers between them, intimate and inseparable. Even though they would sometimes hide in their room, quietly sneaking tastes of a small box of homemade strawberry ice cream, the taste was far more delicious than any delicacy Su Jin had enjoyed afterward. That flavor remained etched deep in his memory, one that he often reminisced about. And at this moment, Su Jin tasted something even sweeter than that strawberry ice cream, something that truly made him addicted, unable to stop. His tongue felt both soft and sweet, and Su Jin was like a man under a spell, desperately seeking every bit of honey in his mouth. Between endless deep kisses, Su Jin held tightly onto his head and body, urging Su Xian to yield to his passion. Their lips and tongues intertwined, as Su Jin teased and nibbled mercilessly, only stopping when Su Xian fiercely resisted. Panting, Su Jin reluctantly pulled away, murmuring huskily into his ear, "What should we do? I'm still not satisfied." The look in his eyes was filled with seduction. In an instant, Su Xian's heart raced wildly. Chapter 40. Su Xian had remained silent all along, and Su Jin also knew this was already his bottom line. From childhood, Su Xian had been a rather introverted person. It wasn't easy for him to accept such a kind of feeling, let alone getting used to being physically close with others. Su Jin was fully aware that he was now the one whom Su Xian trusted most. Even if he really wanted to completely possess Su Xian, if only he could persist until the end, there would be a chance of victory sooner or later. But Su Jin didn't want to do it this way. Though emotion and desire were inseparable, he hoped to respect Su Xian's will more, instead of merely taking without consideration for his own thoughts. The sky above the Magic City base was gloomy, the sun unseen these days, yet the temperature was still around 30 degrees Celsius, with high humidity in the air, you could feel the moisture every time you took a breath. This feeling was not pleasant at all, being hot and damp made things uncomfortable. Occasionally, he could smuggle some ice out from the space. There was a solar generator inside the space, so the fridge could work normally. Besides, there was also a basement where cold drinks could be stored worry-free. However, those cold drinks he had previously saved, no matter how many, were limited in number, eating one meant one less. Moreover, Su Jin disliked him eating those things, calling them junk food. So Su Xian started squeezing fresh juice himself, adding small pieces of fruit into an ice tray before placing it in the fridge. Before long, sweet fruitsicles of moderate sugar level could be eaten. Su Xian's favorite were lemon and orange-flavored fruitsicles. The whole thing could melt quickly once placed in your mouth as your body temperature melted the frozen sickles instantly. The fruits produced in the space were deliciously juicy, and their juices contained high levels of sweetness, not like the juices outside that taste too bland. Lemons were not too sour, and when various fruit meats were bitten, they offered a very good texture, and combined with the spiritual spring water within the space, they simply created an extremely rare delicacy. With his poor constitution, even though the space was right at hand now, allowing him access to any food anytime, he still needed to restrain himself, especially given Su Jin's constant attention to his well-being. Ever since he obtained the space, Su Xian felt that he had become much more delicate compared to before the rebirth. If it was back then, even during the peak heat season, no matter how high the temperature got, he still had to endure it. Occasionally, Su Jin would try to get something to eat, but cold drinks were rare, even among the upper echelons of the base. Even though Su Xian was the favored youngest son of the Su family, he had never tasted these either. Most importantly, after the Great Calamity, he was almost insignificant, otherwise, he wouldn't have been abandoned to be left to his own devices in that place. Every time he thought about what happened before, Su Xian always harbored resentment. He couldn't help but resent, or even hate and seek revenge, which was already his limit. Or rather, deep down in his heart, he still harbored some hatred, just ignored by choice. Su Hao arrived at the designated location for the warship's landing on the morning of the day before departure. Although there were a few people with him, not a single woman was among them. There were rumors that Su Hao had been very intimate with the daughter of a senior official in the base recently. Judging by the situation now, things didn't seem to go far. As for Wu Mingli, although Su Xian had people keep track of her all along, he hadn't seen her anymore after that. Of course, Su Xian wouldn't naively think she would die easily. Knowing that someone was also with her, as long as they decided to investigate the Su family heirloom, they would surely meet again someday. Su Xian didn't want to see them again, but he wanted to figure out who that person was and why they were so sure that his white jade pendant was a storage treasure, or exactly what channels they used to find out about this matter. Su Xian had gone over this many times and even carefully recalled who appeared in his home during his childhood. Unfortunately, due to his personality, he didn't come into contact with many people, and fewer people had seen his white jade pendant. The Su family didn't place much importance on this piece of white jade pendant, only considering it as a common decorative item. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entrusted it to the young Su Xian at the time. Since he was just a child then, it was certainly possible that he might break the jade accidentally, but the Su family showed no concern about it. Besides, they were rich enough to consider it nothing special. There weren't many items passed down in the Su family, but it wasn't only this piece of jade either. Yet, the Su family as a whole didn't take much interest in these things, except that this jade pendant carried auspicious meanings, thus presented to Su Xian by his mother. During his childhood, because Su Xian's parents were overly attentive towards him, Su Hao bore a grudge and secretly bullied Su Xian in secret. Although each time ended with Su Hao reporting to their parents and being punished, there were still some things that Su Xian could not forget. Looking back now, Su Xian's parents were indeed overly kind to him at the time, to the extent that they neglected their other children. Su Yi and Su Yan were fine since they were already old enough then, but Su Hao was still young and naive, playful and innocent, naturally leading to feelings of jealousy and resentment when compared to Su Xian. Su Xian had not met with Su Hao, and if there happened to be an encounter, he would leave it for Su Jin and others to handle. All he needed to know was that Su Hao was still alive, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to give Su Yan and Su Yi an explanation. Upon reflection, it also made sense. With someone like Su Jin who grew up alongside Su Xian and was very reliable guarding him, in addition to Shui Lei and the rest, Su Xian was naturally quite safe. But Su Hao was different. He didn't have anyone like Su Jin by his side, even the subordinates he once cultivated had almost all left him. In fact, Su Yi had previously planned for Su Xian and Su Hao to be together so Su Jin could protect them both, making sure nothing would happen to the two younger brothers. But Su Yan saw things clearly. He knew that although Su Xian and Su Hao might not be sworn enemies, they certainly were like oil and water. Putting them together at this moment might not necessarily be a good thing. So he arranged additional people to protect Su Hao. Su Hao was one of those people whose outward appearance belied inner decay. Most of those who rallied around him had deserted him. In the end, he only managed to survive thanks to Su Yan's assistance. After Su Hao regained power through Su Yan, he naturally looked down on Wu Mingli, who had been cold and disdainful toward him before. It should be said that Wu Mingli acted opportunistically too quickly, or else she wouldn't have ended up being discarded by Su Hao. After all, she was one of the few women whom Su Hao really valued. Her downfall stemmed from her overestimation of herself, resulting in such an end. Meanwhile, Su Hao naturally had better, younger, and more beautiful women waiting for him, quickly becoming intimately close with the daughter of a high-ranking official. However, their relationship did not last long either. Su Hao was a person of small cleverness but excessive arrogance due to reliance on Su Yan and Su Yi, disregarding ordinary people and secretly offending many individuals. Otherwise, after the Wan family seized control this time, Su Hao wouldn't have been so easily marginalized. His squad, no matter how talented it may have been, crumbled into an empty shell within a few days. After Su Hao boarded the ship, Su Xian and the others began final preparations. Thanks to Su Yan's connections, they could bring a significant amount of items aboard and even get 2 separate rooms. But packing all the items from 2 vehicles was simply impossible. In the end, they decided to keep only the essentials, converting everything else into crystal cores to carry on their person. Although these cores had depreciated significantly, they could still function as hard currency, and they would surely come in handy later. Besides everyday necessities, larger items like cars were abandoned. Firearms and ammunition were also crucial to bring but weighed heavily. They shouldn't assume boarding the ship meant complete safety. The world outside had undergone earth-shattering changes. They must prepare to abandon the ship and escape, thus traveling light. Each individual would bring no more than 3 firearms, with 1 laser gun per person. The quantity of bullets also had to be restricted. After this process of simplification, roughly 4/5 of their belongings had to be abandoned. Although everyone was reluctant, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it. Eventually, Xiao Wu and several others took the 2 children aboard first, while Su Xian and Su Jin stayed behind. The car would need to be disposed of, selling it wouldn't yield many crystal cores anyway. Items inside the vehicle that could be sold were dealt with accordingly by Su Xian. Except for weapons, which he kept hidden, Su Xian also took the opportunity to sell medicines and food supplies, in exchange acquiring large quantities of crystal cores, gold, silver, and precious stones. Currently, these 2 types of goods were not worth much, yet life-saving medicines and food were in short supply, making the exchange ratio vastly disproportionate. Su Xian was constantly gathering these items, preserving antiques as proof of cultural heritage, while knowing that crystal cores, gold bars, jade, and similar items would definitely appreciate in value in the future and serve greater purposes. No matter what, these 2 types of items weren't valuable right now, so purchasing them at low prices now could allow selling them at high prices when needed in the future. Certainly, this would ensure no loss. As for others, they lacked Su Xian's conditions and foresight into the future, hence lacked the courage to purchase millions of crystal cores in one go. Do not think that several million is a huge figure. Compared to the local population and migrants domestically, it was just a tiny fraction. Since the apocalypse began over a year ago, whether zombies, mutated animals, or plants, had evolved to unimaginable levels. Hence, these crystal cores were increasing in size and appeared in all colors, highly pure crystals. Actually, Su Xian could buy several 100,000 crystal cores at once in certain places, but the real question was, where exactly did these cores come from? Before the apocalypse, the country had secretly prepared for war and produced an abundance of weapons. Fiscal spending on national defense was astronomical. These were secondary issues, however. The critical concern revolved around nuclear weapons. Logically speaking, these were meant to be stored in absolutely safe locations to prevent accidents. But now, with the entire Earth facing a global disaster, no place could be called absolutely secure. Furthermore, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis, coupled with man-made disasters such as the nuclear power plant leak Su Xian's group encountered before, highlighted just how fragile human society had become. Su Xian's primary worry before had been about nuclear weapons, and he even specifically warned Su Yan about it. However, Su Yan said there was nothing to be concerned about. What Su Xian didn't know was that the country had been quite cautious regarding nuclear armament, producing a limited amount, which made them easier to dispose of when necessary. Still, a small portion of nuclear weapons remained as contingency plans for self-protection. Following the ARC project, these weapons were quickly relocated and securely safeguarded, with no issues discovered so far. Other countries, though, weren't as certain. Some nations with less mature nuclear technology might have triggered major disasters during this calamity, potentially destroying entire countries. Some weaker nations and populations would inevitably vanish from history amidst this massive catastrophe. It was unfortunate but inevitable. Survival of the fittest, as cruel as the notion was, remained an undeniable fact. On the other hand, besides nuclear weapons, humanity had planted countless other time bombs, likely causing further tragedies that were almost unavoidable. However, foreign countries were better equipped to deal with such crises compared to domestic ones. Given their efforts, many should still manage to survive. With rising sea levels, humanity's living space was continually shrinking, drawing significant attention to the Tibet base. If the base lacked sufficient strength and deterrence, war would undoubtedly become unavoidable. Su Xian sighed deeply. Perhaps his concerns were overly exaggerated, but who wouldn't hope for their country to thrive? This great calamity could be seen as a test, eliminating those useless burdens, leaving only suitable sparks behind. Natural selection wasn't just words, it was a harsh reality. Although this was unbearably cruel and unfair for the majority, the era of global transformation had already begun. They could only seize opportunities and strive to survive in this dramatically changed world. Chapter 41. After exchanging for enough crystal cores and scavenging like junk dealers for antiques, gold bars, jewels, and jade stones, Su Xian once again filled his storage space before leaving contentedly with Su Jin. This time, he released a substantial amount of medicines and food, intending to ease the tight supply market and leave some hope for the remaining people. Additionally, both Su Xian and Su Jin secretly gave food and weapons to some individuals, knowing not everyone could leave. To some hopeful survivors or the capable, this support seemed like a waste of resources. Su Xian's supplies were originally plentiful, and the amount consumed by him and Su Jin was negligible. So they distributed some collected items along the way, which meant little to them but acted as life-saving aids for others. Of course, Su Xian couldn't afford to give everything away indiscriminately. For those without self-defense capabilities, he left only minimal amounts of food to avoid bringing them unnecessary trouble. As for weapons, they were all cold arms because, at present, thermal weapons posed too much threat and danger. In the future, these traditional arms would likely become obsolete antiques, but for now, they were powerful and scarce weapons against ordinary people. Don't blame Su Xian for being unkind, he basically helped young adults and middle-aged individuals who had relatively better chances of survival. They represented the hope for humanity's continuation in the apocalypse. Besides food and cold arms, Su Xian also left a small bottle of spatial spring water. Although it wasn't as effective as the evolution elixir Su Yan was studying, it effectively suppressed meteorite viruses while enhancing one's physical abilities, making it a rare treasure. Finally, they paid Ihan a visit. He was also gathering his assets, packing crates all over the yard, leaving barely any room to walk. Su Xian asked curiously, "So, have you reconsidered?" Previously, Ihan had refused to leave under any circumstances, citing his family's insistence on holding on to their business. They believed that even if the sea level rose, it wouldn't pose a threat to the magic capital base, and the scientists' warnings were merely baseless paranoia. Ihan, though not thinking so, was not an individual who could easily abandon his family and leave. That was the problem with large families, doing anything wasn't free, and one's own body wasn't under their control. When Ihan saw Su Xian and Su Jin, he could only give a wry smile, but still invited them into the reception room and poured tea for the two. The old guys in the clan saw the warship arrive and realized things were serious. The longer they've lived, the more afraid of death they are. They're tempted to go. But they're planning on bringing only part of the supplies across and leaving me here to guard it. Su Xian frowned. Do you really agree with this? Ihan nodded helplessly, giving a wry smile. What else can I do? Even if I follow them, I won't get much good from it. The real power within the family will never reach my hands. Honestly, I'm just trying to scrape by under their thumb. Su Xian smirked, feeling that his words sounded a bit exaggerated, like an attempt at emotional manipulation. You don't have to be so self-deprecating. To be honest, this time the warship can only take a small number of people, and I think it'll be a while before the magic capital base runs into trouble. If needed, you can always evacuate later. Isn't it the same with the Wan family? They also left some people behind. Su Xian had been carefully observing the Wan family's moves. This time, Wan Qian and her brother Wan Feng planned to lead only a part of the Wan family and the evolved ones to the Tibet base. As for the base commander, Wan Minghui, he was staying here. It was clear that he wasn't willing to let go of the power in his hands. At such times, his first thought wasn't about saving his life but rather protecting his authority. Of course, the base had its own large ships and helicopters. If they wished to leave, there were ways. Thus, it was both attackable and defensible. Upon hearing Su Xian mention the Wan family, Ihan felt even more helpless. He knew some internal information, but certain matters were inappropriate to disclose openly to Su Xian. After all, the two were merely business partners, albeit with some special cooperation under these circumstances. In the end, Su Xian made his final deal with Ihan, taking away a small box of gemstone jewelry. Su Xian didn't dare trade too many items with him after all, the destination of those items beforehand was already a question. Besides, obtaining too much would create another issue if they couldn't carry everything. Even if he could place them in his spatial pocket, explaining why he exchanged food for basically useless items would raise suspicions. Of course, Su Xian ultimately gave Ihan a subtle mental suggestion to make him ignore their transaction, but most importantly, he managed to pry a great deal of important information out of Ihan. Hearing this news, Su Xian looked extremely worried. After leaving the inner city with Su Jin, they immediately headed towards the port. On the way, Su Xian asked Su Jin, "Do you think the ability experiment Ihan mentioned is reliable?" Su Jin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Since Yangyang and Yuanyuan are products of pre-apocalypse scientific experiments, considering the current situation, this isn't impossible. Recalling what Ihan had said, Su Xian still found it somewhat unbelievable. Strangely enough, he deep down completely disagreed and even detested these experiments. He blurted out, if the powers developed extend naturally from humans, that might be easier to explain. However, the 5 elements belong to natural forces. No matter how, humans cannot be the closest beings to nature. Seeing his excitement and baffling comments, Su Jin was surprised and questioned, why? Su Xian smiled bitterly, I've indeed read a lot of post-apocalyptic novels. If saying that the meteor brought revolutionary changes to Earth makes sense, but to easily grasp natural elements has absolutely no possibility. Even if someone temporarily obtains such powers, eventually they will be devoured by those very forces. Nature possesses spirit and certainly doesn't want its forces given to a group of moral lowlifes who act as gravediggers. Su Jin for a moment was at a loss for words, nodding absently. For some reason, he suddenly remembered that day when Xuelei fell prey to eating mutated fruit. Afterwards, both he and Su Xian experimented on the mutated peaches but only identified multiple unknown substances inside. Since the two were still amateurs, having no significant findings was expected. After selling their car and other possessions, the two boarded the ship, each carrying a significant amount of belongings. It was Su Xian's first time stepping onto such a large military vessel. Although his identity level was relatively high, in order not to cause trouble for Su Yan and others, he could only obediently stay within the designated activity area. 2 rooms weren't very spacious, there were 8 of them total. Xiao Wu had to bring along 2 children, and Xuelei joined them to stay together. Wang Hai and Su Guizhu stayed in the same room as Su Xian, but because of the cramped quarters where 4 men had to squeeze together, they were both restless and decided to head out for some activity. The deck, dining hall, and training room were all open for them, and with crystal cores in hand, they could treat themselves. The two tacitly gave up the space for Su Xian and Su Jin. Su Xian felt a bit embarrassed, acknowledging silently that he respected Su Jin and his other brothers who'd fought side by side to build their empire. Without these men, he doubted he would have lived so easily even under Su Jin's protection. Of course, Su Xian also provided convenience for them, so there was no debt either way. However, after spending so much time together, even the best of friends can sometimes clash. While men usually aren't petty about these things, circumstances had changed, and no one knew if the previous disbanding incident might repeat itself. Su Jin thoroughly checked the room, finding no useful items, but still took Su Xian's hand to write down some precautions in his palm. During this period, it wouldn't be wise for him to move around the space arbitrarily. Although an artificial river traversed the east-west route, nobody knew what they'd encounter along the way. They needed to be prepared for any emergencies. Lunch was eaten at the dining hall. Aboard the ship, individual cooking was impossible. The food provided by the ship had to be paid for with crystal cores, and the prices weren't low. Su Xian quickly realized how important crystal cores were. Despite the fact that their purchasing power seemed diminished due to the abundance of crystals at the magic capital base, the naval journey showed that they must have traded for numerous cores. The market price for crystals had started rising again. In the post-apocalyptic world, evolved individuals required significantly more food. A regular set meal only filled about 30 to 40% of their hunger. Spending additional crystal cores on food wasn't economical. Corn cakes remained a staple, accompanied by seaweed soup. There were also potato pancakes made from low-grade mutant plant fruits which resembled potatoes. Because of their low rank, these mutated plants carried negligible meteor viruses for humans who already had antibodies. Besides potato pancakes, there were sweet potato pancakes, mung bean pancakes, pumpkin pancakes, and coarse grain pancakes that Su Xian remembered eating as a child. These foods weren't great in terms of taste, but their advantage lay in filling stomachs at an affordable price. Even though everyone knew they were gene-enhanced or mutated foods developed later, survival left no choice but to endure them. Su Xian fondly reminisced about fried potato pancakes he used to eat, originally from Japan but learned by Su Jin from online recipes and tailored according to his preferences. Flour, mashed potatoes, beef, eggs, everything Su Xian liked went into those pancakes, without onions he disliked. Being a fried snack rather than main dish, it became Su Xian's favorite. His favorite wasn't just this. He had seen the pile of pancakes today and was reminded of Su Jin's specialty. Su Jin looked somewhat helpless, knowing Su Xian hadn't tasted oily snacks recently. Salt intake couldn't be avoided entirely, and temporarily cutting oil wasn't a major issue. Food was scarce now, let alone cooking oil. After over a year in this new era, even prior reserves wouldn't have lasted long. More importantly, those above likely wouldn't share these luxuries with lower levels, evidenced by the plain meals outside. Su Jin gently patted Su Xian's head, covered with thick black hair combed neatly to one side, revealing his delicate small face when not wearing glasses. Over time, Su Xian had grown thinner. Though blessed with his own storage space, uncontrolled feasting would raise suspicion among others. Naturally, Su Jin didn't want Su Xian to starve, but understood prudence was key and passively agreed. Still, compared to others, Su Xian's complexion was noticeably better. Su Jin insisted on boarding the first ship precisely to get Su Xian to the Tibet base sooner, where living conditions wouldn't be so strained. Su Yan might be stingy, but he would never let Su Xian go hungry. Moreover, in the Tibet base, Su Xian would definitely be treated with respect. There was no way he'd have to live in a car like now, wary of others. Thinking about the hardships Su Xian had endured these days, Su Jin felt even more heartache. Knowing himself to be inarticulate and not one for sweet talk, he remembered every sacrifice Su Xian had made for him. He knew it wasn't just him who was giving, it was Su Xian as well, putting in his best effort. He looked deeply at Su Xian before him, longing to stamp a mark of possession on him right under everyone's eyes. Chapter 42. Suddenly, the ship's cabin shook violently, accompanied by piercing screams. Su Jin immediately pulled Su Xian into his arms, called out to Shuelei and others, then quickly left the crowded dining hall. After leaving the dining hall, they swiftly walked away. The two children were still in the room under Xiao Wu's care. This time, since many people from the Wan family had boarded, Su Jin didn't want them to recognize the two kids right now. Shuelei, slightly nervous, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Quickly leading Su Xian outside, Su Jin replied, "We must have been attacked by mutated creatures. Tell the others to prepare, be cautious, and if anything happens, leave immediately." Shuelei muttered a curse. "We should have driven over land instead of sailing this river where there are no villages ahead or behind us. Falling down means certain death. Even if all of them could swim, it wouldn't solve much." The environment outside now was almost worse than being in the midst of fierce battles. As they spoke, the shaking in the ship's cabin clearly lessened, and they couldn't help but sigh in relief. Su Jin reflected, since this is coming from the Tibet base, there must be countermeasures. But caution is always better. Though they had boarded the warship, their lives were supposed to be guaranteed by the crew. Yet, the upper structures of this civil society had already collapsed entirely, so even if misfortune struck, they wouldn't be able to blame anyone else. This meal had turned their stomachs into knots of lingering unease, and looking at the simple food further dampened Su Xian's appetite. In truth, though the food on the warship was already much better than that in the base. The base did have planting areas, but the food supplied within was mostly inaccessible to outsiders. Therefore, only those with significant wealth and influence could afford to open restaurants in the inner city. When Su Xian's group had visited once, the prices were outrageously high, and the dishes were unappetizing, probably because nothing extra was added to save water, likely not washed too thoroughly either. Thinking about this, there was certainly no appetite left. Given this consideration, the food on the warship was naturally not any better, it had merely undergone high-temperature sterilization. And with the current level of human physical capabilities greatly enhanced, this seemed trivial compared to other issues. Shuelei moodily chewed on the pancake he'd bought, though Su Xian had specially contributed a jar of homemade beef sauce, cutting the meat into chunks generously enough to be considered a rare taste of meat. Still, this couldn't ease Shuelei's depression because since Yang Yang and Yuan joined, Xiao Wu barely focused on him anymore. Seeing how attentively Xiao Wu cared for the two children, Shuelei felt extremely desolate, catching Su Xian's attention as he frowned lightly. Frankly speaking, Su Xian didn't feel much special emotion toward these two children, even though he knew they were the products of artificial life technology, and possibly genetic modifications including animal DNA were involved, which gave them extraordinary abilities. But for Su Xian, having seen many similar cases, this wasn't surprising. Just that these children remained a variable. Yang Yang wasn't too bad since he only possessed excessively powerful strength and speed, whereas Yuan tended towards psychic-type abilities. Su Xian, who practiced mental fortitude, was clear that given her limited experience, she essentially had little control over such an enormous ability, requiring strong mental strength to activate it. Even if these children had faced the darkest aspects of society, the extent of their mental abilities and the scope of their controllable range remained unknown. After careful consideration, Su Xian still believed that the accident in the inner city of the Shanghai base was hardly just due to Yang Yang, very likely, Yuan also played a role. These two children were as if extensions of each other, intertwined closely, yet even if they could support each other through everything, Su Xian still didn't know what the future would hold for them. Then there was Xiao Wu. Initially recruited as a technician, Xiao Wu had been part of the team for the shortest duration, but due to Shuelei's reasons, neither Su Xian nor anyone else had neglected him. In fact, everyone knew about the relationship between Su Xian and Su Jin. They wouldn't look down on them for it, but if such a situation happened to themselves, they might not be able to accept it easily. They all understood Shuelei's feelings, but Xiao Wu had not made any move, or rather, Shuelei hadn't torn open this layer of unspoken understanding. And now, Xiao Wu clearly cared about these two children much more than usual. Sometimes Su Xian even felt that these two children might as well be his younger siblings. Otherwise, even the lively and kind Xiao Wu would not care about these two kids so much in the current situation. But both Su Xian, who wasn't sure, and Su Jin thought it was impossible. He had painstakingly guarded Su Xian's secrets before the apocalypse, whether it was collecting supplies to make them vanish reasonably, choosing bodyguards, or arranging subsequent affairs. If there were really problems with Xiao Wu's identity, or even if just suspected, Su Jin wouldn't possibly use him. There could also be cases where his resume was forged. After all, everyone has their weak spots. After getting along for quite some time, although Su Jin didn't trust Xiao Wu 100%, he definitely assigned him significant responsibilities. Even to protect the secret of Su Xian having a space-related ability, there were many underhanded things happening within the Su family. However, he was still willing to allocate the evolution potion and laser weapons among his subordinates. First, they had already been allies since before the apocalypse, sharing sufficient trust. Second, these people truly understood their roots and depths. Whether it was their strengths or flaws, everything was crystal clear, making cooperation smooth and reliable. When Su Xian mentioned how Xiao Wu seemed overly concerned about the two children, Su Jin merely believed it was possible that Xiao Wu lacked familial ties from a young age and projected his emotions onto the children. But looking at the present, something indeed seemed amiss. Taking advantage of the other two stepping out for a moment, Su Xian brought up his concerns. Originally, he didn't want Wang Hai and the others to feel awkward giving them space, knowing their relationship didn't necessitate constant avoidance. However, this way, they also enjoyed their own privacy, allowing them to discuss more confidential topics. Originally, Su Xian wanted to find a quieter place, perhaps on the deck, but the modified warship had its hull completely sealed around the perimeter. It was virtually airtight. This was because mutated creatures were highly sensitive to human life signs. For objects without life traces like warships, most mutants would typically avoid them. Of course, there were excessively aggressive mutations that indiscriminately attacked invading vessels, but the heavy weaponry on board the ship could easily annihilate them. Just the technological investments on this ship could amount to billions. Whether it was the latest cutting-edge weapons, or the various detection and surveillance systems and operation platforms, all far exceeded the construction standards of contemporary warships. It's no wonder why Wan's family initially targeted this warship. Possessing such a vessel that required only continuous energy supply was basically invincible. Incidentally, the main power source for the warship was crystal cores, whether zombie crystal cores or mutant cores, they could all be used. The higher grade the core, the longer the maintenance period would last. This super-advanced crystal-to-energy conversion system achieved minimum energy consumption standards, thus making the room housing the driving core system one of the most heavily guarded military zones on the entire ship. To get back to the point, because climbing onto the deck wasn't an option, being in any public area within the warship would expose them to eavesdropping or monitoring. Thus, they had no choice but to hide in the room. Su Xian praised the consideration of Wang Hai and the others multiple times, preparing to send them more valuable items upon reaching the Tibet base. If Su Jin, who carried the Su surname, was considered one of the Su family members, then Xue Lei could almost be seen as half a member of the Su family. He had always been by Su Jin's side, doing much for the Su family, and his capabilities had received affirmations from elders like Su Yi. Therefore, Su Jin and Su Xian entrusted him with the company without worries. But remember, humans have emotions and personal desires. Upon realizing that Xue Lei harbored certain feelings toward Xiao Wu, Su Xian began to keep her guard up against him. Su Xian was relatively familiar with Xue Lei, but she remained a stranger to Xiao Wu and the others. Furthermore, even people you interacted with every day might only appear friendly on the surface. Though Su Jin had received subtle hints from Su Xian, he still didn't believe that Xue Lei would turn against them due to Xiao Wu, especially since they currently didn't have any conflicting interests. Moreover, everyone knew clearly that at present in the Tibet base, Su Yan was an identity of utmost importance. As long as one wasn't foolish, they'd know that firmly clinging to the Su family would basically secure their safety. Su Xian, however, didn't think this way. Without foresight, there would surely be nearby concerns. Xiao Wu's previous attitude had already indicated this point. The old him might have still considered his own safety and interests, but now, he instinctively prioritized the two children first. Seeing Su Jin deep in silent thought, Su Xian hesitated before speaking. I'm not saying that Xiao Wu has definitely betrayed us. Have you thought about whether it could have anything to do with Yu? Su Jin sat on the bed opposite, raising his head upon hearing these words. You mean Yu? He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but suddenly remembered what Xiao Wu had said when boasting to him once. Yu's innate psychic manipulation abilities were terrifyingly extraordinary. It wasn't just planting neglect hints on hundreds or even thousands of people around her, she could also alter memories or give mental suggestions and commands without any issue. Seeing the serious expression on Su Xian's face, Su Jin felt a lump in his heart and his expression turned slightly troubled. If that's really the case, we need to be careful. Su Xian continued, I chatted with Yang Yang before. His IQ and EQ have both reached a very high level, surpassing those of average adults by a lot. If this were really a trap set by them, then these two kids are incredibly talented. Su Jin nodded, actually not worried about his own safety. After all, so far the two children hadn't made any unusual moves. But in the future, they intended to settle down in the Tibet base. With their current capabilities, which could almost be described as surpassing those of adult evolved beings, they wouldn't only be highly regarded but would attract countless people with various intentions trying to get close to them. Nevertheless, no matter how things turned out, they couldn't make conclusions lightly at the moment. Let's wait and see first. These are still merely our speculations. Anyway, these two kids can only stay inside the base. If necessary, ask second young master for more effort. Chapter 43. Su Jin tried his best to reassure Su Xian, unhesitatingly bringing up second young master as an excuse. However, at the mention of Su Xian indeed felt somewhat reassured. Su Xian raised his eyes and looked at Su Jin. He had never told Su Jin about being reborn into this life, somehow just unwilling to say a word about it. Whether it was those dark pasts, his own betrayal of Su Jin's sincerity back then, or being betrayed by a brother and dying a miserable death, these were all things he wished to forget. Perhaps someday Su Xian could treat these matters as fleeting clouds, but at least now he wasn't ready to rip open the healed scars. Not mentioning this, naturally, he also couldn't tell Su Jin about the differences he had noticed in Su Yan. Based on everything Su Yan did before and after the apocalypse, Su Xian believed that even if Su Yan hadn't been reborn like himself, he absolutely possessed an immensely powerful, golden finger. And these kinds of things were precious treasures capable of altering the destiny of the entire planet and its human population. Su Xian had immediately come to this conclusion after examining the configuration of the entire warship using his mental power. Frankly speaking, whether before or after the rebirth, Su Xian considered himself just a simple guy who lacked big ambitions, a lifelong homebody. He disliked responsibilities, loved indulging in pleasures, enjoyed browsing online, playing mobile games, strolling through shops eating gourmet food, and was even somewhat introverted, avoiding facing the dark side of the world. Even having obtained another chance at life, and possessing a space ability along with Su Jin's love, Su Xian still thought of himself as an ordinary person. He harbored no aspirations to save the world nor desired to bear such significant responsibility. But occasionally, he did worry about the direction humanity might take moving forward. Even though he had sufficient means for a good life and others might only survive this calamity with difficulty, what significance would it hold if only he and his loved ones lived? Thus, occasionally Su Xian also showed some kindness and helped a few people, but that was it. Truthfully, he himself was unclear about his own future, let alone knowing where humanity should head in the future or whether there was hope for the future world to sustain life. Lacking clear goals to strive for, how could he serve as a role model to support and guide others? Perhaps some might say this was merely Su Xian finding excuses and rationalizing for himself. It cannot be denied that when Su Xian discovered Su Yan's capability to lead humanity forward, he truly felt overjoyed, almost feeling genuinely relieved. However, no matter what, since Su Yan now had the ability and could lead humanity towards a hopeful future, Su Xian didn't have to force himself to shoulder any responsibility and could simply enjoy life from the sidelines. Of course, this was merely his own wild fancy. Although the world had changed drastically and humanity's living space had been greatly diminished, Su Xian could still see hope for the future in Su Yan and other leaders. However, only when he truly experienced being suppressed by power, being treated like an ant, and being maliciously manipulated would he really awaken. After mentioning Xuelei and Xiao Wu, along with the troubles concerning the two children, Su Xian and Su Jin continued to seize time for cultivation. With the nourishment of spatial water, even without using crystal cores, their martial arts and mental powers were constantly improving. Still, compared to the official soldiers who took evolution elixirs and received systematic training, they were lacking somewhat. But due to their solid foundation, Su Xian and Su Jin didn't feel urgent about boosting their strength. Ever since evolution elixirs entered the market, Xuelei and others had been progressing slowly because of their practice of the 9 Palaces formula, and they couldn't calm their minds either. After the mutant animal attack on the city, Xiao Wu simply consumed evolution elixirs and gave up on practicing the 9 Palaces formula. Now, aside from occasionally taking evolution elixirs, he just used crystal cores for cultivation. Xuelei naturally wouldn't lag behind. Although Su Xian didn't approve of their giving up all that progress, everyone has different aspirations. Fortunately, the evolution elixirs they took were from Su Yan, so the harm to their bodies wasn't much. Wang Hai and Su Guizhu followed suit, which made Su Xian very regretful. These people didn't know the origin of the 9 Palaces formula, and didn't consider it extraordinary enough. They thought it was just a common cultivation manual, which became rampant due to the constant appearance of Taoist practitioners within the base. Even though Su Xian had warned them before, but to survive better in this cruel world, these were necessary measures. Though they regarded each other as brothers, having spent day and night together, they were still trustworthy confidants despite occasional frictions. Even between Su Xian and Su Jin, who were so close, they inevitably had secrets they kept from one another, let alone the others. Though Su Jin was also eager to enhance his cultivation and protect Su Xian, after understanding the hidden secrets in the 9 Palaces formula, he weighed his options and decided to cultivate systematically. He didn't aspire to achieve immortality, but at least hoped to always accompany and guard Su Xian during his lifetime, instead of leaving him alone. He never told Su Xian about this thought, nor did he mention the possible situations that might arise when mental power and physical arts reached their peaks. He could tell that Su Xian had always been aimless. Whether it was previously gathering supplies with undue haste or meticulously calculating after the apocalypse and striving to accumulate wealth in strange ways, occasionally, when seeing Su Yan commanding grand strategies, the look in Su Xian's eyes wasn't envy but bewilderment and bitter laughter. Such a Su Xian both touched him deeply and made him want to gently cherish him. Several hours passed, and Wang Hai and Su Guizhu returned to the room looking troubled. Su Xian was curious, "What's wrong?" Wang Hai didn't answer, but Su Guizhu replied straightforwardly, Big Brother Xue and Xiao Wu had an argument. Hearing this, Su Xian couldn't help but laugh, that's nothing, they're just having some hiccups. I bet they'll make up soon. But Wang Hai didn't think so, I don't think this will be resolved easily. If you ask me, Xiao Wu is too good-hearted. Does he really need to run back and forth serving those two kids? It's not the same as before, they're not ordinary children anymore. Why should we treat them like fragile things that might break or melt if we handle them carelessly? It's like we've welcomed back two ancestors. Hearing this, Su Xian frowned and gave Wang Hai a deep look. The latter remained full of anger and didn't notice Su Xian's reaction. Su Jin stood by silently and, upon Su Xian's gesture, left the room. The latter sighed softly and comforted Wang Hai, saying, it's just on the ship right now. Once we settle down at the base, we can make proper arrangements for these two children. Wang Hai wasn't someone who would rub it in when he was right. Though he knew Su Xian had benefited from Yang Yang, what use could a seemingly innocuous pendant have? Besides, weren't these two children initially brought back by Xiao Wu? If he liked it, what could others say? Even Su Xian, who controlled the team's finances, didn't object. It was just feeding two extra mouths, and children eat little anyway. But something else was bothering them. Especially since getting on the ship, the atmosphere among them had become eerily strange. What Wang Hai was troubled about was exactly this, but he couldn't directly bring it up concerning Xiao Wu. The insult to see Xiao had been easily forgiven before as well. Although Wang Hai didn't have much of a concept of hierarchy, they were still in a superior-inferior relationship with Su Xian. No matter what, things shouldn't be this way, right? At first, Xuelei hadn't felt there was any issue, the original Xiao Wu just liked burying himself in research. Since these two children came along, Xiao Wu became more cheerful, but later, it went a bit too far, which made him regretful. But being military personnel, even after witnessing so many betrayals post-apocalypse, they found it difficult to abandon these two children. Moreover, these two kids were extremely special, their inherent value had already far exceeded that of ordinary infants. They could only comfort themselves this way. In fact, it was also because life on the ship was too cramped, and the activity space was small. These few people weren't like Su Xian who had a shut-in personality. When staying close together, it was inevitable for friction to get amplified, which led to today's incident. Su Xian couldn't really get involved in their matters. He would only occasionally drop by to check on Yang Yang and Yu Yu. Under Xiao Wu's careful care, these two children were recovering quite well. Su Xian even used his mental power to check Xiao Wu's body, thoroughly scanning him inside and out several times, but no abnormalities were discovered. Su Xian had thought about setting up a mental power barrier in his brain, but upon reconsideration, this act was no different from prying into someone's privacy. Therefore, he eventually decided against doing anything further. The warship was moving day and night almost without pause, progressing rapidly. The artificial waterways had been cleaned impeccably, and whenever high-level mutated creatures appeared occasionally, they could deal with them swiftly. Su Xian leaned on the watchtower looking down. This battleship was almost comparable in size to an aircraft carrier, just overly elongated, making it seem invincible. He thought it would only take a few more days to reach the Tibet base. As he was pondering future plans, a shadow suddenly caught his eye. Su Xian stiffened, narrowing his eyes slightly, his expression taking on a dangerous air. What's wrong? Su Jin asked curiously upon seeing his strange demeanor. Su Xian snorted with a cold laugh, scoffing disdainfully, it's Mingli Wu. Su Jin frowned. Regardless of anything, Xiao Xian's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Yet remembering she was partly responsible for the rift between their families, he too held no affection for this woman. To be able to board this ship, she's indeed capable, Su Jin remarked fairly. This comment instantly earned him a sharp glare from Su Xian. Could he tell this woman might collude with her brother to plot against them in the future? Su Xian rarely displayed such ruthlessness in his emotions, his eyes glinting with a touch of killing intent. This woman and the forces behind her were thorns in Su Xian's side, gnawing at him ceaselessly. Without getting rid of them, he wouldn't be able to rest easy, truly pesky, once we reach the base, there'll be something interesting for her. Chapter 44. The entire country's terrain is higher in the west and lower in the east. Now that the warship was traveling west, it could be considered akin to water flowing downhill while people sought higher ground. However, one must understand that it wasn't navigating vast open seas but rather restricted waters. The difficulty was unimaginable. From here looking out, the whole world had transformed beyond recognition. Just ahead stretched the undulating mountain ranges, lush green dominating the scenery, with sporadic towns ravaged by disasters or barren soil laid bare by calamities, exposing their grotesque surfaces. Apart from colossal mutated creatures, these areas bore little trace of human presence. Despite all this, the warship moved forward tirelessly, its efficiency remarkably high. After several days, they reached the outermost defensive perimeter of the base. The reason this area was called the first outer layer of defense was due to the fact that the Tibet base was actually the nation's secret survival facility planned for years. What Su Xian didn't know was that over the past decade, the country had implemented such a long-term plan with astronomical costs. Due to multifaceted considerations, the operation had been kept covert, never publicly disclosed. Su Xian gazed far into the distance at the snowy peaks, fully understanding. The Tibet region, after all, was a sensitive area, bordering countries and serving as an important gateway to the southwest of the nation. After the great disaster commenced, a considerable number of foreign refugees gathered here. However, since this area was a military no-go zone, very few people were admitted, and some who knew of its existence were silenced altogether. At the outermost defensive line of the base stood an old-fashioned military fortress. Of course, this was merely the entrance, with the actual camp situated underground. It was here that Su Xian truly began to feel the tense atmosphere. A group of people were soon selected from the warship to be dispatched here. By now, more than half of the people on the warship had left, especially from the Wan family. Wan Qian naturally was unwilling and quarreled with the army personnel. She was shut up by their casual retort, "If you don't want to stay here, you can also get off." In a huff, Wan Qian stormed back to her room, and when she passed the cabin, Su Xian just happened to see her. Naturally, he also knew part of the reason and chuckled maliciously. Su Jin was practically inseparable from him on the ship, mainly worried about something happening to him. But seeing his look, he felt rather helpless and said, "If she really annoys you, I'll discipline her for you. Why are you seeking your own trouble?" Su Xian thought he was saying that he didn't care enough about his image, so he muttered a few words under his breath but didn't argue back. Actually, Su Xian was completely wrong. The reason Su Jin said this was because he couldn't quite understand him, not because he disliked him for not caring about his image. Fact was, after noticing Su Xian's personality improvement, he became a bit stingy and cunning. However, as long as Su Xian could be happy, Su Jin thought it was all harmless. But later, he found that even in daily matters, Su Xian acted cautiously, not showing any trace of his former unrestrained behavior, fearing that one false step would bring eternal damnation. Even though Su Jin knew Su Xian bore the huge secret of the space which shouldn't be revealed, his current behavioral style certainly wasn't solely influenced by the space. Su Jin could say that he knew everything about Su Xian, even during the period when he closed himself off after his parents' mishap and no longer interacted with others. Yet until now, Su Jin still clearly saw that Su Xian must have a lot of concerns. He didn't know how to properly console Su Xian or if it would be better just to silently stand by. The warship stayed at the base's outermost defensive line for a whole day, and when the sun set, the warship once again set sail. Before that, everyone on board had to go through a strict physical examination and 3 rounds of disinfection procedures. Though the military fortress building here seemed ordinary, their testing instruments were the most advanced, and blood tests weren't necessary, just machine scans. Su Xian also went up to try it out, but he distinctly felt uncomfortable as his body was scanned by the machine, even feeling the energy within his body nearly halt, becoming extremely sluggish. Naturally, Su Jin also noticed this. Others might be okay, but he and Xiao Xian practiced the 9 palace technique and consumed a lot of space water. He had also studied spirit detection methods, hence understanding this matter so clearly. But since we're in an era of lawlessness now, even though world changes have begun, who knows what the future of Planet Blue will become. Moreover, despite having space power now, there are still essence cores to obtain outside. Cultivation is not such an easy matter, or else why would they need to enhance their physical techniques and mental power up to level 100? Such a great project isn't accomplished just by mouthing words, it requires time accumulation and opportunity. Su Xian also understood that many ancient artifacts likely contain treasures left behind by our ancestors, which was why he painstakingly continued collecting them. Getting back to the point, after passing through the outermost layer of defense, the warship went through 4 more defensive lines before finally revealing the true face of the Tibet base. The highest altitude survivors base did not have overly tall fences around its outer perimeter, only triple-layer, 10-meter-high electric grid surrounded the entire base. The tallest building inside the base did not exceed 3 stories. Backing onto a large mountain, the base essentially hollowed out the entire mountain. Most parts of the base were built underground, thus making the specific situation unclear. As a matter of fact, even Su Xian, who had been here to the Tibet base previously, had to admit that it had completely changed. He knew that before his rebirth, even with the government's plans to secure survival paths early on, nothing was done as meticulously and grandly as this. This time, it was completely different. While Su Xian mused over these thoughts internally, his expression appeared somewhat gloomy. After everyone disembarked from the warship, they were supposed to undergo another physical inspection and disinfection process, also to prevent anything harmful being brought inside. Of course, this wasn't the end. All their belongings had to go through disinfection treatment too. Although their personal items wouldn't be confiscated, they had to pay with essence cores for the cost of disinfection. The attitude of the checkpoint staff was quite good. Key thing was that Su Xian and their crew weren't common folks, otherwise they'd surely lack such preferential treatment. Regardless of others, Su Xian and their crew smoothly entered the base. With Su Xian's identity established, the 2 children naturally weren't harassed. The person responsible for receiving and arranging them was a kind-looking middle-aged woman, unlike the other woman beside her who looked rather mean. Su Jin asked, "How are our accommodations arranged?" The person in charge took a glance at the paper file in her hand and, after a quick scan of Su Xian's identity and background, her expression became somewhat complicated as she said, "Everything has been arranged. Also, there is an ID card which is linked to your points balance. It's a magnetic card that is uniformly distributed within the base for various uses. You will be able to collect them after registering. Then she looked at the two children hesitantly. Base rules dictate that children under 16 must all be sent to Zone C for unified management. What do you think about this? Before she finished, Su Xian could clearly feel the tension rising in the two kids. So he interrupted the person in charge. Their situation is a bit special, so for now they'll still be under our care. I'll discuss further arrangements directly with the higher-ups. Su Xian's tone was firm and left no room for doubt. The man who had escorted them over for the registration process also gave the female manager an unfriendly look, obviously thinking how stupid she was to bring it up. He said impatiently, "That's enough. Just take care of your own duties and mind your own business." Seeing the fleeting sign of nervousness on the female responsible person's face, Su Xian sighed and said to the man beside him, "She's just following the rules. No need to make too much fuss." Hearing this, the man nodded profusely, almost crawling to flatter him, repeatedly saying yes sir. After the person in charge efficiently completed the procedures, they left. On the way, he began explaining the general layout of the base. Most of the main buildings are actually underground. The above-ground structures are mainly used for reconnaissance and enemy engagement. As per the regulations, you've been assigned to Zone D. There are 9 zones in total. Zones A and B are off-limits to regular folks, Zones E and F have the most population, and the back 3 zones are relatively chaotic. They're mixed crowds where all sorts of people gather. If possible, avoid those places. Zone C is mainly the public area, including the trading zone, mission zone, training zone, and education zone specifically for receiving minors. At this, Su Xian was startled. Are courses really still being offered at a time like this? The man nodded, yes indeed. But not the usual kind from before. Now they're mostly focused on martial arts, shooting, and evolution training. Many talented children possess great potential, investing effort into cultivating them is worth it, and it's also preparation for the future. This last statement hit home. Children are the future of the nation, not only because they hold more possibilities, but most importantly, because they are young. Compared to elderly seniors or mature adults, they have longer lifespans ahead of them and are more adaptable. Even though, due to the meteor virus, the whole human race is striving towards evolution, genes remain a restricted field. No one can guarantee how long they'll live in the future. Therefore, it seems evident that the yet-to-grow children will live longer. Moreover, compared to adults' complex mentalities, these children are far more moldable. Consider that even ordinary youth entering the army undergo a certain degree of psychological manipulation and brainwashing, required to strictly obey orders. How much more necessary would such actions be in the current era? If Su Yan really possessed completely harmless evolutionary serum, then those children would undoubtedly serve as the best experimental material and would become the ace card for enhancing humanity's overall strength. It's been a long while since the apocalypse began, and even though humankind had died by 9/10 from the very beginning, the remaining 1/10 is still not a small number. Besides, if the artificial breeding program truly proves effective, as long as the reproductive cell bank and other resources don't run out, producing artificial humans is also a possibility. In such a case, those at the top naturally wouldn't worry about losing too many people or about the human race facing extinction. In reality, the current situation is still one of resource scarcity. Facing land shortages unsuitable for large-scale cultivation and a population exceeding sustainable capacity, the most efficient yet helpless method is to sacrifice part of the population. Useless individuals will inevitably be discarded without hesitation, and even among those who enter here after having passed through multiple screenings, not everyone will survive. This is a harsh and regrettable truth that people hesitate to discuss. It makes touching on numerous forbidden topics something Su Xian would rather avoid mentioning or recalling. Chapter 45. Su Xian and his group were assigned to an apartment. There were quite a few rooms inside. In total, there were 4 rooms, plus a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. It wasn't much smaller than Su Xian's previous apartment in Moda City. 4 rooms matched perfectly for each pair of them, making the distribution simple. Although Su Xian knew that it was likely at Su Yan's instigation, he still handed this person a small pack of cigarettes, a luxury item that is hard for the average person to acquire. Su Xian didn't mind rewarding his subordinates with some favors, as spending a little more could easily satisfy these small requests. Wang Hai and Su Guizhu had been cooped up on the boat for too long. After setting down their things and tidying up a bit, they decided to go out for a stroll. Little Five was worried about the 2 kids and didn't go out. Instead, it was Shuelei who brought lunch back for them. In the afternoon, Wei Dong, who was responsible for errands, came over again. This guy was pretty good at scheming, though he didn't seem too bright, but he did have his fair share of tricks up his sleeve. This time he came to deliver a message to Su Xian. Previously, Su Hao, who had already reached the Tibet base along with the same group, was also assigned to Zone D. It wasn't that Su Yan lacked the ability to get him into the first 2 zones, rather, Su Yan thought his younger brother wasn't really cut out for such special treatment, so he left Su Hao in Zone D just to make sure nothing went wrong. Adjusting Su Hao's placement might make this guy lose track of himself and cause trouble in the base, which would be problematic. As for Su Hao with his checkered past, there's no need to mention him. But as for Su Xian, even though Su Yan wanted to bring him along, fairness still mattered. If Su Hao knew Su Yan simply ignored getting Su Xian placed somewhere decent, he'd definitely throw a tantrum. Such behavior would reflect poorly. Su Yan took the initiative to explain this matter, mentioning that he lived in Zone A and inviting Su Xian to visit when he had time. Su Xian thought passing messages through intermediaries sometimes wasn't the best approach, and this particular thing shouldn't be known by others. So he asked Wei Dong directly, "Go back and ask when my second brother has time. I do have something important to discuss with him." Wei Dong eagerly accepted the task. "Sir Su can rest assured, I'll certainly handle it properly." Sending messages like this was a small matter that posed no difficulty to him. Even though Su Xian didn't reward him with anything, Wei Dong still happily took care of it. Su Jin spoke up, asking him, "Are you planning to seek advice from second brother or directly send these two children to him?" Su Xian sighed softly. Over time, feelings aside, the crucial point was that these two children had special identities. He felt incapable of dealing with them, leading to the current delicate situation. By evening, Su Xian separately called Yang Yang over. Though he wasn't eager to offload his responsibility immediately, arrangements needed to be made for the two kids, especially since the relationship between Xiao Wu and Xue Lei was nearing a breaking point. Su Xian couldn't ignore that their situation was somehow related. "I'm calling you here to let you know that tomorrow, I plan to take both of you to meet my second brother." Su Xian came straight to the point. Even though he was cautious around Yang Yang's abilities, acting timidly in front of a child seemed undignified, so he didn't beat around the bush. Yang Yang nodded calmly, surprising yet reasonable, "So he's the one studying evolution drugs?" Su Xian thought about it, "You could say that. He's the main handler and quite proficient in genetic experiments. He's also the only person I trust completely." Yang Yang looked at him, "So are you going to hand us over to someone else?" Su Xian shook his head, "Though you two are young now, you'll grow up eventually. You've heard it in the afternoon, there's a dedicated education zone in Zone C. Despite your intelligence being above average, I still hope both you and Yeye receive proper education and adapt to communal living." Regarding this aspect, Yang Yang was easier to manage, but Yeye presented more difficulties. Yang Yang furrowed his finely sculpted brows, "Aren't you afraid they'll discover our presence and cause problems for you?" Su Xian laughed, "It's impossible for you two to hide forever, and I can't take care of you for life either. Ultimately, you'll have to rely on yourselves. You should understand that only by becoming strong and having enough power can you survive in this world." Yang Yang nodded. He fully agreed with those words. "Then, can I still live with you afterward?" The boy's expression carried a hint of longing, which made Su Xian feel pity. Yet inside, Su Xian remained very calm, "That depends on the situation later. Since we're all in the same base, we'll surely see each other." Su Xian never got the chance to talk to Yeye. In fact, this little girl avoided everyone except Xiao Wu. Part of it might be due to her hypersensitivity, but more significantly, it was due to the psychological trauma she suffered before. It was clear that she had a strong aversion toward adult men. If it weren't for the special identities of the two kids and their association with forbidden experiments before the apocalypse, Su Xian wouldn't possibly accept such a hot potato, even if Xiao Wu begged repeatedly. But after considering that they were perfect success cases of the experiment and could potentially contribute to humanity's genetic evolution, Su Yan reluctantly decided to keep the two kids based on a sense of utilization. The next day, Su Xian and Su Jin took the two kids into Zone A. Although their assigned Zone D was also underground, Zone A was much deeper below. Su Xian extended his mental power and still couldn't perceive the end. The protective walls here were incredibly difficult to breach, and just getting through the gates separating the areas required multiple checkpoints. Just in case, Su Xian still brought Little Five along. Since his second brother had done extensive research on the human body, he also wanted him to take a look at Little Five to see if there were any problems. Having such a high probability ticking time bomb around him was simply too nerve-wracking. Moreover, Yeye, this child, was quite difficult to handle. When she found out they were going out that morning, she resisted in every way possible. It wasn't until Yang Yang consoled her that they managed to successfully get her out of the room. Su Xian couldn't handle such moody and heavy-hearted girls, so he decided to bring Little Five along as well to relieve some pressure. Su Xian didn't dislike kids all that much, but he couldn't connect with them, nor did he have the patience to cajole them, which was why he'd simply let go from the start. Unlike the hurriedly established Shanghai base, the Tibet base was what could be called a true survival base. Even its fortress-like buildings exuded a tense atmosphere, and the whole base was permeated with a serious, lethal aura. Su Xian noticed that the outermost layers of these buildings were dark silver, constructed from rare metals strictly controlled before the apocalypse. Unlike ordinary people, Su Xian knew many internal matters, such as how, despite being rare internationally, these metals were not scarce domestically, and it was unclear where they should be applied. However, to prevent other countries from benefiting, the export of many resources was strictly regulated. As far as Su Xian knew, these included raw materials used for aircraft carriers or weapons. Therefore, this dark silver metal had significant advantages in earthquake resistance and defense. Still, seeing this material everywhere shocked Su Xian, making him marvel at the base's vast wealth. After all, even if the country had vast resources, supporting such a large population meant astronomical daily resource consumption. However, given that these metals hadn't been exported recently, the amount mined must have been substantial enough that using them here seemed trivial. Of course, what Su Xian cared about most wasn't this. He'd heard Su Yan talk about the Ark plan. From his memory, sea levels would soon rise enough to submerge most land on Earth. At that time, ancient viruses sealed beneath polar ice caps would awaken, worsening the human living environment. A single base like this might not withstand the forces of nature. Su Xian had intentions of acquiring his own vessel. The yacht he'd used for sailing previously, along with the luxury cruise ship, cargo ships, and a few backup vessels he'd stored in space, all combined already amounted to quite a collection. But since none of these had been modified, they'd likely be devoured by marine creatures as soon as they entered the sea. After all, they were relics from before the apocalypse and no longer fit for present conditions. As Su Xian lost himself in thought, he followed Wei Dong deeper inside. They spent nearly 10 minutes just on the descent elevator, which was surprisingly fast. Through the transparent glass of the elevator, Su Xian could see the densely packed buildings below. These buildings were mostly of uniform specifications, with 10-story structures stretching across a wide area. While their exterior appearance wasn't much different from buildings outside, Su Xian knew that the construction quality of these buildings was solid and reliable. If Su Xian hadn't witnessed so much in his previous life, he'd have been amazed by such a massive architectural project. Areas A and B were the two regions under the strictest control. Outsiders entering these areas were required to wear detectors. Although these devices lacked eavesdropping functions, they could still pinpoint location for safety purposes, preventing unauthorized entry into military zones. Most of the base's supplies originated from here, achieving a supply rate of over 70% for the first 3 core public zones. As for the other 6 zones, aside from purchasing supplies with crystal cores, one could also obtain goods through missions outside. Unfortunately, more than a year after the apocalypse, much of the equipment had broken down. But there were always some things left behind, and seeds could even be brought back to the base for planting. If you had enough crystal cores, you could also rent a piece of artificial land, located within the building complex. The amount of land an individual could rent was quite limited, only sufficient for feeding a family under the condition that the yield exceeded a certain threshold. The base, however, was very different. With its superior technology and resources, the food cultivated and produced was top-notch and comparable to pre-apocalypse standards. Of course, the quantity of such food was small, supplied only to internal personnel. Chapter 46. Apart from the most essential food supplies, daily necessities were also a major concern. Even with an initially sufficient stockpile at the base, they couldn't withstand the rapid consumption. As a result, aside from a small portion allocated to internal key personnel, the rest of the population would rarely even get a glimpse of these supplies. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, shower gels, shampoos, and toilet paper, such consumables still held relatively high prices in the trading market, despite their expiration dates having passed. Few people now cared about that as long as they were still usable. The base was also weak in producing this kind of material, though it occasionally released a batch for sale. However, common individuals without significant connections or influence had no chance of purchasing them. The base currently operates under a regulatory system where all supplies are distributed according to the number of residents, demanding both contribution points and crystal cores in return. Furthermore, to prevent reselling, purchase limits have been enforced, meaning everyone can buy very little. In general, strength remains paramount. If you have the ability, whether killing zombies or dealing with mutated creatures, you earn crystal cores which could exchange for considerable supplies. Moreover, the base has thoroughly organized its personnel management structure, except for those physically too weak or without potential development, others must undergo military training accordingly. Of course, this isn't free training. If you lack crystal cores or contribution points, the base offers credit. Failing to repay within the specified period results in being blacklisted. At that point, not only will your required identity card in the base become invalid, but you will be sent to the outer defensive perimeter, essentially becoming expendable. As Su Xian had foreseen, incapable individuals or those without any backing would be ruthlessly abandoned, even including children. Like the Demon Capital base, Tibet's base widely used crystal cores as the primary currency. Aside from this, there were also contribution points stored in identity cards. According to base regulations, completing assigned tasks yields a fixed amount of contribution points, or one may submit resources to obtain them. In addition, each time returning to the base, one must surrender a tenth of carried resources. This proportion is extremely low, seemingly favorable to ordinary people on the surface. In reality, however, since the end of the world until now, food supplies generally don't last much anymore, particularly in the region around the Tibetan base, where genuinely developed settlements are few. Excluding food, other resources might still be attainable, yet confiscating more by the base wouldn't significantly benefit anyone. Instead, offering good prices for items helps the base win reputation. The first batch of people entering the base would be assessed according to circumstances. If the risk factor is evaluated too high or the ability too low, then more materials will be confiscated, with follow-up handling procedures in place. This is to avoid bringing potential threats to the base or, conversely speaking, to prevent waste of resources. After such a long explanation, Su Xian and his group followed Wei Dong through twists and turns, finally arriving at Su Yan's residence. It was his private dwelling, a standalone villa. Though only 3 stories tall, it was well equipped and located inside the base, making it rather extravagant. This area was extremely quiet, with a pleasant environment, definitely not something just anyone could live in. Su Xian, seeing all of this, felt envy but certainly wasn't consumed with jealousy. He was aware of his own limitations. If you didn't have what it took, you shouldn't always fantasize about living comfortably, especially when it comes to privileges flaunted so openly. The door was opened by Wang Bo, Su Yan's former butler who, like Su Bo from his elder brother's household, had watched over the boys as they grew up. But thinking about Su Yi, who had thus far remained unheard from, he hadn't contacted Su Bo since then either. Unclear about his current situation, everyone back then had been preoccupied with saving themselves, who still had time to worry about others. As soon as Su Xian walked in, he saw Su Yan busy doing something, feet barely touching the ground. This made him somewhat curious because his second brother was always patient, possessing the best academic record among them. After entering politics, his air and demeanor were unmatched, even returning home was akin to a leader conducting rural inspections. Hearing the noise at the entrance, Su Yan turned around. Upon spotting Su Xian, his face immediately lit up with a trace of joy. "I knew you were coming. Why so late?" He gestured for the group to sit down, brought out some tea and snacks. Seeing there were two kids, Su Yan paused slightly before merely inviting two of them to eat. Despite being puzzled by Su Yan's actions, Su Xian refrained from asking outright in front of everyone. Then Su Yan called Wang Bo, "You take those refreshments upstairs. She's been hungry for quite a while, she might not hold on much longer." The tone of this comment carried a lightheartedness and seemed somewhat indulgent. Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. Watching Wang Bo withdraw with a wry smile, he joked teasingly, "Big brother too, surely you aren't hiding a beauty away somewhere." Though no one cared about these trivialities at the moment, his second brother had always been very discerning. Moreover, with his high rank and position, what kind of women hadn't he seen? He had certainly seen a lot of people. If it were really so, Su Xian was indeed curious as to what kind of woman could capture his second brother. Su Yan lightly reprimanded him, "You young fellow, you're always talking nonsense without restraint." He then glanced at Yang Yang and Yuan, saying, "Are these two children the ones you mentioned before?" Earlier, Su Xian had also sent a message through someone under Su Yan's command, but since this matter was quite complicated, it wasn't explicitly stated, just vaguely alluded to. Now seeing Su Yan ask, Su Xian directly handed over the gold chain with the silver box pendant to him. Since Wang Bo wasn't around and Wei Dong was guarding the door, Su Xian briefly explained everything. Upon hearing this, Su Yan looked at the two children and furrowed his brows slightly. The country is vast and the population immense, there's no way to start checking. Regardless, let these two children first enter the education area system for some learning. Since they are already evolvers, they need to learn how to control their own power. Su Xian looked at Ye and said about Yang Yang, Ye's character is somewhat introverted. Su Yan understood his unspoken implication. But who had time for such things now? Looking at Xiao Wu's worried expression, Su Yan thought for a while and said, "Given that Xiao Wu has been taking care of them, I will arrange a position for him so he can take care of them nearby. Is that all right?" Su Yan, being the remarkable individual that he was, could see right through anyone in a single glance, especially someone like Xiao Wu, who had little guile. Shui Lei didn't come along this time, otherwise he would definitely have been unhappy. However, even though he might be unhappy, he wouldn't be able to influence Xiao Wu's decision. Hearing Su Yan speak this way, Xiao Wu naturally agreed happily. Su Yan couldn't make anything out of the silver box either, so Su Xian simply left it for him to study further as there was nothing he could do anyway. Su Xian had also asked Su Yan to check on the two children. They had the equipment at home, and Su Yan was responsible for handling such matters, so he gave both of them a full-body checkup. However, in the end, nothing came out of it. In fact, blood tests would be the most direct and effective method, but Su Yan didn't initiate this. Anyway, these two kids were in the base, and arrangements could be made later. After dealing with everything, Su Xian asked about Su Ye's condition. Upon learning that the elder brother had largely recovered, communication with the base was normal, and after completing this mission, he would return, Su Xian immediately felt much more reassured. Food supplies were tight, so Su Xian hadn't planned to stay here for dinner. Though no other figures were seen, Su Xian roughly guessed correctly. In times like these, every household was short on food. Having a big meal here would cost a significant amount, and more importantly, given his second brother's status, Su Xian was certain he wouldn't just serve casual home-cooked meals. Su Yan also noticed Su Xian's thoughts, sighing repeatedly, eventually unable to persuade Su Xian to eat at home, but still giving him a pass card. With this, Su Xian could go between Zone A and Zone B freely. Considering Xiao Wu and others, Su Xian still had other things to ask, which he kept inside. During the evening meal when everyone gathered together, Su Xian specially brought up this topic. He specifically observed Shui Lei's expression, which was fairly calm, revealing nothing. Perhaps due to all the fuss lately, he lacked the energy to get angry again. Su Jin hadn't gone along with them earlier, instead wandering around the base with Wang Hai. Here, expenses were covered either by crystal cores or contribution points. The official staff of the base received some supplies each month as salary, and contribution points could also be used to spend in certain designated areas within the trading zone. But like civil servants, these people earned fixed salaries, although from the current perspective, this was the safest option. However, anyone with even a bit of skill wouldn't want to rely solely on that. Although going out on missions was dangerous, it was preferable to this state of constant hunger. Wang Hai and Su Guizhu were visibly excited. We saw the recruitment notices posted by the base. Although joining the army is hard, and even if you join, you may not necessarily survive, unless driven to it, no one willingly chooses it. Other places are better, though with poorer benefits. We were thinking, let's find work in the base and occasionally go out on missions, rather than sitting idle consuming our resources. They were basically relying on the Four Lords now. If it weren't for their identities as protectors of the Four Lords, entering the base itself would have required paying dearly, not to mention bringing in all those items. Although initially recruited by Su Jin to act as bodyguards for the Four Lords, through their journey, there was no lord as considerate as these four. Furthermore, they always treated them well and shared good things with them, unlike many rulers who only viewed them as tools. Even though this was the reality, they weren't fools either. Even if brainwashed, they still had their own thoughts. Everyone had selfish desires, who wouldn't want a better life? Su Xian immediately glanced at Shui Lei and truthfully said that after reaching the Tibet base, even Su Jin had let out a sigh of relief. This place was hailed as humanity's last surviving base, essentially living up to its name. Moreover, with Su Yan and Su Ye's connections, Su Xian was quite safe here. With this situation, Su Jin didn't need as many people to protect him, and although Su Jin knew that the more time they spent together, the easier it would be for Su Xian's secrets to be exposed, he certainly couldn't betray his own brother. Hence, he definitely had to arrange some positions for these brothers, though he now leaned more towards going out on missions and enhancing their strength through cultivation. Su Jin also looked at Shui Lei. What do you think? Xiao Wu's current situation is quite hard to judge for now, but staying in the base will certainly be safer. Su Jin knew that because Shui Lei had always taken care of Xiao Wu along with other reasons, they had grown very close. But one must also understand that no feast lasts forever, even he couldn't guarantee forever being by Su Xian's side. Just within their small team, there weren't many people. Nowadays, it was increasingly difficult to go on missions outside. Despite advanced weapon evolution and continuously improving physical conditions, they still couldn't keep up with the growth rate of mutated creatures outside. Chapter 47. Shui Lei deeply sighed. What can I do? This kid's all focused on those two children now. As you said, since it's so safe here in the base, leaving him here, I can have peace of mind. Among the entire team, only Xiao Wu had weaker abilities. He was more inclined towards research rather than combat techniques or physical prowess compared to the rest. Su Guizhu consoled him. In my opinion, Xiao Wu is just an emotional person, those two kids are pitiful too. Since he's paying too much attention to them temporarily, you don't have to feel jealous, right? Shui Lei glared at him harshly. Do you know anything? Xiao Wu used to have a younger brother, who looked very much like Yang Yang. Later, he died accidentally. The two of them depended on each other, and during that time, Xiao Wu was almost on the brink of collapse. Su Xian frowned. If this is true, isn't he regarding Yang Yang as his own younger brother? He had previously suspected whether Yaya, that little guy, had meddled. After all, innate evolvers were no ordinary beings. But according to what Shui Lei had said, it was very possible he had wronged the little one. Shui Lei impatiently waved his hand. How should I know? Lately, he doesn't tell me anything, like a stubborn clam that cannot be pried open. Let him go his way. As long as I know he's alive and won't starve to death, who cares about such trivialities now? Shui Lei was fully aware that they were already living far better than most people. Regular people struggle between hunger and virus's survival line every day, while they still had time to get overly sentimental. At first, he had been troubled, disliking Xiao Wu getting too close to the two children, but seeing these two kids evoked a sense of responsibility. And since Xiao Wu had brought them back, he didn't want things to get too strained and make Xiao Wu unhappy. But while he considered Xiao Wu's feelings, Xiao Wu completely ignored his thoughts. He even showed less respect to Su Xian than before. Several times, he even harmed the Su family's interests for the sake of those two children. Fully absorbed in looking after them, it seemed like Xiao Wu was almost driven crazy. Shui Lei didn't know how to put it, let alone have the heart to say anything, so he decided not to see what couldn't be seen, preserving brotherhood over romantic ties. They shouldn't become enemies. Both needed to keep face for future encounters. Su Jin made a decisive statement. For these few days, we'll train well and take on a simple mission first. We're not sure how easy it is to kill mutated animals here, and encountering high-ranked mutated creatures could be troublesome. Su Xian highly agreed. There aren't many zombies in the northwest, but mutated animals abound. There are also nature reserves, even if the vegetation coverage rate wasn't high in the past, that was before. Everyone nodded. That was correct. Who would have thought that one night when meteor showers fell, the meteor virus swept across the entire planet, thoroughly disrupting natural laws. The arid northwest region had denser plant populations now than the tropical rainforests. Don't assume it's a good thing. In reality, due to the large-scale proliferation of mutated creatures, human living spaces were severely compressed. Add the rising sea level submerging land, and the whole planet might become a haven for mutated marine creatures in the future. Switching off the topic about Xiao Wu, everyone turned to the most practical issue. Shui Lei was deep in thought, pulling out a ballpoint pen and sketching something on his pocket notebook. Wang Hai chuckled slightly. Brother Lei, why are you doodling? We don't have much paper and pens, so we should save them. Shui Lei pushed Wang Hai's curious head away and turned to Su Jin, saying, shouldn't we prepare a boat? Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for us to go out in the future. Su Jin understood what he meant. On the way, they had seen a lot on the warship, polar ice caps melting, along with the large-scale proliferation of mutated creatures in the ocean reaching saturation, and the rising sea levels were astonishing. In the future, if nothing unexpected happened, most land would definitely be submerged by seawater, at which point their only mode of transportation would be by boat. Before Su Jin could reply, Su Xian shook his head, it's not that easy. There are so many mutated creatures in the sea, fish larger than humpback whales, even seaweed can easily take a human life. Our boats won't stand a chance, they'd be devoured without leaving a trace once entering the sea. Shui Lei turned back to him, what's your solution, fourth young master? Su Xian had always known many inside stories. Though they were officially bodyguards protecting Su Xian, they hadn't suffered any losses during this journey. They merely participated in one dangerous mission after returning to the base, following Su Ye's team. At other times, Su Xian treated them well with food and drink. Their treatment far surpassed that of the personal bodyguards of upper-level figures. Shui Lei knew Su Xian wasn't spoiled, but he also didn't think that Su Xian, who was just an ordinary otaku, could have extraordinary insight or judgment, estimating it was probably the insider information given by Su Yan. However, if they wanted to live comfortably, they indeed needed to rely on the Su family and internal intelligence. Su Xian looked at him calmly, don't worry, those above must be prepared. If the sea level really rises to the extent of flooding all land on Blue Star, the Tibet base won't be affected either. As for missions, practicing skills nearby temporarily will do. Our current strength still doesn't match the official evolvers, so there's no need to act recklessly. They had been able to live comfortably and safely until now, largely thanks to various weapons occasionally supplemented by Su Xian in secret, as well as the things left behind by Su Yan. Moreover, Su Xian occasionally shopped in the black market, buying some evolution elixirs. This kind of thing, neither Su Xian nor Su Jin would use it since it indeed had flaws. Originally, others were determined not to use it either. But later, as the gap between evolvers and normal people grew increasingly wider, their cultivation of the 9 palace secrets became just one among many cultivation techniques. Seeing so many similar things within the base made it less remarkable and valuable. Su Xian had thought about this issue before, but he had no solutions. People have different aspirations, how can you force them otherwise? He recalled Su Yan's words before leaving the Shanghai base, which were profound and likely had anticipated today's situation. Reflecting on the early days when the apocalypse began, they had been so united. Now, they were scattered in disarray. But the easiest thing to change in this world is the heart of man. Having experienced a lot, Su Xian no longer found this strange, only feeling somewhat regretful. But upon reflection, even though they knew the evolution elixir had issues, why did so many people rush forward eagerly to become volunteer experimenters? Isn't it because they want to enhance their power, giving themselves a fighting chance and hope to survive in this end-of-the-world era? Su Xian certainly wouldn't blame them. People have different aspirations. With Su Jin's connections, they had already helped him immensely. One cannot be overly greedy and aim for more, rather, one should know when to stop and maintain appropriate boundaries. The next morning, Shui Lei and the others couldn't stay idle. They had met acquaintances from their time at the base before. They were all people from the military, and they had gone on missions together. It wasn't just face familiarity, but also. Now going out of the base to perform tasks isn't easy. Even with laser weapons, the effectiveness is limited. This technology consumes too much crystal cores, and the mutated creatures are highly agile, making it difficult to hit vital spots. Apart from weapons, they required evolution elixirs, food, and other living supplies, along with paying rent, accommodation fees, water bills, electricity bills, etc., monthly within the base. Generally speaking, if you can't obtain at least 10 third-rank crystal cores a month, then congratulations, you're probably not far from being expelled from the base. The Tibet base indeed has preferential policies for some people. For instance, Su Xian and Su Jin, although just an adopted son of the Su family, had previously been involved in the core inner circle of the Su family and was closely related to Su Xian. Naturally, he counted as half of the Su family. As for Su Xian, it goes without saying. Typically, large families came in with their entire households. Su Yan merely had 2 younger brothers, above him was an elder brother, Su Yi, who had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats. Together, the blinding achievements of Su Yi were nothing more than bringing in a few people to eat idly at the expense of these accomplishments. If this still caused complaints, then what use would there be for the privileged class? And who would be willing to risk everything to fight? Although that's how it is, Su Xian didn't lack crystal cores. He could still afford his monthly living expenses. The rest could rely on the resources stored within his spatial item. There's also a trading market in Area C where one can obtain necessary items. Because they hadn't brought too many things when entering the base, each person just had a single hiking backpack. However, those compressed foods or items with a longer shelf life were generally kept. Food could also be purchased on the warship, even if it was a bit more expensive, it was all about spending crystal cores. Crystal cores could always be hunted again if lost, but the pre-apocalypse food produced before the world ended would never be available again. Therefore, no one wanted to easily consume these foods. Thus, everyone consumed a lot of crystal cores, which led them to urgently take missions outside the base. Normally, going in and out of the base was quite troublesome, as it required various procedures and 24 hours of quarantine observation upon return. But for supporting one's family, accepting these procedures was a must. This time Su Jin didn't take Su Xian out again, though he very much wanted to see the world outside that had changed dramatically. He had already reported himself under Su Yan, having been instructed not to leave the base casually. Moreover, the two children were about to be sent to Area C to receive training. It was Su Xian's first time entering Area C, and over these few days, he had been busy familiarizing himself with the layout of Area D. With a rare sense of stability established, there were quite a few things in his space that needed handling. Area C is larger than Areas A and B. In fact, this place is the central area, and the trading zone is right by the entrance. Even though it's underground, buildings in Area C are at least 3 stories high at minimum. Given that the mountain area has a limited surface, not all regions could possibly be placed on the same level plane. Areas A and B, because of their special characteristics, are located deep inside the base with superior geographic positions and extremely strict defenses. Area C offers the most comprehensive services. Besides the trading zone and the training zone, it is also the task assignment area. Previously, Su Jin received tasks here, and after completing them, they returned here to submit and collect rewards. Su Xian first accompanied Xiao Wu and the others to the training zone, which was quieter compared to the trading zone but still had its fair share of people. At a glance, there were quite a few miners gathered there, while the elderly were hardly seen, or rarely seen throughout the entire base since older individuals unless highly useful had no way of entering. After the apocalypse began, humans were screened by the meteorite virus, resulting in 9 out of 10 being eliminated. These 9 out of 10 were all deemed unfit, unneeded individuals. But who exactly decides who is unnecessary? The overly harsh survival conditions of the base allow many who could potentially survive to be mercilessly deprived of their lives, left either waiting to die or turning into zombies. Everyone has selfishness, and in such resource-scarce situations, fewer people mean greater chances of survival. Don't think that advocating self-sacrifice for others is anything other than empty nonsense. People will do anything to survive during these times. Su Xian observed some children reluctantly parting with their parents and relatives, walking into areas fenced off by electric grids. His heart silently sighed. Their generation happened to be in a transitional period. The process of great change is always accompanied by pain like childbirth. In facing planetary transformations, humanity unavoidably suffers bloodshed and sacrifice. Seeing so many children at once excited Yang Yang and Ye, who shifted from their previous negative attitude significantly. However, Xiao Wu remained uneasy, worried that others might harm the two kids, alert like a mother animal protecting her offspring towards everyone around. Upon seeing this, Su Xian glanced knowingly but acted as if unaware, calmly leading them inside. His identity proved extremely useful. As Su Yan's younger brother, a direct relative of one of the top authorities in the base, the people in the training zone practically worshipped him. These receptionists originally worked in diplomatic roles, now stationed there to facilitate communication between parents and relatives of the children. Su Xian inquired about the main situation. The base divided survivors into 5 age groups for separate training. There were specialized physical combat coaches and evolver coaches, along with cultural education courses tailored according to the educational background of trainees. However, this cultural education has been drastically reduced. Aside from literature classes that teach them how to recognize characters, pronunciation, and communication skills, it mostly covers summaries of previous experiences concerning mutated creatures and zombies found outside. Zombies are manageable even as they evolve and wouldn't pose much of a threat to humans. Mutated creatures, on the other hand, come in many types with great strength, making it crucial to know their attributes, living habits, and weaknesses for fighting them. After all, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures success in every battle. The entire Tibet base currently holds close to 1 million people, counting the survivors from several defense lines. However, inside the base, there are only about 300,000 people. Among these, the proportion of minors is relatively small, with statistics showing fewer than 30,000 children. Yet, to educators, this isn't a small number. To nurture these future hopes, the base must spend substantial resources, human and material alike. Children like Yang Yang and Ye aren't uncommon within the base. They are mainly children of base personnel. These children are divided into classes based on different attributes and receive specialized teaching. Each class doesn't exceed 15 students. Even so, during lectures, 2 instructors are required. Unlike educational methods before the apocalypse, today's curriculum teaches self-protection and how to kill enemies, which influences children's mindset. Many have already become evolvers, or may become ones like Yang Yang and Ye who are artificially cultivated. Aside from this, there could be natural evolvers transformed under the influence of the meteorite virus, though this is extremely rare or practically impossible. Even Su Xian is not a natural evolver. Throughout his journey, among all the people he encountered, none were naturally evolved. After elaborating on the matter of the evolvers, let's return to Yang Yang and Ye's arrangement issue. Since Xiao Wu will remain here to care for them, Su Xian had already mentioned their special qualities. Although he didn't disclose that they are artificial evolvers, he did hint that they're rather powerful evolvers. Higher grade evolvers mean greater strength and destructive power, but more importantly, children understand very little and often don't know what they should or shouldn't do. In such a situation, they need patient guidance to help them overcome difficulties. But not everyone is willing to take in such young evolvers because it's both troublesome and quite dangerous. Su Xian assured them, and since Xiao Wu would stay, having someone familiar around likely prevents outbursts from happening. After some persuasion, Su Xian also provided some incentives. These arrangements were possible because Su Yan had previously put in a word. Don't think anyone can just enter like a marketplace, let alone an adult like Xiao Wu. Once Yang Yang and Yaya start their training, similarly calculated by month, a fixed amount of tuition and living expenses must be paid each month. The training zone follows a boarding system where once a week, students get a day off, meaning 4 rest days per month. Although limited, children's schedules won't be too intense either, alleviating unnecessary pressure. Since Xiao Wu was arranged as a staff member, he receives some living subsidies monthly and gets paid in crystal cores. Judging by his happy demeanor, it seems that even without payment, he'd still want to be there. Fourth young master, this time I really thank you, and second young master. Xiao Wu said gratefully after showing the 2 children around facilities meant for daily living and studying. Su Xian remained calm, patting his shoulder. I'm glad you're happy. I don't have any experience with children. So these 2 kids are now your responsibility. Xiao Wu shook his head and smiled. What's the effort? As long as I can be with them daily, does it really matter if I exert myself? Hearing him speak thus, Su Xian felt it inappropriate to mention Shuelei to dampen the moment, so he gave detailed instructions to Xiao Wu, leaving some crystal cores and food for them, then finally saying a few words to Yang Yang before leaving the training zone. Chapter 48. Compared to the extraordinarily busy base workers who always work overtime, Su Xian's life is significantly freer. Su Jin doesn't easily bring him out of the base, while Su Yan occasionally sends over items, also as reminders. With the 2 kids being taken care of by Xiao Wu, plus handing the pendant over to his second brother who's examining it, it's rumored to indeed hold secrets. Still, as long as there's some use, that's all that matters. Su Xian recalled the days before his rebirth, and all he could remember were chaotic and brutal scenes enveloped by hunger and fear, emotions so deep that he sighed lightly. He might never forget that overwhelming sense of terror and helplessness. This was also why Su Xian decided not to see Su Yan after that. He wanted to gradually distance himself from the other members of the Su family. Most importantly, he did not wish to see Su Hao, nor did he want to be constantly around him. When Su Jin and the others went out on a mission this time, they left Su Xian behind to watch the house without any worries. After finishing up the trivial matters in the base and arranging everything for Xiao Wu and the others, Su Xian came back and had a good sleep. The next day, upon waking up, he began organizing the space. For nearly 2 or 3 months, Su Xian had refrained from entering the space, leaving the supplies inside unsorted and the mature crops unharvested. Time flowed much faster inside the space than outside. As soon as Su Xian entered, the refreshing scent overwhelmed him, captivating him entirely. Having lived in the city of Mado for so many years, Su Xian felt deeply poisoned by the environment. Even though he enjoyed traveling, the air outside was heavily tainted with human presence. Except for the deep mountains and ancient forests, natural scents were nearly imperceptible. And during holidays, it would only be a sea of people. Speaking of food, Su Yan and others didn't trust Su Xian ordering takeout all the time. Eventually, they arranged for a nearby hotel to deliver his meals 3 times a day. This was because previously, ordering takeout caused problems for his health, which was already fragile. Still relying on his youth, he used to stay up late into the night browsing online without any regular diet or rest. And the materials in those takeouts were sometimes questionable. Some couldn't even trace their origins back to proper shops, making it somewhat scary. During one of his travels, Su Xian discussed this with a taxi driver near the train station. The man told him how terrible the food quality was at certain small eateries near the station, even giving an example. For instance, leftover noodles from customers were simply rinsed under water and thrown back into the pot to serve the next guest. Society today had taken a drastic turn toward money worship, similar to foreign countries. Without money, you couldn't afford legal representation, and stepping into the police station might mean trouble, possibly even imprisonment. Hadn't foreign leaders' elections been backed by wealthy conglomerates? Though the elections seemed public, they were truly influenced by interest groups. Society is like a huge vat, murky waters indeed. Sharpen your eyes as you might, and still, you can barely see anything, let alone avoid being drawn into its dark side. This was one of the reasons why Su Xian decided to start a company using the inheritance left by his parents. While he himself wouldn't suffer anywhere, he didn't want others gossiping about his privileged treatment, especially since envy isn't uncommon. Later on, he invested in Su Jin's company as well, giving him the capital to utilize his talents instead of relying on the Su family name. Moreover, it allowed him to hire retired veterans, providing them livelihoods. In such cases, donating a portion of his wealth meant benefiting so many people. Sometimes when thinking about it, Su Xian would feel genuinely happy. Yet, more often than not, the darker sides of society affected him too much, leading him to prefer immersing himself in a cleaner, third-dimensional world. Let's get back to the subject of the space. Perhaps due to not having eaten fresh fruit for too long, even Su Xian, who rarely consumed fruit, found himself indulging in a box of white strawberries, officially named pineapple berries. Newly picked fruits were rich in juice and tasted exceptionally good. Produced in the space, these fruits were highly sweet, suiting Su Xian's taste. These berries were quite rare, wild strawberries, whose seeds were very hard to come by. Besides the white strawberries, there were also baobab fruits. After splitting open the hard shell, the white flesh revealed many seeds. It contained less water and tasted slightly sour, with textures resembling bread or marshmallows. In Su Xian's space, these fruits were juicier and not overly sour, likely due to the constant evolution and expansion of the space which improved crop quality. Another plant grown was dragonfire bananas, a red-colored banana variety with green leaves but otherwise appearing purplish red. It tasted milder than regular bananas. A fruit called finger lime resembled the dragonfire banana externally, but inside were countless transparent, caviar-like, pearls bursting with honeydew flavors. Then there was argan nut, the oil of which could be priced over 1,400 million yuan per 1,000 milliliters. The ruby grape cost even more, at 6,000 renminbi for a single bunch. Such prices were unaffordable for common people even in peacetime, since a month's salary wouldn't suffice to buy just one bunch of grapes. Although Su Xian had not been short on food before, he wouldn't waste money this way because, in his eyes, these expensive grapes tasted no different from those sold at roadside stands. Of course, this was only his self-consolation after tasting them. Since he was a tightwad, naturally he wouldn't spend so much money on such things, it would be better to save up for figurines and gear. However, with a calm mind, Su Xian sampled each fruit inside the space one by one, and his expression changed slightly. Excluding fruits like breadfruit that were relatively rare, the taste of other fruits he had tried before was even better after the second harvest. Su Xian also stored quite a lot of local specialty fruits in his space because they were cheap. By comparison, the quality difference was staggering, making him even more hesitant to take these fruits out. Even though none of these fruits contained stardust energy like the space spring water did, Su Xian reckoned that with the evolution rate of the space, it was just a matter of time. Traveling from south to north, then to the west, wherever his mental power reached, Su Xian collected as many meteorites as possible. Although this journey brought nothing but meteorites with no further gains, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Combined with the previously undigested meteorites left in the space, these energy sources were already sufficient for the space's needs. Therefore, while witnessing its dramatic changes, Su Xian was not overly surprised. After all, he'd been through storms, how could something trivial startle him? In reality, however, Su Xian reassured himself. In fact, he was somewhat shocked, and the rapid evolution of the space left him somewhat at a loss. The space was a secret shared between him and Su Jin. Su Xian didn't plan to tell anyone else, mainly because he had no one he could fully trust. Moreover, although Su Xian grew up in a big family, he possessed a small-town mindset. He bore no responsibility for the rise and fall of the world or the willingness to sacrifice himself for others, so the space's secrets had to remain hidden. Still, even if that were the case, it wouldn't be easy for Su Xian to share some of its contents with others. Earth-based organisms evolved multiple times within the space, resulting in far superior tastes and nutritional values. Even people who hadn't eaten these fruits in a long time would likely suspect something. Thus, aside from using the previous inventory, the only option was to process these crops again before taking them out. Above all, the secret of the space must not be exposed. It wasn't easy to harvest all these fruits, and even Su Xian and his group couldn't eat them all. Left on the trees, they wouldn't spoil easily, so Su Xian picked some he liked and ate them fresh. Actually, he'd grown a bit greedy before, as the seeds he purchased covered an incredible variety, comparable to seed banks. Even the range of species spanned widely, and he had almost planted 2 or 3 plants of each type. For example, there are over 20,000 types of strawberries worldwide, and hundreds in China alone. Of course, Su Xian wouldn't foolishly grow so many strawberry plants just for consumption, he mentioned this merely to highlight his collection hobby. Also, due to the large size of the space and excellent crop-growing conditions, planting simply required digging a hole, sprinkling the seeds, covering them with soil, and watering them. Even dying plants would survive as long as they received some water. After filling several fruit boxes, Su Xian ended his work. Crops in the fields he passed by were growing well too. Since they needed mechanical harvesting, Su Xian ignored them completely, deciding to wait until Su Jin returned. That guy was pretty talented, basically, he could operate any machine after reading the manual and tinkering with it a bit. Next came tidying up the bamboo house. Though there were no traces of habitation, their frequently used items were still stored there. Although the bamboo house hadn't evolved along with the space, the sufficiently functional basement still pleased Su Xian. Dirty clothes that needed washing were sorted out. Scattered items were either packed into boxes or discarded, while electronic devices and books meant for leisure were neatly arranged and put away. Finally, it was time to deal with the basement. With the removal of plenty of food and medicine earlier, there was now more space. Su Xian had also collected many things since then. Aside from antique paintings, jewels, jade stones, and bars of gold and silver that were currently useless, crystalline cores were the most valuable. The over 1 million crystalline cores were no small amount, and more importantly, the grains and medicines Su Xian had traded away had brought back high-tier plant crystalline cores. These mutant plant cores held purer and more stable energy, with higher tiers indicating denser energy content, something not even the cores of mutant animals or zombies could match. In addition to these, Su Xian had also collected a good number of two other types of crystalline cores. Some people cultivated by drawing energy from these cores or utilized them as materials to make evolution elixirs. Unlike the new weapons crafted from meteorites, the crystalline cores acted directly on the human body. The more negative energy within the core, the greater its harm to the body. Even though some people couldn't gather enough resources to buy the evolution elixirs and thus chose to risk using the raw crystalline cores, the base only gave warnings but did not ban their use, merely imposing strict control over it. In Su Xian's view, this was akin to a disguised observation experiment, providing a more convenient way to explore how to best utilize the crystalline cores. After cleaning and purifying the crystalline cores with space spring water and then repacking them, these steps took up a fair bit of his time. Finally, there were various resources related to cultivation that Su Xian had accumulated. He had gathered numerous ancient texts and relics that might possibly be mystical artifacts. Although he currently could not decipher much from them, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of longing when remembering what Su Jin had mentioned before. Truthfully, Su Xian felt somewhat anxious. Despite already working hard on cultivating and having access to an inexhaustible supply of space spring water and all kinds of resources, his physical combat skills and mental strength had yet to break through the initial 10th tier threshold. Although everything had been going smoothly in terms of cultivation, his levels hadn't increased significantly. Su Jin, on the other hand, had his martial arts at level 12 and mental strength at level 9, making him one of the top-ranking figures in the base. With insufficient power, Su Xian couldn't seek revenge against those who wronged him, leaving him perpetually in a state of unease and fear. Even as he tried to suppress and regulate these feelings, one must still face reality. Su Xian, as an ordinary person, was naturally afraid of death. Especially after experiencing betrayal, experiments, and imprisonment, the fact that he hadn't turned into a villain was something he could only thank heaven for, and most of this owed to his acquisition of a miraculous space. Without this space, Su Xian would definitely not have been so confident, even risking his life wouldn't have been out of the question. Though he could neither use nor find any clues in the ancient objects, looking at what appeared to be a treasure trove from a clearance sale filled Su Xian with a sense of instant wealth. Even though he wasn't poor, if this were peacetime, even the Su family probably wouldn't possess the financial capacity to acquire so many treasures. More valuable and rare items such as supreme-grade gemstones and rare antiques were placed separately by Su Xian, while regular items were packed carelessly into boxes, eventually filling several cargo containers. Before the apocalypse, this situation was unimaginable, even looting museums wouldn't yield so much treasure. While rejoicing inwardly, Su Xian reflected that many of the things here were not meant to see the light of day. A large portion of them were confiscated assets, and quite a few people had used this means to build their empires. Hence, among the goods he cleaned, there were many antiques and jewels Su Xian had never seen before, broadening his horizons. Of course, even if these things didn't bring Su Xian more benefits, he didn't consider it a loss. After all, the cultural value embodied by these treasures was immeasurable, especially during subsequent times. As humanity's physique continued to improve, those medicines would gradually lose effectiveness. As for the grain exchanged earlier, Su Xian was unsure how to deal with it either. Helping others indirectly was certainly better than leaving it all inside the space indefinitely. Even if he knew they wouldn't spoil, letting them sit there without purpose wouldn't do. Having organized these items, there were still countless supplies waiting for him to manage. Daily necessities such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, toilet paper, wooden combs, and mirrors, all minor items, were taken out. He also pulled out a bag of disposable plastic spoons. These were single-use items, saving water since they were thrown away after being used once. Some dry fruits and condiments from the space could also be taken out. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar outside were not costly either, especially now. Su Xian had previously taken a trip around the trading area, referencing what he needed to bring out. Aside from daily necessities and food, there were also medicines and cosmetics that required sorting. Food was in high demand. Su Xian's space held not just fresh local fruits but various snacks, seafood, cured goods, sausages, dried meats, whole roasted ducks, barbecued chickens, pig heads, trotters, goose liver, and steak. There was an abundance of it all. Unfortunately, most of these items couldn't be brought out now, except for occasional indulgence among friends within his group. After all, even in the base, such luxury wasn't common. However, some long-lasting items could still be brought out. Those with more than 2 years shelf life were safe to consume. Still, selling some medicines and cosmetics might be a better option. Cosmetics were now considered luxuries, though not many people bought them. There were plenty of women in the base, but compared to cosmetics, they needed sanitary pads more. The main focus of medicine sales were treatments for various diseases. Su Xian rarely sold commonly used external injury medicines and definitely didn't deal in medical equipment. As for health supplements, which he occasionally purchased, no one would likely want them anyway, so they remained tucked away in a corner. After careful consideration, the items worth selling turned out to be few. Moreover, compared to the magic capital base, the Tibet base probably had only a handful of people who would need these medicines. Those with too weak capabilities were usually denied entry into the base altogether. Su Xian certainly couldn't go peddling medicines outside. It was unlikely they'd even be able to afford them. Looking at it this way, only those in higher ranks could afford them. The last time he entrusted Han to handle the transaction, it seemed like everything ended up being sold to the Wan family. However, there were only a few families wealthy enough to buy in bulk, and Su Xian shook his head regretfully. It was unfortunate that the Tibet base lacked such big spenders. Even if there were any, transactions would likely draw attention and reveal traces too easily. So far, Su Xian had accumulated quite a number of crystalline cores. He no longer intended to collect in bulk, rather, small-scale trade suited him fine. This way, it was less likely to attract notice. If other items couldn't be exchanged, then leaving them stored in a space wouldn't cause harm either, they might come in handy in the future. After sorting through his inventory and excluding weapons and various machines, what remained were clothes, shoes, socks, bedding, fabric, outdoor gear, and some odds and ends. Chapter 49. It was still summer outside, so clothing wouldn't fetch good prices. Besides Su Xian's previous orders, most of the stock came from shopping centers, dock warehouses, and containers, encompassing all sorts of garments. However, many of these pieces were overly decorative without practical use. Most of what he personally collected consisted of military-grade products produced by arms factories, excellent quality even during the corrupt business era, where such goods stood as examples of integrity. As for fabrics, there were even more varieties. Su Xian once whimsically thought about making his own clothes since he imagined the post-apocalyptic world could get pretty dull. Since Su Xian specialized in luxury goods, he occasionally dealt with famous brands and had seen countless designer clothes and bags. In reality, if placed on the market before the apocalypse, the luxury items in his space alone would have been worth billions. Still, Su Xian merely glanced over these items occasionally. Factory-produced items were essentially imitations, handcrafted pieces inspired slightly more trust. Previously, he considered making a protective suit for Su Jin, which is why he rummaged through his stash of fabrics. When it came to materials, natural ecological fibers like cotton, linen, silk, wool, and leather were best. Su Xian possessed various types of fabric, including valuable silk brocade which he treated as art collections rather than for actual use. These costly materials weren't acquired in large quantities but instead accumulated later. At first, Su Xian planned to make a protective suit out of leather for Su Jin. But after testing the material, he found that store-bought leather wasn't durable enough, so he decided to kill a pig himself. Pig leather has excellent breathability and water vapor permeation, making it ideal for undergarments and children's clothing. Su Xian painstakingly sewed a piece of armor out of pig leather, adding a specially made metal humanoid armor on top, thanks to pre-drilled holes that simplified the process. Of course, the core component was the metal armor itself, forged for front and back protection, excluding the arms and covering the upper body's vital areas. This special metal was obtained from a weapons factory earlier, possibly intended for weapon production. Additionally, the armor was produced using an adjusted machine tool. Su Xian and Su Jin had researched these tools before. While Su Xian wasn't very knowledgeable, Su Jin understood more, especially given access to crucial data and solar power within the space, allowing them to successfully create functional armor. Weapons, on the other hand, were rather complicated. They were highly precise instruments, and a mistake could easily result in self-inflicted injuries. Therefore, they hadn't planned to manufacture weapons anytime soon. Additionally, there was the production of compressed military rations and other military supplies. Currently, these items were in great demand. Military-grade outdoor products, for instance, could be sold at exorbitant prices, though most people wouldn't part with them easily. The armor Su Xian had made might not look too aesthetically pleasing, and due to his lack of expertise, some finer details hadn't been addressed adequately. However, compared to a bulletproof vest, it was undeniably more effective. Su Xian had conducted an experiment. This special metal couldn't be penetrated by bullets or even pierced through in one attempt by a laser gun. Hence, it would surely be effective against mutated creatures. Su Xian was thrilled, but upon organizing the special metal, he discovered that there were only 20 crates left in stock. Moreover, the extraction process during production meant that only a limited amount of armor could be produced. Su Xian himself was protected by a powerful mental force field, so it wasn't an issue for him. But Su Jin, who often led the charge, occasionally found himself vulnerable, which is why Su Xian was particularly concerned about him. After completing the armor, Su Xian took it to the bamboo loft, planning to let Su Jin try it out as soon as he returned. If it fit well, it could be used on missions. Furthermore, Su Xian felt he could obtain more of this special metal. Due to the excessive variety of items previously stored in the space, Su Xian asked Su Jin to build him a small workshop, along with a kiln for glass and porcelain. There were too many fruits in the space, and although Su Xian had bought several glass containers before, most were now empty. Thus, he decided to produce his own glass containers for storage. Although still in the experimental stage, creating the decent armor was a pleasant surprise for Su Xian. Su Xian spent 2 days, 48 hours, in the external world's time within the space, converting into a longer period internally. He set alarms that went off periodically, ensuring he didn't lose touch with the outside world. On the 3rd day, Su Xian emerged to find Su Jin still hadn't returned, but since they had communicated via a call from a phone located on the outskirts of the base and reported safety, Su Xian felt reassured. Despite the vast size and numerous valuable items in the space, staying alone for prolonged periods became tiresome. The animals, incapable of conversing with him, made solitude even harder. Humans, being social creatures, prompted Su Xian to organize his supplies and head out for a stroll. This time, he carried a black bag containing some compressed food and a few packs of snacks. Chips, which occupied too much space, were something Su Xian enjoyed but consumed only inside the space. Su Xian suddenly thought of Yang Yang and Ye, deciding temporarily to visit them, bringing along some treats. He also planned to take a trip to the trading area. Since taking various items proved challenging, Su Xian sorted the snacks in the space, intending to bring them out. Definitely some candies and chocolates needed to be included, as Ye adored them. Preserved fruits like fruit paste had short shelf lives, and similarly dried plums and candied fruits had passed their expiration dates. However, fruit chips could be brought, available also within the base. Puffed snacks such as shrimp sticks, potato chips, vegetable rings, chicken nuggets, and squid jerky occupied too much space and weren't taken along. Biscuits, meat jerky, and dried fish were included instead. Chewing gum and jelly, which were increasingly rare, were hardly considered. Nuts like peanuts, sunflower seeds, cashews, walnut kernels, almonds, hazelnuts, and chestnuts could be selected and carried in smaller amounts. In addition to nuts, powdered beverages, mung bean cakes, tofu, and other soy products, seaweed, dried squid, and fish slices were also added. Wind-dried paws, chicken legs, duck legs, pork floss, and similar processed meat products, along with chocolate and bread-based snacks, rounded up the selection. There were numerous varieties of snacks, and leisure foods were always popular. Su Xian prepared quite a lot, choosing those that were less conspicuous and placing them in a small backpack for Xiao Wu. Originally, fresh pork slaughtered within the space tasted exceptional, but unfortunately, outside, there was mostly canned meat and mutant flesh. He also used the freshly produced milk from the space to make cheese and milk tofu. Unfortunately, these items had too short of a shelf life to be transported outside. Eventually, he chose a newly made can of full-fat milk powder to supplement their nutrition, plus honey which could be preserved indefinitely. Su Xian thus fetched a small jar of freshly packed wildflower honey, its pale amber color clear and bright. Carrying all these things, Su Xian felt slightly dangerous leaving the house, but with his combat capabilities and the base's high level of security, he needn't worry too much. Upon reaching the training area, Su Xian gave the guards a few crystal cores, instructing them to call someone. Shortly after, Xiao Wu appeared. Having not seen each other for several days, Xiao Wu's complexion seemed a little improved, perhaps because he had settled down. His physical condition hadn't been optimal recently due to the exhausting journeys and constant battles with zombies while looking after the children. It was indeed arduous work for him. Xiao Wu was somewhat pleased to see Su Xian, leading him into the parlor. By rules, he wasn't allowed inside the restricted areas, but Su Xian didn't mind and handed over what he had prepared. There's a small jar of honey, some milk powder, and a few snacks inside. I also brought some compressed biscuits, which could help in case of hunger. Xiao Wu opened the backpack briefly, quickly closing it and looking at Su Xian with a questioning expression. Young Lord, for these things. Su Xian smiled faintly. Relax, you can take them and share with the two children. Don't be too stingy. You've been through a lot on this journey, so it's time for a good replenishment. Xiao Wu shook his head. I don't need much, it's just the two kids. He hesitated to bring up issues regarding their training, not knowing how to properly explain the situation without offending Su Xian. In those few days of observation, he had noticed quite a few problems but decided against addressing them directly. More often than not, it would fall to Su Xian to deal with such situations. Though Xiao Wu left things unsaid, Su Xian frowned slightly, not paying attention to his excessive pity towards the children. Frankly speaking, Su Xian's parents had spoiled him too much, leaving him unaware of worldly matters, fearless, and unruffled by anything. Now, Su Xian thought that with the strength of the two children and Xiao Wu protecting them like a mother hen, their future might not turn out too well. However, Su Xian knew better than to point out everything openly as it would likely upset Xiao Wu or even cause disagreement. Su Xian did not want to strain their relationship over the education of the two children, so he chose not to reply, instead asking about their current situation there. As expected, the situation wasn't great. Otherwise, who wouldn't willingly send their children to live comfortably? Xiao Wu loved the two children deeply but still maintained an awareness of his own place, mindful of causing any trouble for them. Clearly, he had transformed into a qualified nanny father. Su Xian forced himself to stay patient and gave some reassurance though inwardly disgruntled. This is the current situation. The important thing is to make them exercise more and learn more stuff. After all, they are still just children, highly moldable. After a few more exchanges about family matters, they learned Su Jin had gone out on a mission. Though Xiao Wu initially worried, seeing Su Xian's composed demeanor set him at ease. Considering his close relationship with Big Brother Su, if Su Xian was so calm, then there should be no issue. But in Su Xian's eyes, this attitude seemed more irritating. However, Su Xian rarely involved himself in others' affairs unless there was a personal benefit. This being a private matter, Su Xian decided not to meddle unnecessarily. Su Xian also asked if they were lacking anything. The daily necessities and clothing of the two children were sufficient, except their changeable clothes were only 3 or 4 sets, far fewer compared to other kids. Su Xian promised to bring some clothes when he came next time, planning to search for them thoroughly inside the space afterward. Training costs were not cheap, and within a month, expenses on crystal cores for both children added up considerably. Even with Xiao Wu chipping in, it barely covered the cost. Ultimately, they relied on support from Su Xian. Chapter 50. After leaving the training area, Su Xian went as usual to browse around the trading zone. Aside from novel weapons and potions, the crystal cores here were quite attractive to him. He had already accumulated plenty of gold and jade, now having developed a higher standard, only the finest ones drew much attention. There was no black market in Zone C, although in Zones D, E, and F where chaos reigned, there might be some. All transactions here were legitimate and under surveillance. Although reminded earlier not to go to the latter three zones, Su Xian guessed internal security couldn't be too disorganized even inside the Tibet base. Nevertheless, due to their proximity to the defense lines, any incident could easily transform these zones into battlefields, inevitably turning their inhabitants into cannon fodder. Hence, people without significant abilities dared not reside in the last three zones. The trading area was spacious, abundant with quality goods, yet prices were higher here than in the magic capital base. Payment was primarily made in crystal cores, with a less favorable exchange rate for food items. Su Xian weighed the options and decided that conducting transactions here might not be beneficial. Thus, after walking around casually, he turned back empty-handed. At this moment, a man holding a black bag approached, his expression servile. "Sir, interested in taking a look? I have something pretty special." Su Xian glanced at him carelessly. He was unfamiliar, a burly man in his 30s with an appearance suggesting a lack of sophistication. Su Xian looked smartly dressed and carried an elegant demeanor, qualities undeterred even in the aftermath world since obtaining the space. His formerly depleted physical condition gradually improved, giving him an energetic presence. People like him were rare post-disaster, and strolling idly in the trading zone naturally drew him attention as a prime target for potential scams. Despite doubting the stranger could offer anything worthwhile, Su Xian still inquired casually, "What do you have?" The man led Su Xian to a corner, opened the backpack, and showed him the contents, 2 bags of white powder. Su Xian furrowed his brow and probed with his mental power. His expression slightly changed. "You dare to sell this stuff?" Although Su Xian was a homebody, he was still a well-rounded youth and wouldn't touch such things. He even thought it necessary to report the man. Seeing Su Xian's frowning face, the man knew something was amiss but still begged pitifully, "It's all about making a living. If it weren't for the chaos in the last 3 zones, I'd have gone there to sell it." Su Xian's eyes flickered. Do people in the last 3 zones really buy this stuff? His soft voice carried a hint of mental suggestion, causing the man to nod rapidly and blurt out, "This thing actually sells pretty well in the last 3 zones. Over there are quite a few who were injured and discharged before. Without painkillers they resort to these to ease their suffering. But if I went alone, I'd be lucky not to get robbed, and exposing my goods would be impossible." Su Xian asked again, "Have you been to the last 3 zones?" The man nodded. "How could I not go? There are the most people over there. These areas were added after the base was built. Apart from those injured and retired, there are many defective test subjects. The last 3 zones aren't under unified management by the base. It's tough for them to enter the front zones, basically having to scrounge for all kinds of supplies themselves. That's why going into business there is practically finding your own death." Su Xian hadn't expected the situation in the last 3 zones to be so chaotic. Luckily he hadn't impulsively decided to check it out, otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Su Xian then asked how much merchandise the man had. Learning that this guy was merely a small thug for an underground organization, Su Xian interrogated him thoroughly. As for his goods, Su Xian directly confiscated them. This stuff was indeed very dangerous. Humanity had finally found a path to evolution, so these couldn't be allowed to become stumbling blocks. Unfortunately, the man had some backing, or else Su Xian would have simply taken down their entire nest and cleaned out their base completely. After this incident, Su Xian's mood soured. He didn't intend to go back either, as he was alone anyway and it felt eerily quiet. So, he simply found an entertainment venue in the trading area to relax and improve his mood. There weren't many high-end clubs in Zone C, and Su Xian chose a moderate one. He entered, ordered a glass of wine, and sat by the window looking outside. The whole base, apart from the dense buildings, didn't show much. The mountainside resembled a massive black curtain shielding the entire base tightly. Only a few emergency lights emitted faint glimmers, revealing the rough outline of the base. Su Xian sipped the red wine. Its taste was decent and worth its expensive price. The club's lighting was dim, and gentle music played softly in the background. After the apocalypse began, the once noisy world turned silent, reverting humanity to its primitive state just for survival. There was no time or energy left to consider anything else. During his time in the space, Su Xian occasionally listened to songs. His phone and computer were still usable, but outside only the phone remained. Now, with power supplied by the base, electronic devices were naturally functional again. The space stored countless disks containing the essence of human civilization across various fields, including numerous entertainment programs. But it seemed like now wasn't the right time for indulgence. While drinking, Su Xian observed the crowd around him. Not long after, he faintly heard noises. Su Xian slightly furrowed his brows and summoned a server over. What's going on? Why so loud? Don't assume high-end clubs can permit random noise. In the Tibet base, any overly shrill sounds are strictly prohibited. High-end clubs are only allowed to play soothing music at specified volumes. Even in the base, excessive shouting and yelling isn't permitted. Even using firearms in training areas requires designated locations with sound suppressors. After all, this place claims to be humanity's final survival base, and once exposed, the consequences would be catastrophic. The server looked equally troubled, yet fully aware that the patrons here were ones he shouldn't offend, so he kept calming Su Xian down. Not receiving a proper answer, Su Xian impatiently waved him away. At this volume, anyone outside would likely be taken away by patrolling soldiers for questioning soon. He tried probing with his mental force and discovered that the noise originated from a private room near the corridor corner. Inside were quite a few young men and women, including Su Hao. Most importantly, several young men surrounded a girl who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, behaving improperly as they teased her. The girl's hands were tied, and she struggled desperately, her mouth gagged, emitting only muffled sounds. Su Xian took a closer look at Su Hao, who was sitting on the side enjoying the spectacle. Although these people played around, they didn't remove her clothes, seemingly showing some restraint. Nevertheless, the crowd gathered around them cheering loudly as if encouraging their actions, creating an unbearable noise. The private rooms here offered no soundproofing, it was merely for show. Su Xian could no longer tolerate the sight. He directly called the base guards to report the incident. Soldiers soon burst in with guns, and Su Xian used his mental force to blow open the door. Su Hao and his group were caught red-handed. As these people were gradually taken away, Su Xian knew the soldiers wouldn't do much to them since they all came from influential families that even the regular soldiers couldn't offend. Just when everyone thought the drama had ended, a group of people suddenly entered the club's entrance. Leading them was none other than Su Yan. Su Xian was genuinely shocked by this turn of events. With a stoic expression, Su Yan walked briskly into the private room, taking one glance at the girl bound up like a pig and then striking Su Hao hard across the face. The loud sound stunned everyone present, and Su Hao himself bled from the corner of his mouth, falling onto the floor. Su Yan showed no further reaction, coldly stating, "From now on, I don't have you as a younger brother. Your life or death has nothing to do with me anymore, and stop using my name to cheat others." With those words, he left proudly with the girl, leaving Su Xian and the crowd equally stunned, scattering one after another. Su Hao lay motionless on the ground for quite a while. After some time, someone approached to help him up, and Su Xian noticed from afar, it was the sunglasses-wearing black-clad man who had occupied his villa earlier. Keeping a distance and without utilizing his mental power, Su Xian merely observed the man talking briefly to Su Hao before escorting him out of the club and disappearing in an unknown direction. Su Hao felt not only wronged but also infuriated. Why should a simple pleasure with a woman provoke such a response? The woman was beautiful, and brought by his subordinates. He just wanted to share her with his friends so everyone could enjoy. But instead, Su Yan had not only discovered them but also reacted with such overwhelming anger. The black-clothed man brought Su Hao back to his residence, a villa in Area B. He helped treat Su Hao's wounds and consoled him with flattering words, subtly praising him in between sentences. His name was Si Kong, and he was a friend Su Hao made after arriving at the Tibet base. While Si Kong lived in Area B, Su Hao had to stay in Area D, which made Su Hao feel both envious and resentful toward his second brother's arrangements. Despite meeting only a few times, the two hit it off quickly. Later, Su Hao saw Wu Mingli by Si Kang's side and initially felt astonished and angry because he had thought she was dead. However, considering his general relationship with Si Kong, Su Hao decided to let it slide. To break ties over a fickle woman would be uncouth, indeed. In Su Hao's mind, such opportunistic women were worth enjoying briefly but keeping for too long wasn't necessary. Si Kong nodded with a smile. Lord 3 understands perfectly well. She is just a woman after all. How can we, as broad-minded men, hold grudges against her? Giving her food occasionally and rewarding your subordinates with her services ensures resources are put to good use. Su Hao nodded continuously, agreeing thoroughly, that's a brilliant idea. These days, I rarely encounter decent women in this base. Waking up the next morning always leaves me feeling unsatisfied. Si Kang's eyes gleamed with insight. I happen to know a few better ones. Would Lord 3 like me to arrange introductions? At this suggestion, Su Hao was quite tempted. Ever since arriving at the Tibet base, he seldom encountered suitable women, making nights uninteresting. Still, he hesitated a little, unfamiliar with the new environment and fearing unintentional offenses. But Si Kong clearly understood Su Hao's reservations and shrugged carelessly, urging him, Lord 3 mustn't forget your 2 elder brothers aren't mere ornaments. Relying on their influence, it's not just sleeping with women that poses no issue but dominating the base with impunity as well. Chapter 51. Given Su Hao's limited intelligence combined with Si Kang's persistent flattery and instigation, it was natural for him to lose control. Staying quiet at the base per Su Yan's warning was already irritating enough. Surely seeking a bit of amusement was permissible. Since the club in Zone C was closer to Si Kang's villa, he simply invited Su Hao to come there to treat his wounds. Su Yan's punch truly inflicted serious damage on him, his ears still buzzing continuously. Su Hao was completely dazed by the slap. He let Si Kong take him back to the villa. The sharp pain of the antiseptic applied to his wound brought him back to his senses. He glanced down at Wu Mingli who was tending to his wounds, and an overwhelming wave of anger surged through him. Rising suddenly, Su Hao kicked her hard. "Get out of my sight." Wu Mingli, stunned by the blow, collapsed onto the floor with medicine all over her clothes, looking extremely disheveled. When Si Kong entered and saw this scene, he cursed Su Hao in his heart for being utterly useless. Si Kong could see that Su Hao intimidated only those weaker than himself, like women, but said nothing about it. Instead, he had to continue flattering Su Hao. "What's happened? It's not worth your while to get angry with a woman. Don't ruin your health over something so trivial." Hearing this, Su Hao looked up at him with a trace of ferocity in his eyes. "You have the audacity to ask me why? This fun you arranged ended with me getting beaten up." Recalling that Si Kong had confidently promised to arrange some fun earlier, Su Hao now realized things were off after regaining his composure from Su Yan's punch. His first reaction was to accuse Si Kong, treating him far less kindly than before. To be honest, considering Su Hao's upbringing, it was already commendable that he didn't outright swear. After living through so much in the apocalyptic world, he'd finally learned to exercise caution rather than recklessly abuse Su Yan's power. Si Kang's eyes flashed dangerously with a fleeting look of malice before returning to calmness. Su Hao, too consumed by his own anger, failed to notice this change. "I've made a mistake," Si Kong said softly. "My men failed to inform me that the woman has already been eyed by Lord Second. By the time I learned of this matter, it was too late." Hearing this, Su Hao froze for a moment before blurting out, "How is that possible? My second brother has always avoided women." At these words, Si Kang's expression turned mocking. "Lord 3, what you say isn't entirely accurate. Lord Second is still a man, right? If he took a liking to someone and enjoyed their company, how would that feel? Do you understand?" Su Hao lifted his head to stare at him. "Your discernment seems pretty good. If you knew about the woman my second brother liked, why did you send her to me anyway?" He still felt uneasy. Though he hadn't heard any rumors about Su Yan having a lover, this incident must have had its reasons to provoke such a severe response from Su Yan. Then, recalling Su Yan personally taking the woman away, Su Hao became even more certain. Since he'd just arrived at the base, not knowing this fact was understandable. However, Si Kong lived in Area B, so close to Su Yan, how could he be unaware of this? Knowing that he'd alienated Su Yan, Su Hao still believed his brothers, Su Yan couldn't possibly watch him starve, right? But if Su Yan no longer supported him in the base, then where would he stand? And when will elder brother Su Yi return? For all anyone knows, he might be dead outside the base. So Su Hao needed Su Yan's backing. He was the real power broker here. If he could interrogate Si Kong and discover the truth, perhaps he'd find a way to apologize properly to Su Yan. Finding an excuse to step down would allow everything to go smoothly. After all, they should remain good brothers, shouldn't they? How could Si Kong not know his intentions? Maintaining a composed tone, he responded, "Hey, do you really think I have so much influence? Otherwise, why bother kowtowing to you or ingratiating myself with the Su family?" With these words, Si Kong left Su Hao momentarily speechless. Si Kong continued to coax him, "Do you have any idea how capable your second brother is? He controls the base entirely, holding the lives and fortunes of many people in his hands. How could I possibly know his personal affairs? Besides, with so many soldiers around, they certainly wouldn't be just for show, would they? That woman was randomly chosen off the streets. How could we have guessed she belonged to second brother? Even if you gave me 100 lifetimes, I'd never dare offend Lord Second. Now that my scheme has failed, I'm worried that second brother might punish me for it. Lord 3, give me some advice. What should we do now?" Su Hao swallowed nervously, confused by the string of information. Nonetheless, what Si Kong said made sense, reducing Su Hao's suspicions significantly. Indeed, these days, who doesn't seek favor with the Su family? Su Yan and Su Yi are such formidable figures. Su Yan holds the reins of power in the base, and Su Yi commands the military. Together, they're virtually invincible. If Si Kong had known that woman was coveted by Su Yan, he surely wouldn't have risked sending her over. Offending Su Yan meant certain retribution, given how ruthless his second brother usually was. So it truly was just a coincidence then? Su Hao thought, feeling reluctant. Si Kong added, "Strangely enough, today I ran into Fourth Lord at the club. Your brother rarely shows up in places like that, but guess who I unexpectedly encountered? Su Xian." Su Hao was startled, slapping his thigh in sudden rage. Why is it always this guy? He's everywhere. How convenient that he still has people like Su Jin protecting him, enjoying luxury within the base while others struggle. It's so unfair. Si Kong feigned surprise. "Third young master, why do you seem to have such an issue with this fourth young master?" Su Hao immediately interrupted him, "Don't even mention him. I don't consider him my brother at all. If only I'd let him die out there and save myself the headache. This incident might just be his meddling. How else would second brother have showed up so conveniently? That wretched tattletale always plays two faces, before and behind me. I previously insulted him by calling him no son of the Su family. Surely, he holds a grudge now. The little brat isn't someone to trifle with, he's probably seeking revenge whenever possible. I must tell second brother, I can't let outsiders take advantage of our Su family. Si Kong, hearing this, seemed thoughtful before asking carefully, young master, what exactly makes fourth young master not part of your family? Su Hao looked extremely smug as he exclaimed loudly, of course he isn't. That boy is merely the child my parents adopted, just because he shares the Su surname doesn't make him truly one of us. Bah! Recalling all the favoritism his parents and siblings had shown towards Su Xian while constantly criticizing him, Su Hao felt fed up with it all. Even if Su Xian were his real sibling, he couldn't stand it, especially when this boy wasn't actually from their bloodline. Si Kong pretended to be puzzled, third young master, how did you find out about this? Su Hao momentarily choked on the question but then looked at Si Kong who eagerly attended to his smoking needs. Feeling indulged, Su Hao smoothly continued, though it may appear to be private Su family matters, remember, second brother leads the base. And since the Su clan undoubtedly stands as the top family, we definitely can't let some orphan without known parents muddle the pure lineage. That Su Xian was picked up externally by my parents, it was only later that I overheard our family steward mentioning it inadvertently. Come to think of it, Su Bo also has a distant kinship with the woman Wu Mingli, a relation of sorts. Later, when Su Xian wasn't present, Wu Mingli had ingratiated herself with Su Bo, revealing Su Xian's background unintentionally. Although elders should keep secrets, Su Bo held a prestigious position in the household, and these older folks often acted arrogantly due to age. Should he dislike Su Xian, deliberately exposing his past wouldn't be surprising. Si Kong sighed deeply, commenting, the Su family indeed possesses great benevolence to adopt someone with unknown origins like Su Xian. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression turned somewhat strange. If you really look into it, it's not entirely that his birth circumstances are unfortunate, rather, this kid's got a tough fate. According to Su Bo, when he came to our house, he carried along a piece of jade, an expensive nephrite jade worth quite a bit. Though the jade didn't have value anymore, it once served as crucial proof identifying Su Xian as not being from the Su family. At this point, Si Kong wore a peculiar expression, hinting at some unspeakable truth. Su Hao noticed and urged impatiently, just spit it out already, what's troubling you? Quit acting coy. Si Kong smiled sheepishly, excuse me, third young master, there's something I neglected to mention. Previously, I resided for a time in the magic capital base. The villa I stayed in happened to originally belong to fourth young master, but later, it was requisitioned by the base. Hearing this, Su Hao burst into laughter filled with malice, that kid has no competence, all he knows is to flatter my parents. That villa was left as inheritance by them. But evidently, this wimp failed to safeguard anything in the end, it just proves what a weakling he is. Ignoring Su Hao's foolishness, Si Kong signaled Wu Mingli, who had tidied up everything after the chaos earlier, to bring over a red velvet box. I've been wondering, if he kept that item close for years, how could he leave it carelessly at the villa? Mingli, unfamiliar with the world, recognizing its excellent quality, helped herself to the piece of nephrite jade and brought it to me by chance. Given third young master finds it convenient, here, I'll leave it for you to handle since it does ultimately belong to the Su family. Su Hao frowned slightly upon receiving the box, opening it briefly to inspect. While he was indifferent to Su Xian's situation, he had seen the jade a few times, knowing it to be exceptional, not ordinary merchandise. But these days, since it couldn't exchange for money or food, it lacked utility, so he gave it a quick glance before nodding, it should be that kid's alright. After the apocalypse, he followed Su Jin and others on missions to kill zombies, possibly considering it burdensome to carry around. Anyway, it's useless now, and carrying it around would only waste space. Thinking he had never seen good things. Although after their parents' death, the family property was mostly taken by Su Xian, they also received a substantial amount. Plus, with Su Yi and Su Yan's connections, the company could be said to profit almost every year. He had enjoyed all sorts of good things. At this moment, being greedy for a piece of sheep fat jade was just too degrading. Su Hao mocked inwardly that Wu Mingli really couldn't cut it, she had been longing for this jade pendant on Su Xian's body since before, which was too petty. He didn't bother to advise Si Kong. If the guy wanted to keep a low-value woman, it was up to him. As long as he himself didn't lose anything, it was fine. Seeing him firmly believing that this was the jade pendant worn by Su Xian, Si Kong felt a surge of joy inside and asked again, since it's something passed down as an heirloom, doesn't third young master find anything unusual about it? Hearing this, Su Hao was instantly confused, unusual. He gave Si Kong a strange look, hesitating and replying, that kid wore this thing for so long and nothing happened. It's just an ordinary jade pendant. Of course, Si Kong couldn't point it out directly, plus he had his own plans. It looked like the relationship between Su Hao and Su Xian was not good at all. Trying to get information from him would be in vain. Su Hao had no idea how many twists and turns were in Si Kang's mind. He only pondered how to use Su Xian as an excuse to go apologize to Su Yan. That kid played a good hand, not being driven out of the Su family was already quite magnanimous, yet unexpectedly he started scheming against him instead. If it were the peaceful times before, Su Hao wouldn't worry about anything, but now it was different. The outside world was dangerous, and every minute there was a possibility he might die. Let alone now when they couldn't eat or dress well, with no entertainment at all, and fighting all day long. He wasn't cut out for that, and wanting to increase one's strength meant monthly doses of evolution medicine costing quite a lot. His subordinates couldn't even support themselves, let alone him. Chapter 52. After enduring nearly 2 years of the apocalypse, Su Hao had developed a thick skin. With no options, he couldn't support himself and could only rely on Su Yan and Su Ye's names to cheat for food and drink, indulging in pleasures whenever possible. Not only did he spend everything each month, but it was more like spending every day and every moment. After Su Yan returned, he first comforted the girl, then sighed repeatedly, and summoned his close male secretary, arrange a position for Su Hao first, give him something to do, and stop him from causing trouble all day. If it doesn't work, let him go out and train, right now there isn't much happening anyway. Eating some bitterness and getting injured aren't that important, as long as no one dies. Su Yan sounded impatient. Though they were biological brothers, Su Yan had no patience to tolerate him any longer, let alone this time when he had crossed the line. Thinking about the terrified young girl, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a wave of pain, for she was the one he doted on like a pearl in his palm. Initially, it was with the intention of using her, but people aren't unfeeling grass or trees, who can lack emotions. Moreover, compared to any woman he had ever met, she was much more attractive. What was most important was that she was pure, just like a blank sheet of paper. The secretary rarely saw him so angry, and obediently accepted the order while trembling, retreating downstairs. Su Yan suppressed his anger and dealt with the accumulated files, then rose and went upstairs. The villa wasn't large, but the first floor still had 5 or 6 rooms. Su Yan followed the stairs upward, stopping in front of a room opposite the staircase entrance. He knocked gently on the door. Without waiting for a response from inside, he quickly pushed the door open and entered. The room was mainly in pink tones, designed as a princess-style bedroom. Behind layers of curtains on the bed lay a delicate and small figure buried under soft bedding, refusing to come out. A flash of amusement appeared in Su Yan's eyes. He casually lifted the curtain, sat by the bed, and dragged her out of the cocoon of quilts. Her feeble struggles were negligible, but seeing the tear streaks and rage on her face, Su Yan tried his best to suppress his anger and stepped back slightly. "You're still mad at me? If you hadn't gone out without thinking, how could you have encountered this? This time you got lucky. Do you think it's easy for girls like you to live well now? They would consider themselves lucky if they don't tear you apart and eat you, and you actually think everyone treats you like I treat my piglet, feeding you well and letting you rest comfortably." The girl pouted unhappily, her voice soft and cloying. "What nonsense are you talking? How dare you compare me to a sow?" She knew what a sow was and definitely wasn't such a chubby, meaty thing. The young girl's face fell, and she shook her head. "I don't want to. They're all very dangerous and bad, and I'm scared." Su Yan immediately held her tightly in his arms. "What are you afraid of? Am I not the same? And I will protect you." The girl continued shaking her head, hugging him with both hands, looking extremely dependent. "You're not like them at all." "I don't like them, but I like you." An indescribable joy spread through Su Yan's heart. He looked down at the charming little face buried in his chest, then bent down to kiss her tender cheek. "How much do you like me?" His voice was deep and magnetic, combined with his affectionate actions, which naturally made her feel closer. Her muffled voice came from within his embrace. "I just really like you, I don't know how much." Forgive her ignorance on how to count her fondness for him. Su Yan, fully trusted and loved by this young girl, naturally felt a wave of excitement as she rested in his arms. But recalling her previous experience, he couldn't help but feel even more pity. Eventually, he merely kissed her crimson lips, playfully fooling around on the bed for a while before bringing her downstairs to eat. Su Yan's instructions reached Su Hao that very day. Of course, Su Hao resisted greatly, but Su Yan's secretary wasn't someone to be trifled with, dismissing him easily with just a few words. In the base, there were quite a number of troops going out on missions every month, so the male secretary arranged a monthly outdoor training exercise for Su Hao lasting a full month, ensuring that he had no time to idle and cause trouble. Regardless of Su Hao's plight, Su Yan began to deal with everyone who had previously harmed Jie, sparing no one who was present at the scene at that time. After the apocalypse, Su Yan had killed plenty of people, he had the means and strength, achieving everything thanks to Jie. To him, Jie was not only the most important woman in his life but also a part of his body. How could he tolerate anyone disrespecting someone so significant to him? However, although Su Yan's approach was carried out behind closed doors, it did stir some discontent among upper echelons. Though they knew things would have gotten messy after that incident, many of those young men and women present had connections. Yet Su Yan acted mercilessly, either killing or sending them into the laboratory as guinea pigs. Anyone familiar with Su Yan's methods knew that even those sent to the lab wouldn't be used for evolutionary experiments, he wouldn't risk fostering more rivals against himself. Moreover, evolution experiments were exclusively monopolized by Su Yan, even the army being under his control. One could imagine the miserable fate awaiting these individuals once inside the lab. Those killed instantly might have been the lucky ones. Many families became desperate, scurrying around aimlessly, even seeking out Su Xian with heavy gifts, begging him to intercede on their behalf, pleading with Su Yan to show leniency. But Su Xian disregarded all this, and without hesitation refused outright to accept any gifts. Additionally, he was curious about the mysterious woman secluded by his second brother. At the time, he had only detected a vague outline through psychic detection, a fairly young girl, suggesting that perhaps his older brother preferred younger ones. The atmosphere in the base was tense already, now made worse due to Su Yan's actions. To tell the truth, if Su Yi were present, he'd likely temper Su Yan. Relatively upright Su Yi originated from the military, disapproving of a king-like mannerism of indiscriminately causing deaths when upset. Not so with Su Yan. Having manipulated politics since a young age, his cunning ran far deeper than imagined. In chaotic times, he would be a ruthless hero. Though his methods may seem excessive, they proved effective and brutal on these people, given that in this post-apocalyptic world, authority still leaned heavily toward the strong. If not hard enough, none of those demons would be kept in check. Su Xian mulled over the situation. Recalling his first visit, his elder brother had prepared plenty of pastries upstairs, it must have been intended for her. Su Xian didn't intend to flatter his future sister-in-law but figured he should bring something. So, he opted for relatively easy-to-obtain ingredients and chose a box each of glutinous rice cake and bean flour cake. Though the materials market in the base was well stocked, mainly because the official side of the base sustained it, these materials came at a considerable price. While Su Xian wasn't as capable as Su Yan, his conditions were good enough that he rarely went hungry for anything he wanted. When Su Xian arrived, Uncle Wang opened the door. Seeing Su Xian coming over, he remained very calm and formally invited him in. After Su Xian had sat in the living room for a while, Su Yan finally came down from upstairs, somewhat surprised to see Su Xian. "What brings you here at this time?" Su Xian looked at him, "With such a commotion in the base, shouldn't you bring out your second sister-in-law for a look?" Upon hearing him mention Jie, Su Yan's face showed a hint of unease as he lightly coughed. "She isn't in good spirits lately, next time." Su Xian's gaze on him was a bit peculiar, it couldn't be. His tone twisted several times, making Su Yan's face flush red, rarely showing any awkwardness before slapping his head in annoyance. "What are you thinking about, you little brat?" Seeing that Su Yan really didn't want him to see that woman, Su Xian didn't insist further but reined in his smile and calmly said, "I noticed Uncle Wang doesn't seem too happy recently. Is something wrong?" He didn't say that Uncle Wang wasn't treating him well, recalling every year when he went to celebrate the new year at his elder brother's home, Uncle Su never treated him kindly either. But back then, he was lost in his own world and didn't care about these things. After being reborn, he did pay more attention to those around him, mainly focused on Su Jin, while others just didn't matter much. However, Uncle Wang's obvious attitude was something Su Xian could not overlook. Mentioning Uncle Wang made Su Yan also a little upset. "It might be that I was too harsh in dealing with the third son, so he's dissatisfied or feeling sorry for that kid." Talking about this matter, Su Xian couldn't interject, but seeing Su Yan's bad mood, he consoled him a few times, "Though he's our brother, you definitely know your limits. Moreover, we're all adults, we should take responsibility for our actions." Hearing this, Su Yan felt comforted, though his tone was still not great. "Old people get confused sometimes. It might also be because I've spent too much time with Uncle Su. If I give him more work to do, he won't have time to ruminate." Su Yan clearly knew that Uncle Su originally had complaints against Su Xian and favored Su Hao more. He himself also understood that Su Xian was likely not from the Su family, but so what? When their parents were alive, they surely had their reasons for spoiling the fourth son so much. Out of respect for his parents, Su Yan was willing to take more care of the fourth son, let alone that this guy grew up being spoiled by them and certainly wouldn't have suffered hardship. As for Su Hao, though slightly disadvantaged, no one had neglected him either. Why was he always sulking like this? Acting like this despite being a grown man? Su Yan knew that Uncle Su and Wang had seen them grow up and always looked down on the spoiled fourth son, thinking the third son was the real descendant of the Su family, naturally favoring him over the others. However, Su Yan didn't think so. What's the big deal? People who accomplish great deeds don't haggle over who gained or lost what in the past. Choosing to live an easy life but clinging on to old grievances, that's not how elders should act. Chapter 53. Most distant relatives of the Su family basically stopped interacting altogether. The ones who approached before were just there to take advantage, why bother keeping contact? Besides, given Su Yi and Su Yan's high positions, having too many relationships only made it easier for others to find weaknesses to exploit. Since the passing of Su Xian's parents, the older generation of the Su family essentially consisted of 4 brothers and these 2 housekeepers. The old housekeeper had practically watched the brothers grow up and was no different from their elders. They used to respect them greatly, until the apocalypse changed everything completely. There was much Su Yan hadn't told Su Xian, primarily that uncles Wang and Su found him disagreeable, like leeches sucking on the Su family's blood, using and spending everything they provided. Honestly, people become difficult to manage as they age, even those working as stewards develop their own tempers, let alone being treated well by the Su family. This treatment probably made them truly consider themselves part of the Su family, behaving like elders of the brothers and starting to meddle excessively. When Su Hao openly claimed the fourth son wasn't part of the Su family, Su Yan already suspected that they had accidentally revealed something, or worse yet, deliberately stated so. In fact, everyone has selfish tendencies, and Su Yan understood this. Originally, Su Bo's son and grandson worked in the third son's company, wanting even to insert his daughter-in-law into the fourth son's company. But the fourth son outright rejected it, giving no face to Su Bo. The straightforwardness of the fourth son, lacking any understanding of social courtesies or human relations, troubled Su Yan immensely. But key was, Su Bo was the Su family's lifelong steward after all, and considered as half an elder of theirs, thus the fourth son's attitude towards him was indeed a bit too much. Later, Su Yan found out about the situation and specially consoled Uncle Su. Regarding his daughter-in-law, he had also arranged her a position in the third son's company, probably because of this that Uncle Su developed resentment against the fourth son. In reality, with the way the fourth son acted, it was impossible for him not to offend people. Aside from those close to him, everyone else mattered little to him. Though this was likely due to the impact of their parents' incident, the boy had shown signs of autism since childhood, which was why his parents were overly attentive toward him. In today's society, even an unintentional gesture or word can easily offend others, how much more so for someone who worked in the Su family all his life. They probably had been annoyed by the fourth son for a long time, but no matter what, their behavior was inappropriate. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Su Yan would have considered dismissing them directly. After the apocalypse, all of Uncle Su's family members except him were infected by the meteorite virus and turned into zombies, and now even his whereabouts are unknown. As for Uncle Wang, his family is still intact, yet they, relying on their status living inside the base, dared to meddle in Su family's internal affairs, which made Su Yan extremely displeased. After Su Xian left, he straightforwardly called his secretary and gave some instructions, assigning Uncle Wang to another place to do easier work. Keeping him at the villa, Su Yan worried about Jier's safety, as Jier's easy departure from the villa also had something to do with Uncle Wang's negligence. Regardless, Uncle Wang has contributed his entire life to the Su family. Even if Su Yan were heartless, he wouldn't harm him. Thus, he could only send him far away and ensure his family never lacked food and drink. In these times, most people don't aspire for anything more than that. After Su Xian left, Jier, who rarely interacted with strangers, came rushing down from upstairs with loud footsteps. The sight of 2 boxes of pastries on the table immediately brightened her eyes. She didn't pay attention to Su Yan sitting beside her, quickly grabbing the pastry box, tearing off the packaging and starting to eat with great eagerness. Seeing her ravenous mannerisms, Su Yan sighed helplessly but indulgently poured her a glass of water, fearing she might choke halfway through, as such incidents had happened before. In the end, she almost finished an entire box of soft and white rice cakes, then greedily set her sights on the yellow bean flour cakes. Su Yan hurried to stop her, reprimanding her with affectionate tones, "I didn't expect you to be such a foodie. If you eat this much, you won't have dinner tonight." Bear in mind, she was supposed to eat 3 regular meals a day without missing snacks like afternoon tea, her mouth rarely staying idle. Su Yan wasn't afraid she'd bankrupt him by eating too much. He simply believed everything should have its limits and couldn't let her act recklessly. Jia was a bit dissatisfied, but seeing Su Yan's firm stance, she reluctantly surrendered, putting the pastry box aside. With reluctance, she inserted her powder-coated fingers into her mouth. Su Yan helplessly pressed his forehead, quickly taking her to wash her hands. At the bathroom, Su Yan directly helped her wash her hands. Jia, reminiscing about the previous aromatic and tender cakes, lingered on their taste. "The pastries today are so delicious. Did someone give them to us?" "Who?" She had sensed a stranger's presence earlier, but it was clean and rare to feel such purity. Somehow, Jia developed a favorable impression toward this person. Seeing her repeatedly asking questions, Su Yan became slightly reluctant, wiping her hands dry with a towel, absent-mindedly replying, "It was my younger brother." "Younger brother?" Jia was puzzled. "Do you have a younger brother?" Su Yan laughed, saying, "Of course, haven't I told you that there are 4 brothers in my family, including me? You silly girl, you just focus on eating and forget things easily." As he spoke, he lightly pinched her nose, causing Jia to tilt her head in thought as Su Yan led her out. On the way, she suddenly exclaimed, "If you have younger brothers, why don't they live with us?" Upon hearing this, Su Yan immediately recalled Su Hao. If Jia found out that person was also his younger brother, his face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Jia looked at him in confusion. Even if she was poor at reading expressions, she could tell Su Yan was upset, though she didn't know why. Seeing her hesitant look, Su Yan involuntarily touched her fluffy little head. "Don't overthink. Although they're my real younger brothers, they each have their own lives and families. Besides, there are rules within the base, preventing them from living with us. Most importantly, I wouldn't want your attention to be diverted to anyone else." Jia felt relieved when she saw him return to his usual self. Instinctively, she clung to him and said in a soft tone, "Does that mean you're happiest when you're with me?" Su Yan nodded without hesitation, "Of course. You are the most important person to me." Without waiting for her to respond, he leaned down and steadied her red lips filled with the sweet aroma of glutinous rice. Su Hao's situation was not a secret in the base. Su Yan was a widely recognized figure there, someone who exiled his own younger brother without hesitation. Truly to family ties. With Su Hao as a vivid example, others entirely abandoned any thoughts. Haven't they seen how he dealt even with his own flesh and blood? The less capable ones could only accept their fates. Who has time to care about others these days? If one truly offends Su Yan, it won't be easy to get out of it alive. Compared to those still battling mutated creatures outside, people inside the base already considered themselves living in paradise. They had no choice but to accept it. Most families accepted it, but Si Kong was absolutely incapable of doing so. He looked at the lamb-fat jade pendant in his hand with cold eyes, furiously raising his hand as if ready to shatter it into pieces. But recalling his master's instructions, he held back. Su Hao didn't confess about him, but Su Yan couldn't possibly fail to investigate thoroughly. It was fortunate that he found a scapegoat, escaping trouble this time. In reality, if he and Su Hao ever really came to blows, that kid wouldn't stand a chance against him. Unfortunately, it was currently the transition period between the end of magic and the interstellar era. Even now, with sects entering the mortal world, there were merely dozens of individuals altogether, not enough to form even a fraction of the entire cultivation sphere. The overall stance of the cultivation world is to unite with humanity's alliance to overcome difficulties together. In times of great change, nobody can predict what might happen, relying solely on them is too perilous. Such an earth-shaking transformation isn't something mere cultivators can control. Unlike the prosperous and radiant times of cultivation, current practitioners have regressed to the very edge. The official base authorities and the sects both need each other, naturally leading to mutual cooperation, with Su Yan being an extremely important figure in this equation. Now, the Taoist destiny Qi enters and fills the world via the dimensional barrier broken by the meteorite. As a cultivator, there's indeed nothing much they can do to Su Yan, who carries the fate of the dragon vein Qi. In the past era before the transformation began, it was practically harder than ascending to heaven to advance further in cultivation. Cultivators were even unable to break through the dimensional boundary and leave this plane of existence. Staying put within the minimal traces of spiritual energy left from the end of magic, their ultimate outcome could only be demise. This great transformation has caused the mortals immense hardships, yet it offers them cultivators an opportunity, a future brimming with hope. Moreover, treasures predicted by generations of the sect will also descend. Although heavenly signs are obscured, they've still calculated the Su family to be involved. Regrettably, the coming of the apocalypse disrupted their plans. Even though they know the treasure resides within the Su family, it's likely been lost amidst the chaos. He later visited the Su family mansion. Essentially, anything valuable from before the apocalypse no longer remained. Only this jade pendant said to have been worn since childhood by the fourth son, Su Xian, stayed behind. If it were simply an excellent lamb-fat jade pendant, Si Kong wouldn't have cared at all since it would serve no use for his quest for immortality. But if this truly was the treasure his master divined, Si Kong felt it was far too regrettable to abandon it now, given that his master had carefully evaded the sect's watchful eyes to divine some clues. How could he just return empty-handed after all that effort? Even when the great transformation concludes, it's likely the era of end of magic wouldn't necessarily end either. He'd read countless historical records detailing the gradual weakening and degeneration of the blue planet's spiritual energy. Except for this recent infusion of spiritual energy brought by the meteorite breaking through the boundaries, the energy sources have almost completely dried up. Saying there are more wolves than meat doesn't even come close. Si Kong also had selfish intentions, and his master shared this information hoping for his success. Yet in his heart, he meticulously planned to obtain the treasure for himself, as it might enable him to seek enlightenment in the future. However, if it were handed over to the sect, that would likely eliminate all hope. Furthermore, his master covertly divined while hiding from the sect's eyes, for the exact same reason. Why shouldn't he copy that? In fact, his master's prophecy was vague, and numerous influential Su families existed within the metropolis. But after all these days of investigation, it became clear that only the Su Yan family carried substantial blessings. Nevertheless, now Su Hao stated that Su Xian wasn't actually a member of the Su family, which means the precious item accompanying him wasn't the Su family heirloom. Si Kang's expression turned extremely unpleasant as he stared silently at the jade pendant in the room. If the object wasn't originally part of the Su family's possessions, then his initial direction was wrong. Or perhaps something went awry somewhere along the way. Chapter 54. While Si Kang faced a deadlock, Su Xian was somewhat busy. Selecting these pastries took quite some time, mainly because many things now can't be disclosed. If something leaks, it could cause significant issues. With Su Jin and the others yet to return, Su Xian figured he had nothing else to do but enter the spatial realm and sort through his supplies. He could assess what could be taken out and what should remain hidden. Besides picking out some nice clothes for Yang Yang and Yeya, he also planned to try making armor for Su Jin and the rest using other materials. He had previously collected mutated animals' fur, claws, and fangs which he might use to make weapons. Tailor-made for the kids training in the base's designated areas, it was a costly endeavor. Depending solely on Su Yan would never lead to independence, hence Su Xian decided to start from scratch by himself. Su Xian returned to the spatial world to collect some fruits. This time, determined to go all out, he harvested all the mature fruits, sorting them into boxes stored away in the basement. Besides fruits, he picked some high-grade tea leaves despite their suboptimal appearance. It was his first attempt after all. Additionally, he noticed the honeycombs were nearly full and quickly emptied them. He milked some sheep and cows too, producing powdered milk, condensed milk, cream, and cheese. Next were the grains. Wheat and rice only covered a small portion of the farmland. His focus leaned more toward coarse grains as energy was limited and his prior reserves were substantial enough to support just trials for personal consumption. The technological age relied heavily on mechanization, sparing much human effort, yet being inexperienced still left Su Xian feeling quite exhausted after all the work. After inventorying his stockpile, he realized that they had enough food to last for a while. With no need for further planting immediately, he let the fruit trees and vegetables grow naturally. As for aquaculture, though it was expanding gradually, aquatic products were still relatively scarce due to earlier high mortality rates. The freshwater lake near the bamboo tower produced lotus roots and water chestnuts, both tasting excellent. Su Xian thought, if not for the apocalypse, having this upgraded portable farm at hand would have been splendid, providing him with fresh food free from any harmful residues or side effects. Among the plants, some unnecessary ones were removed. However, medicinal herbs requiring longer maturation times remained untouched. Other than these, there were tea bushes with rather specific growing conditions and some rare trees that needed time. Though accelerated within the space, they were still young and not urgently needed, so they posed no hindrance being planted farther away. It had almost been 2 years since the calamity began, and the outside world changed every day. Su Xian couldn't keep up with these changes, so many things he dare not share with others. Finally, he chose 2 crates of dried noodles, 2 crates of canned meat, and 1 crate of pickled vegetables. These processed foods looked ordinary, their packaging swapped before being brought out. Even with the base's vast plantation fields primarily growing potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, it was better than surviving meal to meal like other survivors who faced hunger daily. With Su Jin absent, Su Xian ate alone without much appetite. Still, he finished a large bowl of buckwheat noodles. While eating alone wasn't ideal, the side dishes in the space were abundant. A rich broth complemented a chunk of pork with a perfect fat-meat ratio, topped with shrimp and mushrooms as per personal preference. Unlike most, Su Xian adored seafood, fish roe caviar, shrimp paste, even small dried shrimps formed part of his considerable collection. When his appetite wavered, a simple bowl of shrimp allowed him to devour 2 to 3 bowls of rice easily. After finishing a meal unclearly either lunch or dinner, Su Xian got back to work. He planned to dry or dehydrate some of the freshly harvested fruits and vegetables, processing them slightly before taking them out. Previously, at the Mojing base, the fruit wine tasted exceptionally good, thanks to the unique properties of the space water and fruits. Now he intended to brew some grape wines and fruit vinegar as well. There are varieties of grapes specifically used for winemaking and other fruits with exceptional flavors. With this universal spatial environment, the taste surely wouldn't disappoint. Su Xian usually ventured outside once a day, not merely for leisure but also to learn how to make clothes using mutated animal skins effectively. Ordinary mutated animal pelts were manageable, but higher tier ones were incredibly tough. Some hides were hard as iron, extracting and fashioning them into clothing was no mean feat. After a few days, Su Xian summarized that the base's production level for both weapons and protective suits remained at a rudimentary stage. Su Xian also tried making clothes out of mutated animal furs, which turned out to be quite visually appealing but not very durable. When Su Xian went out with Su Jin, they had encountered mutated plants. However, at that time, those plants were no match for him, thanks to the benefits of the spatial world, allowing his spiritual power to grow steadily rather than being superficially strong yet useless. Back then, the attack strength of mutated plants was comparable to standard firearms. Third-stage mutated animals could only defend against ordinary zombies, as for dealing with mutated animals and plants, such protection wouldn't work. Out of necessity, Su Xian reverted to using a special kind of metal, but it was extremely rare and lacked any documentation online. He wanted to ask Su Yan about it but feared exposing inconsistencies, so he decided against it. Although the armor was made, there were still some unsatisfactory aspects. Su Xian thought about making one for everyone else, deciding to practice on them and make the best one specifically for Su Jin. Having things to do made time pass quickly. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. During this period, Su Jin and the others kept going on missions with the base's army, improving their skills and collecting a significant number of crystal cores. Accompanying the military assured higher safety and broadened their knowledge of the outside world. In subsequent calls, Shuelei asked about Little Five. Afterward, Su Xian visited twice. Yang Yang had a more outgoing personality and was well liked among the kids in the training zone. Ye, however, struggled. As a girl who had endured significant trauma, plus being a rare mental manipulator evolved, she had trouble managing her spirit-related functions. Hence, her condition wasn't ideal. Su Yan also hadn't made much progress on his side. After re-examining the children's bodies and conducting blood tests, he found no major issues. Due to this, Su Yan proceeded cautiously, remembering how strictly forbidden human experiments were in peaceful times within the nation. They weren't as perverted as certain island countries, but globalization over the years led to more cultural invasions by these island nations, potentially influencing and corrupting their nationals. On Su Yan's part, he subtly shifted all blame to the island country, while Su Xian remained deeply concerned about the 2 children. Though he didn't visit frequently, he ensured all their needs were met. From the spatial realm, Su Xian found numerous beautiful sets of children's clothing, and Little Five dressed the kids up entirely anew, especially Ye, who appeared exceptionally cute and sweet. Notwithstanding the slow progress of Su Yan's experiments, Su Xian's equipment trials faced its own share of challenges. He wasn't originally from this field, studying liberal arts in college, and now, he had mostly returned everything he learned back to the teachers. His knowledge of sciences was almost completely forgotten. However, Su Xian had strong practical skills and loved DIY small projects, which helped him navigate through the process relatively smoothly. Of course, if the laser gun structure wasn't so intricate, Su Xian might have considered dismantling it, aiming to replicate and produce several additional ones. Aside from the laser gun, the special weapons Su Yen left him in the Mojing base, including daggers and bows, were the initial research results incorporating meteorite shards. Su Yen had previously tested these. The dagger was fairly sharp, able to pierce thick steel plates with sufficient force from the user. The bow and arrow needed no mention. They weren't just weapons laced with meteorite powder but also utilized crystal cores, representing cutting-edge weaponry. Such weapons had already been left for Su Xian before reaching the Tibet base. He was confident that at the time, only a handful of people in the base possessed such weaponry, Su Hao certainly not among them. Moreover, Su Yen provided not only bodyguards but also sent secret protectors for him and offered evolution serums, ensuring he received all necessary resources, including these advanced weapons. Su Xian wasn't jealous, he simply hadn't seen Su Hao use these weapons and couldn't imagine him refusing due to concern over drawing attention. Knowing Su Hao valued showing off, such flashy tools would be irresistible for him to flaunt. Perhaps Su Yen understood this trait and deliberately withheld giving them to him. Su Xian practically carried the dagger with him at all times. When Su Jin left this time, he gave the dagger to Su Jin. As for the bow and arrows, although they were a miniature version, they could gain power from using crystal cores. The central position had an energy slot where crystal cores could be inserted to add power. However, these weapons were pure consumers of crystal cores. Although one arrow could pierce through mutated animals below the third stage, Su Xian could handle first and second stage creatures by himself now, so it would be wasteful to use up the crystal cores on these weapons. Chapter 55. Despite everything, Su Yan's intentions were good. Su Xian appreciated the concern his second brother showed. Unfortunately, after being reborn, he found it hard to grow close to these two brothers again, especially Su Yi. Su Yan's manner always gave off a cold-hearted vibe, so Su Xian wasn't particularly surprised by any of his decisions. But Su Yi had always cared deeply for and protected him, acting more like a doting older brother who cherished his younger sibling. Su Xian never thought that Su Yi would carelessly disregard his own safety and throw him straight into danger. Thinking once again about the painful memories from before his rebirth brought Su Xian great distress. He then shook his head forcefully, trying to discard these unnecessary emotions, and dedicated himself entirely to the development within the spatial realm and the making of protective suits. During the month Su Jin was out on missions, Su Xian had entered the spatial realm several times to harvest. Not only did he gather fruits in large quantities, but the harvested dairy products might last almost a decade. With no significant progress on the armor, Su Xian decided to make cheesecakes instead. He had comprehensive tutorials and learned some recipes from Su Jin before, and as cheesecake was one of his favorite types, he was quite adept at it. Forgive Su Xian for his relentless trials with various cheesecakes, strawberry-filled cheesecakes, blueberry cheese, honeybean cheese, cherry cheesecakes, marble cheese, brownie cheese, etc., all made in attempts to consume the excess cheese. As cheese is essentially concentrated milk, each kilogram requires around 10 kilograms of milk, making its consumption relatively straightforward. At this moment, Su Xian couldn't help but marvel at his own extravagance. Besides the cheese, he also produced some powdered milk, which has a longer shelf life, isn't easy to draw suspicion, and could be useful for trading or gifting. Currently, however, there are very few women who became pregnant after the apocalypse. Apart from the sharp decline in women's status after the end times, gender ratios are severely imbalanced, and many women are too frail to have survived the meteorite virus. Initially, when the apocalypse struck, society failed to protect vulnerable groups, including infants, women, and the elderly, leading to severe harm among those groups. Now, nearly 2 years into the post-apocalyptic world, the male-to-female ratio in the base is controlled at 5:1 due to the conscious restrictions placed on population absorption. If considering the entire defensive line, that ratio could be as extreme as 50:1. Nevertheless, Su Xian had heard rumors of a few pregnancies inside the base. No matter how small the number, as long as humans retain the potential to reproduce, even if the apocalypse becomes harsher, they still hold the hope of continuation. During the period Su Jin was away, Su Xian rarely managed to focus on his cultivation. While he desperately wanted to improve his strength, he also understood his current state wasn't ideal. The base was safe, but the atmosphere was uncomfortable, like being locked in a prison. With nothing much to do, Su Xian entertained himself with various tasks. More troubling was the looming sword hanging over his head, uncertain when it would fall. Flu Hao had already been sent to the defensive lines. Although the chances of dying weren't too high, the distance made it harder for Su Xian to uncover the mystery that weighed heavily on his mind. Although Su Xian didn't investigate Su Hao openly, since Su Yan currently had control over most aspects of the base operations, his every move was likely under watchful eyes. Most importantly, alarming Su Hao would complicate matters. The man in black whom Su Xian saw near Su Hao later on clearly intended to get close to him, attempting to pry information regarding the fake jade pendant Su Xian had deliberately placed in the villa. Recalling this, Su Xian smirked. If the man was skilled enough to manipulate all Su family brothers to turn against him, then Su Xian would like to see what else he could do. Considering the possible close relationship between the spatial realm with the silver phoenix mark attached to his body and the cultivator legacy revealed by the 9 Palace manual, that man might also be a cultivator. Given this possibility, Su Xian needed to proceed cautiously. Although he had now become an evolved being with extraordinarily strong spiritual power due to the spatial realm and his rebirth, Su Xian did not underestimate the cultivators. Regardless of how many tricks they might have up their sleeves, simply the fact that Su Xian knew little about them was dangerous enough. He had encountered cultivators before at the Devil City base, but they were the lowest level ones, or even complete amateurs who hadn't even crossed the threshold. As for the magic weapons available on the market, while some might genuinely be useful for warding off evil spirits, they were unlikely to hold any effect against real cultivators. After much deliberation, it seemed as if all Su Xian could do for now was lie low, cultivate well, and develop more powerful weapons. Although he didn't expect to create something invincible like nuclear weapons, at least these efforts would allow him to make that man, whom he hated with every fiber of his being for causing his unnatural death in his previous life, experience the agony of living worse than dying. At this thought, Su Xian's gaze suddenly turned toward the medicinal herb fields not far from the front of the bamboo house. The ginseng and lingji mushrooms growing there already possessed 100 years' worth of efficacy. Since the spatial realm was so potent, wouldn't planting highly toxic herbs here also bring about enhanced effects? Su Xian was overly eager, but he knew his time was definitely running out. That person might take drastic actions, losing his mind as he searched desperately to verify whether his heirloom indeed concealed the spatial ability. But things in this lifetime had changed significantly compared to before. The establishment of the Tibet base was proceeding smoothly, humanity's current situation wasn't completely hopeless, and his brother cared for him instead of treating him like a burden. Fortunately, Su Xian had a serious collection hobby. From small items like needles and threads to large ones like cars and ships, he collected everything. Seeds of plants and animals were especially important because Su Xian knew that once changes began, the world would transform drastically. Many species that existed before had long since disappeared. Among the various plant seeds, Su Xian selected the arrow poison wood, also known as the death upon contact shrub, along with other plants such as lily of the valley, oleander, mandrake, red flower, fritillary bulb, castor oil plant, narcissus, delphinium, and wolf poison grass. These plants needed to be handled with great caution when planted, so Su Xian specially set aside a piece of land and built a simple greenhouse to prevent any potential risks. Although this method seemed suboptimal even to Su Xian, he had no other choice. Even if he informed Su Jin, it would only add to his worries. Su Xian instinctively felt that the man mustn't be underestimated. If the man truly came for the spatial realm, he was most likely either a recluse sage or a cultivator. Though Su Xian never lacked food and drink within the base, and his safety was assured, each day he would work diligently inside the spatial realm, occasionally venture out for a walk, visit the 2 children in Xiao Wu, or wander through the trading area, occasionally exchanging items for goods that interested him. With the high level of counterfeiting technology in the country, many of the things Su Xian acquired indiscriminately turned out to be fake, but since they were free and found by accident, he couldn't complain about it. Good items did exist, and they were cheap enough to be almost ignored. You could consider yourself lucky if you managed to find anything worthwhile, otherwise, you'd have no one to blame but yourself if you ended up with fakes. Fortunately, Su Xian didn't rely on these for wealth. His current fortune, though not enough to rival a nation's riches, made him undoubtedly wealthy and influential. Walking down the streets of the trading district, one could still feel some vitality. Other areas, however, were either lifeless or filled with tension, making Su Xian feel uncomfortable all over. He was a regular on this street, but rarely made purchases. Always covering himself tightly, not many people could recognize who he was. He decided that this time, when Su Jin returned, he must accompany him on his missions. Not necessarily contributing greatly, but staying by his side for peace of mind after so many days where surely Su Jin must have eaten and slept poorly. Even someone with a solid foundation couldn't withstand such neglect. While Su Xian was browsing through the goods, the entrance to the street suddenly became lively. Looking over, Su Xian saw a group of well-dressed teenagers. Their faces looked somewhat familiar. He suddenly remembered that one of the young boys was the one who had a conflict with Wan Qian during the New Year fair at the Devil City base. They surrounded the central girl like stars around the moon, conversing animatedly. Su Xian guessed from their appearances that these youngsters, who weren't very old, probably hailed from families just crossing into adulthood under the current regulations. However, they were entirely different from what Su Xian expected. These people radiated an undeniable, imposing presence, drawing crowds to give way as they moved through the trading zone. Though their exterior suggested they weren't easy to provoke, Su Xian observed that they emitted energy signals from their bodies. Despite giving off a vague sense of danger, this strength somehow felt comforting, naturally inviting one to draw closer. They're from the Special Task Force. I've heard they've hunted down 5th-stage mutated animals before. Really? Just a bunch of young whippersnappers, and they're that capable. I heard they were selected earlier, all from the top-tier families. They used to be called the experimental team, but later they were officially incorporated into the regular army. Their weapons are custom-made for them, and their benefits are outstanding. So if what you say is true, it must be quite good. But it's a pity that ordinary people can't get in. Otherwise, anyone could make something of themselves. Looking at their polished appearances, who among those struggling on the brink of survival in the current base wouldn't feel jealous? They're almost envious to death. But then someone mocked him, saying, "How old are you this year? You're already halfway buried in the dirt. Do you still hope to get recruited into the regular army? At this point, the military isn't even downsizing, so that's pretty good already." That was true. The treatment in the army was definitely much better than for the average citizen. With some frugality, soldiers could even support their families. It wasn't like that for ordinary people though. Although everyone in the base had been screened before entering, not everyone could be counted on as competent. The practice of backdoor dealing still prevailed until now, and those relying on the base for sustenance naturally couldn't talk tough. Su Xian stood aside listening, lost in thought. Although he wasn't clear about what his second brother Su Yan was thinking, due to the global viral elimination, the total number of surviving teenagers wasn't very high. Though the proportion of teenagers in the base wasn't large, currently they were held in high regard. Even those unable to go on missions, like Yang Yang and Ye, children who still needed careful cultivation, were given special care by the base. Of course, once they became qualified, they would have to comply with the base's arrangements. But since the benefits were rather attractive, there was hardly anyone who wasn't willing. Chapter 56. Perhaps due to the high risk of this mission with the army, almost everyone who returned was injured. Su Xian felt very heartbroken when he saw Su Jin's weary yet rugged appearance. He prepared a simple dinner. After all, it was already evening and they had just come back, eating light was probably better. Unfortunately, in these times, even normal meaty feasts were hard to come by, so drinking warm meat soup upon returning was quite good enough. Su Jin's safe return allowed the big stone hanging over Su Xian's heart to finally settle. After dinner, they washed up hastily and went into their respective rooms to sleep. Su Jin hadn't seen Su Xian for over a month but had managed to call every week. Communications had greatly improved, making safety updates possible. Knowing that Su Xian was safe inside the base gave him much peace of mind. Not eager to sleep, Su Jin was reluctant to let go of this rare opportunity to see Su Xian. Instead, he carefully washed himself from head to toe before hiding in bed together to whisper sweet nothings. Both had so much to say, but Su Xian prioritized his rest, figuring it wasn't urgent, they could always talk tomorrow. However, Su Jin was too restless to sleep, endlessly chattering on, completely unlike his usual stoic and quiet self. Seeing how wide awake he still was, Su Xian patiently conversed with him. Su Jin mainly recounted the more interesting external events, strange mutated creatures or people and stories they'd encountered. Although engaging, Su Xian understood that things couldn't have been as easy as described, otherwise, why would everyone be wounded upon return? Still, Su Xian realized Su Jin didn't want him overly worried. With his own experiences under his belt, Su Xian decided he must join them on the next trip out. At one point, Su Jin suddenly brought up Su Hao. "I heard about this at the gate of the base when I returned. It sounds like there was quite a stir. What happened?" Su Xian smirked. How surprising. Probably because he offended someone who set a trap for him. During a gathering, the women brought in for entertainment turned out to be the second brother's pick. Not only did the second brother catch him on the spot, but there was both physical beating and verbal abuse. It barely stopped short of severing their relationship. Though practically, things are not much different now. No one dares to associate with Su Hao, who's now assigned to guard the base's defense line, working hard as if nothing else matters. Despite little chance of death, it's definitely not an easy task. Su Jin thought it over. The second young master mentioned something before he left Shanghai. Back then, I thought it was just a hint. Now looking back, it seemed like he'd had ties with such a woman for quite some time. Su Xian chuckled. Don't you find it strange? My second brother has always refrained from any involvement with women. Su Jin nodded. They briefly touched on Su Yan's situation, casually without much concern. Su Jin then asked how things were going at the base. Su Xian sighed. Just as so. Usually, I do some chores inside the base, never lacking food and water, occasionally go out to visit Little Five and take a stroll around the trading area. Su Jin knew he was subtly complaining about how uninteresting life at the base was. Yet internally, Su Jin had other thoughts. After moving to the Tibet base, they didn't know the situation here well enough. It would be prudent to probe deeper first rather than rush into danger blindly. The last thing he wanted was regret when something bad happened, which is why he hadn't taken Su Xian along. Su Xian also mentioned, by the way, I made you a piece of armor using the metal we got earlier. It's pretty solid material. I tested it. It took Su Jin a while to understand what he was referring to. Grasping Su Xian's hand gently, he kissed it lightly. He appreciated that Su Xian cared deeply for him. Were you busy doing all these things? You seem thinner. Were you not eating on time? Su Xian's biggest flaw was his lack of interest in meals, favoring quick meals most of the time. Though convenient, these weren't necessarily nutritious. Besides snacks constantly in his mouth, he mostly ate whatever was available. While Su Jin wasn't around, with no one keeping an eye on him, Su Xian likely didn't eat properly. In the current world state where appetites generally increased, Su Xian remained unaffected. Mainly because he consistently supplemented his diet with space-grown foods, drawing sufficient energy from them, thus avoiding large meals frequently. Su Xian grinned, you know me, I don't care much about proper meals. In the future, you keep an eye on me, or I'll continue losing weight, breaking your heart. Su Jin frowned, realizing Su Xian blamed him for leaving him behind. But this time, it wasn't only his decision, it involved Su Yan, who treated this younger brother with great care. Though Su Jin considered himself half a Su family member, ignoring Su Yan's wishes entirely was impossible. As they chatted, they drifted off to sleep unknowingly. The next day, they woke up just in time for a meal Su Guizhu had prepared early. This trip left several people with lingering fear. Everyone was affected except for Shuelei, whose attitude remained unchanged as always. Wang Hai and Su Guizhu were somewhat intimidated. This was inevitable, even though they had good equipment, their low rank as evolved humans meant they didn't have prominent strength. Dealing with ordinary mutated creatures was one thing, but encountering troublesome high-level mutated ones was common. Once, a team member got out of the car to relieve himself and wasn't paying much attention to his surroundings. In a flash, he was swallowed whole by a mutated plant. According to the army's reports, such plants were not rare at all. Their mental abilities and physical techniques didn't give them much advantage, they could only rely on new weapons. They had to stay on edge all the time, fearing that relaxing for a second might cost them their lives. Everyone exchanged their opinions. Wang Hai and Su Guizhu ultimately decided to stay within the base. They weren't bad fighters and finding work wouldn't be too hard for them, doing manual labor if necessary. Any option would be better than going out on missions. Su Jin seemed like an enlightened leader, so neither Wang Hai nor Su Guizhu hesitated to speak frankly, and Su Jin agreed without hesitation. In just 2 years, Earth had changed drastically. Danger lurked everywhere. For anyone doing missions outside, simply returning alive was considered fortunate. Even the army sustained noticeable casualties. With this, there were fewer people remaining in the team, but there were other solutions, such as accompanying the military or joining forces with other teams on tasks. Su Jin definitely wanted to improve his own capabilities. Yesterday, he discovered some toxic plants in Su Xian's space and asked him why, but Su Xian's response was vague. Su Jin knew that even though the base appeared safe, with so many people around, everyone harbored different thoughts. Furthermore, Su Xian's identity was special. Given his connection to Su Yan, it was certain that those scheming against him were many. Additionally, Su Jin couldn't sleep peacefully. His usual demeanor hinted at unresolved issues. Knowing he lacked the eloquence to comfort Su Xian, he believed that in a world where power reigned supreme, only climbing higher could give Su Xian sufficient security. It was impossible for Su Jin to force his teammates to go on missions with him. He then turned to Shuelei, what are your thoughts? After hearing about Little Five from Su Xian, Shuelei hadn't made any moves. When not on a mission, he used to be full of confidence, ready to take action, yet upon returning, he had fizzled out unexpectedly. Frowning, Shuelei sucked on the cigarette dangling from his lips before muttering, I don't know. Let's see how things go. Seeing his movements, Su Jin understood that he was hesitating, indicating that he too might entertain the idea of stepping back. 3 out of 4 people had second thoughts after this one trip. Life outside the base was harsh, which was why so many on the outer defense line yearned to enter the base. For them, it was practically heaven. Even the most powerful evolved beings didn't lead easy lives. Despite appearing polished and successful, they faced hardships behind closed doors. These days, no one had it easy, it was naive to think getting by was simple. Although breakfast was rather lavish, each of them harbored worries, making the meal feel lackluster. After eating, Su Xian returned to the room with Su Jin, and both immediately entered the space. With a shift in vision, Su Jin saw the transformed appearance of the space, knowing it was due to the absorbed meteorite energy unlocking more of it. Regarding the space, Su Jin felt no negative emotions like greed, he thought it didn't make much difference whether it existed or not. Everything has 2 sides. Because of the space, Su Xian was constantly cautious, even in his speech. Intimacy with Su Yan was also something they had to avoid, fearing any slip-up that might reveal their secret. Though sharing a secret brought a sense of closeness between the two, the pressure from the space was undeniable. Still, in such a world, especially at this critical juncture, the ability to provide food and drink was certainly comforting for Su Xian. Su Xian didn't realize how deeply Su Jin pondered these issues. Instead, he took him straight to the workshop and showed him the finished armor. Su Jin examined it carefully and nodded, it should be a relatively rare type of memory metal. This way, the defensive capabilities will surely be greatly enhanced. Hearing this, Su Xian was delighted, that's great. Next time, let's try it together. Su Jin didn't respond immediately, pausing before saying, there's no need to rush. We've just come back. Unpleased, Su Xian replied, you know I don't mean that. Stop changing the subject. Next time, I'm definitely coming with you on the mission. Helpless, Su Jin still understood the persistence Su Xian displayed. He knew if they continued this exchange, it'd end with him losing again. In the end, he relented, if the second young master agrees, I'll definitely bring you along. Mentioning Su Yan reminded Su Xian of the issue at hand, leaving him slightly disgruntled. However, a glimmer of hope remained, so he didn't pursue the topic further. Then the topic turned to the training area of the base. Thanks to Little Five, Su Xian was basically able to know any move made by Yang Yang and Ye at the first moment. Although the two kids had only been in the training area for a month, they were already in the intermediate training stage and were recently issued weapons, beginning their practical combat training. Compared with the simple drills that were more about messing around, Su Xian paid more attention to the experimental squad that the base was customizing weapons for. He heard that these weapons were quite powerful, and since genetic material from their users was incorporated during the forging process, they could even mutually sense each other. One might say these weapons became part of the users themselves. Su Xian had never heard of such gene-based weapons before, but it definitely sounded sophisticated, top-notch, and premium quality, right? And considering all the advanced facilities in the base, this was no doubt ultramodern technology. Although he was always puzzled by this fact, since it brought him no harm personally, he didn't delve into it too deeply. Su Xian emphasized the information he had gathered so far and then excitedly said, if these weapons are truly that powerful, wouldn't the next step be creating battle suits? The extravagant wealth and resources of the Tibetan base were beyond what Su Xian had expected. Reflecting on all the incredible abilities Flora Su Yen had displayed since his rebirth, Su Xian could only sincerely admire him. Flora Su Jin had always been outside the base, but due to mingling with the military, he knew a lot of insider information as well. The equipment is indeed great stuff, but you and I definitely can't use it. If there's an issue with using genetic genes, anything could go wrong. Su Ji knew that all these moves by the base stemmed from Su Yen behind the scenes, and towards such a highly skilled Su Yen, he also had some reservations. Chapter 57. Su Xian had always been willing to follow Su Jin's advice. Upon hearing this, he obediently nodded, I understand, I'm just a little curious. When we went to the trading zone the other day, I saw children from several prominent families. Among them were the Bai family members, who seemed to have been selected. Su Jin mulled it over for a moment but wasn't sure how to put it into words, so he vaguely explained, now that evolution experiments have stabilized, without the Wan family interfering, things will generally run smoothly. Everyone's smart, how could anyone pass up benefits and offer them to others? Su Xian understood Su Jin's point but sighed faintly. Even though this was the case, neither Su Yen nor Su Hao had included Su Xian and him in those experiments. Considering Su Yi as an uncontrollable factor outside, what would become of them? Even though both Su Jin and Su Xian were now evolved humans, compared to officially trained evolvers, they were vastly inferior, not by just a small margin either. Su Xian realized he couldn't rely solely on Su Yan's favors forever, even brothers needed to settle accounts clearly. Still, something felt off to him, yet in such chaotic times, who had the time to care about everything? Wang Hai and Su Guizhu found jobs within the base the very next day, handling logistics for the military. They originally came from the military background and adapted well to the army's schedule and lifestyle, making them easier to manage than civilians. Jobs within the base weren't easy to find, so these two men were pretty fortunate. Although Wang Hai later told Su Xian he'd bribed the responsible officer with some crystal cores for them both to get smoothly accepted. All Su Xian could do was let out a helpless smile. Taking backdoors was nothing new in society. People often criticized such practices, but when good fortune fell into their own hands, no one would foolishly push it away, right? They claimed their task rewards after which everyone returned home to recuperate. Being tightly strung for over a month was hard on anyone. The daily meals at home were managed by Su Xian. He didn't bother Su Jin too much with household concerns. The most important thing right now was diligent cultivation. At least one of the two of them should match up with the base's evolved humans or else they'd be utterly useless. Though anxious, Su Xian did not make hasty decisions. After Su Yen stopped sending evolution serums, Su Xian purchased some himself at the trading zone but didn't consume them. From the start, neither Su Xian nor Su Jin had used evolution serums. Their current abilities surpassed those who had used them because they owed everything to space spring water. Not long afterward, Wei Dong suddenly arrived. Lately, Su Xian had mostly stayed at home and had little business to handle, so they rarely encountered Wei Dong. Su Xian wasn't sure why he had come this time. Wei Dong burst in drenched in sweat. After Su Xian poured him a glass of water, Wei Dong downed it immediately in gratitude, catching his breath a little before saying with labored breathing, don't mention it, the woman from the Wan family, called Wan Qian, you guys should recognize her, right? She saw Yang Yang and Ye at the training ground the other day and immediately started causing a commotion. Later, she was taken away by the patrol soldiers. Young Master 2 asked me to come here and inform you, Young Master 4, not to pay any attention to them. Oh, and Young Master 2 also mentioned that he wants to introduce someone to you in a couple of days. Su Xian's pupils slightly contracted, remaining calm on the surface. Who is it? Wei Dong shook his head, how would I know? It's just that 2 days after tomorrow, at 9 in the morning, Young Master 2 asked you to be on time and not be late. The place is set at Yao Qi Club. Upon hearing it was this place, Su Xian immediately frowned. What did it mean? With supplies now in short supply, Wei Dong left without Su Xian giving him anything. Generally, whenever he came to do tasks, Su Xian wasn't always rewarding him with something. Su Yan must have had some arrangements there. Su Xian didn't want to overly feed Wei Dong's expectations, it wasn't necessary. In the evening when Su Jin returned from the rented training room inside the training area, Su Xian told him about the matter. Su Jin immediately showed a strange expression on his face. He glanced at Su Xian, buried his head in eating silently. On this night, for the first time, Su Jin ate much less than half of what he usually did. Su Xian couldn't figure out why as he questioned repeatedly, looking at him with an abandoned puppy-like expression for a long time. Su Jin hesitated and sullenly replied, I guess young master too wants to set you up on a blind date. A blind date? Su Xian was shocked, then looked somewhat peculiar. To be honest, he'd always been reluctant to fall in love. By nature, he had a strong sense of caution toward strangers, so it wasn't easy for someone else to easily enter his life under normal circumstances. Back in university, aside from being obsessed with games, novels, and anime, all he cared about was eating and drinking. Although the dormitory existed in school, it was merely symbolic because he hardly went back. Even if he returned, he disliked interacting with those people. With guys, it was already difficult enough, let alone girls. He really hated nitpicky women, plus he himself was quite picky. Few people could put up with him. Su Xian believed that he wasn't the type who could tolerate others. Su Jin was an exception because he'd given too much for Su Xian. Su Xian wouldn't take action until he saw some benefits, even after seeing them, he would still deliberate. Don't call him selfish, doing nothing for oneself invites destruction from heaven and earth. Who can be so great that they would willingly give selflessly? He was no Buddha to cut off his flesh to feed an eagle. He wasn't willing to find someone who would be a burden, but little did he realize that others weren't eager to trouble him either. When the morning arrived at 9 o'clock, Su Xian dragged Su Jin along. Though within the base anyone could tread the concrete ground, the dark sky overhead seemed endless, except for a few lights illuminating the distance where buildings were shrouded in darkness. If the lights went out, the place would become like a sleeping ghost town, as if it never existed. Residents living here had to be incredibly cautious, even conversations couldn't be too loud. Everyone lived just to survive, unlike people outside the base who laughed loudly when they wanted to laugh and cried when they wanted to cry, fully enjoying their lives. But if outsiders knew this sentiment, they would likely berate the base inhabitants for taking blessings for granted, they probably wouldn't realize how fortunate they currently are. Yao Chi Club managed to open a chain store from Shanghai all the way to Tibet. Inside was still extravagantly luxurious as before, but compared to pre-apocalypse times, these things were no longer people's main pursuits. The club's interior decoration was extremely sumptuous, the hall spacious enough that one could hardly see the end. But there were only a handful of people scattered around. Wei Dong led Su Xian into a private room. As soon as he entered, Su Xian noticed a man and a woman sitting opposite. The man had a plain appearance but his eyes carried a hint of hostility. The woman, however, appeared rather composed, calmly observing Su Xian as soon as he walked in. For such an open inspection, Su Xian harbored no disdain. After pulling Su Jin down to sit, both sides gathered. Wei Dong hesitantly stammered Su Yan's intentions. In general, Su Yan had invited him here for a blind date. A faintly amused yet helpless expression appeared on Su Xian's face as he waved his hand dismissing Wei Dong to leave first. I've got it. I'll talk to elder brother myself later. If he asks, you just tell him the truth. The woman opposite turned out to be Bai Jia's second daughter, Bai Shui, with whom their family had relatively close ties. Bai Jia indeed had numerous children of both genders. Bai Shui seated before him belonged to the Bai family's direct lineage. Being selected by her to go on a blind date with him could also be seen as showing respect for him. While Bai Shui praised him, Su Xian also observed her carefully. Compared to Bai Rui, the Bai family's youngest beloved daughter he'd met a few times before, Bai Shui lacked Bai Rui's playful charm and seemed to have less feminine allure. Then he casually glanced at the man sitting next to Bai Shui, slowly relaxing his posture against the chair and bluntly sizing her up. Miss Bai, did you bring a bodyguard or a backup on this blind date? They don't seem impressive, a bit painful to look at. Su Xian might not be good at anything else, but he was an expert at delivering scathing remarks. After Bai Shui introduced herself, all she received from him was this line, which immediately made her lips twitch. Although she had heard that the fourth young master of the Su family was always spoiled and unruly, she didn't expect him to be so pampered, such that the 2-year change seemed to have only made him worse. Do you even know how to talk? The man sitting across stood up abruptly, almost hurling the purple clay teapot right at Su Xian's face. Bai Shui stopped him with a grip on his arm, her face ice cold. Watch your place. She wasn't using much force, but her emotionless stare caused him to shiver involuntarily. He unconsciously eased his actions, looking dejected as he stood off to the side. Ignoring him, Bai Shui turned to Su Xian. The fourth young master doesn't seem to be here in good faith. She glanced at Su Jin, her eyes tinged with regret. Unlike Su Xian, a delicate nobleman spoiled since birth, Su Jin was undoubtedly impressive. Even though he hadn't joined the military, many people in the base knew about his remarkable martial skills. Such a talented individual merely acting as Su Xian's bodyguard seemed quite wasteful. Noticing Bai Shui's gaze resting on Su Jin, Su Xian's expression darkened slightly. He never thought his perpetually deadpan face could attract so much attention. Su Xian let out a faint hum, and naturally Su Jin heard it. Sensing Su Xian's irritation, a slight smirk curved Su Jin's lips, dispersing the gloomy mood instantly. Bai Shui didn't expect Su Xian to agree so straightforwardly, that goes without saying. I never thought my second brother would be so eager to get rid of me, but shouldn't there be more beauties for me to choose from? This last sentence carried an air of frivolity. Though Su Xian looked clear-eyed and acted matter-of-factly, the man standing behind Bai Shui couldn't bear it and got provoked again into a fit of rage. What do you even think you are? It's already an honor that my lady agrees to meet you. Gu Xiaohan. His words were sharply cut off by Bai Shui, her gaze piercing as she reprimanded him. I told you to keep your mouth shut when we came here. If you can't recognize your place, go outside. Su Xian watched the two with interest, originally assuming they were a couple. Now, it seems like he overestimated this man called Gu Xiaohan. Bai Shui was indeed from the direct lineage of the Bai family, demonstrating both authority and skillful control over her subordinates. As soon as the man fell silent, Su Xian commented, Miss Bai really is part of the Bai family, her discipline over her underlings is commendable. But calling me orders in front of my face certainly damages a lady's grace. He sighed repeatedly, clearly taking advantage of the situation, making Gu Xiaohan look as if he wanted to pop out of his skin. The man puffed up like a toad, funny yet utterly infuriated. Bai Shui remained composed, also catching the subtle rejection in Su Xian's words. A flicker of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but fortunately, she hadn't pinned high hopes on this meeting beforehand. Thinking of troubles back home, she wondered now whether she should feel relieved. If fourth young master acts this impulsively, won't second young master have any objections? She hinted vaguely. In the current base, who exactly wielded real power was pretty obvious. Although Su Jin accompanied them on missions, everyone knew it wasn't easy surviving outside. Once you went out, death was practically certain. Su Xian had always stayed safe within the base, leaning heavily on Su Yan. Being so reckless wouldn't upset Su Yan, considering that showing lenience towards a relative at this point was already kindness. But Su Xian ignored her probing, waving it off casually. I assume my second brother just had a whim. He always overthinks things, whereas I lack his cunning mind and find it hard to figure things out. So I simply follow my heart to get through the days, earning each extra day lived. Bai Shui's lips twitched, but she still responded patiently. Fourth young master jests, you and second young master are siblings after all. Before coming, Bai Shui had thought Su Xian was no more than a spoilt nobleman. Yet his demeanor exuded a hint of bearing, his presence steadier than the average evolved individual. However, his speech patterns twisted around several times, confusing others greatly. Su Xian chuckled, how should I say this? My esteemed third brother had to learn his lesson the hard way, isn't it better that he now works hard outside? That's just his nature, enduring hardships and learning from mistakes helps one realize their limits. Hence, people should cultivate discernment to avoid being deceived. As he spoke these words, Su Xian frequently glanced at Bai Shui, his peripheral vision catching Su Jin's tightly furrowed brows tight enough to crush a fly, and found it amusing inside. Little bugger, like I can't handle you. Chapter 58. Bai Shui fell silent for a moment before saying, the fourth young master hasn't been around here long, and there are many things you probably don't know about. Perhaps I should give the fourth young master a detailed account. Su Xian gave her a smirk. I'm not much of a man, nor am I particularly smart. A person should just do what's within their limits. Anyway, if the sky collapses, there will be taller ones to hold it up. You all think too much, which isn't such a good thing. Bai Shui looked at him, unable to understand exactly what he meant. But Su Xian's next words made her doubt if she had just misheard. I've heard your sister got into the special task force because of a gene weapon. White Louis. Bai Shui didn't quite understand where this was going, but she nodded slightly in confirmation, that's correct. Su Xian threw his hands in the air, isn't that settled? Nowadays, it's still about who has the bigger fists making the rules. Alas, I'm the perennial baby of the family, so easily bullied when at the bottom. Why don't we find a time to venture outside together and stretch our legs? At least it'll be a breath of fresh air, this constant gloom is something I can't handle. It finally dawned on Bai Shui what he meant. She was rendered speechless and also thought he was simply begging for death, ##. Managing to keep a smile on her lips, she turned her gaze toward Su Jin sitting beside Su Xian. He frowned as he watched, fourth young master, you're making jokes again. In front of outsiders, Su Jin never called him Xiao Xian. In reality, they were undercover operatives, otherwise Su Yan wouldn't have randomly decided on arranging this blind date. Of course, perhaps it wasn't random, there was likely an ulterior motive from the start. Su Xian didn't look at him but rather reined in his laughter and calmly addressed Bai Shui, what's the point always hiding inside the base? Are we planning to stay in forever? I remember your sister isn't much older either, teenage girls can manage it, so why can't we? Frankly, in my view, this base is the bottom of a well, and if you confine yourself to looking up from down there, it's unlikely you'll see much development or future. After finishing, he stood up and casually left, throwing a remark at the door, if today didn't go well, the fault lies with me. I'll deal with second brother later, Miss Bai doesn't need to worry. When Su Xian and the other left, Gu Xiaohan was already seething with rage. What kind of attitude is that? He only acts like that because he has the Su family backing him, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Gu Xiaohan continued grumbling endlessly, but Bai Shui was lost in deep thought. Although Su Xian acted arrogantly and as if he didn't care for anyone else, his every word hit the nail on the head. He had seen right away that she was reluctant about the arranged meeting, but, more importantly, it was something she couldn't avoid. The Bai family might do well inside the base, but with so many people draining limited resources, the evaluations they received weren't enough. Besides, there are biases, like Su Xian mentioning her sister Bai Rui. Just as Su Xian said, Bai Rui was now a popular figure in the military special forces unit. Ever since she was little in the Bai family, she was greatly favored. Her level of favor could easily match Su Xian's status in the Su family, which, by the way, was essentially public knowledge in high society. Bai Rui was liked, competent, highly malleable, and thus held very promising prospects. Who wouldn't want someone like that, and place great hopes on them? As for herself, though she stood out with her abilities before the apocalypse, the world had drastically changed, and it was no longer appropriate to measure people by old standards. It was inevitable that she would lose her value. Had Su Yan not dropped hints about this opportunity, the Bai family wouldn't have been so eager to push her to chase after Su Xian. After all, his position in the Su family was extremely significant. Even though Su Yan's parents were long gone, given his current achievements, even if they don't care for his person, they'd naturally extend some consideration towards Su Xian. And if the Bai family successfully connects with Su Xian, then in the future, they would have a relationship with Su Yan by association. Their calculations were clear, but they hadn't considered whether Su Xian was willing to cooperate. Bai Shui gave a cynical laugh, realizing Su Xian had subtly invited her to leave the base for a mission and seemed genuinely eager to go himself. However, Bai Shui had many reservations. She had previously organized a team, but survival in the post-apocalypse world was far from easy, requiring attention to every aspect, and the more people involved, the more complications arose. The main uncontrollable factor was the alignment of people's intentions. Bai Shui wasn't willing to entrust her life to others, and neither would others. As evolutionaries proliferated, their growing strength inevitably bred ambition, wanting to conquer the world and achieve great feats. But how easy was that? So far, no team had managed to make a name for itself, not only due to the extremely harsh and severe environment outside the base, but also because of the open and covert power struggles within the base. Bai Shui was also suspicious of the official base administration. After all, if private forces grew too powerful, they would inevitably threaten the safety of the base. Therefore, so far, those who entered the base were screened layer by layer. Moreover, as long as one came from the military, whether it was in terms of recruitment or compensation, they would be treated better than the average person. These internal secrets were absolutely unclear to ordinary people. While the base authority continuously strengthened the power of the regular army, it also constantly suppressed private forces to ensure its own position wouldn't be shaken. Bai Shui certainly knew leaving the base would definitely benefit her. Obtaining crystal cores meant acquiring more resources, be it daily necessities for survival or evolutionary medicine and new weapons. None of these could be achieved without an enormous amount of crystal cores. Moreover, wanting to enhance one's strength meant pushing beyond personal limits through constant real combat. But alongside tempting rewards, the dangers also increased geometrically. Unlike stock trading where only numbers and money were compared, this was a life-and-death gamble, staking everything. Who really wouldn't be afraid? At least she herself couldn't do it. After carefully pondering over Su Xian's words back and forth, Bai Shui ultimately failed to reach a decision and could only temporarily head home. Let's not mention how the Bai family would react. While walking on the road, Su Xian contemplated the possibility of coming clean with Su Yan. To be honest, since being reborn until now 2 years into the start of the apocalypse, which already totaled more than 3 years, many once clear memories had begun to blur, let alone the world and the base that had completely changed beyond recognition. Before the apocalypse began, Su Xian had shared his space with Su Jin, though he didn't know why exactly. He just felt like Su Jin was trustworthy, or it might also have been guilt toward him. After all, in the previous life, if it hadn't been because of himself, Su Jin surely would have lived a good life. For some purpose, Su Xian hadn't told Su Jin about his rebirth, though occasionally, he might have suspicions regarding his actions, but he definitely wouldn't connect them to this. In fact, Su Xian believed there was no need to tell Su Jin about things before his rebirth. He was an extremely responsible person, and if he knew Su Xian hadn't protected himself properly, he would undoubtedly feel extremely guilty. Su Xian didn't want to see him like that, and those weren't even worth remembering. Beautiful pasts, everyone has shameful memories they don't want to recall or moments they'd rather forget, and Su Xian was no different. Being bullied by classmates when he was little, being blindly led astray during school years, then refusing to face reality later on, eventually dragging Su Jin to death and falling out with his own brother, all of this made Su Xian feel quite fragile. Before being reborn, even a comment whispered behind his back would hurt him deeply. Arguing with friends kept him tossing and turning for days, or not getting the desired item occasionally. In Su Xian's world, these had already been considerable troubles. Never did he expect everything to turn upside down overnight, altering all that had once existed. Fortunately, heaven showed mercy, granting him another chance at life. Regardless of whether the past was wonderful or miserable, those had all become history, so let the past be buried. Su Xian believed there was no need to bring them up repeatedly. Chapter 59. In any case, now that Su Jin was back by his side, though she was initially shocked by his feelings toward her, as long as he stayed beside her, she would feel at ease. Whether or not she liked men, whether or not she revealed her preferences, wasn't important. Su Xian simply wanted to live comfortably. Though he cared about others' opinions, he would never give up on Su Jin just because of them. That would be the greatest fool in the world. As for what consequences might arise after confessing to Su Xian claimed he didn't care at all. While walking, Su Xian mentioned this to Su Jin. I still think I should directly tell my second brother, to save him from constantly introducing me to people. Before the apocalypse, he was young, having graduated not long ago. It was normal for young people to love playing around, and late marriage was very common. However, the situation now was different. If he were really to be together with Bai Shui, it would signify a union between two factions within the base. This wasn't something to be taken lightly, it involved political structures and entangled interests aplenty. Upon hearing this, Su Jin froze, looking at him in disbelief. Are you really going to say it? Su Xian was puzzled by his reaction, and upon figuring it out, angrily said, do you think I enjoy hiding forever? Besides, nowadays, who cares about meddling in others' relationships anyway? As for dealing with my second brother, I'll handle it myself, so don't worry about it. Su Xian wanted to persuade Su Jin to stay back while he went alone to talk to Su Yan. However, once Su Jin heard that it was about revealing everything, his determination became stronger. Even 9 oxen could not pull him away. Having no other choice, Su Xian had to bring Su Jin along for the visit to Su Yan's place. Area A remained as tranquil as always. Passing through multiple checkpoints and walking for over 10 minutes, the two of them finally arrived in front of Su Yan's villa. The person who opened the door for Su Xian was an unfamiliar man whom he had never seen before, which made him wonder where Uncle Wang had gone. Yet, this was after all Su Yan's private matter, so he decided there was no need to ask further. Su Yan descended from upstairs upon hearing voices. This time, he was holding a girl's hand. As Su Xian raised his eyes, it was indeed the same girl he saw at the club last time. She looked sweet and adorable, with pale skin and clear, bright eyes, truly a rare beauty. Su Xian instantly grasped the most crucial point, the girl was sufficiently pure. Although he did not have the experienced eye of older ants who could tell whether Su Yan and the girl were genuinely intimate, this girl clearly exuded an air of chastity, making her highly attractive. More importantly, for some reason, Su Xian felt this girl was extraordinary. Su Yan knew Su Xian had come over, so this time he deliberately brought Jie down to meet him. After all, she would be his future second sister-in-law, and they should at least get acquainted. Su Yan looked at Su Xian. You showing up at this time must mean things didn't go well. Usually, if something I entrusted you fails, you'd avoid me. But why did you show up on your own accord this time? Su Xian smiled and looked at Jie. Isn't it because I know my second sister-in-law is here, and I wanted to come by and visit? Of course, Su Xian was fibbing. He thought Su Yan would keep hiding this girl, but unexpectedly let her appear today. Feeling helpless, Su Yan introduced the two people across to Jie. These are Su Xian and Su Jin. Su Xian ranks 4th among us, so you can just call him Xiao Si. Su Jin grew up together with Xiao Si. He's a few years older than him, and also part of our family, so you can call him directly by his name. Then Su Yan briefly introduced Jie's name and situation. Jie was still quite young, and the environment outside the base was unsafe, so Su Yan rarely allowed her to go out. Even Su Xian was meeting her for the first time, and the previous incident still somewhat affected her, making her reluctant to interact with strangers now. As Su Yan was explaining briefly, Jie attentively observed the two opposite her, especially focusing on Su Xian. For too long, Su Xian almost started wondering if there was anything amiss with him or if something had been revealed about him. Suddenly becoming nervous, Su Xian was taken aback when Jie suddenly spoke. I feel like I've seen you before, you give me a very comfortable and familiar feeling. She said this sentence to Su Xian. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and Jie still appeared charmingly sweet and endearing. Su Xian finally understood why his eternally single second brother finally saw the light. Facing such a rare beauty, elegant, worldly-wise yet unblemished, just making eye contact made you feel like you were her entire world. How could one not fall in love with such a girl? Although her words sounded pleasant, Su Yan frowned disapprovingly, casting a glance at Su Xian that suggested dissatisfaction. Was this kid intentionally sabotaging? Never seeing such a complex and moody expression on his second brother's face before, Su Xian could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly and say to Su Yan, "Brother, the little sister-in-law is merely complimenting me. Moreover, with my ordinary-looking face, it's not surprising she recognizes it. Are you really going too far and being overly strict?" Su Yan kicked him right away. "You're nothing but a bachelor. What do you know about marital pleasures? I even picked Bai Shui for you, and you turned her down. You've got high standards, don't you? Let's see what kind of good partner you find in the future." Su Xian shook his head. "No need to wait for the future, I've already found the perfect one." Upon hearing this, Su Yan immediately became confused. When did this happen? Why don't I know? He considered himself fairly attentive towards both his younger brothers and knew well about Xiao Si's social circle. He was especially familiar with those close to him. Su Xian wasted no time revealing the surprise and directly pulled Su Jin, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Close yet far away, how could you not guess, brother?" That loud kiss truly startled Su Yan like a thunderclap ringing in his ears. Unbelievably, he stared at the two across him. Su Xian had always been whimsical, doing things impulsively without much forethought, but Su Jin was certainly not like that. He stiffened his neck and looked at Su Jin, who expressionlessly nodded. Sorry, second young master, for hiding it from you for so long. But don't blame Xiaoxi, it was me who brought up the idea first, and I was the one who actively pursued him. Even though the initial pursuit or even declaration of affection was extremely subtle, to the point where Su Xian didn't pick up on it at all, if not for the second chance in life and Su Xian showing proximity towards Su Jin, they might have still missed each other. Su Yan remained silent for a long time. Jie sat beside him, sensing his complex emotions, resistance that couldn't be expressed with words, and looked at him in confusion. Aren't they like us? They also like each other and decided to be together. What's wrong with that? Su Yan sighed. First, he looked at Su Jin, feeling as if someone he had always trusted had dug under his own foundation. It was simply an injustice without a way to voice it. Then he looked at Su Xian, whose face was completely innocent and unguarded, openly hugging Su Jin. The two were close beyond measure. Xiaoxi had been emotionally sensitive since childhood, rarely accepting others, yet their relationship had gone this well. There should have been a plausible reason. But Su Yan never expected this to be the reason. He glanced at Jie sitting by his side, confused. With her around, he certainly couldn't lose his temper, and losing his temper wouldn't solve anything anyway, it would only vent his dissatisfaction. Su Yan turned to Su Jin. Are you two truly serious about this? Do you know how difficult this path is? If you two really end up together, there will be no children in the future, and you'll have to endure discrimination from others. Do you think this kind of relationship can last? Su Jin knew he wanted to persuade him to let go first, but seeing the happy look on Su Xian's face next to him, Su Jin felt that nothing was insurmountable. Second young master, please rest assured. No matter what, I will always put Xiao Xian's needs first. As long as he hopes, I am willing to do anything. Now that he has agreed to be with me, we will stay together. If in the future he changes his mind, I will respect his opinion. To be honest, Su Jin had already made a significant concession here, enough to make even an outsider feel aggrieved, let alone those directly involved. Su Yan was left quite helpless by such a heartfelt confession. When he saw Su Xian's bright eyes and radiant smile, he felt as if saying anything seemed unnecessary. These days are different from peacetime. Su Xian himself requires care, and if he ended up with just a pretty face with a weak character, it would add more burdens. Thus, Su Yan had carefully selected Bai Shui from the Bai family. Never did he expect Su Xian to completely undermine his plans with this move. In the old days before the apocalypse, Su Yan wouldn't have agreed. After all, coming out isn't a trivial matter, rumors spread by troublemakers could ruin everything. However, these times were different now. Su Jin had grown up with Su Xian and their histories were well known. Having Su Jin by Su Xian's side gave Su Yan some reassurance, but never did Su Yan imagine Su Jin would steal his little fourth brother right out from under his nose, as if he were stealing a fruit Su Yan had painstakingly cultivated, leaving Su Yan with a belly full of grievances and nowhere to vent them. Parents often can't match the resolve of their children, and eventually Su Yan could only grit his teeth and bear it. In these times, ordinary people can count themselves lucky to have a dependable partner regardless of gender. Su Yan could guarantee the safety of his family, but he also hoped they could find happiness. The bond between Su Xian and Su Jin was no less than between the biological brothers. It's no surprise Su Jin developed feelings for him and was accepted in return. Su Yan understood clearly that splitting them apart at this moment was simply impractical, so he temporarily set aside any thoughts of finding a wife for Su Xian and chose instead to see how things progressed between them. If it didn't work out in the future, it certainly wouldn't be on his head. Relationships like these, after all, become worse when outsiders interfere. Su Yan was adept at studying human hearts, and he understood these principles well. As expected, my second brother has a lot on his plate. Once I reported it to him, that big stone in my heart finally fell. After coming out, Su Jin's smile hadn't faded at all. Su Xian watched him for a while, surprised to see him this genuinely happy. Although times were different now, and the relationship among them wasn't as strong as it used to be, they had still grown up together. Su Jin had decent relations with both Su Yan and Su Yi. Their blessings naturally meant a great deal. Su Xian helplessly patted his face lightly. Are you done laughing yet? Coming back to reality, Su Jin noticed Su Xian's half-smiling expression and instantly felt a little embarrassed as he awkwardly touched his nose. Having spent days together, Su Xian knew his lover's mood swings well enough. Unable to resist, he tiptoed and kissed him again on the cheek. All right, I know you're happy, but shouldn't we go home now? Su Xian had been looking forward to the chestnut chicken he promised to make. The chestnuts in his spatial ring were perfectly ripe, with golden yellow flesh that was irresistibly tempting. Roasted chestnuts were sweet and fragrant, while chestnut pancakes sounded just as delicious. Altogether, there would be several more delicacies to enjoy. After they returned home, Su Jin started cooking dinner. Recently, others rarely came home to eat. Some were fed at their workplaces, while others made do with quick meals at canteens. Food made from mutated plants remained relatively cheap. Most of the food at home was provided by Su Xian, and they didn't want to take advantage of his generosity for too long, so they resolved to handle meals elsewhere. How could Su Xian care about these trivialities? Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could say, so all he could do was prepare more delicious meals to reward them when they returned or give them extra food to take along. Knowing Su Xian didn't lack for provisions, their friendship also being deep, they weren't overly formal. They simply accepted what he offered, thinking that whenever they found something good, they'd reciprocate by bringing it to Su Xian. It was only polite. To be honest, Su Xian couldn't quite tell if he was satisfied with his current life. Mainly, he harbored concerns in his heart but didn't want to raise suspicions or expose himself too readily. More importantly, staying idle at the base every day was unbearably painful. Since learning about Su Xian and Su Jin's relationship, Su Yan hadn't pressured him anymore to attend blind dates, but their contact also became less frequent. The main reason was Su Yan kept Jie hidden away, rarely giving Su Xian the chance to see her. Though Su Xian found this somewhat odd, he wasn't particularly concerned. He clearly understood Su Yan's boundaries and never overstepped to inquire too deeply. Xue Lei didn't intend to stay at the base permanently either. Occasionally, he went out with the military on missions. Xiao Wu continued to meticulously care for the two children, and Su Xian visited them 2 or 3 times a week. Still, Su Yan interacted with the children more often. As for the mysterious round pendant Su Yan carried, no updates on its research progress were ever shared, though Su Xian believed Su Yan was better suited to handle such matters, so he didn't press for details. He and Su Jin continued to seek trustworthy companions to join forces with, since the outside world was now excessively cruel and perilous. People who couldn't be fully trusted might actually bring more trouble than help. Constantly accompanying the military on missions wasn't ideal either, as protecting general survivors wasn't without demands. Therefore, each mission left them with barely any reward unless one truly possessed certain skills. Shortly thereafter, Su Xian frequently trained in the training area. His spiritual power was extremely strong, though his physical condition was slightly lacking. However, as long as he didn't overexert himself, it wouldn't cause significant issues. Within less than a month, Su Xian showed marked improvement in both physical fitness and combat experience. When he applied to leave the base on a mission again, Su Yan didn't obstruct him too much. Unlike the coastal regions, the inland environment was even harsher. Yet the strength of mutated creatures here had also grown exponentially. Coupled with the rising sea levels, many mutated creatures from the coastal areas were now migrating inland. In the future, not only would humanity's living space be infinitely compressed, but even Tibet base would face serious challenges. Humanity must quickly adapt to the external environment to ensure a place for themselves in the coming world. Su Xian's first departure from the base was similarly accompanied by the army. Being among a crowd at least emboldened him somewhat. As for forming a team, currently, there seemed to be no clear direction. During the arranged meeting, Su Xian had initially shown some interest in Bai Xue. This woman had a resilient character, valued trustworthiness, and was rather dependable. Don't think women in the apocalypse can only be seen as parasites. In fact, they could be ruthless enough to disown even their own parents. The Bai family was large and powerful, but disputes multiplied due to numerous people and interests tangled up within them. It was survival of the fittest. Bai Rui enjoyed the best resources from the Bai family and now even joined the base's most advanced experimental squad, a highly coveted new genetic weapon testing unit where countless people competed fiercely to get in. Although Bai Rui was exceptionally talented, without the Bai family's backing, she'd probably remain an insignificant figure. Compared to her, Bai Xue seemed pitiable. Her position within the clan was awkward, and it was solely because of a suggestion from Su Yan that she was chosen to marry Su Xian. All these things were secondary. The main thing was that Su Xian felt Bai Xue had a decent character. Although the Bai family hadn't treated her well, they were still her family who had raised and nurtured her until now. If Bai Xue were to bear hatred towards her family just because of 1 or 2 trivial matters and sought revenge at any opportunity, then she wouldn't be very admirable. But from what Su Xian could see now, Bai Xue didn't do that. Despite the strained relationship with her family, Bai Xue actively built her own forces and didn't miss out on training combat skills either, proving herself to be a promising talent. Su Xian looked favorably upon Bai Xue, but he never expected that she barely paid him any heed. For one, Su Jin, who always stayed by Su Xian's side, was formidable in strength, yet having Su Xian, a young master lacking in actual combat ability, dragging behind only hindered the most capable people. Bai Xue placed significant importance on strength, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so dissatisfied with her family during their initial arranged meeting. Even though she learned later that Su Xian wasn't completely incompetent, strength was not something easily improved by intelligence alone. Thus, when Su Xian subtly suggested collaboration, Bai Xue dismissed it outright from the start. Moreover, currently, the dominant force within the base was the official power structure. It wasn't easy for an ordinary person to rally a team. The base had various rules in place to restrict and suppress civilian forces. Though it might seem dictatorial, if they didn't take such measures, the growing underground powers could potentially overwhelm them and seek to establish their own rule, which would ultimately backfire. Before they knew it, nearly 3 months had passed. The base maintained its regular order impeccably, yet Su Xian knew how abnormal this was itself. In his memory, after the apocalypse began, the entire Blue Star was thrown into chaos with natural disasters rampant. Since their landing from the south, there were continuous tsunamis and earthquakes. Had it not been for Su Xian's sharp spiritual perception, they might have perished in the nuclear power plant leak incident. Compared to the impending calamity of the rising sea level compressing human survival space and triggering dramatic environmental changes, those previous disasters seemed like mere appetizers. Without discussing others, just the collision and compression of continental plates would bring about a series of chain reactions, destroying everything around the Tibet base. Prior to the apocalypse, development without protection here made the ecological environment quite fragile. Even a small earthquake could cause landslides and mudslides. After the apocalypse, the environment drastically worsened, making many things incomprehensible under normal logic. However, Su Xian understood that, despite the claims, the so-called last hope of humanity, Tibet base, was nothing more than a human construction that nature could easily destroy. To add, coastal areas recently faced increasingly severe conditions, and the capital base also prepared for migration. While disasters struck globally, Tibet base remained eerily peaceful, almost isolated from calamities, as though nothing touched it. Ordinary people might merely think they were lucky, seeing it as a good thing without digging deeper. But Su Xian was different. He had returned from the post-apocalypse era, and though his previous self didn't recall much, his knowledge already exceeded that of most. Observing the current operations of the Tibet base now, Su Xian quickly identified issues. Recalling Su Yan mysteriously organizing the establishment of Tibet base, researching meteorites and cores, developing weapons and evolution agents, it all showcased his exceptional foresight. If Su Yan wasn't already deeply rooted within the Tibet base, controlling all of its critical aspects, those with ill intentions among powerful families would have devoured him long ago. Su Xian did worry about Su Yan, as they were brothers after all. But thinking that Su Yan wasn't someone to underestimate, since he had shown his skills, Su Yan likely had ways to protect himself. As for Su Xian himself, achieving self-preservation was challenging. Whether protecting his brother or himself, he could only strive to improve his strength, as there were no other options. For Su Yan, dealing with Su Xian proved quite exasperating. One Su Hao expelled from the base, the other, Su Xian, was hell-bent on getting out. In the past, Su Yan wouldn't have minded much. Even near the Magic City base, at worst, it could be called a hunting ground for evolved beings. However, Tibet base was entirely different. Due to inexplicable reasons, the nearby mutated creatures had an average tier far beyond what normal humans could ever imagine. For ordinary mutated creatures, they all had their own territories. Once invaded by external forces, these creatures would undoubtedly counterattack with full force. They didn't have eyes to discern allies from enemies and wouldn't spare anyone. Originally, these high-tier mutated creatures were also part of the plan. Due to their existence, the base would naturally form a defensive barrier against any other incoming mutated species. However, everything had two sides. There was no denying that the existence of mutated creatures significantly threatened the safety of the base. For Su Yan, nothing was more disheartening than evolutionists he had personally trained being killed by artificially supported mutated creatures. Chapter 61. In Su Yan's plan, each of his brothers had their own designated roles. Su Hao's current state, not making progress and being unsuitable for higher responsibilities, left him disappointed and even somewhat repulsed. But at the end of the day, they were still blood-related brothers, so it wasn't possible for him to completely exterminate Su Hao. Instead, Su Yan simply chose out of sight, out of mind by expelling him from the base. The Tibet base was renowned as an absolute defense line. While the defense line assigned to Su Hao might make him endure much hardship, it was almost impossible for him to perish there. Moreover, Su Yan had also secretly arranged for his protection. So long as Su Hao wasn't incredibly unlucky, the probability of losing his life would be practically zero. For the typically cold-hearted Su Yan, he believed he'd done more than enough for his younger brother Su Hao. Su Xian knew how to strive forward, but Su Hao only relied on their family name to deceive and freeload everywhere, disgracing the Su family. If Su Yan didn't address this issue within his household, people outside would surely look down upon the Su family. It wasn't as though Su Yan was overly concerned about what others thought if Su Hao upset them. The truth was, the mere existence of Su Hao brought the Su family's reputation down, which Su Yan found entirely disgraceful. Su Xian, on the other hand, was unaware of all these thoughts Su Yan had. He merely focused on adapting to the external environment, striving to break through his limits in adversity, acquiring strength enough to take control of his own destiny. It wasn't just for himself, it was also for Su Jin. He didn't want everyone to pity and feel sorry for Su Jin just because he was often seen together with him, treating him as the most pitiful person in the world. Just as Su Jin cherished him, Su Xian hoped to reciprocate and make Su Jin experience the same kind of happiness. Moreover, they had once agreed to work hard together, aiming to open the door to a new world. Before setting off, Su Yan sent over plenty of supplies. Those who went on missions outside the base could exchange food and weapons with points and crystal cores. Inside the base, they mostly consumed processed mutant plants. Although basic and coarse, they were filling, inexpensive, and the toxins they contained had been dealt with to the point where they were negligible. This type of food had already become the staple for most survivors within the base. Things were different for those going out on missions. They could receive easily transportable compressed food using mission credentials. There were foods similar to compressed biscuits and some toothpaste tube-shaped food paste. Although the taste was less than ideal, the advantage was that they were easy to carry, convenient to consume, and didn't waste time, so people doing tasks outside the base would generally trade for this kind of food. As for weapons, the currently popular choice was laser guns. Though the latest version of the laser gun also required consuming crystal cores, compared with the meteorite weapon Su Xian had previously obtained, the crystal core consumption was negligible. This improved and brand new type of weapon hadn't yet gone on sale, so it was indeed an excellent survival tool. The weapons Su Xian and his group had previously used were outdated due to their weight, poor accuracy, and low power, making them virtually obsolete. Of course, those pre-apocalypse weapons were still more than sufficient when dealing with regular humans. Even if Su Xian had vast wealth, he couldn't dispose of items that had now lost their practical use altogether. Unlike others, Su Xian, with his peculiar memories, was like standing on the shoulders of giants. Although the future prospects of the world looked unclear, Su Xian harbored an inexplicable premonition that things wouldn't remain this way for too long. He firmly believed that one day humanity would break through the deadlock, reclaiming broader living space. On the eve of his departure, Su Xian and Su Jin collected the last batch of crops from their hidden space. Anything that needed processing was processed. With machines and a generator, all their equipment functioned properly. To protect the secret of the space, Su Xian had acted with utmost caution. Despite refraining from showing off wealth, the large quantity of items stored in the space were primarily prepared for himself and Su Jin, but he had also set aside many supplies for other members of the Su family. However, it now seemed Su Hao was entirely at odds with him, and Su Yi was rarely seen throughout the year. Occasionally, messages were sent back only for important matters. The only one left was Su Yan, and looking at his current achievements, he was doing far better than himself. As a result, many things Su Xian had prepared were naturally not necessary. Since the apocalypse began over 2 years ago, aside from ordinary daily items as consumables, clothing and food were used more frequently. Other things were basically untouched. With the space constantly producing crops that underwent mechanical processing, supplies continued to increase endlessly. There was no way the two of them could consume it all, leading to these supplies eventually piling up like mountains. Fortunately, the basement of the space was large enough, otherwise, they wouldn't know how to handle these items, leaving them wasted. In fact, even in the current base, food wastage was unavoidable. Food has an expiration date, and once spoiled, many foods cannot be consumed. Even though eating expired food wouldn't necessarily cause much harm, to ensure the health safety of the base's population, these foods still had to be disposed of. What appears now as extreme waste was commonplace before the apocalypse. Su Xian wasn't criticizing any particular behavior but rather thought having such a space was indeed quite convenient. It also prevented food waste and truly offered excellent service. After exchanging jokes, both followed routine preparations for some emergency supplies they might need on the road. Everything else was boxed and stored as usual. Aside from regular usage items, Su Xian also selected a small portion of the crystals from zombies and mutated creatures obtained in previous trades and placed them in a small bag to take out of the space. Among the materials inside the space, the types that could be taken out without drawing attention were limited, mainly food. This item could be preserved for over 10 years without issue. Though the base had a fair amount of grain, they didn't dare release it easily due to the massive population. Some of the pre-apocalypse produced goods Su Xian may find use for later, but grains can continuously be produced within the space and are essential for humanity. The batch of supplies Su Xian released earlier in Shanghai was merely a drop in the bucket. Considering the interests of myriad families, Su Xian certainly did not want his actions to unnecessarily strengthen their forces, it would simply be counterproductive. Given the vast amount of food, it was clear the two of them couldn't possibly consume it all. Taking it out wouldn't be considered wasteful, but it mattered how these supplies were handled and whether they actually served their purpose. For now, the Tibet base was doing well, so Su Xian planned to observe further and wait until the next icy period arrived. As for other miscellaneous matters, there was no need to go into detail. With Su Yan's approval, they prepared their personal belongings and set off from the base with the military this day to undertake a mission. Considerate of Su Xian, Su Jin selected a relatively standard mission. Not many people in the base weren't familiar with Su Xian. Others joining the mission with them were all somewhat cautious, only daring to glance at him secretly, with very few approaching to talk. The army remained relatively calm, being from professional military origins after all, showing a different level of discipline. While Su Xian inwardly acknowledged this, he also felt somewhat disappointed by the short-sightedness of these civilian factions. Although official evolved individuals still currently outperformed those from civilian sources, there was always truth behind the saying that true talents lie among the common people. What the base essentially used were evolution agents, which were simply processed crystal cores treated to exclude harmful viruses and rendered harmless. This liquid could maximally stimulate the hidden potential within the human body. Since the start of the apocalypse, people discovered and utilized crystal cores. In reality, those who survived the Stardust energy baptism naturally developed antibodies and resistance to meteorite viruses, just differing in virus energy tolerance levels from person to person. The latest research indicated a close relationship between the degree of antibody development and physical abilities or endurance. In other words, given these premises, as long as the body could bear it, consuming raw crystal cores directly was possible without taking the refined evolutionary agents. This is also why later on, crystal cores skyrocketed in value within various bases. Although fewer than 1% of survivors successfully evolved after directly ingesting crystal cores, not everyone could afford evolutionary agents. Moreover, an average vial of these agents on the market wasn't significantly effective for most people anyway. If it didn't work, it was essentially useless. Nevertheless, low-tier zombie crystal cores were relatively easy to obtain. Thus, it was only natural for commoners wishing to use these cores to gain energy, improve physical abilities, and enhance mental strength. New paragraph starts here. Su Xian didn't have the right to criticize, but in his opinion, it was extremely foolish. Based on his personal understanding of crystal cores and the various reactions within the space, the energy from crystal cores was probably very different from what humans required. Because celestial meteorites could be easily absorbed by the space, and he himself could absorb the energy from this space, the space showed no reaction at all to crystal cores. Su Xian knew little about how to utilize these crystal cores since Su Yan was in charge of evolutionary agents. Su Yan was not willing to divulge much information about them, and Su Xian naturally couldn't relentlessly interrogate him. The general formula publicly disclosed stated that crystal cores were used, but specific ratios, types, and numbers remained unknown. Moreover, regarding the meteorites, the base had not released much information. From the journey starting at the Shanghai base, Su Xian gathered many more extraterrestrial meteorites along the way. In fact, he figured most of the meteorites across half of the nation's territory had been stored away by him. Su Xian even wondered, with so many meteorites, would the space somehow feel overloaded? He still remembered that batch of meteorites Su Yan brought over. Since then, Su Yan seemed to have stopped issuing commands for transporting meteorites into the base, though secret operations might still be possible. Perhaps subconsciously, Su Xian felt Su Yan must have discovered a force purer and stronger than the energy from meteorites, otherwise, the evolution agent wouldn't be as effective. As for crystal cores, upon reflection, Su Xian thought he should already know, where do crystal cores come from, and where do meteorites come from? It wasn't that Su Xian deliberately wanted to belittle humanity, but living in modern society, he fully understood how human physical conditions had progressively declined. Sickness comes from the mouth. How can people eating grain not get sick? This was minor compared to the serious food safety issues in the country, which arguably ranked as the worst globally. With societal evolution reaching such a point, it was indeed a sorrow shared by all citizens. The rapid social development caused cultural literacy to lag far behind economic progress, filling the hearts of the nation's people with emptiness and confusion dominated by materialism. Consequently, a variety of tragedies occurred, triggering a series of adverse reactions. Plainly speaking, Su Xian believed that crystal cores generated from within humans shouldn't be trusted for use. Even the crystal cores of mutated plants and animals were influenced by environmental pollution, and although the exact situation was unclear, he estimated that compared to zombie crystal cores, those of mutated organisms were somewhat better. Of course, survivors likely also considered that while mutant creature crystal cores might contain fewer impurities compared to zombie ones, due to their genetic differences from humans, consuming them might cause other undesirable reactions, possibly resulting in gene recombination, causing metamorphosis into another species. Even though it had been over 2 years since the apocalypse began, many held deeply rooted thoughts. They were content with the current state and didn't wish to take excessive risks, even if they knew it could bring them substantial rewards. Thus, no matter how good mutated animal crystal cores may seem, they weren't too eager to use them. This is also why mutated animal crystal cores had become the primary circulating currency on the market. Previously, Su Xian hoarded some zombie crystal cores. In the Tibet base, these zombie crystal cores were among the most sought-after types, priced higher than other kinds and still in high demand. Of course, Su Xian certainly wouldn't risk using zombie crystal cores himself. However, currently, not just survivors but also external creatures appeared to have a great desire for these crystal cores. Su Jin had once told him about someone who carried a zombie crystal core during a mission, only to be ferociously chased and surrounded by mutated creatures, almost being eaten alive by a mutated man-eating flower. Though Su Xian wasn't entirely sure of the reason, it didn't stop him from planning to use zombie crystal cores to attract mutated creatures in order to obtain their crystal cores. The entry and exit from the Tibet base were governed by fairly strict regulations. First of all, identity proof was essential. Typically, more than 70% of people within the base wouldn't choose to leave it, so those assigned missions accounted for less than 30%. Of course, quite a number of these were elderly or children who lacked the ability to protect themselves, making it wise for them not to leave the base. But even if only 30% of the survivors were willing to leave the base for missions, that figure wasn't small. To prevent infiltration, the base issued identity recognition cards to those leaving, different from the ID documents used within the base. These identity recognition cards were small, thin, silver mini cards. This silver rectangular card, only as big as an adult's thumb, was strung on a chain that could be hung around the neck or tied at the waist, making it less likely to be lost. The small card contained detailed information about its host and could perform a highly rigorous identity confirmation when the host returned to the base to ensure no one could impersonate them. The Tibet base differed from other bases with extremely sturdy walls. Here, reliance was primarily on mountainous terrain for cover and extensive use of electric fences to guarantee not even a bug could fly in. As a result, the daily electricity consumption of the Tibet base amounted to a large number, but Su Yan surely had a way to solve this. Of course, Su Xian did not think that besides the electric fence, the base had no other protective facilities. Just look, even the outermost defenses of the base were fraught with obstacles and countless traps. Thinking about his second brother's mysterious tricks, Su Xian felt a bit envious on one side, and truly puzzled on the other. But this question wasn't something he could easily figure out. Su Xian understood in his heart, if he could be reborn with memories intact, then the strange things happening to Su Yan weren't surprising either. The main reason they managed to enter the base so smoothly and quickly last time was due to the warship. Primarily, that warship didn't look ordinary at all and could be considered the base's secret weapon. In such a dangerous world now, having a warship that could move freely and even protect itself wasn't easy. The nation's military has been closely monitored by adversarial countries, and its development of naval forces has always faced multiple obstructions. This mysterious warship, however, far exceeded modern military technology. Its materials, techniques, and systems demonstrated characteristics of a higher civilization. It could even be called future technology. Naturally, a warship with such powerful capabilities became a coveted prize by all parties. But up until now, it remained intact within the Tibet base, and even when it went on distant missions, it encountered no problems, always returning to the base. Although Su Yan's tactics deserve credit, Su Xian still believed this wasn't the sole reason. Perhaps Su Yan possessed some means to control the warship, making it impossible for anyone except him to truly take charge of it, which allowed him to act without fear. No matter what, this was good news for the Tibet base. Especially in recent trips, the warship not only brought back some survivors with critical roles but also a large quantity of supplies. During peaceful times, the country would reserve some supplies just in case of natural disasters or other misfortunes, usually those with longer shelf lives that were replaced year by year, like grains being annually renewed with new harvests to ensure their long-term storage. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse started, constant calamities and natural disasters struck Blue Star. Even though the places chosen for storing these supplies were relatively safe at the beginning, most of them are currently untraceable. Therefore, the amount of supplies ultimately collected represented only a small fraction of the total. The vast land of China with its numerous population made the country rich in resources. If not, nations close to it that experienced earthquakes incessantly before the apocalypse and other smaller countries might have already disappeared from history. Currently, even though there were still foreigners in the base, if they couldn't prove their value, they would share the same fate as those nations, no longer necessary to exist. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Xian and his group couldn't drive cars when leaving the base. As a matter of fact, cars and similar vehicles couldn't even enter the interior of the base. The primary modes of transportation inside were bicycles and electric scooters. For transportation purposes, specialized electric carts were used. These measures aimed not only to minimize noise to reduce the base's presence and prevent attracting zombies and mutated creatures but also because using cars would consume scarce gasoline and fuel reserves. The base did not offer fuel exchanges. In reality, apart from food, weapons, and agents, the base didn't open exchanges for many other things. Items needed for trivial matters could be found in a trading area, where prices were much higher than in the base, so there was no real need. Even though driving was forbidden near the base, cars were still usable at the outermost defensive perimeter. After all, relying solely on walking would make their journey quite exhausting. Su Jin deeply empathized with Su Xian. The distance from the outer defense line to the base wasn't short at all. Furthermore, they had to carry a lot of items. Although larger supplies were available at supply stations near the defense lines, they still needed to keep certain things on them constantly, and those certainly couldn't be entrusted lightly into someone else's hands. In order to facilitate management, the army had corresponding measures for managing non-military evolved humans when going out on missions. Specifically, every 10 individuals were grouped into a small squad for easier administration. Su Xian and Su Jin were assigned to a team where the overall strength of the evolutionists was above average. These people knew Su Xian's identity. Even if they weren't particularly attentive towards him, they certainly wouldn't dare to give him trouble easily. The leader of their squad was still Su Jin, as his experience was vast, having accompanied the army on missions before. The mutual understanding between familiar faces saved them a lot of unnecessary trouble. Members of the army were not included in these small squads. Usually, they would avoid allowing their forces to be overly dispersed to the point of weakening themselves. It wasn't the peaceful era anymore, and no one advocated for military-civilian solidarity now. For their own parents and siblings, there were already countless instances of conflict due to personal gain, let alone mere moral constraints over the military. Su Xian didn't feel much about it. He understood clearly, people who have survived until now either possess certain skills or are merciless at heart, otherwise, they wouldn't last long. Upon reaching the outer defensive perimeter supply station, the army would pick up vehicles and other necessities here, and they could also use crystal cores to purchase items. Su Xian lacked nothing himself, so he just tagged along out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, at the reception hall of the supply station, he saw Su Hao. Su Hao was no longer what he used to be. His appearance was haggard, and he looked unwell. Su Hao's job was to sit behind the counter, greeting everyone who came with needs. Due to insufficient personnel at the supply station, he was always very busy and appeared nearly exhausted. Primarily, this guy did not work hard to improve himself after the apocalypse. Believing himself to be some important figure, Su Hao didn't see any progress in his cultivation and lacked the perseverance required for long-term commitment. Over time, seeing little advancement in his abilities, he eventually gave up completely. In terms of physical attributes that define current evolutionists, he was definitely below passing standards. Seeing Su Xian, although he remained extremely angry inside, Su Hao managed to suppress his rage and didn't curse out loud in front of everyone. But naturally, he showed no friendliness towards Su Xian. On the contrary, Su Jin walked forward calmly and said, "It has been quite a while since we've seen third young master. We didn't expect you'd be here. Both fourth young master and I often think of you. I believe this job does not match your status, so why must you insist on degrading yourself by experiencing the hardships of ordinary people?" This statement was full of profound implications. Without using any vulgar words, Su Jin embarrassed Su Hao to the point that his face alternated between red and white. Eventually, all Su Hao could do was mutter angrily, "You're merely a follower, why so many words? Our Su family's affairs don't need your interference. Do you think following Su Xian will allow you to rise up and take control? Ultimately, aren't you still just a dog at his side? You owe our Su family for getting where you are now, the one you should thank is us, not this ingrate." Before Su Hao finished speaking, Su Xian shot him a cold glare from a distance. His gaze was icy enough to freeze the deepest of seas, as if intending to obliterate Su Hao entirely. Without Su Xian even opening his mouth, Su Jin responded with an unperturbed demeanor, "We won't bother the third young master with these concerns. Since I was promoted personally by the fourth young master, I am naturally loyal to him. As for the Su family's grace toward me, well, that's only something owed to the Su family. Can the third young master claim to represent the entire Su family now?" Although phrased as a question, Su Jin expressed it with definite meaning, thinking anyone could incite conflict between him and Su Xian. He knew very well that outsiders might see his humility and total compliance to Su Xian, but so what? That was their shared joy, it was their private relationship. Outsiders would never understand his deep feelings for Su Xian. For years, he had cherished Su Xian silently but unrequitedly, yet unexpectedly received blessings from heaven, leading to ultimate happiness. He was content with this. As for others' opinions, they could say whatever they wanted, it bore no significant impact on him. He cared only for Xiao Xian's emotions. Though they couldn't expose their relationship publicly right now, once he grew powerful enough for everyone to look up to him, he would stand proudly beside Xiao Xian for the world to see. Chapter 63. Su Hao's expression was extraordinarily unpleasant. He hadn't anticipated that Su Jin, who seemed utterly insignificant before, dared to speak back to him like this. Regardless of the saying, a fallen tiger being teased by dogs or dragons playing with shrimp, this was undeniably an immense disgrace. Su Hao was a very vain person. Even though everyone in the base knew that he had been expelled by Su Yan, they still shared the same surname. Fundamentally, they belonged to the same family. No matter how morally degraded society had become post-apocalypse and regardless of numerous instances of familial disputes for survival's sake. Su Yan and Su Hao didn't need to worry about this, so even if the others really despised Su Hao in their hearts, they would still give him a bit of face. After all, smart people wouldn't speak too absolutely, everyone took a step back for a smoother future, right? Su Hao's job was directly arranged by one of Su Yan's subordinates. Even to not completely offend Su Yan, he couldn't leave his post arbitrarily. Of course, the main reason Su Jin said these words was for Su Xian's sake. Though Su Xian was the youngest in the Su family, without real power, he had no significant say within the base. In recent days, sea levels all around the world were continuously rising, putting the Shanghai base in peril as well. Numerous forces started migrating towards the northwest. The Tibet base was known as the country's last surviving base, not only due to the enormous investments before the apocalypse but also because of the Hope warship. It was certainly no ordinary technology that could have constructed it. Besides, the energy device system and defense warning system equipped on it already surpassed contemporary technological standards. Although very few truly knew the situation, Su Xian had spent some time on the warship. He understood some things, even though he never voiced them. Seeing Su Hao gritting his teeth with an ugly expression, Su Xian felt a rare sense of relief but didn't want to dwell further on it. He simply pulled Su Jin aside, asked him to purchase the necessary items, and then left with the group. After such a long period of separation from the outside world, seeing it again now seemed full of blooming flowers and lush willows, and apparent prosperity. However, Su Xian knew this was just the surface. Since the apocalypse, natural disasters erupted globally, tectonic plate activity became intense. Without even mentioning other countries, changes in the homeland itself were nothing short of catastrophic transformations. Despite its geographical advantage, the Tibet base wasn't immune either. With sea levels constantly rising, mutated creatures from coastal areas invaded, threatening the inland survivors. The Shanghai base had prepared early to migrate towards the Tibet base and other inland survival bases. Honestly, anyone with connections knew the current situation of the Tibet base. It was relatively closed off but wasn't lacking in supplies yet, and the base's operations were normal. Most importantly, there were evolution potions and advanced weapons here. Su Yan naturally held more aces than these. After all, while the apocalypse brought humanity immense destruction, it also opened a new door to the world. Crystal cores were akin to a heavenly fire seed granted by the gods. Based on Mayan civilization, Su Yan successfully uncovered the secrets of crystal cores and meteorites. Even if it was only scratching the surface, it was already enough to benefit humankind boundlessly. Apart from the evolution potions formulated with crystal cores as raw materials, there were advanced weapons like laser guns, gene weapons capable of adjusting gene sequences and resonant fusion, and the Hope warship powered by crystal core energy, plus the fully intelligent attack defense integrated system installed within the Tibet base. All these depended on crystal cores. Su Xian, after returning from the apocalypse, could infer part of it. But he definitely couldn't imagine that Su Yan had mastered so much super civilization technology. This held no harm for the present era, so there was no need to delve into it. In fact, Su Yan had no intention of revealing this secret to his brother. Some things shouldn't be shared anyway. The Mayan civilization on Earth was merely a Neolithic age civilization widely recognized due to the prediction of the end of the world, but this prophecy itself was fundamentally misunderstood. However, the Mayan civilization that Su Yan grasped wasn't from the same ancient race filled with wisdom thousands of years ago on Earth. Rather, this branch might have been extraterrestrial colonizers. Although Earth at the time was prosperous, it lacked the resources necessary for their survival and evolution, which likely contributed to the decline of the civilization. The universe is infinite, and while Earth can foster life, other planets may also possess such capabilities. Humanity's fear of the unknown has always stemmed from caution, neither a bad nor a good thing altogether. Su Yan was a politician, skilled in scheming, plotting, and understanding human nature, but when it came to alien civilizations, he wasn't as knowledgeable. Jier's arrival itself was an accident but also a turning point. Though she lost her memory and couldn't explain who she truly was or where she hailed from, the things she brought offered Earth a hope for survival. For this reason, he defied public opinion, going through great efforts to build the Tibet base. Leveraging his advantageous position, he gathered talents from various fields, tightly holding control over crystal cores, meteorites, and science. To say the least, Su Yan was aware of Jier being an extraterrestrial visitor. Yet, the items Little 4, Su Xian, brought later added a degree of uneasiness. Not for any other reason, but because this thing was also alien civilization technology, and it was different from the technology Jier brought. Su Yan speculated that this should be the scientific technology of another planet. Although it also far surpassed Earth's launching technology, its main focus was gene technology rather than weapon technology. He had also conducted a comprehensive and in-depth examination of the two children that Su Xian brought. Eventually, he concluded that these two children were indeed products of gene technology and were distinct from survivors who had their genes altered after taking evolution potions. These two children had already been modified since they were conceived in the womb. With Earth's current technology, there was still no way to manufacture human embryo culture dishes, or at least, not as far as he knew. Moreover, such technology was too costly and impractical. Other than that, Earth wasn't lacking in much except for population, which was plenty abundant. Underneath the dark society, surrogate mothers and trade uteruses transactions were extremely common, making it more cost-effective. At least according to the examination results, these two children belonged to innate, genetically engineered evolutionists. Yangyang's body mainly consisted of wolf clan genes and was fused with a small amount of other biological race genes. However, the fused genes in Yeye were something Su Yan had never seen before. Although the technology Jier brought was vast and profound, it couldn't cover everything. As such, the main gene in Yeye's body that remained in a freezing period hadn't been identified yet. The secondary genes were clear, but they didn't interfere strongly, they mainly played an auxiliary role and thus did little to help decrypt the main gene. Su Yan also retrieved all materials related to the two children from the National Archive database but found no valuable clues in the end. After all, there were over 1 billion nationals within the country. Even if the police force wasn't enough to handle such numbers, how could every individual's specific situation possibly be accounted for comprehensively? Plus, when concealed intentionally, modern society was far from simple and pure compared to the past. It wasn't very different from Western countries, it was all about money. Money was undeniably a great thing, while it might not make even ghosts push mills, it came pretty close. Bribing relevant staff members wasn't that hard. Crows everywhere are equally black. Being within the system, if others were greedy but you weren't, then you were the fool, and you wouldn't be far from death either. Su Yan had witnessed such matters many times and was quite used to them by now. However, this became an obstacle when he couldn't find clues in the archives. Still, he couldn't say much about it and could only work on the two children in the silver box. The silver box was a product of super-civilization technology. Su Yan speculated that it should resemble something akin to an intelligent brain device, mainly used for storing electronic data, but its decryption difficulty was extraordinarily high. Not only were the two children's genetic information needed, but it also had 15 checkpoints of electronic locks. It was even harder to crack than an ancient puzzle box. Su Yan considered himself fairly smart, but after nearly 2 weeks, he still hadn't made much progress. He couldn't trust this item with anyone else, so in the end, he took it to Jier, hoping she could decipher its secrets. Although Su Xian's departure made Su Yan feel somewhat sentimental, he let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing for his brother to have ambition. Though he had the ability to support Little 4 and it wasn't a problem feeding one more mouth, both Little 3 and Little 4 were adults now. Nowadays, the world was different from before. If they relied entirely on him, always asking him for everything, even the best relationship couldn't endure such pressure. Most importantly, it was necessary for them to adapt to the current and future survival environment. Little Four's health was not very good when he was young, and Su Yan didn't have high expectations for him, just that he kept moving forward. But this boy wasn't complacent either. He insisted on going out of the base to complete missions. Su Yan could do nothing more than give him some extra supplies. Since Su Jin accompanied him and the military worked alongside him on the missions, things should go fine. This boy returned all the way from the south to Shanghai. At that time, the apocalypse had just begun. Zombies weren't very strong, and mutated creatures hadn't really appeared yet. Even so, it showed that Su Xian adapted well to the apocalypse. On the other hand, Su Hao didn't do as well. Even though he often went on missions in the Shanghai base, due to the slow growth of an evolutionist's power, he gradually lost patience in training and relied solely on evolution potions, which could only build a house of cards. This kind of strength was purely superficial. Su Yan previously tried to offer some advice, but Su Hao had been pampered all his life. Making him endure hardships wasn't an easy task at all. Besides, this guy liked beautiful women. Wu Mingli from before was pretty, but her class was nothing special. Later, although he dated the daughter of a high-ranking official at the Shanghai base, the relationship didn't last long either. Su Yan didn't like dealing with these trivial matters. Everyone must walk their own path. No matter what consequences arise, they're all self-inflicted. Su Hao could not bear the loneliness and indulged excessively in his desires, which naturally depleted his vital energy. As a result, enhancing his strength became an increasingly distant goal. After what happened with Jie, he let this younger brother go completely unchecked. The importance of Jie to him was self-evident, and being cold-hearted all his life, he never believed that family bonds were above everything else. Since Su Hao had repeatedly crossed his bottom line and broken his rules, Su Yan no longer felt obligated to indulge him. Chapter 64. Although Su Yan possessed ambition and capability, he was fully aware of his own limitations. A person must know their strengths and weaknesses. Having ability alone does not guarantee success, it also depends on luck and destiny. Su Yan would neither be overly arrogant nor undervalue himself. He preferred not to spread his operations too thin because overreaching can lead to undesirable outcomes. Especially in the post-apocalypse world, where human loyalty shifts easily and natural disasters keep piling up, as long as he could maintain control over the Tibet base, he would have preserved a crucial spark for the country. There wasn't much need to meddle further. To put it bluntly, there were many countries around the homeland, and after the apocalypse, quite a few foreign survivors appeared. However, Tibet base had almost none. Previously, several foreign technical experts hoped to join the base, but Su Yan declined every single request. Unlike other bases, he held in his hands something that could change the world, an important bargaining chip, and how could he possibly trust foreigners with such critical things? The cultural differences between the East and the West are immense, and even though Su Yan was good at reading people, there was no guarantee everything would go perfectly. Moreover, even native technical personnel were subject to tight surveillance. The research project involving the super-civilization crystal core was kept under wraps so tightly that the outside world only thought he was focusing on evolution potions. While that wasn't simple either, continuous improvements within the base ensured that updated versions of these potions kept appearing in the market. In reality, the number of researchers inside the Tibet base was more than 3 times what was officially announced. Most of these additional researchers worked primarily on the crystal core research project. Su Yan, lacking specialized expertise in this area, relied on them to develop core energy sources and conduct gene fusion projects involving meteorite weapons, all made possible through their efforts. However, these scientists weren't hard to convince. After all, the hyper-advanced civilization technology brought by Jie far surpassed anything on launching Earth. In terms of gene technology and new energy research, the allure of such subjects was irresistible to related researchers. Su Yan knew they wouldn't resist working on such groundbreaking material. Of course, outsiders criticized Tibet base's refusal to accept foreigners, with Japan and Korea leading the complaints. These two countries had large populations, and after the apocalypse, they essentially became defunct nations. Take Japan as an example. 10% of global earthquakes occur in or around Japan, a small country with over 100 million people, not to mention the added impact of human activities. It was rumored that Japan conducted nuclear tests underwater, inevitably causing earthquakes and tsunamis, though they weren't the only ones doing so. Their relentless military buildup vanished overnight due to meteors striking nuclear weapons and triggering major catastrophes. Due to Su Yan's intervention, launching was able to predict meteor trajectories, so most nuclear weapons were either destroyed or concentrated in secure reserves. Quality mattered more than quantity. Nobody wasted resources building unnecessary stockpiles like the deranged Japanese, who even researched superviruses. Even so, various nuclear power plants across launching caused significant losses, exacerbated by recent environmental protection issues. The chain reactions caused by natural disasters devastated areas worldwide. Initially, when Su Yi went out for rescue missions, many regions were left without a single survivor. Su Yan's patriotism ran deep, and he harbored little goodwill towards these foreigners. A few years ago, a disaster movie claimed the nation built a Noah's Ark to save humanity. Su Yan scoffed at the idea. While it was uncertain what the future would bring, and indeed 3 Noah's Arks had been built within the Tibet base. This was just the official number. In reality, before the apocalypse, Su Yan had already rallied all capable forces to focus solely on building the base and the arks. The Hope battleship could be considered a prototype and test model for the Noah's Ark, though it was smaller and its equipment outdated compared to today's standards. Privately built Noah's Arks formed Su Yan's ultimate trump card. With the entire Tibet base now firmly in his hands, he certainly wouldn't display all his cards publicly. Although Su Yan had stated that he had the ability to accommodate those people, the main issue still revolved around food supply. Currently, many people in the base could consume low-rank mutated creatures. However, with the continuous evolution of these creatures, low-rank mutants have become less common. High-rank mutated creatures contain trace amounts of toxins, and long-term consumption is also harmful to health. While solutions exist within the supercivilization technology, materials capable of eliminating toxins are not ordinary substances. So far, out of the 320-plus mutated species discovered by hunting teams or military expeditions, none has yielded genetic properties suitable for neutralizing the toxins from high-rank mutants. Not only are there issues with edible mutated animals, but the mutated plants used as staple foods within the base also present challenges despite their stabilized yield. Large-scale cultivation remains difficult, making expansion no easy task. In such circumstances, even ensuring food supplies for citizens of the nation was a challenge. How then could they consider accepting foreigners? Forget about humanitarianism, these were extraordinary times where merely surviving was considered fortunate. No one was foolish enough to indulge in such concerns when barely surviving themselves. Besides, Su Yan had absolute control over the base. His word was the highest order, and any rebellion would need serious preparation to face him head-on. Recently, Su Yan began consolidating the base's resources. General supplies aside from reserved quantities are mostly utilized in ark and base construction. Rare materials like aerospace-grade ones are primarily preserved as backup resources. Additionally, thanks to the favorable geographical position near salt lakes and several rare metal mines, extraction difficulty remains manageable based on current technological levels. Still, Su Yan wasn't entirely confident in whether the Tibet base could completely withstand external threats, despite previous simulations. Experiments remain experiments, they lack real-world validation. 2 years' experience taught him the post-apocalypse world brimmed with infinite unknown variables. He had to prepare for the worst. Core Laboratory, Area A underground of Tibet base. This lab housed numerous crystal cores and meteorites. The cores were classified by attribute and rank. Although Su Yan didn't fully understand the differences between the cores of various colors, experiments proved there were indeed discrepancies in energy stability and concentration among different types. Then there were meteorites, the smallest weighing hundreds of pounds after fragmentation. Complete meteorites started at weights over 50 tons, some even exceeding hundreds of tons. For ease of transportation, the meteorites were processed into blocks each weighing over 100 pounds, dividing them into countless small chunks for practical use. The base's intelligent system relied on energy crystals formed by the fusion of crystal cores and meteorites. These were heated to temperatures above thousands of degrees Celsius before precisely adding 32 auxiliary materials. Finally, the meteorite and core fused together, creating the crystal. Even though artificial, these crystals represented primitive energy units with wide-ranging applications, not just as drive energy sources but also enhancing weapons far surpassing conventional laser guns. Surrounding the central core laboratory of the underground middle section were storage rooms filled with energy reserves. The innermost chamber stood out slightly. After layers of identity scanning confirmations, Su Yan successfully entered the room. The room measured approximately 300 square meters. Despite its large size, it contained few experimental devices. The most conspicuous item was the large incubator located at the center. With ice blue reinforced glass against dim white light, the nutrient solution inside appeared sky blue. Inside the incubator lay a slumbering golden-haired girl. Her features were delicate and quite appealing, more resembling a mixed-race individual due to her standout blonde hair uncommon among Eastern women. In everyday life, Su Yan masked Jier's eye-catching blonde hair using relatively harmless dyes. Although he already had an idea about Jier's true identity, he couldn't claim complete certainty. For now, concealing her identity remained the wisest decision. Upon entering, a female assistant greeted him promptly, Base Commander. Though the female assistant looked decent, long-term underground work without sunlight combined with inadequate nutrition made her skin sallow, aging her considerably. Women's skin requires maintenance, yet in this era, simply having enough to eat daily was already hard won. Unless part of an affluent family, who had time to care about skin care anymore. However, unlike other women who fawned over Su Yan, this female assistant was a stubborn and single-minded individual, focused solely on conducting experiments and organizing data records. Initially, she was chosen to enter this core laboratory precisely because of her work ethic. After all, given the significance of Jier's matter, not just anyone could easily access this place. Su Yan nodded expressionlessly and asked, "How's the situation?" The female assistant respectfully handed him a folder while saying, "There are no major issues with the physical examination report. It's the same as always, the brain structure is too complex, even scanning devices can't discern much. On the contrary, the double indices have increased significantly, especially the spiritual power showing a noticeable growth." Here, the double indices refer to spiritual power and martial arts levels. Post-apocalyptic evolutionaries typically use these two measures to judge their own strength. The detection reports for special evolutionary individuals are more detailed, extending into over 30 related data points. An entire sequence of tests would certainly provide value beyond their cost. Su Yan carefully reviewed the report before casually tossing the file back to the female assistant. He then approached Jir, who slumbered inside the incubator, his gaze fixed upon the petite girl with tightly closed eyes and flowing hair. He then gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, and the man following behind respectfully held up a small wooden box about the size of 2 palms and walked forward until he was merely 1 step away from the incubator. Su Yan's gaze locked onto the opposite side, and he commanded firmly, "Open." Yes. The man didn't dare delay. He placed the wooden box on the high table in front of the incubator and promptly opened it. A beam of green fluorescence emitted from within the box, flooding the entire lab. The young woman inside the incubator appeared to sense something, her fingers twitching slightly. Her eyelashes fluttered as though ready to awaken. The crystal core this time looks considerably better. Su Yan showed a hint of satisfaction, and those below naturally rejoiced at receiving his praise. The crystal core sitting on the high table slowly rose into the air, eventually passing through the thick glass wall of the incubator to merge with the girl's body. The man who earlier presented the crystal core said excitedly, "This crystal core was selected from among thousands of 3-headed birds in the southern district, classified as a 7th-rank mutation crystal core with an energy purity level above 95%. Its 5-attribute magnetic field is stable enough for Miss Jier's use." Su Yan nodded in approval. From recent observations, Jier had truly changed quite a bit. There wasn't another reason, she seemed to have grown up overnight. Gone were her once naive features typical of someone just 16 or 17 years old. Now, she began to exude charm like a sleeping beauty immersed in a dream, only waiting for the prince's kiss to wake her and bring her back to the world. It's difficult now to take down 7th-rank mutated creatures. As per your instructions, we need to give Miss Jier a 7th-rank crystal core every 2 hours, which equates to 12 cores per day. The current monthly military capabilities are barely meeting this target. However, going higher, even within the enclosed hunting zones, it might be impossible to gather such quantities. The man genuinely worried, but leaving such matters unresolved definitely wouldn't do. Currently, the highest-ranked evolutionary individual cultivated by the base is only 5th rank. Despite having a few talented individuals, their strength has its limits. Moreover, non-family members must have differing intentions, so it's understandable to harbor suspicions about unknown forces. Without those extraordinarily powerful weapons, capturing 7th-rank crystal cores would almost certainly end in death 9 times out of 10, let alone hunting mutated beings of the same rank. Su Yan didn't even glance at the person behind him, his eyes burning intensely as they focused on the sleeping girl in the nutrient solution. What's there to worry about? Before long, crystal cores will keep coming non-stop. Right now, you simply need to eliminate all high-ranking anomalous creatures within the hunting zone and clear space for later batches. Other matters aren't significant, but if Jier's awakening opportunity is delayed, you should well know the consequences. Su Yan's threat echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. Those inside the laboratory experienced rapid heartbeats. For quite some time after Su Yan left contentedly, an oppressive silence hung over the room. Indeed, the outside world was not pleasant. Although the environment near Tibet base was rather harsh, after the apocalypse, the vegetation coverage here saw a rapid increase. Most grasslands or forest life forms had already mutated. With no natural predators and minimal human activity, the ranking of mutated creatures in this area is, on average, 2 to 3 ranks higher than that in the capital region. Dealing with mutated animals was relatively manageable. Su Xian might not excel in many areas, but he certainly had plenty of crystal cores. His mental power stood out, making it easy for him to suppress the mental forces of mutated beasts or lure them into traps. However, mutated plants were a different story. Though they feared fire, carrying too much of it wasn't practical. Some plants carried toxins and even corrosive properties, forcing their encounters to end in retreat. If lucky, they could dig up some crystal cores to solve problems, otherwise, casualties were inevitable. When facing mutated plants now, heavy weaponry was the only option. Yet, the high cost of such weapons made them inaccessible to everyone, and the base wouldn't equip the military with too many of these tools. It was already fortunate to receive new weapons, as there were indeed evolutionaries in the army. Still, their participation was voluntary from the start, so evolutionaries only constituted a small portion of the ranks. Non-evolutionaries were gradually excluded from core teams. While they weren't forcibly retired, they became marginalized, mostly doing guard duties around the base just to make ends meet. As for the military tasked with external missions, though not weak, they weren't among the most outstanding evolutionaries. There was no other reason, the command viewed sending elite core teams on cleanup missions as a waste of talent. After all, good steel should be used on the blade's edge. Su Yi, for instance, is actually an elite within the special forces, an extraordinary individual with a distinguished position in the army due to his exceptional strength and unique status. After the apocalypse, Su Xian hardly saw Su Yi more than a few times each year, solely because he was dispatched to perform critical missions. Su Jin once accompanied Su Yi on a mission and even disclosed the details to Su Xian, asking him to keep it confidential. Apart from rescuing important national figures, Su Yi often fought against high-level mutated creatures and zombies. Matters such as nuclear leaks, which were particularly challenging, also fell under his responsibility. The time Su Jin went along was specifically to clear high-level mutated beings near the base. Due to the military's confidentiality orders, the appearance of sixth-rank mutated beings then was never disclosed to prevent further panic. The state had stringent control over public opinion, or rather, freedom of speech, that would shock anyone familiar with Western standards. In those countries, criticism of leadership came without personal risk. But here, that wasn't the case. Although this has long been criticized, citizens dared only to complain privately. That said, this was in peacetime. In the current situation, the slightest mistake could lead to even greater disasters. The sporadic unrests in the Shanghai base were instigated by certain people aiming to incite chaos. Public sentiment can be easily controlled, yet unpredictable variables remain. To maintain the stability of upper-class governance, much information remains undisclosed. Digressing, in this post-apocalyptic world, many things can't be judged by conventional reasoning. The world brims with uncertainty, much like the still unappeared Su Yi. Su Xian does harbor concerns about his elder brother but doesn't know how to face him. At the moment, his primary focus is enhancing his strength to track down those who harmed him in a previous life and exact revenge. This time, the dispatched military numbered over 100. Su Xian was acquainted with very few, Su Jin was closer since they'd interacted before. Leading the team was former Shanghai base Brigadier General Chen Xiaohua. Su Xian had met him a few times when participating in a mission led by him at the Shanghai base. At that time, Su Hao was present, leading to some unpleasantness between the two. Chen Xiaohua is truly someone brought up in the system, seeing too much of its ways leaves little room for youthful idealism and justice. Ultimately, he is just another member of this heavenly court, where such trivial resistance couldn't possibly shake the established foundation. Though holding grudges against the Su brothers, Chen Xiaohua maintains composure outwardly. He may not go out of his way to please Su Xian, nor will he actively interfere with him. Survival is now everyone's priority. Maybe because the pressure hasn't reached extremes, there's no one left in the army indulging in intrigues. Everyone is working hard to adapt to the brutal new environment, striving for their place in this harsh new world. Su Xian stayed in the base for a long time and rarely ventured outside, making the drastic changes almost erase any traces of the pre-apocalypse world. Su Xian sighed lightly, so much change outside, I barely recognize anything. Hearing this, Su Jin looked at him and leaned closer, lowering his voice, what? Not adapting? Su Xian was still somewhat worried about Su Xian's condition, despite the fact that his health had improved significantly after acquiring the space. However, his physical foundation had always been poor. In reality, due to insufficient congenital conditions, a weak immune system, and a tendency to avoid exercise excessively as a shut-in, Su Xian's physique could hardly be described as healthy. Like many people in the present, modern individuals face various issues, a significant number of them have ailments here and there. However, for most, illnesses can be managed by medication or endured until they pass. Not everyone nowadays likes going to the hospital, and truthfully, only a minority visit upon the onset of any ailment. In their home country, hospitals are overcrowded, making it hard even for ordinary patients to get an appointment, though this isn't universal, it is somewhat exaggerated but remains true. Despite Su Xian's special status, he also disliked the atmosphere of hospitals. Previously, the Su family employed a personal doctor, but after this doctor moved abroad and with few family members frequently falling ill, they didn't hire another one. The task of caring for Su Xian mainly fell on Su Jin and his parents. Su Xian shook his head, not exactly, just feeling a bit uncomfortable. At his young age and with limited experience, despite having lived through a past life, he still had numerous shortcomings, including being overly sensitive emotionally, occasionally indulging in literary musings over spring and autumn wasn't harmful but mostly stemmed from sentiment stirred by the scene before him. Watching the mother planet deteriorate to such a state, while survival itself has become a dire issue, it's undeniable that most humans have deep spiritual attachments to their mother planet. This emotional bond far surpasses anything a new planet could provide as a replacement. During lunchtime, the logistics team handed out packets of paste-like food to each person. This type of food, similar to space meals, is the primary sustenance for those who go out on missions. Since the base has manufacturing machines and the grain consumption is minimal, its price is kept low, but only those sent on missions have the privilege to purchase it. Su Xian and others bought some to keep appearances, occasionally eating these foods made primarily from mutated plant fruits which, though containing trace amounts of toxins, benefit today's evolutions to some degree. Chapter 66. Some of the mutated peaches Su Xian collected earlier near the Shanghai base were planted in the Silver Phoenix space, isolated like the highly toxic plants. As Su Xian's mental power grew stronger, so did his control over the space. Instant teleportation within the space, planting or harvesting crops using mental power, and utilizing isolation barriers became increasingly accessible as more content from the 9 Palaces technique was unlocked. Unlike normal crops that continuously improved within the space, the seeds gathered pre-apocalypse hadn't been contaminated by meteorite viruses. While post-apocalypse mutated plants carried lethal viruses, they weren't entirely harmful. From Su Xian's experiments and observations, regular crops optimized within the space undergo genetic improvements, containing energy levels higher than average yet still below those of space spring water. On the other hand, mutated crop energy levels exceed average levels 3 to 5 times conservatively. If these plants were optimized within the space, refining their chaotic internal energy, they might even replace the energy potions developed by the base. These energy potions serve primarily the evolutionary population since natural element evolutions are quite rare, though not non-existent, but thus far discovered only include wood, water, and fire-type evolutions. It should be noted that the admission criteria for the Tibet base are extremely stringent, so even the scarce natural element evolutions exist. Such ability bearers were discovered 2 years into the apocalypse but haven't been publicly disclosed. Su Xian learned this information from Su Yen. Of course, while these types of evolutions may be fewer and more valuable compared to evolutions stemming from mental power and physical techniques, it cannot be denied that their energy consumption during the manifestation of abilities far exceeds that of regular evolutions. Even regular evolutions require energy replenishment when facing extreme external dangers. Hence, energy potions emerged accordingly. Su Xian curiously played with the small glass bottle filled with blue liquid in his hand. Second brother really knows how to have fun. It wasn't surprising that Su Xian thought this way. From the beginning of the year, the Tibet base continually launched various products. Besides the high-priced evolution potions which sold best, there were also primary, intermediate, and advanced gene potions, none of which were sold externally. In reality, as far as Su Xian knew, these 3 levels of gene potions weren't actually that great. The 9-level gene potion under development by Su Yan's team was considered the most suitable for human evolution with almost 0 side effects. Unfortunately, even the lowest 1-star gene potion was quite costly to produce. But instead of choosing cheaper alternatives that could bring long-term consequences, it was better to use these progressively enhancing gene potions. Still, all this was just internal news. When this batch of gene potions hit the market, they would likely only be accessible to the next generation of growing evolvers. On top of that, there were energy potions designed for different ability types, which weren't meticulously categorized either. They mainly fell into 2 broad categories, mental power and physical techniques, while finer-tuned variations were more expensive. According to the currency value based on the current usage of a first-rank crystal core, it would cost at least 200 third-rank crystal cores. The price might seem exorbitant, but its effect justified the high cost since it could instantly replenish energy during battles, preventing exhaustion. Looking at the current situation, these potions required quite a lot of auxiliary materials to make, with crystal cores and meteorite stones serving as the main components. But under present conditions, obtaining these materials in large quantities wasn't easy. Had it not been for Su Yan's planning of hunting zones to supply Research Institute with necessary materials, making these potions wouldn't have even been possible. In the 2 years since the apocalypse began, the growth of mutated creatures had been completely unpredictable and frighteningly rapid, while humanity relied solely on limited resources to fight alone in an entirely unknown world. It was terrifying not having any congenital advantages. Yet most people spent their energy merely trying to survive, leaving little time or effort to think about these broader issues. Even now with gene potions aiding, the key still largely lay within humans' continuous pushing past their own limits, and combat experience offered both more insight and greater capabilities. Nevertheless, hunting expeditions carried high risks. Yesterday, they encountered a large group of mutated rats and nearly perished completely. Had it not been for the high-level psychic abilities of someone in their group, the whole party might have ended there. Remember, although the base gave each hunting squad detection instruments, certain mutated creatures emitted strange waves that could neutralize signals, making them impossible to detect. Though lucky this time, there may not be such fortune next time around. From today onwards, the hunting squads would deploy scouts to thoroughly investigate the surrounding areas to prevent unexpected accidents. Su Xian looked at the scenery around him. Due to the high elevation here, this area hadn't yet been flooded by rapidly rising sea levels. Standing up high, you could already vaguely see the turbulent waves from afar, and occasional flashes of blue gave a chilling, breath-stealing sensation. After the apocalypse, the global ecological system of Earth had drastically changed. Spring and autumn became negligible seasons, with the year being split between summer and winter only. Transition seasons like spring and autumn lasted less than half a month. The erratic temperatures brought significant difficulties for crop growth and also made it hard for humans to fully adapt to such harsh survival conditions. If the temperature fluctuations had stayed within 30 degrees Celsius pre-apocalypse, that might not have been a big deal. However, post-apocalypse, these intervals continued expanding. In the first year, the range fluctuated between 40-degree extremes occasionally nearing 50 degrees, but by the second year, it surpassed 50 degrees and approached 60 degrees. Such extreme temperatures made adaptation extremely difficult for regular humans. Evolutions fared better since the continual evolution of their genes significantly enhanced their constitutions, allowing them to digest mutated animals containing minor toxins easily. Ordinary people didn't possess these adaptations. They struggled greatly adapting to such extreme environmental changes, coupled with food shortages and insufficient supplies. Survival was extremely arduous for average individuals. Despite the Tibet base absorbing many ordinary citizens, not because there were many evolutions but due to residual side effects from previous evolutionary experiments conducted at the Shanghai base, Su Yan deemed those incomplete evolutions undesirable, so they were discarded. Even so, for ordinary citizens wanting to live within the base, it took no less sweat and effort than for evolutions. The base implemented some preferential policies toward ordinary residents. After all, there were still children, women, and few elders within the base among vulnerable populations. Various trivial tasks existed inside the base too, like sweeping the streets. Even this work drew competition since the pay, though modest, sufficed for subsistence living, avoiding death by starvation. Of course, not everyone knows how to strive for progress. Some people who give up on themselves aren't given much attention by the base, and these individuals are generally placed in the last 3 zones. In reality, it's simply impossible for the base to sustain several 100,000 people. These residents are selected from the best of the best. If they were to accept everyone, even millions might not be enough. Precisely because of this, there has been some criticism of the Tibet base, especially nowadays. With the melting of polar ice caps and the rapid rise in sea levels, the art plan of the Tibet base has gradually come to light among the public. Who wouldn't want a chance to survive? But Su Yan firmly controls the base without compromise. The permanent population of the base numbers in the hundreds of thousands, but this does not include soldiers in the army. It is worth noting that under Su Yi alone, there are multiple armies. These military forces cannot all be disclosed publicly. No ruling class would reveal all their cards unless they had an absolutely overwhelming advantage. But now, during such perilous times, internal conflicts and external threats abound. The local area faces endless scheming due to the ARC plan, compounded by the availability of evolutionary gene potions. It could be said that Su Yan's ability to manage the Tibet base at its current level is entirely an unprecedented miracle. On another note, Su Xian and Su Jin have been out with the convoy for half a month. The wilderness is barren, with at most a few more plants and animals. While food is sufficient, the level of danger is higher than ever before. They separately drove one car as part of the group. In truth, the roar of the engine easily triggers the abnormal reactions of mutated creatures, and could even provoke defensive attacks. For more than 2 years since the apocalypse, the world outside the base has completely changed beyond recognition. Overgrown plains occasionally feature large chunks of cement blocks. Far off in the distance lies a pitch-black, dark green forest where clusters of overgrown mutant plants resemble an oversized version of the primeval jungle. At first sight, Su Xian was reminded of the rainforests he visited before the apocalypse. At this moment, however, Chen Xiaohua, the team leader, wasn't in a particularly bright mood. He used his newly improved telescope, which was no thicker than a few centimeters, to observe the distant activity. Guan Sun, following behind him, lowered his voice. Since the start of the year, rescue signals have been sent out here one after another. Every single expedition ended up being completely wiped out. Chen Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with vigilance. He was cautious in nature or, rather, disliked taking risks and rarely acted when he didn't have a solid plan. Things were different now, though. The base was run by Su Yan, and now he too had to make a living under his command. Even though Chen Xiaohua himself wasn't worried about his future prospects, he couldn't afford to jeopardize his subordinates' livelihoods. Chen Xiaohua joined the Tibet base not long ago. He used to be a trusted subordinate of a major figure at the magic capital base. To gain favor with Su Yan, he must show his loyalty. Therefore, when Su Yan proposed establishing a new hunting ground, everyone fell silent except Chen Xiaohua, who volunteered eagerly. The establishment of a hunting ground was widely known within the management team of the Tibet base. However, the execution team was mostly composed of military personnel who were very tight-lipped about the operation. As the name suggests, the hunting ground is a crucial place for the base to collect crystal cores and hunt mutated beasts. Initially, these grounds were chosen from naturally formed locations. Over time, however, the fixed area's resources were easily depleted, so artificial replenishment and maintenance became necessary. From what Chen Xiaohua knew, the Tibet base used a unique type of signal neutralization device that could attract mutated creatures into the hunting zone to the maximum extent possible and use light screens to prevent escape. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaohua couldn't help but marvel. Since the apocalypse, the world seemed to have entered a transformative opportunity. Whether it's the high-tech products from the mainland that have left the world awestruck, the large-scale awakening of evolutionary abilities due to its massive population, or the secret human survival bases built before the apocalypse, it was all revolutionary. Just considering how nearly all surviving global forces now submit to Su Yan reveals how formidable his methods truly are. Although the magic capital base is still putting up a stiff resistance, with the continuously rising sea levels, the destruction of the base is inevitable sooner or later. Even the top leaders couldn't prioritize power over their lives under these circumstances. After hearing a rough summary of the investigation from his subordinates, Chen Xiaohua frowned deeply. This mission isn't going to be easy. Guan Sun turned off the smartphone he carried with him. Since it was within the base's signal coverage, the internet was still accessible. It's rumored that the previous head of the base already established 3 hunting grounds, each at least 1,000 kilometers wide. According to the average density of mutated creatures, along with those called in by the neutralization signal, weren't all these crystal cores used just to maintain the operations of the base? Guan Sun's implication was clear. He suspected Su Yan of pocketing wealth privately. However, voicing this doubt made it seem petty. In fact, the entire base was effectively Su Yan's property. He was now nothing short of a feudal emperor commanding total obedience. After all, in a society governed by rule of law where human nature has been suppressed for many years, no one is willing to have a heavy mountain pressing down on them, even if it's indeed the reality. The mentality of ordinary citizens tends toward self-deception and stubborn pride. No matter how bad things are, they refuse to show their embarrassing side. After all, the current society at least claims democracy and equality. But if Su Yan truly went ahead and did such things, they would become part of the oppressed weaker group, with a definite drop in social status. But no matter how dissatisfied they may feel, as long as Su Yan chooses this path, they lack the ability to stop him, or rather, they might instead need to enthusiastically cater to him to win his favor. All these words serve only to highlight the level of power Su Yan has achieved today. While he doesn't command storms, his influence is close to that magnitude. Chen Xiaohua lightly rebuked, "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you comment casually on matters above your station?" He then glanced behind him, lowering his tone gravely, "Regardless of whether someone else told you these words or not, never repeat them again unless you're done with living here." Guan Sun was startled by his rare display of anger, his youthful face showing hints of grievance but still nodding firmly, "I understand." Chen Xiaohua ignored his grievances, turning away without another glance at him. How could Chen Xiaohua fail to understand Guan Sun's implications? Though he hasn't yet reached the core circles, he does know a thing or two about Tibet Base's ultra-advanced technologies. These technological products all rely on crystal cores for energy, but if the consumption rate were so high as to result in a loss, it wouldn't be worth it. Given his understanding of Su Yan, there's no way he'd be foolish enough to engage in losing propositions, unless there were genuine profits involved. One mustn't judge matters based purely on surface appearances. Su Yan isn't someone easily understood. Politics can make people appear more subtle. The very issue Guan Sun brought up also troubled Chen Xiaohua. The population of the base isn't large, and they've already selected the best among the best. Many are capable of sustaining themselves daily. Yet recently, an astronomical number of crystal cores have been transported back to the base non-stop. For these crystal cores, innocent lives die every day. Even without the base's protection, they likely wouldn't survive either, but still, their deaths stem from this. Excluding those points, Su Yan now focuses on nurturing the younger generation, striving to turn them into highly lethal weapons. At least according to the disclosed plans, everything seems to proceed smoothly. As expected, in the near future, Su Yan will possess an unstoppable super army. Chapter 67. Though leaning on a strong backing brings advantages, Su Yan's methods are truly unpredictable, even exceeding reason. Naturally, Chen Xiaohua feels some concerns. After all, humans always harbor fear toward the unknown. It's because what can't be controlled always holds uncertainty. Among these, the unknown beyond Blue Planet remains the most enticing and threatening. Su Xian's participation gave Chen Xiaohua additional worries and reassurances. His worry lies in Su Xian's safety, his reassurance stems from knowing Su Yan won't let anything happen to Su Xian, they are after all biological brothers. Su Xian isn't aware of Chen Xiaohua's calculations. He cares more about changes in the outside world. The green peach fruit collected near the magic capital base revealed extraordinary energy when studied. In summary, it provided considerable benefits to both evolutionists and mutants alike, though its utilization requires further study. Su Xian didn't hand over too many peaches to Su Yan since the substance is hard to preserve. Despite carrying portable refrigerators, prolonged time would definitely affect experimental data accuracy. With the cosmic changes, strange phenomena keep emerging. But recognizing its benefits, Su Xian planted the reserved peach branches on isolated plots of land. Though neither Su Xian nor Su Jin qualifies entirely as full-fledged evolutionists or mutants, the energy within this kind of green peach could still be absorbed and regarded as a form of spiritual fruit. Realizing this, Su Xian began collecting harmless mutant plants intentionally. Although these mutant plants were catalyzed by stardust energy which, for ordinary people, equates to meteor virus and the destroyer of their homes, Su Xian knows that everyone reacts differently. Those who couldn't absorb and utilize the meteor virus fell under its control, becoming zombies. This wasn't just disaster, it was an extraordinary opportunity. Su Xian has had a long-standing question. If the celestial meteorites are the catalysts that initiated the new era, then from the perspective of human evolution, who is actually orchestrating all of this? Is it man-made or coincidental? If it's man-made, then things wouldn't be simple at all. Although the silver phoenix space only reacts to extraterrestrial meteorites, which have been proven to be crystalline bodies containing tremendous energy, neither the crystalline cores generated within the bodies of mutated humans nor plants and animals, though rejected by the silver phoenix space, still play crucial roles as significant props on the historical stage. Furthermore, these crystals can promote human evolution. Compared with extraterrestrial meteorites that might naturally form, these catalyzed energy bodies are obviously easier to control. If there was interference by outsiders during the process of evolutionary transformation, would they also be interested in these energy crystals? In Su Xian's view, such a possibility is not non-existent. He once thoroughly discussed this issue with Su Yan, and the opinions he received were quite similar to his own, to the extent that he vaguely felt that Su Yan seemed able to affirm the existence of this hypothesis and had been actively working for it. Whether it be high-tech weapons and warships, or the doomsday base built before the apocalypse, the Ark project, or even far beyond the current technological level, evolution potions, gene serums, etc., all are reflections of future high technology. Su Yan has his own judgment, and his plans have always been proceeding smoothly. Su Xian knows there's not much he can do. From Su Yan's standpoint, he is striving for the survival and evolution of all humanity, whereas he himself is at most a petty citizen who only seeks personal salvation. But he doesn't regret it. After all, he indeed lacks great ambitions, and forcing himself would only make him increasingly distressed. Most importantly, he has an indelible heart knot and is vigilant about those hiding in the dark. In any case, it's impossible for him to remain in the spotlight. The task of opening a new hunting ground is no easy feat so far. Thanks to evolution serums and high-tech products like laser guns, human strength has significantly increased. The zombies resulting from failed mutations are gradually being eradicated. Though this disaster has reduced humanity to 1 in 10 survivors, those remaining after the selection process are generally quite combat-capable. Although satellites are currently unusable, based on preliminary statistics of zombie crystal cores, we can judge the approximate number of zombies eliminated so far. Zombie re-evolution primarily manifests as increased strength and speed, with very few mental power evolving strong individuals. Previously, Su Ye's team encountered a zombie army controlled by a mentally mutated zombie, undergoing a bitter battle. However formidable zombies may be, they are ultimately walking dead and stand little chance against humans wielding the sharpest cutting-edge weaponry. The real danger lies in mutated plants and animals. Most mutated animals are relatively manageable, even if they possess large bodies and thick skins, they always have weaknesses. Generally speaking, vulnerable spots like eyes, ears, throats, or reproductive organs of these mutant animals become key targets, making them almost certainly vulnerable. On the other hand, mutated plants pose a much tougher challenge. Some that have evolved unique abilities are truly unpredictable. Su Ye narrowly avoided peril several times because of these mutated plants. However, relying on his wood elemental powers, he managed to turn dangers into safety multiple times. Indeed, this was something Su Yen mentioned earlier, requesting Su Xian to keep it entirely confidential without divulging. Unlike ordinary constitution-based or mental power evolutionary individuals, Su Ye successfully acquired the natural elemental evolution ability. He can be considered the first known elemental evolver discovered thus far. Although Su Ye's powers are currently weak and he depends on absorbing mutated plant crystal cores to strengthen his strength, he has already obtained the ability to communicate with mutated plants and can even control some equally powerful mutated plants. This forms the backbone of his confidence while adventuring outside. Su Yen mentioned this matter to Su Xian out of concern for his excessive worry. Su Xian does feel rather moved. His elder brother Su Yi was the focal point of the Su family's upbringing since childhood as their future head of household. Be it in terms of strength or mindset, Su Yi far surpasses ordinary people. If Su Yi obtained the wood element power due to constantly challenging limits and breaking through, then it's definitely possible. Thus, looking at it this way, humans indeed have more potential to explore. Su Xian's thoughts run deep, but his hands aren't idle. He dislikes fighting zombies, they're just disgusting to look at. Also, zombie crystal cores are not particularly valuable compared to other types of cores, but Su Xian loves wealth and never turns down anything. In a way, Su Xian could be considered a collector of miscellaneous items. Before coming to the Tibet base, he had already scavenged things that others discarded. In fact, Su Xian always had a suspicion in his mind, this planet couldn't possibly remain in decline forever. The curtain for change had already been raised, and this brutally devastating world war would eventually end. When that day came, what should they do? Even if the predicted ice age were to come, it wouldn't halt the pace of human evolution and development. By then, the revival of civilization would be just around the corner. Su Xian could only hope that his second brother, Su Jin, would live up to expectations and not let his early investments go to waste. The task of opening up a hunting ground was monotonous and complicated. Su Xian grew impatient with all the trifling details and simply accepted a task from Su Jin to clear out mutated animals. Their weaponry and equipment were among the most advanced, so naturally they were expected to use them where they mattered most. Compared to Su Jin, even with the help of the Silver Phoenix Space, Su Xian was still only slightly more powerful in terms of mental energy while falling short in physical combat skills. However, in order to match his mental abilities, Su Jin often urged him to practice diligently. But Su Jin wouldn't let him overwork himself, he preferred keeping Su Xian under his protective umbrella, ensuring he didn't take excessive risks. After assisting Su Jin in killing a few mutated animals and using his mental force to investigate the surroundings, Su Xian instructed Su Jin to dig out the crystal cores, and they began cleaning up the battlefield. This area has almost been cleared out, there's not much left. But before we left, I saw a tree to the east bearing Zhu fruits, and I want to check it out. Ever since he learned that the green peaches stored in the space might be evolved spiritual fruits beneficial to their kind, Su Xian became enthusiastic about collecting these mutant plants, as though gathering trading cards in his childhood. Moreover, with the Silver Phoenix Space and Su Jin around, apart from hunting for crystal cores and organizing supplies, he practically had nothing else to do. The progress of cultivating the 9 Palaces technique was slow, and the spiritual spring in the space offered them little benefit. Su Xian's cultivation level had stagnated for quite some time. As long as it didn't endanger his safety, Su Jin largely approved of Su Xian's decisions unconditionally. After acquiring several mutated plants, Su Xian's group returned to the temporary convoy base. Although a new energy source had been developed, crystal cores were still very precious. The use of new energy-powered vehicles was limited to a small audience. On the other hand, bicycles, similar to mountain bikes, were mass-produced in large quantities. These types of transportation weren't ordinary vehicles from before the apocalypse, they could be used on terrains like mountains, forests, and deserts but with higher wear and tear. With Su Yan constantly inventing new gadgets every now and then, Su Xian had become somewhat numb. He even thought he might wake up one day to find himself in a future interstellar era. A month later, the newly opened hunting grounds received staff to take over the operations, but Chen Xiaohua's mission wasn't yet complete. According to current calculations of sea level rise, in less than half a year, the ocean water would flood the Devil Capital Base and approach the secondary plateau region. This numerical value kept changing, such as during the ice seal period last year. Starting from last year, global climate changes seemed to stabilize into 6 months of summer and 6 months of winter, with transitional seasons lasting around 10 days. Of course, these findings were still in the observation phase, and specific data would need to be researched by Su Yan. Chapter 68. Noticing Su Xian looking somewhat tired, Su Jin felt sympathetic. Take a break temporarily, we won't participate in the work below anymore. With so many people in the army, there was no reason to rely solely on the two of them. Even with advanced weapons, the amount of crystal cores they gathered wouldn't compensate for the energy they expended, making the whole operation unprofitable. It wasn't surprising that Su Jin was reluctant. Both of them were half businessmen at heart, and after working hard for so long, they hadn't made nearly as much profit selling medicines and food for crystal cores in the market. Clearly, they were getting the short end of the stick. Su Xian nodded slightly, he too was growing restless staying in the Tibet base. He decided to take a walk outside. Selling goods within the base attracted too much attention. Even though Su Xian could manipulate with mental force suggestions, those transactions and goods were real. Moreover, he firmly believed that no wall is completely impermeable. Hence, places like the strictly controlled Tibet base were better avoided for risky endeavors. Though he knew pharmaceuticals and similar supplies might lose effectiveness and exit the circulation market, to avoid stupid mistakes, Su Xian abandoned the resale plan. He didn't forget about the sly individuals lurking in the shadows. The value of the Silver Phoenix space was unparalleled and unmatched, so much so that not just to those people, but to the entire world, its allure was irresistible. Why don't we go south for a while? Always staying in this area is too boring. While the bases are still around, it would be nice to take a walk and relax. Su Jin frowned upon hearing this, he knew Su Xian wasn't one to sit idly. In the past, he could stay occupied on the internet as long as there was connectivity. Now, without the internet or even the ability to play with his phone, it was no wonder Su Xian found himself restless. Don't be troublesome. Haven't we already been to the southern bases? After this ice age ends, probably not much will remain. The population relocation and resource management issues are already enough of a headache for Brother 2. Don't cause any more trouble. After hearing these words, Su Xian became displeased. How am I causing trouble? Didn't you see how Brother 1 gained benefits after his trip? Even if we couldn't get advantages, we could at least improve our strength. I just can't stand a situation where we're neither improving nor progressing, it's too painful. Su Jin looked at his still young features, with those pink pouting lips that almost seemed appetizing. For him, nurturing Su Xian was no different from raising a child who never grew up. Despite the aid of space resources, this guy had only cultivated an insatiable appetite, like a hamster hoarding supplies, always secretly moving things back into their nest, leaving Su Jin to clean up behind him. Su Jin regarded taking care of Su Xian as a sweet burden. However, unlike Su Xian, who placed all his hopes on Su Yan, Su Jin remained highly attentive to the changes around them. Even though most people believed the climate might stabilize, Su Jin felt a mysterious sense of urgency. Upon realizing that many coastal bases were wiped out by marine mutant creatures, what confidence did humanity truly have when facing countless oceanic mutants as the sea water approached the Tibet base? Despite the current excellent operation of the Tibet base, thanks largely to its geographical advantages, when Su Xian suggested they go south, Su Jin firmly rejected the idea without hesitation. Don't think Su Jin doesn't know about the little schemes inside Su Xian's mind. Although they now had the space, compared to average evolutionary individuals, they were merely outstanding in mental power, which greatly disappointed Su Xian, who held high hopes for the 9 Palaces technique. But so what? Su Jin didn't lack patience. He consoled Su Xian once again, promising him a seafood feast upon returning. A marine environment had already been established in the space, and marine products were gradually increasing. They had been busy with missions, so he indeed owed Su Xian some good meals. In fact, Su Xian's sudden suggestion to go wandering was nothing more than a whim. After calming down, he realized he was being unreasonable. After all, Su Yan went through a lot to bring them back, and it was reassuring now that they were under close watch. Moreover, Su Yan was someone who accomplished great deeds. Since Su Xian couldn't offer much help, he shouldn't act like Su Hao and create trouble for second brother either. They initially thought this mission would allow them to return smoothly, but unexpectedly, problems arose that same afternoon. The military unit tasked with taking over the hunting grounds encountered a group of mutated blood-sucking locusts in a hidden mountain valley. 3 stragglers were reduced to 3 skeletons. If it weren't for the aerial camera recording everything, this trip could have resulted in significant casualties. To handle these locusts, the leaders debated the handling plan, leading to constant disputes. Locusts? Su Xian felt strange. How can there be locusts here in this region at this time? At such a high altitude, the living conditions were relatively harsh. Moreover, given the unpredictable weather changes, common insects rarely appeared. This matter faded quickly from Su Xian's mind as he got distracted by other thoughts. Su Jin was called for a meeting, but he didn't contribute any solutions, going mainly as an observer. The locusts aren't too large in size, but their numbers are overwhelming. Regular insecticides don't work, using laser guns is wasteful, plus there aren't enough weapons, let alone transporting heavy artillery. On the bright side, these locusts seem to produce crystal cores, which is somewhat beneficial. Su Jin, typically very serious, occasionally joked in a half-playful manner, making Su Xian feel quite unaccustomed and oddly amused. As long as there are crystal cores, these things might pose a threat. If we are really setting up a hunting ground, make sure no one hogs all the loot. This was the worst-case scenario and also the most likely outcome. That explained why teams kept disappearing in this area before. Who would invest a huge effort in searching the deep mountains and valleys? Without satellites, everything becomes inconvenient. The top decision-makers stayed up all night and dispatched supplies the next day, including gasoline, grenades, explosives, and the like. Before heading out on the mission, they received a small protective shield. Through aerial drones, they identified the locust lair and planned to catch them in a trap. To ensure success, they needed to send someone to investigate the surrounding area, making sure the locusts wouldn't escape by changing their route. In the end, this mission fell on Su Xian and Su Jin. Su Jin's strength was unparalleled, even high-level evolutionists admired him, whereas Su Xian was nothing more than a burden. However, due to his status, when he volunteered, others couldn't say much. Su Xian had watched the recordings, he knew Su Jin wasn't some superhero. If anything went wrong, at least he could bring Su Jin into the space for safety. Otherwise, if they made one wrong move, there wouldn't be anywhere for him to cry. Once Su Xian decided something, not even 9 bulls could drag him back. So Su Jin simply let him come along. Considering that recently Su Xian's mental power had grown even higher than Su Jin's, paired with his own abilities, Su Jin was fairly confident about protecting Su Xian. After the great changes in the world, this nearby mountain area seemed to have changed as well. Before the apocalypse, Su Xian had been here before, but it felt completely different now. With their mental powers protecting them, Su Jin and Su Xian smoothly approached the locust's cave. Su Jin used his mental power to scan the area, discovering the complex channels within the canyon. Su Xian explained this to Su Jin, who hesitated for a moment before heading into the space with Su Xian. They grabbed several bags of cement slurry and sealed all the passages. To further prevent any mishaps, they set up a mental power barrier since this thing could only sustain for half an hour. Under normal circumstances, Su Xian wouldn't use it. It was thanks to the spirit springs in the space that Su Xian's mental barrier could hold out until the main forces arrived. The locusts seemed to sense the danger, restlessly moving inside their nests. All sorts of flammable and explosive items were tossed in without hesitation, burning the locusts and their eggs which had nearly occupied half the mountain. Chen Xiaohua didn't trust this fully, so he blocked the area for several hours with a protection shield powered by crystal core energy. Finally, he ventured deep into the cave to confirm everything was secure. As it turned out, although this extermination operation consumed a lot of resources, the harvest was equally generous. Not only did they gain countless locust crystal cores, but they also found a palm-sized yellow crystal core. This core was tightly wrapped in 3 layers of isolation boxes by Chen Xiaohua and urgently sent back to the base. Su Jin and Su Xian tidied up, erasing all previous traces, and recycling the cement and such. Su Xian had mentioned earlier to Su Jin that someone was eyeing his jade pendant. If that person truly harbored ill intentions, they'd better not leave behind any evidence. For 3 whole months, they carried out the mission and finally returned to the base with rich rewards. Su Xian still remembered the crystal core and intended to find Su Yan to ask what happened. A crystal core of that size hadn't even been seen in mutated animals before, it was quite extraordinary. This time, Su Xian didn't meet Jie, feeling somewhat disappointed, but soon pushed it aside and instead asked about the crystal core. At the mention of this, Su Yan immediately frowned. That is a bug emperor crystal. Typically, in the living grounds of a group of insect species, only one will form. The energy contained within is incredibly substantial, at least 100 times that of an ordinary high-level animal crystal core. 100 times? Su Xian was startled. Is it really that powerful? He started to realize the severity of the situation. Compared to solitary mutated beasts, these insect species that attacked en masse were far harder to deal with. Luckily, they discovered the nest this time, otherwise, it might have turned out differently. Because they used fire attacks, no useful locust corpses remained, making progress in the lab slow. Su Xian didn't care about the lab. He didn't have a good impression of scientists specifically studying mutated creatures. Mechanical manufacturing certainly appealed to him more. Neither you nor Su Jin should go on any more missions during this time. Stay in the base. After this ice age passes, you'll enter military academy. The mechs there have already gone into production. I've kept one for each of you. Learn well about this field once you get there. Chapter 69. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's eyes lit up. Mechs. Cool, thank you, second brother. He didn't ask if this mech was prepared for Su Hao, there was no need. It seemed his second brother had been busy these past 3 months, even building mechs. If humans had mechs, their weakness could be wiped away. Even against the insect species, they would have confidence. This improved Su Xian's mood significantly. Although relying on external objects is detrimental to cultivation, it all depends on the current situation. Su Xian felt a mysterious sense of urgency around Su Yan. Every time they met, he left himself feeling tense too. Though Su Xian had reincarnated, he somehow felt Su Yan was better off. Subconsciously, he knew Su Yan mustn't have reincarnated, but surely he had a lucky finger. Compared to super civilization tech as a lucky finger, Su Xian's Yinhuan space was more mystical. The two were distinctly different. Although the Yinhuan space only left him with a copy of Jiugong Decision, Su Xian cherished it as a treasure. Unfortunately, when he tried to share it with his 2 elder brothers, neither showed any interest. But that made sense, given such dramatic changes in the world, even Taoist priests secluded in deep mountains couldn't escape the consequences. There were countless cultivation manuals offered willingly for the common good. It seemed they also realized strength lies in unity after all. Although the more people there are, the more zombies too, angry face %. Just kidding. Su Xian despised those who normally kept quiet or enjoyed special treatment from the government in critical moments, pretending to be moral guardians. Luckily, Su Yan didn't care about this. Everyone in the Tibet base was treated equally, those deemed useless would be mercilessly abandoned unless they paid up. It was almost impossible to survive inside the base otherwise. Thanks to Su Yan's good news and prior promises, Su Jin prepared a grand seafood feast. Su Xian ate until his belly was bulging round, sprawled on the sofa, unable to move an inch. After a full night's sleep post a satisfying meal, Su Xian woke up feeling refreshed. He knew the food from the space could supply the body with subtle energy, even just a little bit had boundless benefits. Seizing the downtime, Su Xian convinced Su Jin to help harvest fruits, vegetables, dried goods, and fungi completely from the space. The crops they had planted earlier yielded abundantly. Su Xian estimated it wasn't necessary to plant a 3rd season yet, the harvest alone would sustain both of them for a while. Most importantly, Su Xian planned to reserve space for the mutated plants he'd collected previously, choosing those relatively harmless ones. As there was no precedent, he could only try planting and observe carefully. If anything turned bad, they'd pull it out immediately. Farming itself didn't require much thought, but building an isolation barrier took some effort. After all, these mutated plants were unpredictable, they shouldn't contaminate the space. Several days passed handling this task. Food items stored in the space warehouse were rarely usable now, nearly 3 years into the apocalypse saw most sealed foods past their expiration dates. All jars and containers in the space were exhausted, mostly filled with preserved foods made from fruit, pickles, and such. If Su Xian wanted fresh stuff, he could just pluck it straight from the field, no reason to eat something sitting forgotten in the storage for God knows how long. Though all were fresh, psychologically, they felt different. This time, with Su Jin's help, their glassware making plan was quite successful. Su Xian crafted numerous large jars, mostly for jam, fruit wine, and honey. Smaller jars stored dried fruits, and he also made some oak barrels. Thanks to Su Jin's help, Su Xian's wine brewing plans were flourishing. They wouldn't lack grape wine for a long time to come. With the recent harvest processed, Su Xian roped Su Jin into food preparation. Tired of eating compressed biscuits all the time, even the paste-like foods developed by the base irritated him. Fortunately, Su Jin had already consumed what was left over from before. This time pulling him into the kitchen together wasn't oppressive labor exploitation either. Su Xian made a variety of stuffed buns, dumplings, pies, hamburgers, sandwiches, rice balls, etc., and of course, his much-desired potato cakes. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, Su Xian let Su Jin make a bunch of fried foods which far surpassed anything purchased outside. Life at the base essentially revolved around eating, drinking, and training. By the end of the year, Schuler and a few others came over, though rarely showing up otherwise since joining the army provided them official housing and cafeteria dining. They'd returned their rooms long ago. Little Five returned with her 2 children, and Su Xian specifically bought some treats at the trading area. It was like rewarding the kids, whose rigorous base training courses weren't easy, especially given their unique circumstances which surely led to differential treatment. Yang Yang remained as outspoken as ever, while Yuan Yuan became slightly more outgoing. She even learned how to greet people, calling Su Xian brother and others uncle. That pleased Su Xian immensely, so he handed out some nice snacks. Yang Yang followed suit, showering Su Xian with sweet words immediately afterward. In short, they spent a cheerful New Year celebration. The base had become almost self-sufficient thanks to the several Arc Living Zones output he'd visited with Su Yan once. According to Su Yan's planning, in the future, it was impossible to remain confined within the base forever, they'd have to go out. But since water engulfed the entire planet, land survival space would be minimal, forcing them to seek survival in the ocean instead. In accordance with Su Xian's wishes, Su Yan had arranged a position for him in the logistics management area. Although Su Jin was supposed to provide close protection for Su Xian, it couldn't be done without his approval. Su Yan originally intended to assign him either as an escort on the warships or to the operations command area, but Su Jin disagreed, and Su Xian didn't want him bogged down in such trivialities like himself. As a result, they were at an impasse, and the matter was temporarily set aside. Currently, there were 3 Noah's Arks operational within the base, each capable of accommodating around 50,000 people. With the cost of construction so high, these arks could likely serve as humanity's survival bases in the future. Naturally, obtaining passage aboard would require enormous sacrifices. For now, only the insiders knew about this. Su Yen had already drawn up a passenger list. Initially, Su Xian was slated to board Ark 1, but given it was a trial run and Su Yen wasn't willing to put his brother at unnecessary risk, the plan was temporarily postponed. All crew members for Ark 1 and 2 had been fully staffed. For half a year, they'd live aboard their respective arks to adapt. This phase entailed leaving the base entirely to relocate onto the ships and become self-sufficient. Though still somewhat reliant on the base for supplies, otherwise most matters would be handled autonomously by the ship crews. This development was certainly positive. After resting for some time, Su Xian accompanied Su Jin to visit Ark 3, and experience a segment of its adaptive lifestyle. Su Xian cared little for this. Just like the base, there was also a small local network on the Ark, and power supply issues were fairly manageable. Given Su Xian's preference for staying indoors, adapting wouldn't be too difficult. However, life at sea differed significantly from land. The early days following the apocalypse left an unforgettable mark, especially for someone like Su Xian who found prolonged maritime living uncomfortable. My second brother has truly invested heavily this time. I don't know why he's so urgent, building even the over-budget Ark 3. Through access to latest updates from Su Yen, Su Xian knew that while Tibet base was indispensable as a rear base, whether it might be submerged when sea levels rise remained uncertain. Even with a protective shield, it could not remain active perpetually due to energy consumption concerns, as its main purpose was defensive. Therefore, Su Yen planned to transform the entire base into an underwater city. Currently, the progress was satisfactory, with an experimental miniature city recently launched. Based on current sea level rise rates, submerging Tibet base wouldn't be straightforward. Su Jin, with a slightly rugged expression, showed a touch of helplessness. Ultimately, it's about preserving the seeds of humanity. The creation of 3 arks is possible thanks to global resource support. Tibet base had long-standing preparations dating back to the establishment of the nation. There existed emergency shelters akin to this vast fortress complex, though none matched Tibet base's scale. Su Xian gave a light snort as he glanced at passing unfamiliar Western faces. These are the opportunists who'll scheme for advantage. When the end times arrived, who could keep transporting resources here? They've only relied on prior reserves. Yet, here they shamelessly crowd in. By the way, how are those Japanese islanders? Although all satellites have been destroyed, the magnetic field gradually stabilized during this period, making regional communications possible. Information spread fast, making it nearly impossible to hide Tibet base's situation. Numerous survivors came flocking in, attracted by its reputation. Highly skilled individuals will naturally be retained. Second Master largely refused all biological experts, keeping these core technologies out of their hands. Many capable ones have been placed in hunting squads. Those unwilling to join the official base typically form mercenary groups. Originally, the Ark project did not involve many outsiders. However, after evaluations, if exceptional gene rankings, knowledge levels, or extraordinary abilities were identified, rejecting them made no sense since every survivor reaching here must possess something noteworthy. Nonetheless, the Ark can only be considered a final resort. In Su Jin's view, Su Yen emphasized more heavily on Tibet base. After all, even if living at sea, does the ocean really pose no dangers? Several southern bases fell victim to mutant sea creatures. During a mission with Su Yi previously, Su Jin personally witnessed the ferocity of these beasts. Like insect colonies, facing singular ones isn't so hard, but once in large groups, even the well-constructed arks would face grave danger. Su Jin opposed setting sail but struggled to refute Su Yan's arrangements. After all, should Tibet base prove indefensible, letting Su Xian perish along with it wouldn't be right. Su Xian was just a figurehead in the management area, holding an easy post. He didn't have much ambition and certainly didn't share Su Hao's enthusiasm for amassing power to oppose their elder brother. Although Su Hao had been misled into becoming someone's pawn, Su Xian doubted that Su Yan couldn't see through his foolishness at the time. Su Xian suspected Su Yan had become too disappointed in this younger brother to entrust him with any significant responsibilities. When it came to Su Hao, it seemed Su Yan hadn't yet summoned him back. Su Xian knew he would survive somehow, but right now, the entire base was abuzz with talk of the Ark project, and whispers were bound to reach Su Hao. If he learned about it, there was no doubt he'd be frantic to return. Su Xian's guess was spot on. Su Hao wasn't focused on work at all. His only thought was how to get back so he could apologize to Su Yen. He didn't want to be cannon fodder on the front lines, laboring alongside those of lower rank. Chapter 70. In the end, Su Jin did join the protective detail, but only as peripheral support, not officially part of it. Besides training, he had plenty of free time to spend with Su Xian. Though spacious, the Ark lacked the freedom of the base. Whenever Su Xian had free time, he preferred wandering around the base, drinking casually with acquaintances, chatting, and listening to gossip. After that incident, Wu Mingli was quietly dealt with by Su Yen. As the head of the base, Su Yen wielded absolute authority over life and death and held powerful leverage. Not even the Taoist monks deep in the mountains dared to defy him. Wu Mingli was merely a minor player, whether she lived or died mattered little. Su Xian had hoped to use her to uncover bigger players, but Su Yan's method of investigation led to a dead end. Su Hao currently couldn't provide any useful leads either. Su Yan preferred not to escalate matters further and appeared to have closed the investigation openly. That didn't mean he wouldn't pursue justice privately, it was merely granting some people face. After all, pressing too hard wouldn't benefit anyone. Yet Su Xian didn't believe Su Yan would let the matter rest. He must be quietly devising ways to punish those who underestimated him. Su Xian also had this matter on his mind. It wasn't wise for him to use Su Yan's subordinate since apart from Su Jin, he had no other reliable people to help him. Buying information carried risks, his actions would make it evident he was feeling uneasy, leaving himself exposed to others' investigations. To say that Su Xian felt rather pathetic in his rebirth, because Su Hao was his brother, for Su Yi and Su Yan's sakes, he couldn't harm him. As for Wu Mingli, she was nothing more than a petty schemer whom Su Xian didn't take seriously, assuming she'd become a useful piece on his chessboard. Who knew that Su Yan would act out of rage and eliminate her? Just when Su Xian thought the mysterious person who contacted Su Hao was finally about to surface, they displayed such caution that Su Yan had acted decisively and severed all connections. If Su Xian were to admit admiration, it would be towards himself, for tolerating everything repeatedly in his previous life. Now in this one, lacking sufficient strength, he still had to hide like a turtle in its shell. Honestly speaking, Su Xian didn't wish to act recklessly out of pride alone. He wasn't solely fighting for reputation but felt uneasy knowing he was being secretly plotted against. Yet he didn't want to jump the gun and cause alarm, as that would be tantamount to admitting guilt. Had it just been him, things might have been easier. But he had family, and loved ones. In his past life, Su Jin suffered immensely due to Su Xian. Now, having gained Su Yan as such a reliable backing, they could consider themselves part of a real family, free from instability and hardship. Su Jin was expelled from the Su family and hunted down because of Su Xian but still fought desperately to protect him. This life, Su Xian didn't want Su Jin to endure that kind of existence again. Even if they had access to provisions via their special space, Su Xian didn't want Su Jin wandering aimlessly with him anymore, he wanted to give Su Jin a true home. Holding Su Jin's hand, they returned to their quarters, and rarely finding leisure time together, the two squeezed onto one bed to sleep. Su Xian didn't want to distance himself too much from Su Jin. Being surrounded by his scent always gave Su Xian endless security. Su Jin stroked Su Xian's hair, letting him rest his head on his chest, occasionally bending down to kiss him. The pair shared infinite tenderness. Physical contact perhaps expresses feelings better than words. Over time, Su Xian had adapted somewhat to Su Jin's presence. Sharing a bed became natural and unimportant. Su Jin, though caring deeply, hesitated for fear of hurting him. While Su Xian wasn't overly enthusiastic about such intimacy, because it was Su Jin, he was willing to accommodate him, to give him the best possible experience. Yet just as Su Xian cared for Su Jin cherished him even more. Desires could be restrained, as Su Xian meant far more to him than fleeting urges ever could. With nothing better to do, the two started chatting idly about their daily lives. Mostly, Su Jin spoke while Su Xian listened, as Su Jin had a pleasant voice that made even the most monotonous chatter enjoyable. I've made some peanut butter for you and saved cocoa powder from before. Drink a cup when it's cold. There's also oatmeal in storage. Don't just eat snacks. I've put away all those machines too, don't expect me to make ice cream, what's left of the milk I've already turned into milk tablets and butter. And no more taking out powdered milk either. Food options outside are limited these days. Those two kids are clever, you can't let them trick you. Su Xian rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. By the way, how are little Five and Shuelei doing recently? These two had once been a good couple, even before the apocalypse, when Su Xian noticed Shuelei's feelings toward little Five. Back then, finding mates in the army wasn't common, but such developments were routine. He'd seen darker things, like one-to-many relationships being framed as welcoming new members when it was really just fresh experimentation. While called bullying, what happened to those new members couldn't be described merely as bullying anymore, it was more about societal decay and complicated human nature. Anyone caught in such situations would have bad luck and possibly lifelong scars. Their future manhood might even be compromised. Su Jin also shook his head. He hadn't expected much from Shuelei, who made a decent captain but lacked the delicacy needed for a partner. We shouldn't meddle too much in their relationship. Let things take their course. Su Xian sighed, in my opinion, helping raise their children wouldn't be hard for the base. Besides, with little Five's abilities, there's no way he can compete with them. Unfortunately, he's too stubborn and won't give up easily. Su Jin understood perfectly, at least they have something to hold on to spiritually. In these times, resources are scarce, so having some emotional attachment keeps him going. Without it, little Five would probably struggle even more. Though a technical soldier, Su Jin fell short of being a special forces member due to some special reasons. Speaking of the Su family, many of their kids grew up in the military, including Su Yi and Su Yan. But Su Hao and Su Xian were rather pampered, overindulged by their parents. The investigation had little progress. Su Xian didn't want to alert others prematurely, so most of the time, he did his own searching. With his high mental energy, he mostly lingered around trading areas, appearing as a rich idler. Besides practicing, Su Jin mainly helped manage the Silver Phoenix space. He advanced faster than Su Xian and understood the artifacts in the warehouse far better. Given the abundance of materials in the space, Su Jin spent much time crafting. The gene agents researched by Su Yan could partially replace traditional pills for cultivators, but magical artifacts remained the most practical weapons. Even now with advanced technology, when they reached the stage where they could manipulate spiritual power freely, these weapons would only serve auxiliary functions. Apart from a cultivation manual, the Silver Phoenix space was otherwise empty. Su Yan gained a lot through communicating with the Nine Palaces technique and focused on it diligently. Su Xian didn't quite understand these aspects. Occasionally, he assisted Su Jin, but mostly handled tasks like preserving harvested fruits and vegetables for future use. In the base, Su Xian was relatively low-key, but he wasn't exactly reclusive. Still, after the apocalypse, there were probably few who could look as neat and well-nourished as Su Xian. Looking like a tycoon, he was naturally quite attractive. Some people eager to rise in status tried approaching him. However, Su Xian wasn't interested in women, so their plans failed. However, someone visiting him today came as a surprise, none other than Bai Shui, whom he had once met for a blind date. What wind blows you here? This is quite unusual. Su Xian looked astonished at Bai Shui. Though his residence with Su Jin wasn't a secret, it wasn't easy for everyone to know. Considering Su Xian's privacy, Su Jin seldom brought people home, and Su Xian never did, he preferred solitude. Initially, Su Xian had thought highly of this woman, but upon reconsideration, she didn't seem to be a suitable ally. Looking at the big picture, Su Yan, despite being the leader of the base, couldn't manage it alone. Secretly, the Su family supported many talented individuals, but the Tibetan base was vast. Dividing manpower among various sections left them insufficient. At this point, the noble families proved useful, especially considering many ties formed between Su Yan's father's generation. They still had to maintain a facade, and ruling like an autocrat required having loyal followers. If one were to say that the Bai family and the Su family didn't have deep ties, they did know how to seize opportunities. Currently, Bai Rui from the Bai family was favored by Su Yan, standing out in the special task force. Unlike regular armies, although the special task force also used evolution agents, these were all supplied exclusively by Su Yan, and their weapons were custom-made based on genetic characteristics. It would be reasonable to describe them as twin-like partners. However, not everyone could obtain such gene-based weapons. Humans themselves possess mysterious potential and creativity, but there are also different tiers. Even among 9 dragon siblings, each has its own distinctions, let alone humans. Take Bai Rui and Bai Shui as an example, both participated in the experimental measurements. Due to agreements made internally, a large portion of the Special Task Force's members came from influential families. Among the 7 or 8 eligible teenagers from the Bai family, only Bai Rui passed the test with the correct genetic sequence, while the others were rejected outright. Human genes were a grand project. Even with super-civilization technology at his disposal, Su Yan didn't dare tamper recklessly with gene modification, something he didn't even dare imagine. Out of caution, all gene agents he currently used were purchased ready to use from the Star Network. Of course, Su Xian wasn't aware of this. However, one thing was clear to him: born of the same mother, Bai Rui soared high while Bai Shui plummeted low, a disparity anyone would find hard to bear. Chapter 71. Bai Shui hadn't come alone this time, though she no longer had her usual tag-along. Su Xian naturally felt less irritated by her presence. But this conclusion might have been reached too early. Unlike her sister Bai Rui, who was cute and charming, Bai Shui, despite being good-looking, had a certain sharpness in her gaze and lacked any trace of feminine grace. Although Su Xian wasn't good at appreciating women, everyone has a sense of aesthetics. He believed he knew what was visually pleasing, especially since his former company was deeply tied to the business of women. This visit to Lord 4 may seem abrupt. Bai Shui glanced at the woman standing behind her and continued, there are quite a number of people coming over from the southern base recently. But with rules set by Lord 2, we can't just insert people without discretion. So, we'd like to ask Lord 4 to inquire if Lord 2 could give us a green light. A green light? Su Xian looked strangely at Bai Shui. Didn't you say most bases in the south were wiped out? How can there still be so many people left? Su Xian's casual tone annoyed the woman behind Bai Shui, tightening her brows. Yet, Su Xian seemed completely oblivious, showing no respect or reverence for these lives. Bai Shui naturally noticed the issues within Su Xian's words, but she dared not easily offend him either. These people have some relations with our Bai family. The numbers are considerable, and with the base under scrutiny from all sides, it's not easy to admit them freely. Upon hearing this, Su Xian laughed. Since it's not easy to let them in, why do you want me to take the bullet? If I must say, these people, if skilled enough, the base could certainly support them. But if they're here to freeload, then aren't we wasting resources? After all, resources don't just fall out of the sky. In fact, if these people are truly useless, not letting them in might help avoid wasting resources. Wouldn't you agree? Even if Su Xian's words weren't aggressive, they were undeniably sarcastic, far from his usual manner. These pointed remarks caused the woman behind Bai Shui to speak up before Bai Shui could reply, speaking about resource waste, who wastes more than Lord for himself. Aren't you spouting these righteous statements hypocritically? Su Xian glanced at this woman as if she didn't exist, and who exactly are you? Did I invite your input? This retort hit directly, leaving Bai Shui caught uncomfortably in the middle. Seated while the other stood, it wouldn't matter much to Su Xian, but privately, she never acted so boldly. Though Su Xian held a position of power, she couldn't afford to offend him. Thus, after a brief hesitation, she said, "This is Qingling, a disciple of Mount Shu." After this introduction, Su Xian shed a bit of his disdainful arrogance, narrowing his eyes for a closer inspection of the woman with an air of anticipation. "Since you're a Taoist from Mount Shu, and capable enough to follow the Bai family inside, I presume you must possess some significant skills." Bai Shui looked at Qingling, whose darkened face revealed her growing irritation, then slowly added, "Qingling has already become a foundation stage cultivator, certainly unique." The foundation stage. Su Xian understood clearly in his heart. The Taoist classification regarding these stages was very clear, and it could be considered a relatively unified standard. If someone had reached the foundation stage, it meant they had truly entered the Taoist path, stepping through the threshold. However, unlike ordinary people who were enthusiastic about pursuing the path of immortality, Su Xian had his own lineage to uphold. More importantly, he knew that the hypocritical Taoists were the ones responsible for plotting against him in his previous life. How could he possibly give them any good treatment or consideration now, let alone provide them with special favors? With this thought, Su Xian still put on a cheerful smile and said, "This Qingling friend is truly outstanding in talent, isn't she? But as you all know, at the moment, the real decision-makers within the base are just those few masters of households. Although my second brother also has some say, this base is by no means our Su family's private garden where we can do whatever we want. Furthermore, maintaining such a vast base requires feeding a considerable number of people, not a trivial matter. Just look at me, I currently have to live in such a shabby apartment, let alone helping you guys mediate things. In fact, if it weren't for my slight connection to my second brother, my situation might not even be this good. Speaking of helping out, I am truly powerless." Su Xian pretended to regretfully shake his head, provoking a flash of murderous intent in Qingling's eyes before it quickly disappeared. Bai Shui, on the other hand, wasn't particularly disappointed. To say the least, she had been mentally prepared for this. Though their Bai family worked under Su Yan, they certainly didn't lack information about Su Xian. While Su Xian was indeed favored within the Su family, fundamentally, he was merely an average rich second generation, lacking any significant achievements, unlike Su Yi and Su Yan, one serving in the military, the other in politics. Ultimately, both Su Xian and Su Hao relied heavily on their family connections and two brothers. Su Xian could manage slightly better since he was the most favored child within the family. However, once the Su parents passed away, the family's affection gradually cooled down, making it quite normal for his brothers to not listen to him anymore. Even though Su Xian had Su Jin assisting him, at the moment, he was essentially just a commander without any troops. Since entering the Tibet base, virtually all large factions were disbanded. Besides, Su Jin lacked sufficient backing. Organizing a proper team would be harder than climbing up to heaven. But Qingling, that woman, wouldn't give up easily, stubbornly insisting on taking this trip herself. Logically speaking, since their Bai family followed Su Yan, they shouldn't suffer losses. Yet, given the size of the family, internal conflicts were bound to arise, and each individual had different aspirations. Complete coordination among everyone simply wasn't possible. Take her and her younger sister Bai Rui as an example. Bai Rui joined the special forces, receiving Su Yan's favor. Her future naturally looked bright and full of opportunities. As for herself, Bai Shui couldn't rely on Su Yan nor receive support from the family, eventually becoming a pawn used for political marriage arrangements while being rejected by Su Xian. Such disparity made her extremely dissatisfied. Unfortunately, her parents and clansmen now revolved around Bai Rui, ignoring Bai Shui. The Bai family had extensive influence but still harbored dissatisfaction towards Su Yan, wishing to oust him. Nevertheless, Bai Shui deemed herself a rational person, considering this possibility to be extremely slim. After careful deliberation, she finally chose Mount Shu. Her talents weren't remarkable enough to expect any substantial family resources. The only choice left was to work hard for herself. Qingling was like a stepping stone for her, yet, regrettably, due to overwhelming strength, Qingling was beyond her control. Su Xian showed no interest in these power struggles among the big families, let alone helping someone who might jeopardize himself in the process. Even if these people weren't exactly on opposing sides, Su Xian would never offer them any aid, since he loathed these so-called righteous Taoists preaching moral principles. Qingling glanced at Su Xian. She despised this weak-looking man who acted feminine. If it weren't for his relationship with Su Yan, she wouldn't have wasted a single word on him. Looking at the obvious hostility in Qingling's eyes, Su Xian remained unmoved. "I'll repeat what I've already said, I'm useless on my own and merely depend on my brother for food and shelter. It's futile for you to come to me for your grand affairs because I hold little sway and really cannot help you make decisions." Thus, Qingling and Bai Shui returned empty-handed. Afterward, Su Xian discarded his mask, adopting a completely expressionless demeanor with pitch-black eyes, appearing deeply inscrutable. That night, Su Jin returned from Arc Number 3. Su Xian told him about this incident. Currently, there were plenty of personnel in Arc Number 3, and Su Xian was only tagging along casually. He disliked staying aboard the Ark. Su Jin accompanied him but only visited during the day, always returning here by night. I've heard of this matter too. I never expected they'd approach you with this request. Looks like they're truly running out of options. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's eyes lit up, leaning closer to Su Jin. Tell me quick, what happened? Su Jin raised his hand to rub his soft short hair and explained in detail, these days, the base has been removing a lot of outsiders. The Ark can only accommodate a limited number of survivors, everyone is scrambling for a ticket. But those from the southern base arrived too late to enter the system. If they are accepted into the base, some current residents will have to leave. No one wants to sacrifice their own interests to help others, so this issue remains deadlocked. Even if the Ark plan is activated, it's unlikely to change. Upon hearing this, Su Xian felt that Su Jin's guess seemed a bit far-fetched. Ordinary people definitely can't get in, but letting elite forces into the base isn't impossible. Allowing them to solve their own living problems would suffice. The crucial thing is the Ark. The list is already set, but it isn't unchangeable. In case someone becomes sick, disabled, or dies, there must be substitutes found. Su Xian had experienced firsthand how formidable these Taoists were. Despite their seemingly compassionate expressions, when threatened by personal loss, they could be more desperate than anyone else. Su Jin frowned. What do you mean? What do I mean? Furthermore, if they die, it's just saving food for the base. The key lies in those Taoists. They're restless, and I don't believe they'd sit and wait for death. Su Jin shook his head, waiting around until death is unlikely. It's rumored there's a secret realm nearby, and quite a few of them have gone there. Secret realm? Su Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. You mean, a secret realm with rare treasures? Su Jin noticed his overexcitement and quickly calmed him down. It's just a rumor. If such a place really existed, why wouldn't they go there instead of coming to the base? These Taoists were experts at pursuing profits while avoiding harm. Su Xian was unconvinced. Well, that's not entirely out of question. Don't forget what my second brother mentioned about preparing mecha for us. Su Jin nodded enthusiastically with shining eyes. Of course, I wouldn't forget that. After all, he had been trained as a soldier on the battlefield. How could he not be interested in such ultimate weaponry? Su Xian chuckled. Think about it. My second brother now possesses such advanced technology. If in the future, he can create interstellar spaceships capable of space travel, we simply need to find a suitable planet. Then all these issues would be resolved seamlessly. Staying here, however, might lead to uncertainty. Moreover, a secret realm is just that, a secret realm. It can't possibly support too many people's survival permanently. Its range is probably also limited, making such a place no different from a cage. They certainly wouldn't wish to stay confined forever. Su Xian, being a cultivator who read extensively, had a decent understanding of common knowledge. If the secret realm was so wonderful, it wouldn't still exist untouched now. It was likely that this information was released intentionally, as leverage in negotiations with Su Yan. Su Jin showed interest different from Su Xian's. Do you mean interstellar migration? Chapter 72. Su Xian shook his head. I think galactic migration is unreliable. If restricted within the Milky Way galaxy, it's somewhat feasible. Haven't numerous planets suitable for colonization been discovered before? The main problem was the high transportation costs and overly extended timelines. However, if spatial jumps or wormhole crossings were achievable, then it's possible. For a period, Su Xian had been obsessed with science fiction involving interstellar themes. His view towards extraterrestrial life, however, contrasted sharply with romance novels. He maintained maximum vigilance. Even if higher civilizations declared protection based on civilization levels, such declarations are merely empty words. As soon as lower civilizations pose any threat to their benefits, aliens would surely abandon them without hesitation. So don't tell me about peace, kindness, or integrity. He only knew that good men live short lives while villains thrive indefinitely. In summary, he held the utmost caution toward alien civilizations. Actually, he believed that the most realistic approach was to construct large space stations, which wasn't too challenging considering their strong experimental foundations before. Most importantly, humanity should still depend on Earth, where resources needed for space travel are abundant. Aside from Earth, Su Xian didn't believe any planet in the near term could provide such support. Above all, he thought crystal cores and meteorites were essential. To abandon them and start anew on another planet would regress humanity back to the mechanical age. Such an outcome would render the opening curtain of a new era and initiating the evolutionary age meaningless. Perhaps Su Xian was thinking too far ahead, but this was what he believed to be the most correct choice at the moment. As for others, Su Xian couldn't control their thoughts, so he decided to focus on himself. Besides, he could directly share his thoughts with Su Yan. After all, any real action would still depend on him. More importantly, Su Xian always cherished a belief deep in his heart. Compared to the vast interstellar space, what mattered more to him was this planet that had nurtured him since birth. He didn't think there was anything inferior about this planet compared to others, it was his home world, and Su Xian didn't want to give it up. In June of the 4th year of the new era, Blue Star entered midsummer, nearing 50 degrees Celsius above zero, even trending toward 60. After undergoing the purification by the evolution agent, many new humans gradually adapted to such weather. The mutated plants, however, showed no fear of the high temperature, blossoming beautiful flowers in competition, and some even bore fruit early. The flood season of the new year was just around the corner. The ARC plan continued at full throttle. Aside from the 3 ARCs, more manpower was diverted into the global project of building an underwater city. Due to its enormity and intricacy, there even emerged a shortage of manpower. Su Yan not only urgently dispatched senior engineers from the ARC but also mobilized a large batch of construction robots. With these 2 powerful reinforcements, the progress of the underwater city finally saw a noticeable increase. Initially designed as a large mobile fortress capable of operation on sea, land, and air to prevent various emergencies, it could be described as an enlarged version of a spaceship. This massive project concentrated at least 1/10 of Blue Star's resources. The scale of expenditure was beyond description. When manpower was insufficient, Su Xian also joined in. After all, being Su Yan's younger brother, he was someone relatively trustworthy. Actually, just these robots alone cost Su Yan a significant amount of assets. In the short term, he wouldn't be able to allocate energy resources to buy more robots. Likewise, he left several robots to the lab, hoping for mass production of robots, since apart from the fees, purchasing items on the Star Network required paying various taxes, which was very uneconomical. These weren't the most critical points yet. Various rare minerals, tools, and technologies could all be purchased from the Star Network, as long as you had the energy. It turned out the meteorites that had fallen onto Blue Star were quite precious resources. When mixed with crystal cores and other materials, they could be made into energy blocks used as a form of currency. Currently, Su Yan had already asked Su Yi to dispatch as many people as possible to continuously collect meteorites. Previously, he had bought a low-level satellite. According to interstellar standards, it was enough to scan and monitor the entire Blue Star. Additionally, since it could detect energy reactions, except for places like canyons or the ocean floor where things might be too concealed, meteorite positions in other regions could basically all be detected. Su Yi was responsible for finding and transporting these meteorites back to the Tibet base. In reality, no matter how numerous meteorites were, they were still finite. Removing meteorites, crystal cores were the truly inexhaustible energy source. But compared to meteorites, acquiring this kind of energy required greater sacrifices. Nevertheless, no matter how great the sacrifice, Su Yan could not stop. He must continue forward for the sake of his fellow countrymen on Blue Star, as well as Jir, whom he needed to protect. He could neither let Jir get hurt nor allow her to be taken away by others. By September, the underwater city Atlantis, which had almost drained the entire 2 years' worth of resources from the Tibet base, had progressed to 1/3 of the project. The continuous supply of meteorites, crystal cores, and rare minerals to the base were synthesized into large quantities of Star Universal Energy blocks, used for supplying new energy machinery and for transactions on the Star Network. By the end of October, the external outline of the underwater city was constructed. As the Ice Age was approaching, to avoid delays in the project, they first built the external facilities aside from the essential internal equipment. Even if the Ice Age arrived, they could still carry out construction inside. With hundreds of thousands of people working in shifts day and night non-stop, still by March of the 5th year of the new era, the progress of the project remained discouraging. Su Xian had a detailed discussion with Su Yan. The most important reason was still the lack of funds, that is, energy blocks. Only with sufficient energy blocks could Su Yan exchange enough machinery and equipment on the Star Network for the construction of the underwater city. However, the energy blocks produced by Su Yan using Blue Star's resources, although sufficiently energetic, did not even reach A grade according to the rating standard on the Star Network. One should know that according to the Unified Interstellar Regulations, the grading system is divided into 7 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, where F indicates failure. Even though a grade was already pretty good, one should know that among these 7 levels there were countless detailed divisions. Therefore, energy blocks wavering between A and B were naturally not considered excellent. Apart from this, Su Yan also dared not sell a large number of crystal cores on the Star Network. The reason was simple: compared to energy blocks, crystal cores were even more important. If sold in bulk, it would not only cause market bubbles and speculation but might also attract unwanted attention. It wasn't until the beginning of the 5th year of the new era that Su Yan revealed all these troubles to Su Xian, yet he left out the part about Jir. What Su Xian wanted to know most was precisely about Jir, but he understood clearly that Jir was someone his second brother had chosen. Asking too many probing questions would only make Su Yan displeased. Over these 5 years, apart from doing tasks and collecting meteorites and crystal cores, Su Xian mostly spent his time organizing and planning the Silver Phoenix space. Under the backdrop of a world-changing transformation, species underwent tremendous changes. Su Xian managed to cultivate quite a few new types of mutated plants and even gathered some spiritual plants. He also entered the secret realm near the Tibet base, collecting numerous seeds and sprouts of strange plants. Now these plants grew well inside the Silver Phoenix space, providing Su Xian with plenty of cultivation resources. The flow of time inside the Silver Phoenix space differed greatly from the outside world. Over time, Su Xian became very adept at tending to flowers and trees. On the other hand, Su Jin was entirely different. Due to Nine Palaces technique, he made remarkable achievements in forging equipment. Coupled with the knowledge Su Yan obtained from the Star Network, the current Su Jin could already manufacture weapons that matched the strongest people on Blue Star. However, regarding magical artifacts, due to the lack of appropriate mineral resources, there were still many things he couldn't create. Thanks to Su Yan's efforts, both Su Jin and Su Xian benefited greatly over these years, amassing a substantial fortune. Because the new type mecha was capable of flying into the sky or diving underwater, they only consumed more energy blocks. Except for the harshest month during the ice period when they wouldn't go out, Su Xian and Su Jin enjoyed hunting outdoors most of the time. Most of the land had already been submerged. Apart from the Tibet base, some bases survived the disaster thanks to timely relocation to higher altitudes. Terrestrial mutated plants and animals were continuously decreasing, while marine creatures proliferated explosively. Every coastal fishing expedition brought in an abundance of edible marine life for the bases. Although the ocean was several times more dangerous than the land, rather than sitting idly and awaiting death, more people chose to fight for survival and find a way out. Except for the coldest months of November through January, survivors organized boats for fishing operations during the rest of the time. Now, there was no so-called fishing moratorium, everyone sought as much marine resource as possible. Su Xian and his companions were no exception. But food and crystal cores alone weren't enough. They needed an absolutely safe area, a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Thus, the underwater city Atlantis came into being. This project, which carried the hopes and resources of all the surviving people worldwide, encountered a bottleneck. Lacking subsequent resources and core technologies, its construction and completion seemed increasingly remote. It appeared that apart from the Ark plan, the surviving people who had no fallback options gradually lost faith. Turmoil brewed under the surface, infused with negative energies. Murder and despair reared their heads once again. As the scale of the projects expanded further, Su Yan's grasp of ultra-civilization technology could no longer be concealed from the survivors. After all, anyone who had managed to survive up until now was far from foolish. Without any actual skill, one simply couldn't survive till today. If the underwater city couldn't be completed and put into use, Su Yan would become the target of blame, cut off from human kindling. Even though he single-handedly created the Ark plan, compared to the underwater city that could accommodate tens of millions of people, the mere 150,000 survivor spots were grossly insufficient. And those who were destined to be abandoned certainly wouldn't sit back and accept their fate. They would fight desperately, leading to even worse situations where mutual destruction might occur. Under the influence of drunkenness, Su Yan unintentionally divulged the truth, words deliberately coaxed out by Su Xian. But soon sobering up, he shot Su Xian an accusatory look. Su Xian felt somewhat guilty. He had slipped dreamgrass into Su Yan's wine, which made one prone to revealing the truth easily. Though Su Yan had an unshakable will, once a crack was opened, the subsequent secrets couldn't remain hidden. Avoiding the sensitive topic of Jie, Su Xian didn't inquire about the Star Network either, focusing instead on the construction of the underwater city. One didn't need to guess how crucial the core technology of large spaceships was, even obtaining them through the Star Network was extremely difficult. Although black markets existed, the price for such items was astronomically high, definitely beyond what Su Yan could afford with his current assets. So, besides energy blocks, is there nothing else we can trade on the Star Network? Su Xian was a little puzzled, then began contemplating the contents of the Silver Phoenix space. Knowing about the existence of the Star Network, Su Xian also wished to obtain some things through it. Although the extended knowledge derived from the Nine Palaces technique provided some guidance, there were still many things he did not understand. Su Xian wanted to quickly understand this world that had been turned upside down, to soon master and adapt to this transformed mother planet. He didn't want to leave here. Chapter 73. We need to think of a way for second brother Yen. The underwater city must be built, but as for energy coins, we still need to change the method. After coaxing the truth out from Su Yan, Su Xian couldn't sit still anymore. His eldest brother, Su Yi, only cared about the military side of things and wasn't particularly enthusiastic about base affairs. Moreover, even if Su Yi were to intervene, it would likely cause complications between them as brothers. But the project could not go on dragging indefinitely. Su Jin seemed hesitant. Originally, according to the plan, we only needed to construct the underwater city. Changing the plans midway to transform it into a spaceship fortress was already too ambitious. With our current manpower and resources, there's simply no way we can accomplish it. Su Xian pondered for a moment. We have quite a few spiritual herbs. What about putting them up for sale on the Star Network? Su Jin shook his head, thinking it unsuitable. Do you really think your second brother wouldn't see the problem with that? If all else fails, we'll use crystal cores anyway. After all, Blue Star cannot hide these secrets forever. Su Xian felt discouraged. His second brother wasn't worried about anything except perhaps revealing their treasures too openly. Although the world transformation brought immense losses to humanity, it also provided a turning point, a chance for renewal. At least for now, the overall quality of the new humans far surpassed what they were before the apocalypse. Although Su Xian intended to help, his silver phoenix space wasn't omnipotent. The spiritual herbs he just planted there, despite the altered time flow, had only been growing for several decades. They were far from usable. Most importantly, Su Xian couldn't risk depleting his limited resources prematurely. We still need to focus on energy blocks. Su Jin didn't care much about this, he only knew that Su Yan had spread himself too thin and couldn't wrap things up yet. What harm would come from stepping back once? After all, his position as the head of the base was secure. Over these years, Su Yan had changed significantly. He had become an unchallenged authority in the Tibet base, and others obeyed him without question. His possession of ultra-civilization technology wasn't just helpful, it bordered on miraculous. Su Jin disapproved inwardly when Su Xian wanted to offer help. In recent years, Su Yan had gathered many Taoist cultivators, and his interactions with them had grown closer. Among them, there were definitely some with ill intentions, and Su Jin kept a close eye on them. If Su Yan were to let his guard down, their long-hidden secrets might be exposed, putting Su Xian in grave danger. Regardless of whether Su Yan would have the ability or even the willingness to protect him, Su Jin wouldn't gamble on the overly thin bond of brotherhood among the Su family siblings. Still, seeing Su Xian so eager to help, Su Jin couldn't bluntly douse his enthusiasm. Don't worry. With second brother's capabilities, even if we can't build the spaceship fortress, an underwater city shouldn't be an issue. Besides, the resources on Mother Planet are fairly abundant now. It's not your turn to make contributions. Su Xian vaguely sensed Su Jin's emotions and didn't push too hard to devise ways to assist Su Yan. In truth, he himself was captivated by the ultra-civilization technology in Su Yan's hands. If the spaceship fortress were completed, it would surely be an awe-inspiring achievement, just imagining it made him excited. Su Xian didn't forget about those people who plotted against him in the shadows. But with time passing and the circumstances changing so drastically, he could find little conclusive evidence. Reluctantly, he decided to temporarily set this matter aside and focused on cultivation instead. Over these years, apart from his cultivation level, Su Xian hadn't changed much. The amount of meteorites that could be collected on Blue Star was limited. Even though he wandered around in his mech suit collecting more, he still had to consider his second brother's situation. Su Xian wished he could be like his eldest brother, free to go wherever he pleased. However, as the outside world became increasingly dangerous, Su Jin wouldn't allow him to roam alone any longer. Oh, right. That Su Hao had already been summoned back by Su Yan. As the Su family bloodline, it was impossible to truly kill him, so Su Yan decided to let him live. Su Xian didn't care too much about Su Hao, only hoping that he wouldn't create further chaos. Since he failed to help Su Yan, Su Xian began secretly conducting experiments. He acquired an inspection machine from Su Yan, intending to produce energy blocks on his own. There were quite a number of meteorites and crystal cores previously stored in his space. Su Xian took a small portion and soaked them in spirit spring water, removing the toxins. When the spring water turned completely black, he discarded it after proper disinfection treatment. He then added spirit spring water along with the space-purified meteorites and other materials. The resulting energy blocks contained nearly 1,000 points more energy than regular ones, directly upgrading them to AA+ grade. Apparently, the star dust energy contained in the spring water matched the energy inside the energy blocks rather closely. Don't underestimate these near 1,000 energy points. This was already enough to power the type of mech suit Su Xian piloted for almost a week. The experiment was a great success, and now all that remained was figuring out a way to incorporate the spirit spring water into the energy block production line. This wasn't too difficult for Su Xian. As someone on record in the logistics department, it was relatively easy for him to add things into the production process. But Su Xian couldn't afford to ignore the consequences. There were plenty of people working on the production line, and if anyone noticed something odd, they'd certainly investigate until they got answers. Having no choice, Su Xian decided to try neutralizing the medicine with mutant plants grown in the New World, attempting to create an energy agent with star dust properties comparable to the spirit spring water. It wasn't as if he was dreaming. After all, strange mutated plants were abundant on Blue Star now, and machines could detect quite a bit of energy from them. Even without the crystal cores, the plants themselves possessed significant energy. Some minerals also contained a fair amount of energy, but extracting their energy cost more compared to mutant plants and was harder to achieve. In addition, among the various gems Su Xian had previously collected, there was energy too, albeit completely different from what was found in meteorites. The energy inside these gems leaned towards spiritual essence, but relatively speaking, the amount was small. Su Xian would never use his painstakingly collected treasures to make energy blocks. The mutated plants growing by the roadside and free to gather suited him much better. And so, Su Xian began his secluded experimental life. It was rare that he didn't go around constantly clamoring about going out for fresh air. Su Jin had originally sighed in relief when this happened, only to discover moments later that Su Xian had turned to conducting experiments. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Su Jin simply sought other means to distract him. Coincidentally, both Yu Yu and Yang Yang had recently been on break, having a lot of spare time. These two children were already capable of carrying out missions independently, though due to their special circumstances, they were mostly assigned to act together. The base adopted a cautious stance towards children like Yu Yu and Yang Yang who showed extraordinary talents, neither suppressing nor supporting them. However, as Yu and Yang grew day by day, their abilities became increasingly prominent, indicating that the gene modification program could be considered largely successful. Despite some residual risks, their short-term performance surpassed everyone's expectations. Compared to Yang, Yu's abilities were even more terrifying. She already had a complete system of mental techniques and could manipulate or even alter biological memories. Of course, it was still hard to control targets with higher mental strength and willpower than her. Even so, this was alarming enough. To prevent Yu from drawing unwanted attention, Su Yan kept her secrets under wraps and only revealed publicly that she was a mental evolution specialist skilled in creating illusions. In reality, being subjected to gene modification before birth, Yu's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. If Su Yan hadn't been confident in controlling her, the most likely outcome would have been killing her outright, eliminating future trouble. None of this, however, was known to Su Xian. At first, Su Xian held a certain degree of antipathy towards Yu based on his trust in his own mental strength, not because of anything specific, but rather an intuition telling him this child was not simple and probably had issues. Over the years, as the two children posed no direct threat to himself or Su Jin, Su Xian stopped investigating further or fixating on trivial matters. His relationship with them gradually improved as well. Thus, when Su Jin brought Yu and Yang to the laboratory Su Xian borrowed on the Ark, Su Xian was genuinely surprised. After all, besides Su Jin, who was his brother, and a few others like Shuelei with whom he could easily converse, Su Xian tended to keep strangers at bay. He was notoriously unwilling to make new friends. Being childlike in nature, Su Xian couldn't bear heavy responsibilities, but this actually made it easier for him to connect with the two children. For most of the time, Su Jin just followed his pace, obeying his orders without showing much of his own thoughts. The truth was, Su Jin just wanted Su Xian to live happily, beyond that, he cared little. Su Xian clearly understood how selfish he was but couldn't bring himself to let go because Su Jin was the only light in his life. If not for this incarnation of Su Yan, perhaps they would still be struggling in the apocalyptic hellfire, barely surviving like ants unable to resist whatever changes occurred on Mother Planet. Now, everything was different. They had hope, a new place, and even a future, not just for themselves, but for the entire Blue Star and its children yet to come of age. Big brother. Why are you still doing experiments? The sudden voice jolted Su Xian from the complex experimental procedures. Seeing the two children, Su Xian couldn't help but feel surprised. How did you guys get here? Even though only a few short years had passed, the two children had obviously grown up quite a bit. Yu appeared to be a slightly melancholic little beauty, while Yang was more outgoing, serving as the spokesperson for the pair. Yang curiously eyed the various bottles and jars in front of him and spoke to Su Xian in a respectful tone. We just came back from a mission at the Magic Capital base. Things are chaotic there right now. We were part of the security force for the latter stages of the relocation project. We also ran into Brother Ihan. Ihan. It had been a long time since Su Xian had seen that guy. After the rise in sea level, the Magic Capital base had also relocated once. It wasn't far from the Tibet base, but this time the operation was rather crude. In fact, most people advocated abandoning the Magic Capital base altogether and moving directly to the Tibet base. The Tibet base, wasn't it something everyone wanted a piece of? But how could Su Yan let others snatch his share? This underwater city project also bore their signature. These shrewd families were experts at calculations. If they couldn't get any benefits themselves, they wouldn't allow others to do so either. In reality, the big picture called for an all-out support of the Tibet base in building the underwater city at this moment. At the end of last year, a batch of core technical talent slipped away from the Tibet base. Now the originally agreed-upon merger with the Magic Capital base had fallen through suddenly, and it even seemed they were plotting some major moves. Reliable information indicated that they were already manufacturing large-scale arcs. Judging by current trends, this was indeed inevitable. A series of actions made it clear to anyone with eyes. With this development, the population outflow in the Tibet base became fairly severe, especially among high-end talents. With the Magic Capital base leading the charge, various factions engaged in fierce competition. There might even be some scheming behind it involving those Taoists. Su Yan's determination to build the underwater city persisted. Originally, just the Ark should have counted as an overachievement, but he seemed set on pursuing his own stubborn path. Outsiders couldn't possibly understand his motives, but this gave others chances to take advantage of the situation. Yang nodded, recounting everything he saw and heard during their trip to Magic Capital to Su Xian. Su Xian couldn't help but look grave. You found out about this just doing one task. It looks like the Magic Capital base doesn't plan to keep anything secret. They intend to confront the base openly. Yang looked puzzled, saying only, Brother Ihan was very happy to see us. He asked me to tell you he'll come visit the brother in Tibet base sometime soon. Su Xian chuckled wryly, patting his soft curls. That guy always says whatever suits him best. Don't take it too seriously. Although Yi family wasn't a top-tier family, surviving by severing the tail certainly wasn't beyond them in these end times. However, instead of doing so, they chose to abandon their clan members in favor of protecting a family estate that might not even be secured anyway. It was hard to judge whether they were stupid or heartless. Chapter 74. In fact, Su Xian knew he didn't have the right to accuse others, and he wouldn't do that. But thoughts remain thoughts, after all, and they weren't illegal. If it weren't for possessing the Silver Phoenix space, he might never have accumulated such wealth throughout his life. More importantly, the Silver Phoenix space had given him rebirth and immense strength, offering him a clearly defined future goal. This existence was more valuable than any amount of wealth. Things did not go as smoothly as Su Xian had anticipated. Even with the spiritual spring water for reference, he was, after all, an amateur starting midstream, barely qualified. Were it not for his powerful and acute spiritual force to sustain him, he probably wouldn't have been able to distinguish spiritual herbs. Ultimately, the underwater city was completed in the 5th year of the new era, but it differed greatly from what Su Yan had expected. This underwater city couldn't serve as a mobile fortress, merely functioning as a large common refuge. The special feature would probably be its waterproof, earthquake-resistant, and intelligent virtual life system construction. Though falling short of expectations, the majority of people were already satisfied. With the icy period rapidly approaching, more survivors fleeing from southern bases desperately needed such a safe place. The underwater city was built close to the Tibet base, but unfortunately, newcomers weren't too keen on it, due to limited test operation slots. Hence, only 1 million people were accommodated this time. Technically, Su Yan should have presided over the operation of the underwater city, but he had compelling reasons to remain in the Tibet base. In the end, representatives from each family plus a confidant sent by him formed a cabinet to jointly manage the underwater city affairs. The official use of the underwater city significantly alleviated the pressure on the Tibet base. But in fact, the largest diversion of population owed much to the magic capital base. As the ocean surface prepared to freeze again, the magic capital base's ark was being constructed visibly and rapidly. The cultivators abandoned by Su Yan hadn't given up. Instead, they turned to the Wan family, who still held control over the magic capital base. Even before Yang Yang and Yu Yu went on a mission together, they almost fell into the hands of the Wan family again. Only then did Su Xian realize that the Wan family had never given up looking for these 2 children. The biogenetic modification plan is indeed very appealing, otherwise, the Wan family wouldn't be so focused on it, to the point of relentlessly pursuing those 2 kids. Su Jin picked up on the disdain in his words and knew that Su Xian didn't like these biological scientists, especially those who conducted experiments using human test subjects. Next time you go on a mission, be more careful, preferably acting alongside the army. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they won't dare to do anything funny. Yang Yang nodded in agreement at Su Jin's warning while Yu Yu lowered her head silently. After a while, she finally spoke in a soft, delicate voice, "Do my brother and I have to keep dodging them forever? Isn't it just giving in all the time? Can't we teach these bad people a lesson?" What she really wanted to say was to kill them directly, but then she thought it would be too good for the Wan family. They were the ones responsible for their father's death and now were after her and her brother. Though they had done nothing wrong, they suffered such treatment, while the Wan family always seemed to live carefree lives. She felt this was deeply unfair. Su Xian smiled and patted little Yu Yu's head. "Do you really think things turn out as written in books, where there's always retribution for evil deeds? Don't rush, when you grow up and gain the ability, you can do what you want to do. For now, you're still too young." This was the first time Yu Yu had spoken up voluntarily. Normally, at most she greeted people when prompted by Yang Yang, like clockwork. Although the little girl had grown taller and looked somewhat like a teenager, her somber demeanor was still easily noticeable. Perhaps because of her heightened mental energy, Su Xian practically found himself unable to deal with her. Yang Yang also consoled her sister, hugging her gently, "Brother will stay with you, and one day will surely make them regret." Mentioning the Wan family made the conversation heavy, even prompting Su Xian to recall the arrogance of Wan Qian and the Wan clan members, and how he had been evicted from the villa. After the 2 children left, Su Xian said calmly, "I originally thought the Wan family would decline or possibly disappear from Blue Star altogether. But I underestimated their scheming abilities." To others, Su Xian was utterly cold-hearted. He didn't care whether the survivors in the magic capital base could survive or not. Having chosen this path, one must see it through, whether it turns out good or bad, bearing the consequences themselves. However, it turned out that within half a year, Su Yan overlooked things, allowing the Wan family to seize an opportunity. If it were only about transferring population over, it wouldn't matter much since the Tibet base was already overcrowded. Moreover, constrained by the Taoists, Su Yan later also exceptionally accepted quite a number of people. Yet, these individuals were under base management and lacked authority. Thus, considering that the Tibet base largely followed one family's views, it wasn't a favorable place for them to amass power. But was the magic capital base truly infallible? Su Xian didn't believe they weren't aware of Su Yan's capabilities. Apart from the Ark, if they had gained control of other things, that was still unknown. Knowing Su Xian worried about the cultivators swayed by the Wan family, there might well be among them instigators pushing Three Lord to act. Should we look into this? Hearing this, Su Xian raised his head. How to investigate when even my second elder brother couldn't handle them? These guys have access to secret realms on Blue Star. Even if the secret realms collapse now, they can still secure massive resources, which will only harm us. Besides, cultivators' methods are far more powerful than ordinary people's. Even if we two work together, we probably aren't a match for them. These words naturally struck a sore spot for Su Xian. Despite having the Silver Phoenix space, at the onset of the Great Changes, the chaotic magnetic fields weren't conducive for cultivators' training. Neither Su Xian nor Su Jin lacked resources, yet their power grew excruciatingly slowly. Privately, Su Xian suspected both their talents might not be good, but he had never voiced this thought. Su Jin tightly held his hand and hugged him, letting him rest on him. Su Jin understood his lover's anxiety and uncertainty. Beyond hard practice to enhance personal strength, there wasn't much else they could do. However, at this moment, some disruptive forces emerged, giving Su Jin a strong sense of impending danger. The couple tacitly agreed on keeping the secrets of the space undisclosed. This was the most critical secret that couldn't be revealed. As for Su Yan, they could only take things step by step and wait to see. Even though the freezing season approached, the hunting parties going out increased rather than decreased. Apart from providing for their families daily, these hunters also had to stockpile enough food and other supplies for winter. The prices of winter supplies in the market were gradually climbing again. Su Xian had long stopped doing this kind of business, but he still came out for a walk to relax and also to see if he could gather some useful information. However, this time it wasn't very fortunate. As soon as he entered the trading area, Su Xian saw Qingling coming his way, the woman who Bai Shui had previously brought along to negotiate with Su Xian. By her side was a young boy, looking no more than 16 or 17 years old, rather inexperienced. Facing Qingling, Su Xian wasn't worried at all, the reason being simple: this woman wasn't as capable as himself. Su Xian was notorious for picking on those weaker and fearing the stronger, but he considered it as knowing when to be flexible. Qingling naturally spotted Su Xian as well, giving him a glance from the corner of her eye without speaking. She calmly stood there, evidently waiting for Su Xian to come up and greet her voluntarily. Su Xian felt quite helpless, thinking that she truly held a grudge, but still went ahead despite everything. "Miss Qingling, you have good taste in shopping." Qingling scrutinized him. After not seeing him for a while, this guy still seemed to be living comfortably. His brother's situation of being undermined by the magic capital base didn't seem to bother him at all. Should she call it heartlessness or cold-bloodedness? Qingling smiled faintly. "Who would I have such leisure time to go shopping? I'm just here accompanying young Master Wan to take a look. After all, your Tibet base has many worthy aspects for reference." Su Xian's eyelids flickered. So was she here to steal secrets or poach talent? He turned to look at the young boy by Qingling's side. Unfamiliar face. It should be their first meeting. Is this the young master of the Wan family? Su Xian knew that the Wan family always advocated having numerous children for prosperity, and completely ignored family planning issues. After all, status, at their level, can be fabricated at will. Even maintaining multiple mistresses posed no problems or legal worries about bigamy. Compared to the Wan family, the Su clan was relatively upright. The youth slightly nodded toward Su Xian, acknowledging his presence with a greeting, his pale little face red from the cold. Yet his eyes were dark and bright, exuding calmness and confidence. Su Xian, upon closer inspection, realized this child was no ordinary one. At this moment, Qingling surprisingly took the initiative to introduce, "This is young Master Wan Qianqing, the youngest son of the madam." The madam Qingling referred to naturally was the principal wife of the head of the Wan family. This meant that the boy was the legitimate son, leaving one wondering what exactly Wan Qian's position was then. A sudden question popped into Su Xian's mind, yet he wisely refrained from asking aloud. He looked at Wan Qianqing once more. Not knowing whether it was because he didn't like talking to him, until now, the young lad hadn't uttered a word, almost quieter than Su Xian himself. Su Xian had little patience to coddle him, exchanging only a few polite words with Qingling before excusing himself on the pretext of something urgent and walking away. Regarding their intentions, since the base couldn't control their comings and goings, he figured their attempts at poaching wouldn't shake the foundation built by his second brother Su Yan. After Su Xian walked far enough, Wan Qianqing suddenly asked, "Sister Ling, is he the person the elders are looking for?" Qingling lowered her head and glanced at him. "I'm not sure, but he's from the Su family. Even if we grab the wrong person, it won't matter much. Confronted with Su Yan, he'll likely be useful somehow." Wan Qianqing nodded gently. "His aura is very pure, quite similar to ours." Qingling thought nothing unusual of it. There's nothing special about that. With the celestial changes, countless cultivation manuals flooded the market. He must have stumbled upon some rare opportunities through them. Who could resist the temptation of eternal life? Even the old man of the Wan family had nearly gone berserk, though actually, one foot was already in the grave. Knowing full well the impossibility yet still going for it, it couldn't be helped to say that the people of the Wan family all possessed an unyielding tenacity, disregarding any means necessary. Perhaps this was what the master referred to when talking about successful individuals not being constrained by trivialities. Chapter 75. In recent years, around this time, Su Xian and Su Jin basically no longer left the base to do missions. First, it was indeed too cold, and second, it was dangerous. Su Xian was a complete homebody. As long as he had his phone and computer, he could quietly stay indoors all day without causing trouble. In the recent period, Su Jin's work on the Ark had been busier, rarely having time to accompany him, but Su Xian no longer got upset like he used to. He could now empathize deeply with Su Jin's feelings. Even though he was a Su family member and enjoyed many special privileges under Su Yan's patronage, Su Jin was different from him. To outsiders, he was Su Xian's subordinate. Although Su Jin now had the capability to operate independently. It wasn't like there weren't mercenary groups or guilds inviting him back. With several of the Schuler group fleeing, he became a lone commander, holding no official post under Su Yan either. He was content guarding his small world behind closed doors. Both of them were well aware that this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it appeared as a lack of ambition, and for Su Jin, it mostly came with ridicule and sarcasm, perhaps sometimes directed at himself too since he also relied on his brother. Su Xian didn't care about this, but he couldn't ignore Su Jin. No matter whether Su Jin cared about those sneaky comments behind his back or not, Su Xian didn't want Su Jin to experience these things. Now that Su Jin had left to work, there was very little Su Xian could do for him. The base no longer lacked food supply, meals were scheduled regularly. Aside from preparing some energy potions for Su Jin, all Su Xian could gather were some daily necessities and clothes, nothing else came to mind. Without Su Jin by his side, most of the time Su Xian just followed a routine of practicing cultivation, occasionally stepping outside to wander around and get some fresh air. What he hadn't expected was that this breath of fresh air would instead lead to trouble. When he woke up again, finding himself bound hand and foot, Su Xian's heart jolted. He quickly checked his surroundings and realized he was inside a cell. A few beams of sunlight still managed to seep through a small window above, which indicated it must be daytime. He was woken up by the cold. By now, it was already the freezing season. There was nothing in the prison cell except some straw. Su Xian thought for a moment. This made sense, since cultivating cotton during this period was incredibly difficult, and cloth materials were scarce, making quilts practically equivalent to luxuries. Thankfully, Su Xian was dressed warmly, and he could activate his spiritual power within his body to ward off the cold. Nevertheless, after being rendered unconscious without awareness, naturally, the cold had roused him awake. Upon discovering he could still use his powers, Su Xian immediately tried cutting the ropes binding him, which wouldn't normally be difficult for him. But despite struggling for quite a while, he saw no effect whatsoever. This puzzled Su Xian immensely. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind, "Don't waste your effort. This is a spirit binding rope. The more you use your spiritual force, the less likely you are to break free." Su Xian froze for a moment, turning around laboriously, illuminated by the light to recognize the figure. "It's you." The instant Su Xian saw Qing Ling, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. He didn't forget about the cultivators who might still be watching him secretly, willing to spare no cost for the Silver Phoenix space. Ever since the apocalypse, reduced harvests were common in crops grown on Earth's lands. Had it not been for Su Yan discovering and cultivating mutated plants, many people would likely be suffering from hunger and cold just like in his previous life. Yet even with such golden fingers like Su Yan in this lifetime, they probably wouldn't be satisfied, having once ruled high above looking down on the masses as mere ants. How could they endure standing shoulder to shoulder with lowly peasants now? Seeing Su Xian calm and composed, Qing Ling felt slightly surprised. "How come, aren't you even a bit scared?" Su Xian smirked and countered, "Do you think your perfect plan will actually succeed?" To begin with, the Silver Phoenix space on his body had long acknowledged him as its master, with the imprint hiding within his body undetectable by outsiders. Without the threat of the Silver Phoenix space, these people utilizing him would not play a significant role anyway. At least, Su Xian didn't believe it would succeed with Su Yan. Qing Ling chuckled meaningfully, "Young Lord Su, you may underestimate yourself. With just one Su surname alone, I'm sure Director Su of the Su base would never let you die without lifting a finger, right?" Su Xian shook his head slightly, amused by their cunning and foolishness. "If this were a peaceful era, your methods might have some effect. But now, it's the apocalypse, where even fathers and daughters can turn against each other. Do you think my second elder brother would compromise just because of me?" Qing Ling's expression darkened upon hearing this. As Su Xian said, holding Su Xian hostage to blackmail Su Yan wasn't the wisest decision. However, considering the elder's instructions, she didn't feel responsible either. At worst, it meant losing one Su Xian and alienating the Tibet base, but they had their own ARC project now, so they didn't need to overly rely on Su Yan. As for Qing Ling's thoughts, Su Xian was unaware. After Qing Ling left that day, Su Xian spent several more days in the jail cell. Everything he carried was confiscated, and the guards brought only minimal food each day. Out of caution, Su Xian refrained from giving himself extra servings and took the opportunity to sip some spirit spring water while drinking, to replenish his strength. After 2 more days, Su Xian was finally taken out of the jail cell, yet he didn't feel any relief. Those people in his past life had racked their brains trying to uncover the hidden secrets within him but failed. This life, lucky to be reborn and fully prepared, surely wouldn't end worse than the last. Unexpectedly, Su Xian, though taken out of the prison cell, turned around and was locked into a normal-looking room. Only when the harsh conditions began torturing him did Qing Ling reappear, leading him out of the cage-like room. Currently at the Magic Capital base, everyone was busy working overtime on the Arkansas. Su Xian saw few people as he walked along, and one thing chilled him: most of these individuals were robust middle-aged adults. Children and elders were almost nowhere to be seen. Women were rarely spotted too, except for a few teenagers aged 13 or 14 who ran errands. These ordinary folks wore clothes that were dirty, disheveled, and old, their faces were sallow, their steps unsteady, clearly showing signs of malnutrition. Su Xian frowned slightly. This place hasn't changed a bit. It was still like before, comparable to a slum. Su Xian did not agree with the management style of those in charge at the magic capital base. It was truly a miracle that they hadn't been ostracized despite their ruthless profit-driven motives. Qingling glanced at him and said calmly, "What's wrong with that? As you've always said, only useful people get to live, useless ones shouldn't waste food. And you? You're just another one of them." Despite the harsh world, Su Xian looked well-nourished and didn't appear to have suffered. This wasn't surprising since he was a cultivator and had a brother who could command the elements. It was natural that he lived comfortably while others struggled. Resources were all diverted to construct the ark, making the base here look very makeshift, as if it were merely a temporary shelter. As Qingling led Su Xian through the slums area towards the main city center, which wasn't much more than some hastily erected shacks, it was still significantly better than the tattered tents outside. Su Xian carefully observed his surroundings. His spiritual power far exceeded that of an average person, so even with a weaker body, he held quite an advantage. He cautiously scanned the area, trying to confirm how many cultivators were around. However, the energy signatures here were chaotic, indicating multiple powerful forces present, making it difficult for Su Xian to make out the specifics immediately. Entering a larger building, Qingling promptly untied the spirit-binding rope from Su Xian's body and led him inside. The room was completely sealed, with only dim overhead lighting allowing Su Xian to see. He studied the surrounding situation carefully and noticed several people sitting opposite, 2 elderly Taoist priests with white beards, 4 or 5 middle-aged men, also dressed as Taoists, and only 2 younger men wearing casual attire, one of whom Su Xian vaguely recognized. They might have met briefly in the past. Ever since Su Xian entered, all eyes were fixed on him. Despite appearing calm on the surface, Su Xian remained alert internally. At this moment, Qingling fetched a chair, and Su Xian casually sat down, exuding an air of calmness, which seemed to catch them off guard. At last, one of the young men in civilian clothing broke the silence. "Fourth young master is certainly good at keeping your cool. Don't you know what role you play now?" Su Xian smirked mockingly, "A bargaining chip for you to use against my second elder brother, this much is clear to me. But speaking of which, you guys are no better than that. You can't fight openly, but when it comes to conspiracies, you're unbeatable." The man in civilian clothing grew enraged, glaring dangerously at Su Xian. "Even now, fourth young master is still being stubborn. Aren't you worried that Su Yan might not bother saving you? If that happens, we will execute you publicly." Su Xian let out a derisive snort. "I already told you, even though it's the apocalypse, if you don't fear public opinion, surely history will not remember you kindly. Moreover, aren't you all practitioners supposed to be doing righteous deeds instead of these underhanded tricks?" Su Xian realized that the true decision-makers weren't this civilian but rather the seated Taoist priests. That made sense. After all, their powers now rivaled or even surpassed those of the mutants. Even though heaven and earth had undergone changes, their abilities wouldn't suffer significant limitations. They were used to acting without constraints, regardless of public opinion. Persuading them would indeed be tough. Sure enough, one of the green-robed Taoist priests spoke up. "If our junior friend says such things, could it be that you harbor intentions of reconciliation?" "Reconciliation?" Su Xian blinked in surprise and then couldn't help but laugh. "We're all survivors struggling to live in this hard time. Why talk about reconciliation? Besides, taking such great advantage of my second elder brother and then binding me, it shows how desperate you've become." Su Xian's sarcasm left anyone seated uncomfortable, yet they were seasoned veterans and unaffected by a few words thrown at them. The green-robed priest ignored Su Xian's veiled criticisms and calmly replied, "You're now in our hands. If you wish to survive, you'd better wise up." The threat in his words was evident, as a powerful pressure descended upon Su Xian, overwhelming him completely. Su Xian instantly felt as though he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, struggling to breathe, his complexion pale and strained. But quickly reacting, he channeled his spiritual energy to resist, managing to alleviate some of the pressure. The situation remained at a tense stalemate for a while. Chapter 76. A deep, cold snort followed, and Su Xian could no longer hold out. Spitting blood, he collapsed into a half-kneeling position on the ground. He didn't raise his head, letting his dense bangs obscure the sharp glint in his eyes. His trembling body swayed like a fallen leaf in the wind. Having regained a bit of dignity, the green-robed old Taoist finally spoke calmly, "Take him away." As Su Xian was dragged out by Qingling, partially supported and partially pulled, the civilian-dressed man below couldn't help but blurt out anxiously, "Why not interrogate him right away? Didn't you say this guy had important clues about the Ark?" The green-robed old Taoist frowned slightly. "There's no rush for that. Haven't they already responded? You'd better negotiate well with them, agree to whatever terms they present. Grabbing land is useless now, we should trade it for their secrets instead. If you delay too long and let them team up with Su Yan, that would truly be a loss beyond reckoning." This speech enlightened the civilian man, who then gleamed with excitement and hastily bowed before rushing off briskly. His followers also quickly bowed and left. After a long silence, someone broke the quiet atmosphere indoors. "Did they give us any updates yet? Are we going to search again?" "Su Xian has been thoroughly searched already. He seems to have begun practicing the way." We checked him with spiritual power and found nothing abnormal except that his mental strength level is relatively high. Mental strength? That's something anyone can train from the start, it's not hard at all. What matters is the artifact. Upon hearing this, the seated green-robed Taoist sighed heavily. Astrology isn't always accurate. These past few readings have been increasingly unclear. It looks like we're going to miss this opportunity. After these words, one among them emotionally stood up, asking in frustration, how can this be? Didn't they say everything would be fine once we found the Su family? Sim Kong even said there were leads. Why did it fall apart just like that? Ignoring the need for explanation, the green-robed Taoist simply nodded toward a disciple, who rose smoothly and calmly stated, Sim Kong has been monitoring Su Hao continuously without issue. Originally, having excluded Su Hao and focused entirely on Su Xian, everything seemed clear. Who would have guessed later when we bribed Su Yan's butler to find out, Su Xian was actually an adopted child, unrelated to the Su bloodline. All present exchanged glances, and one person struggled to swallow before hesitantly questioning, is it possible that divination was unclear? Even if Su Xian isn't of the Su bloodline, his surname is still Su, isn't it? The green-robed Taoist shook his head regretfully. If the first divination results were correct, there's absolutely no doubt this person wouldn't be Su Xian. Although disappointed himself, given that these people at the magic capital base were constantly making private moves, their secret realm space might not last long. Thus, they urgently needed that anomalous treasure to alter the current state. They thought securing Su Xian guaranteed success, but unexpectedly, news came from the Tibet base only days ago. Su Xian wasn't of the Su family's lineage. So much effort over such a long period would go down the drain. Not only did they offend the Tibet base and unintentionally create a strong enemy, but they also gained nothing they wanted, a complete failure. No one anticipated such an outcome, so for a while, everyone remained silent. Eventually, someone asked, what should we do next? Should they trade Su Xian back to Su Yan, use him to retaliate against the Su family, or consider Central Sea affairs? With a frown tightly drawn, the green-robed Taoist concurred that the message had arrived late, blaming their ignorance of Su Hao's critical leverage. If they hadn't deduced through the butler's betrayal, they'd still be stuck wandering blindly down a wrong path. For now, we'll put the Su family on hold. Perhaps we missed a link somewhere along the line. First, let's support a puppet who will comply with our demands for negotiations with the Central Sea area since a stable domain remains vital for us. Now that celestial energy is gradually recovering, improving our cultivation skills becomes our top priority. Without strength, we'll merely remain at their mercy, unable to budge. Everyone sitting there nodded in agreement, but someone brought up Su Xian again, unwilling to let go. The green-robed Taoist paused momentarily, saying, we'll keep him for now. No matter what, he's still a crucial point for Su Yan. We cannot abandon this chance so easily. Su Xian, who had just been locked back into his room by Qing Ling, was completely unaware of these people's secretive calculations about him, and of how fortunate he had been to narrowly escape disaster. In fact, it was mainly because these cultivators were overly confident in their abilities. Failing to detect any issues with Su Xian, they assumed the divination was incorrect rather than questioning their own capabilities. It was no wonder, hidden behind the scenes, having ruled from on high for years and accustomed to wielding power, why would they ever doubt their own strength? Although Su Xian faced no immediate danger for the time being, Qing Ling showed not a trace of relaxation. Not only was the spirit restraining cord still tied around him, but there were also several monitoring devices placed in the room. Su Jin had once taught him how to detect such surveillance tools, so finding them wasn't difficult. Moreover, with Su Xian's strong mental strength and abundant spiritual energy, even the slightest breeze or movement around him could hardly escape his notice. But this was far from enough. What Su Xian most wanted to know was the movements of those old coots. The green-robed Taoist had effortlessly injured him, indicating a significant gap in power between them. Trapped as he was now, all he could do was seize the opportunity to recover and hone his skill so that if anything went wrong, he'd have the strength to flee. Without further ado, let's return to Tibet base where Su Jin and others were growing increasingly anxious, as no news had come from Magic Capital base. It took Su Yan several days of investigation before pinpointing Qing Ling's location. By the time Su Yan was ready to confront the wands at the base, he realized that Wan Qian and her associates had already vanished without a trace. Su Xian also had some covert informants within the Magic Capital base, but it was naturally impossible for them to penetrate the tight-knit ranks of the Daoist sections. As a result, with no intelligence coming out of the Magic Capital base, they could only helplessly worry despite knowing Su Xian's probable whereabouts. Unable to sit still any longer, Su Jin planned to head to the Magic Capital base to find Su Xian. Speaking of raw power, Su Jin far surpassed Su Xian, making self-preservation entirely feasible. The crucial question remained whether he'd be able to rescue Su Xian. Su Yan was also deeply troubled. Knowing that Su Xian had been abducted largely because of himself, feelings ran deep despite Su Xian not being his biological younger brother. Years of interaction under the care of Su parents had fostered a strong bond between them, and subconsciously Su Yan held a protective regard for Su Xian. Still, no matter how distressed he felt, he couldn't act impulsively like Su Jin. Standing at such a height, there were far too many considerations to be made. With the base in a critical period, he must remain at the helm. For the sake of the bigger picture, he could not prioritize Su Xian. Doing otherwise would benefit neither Su Xian nor the Tibet base, nor Jie. Though Su Yan wouldn't go himself, he did not intend to stop Su Jin. Instead, he handed over some advanced weaponry. These are the latest models exchanged through the Star Network. You have a dimensional pocket, so you should be able to carry them. Recently, it seems the Magic Capital base is plotting something big. If you can take advantage of the chaos to stealthily rescue your fourth brother, it'd be perfect. But if you can't, don't force the confrontation. After all, the two of you. There was no need for Su Yan to clarify further. Su Jin nodded gravely, maintaining a composed expression. Since the day Xiao Xian had been abducted, he had scarcely slept well. He constantly feared the Silver Phoenix space might get discovered by those individuals, bringing unforeseen disasters upon Xiao Xian. Waiting idly was simply out of the question for Su Jin. From childhood to adulthood, there had seldom been times when he and Su Xian were apart for long periods. Even during his military deployments, he always kept in touch with Su Xian, calling to hear his voice. Whether sweet complaints or childish whims, Su Jin indulged him gladly. Later, when tragedy struck their parents, Su Jin became more reclusive, yet continued to quietly watch over Su Xian. Though Shuelei often criticized him for this behavior, Su Jin simply couldn't control it. He needed to ensure Su Xian's safety, his well-being, his happiness, daily diet, rest schedule, and whether he stayed up late gaming. All details about Su Xian mattered immensely to him. He remembered every single preference Su Xian had, silently standing guard from afar, patiently waiting for the day Su Xian would truly see him. Unexpectedly, that day arrived sooner than anticipated, along with an earth-shattering secret about the impending apocalypse. Initially, Su Jin hadn't believed it. Yet, anything Su Xian wanted, he was willing to do, be it climbing a blade mountain or venturing into a sea of flames. Spending every penny he earned was nothing compared to making Su Xian happy. It was one of the best deals he'd ever made. Then came the end times. Thanks to the space dimension, neither he nor Su Xian endured much hardship. Living rough was tolerable, but he couldn't bear seeing Xiao Xian endure it. His health was fragile, compounded by the resource shortages of the post-apocalypse world, plus past habits of irregular sleep and eating patterns. Su Jin genuinely didn't want Su Xian to neglect his body anymore. However, he was not someone with great ambition. His mind, apart from being mostly focused on Su Xian, was occupied by the company and himself. In reality, it was often Shuelei and others who managed the company. When the apocalypse arrived, he didn't have enough influence to pave a smooth road for Su Xian or make him command the base effortlessly. He could only rely on Su Yi and Su Yan, and eventually, even their windproof and rain-shielding villa was taken away by the wands. Reflecting on it, Xiao Xian followed him without enjoying much fortune but instead had to endure humiliation and hide around. Because of the space dimension on his body, he lived in constant fear, especially when their abilities developed too slowly and were looked down upon or treated indifferently. Despite this, Xiao Xian never complained once, and rarely complained to him either. Since then, Xiao Xian seemed like a completely different person, considerate to the point of making one's heart ache. Su Jin couldn't say whether he disliked such a change in Su Xian, but he still missed the former free-spirited him. Though sensitive, under the protection of the Su family, he lived freely as if without any worries or troubles, coming every day to ponder what to eat, which games to play, or which scenery to enjoy, worry-free like an ever-growing child. He had always been quiet and talkative difficulty, unable to skillfully soothe Su Xian. His efforts went unnoticed by him, but they would return doublefold in kindness. Occasionally, Su Jin also speculated on Su Xian's thoughts. Did he think he was too clumsy, like a piece of wood, living together was dull? Even so, Su Jin couldn't let go of Su Xian. This life, he recognized only this person. From the first glance at Su Xian, his heart felt like saying, this is what I've been looking for all along. Chapter 77. In the serene moonlit night, the silver-white moonlight illuminated a figure of incomparable charm, extraordinarily moving. I can sense it, those people have come. The encounter between Su Yan and Jie might as well be called a deliberately arranged coincidence. To him, it was fate that had already been destined. The alien spacecraft falling from the sky, the mysterious girl unconscious, everything resembled the fantastical love stories his fourth brother often recommended to him, except that he indeed fell in love at first sight, even though she seemed to be underage. Back then, he had made up his mind about her. Even after she completely lost her memory, he stayed by her side day and night until she relied entirely on and even loved him. Su Yan did not deny how despicable his actions were. Not only did he take possession of the girl, but also monopolized all the extraterrestrial technologies she brought along. However, he was indeed lucky enough to get authorization, seizing the initiative and preparing sufficiently before the end times. But even so, it wasn't enough for Su Yan, who was unsatisfied with the status quo. He knew the girl didn't belong to Earth, Blue Star. Whether genes or memories, she came from the vast mysterious universe, and just like her, Su Yan was also attracted to these things. Therefore, he was even grateful for the apocalypse, secretly rejoicing deep in his heart. Heroes arise in chaotic times. The apocalypse provided him with the most favorable conditions. Apart from resource scarcity, there wouldn't be any era better than the post-apocalypse period where he could exert himself fully. It could be said that he used and took advantage of the apocalypse to strengthen his own power. As long as he could complete the evolution of the apocalypse ahead of other aliens discovering Earth, he could take the initiative, and even reasonably incorporate the entire planet under his name. At that time, he could truly claim the authority to possess Gear. Earth was absolutely worthy to be called a fat piece of land, and could also be considered uncharted virgin territory. Although resources here don't rank at the top among the stars, due to the existence of meteorites and crystal cores, its importance became immediately prominent. While the dangers greatly increased at the same time, in Su Yan's eyes, this was merely a necessary test for the evolution of the planet. In fact, in interstellar space, few planets undergo an apocalyptic baptism like Earth does, and having meteorite rains is even rarer, though there are also precedents. For this reason, crystal cores and meteorites are quite popular and sought-after treasures on the star network, and even zero-stage crystal cores, the lowest tier, hold great value, as through certain means, they can even be used to develop psychic powers in ordinary people. As such, the significance and value of crystal cores naturally go without saying, and Blue Star, which welcomes a millennium-rare meteor shower, can also be regarded as a major opportunity and blessing. However, survivors currently remain unaware, making it a tragic situation of having a treasure mountain yet being unable to enter it. Crystal cores and meteorites can be considered different forms of energy bodies, not much different from the so-called spirit stones that Taoists talk about. Originally, humanity obtaining such a great opportunity could have been considered fortunate. However, precisely because it was such a significant opportunity, many were unworthy to benefit from it, which led to only 1 in 10 humans on Blue Star surviving when the apocalypse began, resulting in an extremely high elimination rate. But after the big wave of trials and tribulations, those who remained naturally had some skills. So far, within the 5 years since the apocalypse began, quite a few people under his command have already reached the minimum standard of star-level powerhouses. At least they don't have to linger at the bottom anymore. And as for himself, he could also say that he has gained the most basic ability to protect himself and hold some bargaining chips. Su Yan speculated that with all the commotion caused by the countless meteorites falling onto Blue Star, there was no way this wouldn't draw any attention. The interstellar races value energy bodies greatly and certainly would not remain indifferent. Therefore, during these 5 years, he always felt a strong sense of urgency, hoping to accumulate more strength to resist the unknown enemies. But he never imagined this day would come so quickly. Regarding the construction of the Atlantis space fortress, Su Yan still did not give up, even though countless people tried to persuade him. In the end, Su Yan decided to take a gamble. There was no other choice. Although the Tibet base could now be considered one of the absolutely strongest forces on Blue Star, it was still too weak to face alien powers. Using the surviving teenagers from the base, Su Yan selected over 1,000 people to be involved in the genetic weapon program and recruited 300 more into the Mech Guardian squad. Because mechs are expensive, Su Yan didn't acquire too many of them, as under Blue Star's current conditions, producing mechs wasn't suitable either. Besides that, the large warships and Ark program consumed most of his capital. The weapons and equipment on these ships could be considered among the most advanced in the universe, with some being the top-of-the-line shipboard heavy weaponry currently sold on the Star Network. With these resources, he finally felt capable of starting the construction of Atlantis. This nominal underwater city was, in fact, a fully featured, large-scale, mobile space fortress designed for intergalactic travel. It represented one of the most cutting-edge killer weapons known to the interstellar community. Su Yan originally planned to use it to repel extraterrestrial invaders, but it was also partly to please Jia. Although she had lost her memory, the habits ingrained in her body hadn't disappeared. Jia enjoyed living on spaceships. On land, she rarely stayed home with much interest or patience. Since Blue Star is located in a remote part of the galaxy, Su Yan rarely went online through the Star Network. Most of the time, he engaged in large-scale trades, with intermittent signal reception. Without the entertainment provided by the Star Network, it was perfectly natural for Jia to feel bored. By building Atlantis, these problems could be solved, and space travel would also become very easy. If possible, while Su Yan wanted to keep Jia firmly by his side, he also didn't want her to be unhappy. If making her happy meant these things, Su Yan didn't hesitate to bind her to him. Su Yan's luck had always been good. He encountered Jia by chance and obtained the spaceship along with a series of super-civilization technologies, including auxiliary artificial intelligence systems. Even his own gene level was rather high, allowing him access to cultivation methods and resources, which essentially made him rise overnight. Of course, if it weren't for the experiences he gathered from years in politics, any young man fresh out of the field would likely have ended up like an overnight sensation surrounded by a swarm of beauties, getting everything he desired but ultimately just working for someone else. After Su Xian was abducted, Jia's condition continued to deteriorate, and she started displaying rather strange reactions. Through connecting with the neural network, Su Yan roughly obtained relevant information about Jia's brain activity. He then realized that the aliens he thought would take a long time to find Blue Star might have secretly landed and begun their resource-stealing operations. Jia's identity and bloodline were extremely special. In the interstellar world, her race was called the Salive people, a race renowned for their unparalleled mastery over soul force far exceeding that of the top interstellar experts. They had remarkable talents in confining, controlling, altering, distorting, and healing souls. Simultaneously, this was also a highly mysterious race. They almost never intermarried with other races, and their abilities circulated only within their own race. Precisely because of this, their surpassing interstellar capabilities brought catastrophic consequences upon them. It must be understood that the composition of life involves more than just soul force, it also includes physical weaknesses that do not match their soul force, which has troubled and complicated the Salive people for tens of thousands of years, becoming their fatal flaw. Before the stellar protection law was fully established, let alone having effective enforcement and deterrent power, some people initiated hunts against the Salive people due to certain intentions. This prolonged hunting continued for years, drastically reducing the Salive population to the point where it became exceedingly rare to encounter them in the galaxy. Because the star network contained genetic maps of various races, and Su Yan had conducted private experiments, he was able to fully confirm Jier's identity. However, the question remained whether she had ended up on Blue Star simply as a result of fleeing persecution or if someone had orchestrated it. As far as Su Yan knew, the interstellar community was full of extraordinary talents, some super beings were even capable of bending time and space to travel between past and future. Of course, very few would actually do so because altering history would trigger a chain reaction. Even without taking action, traveling through time acted as a catalyst that could lead history in a completely different direction. And what about prophets? If fortune tellers on Blue Star could divine the future, Su Yan didn't think there could be no life forms with such abilities. If they had foreseen everything that would happen on Blue Star, then things would become truly problematic. Moreover, he needed to determine just how dangerous these individuals were so that he could act accordingly and resolve the situation as soon as possible. Then spies from the Shanghai base returned with news. This was when Su Yan learned that the satellite he had previously purchased had already malfunctioned. With no choice but to spend a large sum again, he acquired the latest surveillance satellite. Only then did he realize that those external forces had infiltrated Blue Star long ago, even blocking satellite signals to avoid detection. What's more, it seemed people from the Shanghai base had indeed made contact with them and might have even struck a deal. If this was true, then there was no room left for negotiations between him and the Shanghai base. After all, Su Yan didn't want to be part of any alien-backed puppet force on Blue Star. Meanwhile, this also meant he now had an even stronger rival. Xiao Xi's fate was uncertain in their hands. In truth, Su Yan didn't want to instigate a war at all, pitting his own kind against each other while outsiders profited. He wasn't that foolish. Since escalating tensions wouldn't work, compromising or even conceding might be the necessary sacrifices he had to make. Fortunately, Su Yan had been consolidating power and resources under his control before, and given the immense changes over the last 5 years since the apocalypse, the aliens couldn't gain much advantage from resources outside the ocean depths. Marine monsters ruled most areas, and zombies had vanished so thoroughly that it was rare to find zombie crystals in circulation in the market. Su Yan had intentionally gathered and stockpiled these crystal cores, believing that without substantial profit incentives, the intruders wouldn't risk expending too many resources here. Not long after, Su Yan meticulously formulated a detailed plan. Not long after Su Jin's departure, Su Yan sent emissaries to the Shanghai base. Ideally, he still hoped to redeem Su Xian using a peaceful approach, even if it came at a significant cost. But if the Shanghai base had succumbed to temptation and lost its mind, he wouldn't hesitate to disregard ties of humanity or racial kinship. Base Commander, Miss Jier has awoken. Someone burst into the room and delivered the exhilarating news to Su Yan. Since the start of the year, Jier's soul force had been unstable, and most of her time was spent recuperating in a nutrient solution. Occasionally, Su Yan missed her so much that he would wake her just to speak a few words, behaving like a young man smitten by first love. His subordinates all noticed this. Now, Jier had awakened naturally and appeared in good condition, which understandably thrilled everyone. They eagerly shared this good news with Su Yan. Chapter 78. In a spacious laboratory, dozens of people worked tensely, monitoring and recording every reaction data as the observation subject had exceeded the 3-month limit for being naturally conscious. It was crucial to document everything for reference and planning future countermeasures. Like the sleeping beauty awakened by the prince, under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden-haired beauty finally opened her eyes. She looked disoriented for a moment before focusing on Su Yan and offered him a gentle smile. Su Jin was no stranger to alien technology, after all, he had witnessed and participated in projects as grand as Atlantis. Combined with his extensive knowledge from childhood and the family background, Su Jin's experience and vision were unparalleled. But this time, he was deeply astonished. The underwater city rising out of the sea was at least 10 times larger than Atlantis. The vast silver-white structure sprawled across the deep blue waters, looking as though they had sprung up overnight. Suspended partially above the water and enveloped in dense mist, the floating city resembled a mirage, a celestial marketplace from mythology that stirred awe and admiration in everyone who beheld it. It seems the second master has finally met his match. Even though the Shanghai base was only a temporary one, built with rudimentary means, it housed powerful old creatures far exceeding normal capabilities, making infiltration no easy feat. Fortunately, those old guys wouldn't bother to keep an eye on them all day, or they would definitely be unable to move. Su Jin obtained news about Su Xian from the people who came to pick him up at the Magic City base. This person was none other than Guo Shu, who had once sold Su Xian's information. Guo Shu was deeply hidden, and if it weren't for Su Yan's skills, such a character wouldn't have been easily controlled. With Guo Shu in charge, Su Yan didn't need to worry about selecting other members and could leave everything to Guo Shu. Su Jin intended to have a detailed talk with Guo Shu, as he hadn't been to the Magic City base for a long time and needed to understand the current situation. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, handed it to Guishu, and lit it for him. Guishu's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed the rest. Hey. These things are rare now, I didn't expect you to do so well. The last time Su Xian came, Guishu was very respectful. But when only Su Jin was present, Guishu had no more reservations and did what made him comfortable. Su Jin smiled but didn't respond. All these things were obtained after Su Yan provided him with a space button. Su Xian had specially prepared quite a lot of items for him. After all, they had purchased nearly 10 billion yuan worth of supplies, plus the large goods and warehouses along coastal ports. Only they too couldn't possibly use that much. So most of the time, Su Xian would sell food and daily necessities whenever he saw an opportunity, liking to collect gold and jade, which seemed useless in Su Yan's eyes, but as long as Su Xian liked it, it was fine. Thus, this gave an excuse to release grain. Besides trading, Su Xian also secretly delivered some supplies to those living in hardship, though not too much. There were countless poor people, and even when distributed evenly, it amounted to a significant number. In this way, a small part of the supplies Su Xian initially gathered had been consumed. With Su Jin by Su Xian's side, Xian mostly ate food produced from space crops, which were good for health. But pre-apocalypse processed products were equally tempting, especially tobacco and alcohol, which were like high-end luxury goods years ago that ordinary people couldn't afford. During the few years he went on missions with the army, he truly witnessed this raw world driven by material desires. Even he and Su Xian needed to make efforts, let alone those without space abilities, who had to struggle even more. Guishu was a big smoker and had missed smoking for a while. Su Jin's offering came just in time, and afterward, Guishu got a few more packs of cigarettes from Su Jin, of course giving him compensation. Currently, the price of crystal cores in the Magic City base kept climbing, as someone was secretly buying them in large quantities. The exchanged materials were mostly food, while tobacco and alcohol could only be bought by the upper class. Guishu didn't refuse to give Su Jin the crystal cores, knowing Su Xian liked collecting these kinds of things. Although they had mineral spring water to replenish energy, crystal core-made medicine and energy blocks were still more useful for ordinary people. Upon entering the Magic City base, Su Jin noticed something unusual. Concerned about Su Xian, he talked straight to the point with Guishu, "Why do I feel there are fewer people here?" After hearing this, Guishu sighed deeply, "Sigh, even newcomers like you can tell, yet those higher-ups act recklessly without any restraint." Su Jin frowned, "Is it human experiments again?" Guishu shook his head, his old face almost nodded, "It's different from our Tibet base. Here, there's not just the Wan family calling the shots. Everyone wants to be the leader, and it's tough for the underlings, only being used as cannon fodder, dying or getting injured. In these times, if you get hurt and there's no treatment, you're left to die. No one could endure it forever, and certainly no one wanted to wait to die. Earlier, there was a coup, led by ordinary civilians. The equipment wasn't advanced, nor did they have strength, but someone stirred it behind the scenes. Tens of thousands died in that single event, and life was cheap these days. Su Jin was surprised, even in the Tibet base where information flow wasn't smooth, he should have known these things. And from the looks of it, this wasn't the first time. Back when they were at the Magic City base, frequent rebellions happened here, but the scale this time was evidently huge, and the number of deaths was staggering. The Tibet base primarily absorbed people based on ability. Even so, it originally only had a few 100,000 people. If the Magic City base could kill so many people, that was really impressive. Earlier, someone from the Bai family helped pull some strings, saying they wanted Young Master 4 to help persuade Young Master 2 to make things easier for them, letting those Taoists in. Young Master 2 didn't agree and only accepted a small part of their request. I guess most of those people should have already joined forces with the Magic City base by now, right? Guishu slammed the table, showing obvious agitation. Exactly, originally these guys couldn't beat Young Master 2 and were all like frightened turtles, but now with those people's support, they're becoming extremely arrogant, even coming up with something called new city entry qualifications. What a bunch of leeches. Su Jin quickly grasped the key point from what he said. Uncle Gui, are you talking about new city? Guishu nodded. Yeah, didn't you see it too? That huge thing out at sea, there's no way anyone could miss it. Rumor has it that they've already loaded up a large number of people on there. Otherwise, even if tens of thousands had died, there's no way this base would be left with just a few scattered survivors. Unfortunately, we don't get much news here since communication is poor, and once someone enters new city, they rarely come back. So basically, we hear almost nothing. Su Jin gave a wry laugh, he finally understood. Originally, the leaders of the Magic City base depended on Su Yan's super advanced technology. But now, with better options, they were undoubtedly seeking vengeance and likely planning something big. These people probably wanted Su Yan to regurgitate everything he had amassed through his evolution drugs and other achievements. Beyond that, they must hate him so much that they'd want nothing more than to crush his bones into powder. Only Daoist sects could possibly achieve such a feat, but their secrets from the previous hidden realms are already outdated. This kind of advanced tech must definitely be alien. In fact, what Su Jin really wanted to say was that high-ranking cultivators could refine magical artifacts and enlarge them as mobile caves. Despite this large floating object appearing impressive, when transformed into an artifact, it might not even require many materials. What mattered more was cultivation skill and mastery of space-related laws. However, there was currently nobody on Earth who could reach such a level of power. Even though he and Su Xian possessed Yingxuang space abilities, their cultivation progress was slow. Moreover, with the great changes happening in the world, and the instability of the Heavenly Dao's rules, they dare not force things excessively for fear of inviting backlash, a risk that would make everything else meaningless. Guo Shu shot him a look. Speaking of alien technology, I also wondered about the stuff young Master 2 created. Back when the apocalypse began, how long could it possibly take to develop all that? Even the Japanese scientists doing secret human experiments during World War II probably weren't capable of such advancements. Su Jin smirked slightly. There's nothing that can escape Uncle Guo's attention. Hearing this, Guo Shu looked incredibly smug. Well, of course. Don't forget who I am. On our continent alone, there are so many undocumented citizens, anyone trying to operate under the radar, but with even the smallest clue, I could track them down. The population here is too dense, deaths go unnoticed. Finding remains after years is considered luck. Underground trade started as selling organs to VIP hospital clients but escalated rapidly. Surrogacy became commonplace, and human experimentation was likely already thriving back then. In these times, highly intelligent sociopaths aren't rare. Back in the days, TV reports were plenty, and based on that, Guo Shu could blabber off 1 or 2 points. He was simply bored, having no one to confide in, being stuck here without any clear purpose by Su Yan's orders. It wasn't pleasant for him at all. Su Jin's lips twitched as he watched Uncle Guo rant cynically about the world, exasperated but unable to stop him. Only after Guo Shu finally calmed down and took a sip of tea did Su Jin speak up. These aren't the main issues. If young Master 2 has managed to acquire such things, it's his ability, and also our good fortune. By Su Yan's side was Su Xian, guarding such a massive secret of the farming space. For Su Jin, respecting Su Yan's matters was crucial because switching roles, he wouldn't want others to pry deeply into Su Xian's business either. Everyone has their own privacy, and they need to respect that. Especially given their beneficiaries themselves, it's even less necessary to delve into excessive inquiries. After pondering, Guo Shu grinned somewhat embarrassedly. I'm just curious. Lived half my life only to hit this strange apocalypse era, all sorts of oddities are emerging. In my opinion, advanced technology isn't too bad. It's those Taoist priests, always acting superior with their noses pointed skyward, making fun of commoners while thinking themselves better than everyone else. Mentioning these cultivators made Su Jin uneasy as well. His strength was adequate to hold his ground against a similarly leveled cultivator, but he feared being outnumbered. After all, he wasn't Superman. No matter how explosive his power, it would still follow basic rules, at least that was what Su Jin believed himself. To be honest, the safest option would be relying on Su Yan to save Su Xian. With Su Yan around, those people definitely wouldn't dare harm Su Xian. But still, what if something unexpected happened? Su Yan wasn't aware that Su Xian possessed the farming space, but he knew that he was the only other person in the world besides Su Xian who was aware of it. This was true at present, but those individuals were cultivators and always had a plethora of means at their disposal. If they somehow managed to uncover any trace, Su Xian's safety would inevitably be threatened. Delay would only invite unforeseen changes. Su Jin naturally had to rescue Su Xian as soon as possible. Chapter 79. Human beings' first reaction to unknown things is often fear. However, the ignorant have no fear, and some people will embrace curiosity towards these unknown fresh things. The universe is the same, there are too many unknowns, even without deliberately seeking them out, countless questions will still arise. The primary issue facing them now is how to coexist with aliens. Resources are very important for any living life form, they need these to sustain the prosperity of their race and life. Su Yan believed this applied to everyone without exception, though the methods and resources required might differ, all forms of life should converge on similar purposes. The problem was that while there were few resources on Earth, the little bit available was still enough to attract outsiders. Before the apocalypse, the estimated lifespan of non-renewable resources on Earth was just a few decades. The overly rapid development of technology couldn't keep pace with cultural and political thought, making sustainable development merely an imagined slogan. Countries were stockpiling resources for themselves to prepare for future survival crises. Some had already looked beyond their home planet, and immigration plans had even been discussed as possibilities. However, human fragility and the favorable living environment of the home planet determined that immigration plans wouldn't proceed smoothly. As expected, the proposal was scrapped after just over a month due to citizen opposition. When there are so many people involved, the stakes are immense, and no one can bear such tremendous losses. But what Su Yan cared about was not this. The apocalypse was an opportunity granted by the mother planet to humanity, an opportunity for evolution and rebirth. If humans failed to seize this chance, Su Yan foresaw that such an opportunity would definitely never come again. People like Su Yi awakening natural element-based wood-class powers are absolutely 1 in 10,000. Yet even he wouldn't dare deny the emergence of another such fortunate individual. While mastering nature might not be guaranteed, at least absolute supremacy over common biological entities could be ensured, endowing one with the strength to protect oneself and become self-reliant. No one would be happy to be interrupted at this crucial moment, especially if betrayed by traitors. Calling them traitors is somewhat belittling, they are public enemies of humanity. Such individuals disregard the comfort of their home planet and the future of their fellow human beings. Such a person can only be regarded as a public enemy of all humanity. Unfortunately, at this time, almost everyone would likely choose to stay silent to ensure their own safety. If alien forces truly provided assistance, these people might even accept it with gratitude, even showing deep gratitude. If possible, Su Yen certainly wanted to become a savior in some sense. He had the qualifications and the potential to guide his fellow countrymen along the correct path of evolution from the perspective of Earth's humans. Perhaps this was the mission behind the power he obtained. But he couldn't afford not to weigh the gains and losses or consider his own safety during the process. Moreover, he had Jir, someone he must protect. The forces of the apocalypse had already destroyed the civilization of the old world, and rebuilding it would be no easy task. Even managing just one base left Su Yen frequently feeling exhausted. A yet-to-mature force attempting to face the order and power of the entire universe was pure fantasy. He knew how disappointed Su Jin had been with him before leaving. He worried about young Master Four's well-being, just as he himself did, though surely not to the extent Su Jin did. Perhaps because they were both adults, combined with insufficient daily interactions, their fraternal feelings were rather thin. To make a sarcastic analogy, if today the kidnapped one had been Jir, he might not have gone to save her with everything at stake, and he wouldn't have hesitated or balanced decisions like this. Thus, it was perfectly normal for Su Jin to be disappointed in him. On this point, Su Yen didn't blame him, nor did he feel guilty. People who play politics must first be ruthless. In this regard, he had to admit that he was a qualified politician. He couldn't risk betting everything just for a brother with whom he shared no blood relation, even if his parents favored this brother for certain reasons and intended to leave most of their inheritance to him. Su Yen had no interest in probing to the root of things. He respected his parents, and Su Yen knew they must have their own reasons. Once, he had asked them about this issue, but his parents didn't give any response, only hoping that he could take better care of Su Xian. At that time, looking at an upset and envious Su Hao, he felt uncomfortable inside. After all, nobody was a saint, especially when it came to opening one's heart to a brother with no blood relation. But back then, Su Xian appeared more fragile and in need of protection, plus having a personality less domineering than Su Hao. Su Xian was easygoing and sensitive in daily life, causing little trouble for the family. As such, Su Yen naturally liked this younger brother better than Su Hao, who was always jealous and competitive. His older brother Su Yi was truly a brother-complex person, caring deeply for both Su Hao and Su Xian, especially so for Su Xian. Whenever it came to Su Hao, Su Yi would always lean towards Su Xian. Still, these were just minor details, small episodes in life, seemingly trivial until the apocalypse arrived. Before the apocalypse began, he had already detected problems through observation satellites, along with some secret forces, pressuring higher-ups to establish the Tibet base. Regarding his two younger brothers, he held little sentiment, believing they just needed food and wouldn't starve. Hence, he never offered them chances to build their own power bases but rather covertly suppressed them. Su Jin's influence was gradually weakened this way, disappearing entirely over time. Yet, Su Jin personally showed no discontent with this situation. On the contrary, Shuelei constantly tried to make a comeback, even after coming to the Tibet base, where he left Su Jin's team to start on his own. Having ambition isn't necessarily bad, nor is it purely good, while those with both ambition and capability are the hardest to control. In the early stages of the apocalypse, Su Yen deliberately led Su Xian not to cultivate the martial arts techniques given to him, as those practices indeed bore fruits too slowly. The cultivation system wasn't limited to one type, immortality practice was merely one form among many. However, with the apocalypse, major changes occurred in the world. This environment was unsuitable for immortality cultivation since focusing on body and mind development progressed far too slowly. Even though it built a solid foundation, it wasn't the immediate result Su Yen sought. So he intentionally flooded the market with cultivation manuals, making them so common that they went unnoticed, before planting bait. He then used the betrayal of laboratory members to deceive one family into stealing experimental data, escalating the evolutionary experiments. By letting one family lead the charge, Su Yen effortlessly obtained all the experimental data and controlled the whole situation from behind the scenes. Looking ahead, evolution serums indeed caused more harm than good. Human physical constitutions couldn't properly adapt to the rapid changes brought by these serums, resulting in negative side effects later on. However, most pressing was that, with the apocalypse here, they had very little time to gradually adjust to this new world where transformations happen ceaselessly. Only by strengthening themselves could they secure a place to survive. One family was certainly too hasty, like how eagerness can ruin even simple meals, aptly describing them. Su Yen originally thought that if they really mastered the evolution serum, they would be cautious. At least, they wouldn't hog everything for themselves. In reality, though they didn't monopolize it, their behavior was still far from commendable. Their extensive and excessive use of evolution serums, reckless human experiments, and even research labs secretly supported pre-apocalypse now surfaced publicly. Naturally, this also helped Su Yen quickly uncover the real situation of these forces. One might say the formula of the evolution serum did him a great favor. Afterwards, the widespread use of evolution serums created numerous evolved individuals. Unlike natural mutants, these artificially evolved people became potent weapons for various factions. Nevertheless, they posed no threat to Su Yan because the evolution serum originated from him. If he wished, he could assist these overly evolved people, suffering severe consequences, not only relieving but even curing their conditions. People harbor inherent flaws. Despite being given powers by one family to break free from difficulties, every time unbearable pain struck due to bodily reactions beyond their control, they'd hate the Wan family, despising the powerful families controlling resources and rights in the world. When Su Yan appeared then, he seemed like a sacred savior. Indeed, it was these self-presuming forces like Wan family that shaped today's Su Yan. Hidden practitioners spread cultivation techniques to expand territories and gather strength. Such methods weren't universally suitable, and if mishandled, they could destroy the practitioner's foundation entirely. Cultivation was never easy, requiring extremely rare talents. They knew their Su family lacked suitably talented material for cultivation throughout its history. It turned out that this thing was simply incapable of cultivating powerful human weapons on a large scale, instead causing Su Yan some trouble. Then he went against the flow, flooding the market with cultivation secrets, making them as common as cabbage, ignored by all. Afterward, the Wan family rose, aggressively conducting evolution experiments, massively cultivating evolved individuals. Though their intentions were impure, it quickly created many experts for humanity, giving them a chance to survive. Though they might be too eager for quick results, in Su Yan's eyes, this was the most appropriate method under the current circumstances. Then, by pushing the Wan family forward himself, they opposed those cultivators and other cultivation systems practitioners, gradually balancing the situation, with the Wan family even slightly gaining the upper hand. The crude yet effective evolution experiments were quite popular during that period. Just looking at Su Jin's subordinates later, none of them remained unmoved or inactive. Although Su Jin had excellent physical qualities, his strength improvement through cultivation manuals was not noticeable, even rather slow. If he hadn't already possessed top-tier abilities before the apocalypse, his gap with those evolved people would now widen. Su Yan's plan could be considered quite successful, with the Wan family bearing the blame. No force in these 5 years of the apocalypse could surpass him. He became the sole authority in the Tibet base. However, the unpredictable factors he anticipated eventually appeared before he could grow into a colossal entity. A few days later, Su Jin finally infiltrated the lair of those elder monsters. Due to practicing Nine Palaces technique, his spiritual power wasn't as strong as Su Xian's but far exceeded ordinary people, so casting a mental suggestion wasn't difficult. Here, Su Jin finally learned of Su Xian's whereabouts. His situation wasn't good because the magic capital base and the Taoists were secretly negotiating cooperation with alien forces, making Su Xian's existence somewhat awkward and precarious. The Wan family deeply hated Su Yan, but directly killing Su Xian might give Su Yan an excuse for war. Moreover, at this critical moment, they didn't want to expose Su Yan's existence and ruin the negotiation since Su Yan was more qualified and better equipped than them. If this deal really got hijacked by Su Yan, they would have nothing left, not even the soup. At this point, what the Wan family first considered was whether they could grab hold of this so-called big prize. Even Su Jin had to admit their cleverness. Chapter 80. Faced with the mysterious and formidable alien forces, even Su Yan felt uneasy. With his current strength, engaging them in direct confrontation offered slim chances of success. Compared to others who knew nothing about the aliens, Su Yan, as one of the earliest contacts with extraterrestrials and the Star Network, had a relatively profound understanding of the galactic environment. Ideally, he'd prefer peaceful coexistence between both sides, provided the aliens don't infringe upon the interests of Earth's survivors. Yet talking is easier said than done. With crystal cores and star fragments present, how could those aliens just visit and leave Earth without any intent? Luckily, during these past 5 years, Su Yan had gathered plenty of crystal cores and meteorite fragments. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xian even stuffed half a planet's worth of meteorites into his pocket. Magic Capital's latest temporary base was built hastily. Before their capital relocation, they had already been in touch with alien forces. Back then, they mainly sought out the Ark and other alien technologies, so little attention was paid to the construction of this temporary settlement, which led most base survivors later rushing towards the aliens' floating city once it was established. If not for the suppression from the Wan family and the cultivators, they would surely have become figureheads by now. Precisely due to this situation, however, it provided Su Jin with an opportunity. Uncle Goe obtained exact information through inside channels regarding where Su Xian was being held. Though it was not far from where the cultivators resided, one could say it was very close. The best strategy would be waiting until they were absent to seize the moment and rescue him. Regarding this, Su Jin was not entirely agreeable. Although the cultivators and the Wan family were trying to strengthen their relations with the aliens, a fact not hidden within Magic Capital Base's leadership, but with several stalled negotiations, they'd likely prepared for multiple scenarios. Surely, another scenario involved targeting Su Yan through Su Xian, hence waiting was not an option. Time waits for no one. Relying on Uncle Goe's intel, Su Jin disguised himself and infiltrated the residential area. Here, he received help from an insider and was assigned a guarding position near Su Xian. Though not directly responsible for Su Xian, this arrangement brought him close enough to act. He began using his mental power to investigate the surroundings and attempted to make contact with Su Xian. It must be said that although the 9 Palaces technique appeared to be just an ordinary cultivation manual, as he progressed further, it was like reading a heavenly scripture. The more he read, the more its contents expanded. Every time he opened this book, Su Jin would always find new insights, yet by now, he had only managed to understand a small portion of it. With the help of the spiritual energy cultivation rules in the 9 Palaces technique, Su Jin could establish a subtle telepathic connection with Su Xian. Of course, this connection had significant limitations in range and was merely a faint sensation, so this convenience wasn't highly regarded by Su Xian. However, Su Jin was quite reliable, so he focused carefully on this ability. As long as Su Xian was currently conscious, Su Jin would certainly notice. Indeed, Su Xian noticed Su Jin's attempt right away and gave a response. He was somewhat excited because it had been over half a month since their last communication. By now, Su Xian had some suspicions. His spiritual power was extremely sharp, and his sensing capabilities were also outstanding, making information gathering relatively easy. These people had only focused on locking down Su Xian's spiritual force but hadn't considered his exceptionally keen mental abilities. Consequently, Su Xian had come across many internal secrets of the magic capital base. Although they hadn't made contact with Su Yan, the news about Su Xian being at the magic capital base hadn't been deliberately hidden, so logically speaking, Su Yan should definitely have known promptly. The fact that there was no movement thus far most likely meant that Su Yan hadn't acted yet. Su Xian wasn't very disappointed about this. After all, he had already endured one bitter experience where everyone betrayed and hurt him. In this life, he was doing well, space was not a problem for survival, Su Jin was living peacefully by his side, and it was just these pests lurking in the shadows who kept trying to gain recognition. At first, Su Xian had intended to kill those cultivators, but after exchanging blows with the Taoist dressed in blue, Su Xian had to regretfully put aside this thought for now because the gap in strength was too wide. Even if the most powerful person under Su Yan tried to take them on, the result would probably be a mutual loss. When Su Jin contacted Su Xian, he was grumbling about the blackened corn pancakes in his hand. Eating this every day might as well be eating compressed food, it's at least easier to swallow. The magic capital base seemed to be extremely poor, though it might also think there's no need to treat captives well, just giving him some swill was sufficient. Su Xian could only force himself to eat it despite being able to seize opportunities to drink some spirit spring water. However, drinking water alone wouldn't fill him up. The room also had surveillance cameras. If he showed even the slightest anomaly, they'd surely skin and dissect him thoroughly. When Su Jin's mental impulse reached him, Su Xian felt tears pricking his eyes. After being captured, he had worried most about Su Jin. Don't let his cold demeanor fool you. He treated others however he pleased, but towards Su Jin, his care was undeniable. Su Jin looked smart, but whenever it came to matters concerning him, all coolness and self-control were thrown to the wind. Su Xian eagerly awaited his arrival but feared something bad would happen to him. He hoped Su Jin wouldn't come. But with time dragging on without finding a perfect solution to escape, Su Xian really feared that they might use him as leverage. Under the cover of night, Su Jin finally slipped into Su Xian's room unscathed. Knowing in advance about the eavesdropping devices, they could only communicate by writing messages on each other's hands. Frankly speaking, Su Xian didn't know what to say. All he could express was his concern. I encountered them before, among them, a Taoist in a green robe is extremely formidable. Compared to him, I am at least 2 ranks weaker. Su Jin hurriedly consoled him, don't worry, someone has checked out there. There are only a few guards left behind, none of them are strong. We can seize the opportunity and get out quickly. Su Xian furrowed his brow. It may not be this easy. They have set restrictions on me, I can't use my spiritual force. Once I leave the range of their protective barrier, it will be easy to detect me. Su Jin hadn't expected them to go this far. Judging from this, they indeed weren't afraid of Su Xian escaping. His spiritual force was sealed, and with tracking restrictions, they could trace him easily. At this moment, Su Jin thought of a plan, then hide inside the spatial realm, I'll bring you out. This was truly a good idea, but Su Xian was concerned they might guess it involved a spatial technique, thereby turning the clever plan into folly. Su Xian did not want to expose his space, while Su Jin thought these issues were secondary compared to Su Xian's safety. However, Su Xian believed exposing the space would be more dangerous than being detained. There was another reason. In the previous lifetime, because of this space, Su Xian had suffered immensely, not only losing Su Jin but also everything else, dying full of despair. Although the space had brought him convenience and security after being reborn, Xian felt like he was carrying a time bomb that could explode at any moment, posing constant danger. Thus, he was always careful and strategic, fearing that even the slightest mistake might expose his secret. Although Jin couldn't understand Xian's obsession with concealing it, he was willing to patiently wait for Xian to make the choice. In Jin's view, nothing mattered more than Xian's safety. Even though revealing the space might cause a lot of trouble, Jin didn't care about those things as long as Xian remained safe. In the end, Jin proposed a suggestion. The Yinhuan space is not limited to just one contractee. After you successfully contract me, connect its other end to me. That way, should danger arise, I can retreat into the space. The time flow speed inside the space differs greatly from outside, but if you want, I will stay by your side, ignoring all troubles. If you are afraid, we can re-emerge when we have become sufficiently powerful. By then, no one will be able to harm us. Although Jean didn't voice it, Xian could feel his determination. Frankly speaking, Xian often harbored such escapist thoughts, finding the reality far crueler than his ideal world, and there were too many things he needed to consider. Xian was always someone who thought twice or thrice, cautious about every decision. Since he had returned in this life, despite feeling resentment, considering Su Yi and Su Yan, he hadn't killed Su Hao, and because of Su's father and mother, he wasn't willing to kill Su Hao. But were Su Hao alone responsible for everything bad that happened? Were the others merely victims involved only accidentally? Xian's answer was negative, but he himself didn't want to delve deeper, fearing that hatred and resentment would overwhelm his reason and cause him to repeat past mistakes. Having the space and Jean by his side this time around after being reborn, a companion who wouldn't leave him and would share his entire life, was a blessing from heaven, and he felt quite content. He therefore didn't wish to investigate further into the damage inflicted by a few brothers. However, because of their blood relations and ties of family affection, he chose to overlook past wrongdoings as if none of them had ever occurred. Yet regarding the injuries inflicted by these people, he couldn't bear to endure anymore. He'd spent a lifetime stepping back, and what did he receive in return? Betrayal and despair. But in this life, for Jean, for himself, and also to ensure that his parents' spirits in heaven could rest peacefully, he decided to abandon his vengeance on his older brothers. Still, fate once again placed those people before him, so did he really still need to retreat and escape? Noticing Xian's action to step back, Jean couldn't help grinding his teeth, tightly embracing him, lowering his voice and whispering near his ear, "Do as I say, leave here with me first, and afterwards, do whatever you want, and I'll follow your lead." Compared to Xian's frail physique, Jin's embrace truly felt wide and powerful. Each time he tightly embraced him, it was like creating a little world exclusively for them two. The shared warmth from skin-to-skin contact was influenced by his physical condition. Since Xian had a weaker constitution and always cold hands and feet, whenever he felt uncomfortable, Jin would cradle him in his arms, warming him with his own body heat. After confirming their relationship, they actually didn't get physically intimate much. To tell the truth, in this aspect, Xian was just an inexperienced guy who had only read smutty novels at home, while Jin was different. Having experienced intimacy before made it harder for Jin to control his desires. To put it bluntly, it was like an addiction that wasn't easy to quit once you've started. Though they often kissed and hugged, Jin deeply cared for Xian, so they had yet to take their relationship to the final stage. Saying all these isn't meant to praise Jin as a perfect gentleman, it's just that he cherished Xian so much. Thus, Jin couldn't bear Xian leaving his sight for fear that someone might easily take his life without him knowing, making him vanish from this world. No one could understand the meaning of death better than him and Xian. Death was like extinguishing a lamp, leaving not a single trace behind. Jin simply couldn't imagine living without Xian or if losing him, whether he could survive. All he knew was, he must protect Xian and always be together. Due to certain restrictions placed on him, Xian didn't dare easily manipulate the spiritual energy within his body, so he could only remove his clothing and let Jin bend down to kiss the silver phoenix totem on his chest. The warm breath against tender white skin caused Xian to shiver involuntarily. Complete silence surrounded them. In the darkness, Xian could clearly perceive the flow of energy near his chest as if something was lost while something else joined in, finally fusing together. The next day, the temporary base in Metropolis was in an uproar. Countless covert strongholds of various forces were investigated, but despite turning the entire base upside down, nothing was found. The people there were discussing amongst themselves, causing an atmosphere of unease. It was at this time that Su Jin had already set off with Su Xian on a new journey towards the outer seas. Chapter 81. Under the deliberate support of extraterrestrial forces, the Metropolis base quickly got back on track. They abandoned the plan to rebuild the base and instead threw all their resources into constructing the Arkansas. The changes on Earth were evident, as scholars predicted, such a large-scale environment would not significantly change over the next 10 years. In other words, for the next decade, most areas on Earth would likely be ocean, with only a few patches of land still surviving. With advanced technology introduced by extraterrestrials, the Metropolis base finally had solid backing. They did not care how much cost was involved in obtaining the technology, they only knew it must not let Su Yan have an advantage. After the negotiation ended, Wan Minghui couldn't help but comment, "I didn't expect the aliens to look almost like us, except they do have quite an appetite." At this point, his complexion darkened, obviously angered by the loss of so many benefits, but he could say nothing against those higher powers. These old men cared only about how long they could live, or how well off they could be, they paid no attention to who ruled over the country, as long as they themselves were unharmed. They focused solely on their own survival. On the side of the cultivators, the blue-robed Taoist always acted as their spokesperson. However, after losing Su Xian this time, he felt something was amiss and was too lazy to deal with Wan Minghui. However, since this traitor-to-be was still the head of the Metropolis base, they couldn't afford to offend him outright. So one of his disciples, named Lu Chuan, took over the conversation. "Anyway, it's just territorial concessions with a limited term. At this moment, merely being alive is already a blessing. Who has the energy to worry about these lands? Besides, you're currently the sole representative of Earth. As long as you agree, it's not like foreign territories won't listen just because you want them. Could they actually hold you responsible? As long as we secure our benefits, let others squabble about the rest. Lu Chuan wasn't very afraid of the extraterrestrials. Wan Minghui had a shallow understanding and overly dramatized the situation. He truly believed the extraterrestrials resembled humans naturally, when in reality this was only a special ability called mimicry. As cultivators, their heightened senses could easily see through these beings. If their powers weren't far beyond the cultivators' capabilities, even identifying their true forms posed no problem. Initially, the cultivators paid little attention to political matters since whether the metropolis base thrived or faltered mattered little to them. In case things went south, they could always move to the marine cities to settle. There were abundant resources, and they could hunt sea beasts whenever needed, knowing that marine resources outnumbered terrestrial ones vastly. But cultivators often had greedy eyes when encountering suitable cultivation resources, which was why they tacitly allowed the Wan family to bring Su Xian. Unthinkably, these people bungled the task that should have been foolproof, letting the subject escape. Wan Minghui failed to notice the contempt from these deeply hidden masters within himself. Lu Chuan's words truly enlightened him. For years, due to resource and interest conflicts, they maintained delicate balance with countries of different natures. Some relations were already strained behind closed doors, yet publicly, everyone put on a mask of peace and friendship. Frankly speaking, even he was tired of this charade. With such a good opportunity present now, not using it would simply be a disservice to himself. He couldn't help nodding repeatedly. That's indeed a great idea. Next time they ask for more, I'll directly offer America to them. That territory's big enough anyway. But what's crucial is to keep them stable. Should they connect with Su Yan, wouldn't all our efforts go to waste? Mentioning Su Yan, Lu Chuan also found the situation difficult. That Tibet base was certainly tough, built before the apocalypse as a prepared site. Likely before the end times, Su Yan had already contacted a faction of extraterrestrials and received their assistance. Otherwise, it was impossible for him alone to create such achievements and rise to his current position. The reason they never directly confronted Su Yan but merely played tricks behind the scenes was due to consideration of the force standing behind Su Yan. It was purely a fantasy for Wan Minghui to think he could defeat Su Yan relying on nothing but that, not mentioning his interpersonal skills which already made them doubt his competence. They saw him at best as a useful pawn. But this guy's ambition was undeniably large, which was understandable considering the pain of losing so much potential benefit, even though that gain was ultimately out of his reach. After Lu Chuan had calmed Wan Minghui down, escorted him out, and returned, he discovered his master was still seated in the same position, eyebrows knitted as if deep in thought. Lu Chuan noticed the teacup on the table was empty, hurriedly removed the other cups, and then poured a fresh cup of tea for the blue-robed Taoist. This tea was spiritual tea, and cultivators with profound skills dared not easily consume grains due to the high impurity content. It was already quite arduous for cultivators to purge these impurities each time, even advancing in cultivation required auxiliary from Zidane, as this realm wasn't suitable for cultivation. However, as Zidane were difficult to obtain, they had to focus their efforts elsewhere. After another while, the blue-robed Taoist slowly opened his mouth. Tell me, how did Su Xian escape? Lu Chuan was startled by his sudden question, then hesitantly replied vaguely, this, your disciple is not clear. The blue-robed Taoist realized there was an issue only after this inquiry, since there were personal restraints set by himself on Su Xian. No matter how far Su Xian fled, he could be easily found. However, despite all efforts searching high and low, no trace of Su Xian was found except for knowing that one of Su Xian's subordinates had recently sneaked into the city for a rescue mission. Nothing else unusual was uncovered. Could it be with the assistance of a higher being? Besides this, Lu Chuan couldn't think of any other possibility. The blue-robed Taoist pondered deeply for a moment but shook his head slightly. It's unlikely. That little Su Yan doesn't usually value such things. But if it's really a superior, well, it's not impossible either. Although after the changes in the world these sex cultivators mostly banded together, some solitary wanderers still existed, those who disliked restrictions. He might be one of the most skilled cultivators in this realm, but he didn't consider himself the best. If there were others stronger than him, then his defeat wouldn't be unjustified. Yet if it's something else. The blue-robed Taoist always felt something was off, yet couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong immediately, so he eventually let it go. So we're just leaving like this? Su Xian was somewhat hesitant, not because he wanted to return to the Tibet base, but taking Su Jin along with him for wandering seemed unfair to him. Su Jin, fully aware of his concerns, grabbed his hand firmly and said, didn't you always want to travel? I've already sent a letter to the second young master, there won't be any problems. In reality, with so many people and eyes around in the base, Su Xian couldn't possibly hide forever without being seen. Though the restraints on his body had been gradually diminished, it wasn't wise to appear at this moment. Best to avoid drawing attention for now. Most importantly, he truly understood Su Jin's thoughts. Facing the incident involving Su Xian, his first action wasn't to protect Su Xian, but rather hoping nothing bad would happen, thinking that even if something terrible did happen to Su Xian, he'd feel guilty but never regret his decisions. We have our own boat. You can go anywhere you want. I've already refined a defensive magical artifact for use when sailing over the sea. At that time, you can collect meteorites. If you get bored, we can always return to the base. Upon hearing about the meteorites, Su Xian's eyes lit up. That sounds great. It's just unfortunate that most land has been submerged, lacking spiritual plants, making it difficult to sustain pills and potions. Su Jin reassured him with a smile, don't we still have spiritual spring water? This time, collect more meteorites. The grade of the spirit spring will definitely increase. Drinking it excessively won't cause issues, far easier than using potions. Su Xian agreed, stopped dwelling on it, exited the space with Su Jin, and headed towards the outer seas. After Su Jin mastered artifact refining, Su Xian constantly asked him to try crafting water avoidance pearls since he wanted to dive deep into the ocean floor. Although Su Jin believed the current seas were at least 10 times more dangerous than before, Su Xian's enthusiasm remained undeterred. He had grown unsatisfied with the miniature ocean inside the Yinshan space, which, though having everything, lacked the excitement of the outside world. Once out of the base, Su Xian felt as free as a bird set free. Being accompanied by Su Jin, it was almost too good to be true. Su Jin, being pestered endlessly, or maybe simply because Su Xian's requests rarely affected his safety, had difficulty refusing. Once again, this situation was no exception. Due to Su Jin's promise to accompany him, 2 water avoidance pearls costing a fortune were soon refined. Fortunately, you previously raised a lot of pearl clams. Quite a few kept in the Yinshan space have been polished by star dust energy, improving their grade significantly. If only we had more beast crystals, the power of the magical artifacts would have been much greater. Su Xian pouted, how would I have the chance to kill sea beasts? All these were traded in the market. Speaking of which, there are still plenty of grains stored in the storage space. Since we don't eat much now, why don't we exchange some for beast crystals? Su Jin was truly helpless when it came to Su Xian's relentless desire to do business at all times. Let's see. Right now, we'd better not randomly appear in the base, it's easy to be targeted. We may not be this lucky next time. Su Jin was well aware that humans are social animals, but their combined strength wasn't enough to instantly kill those people. He had also tried contacting some cultivators, finding that although they had assistance from the 9 Palaces secret manual and Yinhuang space, their horizons were still limited, and the timeline stretched too long for them to catch up anytime soon. Since they couldn't face challenges directly, they could only hide away. In any case, the second young master would certainly be fine as long as they didn't cause him trouble. Thinking about this, Su Jin quickly soothed Su Xian, changing the topic to water avoidance pearls and hunting sea beasts. Naturally, allowing Su Xian to hunt sea beasts was good news. After being confined for such a long time, he hadn't properly stretched his muscles. With this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip through his fingers. The two of them were as fearless as newborn calves challenging tigers. Luckily, sea beast activities weren't very frequent during this period, otherwise, with just the two of them, they might not even have been enough to fill a sea beast's tooth crevices. With the water avoidance pearls, Su Xian and Su Jin felt like they were entering a world without borders under the ocean, and collecting meteorites became an effortless task. However, hunting sea beasts wasn't that easy, especially since their flexibility underwater couldn't match the sea beasts, and these creatures were easily attracted by blood. Once there was blood, they'd become like adrenaline-fueled machines, stimulated to no end. Usually, at moments like this, Su Xian would resolve things with bombs. As Su Xian happily counted the collected meteorites and threw them into the spirit spring pool while focusing on its evolution, Su Jin suddenly spoke up, the second young master has sent word over. They've begun contact with the Star Alliance. Chapter 82. Star Alliance. What's going on? Su Xian couldn't help but wonder, knowing fully well that his second brother had always stuck by the extraterrestrial beauty, unwavering in his neutral policy. Could it be that harmonious family life led to an abrupt change of heart? Seeing Su Xian's expression becoming increasingly strange, Su Jin realized he was probably associating it with something completely off topic, so he gave his head a hard knock, stop daydreaming. Previously, the third-tier civilization Fadan Empire, responsible for monitoring the Milky Way galaxy, intended to monopolize the meteorite core resources of Earth. The second young master had no choice but to release Earth's coordinates on the StarNet, using public opinion to pressure the Fadan Empire. This has created quite a commotion on the StarNet, and the Star Alliance has already dispatched a vanguard team. Su Xian frowned, but if we do this, won't more factions come and divide Earth's resources? How can humanity survive with anything left? Su Jin shook his head, understanding it was the second young master's well-considered last resort. Earth's formal debut on the StarNet means entering the public eye. With StarNet supervision, the Fadan Empire will no longer dare to act recklessly. As for other forces, even if the Fadan Empire monopolized everything alone, we wouldn't receive any benefits either. Now, with more competitors, there's mutual restraint. We can take advantage of this chaos instead of being toyed with by higher supervisory planets. Given his work for Su Yan, Su Jin understood the situation in space better than Su Xian. Currently, Earth was in the early stage of a second-tier civilization. According to interstellar laws, nearby areas were divided under the management of third-tier civilizations, such as the Fadan Imperial Star. There aren't many Earth-like planets or resource-rich ones in the Milky Way system, which is why a newly upgraded third-tier civilization like the Fadan Empire manages them. This is also why, as the supervising planet, the Fadan Empire only discovered the changes and meteorite resources on Earth 5 years later. What was originally considered a troublesome mess and a burden unexpectedly turned into something highly sought after, akin to a child holding onto a gold ingot, or an enormous windfall dropping from the sky. How could they resist the temptation? Located in a remote area, Earth had yet to officially connect with the starnet and join it. Naturally, the Fadan Empire wanted to seize the first opportunity and grab a piece of the action. In theory, those who strike first should be the ones to profit significantly. The Fadan Empire miscalculated Su Yan's situation, assuming that he was backed by other planetary forces, never imagining he merely inherited alien civilization heritage and was still single-handedly operating until now. Under normal circumstances, both sides should tacitly divide territories without disturbing each other. But who would have thought Su Yan had no intention of simply letting things slide and instead revealed Earth's secrets publicly? According to the classification and development value of the cores, the actions of the Fadan Empire made them the obvious targets of public condemnation. As for Earth's native population, currently undergoing initial reform, they were not lacking in crystal core energy. Moreover, with so many people on the starnet keeping a close eye now, if things got too embarrassing, it would be impossible for anyone to save face, and that itself would be a laughing matter. A truly far-sighted decision-maker definitely wouldn't do something like this. Although doing this had more advantages than disadvantages, Su Yan was sure to come under scrutiny. After all, he hadn't reached any kind of tacit agreement with the Fadan Empire but instead turned around and sold them out. How could the Fadan Empire not bear a grudge? Furthermore, Su Yan's super-civilization technology came from suspicious origins, which was surely something those with ill intent would focus on. Su Xian explained this point to Su Jin, who could only console, since the second young master chose to speak up, there must be a perfect plan. Moreover, once the arrow is released, there's no going back. We can't help much now, so as long as we don't meddle and make things worse. This calmed Su Xian somewhat, but he still couldn't forget the girl with her youthful features. Somehow, facing her always made him feel inexplicably familiar, and the information his second brother dropped suggested she wasn't just an ordinary alien. Would she really be safe? Thinking too much was futile. Knowing himself to have a habit of overthinking things, Su Xian decided to keep himself busy and stop pondering these questions. Soon, more alien forces would flood into Blue Star, and by then, he wouldn't even have the chance to collect meteorites anymore. He might as well gather as much as possible while there was still time. With the cheat-enabled auxiliary water avoidance pearls and space tech, in just about a month, Su Xian's personal space had completely transformed, undergoing a drastic change. The main changes were centered around the spirit spring source. Su Xian and Su Jin had tested it, and after evolution, the star shard energy obtained from consuming the spring water was dozens of times more potent than regular elixirs. After dilution, it could fully serve as an energy potion. Besides that, what stood out were some mutant plants Su Xian collected post-apocalypse. Many had undergone beneficial mutations due to the influence of star fragment energies, and others, including the mystical plants obtained from secret realms, continued to evolve rapidly thanks to the accelerated time flow rate within the space. Now, they showed very promising growth. Yin Huang's space had expanded greatly, but aside from the initial bamboo tower, Su Xian hadn't received anything resembling palace structures or other inheritances like in novels. Even without these, he felt quite contented. Due to the immense size of the space, Su Xian discussed with Su Jin for a long time before finalizing the development plan. Aside from establishing 3 large-scale spirit plant gardens, they also maximized the expansion of spirit fruit trees. They had previously understood the mutated peach tree they obtained near the Shanghai base. This kind of plant was rather peculiar. Typically, peaches growing green would be extremely large but exceedingly rare on each tree, most would be normal pink peaches. The pink peaches were similar to common spirit fruits, whereas the green peaches contained significant hallucinogenic components. Moreover, the kernels produced by the green peaches closely resembled plant crystal cores but were excellent materials for refining hallucinogenic magical artifacts. At the same time, this crystal could absorb mental energy, even spiritual awareness of cultivators being unable to escape its pull. However, unfortunately, the peach seeds Su Xian cultivated were still young, so the effects of the crystals weren't too pronounced. This already indicated that this plant had great developmental potential. Su Xian primarily set his sights on this crystal. If it could naturally devour spiritual awareness, using it to refine magical artifacts or produce potions would surely bring unexpected results. Besides, the green peach fruits could also be processed into hallucinogenic potions. Although the number of green peaches produced by one tree was minimal, Su Xian had already started experimenting with grafting and cultivating the green peach kernels independently. While Su Jin mentioned that the success rate of such attempts was probably very low, Su Xian still wanted to try. Even if it failed, there wouldn't be much loss. Perhaps because the crystal cores and meteorites on Blue Star involved massive interests, even possibly causing a reshuffle among the various factions, the Galactic Union didn't take any action after the Fadan Empire was summoned away. But in early June, countless spaceships filled the entire sky above Blue Star, catching the attention even of Su Xian and Su Jin, who were located thousands of miles away on an island. Su Jin wanted to contact Su Yan, but it seemed the magnetic field signals were highly unstable, or perhaps the incoming forces had secretly done something. Regardless, their original communication devices had essentially become useless scraps of metal. After thoroughly checking, Su-jin confirmed that the signal had been blocked. If necessary, we'll go back to base in a few days. Su-hsien nodded but added, the base is fine. I'm just really interested in a floating city. The second young master's mobile fortress isn't ready yet, and I wonder if it will even work when finished. He also wanted to send a few meteorites back to Su-yen. Over these days, though the sea beasts they hunted were limited, they had accumulated a good amount of meteorites. With the current pace at which his space absorbed star fragment energy falling behind his collection speed of meteorites, some larger ones had to be left piled on the grasslands. There were isolation wards nearby. When Su-hsien discovered that his space could improve species, he had already started paying attention to these effects. After all, using star fragment energy improperly might lead to harmful mutations in creatures, which would likely pollute his space. Since Su-yen couldn't be contacted, Su-yen and Su-hsien decided to alter their appearances and return to the base. They had ID cards, but the inspection equipment at the base would surely expose them. Luckily, it was summer, so even if they didn't enter the base, there wouldn't be any issues. Moreover, there were more people outside who they could gather information from. Without much effort, Su-jin found a contact from the Su family named Gao Fan, someone Su-jin trusted among the Su clan. After over a month since their last visit, when they returned to the base, Su-hsien felt as if he had entered another world, because the place was extremely lively, bustling with voices. It seemed like many hibernating populations had suddenly emerged from underground. Because entering the base involved complicated and costly procedures, many people chose to conduct business outside the base instead. Although there were no walls around here, the protective dome of the base extended to the foot of the mountain, making the area relatively safe. Su-hsien spent some time observing and realized that the market's materials had fully transitioned to an exchange mode using crystal cores, and it was a one-way recovery system. Many things were alien products he hadn't seen before. For example, the underwater breathing apparatus in his hand functioned similarly to the water avoidance pearls Su-jin had refined, just not as high in quality. Yet such a high-tech little gadget required 100 first-grade crystal cores, and quite a few people were buying it. Upon reflection, Su-hsien realized that since the sea level was still rising continuously, humans without land could only turn to the ocean for resources. Therefore, the underwater breathing apparatus became an effective auxiliary tool, promising greater harvests. Judging this way, 100 crystal cores really wasn't too much. This turned out to be a good deal. Su-hsien also became somewhat tempted. He and Su-jin were just two people, they lacked superhuman abilities. Even if they accumulated crystal cores, trading would definitely yield faster results. Su-hsien hadn't forgotten that their last big haul at the Devil Capital base alone was worth millions of crystal cores. However, the water avoidance pearls were essentially made from sea beast crystal cores and weren't pure tech products like the underwater breathing apparatus. If they traded water avoidance pearls, they might not even make a profit. Su-hsien thought it was better to come up with other ideas and consider what kind of trade they could get into. In fact, with the sudden influx of alien forces aiming to please us for crystal cores, they would certainly sell large quantities of supplies. Then prices might return to pre-apocalypse standards, giving the jewelry, jade, antiques, and paintings in Su-hsien's possession new uses again. But Su-hsien still wanted to develop goods they could produce themselves, like hallucinogen potions and water avoidance pearls. While noticing Su-hsien's movements, Su-jin also asked Gao Fan about the current situation. As Su-yan's confidant, Gao Fan was aware that Su-hsien had been abducted by the Devil Capital base, so he stopped hiding anything and disclosed everything candidly. After the fourth young master went missing, Devil Capital base searched everywhere frantically. However, after the matter of crystal cores was exposed on StarNet, they became too busy to continue looking for the fourth young master. Later, Galactic Union representatives came knocking, saying we were a second-level civilization under their jurisdiction and surveillance. In simple terms, they were here for the crystal cores. The second young master refused to trade the crystal cores, only saying they were all used for producing elixirs. Eventually, they reached a written agreement, though I don't know the specifics. Afterward, Galactic Union began exporting technological assistance to our homeworld. Basically, every commodity was included except core technologies. The Fadan Empire's sea city was taken over and established as Galactic Union's operational headquarters. Quite a few base survivors moved there, and they heard the benefits were pretty good. They exchanged crystal cores for points, then traded them for evolution elixirs, genetic elixirs, and all sorts of high-tech weapons. There are even spatial buttons available for sale, though they're pricey. Seeing so many people flocking to the sea city, the second young master doesn't have many useful people left. Besides the army and psychic combat teams, regular positions have started to lack manpower. These aliens claim it's cultural exchange, but it's essentially disguised recruitment. Due to the rules, they can't commit too many human resources, so they rely on local survivors to collect crystal cores. There's talk of opening some tourism routes in the future. Essentially, it's just another way of bringing more people to collect crystal cores. These capitalists give out weapons and elixirs without hesitation, and within just 1 month, they've promoted a lot of high-ranking psychics. The efficiency of collecting crystal cores has soared straight up. I fear that if this continues, we might not have any crystal cores left to collect in the future. The situation was indeed serious. It appeared that the Star Alliance's vanguard forces were planning to swallow everything, leaving not even a single bone for those who would come later. Su Jin was well aware that the main reason for the mutations on Blue Star was the presence of star fragment energy in meteorites. Regardless of the direction of mutation, all creatures would form crystal cores. However, up until now, just considering the meteorites collected by Su Xian alone, there were far too many unquantifiable ones, especially with Su Yan's experiments using meteorites to create elixirs, energy blocks, and more. Now, reflecting on it, how many meteorites were left on Blue Star? Without meteorites to promote biological mutations, crystal cores would naturally disappear. Blue Star might very well lose this precious resource, reverting back to its state before the apocalypse. Meteorites were a gift from the universe for the evolution of Blue Star. Although in the past 5 years, most individuals who should have evolved had done so, the natural mutation rate among newborns remained low, partly because the proportion of female mutants was exceedingly small. Adding to the grim post-apocalypse survival environment, many psychics didn't have partners of the opposite sex, while many more simply lived together with people of the same gender, like Su Xian and Su Jin. If things continued this way, once the meteorites disappeared, life forms on Blue Star could gradually regress and eventually lose their crystal cores. Over 100 years later, their descendants might no longer possess any mutation abilities. Therefore, even if they connected to the starnet and integrated into interstellar society, it would be meaningless. Chapter 83. Finally, Su Xian and Su Jin arrived at the much-praised and worshipped maritime city among survivors, now called Hope City. Officially, the city was renamed Star City, serving as the headquarters of the Star Alliance on Blue Star, a sort of diplomatic office akin to an embassy. However, unlike a typical embassy which serves only as a diplomatic tool, Star City clearly wasn't established for diplomacy alone. In Su Xian's opinion, the Star Alliance's efforts on Blue Star weren't for some diplomatic agenda. Anyone who thought otherwise probably had their heads in the clouds. Why would someone travel to such a remote planet just to build relations? In fact, after 5 years of survival challenges in the apocalypse, the remaining survivors were largely intelligent. They understood the true purpose behind the Star Alliance's arrival: profits. Despite recognizing the immense value of crystal cores, the lack of technology and resources meant these survivors couldn't compete individually. It was nothing but a daydream. Additionally, due to the limitations imposed by his contract, Su Yan could only gather crystal cores secretly without confronting the Star Alliance openly. To their surprise, the entry requirements for Star City turned out to be rather straightforward. Here, you only needed to pay 10 crystal cores as the entrance fee to gain the qualification to register for an ID card. With this ID card, various transactions within the city, including renting and hiring, could be performed conveniently. However, registering for the ID card cost another 20 crystal cores, clear evidence that these aliens were truly meticulous in their calculations. But for ease of doing business, saving money here wasn't an option. So Su Xian and Su Jin both obtained ID cards. The process was simple, just requiring the input of spiritual force. There was also an option to reissue lost ID cards, though that required genetic binding, a complicated procedure that Su Xian found troublesome, so they decided against it. Upon entering the city, Su Xian was immediately struck by the vast scale of its architecture. From afar, one could only see the massive floating maritime city over the azure sea as an outline. But stepping closer and observing it in detail, the quality of the construction was impressive. The buildings somewhat resembled ancient Western European architecture, not skyscrapers, but grand structures that took your breath away. Within Star City, the buildings were arranged tastefully, with plenty of open space due to the large overall area. Furthermore, the city was equipped with all sorts of amenities: libraries, training grounds, plantations, factories, and more. One might say the city's facilities were fully equipped, even including items they had never seen before. However, almost everywhere inside consumed crystal cores as currency. Besides crystal cores, marine beasts and mutant plants could also be exchanged for contribution points, which could then be used as currency for shopping. After a stroll around, Su Xian found himself particularly drawn to the electrical appliance district and the pharmaceutical workshop, apart from the library. Though he had encountered other high-tech products before, this place offered a broader variety. Su Xian was particularly interested in the electrical appliance district because he wanted to buy a smart brain, an essential item for interstellar citizens. It was akin to the smartphones they used in the past but clearly more advanced, with additional functions as well. Most importantly, this device could connect to the StarNet, though if one wished to trade, they would still need to purchase an interstellar trading system processor. But it was better than staying on Blue Star and being completely out of the loop. However, after checking the price, Su Xian quickly decided against it. I might as well go back and find Brother 2, the price there will surely be more reasonable. Being someone who hoarded like a Qilin, a mythical creature known for its frugal nature, without ever spending, Su Xian wasn't willing to shell out tens of thousands of crystal cores just to buy a smart brain. Besides, Su Yan's setup could also connect to the StarNet, so purchasing one wouldn't pose much difficulty. Worst case scenario, Su Yan could cover the expenses himself. Although since the apocalypse, Su Xian had been hitching a ride on his second brother's success, reaping benefits behind closed doors and enjoying privileges, he didn't intend to settle accounts too clearly with Su Yan. Understanding that Su Yan came from a vast family empire, Su Xian valued preserving their familial bond rather than causing tension and unnecessary rumination. In fact, although Su Xian agreed with Su Jin's previous statement, he strongly disapproved of Su Yan's recent actions. While Su Xian might not know the specifics of the Star Alliance's internal situation as well as Su Yan did, blindly inviting them into the mother planet was clearly unwise. Even at first glance, it was evident Su Yan's fingerprints were all over this plan. Regardless of how Fendon Empire would respond, simply by sabotaging their plans, it was certain they wouldn't let this slide easily. Though with the Star Alliance around and under the watchful eyes of the StarNet, nothing major would likely happen to Blue Star, dealing with minor irritants is another matter altogether. Su Yan thus far has gained significant attention from Fendon Empire, mostly due to negative deeds. If compared to a red-named player in a game, he'd definitely top the leaderboard. Even if direct attacks aren't possible, subtle moves behind the scenes can easily disrupt life on Blue Star. Su Xian felt Su Yan couldn't possibly misunderstand this principle. Why then did he take such actions? Why such haste? Su Xian thought it revolved around the girl, though regrettably, Su Yan kept her so hidden that outsiders could never hope to learn more. Putting aside the electrical appliances district, what Su Xian was concerned about was interstellar encyclopedic information regarding flora and fauna. He spent some crystal cores in the public library purchasing data storage cards containing details on various plant and animal species. The cost was relatively low, covering only material costs and replication fees. Blue Star being in its early stages of development meant that the Star Alliance couldn't be short-sighted in making profits. They had to popularize basic space knowledge among the general populace, while promoting the use of smart brains. Otherwise, restricting information would end up harming themselves. From this perspective, the Star Alliance truly outperformed Fendon Empire in many aspects. Naturally, Su Jin was interested in mineral materials suitable for refining tools, so he took the opportunity to acquire a batch of these resources. In Star City, there were also spatial buttons available for sale, priced similarly to those on the StarNet. These spatial buttons were necessities of daily life, albeit without preservation functions, and the storage capacity was limited. For those with minimal savings, buying the smallest model was sufficient, a 1 cubic meter storage space, affordable enough for most people. Thus, within Star City, transportation of goods was no issue, although Star Alliance staff were very adept at appraising items, leaving little room for haggling or bargain hunting for Su Xian. Walking through the streets, the bustling atmosphere before the apocalypse seemed rekindled once more. People here no longer moved about aimlessly, devoid of spirit, living life like zombies. Each person's eyes gleamed with hope. Observing this, Su Xian suddenly felt that Su Yan's decision was correct, regardless of the motivation behind it. Undoubtedly, the Star Alliance brought new hope to Blue Star. By evening, the two booked a room in a hotel within Star City and enjoyed a buffet meal there. Some of the ingredients bore resemblance to pre-apocalypse food from Blue Star, yet the tastes varied somewhat. Regular food wasn't priced too high, but energy-rich foods cost several times more, certainly not cheap. As psychic users and evolved beings, distinguishing and assessing the value of different energies came naturally. Su Xian roughly glanced at the food and estimated the contents of his own storage space before quietly commenting, "It seems even if we can't come up with new products, selling energy-rich ingredients alone will yield enough crystal cores." Su Jin helplessly observed how Su Xian's eyes lit up at the mention of earning crystal cores and replied, "That depends on whether anyone has the money and willingness to buy." The ingredients in Su Xian's spatial storage would certainly find buyers on the StarNet, but what they mostly receive in exchange are energy coins. Crystal cores are still rare even across the stars. And on Blue Star, most people wouldn't part with too many crystal cores just to purchase energy-rich ingredients for mere indulgence. After all, people on Blue Star weren't skilled at handling energy ingredients, let alone making full use of them, which not only could lead to waste but also seemed rather unfortunate. Having selected their food, Su Xian couldn't wait to start tasting. He soon discovered that the food here was merely on par with bulk cooked meals, visually appealing but far from deserving a 5-star rating in taste. But in this post-apocalyptic world, food was hard to come by. Even though he was accustomed to eating space-grown produce, Su Xian still cleared his plate. Before being reborn, he had practically licked his plate clean after every meal, as if ready to devour it too. Now, just having food was a blessing, and there was no need to be overly picky. After dinner, sipping a cup of clear tea slowly, Su Xian gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the lively streets outside, bustling with crowds. It felt like he had been transported back to the pre-apocalypse era. Turning his head half-jokingly, he remarked, "This is truly paradise for survivors." Those who remained here probably rarely wanted to leave. However, the daily residence fee in Star City wasn't negligible. To stay longer, many might have to go on frenzied hunts for mutated animals to acquire crystal cores. Su Yan had once scanned the area using satellites. There were only scattered groups of zombies left on Blue Star. Their numbers were minimal compared to before. Originally, these survivors couldn't possibly eliminate so many zombies themselves, but this global deluge helped solve their biggest problem. Sea beasts possessed incredible attacking power and voracious appetites. Zombies served as excellent prey for them, and the same applied to other mutated animals and plants. Due to this, Su Xian almost never ate sea beast meat. Instead, he traded it for crystal cores because few understood better than him how indiscriminately carnivorous and herbivorous these creatures were. Su Xian enjoyed hunting sea beasts for another reason. When some of them swallowed zombies, they also ingested the crystal cores. However, these creatures took a long time digesting them, as their stomach acid couldn't easily dissolve these tough crystalline bodies. This often proved quite beneficial to Su Xian. Ever since leaving Gao Fan, Su Jin seemed to carry something on his mind. The next day, after leaving Star City, he finally shared his concerns with Su Xian. Su Xian frowned, troubled. Then what should we do? After exhausting the resources of Blue Star, will we just have to leave and immigrate to another planet? He didn't want to leave Blue Star, it was their mother planet. In his previous life, he desperately sought to escape this hell, but in this life, with Su Jin by his side, he hadn't endured much hardship. The idea of leaving lost its appeal. Besides, could those outer planets really be so easy to access? Although interstellar immigration policies weren't very strict, because Blue Star was classified as a secondary civilization, without meteorites or crystal cores, connecting to the starnet and becoming an interstellar citizen would remain an impossible dream. Interstellar law clearly stipulated that immigrants faced significant restrictions, and uninhabited planets couldn't be freely applied for. Undocumented immigration might seem harmless until one got unlucky and was caught, then they'd be sentenced to a lifetime of hard labor in remote star systems. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with other civilizations and living environments entirely different from theirs. To blend seamlessly into another planet's society was practically impossible. It was already impressive if others didn't discriminate against them. Most crucially, how would they live on another planet? In a world where neither intellectual nor physical labor could match those of other planet citizens, they lacked any competitiveness. Though Su Xian cared little about others, that didn't mean he would stand idly by if humanity faced extinction. Despite significant improvements after the apocalypse, human overall quality still fell short compared to the average standards of interstellar citizens. Among the surviving population, some were old and some young, with more able-bodied adults managing to survive. But without sufficient gender pairing, did they plan to resort to genetic technology for single-sex reproduction? In short, talk of abandoning the mother planet was nothing more than hot air. Blue Star had nurtured them and provided the most suitable environment for human survival. Immigration wouldn't simply result in issues like water and soil acclimatization, it involved reproduction, survival, development of race civilization, physiological ethics, and numerous other problems. If mishandled, it would bring endless trouble. Su Jin shook his head. He didn't agree with the idea of emigration either. For reasons beyond himself, he believed that Blue Star held value beyond just meteorites and crystal cores. To casually abandon their mother planet wasn't a wise move. This isn't an urgent matter yet. Although they can now connect with the StarNet, obtaining approval for immigration isn't easy. First, one's strength must reach at least the 9th rank, and secondly, a substantial fee is required. If immigration were easily permitted, interstellar space would have already descended into chaos. Moreover, the current survivors cannot afford such a large number of crystal cores. Besides, we've introduced alien technology, which makes it easier to cope with the post-apocalypse environment compared to before. Immigration won't be so easily achieved after all. The interstellar planetary protection law exists to maintain the normal reproduction of planetary races. Many actions are strictly prohibited. Once a planet's ecological balance is disrupted, its survival and development will certainly face significant issues. Despite advanced civilizations' technologies being powerful tools, improper use could lead to adverse effects. Su Xian nodded. Then let's go back and discuss this with second brother. By the way, what do you think about those meteorites? There are so many people from the Star Alliance on Blue Star now that there's a good chance some advanced detectors could locate the meteorites. Moreover, the spatial buttons Su Yan had given them couldn't contain too many meteorites. Not wanting to expose their spatial ability, dealing with these meteorites became a significant problem indeed. Su Jin raised his hand to soothe the slight frown on Su Xian's brow. Speaking of this, I did come up with an idea. Chapter 84. The Nine Palaces Manual was like a heavenly book. Every time they thought they had read it all, there would always be new content appearing. This time was no exception. It could even provide the most suitable direction and supplementary knowledge based on various cultivation data of the cultivator. Su Xian mainly focused on alchemy, making potions, and herbal planting, whereas Su Jin was more interested in artifact refining. Human energy was after all limited, no one could achieve perfection in everything. Even with expertise in only one area, Su Xian still found it challenging. Although he was interested in these herbs and plants, his original intention was still for consumption. The reason Su Xian liked fruits more than vegetables was also due to this. From his previous life, he had endured too much hardship. Even now, with access to an endless supply of fruits in a space, Su Xian couldn't help but impulsively try developing new species. Getting back to the point, Su Jin's proposal had a great deal to do with what he had learned about artifact refining. At their current level of qi cultivation, even as they were about to lay the foundation for further cultivation, they still had quite a long way to go ahead. To catch up with the elder masters would likely take decades. Artifact refining faced similar limitations, constrained by vision, experience, and cultivation level. However, the restrictions in the Nine Palaces Manual were not significant because the system comprehensively disseminated knowledge. From it, Su Jin learned about the existence of an artifact called Xingshan Pearl. This artifact could maximally stimulate human potential and was an auxiliary inheritance artifact. The maker could record cultivation techniques inside, allowing the person whose potential is stimulated to have a high chance of obtaining those cultivation techniques. And this wasn't the only benefit. Due to the uniqueness of the Xingshan pearl, the energy required for its creation was enormous. Even the wealthiest cultivators basically wouldn't attempt to refine this artifact. In the eyes of most people, it was completely useless. However, this artifact was very suitable for the present-day Earth. By refining meteorites into artifacts, one could maximally preserve and conceal this energy. Placing it in the right spot, the inheritance could continue unbroken. Problems regarding resource depletion, awakening regression, and broken legacies could thus be solved effortlessly. But currently, the key issue was that Su Jin's cultivation level wasn't enough to create this artifact. But it didn't matter. From now on, they would have plenty of time, so they could proceed slowly. Tibet Base. After the incidents involving the Star Alliance, this place became significantly quieter. Many ordinary survivors gathered together and headed toward Star City. Although the Tibet base was good, restricted by the Star Alliance's constraints, Su Yan was powerless against their obvious talent-poaching behavior. Fortunately, the army was still under Su Yan's control, and Su Yi had already returned to the Tibet base. He was now a high-ranking wood elemental ability user, although this fact couldn't be disclosed publicly yet. Nevertheless, having him there deterred anyone from attempting a military mutiny. In this way, the Tibet base had transformed into a purely military fortress-like base, with bleak prospects for future development. The only good news was that the underwater city of Atlantis was finally completed. The interstellar moving fortress that consumed a large portion of Su Yan's fortune could finally be put into use. Yet, the number of survivors boarding this fortress amounted to no more than 10,000 people, which was indeed a great irony. But Su Xian felt that it was only the beginning. Gradually, people would come to understand the Star Alliance's intentions. No matter how good the treatment elsewhere might be, nothing beats being independent. When that time comes, they could truly stand on their own. This round of personnel losses wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Those who stayed were certainly loyal. Moreover, due to Su Yan's substantial early investment, reducing staff now could save a considerable amount of expenses. Brother Su Yi, who hadn't been seen for a long time, finally made an appearance. Su Xian was somewhat at a loss. His impression of Su Yi still lingered from before the apocalypse. This older brother grew up in the barracks, exuding righteousness. Su Xian often criticized privately that this elder brother was overly rigid and lacked fun. Having not seen each other for a long time, Su Xian naturally felt some closeness. What has brother been busy with these years? Why haven't you even had time to return to the base? Su Yi touched his head, slightly embarrassed. I've been doing special training outside all along. Nowadays, your older brother is already a 5th stage wood elemental ability user. Su Xian was genuinely surprised by this good news. After all, even for evolutionists, advancing stages wasn't easy, let alone for elemental ability users. Hearing this, Su Xian remembered something and hurriedly turned his head towards Su Yan, second brother. Since elder brother is already a 5th stage ability user, can we apply for planetary independence? Su Xian had previously put in a lot of effort studying interstellar laws, but the various regulations had truly given him a headache. However, because of Su Ye's special circumstances, he still specifically looked into relevant legal aspects and unexpectedly discovered this clause. Su Yan was rather calm, he also knew about this matter. But with the Star Alliance having just moved in, applying for planetary independence now would only lead to chaos and offer no significant benefits to Earth. Exchanging some crystal cores for high technology, in Su Yan's view, was still a worthwhile trade. Let's wait a bit longer. Currently, elder brother's strength can only rank in the mid to lower tier in the interstellar community. Even if we apply for planetary independence, we wouldn't have the ability to protect our homeworld. If they really expelled the Star Alliance, inviting similar malicious forces like space pirates due to desperate situations wouldn't be good. The internal structure of the Star Alliance was also complex. If one weren't careful and got entangled, it could likely result in being completely annihilated. Atlantis' first appearance was chosen on a sunny, good day. The moving fortress was stationed not far from the Tibet base. Because it was amphibious, there was no need to worry about landing issues. Additionally, the base's ark could be stored inside the moving fortress. Su Yan had already dismantled and incorporated the crew of one ark into the mobile fortress. Although the fortress could operate solely by robots, such a vast place without any human presence would be somewhat eerie. The siblings hadn't seen each other for a long time and did not develop too much closeness, instead becoming somewhat estranged. Even Su Yi seemed at a loss. In the past, Su Xian in front of them was like an immature child, lacking a sense of right and wrong or a big-picture perspective. Now, it seemed as if he suddenly grew up overnight, akin to a fledgling bird leaving its nest. This time, Su Hao didn't show up. In fact, he hadn't been seen in the base for a long time. Perhaps he had been placed by Su Yan on the ark, or maybe he was elsewhere. Anyway, regarding this person, Su Xian felt more helplessness than anything else and could only try to forget. Therefore, Su Xian wouldn't waste energy paying attention to matters related to him. Facing Su Ye's hesitation, although Su Xian was puzzled, he didn't press for answers. Fundamentally, most of his memories and feelings toward this elder brother were extremely warm. If possible, he didn't want to disrupt everything. He could attribute the hardships of his previous life to those cultivators' deliberate provocations, thus, he wanted to kill them all, seeking revenge. His blade couldn't be directed toward his blood-related younger brothers, so what about those greedy and arrogant cultivators? Perhaps they were one of the reasons for the Star Alliance's compromise towards Earth, but that wasn't enough for Su Xian to give up. Even now, he hadn't abandoned this idea. Although the prospects for revenge were slim and the battle would last a long time, he could wait and had the patience to endure, as long as those people didn't die before him. Su Xian and Su Jin stood on the observation deck looking outward. Everywhere they looked, they saw nothing but blue seawater and azure sky. In the distance where the sea met the sky, besides the vague shadow of Star City that could be faintly seen, there was nothing else. Su Xian watched for a while and sighed, I wonder when this seawater will retreat. The land masses were almost entirely submerged, with polar glaciers fully melted, allowing superviruses from the poles to spread rampantly. Over the years, the survivors lived tough lives. But these were not the main concerns. Endless suffering and living without hope was the most painful thing. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have clung tightly to Star City. Humans accustomed to land-based lifestyles suddenly had to live on the ocean, even underwater, which wasn't just a change in living habits but a monumental upheaval in their civilizational habits that left many unprepared and anxious. After acquiring space and power, Su Xian gained the strength to protect himself. He began to consider other issues with spare energy. Toward his fellow humans on this planet, beyond cold indifference, deep down, he still struggled internally. Su Jin comfortingly gripped his hand hanging by his side, this isn't something you can worry about, let nature take its course. According to the Star Alliance's estimates, for at least the next 10 years, over 95% of Earth's land would be submerged. Combined with active tectonic plate movements, the frequency of tsunamis and other marine disasters would also increase. But if these changes occurred on land, the impact would be even more evident with volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, mudslides, and more. This apocalyptic turning point led to over 90% of humanity dying prematurely. The remaining survivors could only find ways out amidst their struggles. 5 years after the apocalypse, or the 5th year after the start of the new era, Earth was officially integrated into the interstellar world, becoming a member of the Star Alliance. After joining the Star Network, a large number of Blue Star survivors gained the opportunity for evolution. They utilized crystal cores to obtain resources for cultivation, and in the following decade, more high-level cultivators continued to emerge. Consequently, Blue Star became a much-coveted cultivation sanctuary within the Star Alliance. By this time, Blue Star had completely transformed into an oceanic planet with a marine area covering over 99%, leaving only a few sparse land masses, one of which included the later world-renowned Tibet base. According to legend, the commander of Tibet base had already received interstellar inheritance before the apocalypse, hence constructing the sturdiest base of the era using ultra-advanced interstellar technology. Subsequent projects such as the ARC program, Gene Weapon program, Genetic Evolution program, Psionic Awakening program, Mecha program, Crystal Core Development program, and the Underwater City Atlantis Mobile Fortress plan were all successfully implemented. Commander Su Yan also became the most respected savior of the era. Records indicate that Su Yan's wife, Xingir, was a descendant of a rare interstellar race, and together they bore 2 sons and a daughter, all artificial lifeforms from the Gene Project. Later generations often commented that due to racial differences, their genetic codes could not fully align. Moreover, Xingir had a mysterious background, her appearance remaining unchanged for 100 years. She later accompanied Su Yan on the interstellar migration, relocating to an Earth-like planet in the extragalactic star system, and then disappeared from history. Historical records show that among the 4 sons of the Su family, the eldest son, Su Yi, awakened with wood element abilities in the new era, becoming the earliest documented natural elemental psionic user. He later succeeded the retired Su Yan as the new ruler of Blue Star, is married, and has 1 daughter. The 3rd son of the Su family, Su Hao, was exiled to the Outer Seas military service for his alleged involvement in conspiring with the authorities of the Blue Star cultivation system, kidnapping his 4th brother Su Xian, and inciting domestic servants to rebel. Su Xian, the youngest son, was not of the direct Su lineage, with unclear origins. His mental state was damaged when Su Hao exposed his true heritage, but he remained grateful for the love and nurturing provided by his parents, maintaining a clear conscience. Bearing the secrets of the Blue Star cultivation system, Su Xian possessed profound psychic abilities, unmatched by most of his contemporaries. It's worth noting that Su Jin, a guard assigned by Su Xian's parents to follow him since childhood, became Su Xian's partner. In the 17th year of the new calendar, they joined forces to raid enemy factions in the Outer Seas, thereby eradicating all advanced cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage from the Blue Star cultivation system. This battle resulted in the deaths of over 100 people. Due to their cruel methods and despicable actions, it eventually reached the Interstellar Court, but ultimately, Su Xian was acquitted due to insufficient evidence. This great battle shook the heavens and stirred the oceans across the 5 continents and 4 seas. Following this event, Blue Star experienced another drastic transformation, with ocean levels starting to decrease annually. In the 129th year of the new calendar, the Great Ocean Age came to an end, and Blue Star returned to its original map. Thus concluded the apocalyptic changes of the end times. Chapter 85. 1. Did you know about this a long time ago? Su Xian turned his head to look at the person beside him. This person had been with him from the very beginning. Although always taciturn, he was extraordinarily reliable, always being the harbor that sheltered him from wind and rain. Because of what happened in his previous life, Su Xian did his best not to argue with him, not only because he feared hurting his feelings but also because of guilt. If it weren't for himself, Su Jin from the last life would never have met such an end. Perhaps precisely because of this, even though their relationship with each other had been confirmed, their feelings for each other were still lukewarm. Su Xian was not a humble person. He believed that apart from his parents, only Su Jin could make him feel warmth and remorse in this lifetime. Even though Su Jin was always silent, he was sharp and could always sense Su Xian's thoughts, just like before. As long as it didn't harm him, Su Jin would always try his best to satisfy Su Xian's wishes. Perhaps because Su Jin noticed his mood, he didn't push their relationship further, but that didn't mean he could hide things from him, especially regarding his own origins. Whether in the previous life or this one, Su Xian's greatest concern was these few older brothers of the Su family. Now, suddenly Su Hao appeared in front of him, telling him that he wasn't actually a child of the Su family but had been adopted by Su father and Su mother from outside. More than that, several of the surviving old servants of the Su family also stepped forward as witnesses. Looking back at Su Yi and Su Yan's particularly ugly expressions, Su Xian understood everything immediately. Rarely so anxious, Su Jin looked at him, speaking urgently. I accidentally overheard some servants gossiping, but I always thought they were just spreading rumors. Later, second young master dismissed all of them. Su Xian struggled to maintain his composure. Then what about Uncle Wang? Did Su Hao learn this from them? Su Jin nodded. They've already been dealt with by second young master and won't appear again. Su Xian bitterly laughed. What he wanted to ask wasn't this. The most important question was, who exactly was he? Having lived through his previous life, Su Xian started to waver. If he wasn't a member of the Su family, then what were all the hardships he endured worth? Why didn't those people know his true identity in his past life? Or did Su Hao already know this back then but simply chose not to say anything? Did he want to push him forward to be a scapegoat? Just because he had taken away the love of his parents that belonged to him? Too many questions swirled in Su Xian's mind. For a moment, he lost the ability to think. After circling around for so long, the answer he was searching for turned out to be this. If he wasn't a member of the Su family, then the jade pendants hanging on him might naturally not belong to the Su family heirloom either, or perhaps it was a token given to him by his biological parents. And this heirloom was a celestial treasure powerful enough to alter fate, indicating that his biological parents couldn't possibly be ordinary people. But after so many years, where should he go to find his real parents? When Su father and Su mother brought him home and treated him like their own, did they know something? The worst-case scenario was that their biological parents had passed away, which is why Su father and Su mother took over caring for him. And perhaps they didn't know much about the jade pendant either, they might have just left it as a keepsake. So, did those cultivators merely use divination to know that he possessed extraordinary treasures, thus step by step devouring the Su family and persecuting him? Even when they hadn't even touched the edge of the divine treasure, how could they be so sure? At the end of the day, if he wasn't a member of the Su family, what were all the hardships he went through in his previous life worth? Thinking of this, he felt deflated like a punctured balloon, overwhelmed by a sense of total despair. 2. Although the apocalypse had opened the door to a new world, it was far from over. Starting from year 6 of the new era, Su Xian left the base with Su Jin, following the fleet to drift across the seas, leading a carefree life traveling the world. It's worth mentioning that because of the crystal cores, many people could no longer resist the temptation, starting to independently purchase ships and venture out to hunt sea beasts, and their fleet was one of these groups. Thanks to advanced interstellar technology, these survivors either purchased or leased ships, connecting these ships together and setting sail in groups. Such collaboration ensured safety and greatly improved efficiency. Though these interstellar ships were not cheap, strength lay in numbers. Many hired soldiers or guilds and teams pooled their resources to collectively buy ships and gradually expanded these smaller groups into larger ones. As collective wealth grew, buying intelligence systems and trade processors became especially easy. Survivors began to fully understand how valuable and rare crystal cores were, leading to a decrease in selling crystal cores to the Star Alliance but a significant increase in StarNet transactions. More people began to seek connections with the interstellar world for greater profits. Meanwhile, the Star Alliance started dispatching some vanguard units to hunt sea beasts in order to independently obtain crystal cores. Perhaps at this moment they should be grateful that there were enough sea beasts in the ocean, otherwise, those who were competing with the Star Alliance would not have gotten even the slightest advantage. Though the fleet was primarily focused on hunting sea beasts, many people lacked the ability to kill them. The prices of evolution and gene serums were still prohibitively expensive, even through StarNet transactions. Moreover, these serums had specific requirements for use. Low-level serums only provided a chance for teenagers and middle-aged people to gain evolutionary abilities, with roughly 90% success rate or more. A very small number of unfortunate users might even lose their lives. People with weak bodies, old age, or severe illness must use expensive serums for long-term conditioning before they could even attempt an evolution serum. At this point, the cultivation system's manuals received acknowledgement from a small portion of people. Those with patience began to practice these manuals, and the cultivation system quietly emerged once again on Earth. Su Xian followed the fleet out to sea mainly because of meteorites. Now, Su Jin had already begun attempting to refine awakening pearls. For the future of Earth, he needed to collect more meteorites. The silver phoenix space seemed to be reaching saturation. After that, any meteorites placed inside no longer got absorbed by the space unless Su Xian intentionally discarded them into the spiritual spring. Knowing the space could temporarily store meteorites, they didn't need to hurry refining the awakening pearls. With Su Jin's current abilities, it was still too early to perfect this craft. Away from the base, Su Xian lived rather freely and comfortably. Though life aboard the ship was somewhat dull, every day he stayed busy, making his days full and rewarding. Aside from searching for meteorites, Su Xian spent more time killing sea beasts and practicing cultivation. He also set up a decent-sized greenhouse on his own ship, specifically cultivating plants from the pre-doomsday era, which was now showing some initial results. Life at sea was relatively safe with the protection dome shielding their ships from sea beast attacks. The hired soldiers and guild members on board were strong evolutionists, equipped with advanced weaponry, including mechs, ensuring safety wasn't an issue. When not diving with Su Jin, Su Xian busied himself tending to his fruits and vegetables, which drew much attention on the ship due to being pre-doomsday plants, especially from the children. Yes, among the children on board, the oldest was already 9 years old, born before the doomsday event. Until then, Su Xian had no idea how skilled someone must be to raise a child to this age. This 9-year-old boy was named Tong Tong, a shy little guy, introverted but well-liked. After eating one of the mangoes grown by Su Xian, he grew abnormally close to him, dragging along his friends who became regular visitors to Su Xian's greenhouse. Watching these children, Su Xian thought that in the future, he and Su Jin probably wouldn't want children either. Regardless of whether they had the conditions, at least now, they were each other's only bond, no additional proofs were necessary. Looking at Tong Tong guarding under the cherry tree, Su Xian reached out and tousled his hair, turning around to hand him a small bag. Stop waiting. There won't be any more cherries in the next 2 months. Take these tomatoes home and remember to ask your father to send some large lobsters over. Tong Tong clutched the bag tightly with his chubby little hands and nodded vigorously. I'll tell Dad to send all today's lobsters to brother. Can I get some cocoa? I want to give it to Tian Tian. Among the children on board, though Tong Tong tended to be easily shy, his calm demeanor made him a natural leader. Being especially popular with girls, he had quite a few followers. Among these kids, his closest friend should be Tian Tian, a year younger and equally adorable. With big, round, dark eyes fixed on Su Xian, Tong Tong looked full of anticipation. Smiling, Su Xian turned to fetch some packaged cocoa powder. You're already learning to charm girls at such a young age, it seems your father doesn't need to worry about you finding a wife later. Thanks to nutrient serums, Su Xian's planting plan went extraordinarily smoothly. Quite a few of the fruits and vegetables on the ship came from him. During their voyages, they encountered many other fleets and professional trade vessels, which allowed Su Xian to sell most of the fruits and vegetables stored in his spatial ring, all collected pre-doomsday. This earned him quite a lot of crystal cores, which had now become universal currency, indispensable for survival. 3. The fleet traveled around the world. Although ships were not uncommon along the way, there were only Star City and Atlantis as sea-based constructions. This had always been something Su Xian was quite certain of. However, this time they also discovered several other maritime cities. Although all of them were built on isolated islands at higher altitudes, a few larger-scale cities greatly surprised Su Xian. If Star City and Atlantis could be regarded as maritime empires established with super-civilization technology, then these cities were entirely built by human strength alone. A large number of these people awakened as evolutionists or psychics after the Doomsday event, and natural element psychics made up a very high proportion, a fact that undeniably marked a miracle in human history. Perhaps it was truly during moments of crisis that one's potential was most effectively unlocked. Relying on such forces, they successfully established these maritime cities and overcame challenges time and again. After a brief stay, the fleet set out again, needing to travel further to hunt sea beasts because the sea beasts nearby had almost become extinct. In the island city, Su Xian and his team received good news. Experienced old fishermen had noticed that the nearby seawater level was starting to drop. This happened during the 7th year of the Doomsday Era, also considered the start of the new era. By the 8th year, the fleet's hunting yields of sea beasts had significantly diminished, but small marine life such as fish increased year by year, becoming their main food source. Thanks to the influence of the AI system, global information gradually resumed exchange. Some high-altitude lands started to recover, seeing the reappearance of plants and land animals, even some birds. Ignoring where these creatures came from for now, at least they were conveying good news to humanity. At this point, both he and Su Jin had made significant progress in cultivation. By refining meteorites into energy crystals, which cultivators colloquially referred to as spirit stones, they could use these stones anytime for cultivation. With enhanced strength, they began contemplating how to refine awakening pearls and exact revenge. Su Xian told Su Jin about his plans, expecting him to oppose it, but he merely requested that Su Xian further his cultivation before taking action. In reality, Su Xian did not want to drag Su Jin into trouble, yet he felt relatively confident about taking revenge. In recent years, he hadn't just cultivated idly. With the AI's assistance, he ventured into many fields of knowledge. Like a sponge, Su Xian continually absorbed outside knowledge. He had been strengthening his body since a long time ago, preparing for the future. Near the end of the 8th year of the new era, the Star Alliance finally opened Blue Star's tourism permission. More interstellar beings could apply to visit Earth for sightseeing. Despite requiring a substantial fee, countless extraterrestrials were still willing to visit the Blue Star due to its appeal for crystal cores. Sightseeing was just a polite way of saying it. Everyone clearly knew why these people came. Among so many inhabitable planets in space, those with stunning landscapes were no rarity. Why would they specifically choose a second-tier civilization nearing extinction? Though said like this, Blue Star lacked a unified spokesperson when facing the outside world. Now integrated with the StarNet, Su-Yan's advantages were no longer overly prominent. The Wan family stubbornly refused to loosen their grip, while plenty of cultivators awaited windfalls from above. Life wasn't easy for Su-Yan either. Since joining the fleet, Su-Yan had returned to base only once, meeting Su-Yan briefly. They were both busy and thus didn't engage in deep conversation. Su-Yan actually wanted to know who his biological parents were and whether they were aware of the secrets within the Silver Phoenix space, and why he was reborn. Although Su-mother and Su-father treated him as if he were their own child, even favoring him more than their 3 biological offspring, Su-Yan wasn't ungrateful. He simply wanted to uncover the truth and understand the origin of all these events. Even Su-Yan, however, couldn't provide a single clue. Other than the white jade pendant on him, there was nothing else proving Su-Yan's identity. Su-Yi occasionally mentioned once that Su's family had an older brother in Su-father's generation who got separated during the chaotic times and was later acknowledged but had already turned to ashes by then. Based on this inference, Su-Yan should be the offspring of the Su family elder, making him their cousin. Yet Su-Yan actually didn't believe this. In his previous life, after being experimented upon thoroughly, he doubted that no one noticed anything unusual. Had it been solely because Su Hao framed him, Su-Yan wouldn't have believed he possessed such great ability. Moreover, those people targeted the items on him claiming they were heirlooms passed down by the Su family. Even divination shouldn't be off by much. But why did the Silver Phoenix space only work for him? Could it be related to the bloodline from his mother's side? Subconsciously, Su-Yan was unwilling to believe that he wasn't a member of the Su family. But aside from this possibility, no other assumption seemed valid. In his previous life, the betrayal and selling out by his 3 brothers were based on a big premise: if he wasn't part of the Su family, if they had always known his true identity, and if he was merely their scapegoat, a scapegoat used to bear all the blame for the Su family, wouldn't that explain everything? This remained an unsolvable mystery, one that perhaps he would never find the answer to throughout his life. However, at this point, Su-Yan felt he should be content. He had been given a second chance at life, access to the Silver Phoenix space, and an endless supply of cultivation resources. He even had the opportunity to explore the path to immortality. So, what else could he possibly lack? What reason did he have to complain about fate? Su-Yan could only console and even question himself in this way, trying not to dwell on the events of his past life. Together with Su-Jin, he left the base, gathering meteorites and extracting crystal cores. As their cultivation progressed steadily, when both Su-Yan and Su-Jin reached the foundation establishment stage, Su-Yan knew the moment for revenge had finally come. 4. Many died in this battle, most of them bearing the blood of countless innocent lives on their hands. Su-Yan despised cultivators who treated ordinary people as less than human more than anyone else, so he didn't even give them a chance to reincarnate. Their souls were sucked into soul beads, refined, and turned into weapons for his own use. The awakening pearls had also been successfully forged. According to the records in the 9 Palaces manual, 7 awakening pearls were embedded deep into the Earth's core, forming the mystical heaven array. From then on, Blue Star would continuously generate spiritual energy, ensuring its lineage wouldn't be severed. Perhaps a few hundred years later, it would once again become a highly sought-after cultivation planet. Despite completing all of this, Su-Yan still felt many regrets. He looked back at the barren land revealed as the ocean water levels dropped. Ruins were already insufficient to describe the current state of the mother planet. It appeared to be utterly ravaged from the outside. Suddenly, Su-Yan turned around with a radiant smile. "I'm not leaving. I will stay on this planet, watching the revival of our mother star, witnessing her glory restored." Su-Jin came closer and embraced him tightly. For so many days, this was the first time Su-Yan seemed genuinely happy. "If you don't want to leave, then we won't. We have plenty of time ahead of us. The outside world might be wonderful, but here is our home. Not leaving isn't such a bad thing either." They lacked nothing, and the environment of the mother planet was gradually recovering. Soon, it would become another suitable place for cultivation. Most importantly, this was their homeland. If Su-Yan refused to leave, Su-Jin would not participate in any immigration plans either. The Star Alliance had announced very favorable immigration policies, and quite a number of survivors applied to resettle on other planets. With crystal cores becoming increasingly scarce in recent years, avoiding fierce competition became an excellent way to phase out. Su-Yan nodded vigorously, holding the hand of the person beside him. Although, in the end, he only had Su-Jin left, as long as Su-Jin was there, everything else suddenly seemed less important. He wanted to stay, to remain on the mother planet. Perhaps one day he would leave to see the outside world, but certainly not now. And no matter how far he traveled, this place would always be his sole homeland. Eventually, all weary birds must return to their nests. End of story.